Sword Mountain. The cold wind cuts like a knife. Lin Feng suddenly opens his eyes, seeing a gray sky. He lies among a pile of rubble covered in blood, the sword wound on his chest still seeping blood. No, he had clearly died already. At the peak of Sword Mountain, Su Shui struck him through the heart with a sword, and Zhao Tian stood over his corpse with a cold smile. Lin Feng, you are too naive. In this world the strong rule. The memories of his past life surged back like a flood. He struggled to sit up, looking down at his hands. Thin, pale, with prominent knuckles, no calluses. These are not the hands of a sword god realm peak master. These are the hands of a useless disciple who just joined the sect at 18. Lin Feng suddenly raised his head, looking into the distance. The mountain gate of Qingyun's sect was still there. Disciples in gray outer robes were pointing at him. Isn't that Lin Feng? Beaten like that by senior brother Zhao, and he still dares to stay on Sword Mountain. A useless piece of trash, can't even break through to the third level of Qi, refining a disgrace. I heard that senior sister Su has been getting close to senior brother Zhao. He still doesn't give up. Lin Feng's pupils contracted. No, not contracted. They turned cold. He slowly stood up, the sword wound on his chest aching to the bone, but he didn't even frown. He had survived a sword through the heart in his past life. Oh, what was this little wound? He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The cold wind filled his lungs sharp as a blade. When he opened his eyes again, there was no confusion in them. Rebirth. He had truly been reborn. Back to his 18 years old before everything had happened. Su Shui had not yet betrayed him. Zhao Tian had not yet succeeded. He had not yet been trampled into the mud. Lin Feng lowered his head and clenched his fists. In his past life, he was kind, sentimental, and trusting, and ended up with a sword through his heart on Sword Mountain. This life, he would never give anyone another chance to betray him. Ding! A cold voice exploded in his mind. All-powerful sign-in system bound successfully. Host Lin Feng, current realm Qi refining layer 2 worthless sign-in system description. Daily sign-in can receive random rewards. Special location sign-in can trigger rare rewards. Completing task achievements can receive extra rewards. Newbie gift pack has been issued. Do you want to claim it? Lin Feng didn't even raise his eyelids. System. In his past life, he had cultivated bitterly for 100 years, traversed the heavens, and never heard of such a thing. He was reborn, and the system came with him. Claim. Without any hesitation. Newbie gift pack opened. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Ancient Supreme Sword Art 1 Ancient Sword Path Technique Direct Path to Sword God Realm. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Top-Tier Sword Path Talent Unlock Card 1 permanently unlocks SSS level Sword Path Talent. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Marrow Cleansing Pill 1 cleanses marrow and meridians, reforges foundation. 3 beams of light entered his body. Lin Feng's body trembled violently. A scorching force exploded from his dantian, surging wildly through his meridians. He heard his bones crack, his tendons stretch, his blood burn. Pain. More painful than the sword through his heart in his past life. But he didn't even grunt. He clenched his teeth, veins bulging, cold sweat streaming down his cheeks. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the pain subsided. In its place was an unprecedented clarity. Lin Feng looked down at his hands. His palms were still thin, but at his fingertips subtle sword intent flickered. He closed his eyes, sensing his dantian. Qi refining layer 2. No. Qi refining layer 5. Still rising. Layer 6. Layer 7. Layer 8. It surged all the way to the peak of Qi refining layer 9, then stopped. The marrow cleansing pill and top-tier sword talent had pulled him straight from trash to the top of the outer sect. Lin Feng opened his eyes, no excitement in them, only coldness. Not enough. In his past life, he stood at the peak of the sword god realm and knew how long this road was. Qi refining layer 9 was not even a starting point. But it didn't matter. This life he had the system, the memories of his past life, and a heart more ruthless than anyone else's. Ding. Special sign-in location triggered the peak of Sword Mountain. Do you want to sign in? Lin Feng looked up. The peak of Sword Mountain was right above him. In his past life he died there. In this life, he would claim everything there. Sign in. Special sign-in at the peak of Sword Mountain successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Sword God's Origin Sword Intent 1. The Origin Sword Intent left by an ancient sword god when he fell after fusing you can comprehend the prototype of Sword Intent, greatly enhancing sword combat power. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Sword Path Enlightenment 1000 can quickly increase Sword Path realm of vast sword intent poured into his crown chakra. Lin Feng's body shook. In his mind, an old man with white hair stood holding a sword. He swung the sword once and heaven and earth changed color. That sword strike contained killing intent, resolve, unwillingness, and letting go. The sword god's origin sword intent. Lin Feng closed his eyes, allowing that sword intent to rampage through his body. It hurt, but he was smiling. In his past life, he had trained in swordsmanship for 100 years and barely touched the threshold of sword intent. Now on the first day of his rebirth, sword intent had arrived. Sword god's origin sword intent fusing. Fusion progress 10, 30, 60. Fusion successful. Congratulations, host. You have comprehended prototype of sword intent can suppress all cultivators below golden core, has a certain deterrent effect on golden core cultivators. Lin Feng opened his eyes. The sword scar on his left brow was faintly burning. The mark of his tragic death in his past life still there in this life. Good. It reminded him never to be soft-hearted. He stood up, dusting off his clothes. Peak of Chi Refining Layer 9, prototype of Sword Intent. Although his combat power was still far from his previous peak, it was enough to deal with Zhao Tian and Su Shui now. Lin Feng turned and walked down the mountain. As he passed the group of gossiping outer disciples, he didn't even slow his pace. Yo, Lin Feng still able to walk. Did senior brother Zhao's sword strike not cripple you? A sharp-faced disciple came up and reached out to pat Lin Feng's shoulder. Lin Feng sidestepped, avoiding him. His gaze swept over. The disciple froze. He saw Lin Feng's eyes, cold like the ice frozen 3 feet deep on Sword Mountain in winter. Scram. One word. The disciple stood frozen, face pale. The others didn't dare make a sound. Lin Feng continued down the mountain. He didn't want to waste time on these lackeys now. He remembered everything from his past life clearly. Who had stepped on him, who had helped him, who had stabbed him in the back. None of them would escape. But he had to do it in order. First increase his strength, then settle accounts one by one. Ding. Daily sign-in refreshed. Sign-in reward Spirit Stone 100. Lin Feng turned his hand over, and 100 low-grade Spirit Stones appeared in his palm. He casually put them into his robe. The Spirit Stones given by the system were 10 times better quality than those issued by the sect. Enough for him to use for a while. Halfway down the mountain, he ran into a group of people. The leader was a burly man with a tiger's back and bear's waist at the early Golden Core stage, wearing inner disciple robes. Zhao Tian's cousin and his most loyal lackey. In his past life, this guy had bullied him plenty. Yo, Lin Feng. Zhao grinned, showing yellow teeth. Still not dead. The people behind him laughed with him. Brother, this kid has a hard life. Senior brother Zhao's sword strike didn't kill him. A useless piece of trash alive, just wasting the sect's grain. Zhao walked up to Lin Feng, looking down on him. The pressure of early Golden Core pressed down. In his past life, Lin Feng's legs would have gone weak. But now, Lin Feng didn't even lift his eyelids. Move aside. Zhao was stunned for a moment, then laughed even more. Move aside. You, a useless piece of trash, deserve to tell me to move aside. He reached out to grab Lin Feng's collar. Lin Feng didn't move. When the hand was about to touch his chest, he drew his sword. An iron sword. Standard equipment for outer disciples, not even a magic weapon. But the moment the sword left the scabbard, Zhao's expression changed. He felt a chill, not temperature. It was killing intent. Lin Feng slashed his sword across Zhao's outstretched wrist. Crack. The bone broke. Zhao screamed, clutching his broken hand and retreating. You. He couldn't believe it. A waste at Chi Refining Layer 2, breaking his hand with one sword. No. Lin Feng's aura. Peak of Chi Refining Layer 9. You broke through to Chi Refining Layer 9. How is that possible? Zhao's forehead was sweating. Lin Feng said nothing. Sheathed his sword. Turned around. Continued down the mountain. Several people behind Zhao wanted to stop him, but Lin Feng's glance froze them all. That looked like looking at a dead man. Zhao gritted his teeth, clutching his broken hand, staring at Lin Feng's back. He didn't dare pursue. That sword strike, just now too fast. Too fast for him, an early Golden Core cultivator, to even see clearly. Brother, this? Shut up. Zhao's face twitched. Go back and tell Big Brother Tian this kid Lin Feng is not right. Lin Feng was far away. He hung the iron sword at his waist, his fingers tapping the scabbard. Ding ding ding. The crisp sound echoed on the blue stone path. A habit from his past life, still there in this one. Good. Main quest triggered within 3 months. Pass the sect assessment and enter the inner sect. Quest reward: Golden Core Pill Formula 1 Spirit Stone, 5,000, Sword Path, Enlightenment, 500. Lin Feng glanced at it, then looked away. Sect assessment. In his past life, he had been in the outer sect for 3 years and never even qualified for the assessment. This life, he would take first place. When he reached the outer sect disciple dormitory area, it was already dark. Lin Feng pushed open his door, and a musty smell hit him. Broken bed, broken table, broken quilt. This was the treatment of a useless disciple. He didn't care. He sat cross-legged on the bed and began to circulate the ancient supreme sword art. This technique he had never heard of in his past life. But the system wouldn't give him anything bad. The spiritual energy circulated through his meridians more than 10 times faster than the techniques he had practiced in his past life. Cultivation progress: Ancient Supreme Sword Art, First Layer. 10. Lin Feng opened his eyes, looking at the moon outside the window. Tonight, he would cultivate first. Tomorrow, he would start signing in at various special locations in the sect. The system said that special locations had rare rewards. He remembered that behind Qinyun sect, there was a sword Dao Steely, said to have been left by an ancient sword cultivator. In his past life, he had gone to see it, but couldn't understand anything. Now with the system, it should be different. Just as he was thinking, footsteps came from outside. Very heavy, more than one person. Lin Feng's fingers stopped on the sword scabbard. The door was kicked open. Zhao with a dozen people blocked the doorway. His right hand was bandaged, his left hand holding a long blade. Lin Feng. He gritted his teeth. You broke my hand today, I'll cripple your limbs. The dozen people behind him were all at the Golden Core stage. Lin Feng stood up. He looked at Zhao like he was looking at a dead man. Did Zhao Tian send you? Zhao was stunned, not expecting Lin Feng to be so calm. Big Brother Tian said tonight will cripple you and tomorrow throw you off Sword Mountain. Lin Feng nodded. Understood. Zhao Tian was already impatient. In his past life, he had slowly tormented Lin Feng, finally making his move on Sword Mountain. This life Lin Feng had just been reborn, and Zhao Tian was already anxious. Because he sensed a threat. Attack! Zhao Hu waved his hand. A dozen people rushed into the room. Lin Feng drew his sword. The iron sword gleamed coldly in the moonlight. He didn't retreat, instead he advanced. One sword strike. The most basic thrust. But in this thrust, there was sword intent. The first Golden Core early stage disciple rushing in was stabbed through the shoulders, screaming and falling. Lin Feng withdrew his sword, turned, and swept. The second person the back of the sword struck the temple, knocked unconscious on the spot. The third person his long sword was knocked away, his wrist slashed open. 3 sword strikes. 3 people fell. The rest were all stunned. What realm is he? Chi Refining Layer 9. Can Chi Refining Layer 9 kill Golden Core? No, there's something on his sword. It's crushing me. Zhao Hu's face was ashen. He hadn't expected Lin Feng to be this strong. All together. Don't give him a chance. The remaining people charged all at once. Lin Feng, instead of retreating, advanced. His prototype, sword intent, fully activated. The temperature in the room plummeted. Those Golden Core early stage disciples suppressed by the sword intent moved 3 times slower. Lin Feng seized the opportunity, taking them down one by one. In less than a tease time, all dozen were on the ground, broken arms or broken legs. Zhao Hu stood at the door, trembling all over. You're not Lin Feng. Lin Feng walked over the tip of his sword at Zhao Hu's throat. Go back and tell Zhao Tian. His voice was very soft, but every word was like a knife. 3 days later at the training ground, I'll be waiting for him. Zhao Hu swallowed his saliva and ran away. Lin Feng sheathed his sword. The dozen people on the ground scrambled to their feet and fled. He sat back on the bed. His fingers tapped the scabbard. Ding ding ding. Ding. Host's first battle victorious, killed an early Golden Core Cultivator 1, defeated early Golden Core Cultivators 12. Achievement reward Sword Path Enlightenment, 200 Spirit Stone, 1000 Lin Feng didn't look at the rewards. He was thinking about Zhao Tian, past life's best friend, this life's mortal enemy. 3 days later at the training ground, he would make Zhao Tian know what despair meant. Outside the window the moon was very bright. Lin Feng closed his eyes and continued cultivating. The ancient supreme sword art circulated spiritual energy, surging through his meridians. The sword scar on his left brow faintly burned. That was the hatred of the past life. And the blade of this life. Lin Feng opened his eyes. It was not yet dawn and the window was gray and dim. He sat cross-legged on the bed, the spiritual energy of the Taiga sword art still flowing slowly within him. After a night of cultivation, his spiritual energy had improved a bit. Cultivation progress, Taiga sword art, first layer, 35. At this rate, he could break through to foundation establishment in 2 more days. Lin Feng got out of bed and stretched his limbs. His joints crackled loudly. Although last night's fight had been won easily, his Chi Refining 9th layer body was still too weak. If Zhao Hu at the early Golden Core stage had not been suppressed by his sword intent and unable to use his full strength, he wouldn't have won so quickly. He needed to break through as soon as possible. Lin Feng pushed open the door. The outer disciple dormitory area was very quiet. Most people were still asleep. He walked into the courtyard and looked up at the sky. The moon had not yet set, and the stars were bright. Dong dong dong. His fingers habitually tapped the sword scabbard. Ding. Daily check-in refreshed. Check-in location Qingyun Sect, Outer Disciple Dormitory, check-in reward Foundation Establishment, pill, 3 pills appeared out of thin air in his palm. The fragrance of the pills was rich and the spiritual energy was abundant. Lin Feng looked down and a slight smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Foundation Establishment pills. In Qingyun Sect, 1 Foundation Establishment pill cost 1,000 contribution points. An Outer Disciple could barely earn that in 3 years. The system gave him 3 at once. Without hesitation, he turned around, went back into the room, and closed the door. He sat cross-legged, took out 1 Foundation Establishment pill, and swallowed it. The pill entered his stomach, and a scorching spiritual energy exploded. It was like magma rushing into his meridians. Lin Feng clenched his teeth, activated the Taigu sword art, and guided the energy toward his Dantian. The bottleneck of the Chi Refining 9th layer peak loosened under the first wave of impact. Again, the spiritual energy cycled through his meridians, 3 full cycles, and his Dantian began to expand. In the Chi Refining stage, the Dantian was like a small pond. In the Foundation Establishment stage, the Dantian had to expand into a lake. This process was called breaking the pond into a lake. In his previous life, it took him 3 months. This time, 1 Foundation Establishment pill was enough. The barrier of the Dantian cracked under the impact of spiritual energy, and from the cracks poured even richer power. Lin Feng's forehead was sweating, but his eyes were steady. 1 more wave. He pushed all the spiritual energy into his Dantian. Boom. The barrier shattered. His Dantian, like a balloon being inflated, rapidly expanded. Spiritual energy surged in, filling every corner. Foundation Establishment initial stage. Lin Feng opened his eyes. The spiritual energy in his body was more than 10 times denser than at Qi refining ninth layer. He clenched his fist, and a faint spiritual energy flowed around his fingertips. Not done yet. He took out another foundation establishment pill and swallowed it. The second pill entered his stomach and the spiritual energy surged again. The Dantian continued to expand. Foundation establishment mid-stage. Lin Feng took a deep breath and retrieved the third pill. All 3 foundation establishment pills were refined. The Dantian expanded to its limit and the spiritual energy was as dense as water. Foundation establishment late stage. Only 1 step away from the golden core. Lin Feng stood up and his joints crackled. One night from Qi refining ninth layer to foundation establishment late stage. In his previous life, it took him a year. Cultivation progress Taiga sword art, first layer, 80 detected host realm breakthrough current realm foundation establishment late stage. Lin Feng pushed open the door. It was already bright. In the courtyard several outer disciples were practicing. They all froze when they saw him. Lin Feng. Why is he coming out of his room? Last night Zhao Hu brought people to cripple him. I thought he was dead. Look at his aura. I can't see through it anymore. A Qi refining 7th layer disciple came closer, intending to probe Lin Feng's realm with his spiritual energy. As soon as his spiritual energy touched Lin Feng, it was repelled. That disciple's face turned pale, and he stepped back 3 steps. You? What realm are you? Lin Feng ignored him and walked toward the outer sect training ground. Today he had to go to the Sword Dao Steel on the back mountain to check in. No time to waste with these small fry. Behind him the disciples muttered. Can't see through. Isn't he a Qi refining 2nd layer? Last night Zhao Hu brought a group of golden core cultivators to cripple him. Didn't they succeed? Impossible. A waste. Lin Feng walked far away. At the outer sect training ground, a dozen disciples were doing morning exercises. The steward in charge of outer affairs, Zhou Quan, stood on the platform, hands behind his back, squinting. He was the outer sect steward with foundation establishment initial stage cultivation, in charge of the daily affairs of outer disciples. When he saw Lin Feng approaching, Zhou Quan frowned. Lin Feng, why aren't you resting in your room to heal your injuries? What are you doing out here? His tone was very impatient. Lin Feng stopped and looked at him. Going to the back mountain. Zhou Quan looked him up and down, then suddenly his expression changed. He sensed that the aura on Lin Feng was even stronger than his own foundation establishment initial stage. You've broken through to foundation establishment. His voice rose several octaves. All the disciples on the training ground stopped and looked at Lin Feng. Foundation establishment. Isn't he Qi refining 2nd layer? Breaking through to foundation establishment overnight. No way. Could Steward Zhou be mistaken? Lin Feng didn't explain. He continued walking toward the back mountain. Zhou Quan's expression changed unpredictably, then he quickly caught up and reached out to block him. Stop. You an outer sect waste, how could you break through overnight? Did you steal sect pills? Lin Feng stopped and looked at him. His eyes were cold. Move aside. Zhou Quan was startled by that look, but as the outer sect steward, if he was scared off by a waste, how could he manage others? He gritted his teeth, activated his foundation establishment initial stage spiritual energy fully, and reached out to grab Lin Feng's shoulder. I suspect you stole sect resources. Come with me to the enforcement hall. His hand hadn't even touched Lin Feng when it stopped. An iron sword was pressed against his throat. Lin Feng's sword speed was so fast that Zhou Quan didn't even see it. I said move aside. Zhou Quan's forehead was sweating. He felt the coldness on Lin Feng's sword. It was not ordinary spiritual energy, but something that could kill. You dare to attack a steward? Lin Feng didn't speak. He pushed the sword tip forward a fraction, piercing Zhou Quan's throat, skin and blood beaded out. Zhou Quan's legs went weak. I'll move aside. Lin Feng sheathed his sword, turned around, and continued toward the back mountain. The disciples on the training ground were all stunned. He subdued Steward Zhou with one sword. Steward Zhou is foundation establishment initial stage. What realm is Lin Feng actually? Zhou Quan covered his throat, his face ashen. He watched Lin Feng's back, not daring to say a word. That sword just now, he had felt it. If Lin Feng had wanted to kill him, he would already be dead. Back mountain. Lin Feng walked up the bluestone path. The trees on both sides were dense and sunlight could only leak through the gaps in the leaves. There was no one on the road. Outer disciples rarely came to the back mountain, and inner disciples looked down on this place. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, a clearing appeared ahead. In the center of the clearing stood a 3-zhang tall stone stele. The Sword Dao stele. On the bluish-gray steel body were densely carved sword marks. It was said to have been left by an ancient sword cultivator. If one could comprehend it, they could attain sword intent. In his previous life, Lin Feng came to look at it, stared for 3 days and 3 nights, and saw nothing. This time was different. Ding. Special check-in location triggered. Qingyun sect, Sword Dao stele check-in. Check-in. Sword Dao stele special check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained ancient sword art, 10,000 swords returning to 1. Ancient sword path ultimate technique, when cultivated to perfection, can summon 10,000 swords simultaneously. Unparalleled power. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Sword Dao Insight 1000. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Sword Intent Fragment 10. Collect 100 to upgrade Sword Intent. A sword art was directly poured into his mind. Lin Feng closed his eyes. In his mind, a blurry figure stood with a sword, one sword transforming into 10,000 swords raining down like rain. That sword path realm was even higher than his peak in his previous life. 10,000 swords returning to one. This sword art he had never even heard of in his previous life. But the system gave it, so it must be top grade. Lin Feng opened his eyes. His fingers tapped the sword scabbard. Dong dong dong. Suddenly footsteps came from around him. 5 or 6 inner disciples walked out of the forest. The leader was a pale-faced young man, early golden core stage, wearing inner sect core disciple robes. Lin Feng knew him. Wang Hao ranked 13th in the inner sect, one of Zhao Tian's lackeys. In his previous life, he had often helped Zhao Tian bully him. Yo, isn't this the outer sect? Waste Lin Feng. Wang Hao walked over with a grin. Come to the sword Dao Steel to try your luck. With your talent you could stare at it till you die and still see nothing. The inner disciples behind him laughed along. Brother Hao, give him some face, he's still an outer disciple after all. Face. A waste at Qi refining second layer deserves face. Wang Hao walked up to Lin Feng and reached out to slap his face. I say Lin Feng, brother Zhao told me to tell you be smart and get out of Qingyun's sect yourself, don't wait. Before he finished speaking, Lin Feng drew his sword. A single sword strike slashed at his extended hand. Wang Hao reacted quickly, pulling back and retreating. But the sword edge still grazed his fingertip. A piece of skin and flesh was cut off, blood splattered. You. Wang Hao's expression darkened. The inner disciples behind him all surrounded him. Lin Feng stood still, his sword tip pointing at the ground. If Zhao Tian wants to cripple me, let him come himself. Wang Hao gritted his teeth, fully activating his early golden core spiritual energy. You and outer sect waste deserve to have brother Zhao personally come. He punched spiritual energy wrapped in fist wind, mighty and powerful. Lin Feng did not retreat. He fully activated his nascent sword intent. Wang Hao rushed halfway, then his body suddenly stiffened. He felt a chill seeping into his bones, and his spiritual energy circulation slowed by half a beat. Lin Feng thrust his sword. The most basic thrust. But with sword intent at the tip, it was as fast as lightning. Wang Hao desperately dodged sideways, but the sword edge grazed his ribs, cutting a gash in his clothes. He retreated a few steps, his face pale. You? What realm are you? Lin Feng did not answer. Sheathed his sword, turned around, and walked down the mountain. The inner disciples wanted to chase, but Wang Hao stopped them. Don't chase. He stared at Lin Feng's back, his palms sweating. That sword just now. If Lin Feng hadn't held back, he would be lying on the ground. An outer sect waste overnight had become so strong. Brother, how are we just letting him go? Wang Hao took a deep breath. Go back and tell brother Zhao Lin Feng is not right. Lin Feng went down the mountain. Halfway, he ran into Zhao Hu head on. Zhao Hu's right hand was still wrapped in bandages. When he saw Lin Feng, his face went pale. You. Lin Feng didn't even look at him, just walked past. Zhao Hu stood frozen, and when Lin Feng was far away, his legs went weak, and he sat down on the ground. He had just felt Lin Feng's aura. It was more than twice as strong as last night. And it was only one night. Lin Feng returned to the dormitory and closed the door. He sat cross-legged, took out a spirit stone, and began to cultivate. The tiger sword art circulated rapidly, draining the spiritual energy from the stone. Cultivation progress. Tiger sword art, first layer 90. Cultivation progress. Tiger sword art, first layer 90. In another day, he could break through to the golden core stage. Lin Feng opened his eyes and looked at the sky outside the window. It was afternoon. Tomorrow the registration for the sect assessment would begin. In his previous life, he didn't even have the qualification to register. This time he would take first place. Dong dong dong. His fingers tapped the sword scabbard. Suddenly, urgent footsteps came from outside the door. Someone knocked. Senior brother Lin Feng. Senior brother Lin Feng, are you there? The voice was very young with a flattering tone. Lin Feng frowned. He remembered this voice. It was Li Fan, an outer disciple, the only one in his previous life who had never stepped on him. Come in. The door was pushed open and a thin young boy ran in, his face full of excitement. Senior brother Lin Feng, did you really break through? The outer sect is all saying that you defeated Wang Hao with one sword. Lin Feng looked at him. Something? Li Fan scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. Well, I just wanted to ask, can you teach me sword practice? I've been stuck at Qi refining third layer for half a year and can't break through. Lin Feng was silent for a few seconds. In his previous life, Li Fan had given him a steamed bun when he was at his worst. That bun was cold and hard, but Lin Feng remembered it for a lifetime. Starting tomorrow, come to the courtyard every morning and wait for me. Li Fan's eyes lit up and he bowed repeatedly. Thank you, senior brother Lin Feng. Thank you. He ran out so excited, he almost hit the door frame. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze. Debts from his previous life, he would slowly repay in this life. He closed his eyes and continued cultivating. One spirit stone after another was drained dry, spiritual energy racing through his meridians. The bottleneck of the tiger sword art's first layer was getting looser and looser. Before dawn, he would definitely break through to the golden core stage. Outside the window, the moon was very bright. Far away in the inner disciple dormitory, Zhao Tian sat in a chair holding a teacup in his hand. Wang Hao stood before him, his face very ugly. Brother Zhao Lin Feng is at least foundation establishment late stage, and his sword has something on it that suppresses my full strength. Zhao Tian didn't speak. He was handsome, but his eyes were vicious like a venomous snake. Foundation establishment late stage? He sneered. 3 days ago he was still at Qi refining second layer. In 3 days he broke through to foundation establishment late stage. Wang Hao lowered his head. I saw it with my own eyes. Zhao Tian put the teacup on the table and tapped his fingers on the table. Interesting. He stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the moon outside. 3 days later on the training ground, I'll see what trump cards he really has. But Brother Zhao has current combat power. Zhao Tian turned his head to look at Wang Hao. No matter how strong he is, he's only foundation establishment late stage. He raised his hand and flames danced in his palm. The spiritual energy of the late golden core stage pressed down on Wang Hao, making it hard for him to breathe. And I am late golden core. Across a major realm, how can he win against me? Yeah. Wang Hao sighed in relief. Brother Zhao is right. Zhao Tian waved his hand. Go down. Keep an eye on Lin Feng. Tell me immediately if anything happens. Wang Hao withdrew. Zhao Tian stood at the window squinting. Lin Feng, no matter what fortuitous encounter you have in 3 days, I will make sure you never turn over. He clenched his fist and flames exploded between his fingers. Outside the window the moon was covered by clouds. The night deepened. Lin Feng opened his eyes. Cultivation progress Taiga sword art, first layer, 99, almost there. He took out the last 2 spirit stones and held them in both hands at the same time. He activated his spiritual energy fully, madly drawing it in. The spiritual energy in the stones poured into his meridians like a dam breaking. The spiritual energy lake in his dantian began to surge, and mist rose from the surface. That was the manifestation of spiritual energy reaching its extreme. The golden core stage meant condensing a golden core in the center of the spiritual energy lake. Lin Feng pushed all the spiritual energy toward the center of his dantian. Compress. Compress again. The spiritual energy changed from gas to liquid, from liquid to solid. A tiny golden particle the size of a grain of rice appeared in the center of his dantian. The embryonic form of the golden core. Lin Feng opened his eyes. Dawn broke. Congratulations, host. You have broken through to the golden core stage. Current realm golden core initial stage cultivation progress Taiga sword art first layer 100 Taiga sword art second layer unlocked. Lin Feng stood up. His spiritual energy was as solid as a mountain. 3 days from Qi refining second layer to golden core initial stage. In his previous life, he wouldn't have dared to dream of it. He pushed open the door, and Li Fan was already waiting in the courtyard. Senior brother Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. Today I'll teach you basic sword techniques. He took a hand-copied sword manual from his bosom and tossed it to Li Fan. Practice according to it. Ask if you don't understand. Li Fan took the sword manual, opened it, and his eyes went wide. This was written by Lin Feng overnight last night. Although it wasn't a top-level sword art, it was 10 times better than what the outer sect taught. Thank you, senior brother. Lin Feng didn't say anything more. He walked toward the back mountain. He still had a few places to check in today. Passing by the outer sect training ground, Zhou Quan saw him from afar and immediately turned his head away. Lin Feng ignored him. He continued walking. His fingers tapped the sword scabbard. Dong dong dong. Main quest updated. Past the sect assessment. Enter the inner sect. Become the outer sect's number 1. Task reward golden core pill formula 1 spirit stones 5000 sword Dao insight 500. Lin Feng glanced at it and withdrew his gaze. Sect assessment 3 days later. Perfect. 3 days later on the training ground, he would make everyone know. Waste. He just hadn't taken it seriously before. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Every morning Lin Feng went to the back mountain to check and cultivated the ancient sword art, and 10,000 swords returned to 1 during the day, and spent the nights using spirit stones to accumulate power. After 3 days his foundation at the early golden core stage was fully stabilized. Cultivation progress of 10,000 swords returned to 1 first layer 30. Nascent sword intent upgrade progress 12100. Daily check-in rewards accumulated spirit stones 3000, sword Dao enlightenment 300, low-level sword technique speed shadow sword 1. Lin Feng stood in the courtyard holding an iron sword. Speed shadow sword was a low-level technique given by the system. Though its grade was not high, it excelled in speed. With a single thrust, 3 sword shadows appeared. When combined with sword intent, its power was not to be underestimated. He practiced it several times, then sheathed his sword. Today was the day of the sect assessment. It was also the day of the arranged duel with Zhao Tian. Li Fan ran out of the house, his face full of excitement. Senior brother Lin Feng, today is the sect assessment. Are you participating? Lin Feng nodded. Then what about Zhao Tian? Lin Feng looked at him. We'll settle it together. Li Fan swallowed hard, not daring to ask more. He had been practicing sword techniques with Lin Feng these past few days, and though he only learned the basics, he had already broken through to the 5th level of Qi refinement. He found Lin Feng's strength increasingly unfathomable. Though Lin Feng was only at the early golden core stage, when that sword intent pressed down, even the senior brothers from the inner sect at the late golden core stage could not withstand it. Let's go. Lin Feng walked out. Li Fan quickly followed. The outer sect training ground was already packed with people. The sect assessment was held once a year. Outer sect disciples could sign up, and those who passed would enter the inner sect. This year over 30 people had signed up, all among the top 50 outer sect disciples. Lin Feng walked to the registration desk. The disciple in charge looked at him. Lin Feng, you're signing up too. His tone was full of surprise. Everyone in the outer sect knew Lin Feng was a waste at the second level of chi refinement, not even ranked in the outer sect. Lin Feng said nothing and wrote down his name. The disciple wanted to say something, but was pulled back by someone beside him. Don't mind him. If he wants to embarrass himself, let him. Lin Feng finished writing his name, turned, and walked to the edge of the training ground. Li Fan followed behind, whispering, Senior brother, I heard that Zhao Tian came today too. He's sitting on that high platform over there. Lin Feng looked up. To the north of the training ground stood a high platform used by intersect disciples and elders to watch the matches. On the platform, Zhao Tian sat in the front row with several core intersect disciples beside him. Su Shui was also there. Dressed in white, her beauty striking, she sat close to Zhao Tian. In his past life, she had been Lin Feng's fiancée. Now she belonged to Zhao Tian. Lin Feng looked at Su Shui, his eyes devoid of any emotion. The hatred of his past life had already been forged into a blade. No hurry. One by one. Su Shui seemed to sense something, lowering her gaze to the training ground. Her eyes met Lin Feng's. She frowned slightly and looked away. That waste is also participating in the assessment, she murmured. Zhao Tian sneered. It's good that he's here. I'll make sure he loses all face before the entire sect. He stood up and shouted toward the training ground, Lin Feng. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone turned to look at Zhao Tian. 3 days ago you injured my cousin Zhao Hu and broke his hand. Today I'll give you a chance. Come up to the stage and fight me. If you win, I Zhao Tian will kneel and call you grandfather. If you lose, he paused, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Get out of Qingyun's sect and never come back. The crowd erupted. Senior brother, Zhao, wants to fight Lin Feng. That waste. Wasn't Lin Feng at the second level of chi refinement 3 days ago? Senior brother Zhao is at the late golden core stage. Isn't this bullying? Some whispered, but no one dared to step forward. Lin Feng stood still, watching Zhao Tian on the high platform. His fingers tapped the scabbard. Tap tap tap. Mission triggered, revenge on the arena. Objective: defeat Zhao Tian and humiliate him before the entire sect. Reward: Golden Core Pill Recipe 1, Sword Tao Enlightenment, 500 Spirit Stones, 5,000. Lin Feng averted his gaze. I'll go up to the stage. His voice was not loud, but everyone heard it. But I have conditions. Zhao Tian raised an eyebrow. Speak. If I win, the Zhao family will henceforth avoid me, Lin Feng, whenever they see me. Zhao Tian laughed. You think you can win? Conditions? Zhao Tian shrugged. Fine. You're not going to win anyway. Lin Feng said no more. He walked toward the arena. The eyes of all the disciples followed him. He actually dares to go up. Is he crazy? A late golden core fighting a foundation establishment. That's suicide. I heard he broke through to the late foundation establishment stage, but that's still a whole major realm behind late golden core. Lin Feng stepped onto the arena. Zhao Tian leaped down from the high platform, landing on the stage with a tremor. He stood opposite Lin Feng, arms crossed. Lin Feng, I'll give you one last chance. Kneel and admit your mistake, and I'll let you off. Lin Feng drew his sword. The iron blade gleamed coldly in the sunlight. Too much nonsense. Zhao Tian's face darkened. You're asking for death. With a flick of his right hand, a crimson long blade appeared in his palm. The flame blade, a mid-grade magical instrument, combined with his flame talent, possessed terrifying power. First form of the blazing heaven blade, art flame, slash. Zhao Tian swung his blade, flames wrapping around the edge as it cleaved toward Lin Feng. His late golden core's spiritual power erupted, fully shaking the entire arena. The disciples below gasped. So strong. Senior brother Zhao is going to cripple Lin Feng with one strike. Lin Feng did not retreat. He unleashed his nascent sword intent to its full extent. The iron sword met the blade, its tip striking the edge. Ding. Flames exploded, sparks scattering. Zhao Tian stepped back. Lin Feng remained rooted, not moving an inch. The arena fell silent. Zhao Tian's expression changed. You? The golden core stage. He could feel the spiritual power on Lin Feng's sword, so dense that it didn't seem like a recent breakthrough. Lin Feng didn't answer. He thrust his sword. Speed shadow sword. Free sword shadows shot straight at Zhao Tian's face. Zhao Tian swung his blade to block, parrying 3 times with a clang, but the force of the third strike numbed his tiger's mouth. Impossible. He gritted his teeth, the flames on his blade surging. Second form of the blazing heaven blade, art boundless sea of fire. The blade swept horizontally, flames surging like waves toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng advanced instead of retreating. His sword intent blazed the chill, suppressing the flames, forcing them back. The iron sword pierced through the sea of fire, aiming at Zhao Tian's chest. Zhao Tian's pupils dilated as he desperately twisted his body. The blade grazed his shoulder, tearing his clothes and sending blood droplets flying. You. Lin Feng withdrew his sword and stepped back. You lost. Zhao Tian looked down at the wound on his shoulder. Another inch deeper, and his shoulder would be useless. Lin Feng had held back. Zhao Tian's face turned ashen. He clenched his teeth, the hand holding the blade trembling. The crowd below erupted. Lin Feng won. Senior brother Zhao lost. I didn't even see that strike. A late golden core lost to an early golden core. On the high platform, Su Shui stood up, her expression grim. She looked at Lin Feng, a complex light in her eyes. When had this waste become so strong? Zhao Tian took a deep breath, suppressing the shock and fury within him. You won. He turned and leaped off the arena. The Zhao family will avoid you from now on. Without looking back, he walked away. Lin Feng stood on the stage, sheathing his sword. He tapped the scabbard with his fingers. Tap, tap, tap. The disciples watched him in silence, no one daring to speak. Li Fan was so excited below that his face was flushed. Senior brother Lin Feng won. He won. Mission completed, defeat Zhao Tian. Rewards obtained: Golden Core Pill Recipe 1, Sword Dao Enlightenment, 500 Spirit Stones, 5,000. Lin Feng stepped down from the stage. He walked away. As he passed by Su Shui, he paused for a moment. She looked at him, her lips moving as if to speak. Lin Feng didn't give her the chance. He walked straight on. Su Shui stood there, fingers clenching the fabric of her sleeve. She suddenly felt as if she had made a mistake. But she quickly suppressed that thought. A mere waste, even if he broke through to the Golden Core stage, could not compare to the power of the Zhao family. Lin Feng left the training ground. Li Fan caught up. Senior brother, you were amazing today. The look on Zhao Tian's face was hilarious. Lin Feng said nothing. He was thinking about the Golden Core Pill recipe the system had given him. With the recipe, he could mass-produce Golden Core pills for those around him. Li Fan had been following him for a few days, showing unwavering loyalty, worth cultivating. Li Fan. Yes. Starting tomorrow, I'll teach you alchemy. Li Fan's eyes went wide. Alchemy? Senior brother, you know alchemy too. Lin Feng didn't explain. Just do as I say. Yes. The two returned to the dormitory area. It was already dark. Lin Feng closed the door, took out the Golden Core Pill recipe, and read it carefully. The recipe required over a dozen spiritual herbs, most of which were sold in the sect's pharmacy, but a few were rare and would need to be found in the market. He put the recipe away, crossed his legs, and took out a spirit stone to continue cultivating. Tomorrow, the preliminary round of the sect assessment would begin. He intended to take first place. Outside the window, the moon was bright. In the distance, in the inner sect dormitory, Zhao Tian sat in a chair, his face dark as a thundercloud. Wang Hao stood beside him, not daring to breathe. Did you find out what kind of opportunity Lin Feng got? Wang Hao shook his head. I can't find anything. These past 3 days, aside from going to the back mountain, he only cultivated in his dormitory and didn't meet anyone. Zhao Tian slammed his fist on the table, splitting it in two. An early golden core defeating my late golden core. He must have some trump card. He stood up and walked to the window. Go tell Su Shui to find Lin Feng tomorrow and test him. Wang Hao was stunned. Senior sister Su. Zhao Tian turned back, his eyes venomous. She was Lin Feng's fiancée. He has feelings for her. She's the best person to get him to talk. Wang Hao nodded. I'll go right away. He withdrew. Zhao Tian stood at the window, clenching his fists. Lin Feng, did you think winning once would be the end? This is only the beginning. Jiang Chun had not slept all night. With a golden core stage physique, going 3 days without rest was no trouble. He had cultivated the second layer of the ancient primordial sword art to minor proficiency, and his spiritual energy had refined a touch further. As dawn broke, Li Fan arrived. Senior brother, today's preliminary assessments. Shall I accompany you? Jiang Chun nodded. The two made their way toward the outer sect training grounds. Along the path, numerous outer sect disciples caught sight of him and immediately lowered their heads, sidestepping to avoid him. Yesterday's battle, Jiang Chen's sword had felled Zhao Tian in a single strike, had swept through the entire outer sect like wildfire. From good-for-nothing to genius, such a reversal was not something anyone dared to provoke. The training grounds had already been outfitted with 3 battle platforms. The preliminary rules were simple: draw lots, pair off, and advance on victory, eliminated on defeat. Jiang Chun drew the 3rd-ranked outer sect disciple Zhang Ming, a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Upon seeing Jiang Chun step onto the platform, Zhang Ming's face turned ashen. He had witnessed with his own eyes yesterday how Jiang Chun defeated Zhao Tian. He knew deep down he stood no chance. I concede. Zhang Ming stepped down from the platform without hesitation. A hush fell over the arena. Jiang Chun had not even drawn his sword and his opponent had already yielded. The presiding elder regarded Jiang Chun, then gave a nod. Jiang Chun, advance. Jiang Chun descended the platform. Li Fan bounded over, his face alight with excitement. Senior brother, you're incredibly formidable. Your opponents are too afraid to fight you. Jiang Chun said nothing. Such one-sided domination held no thrill for him. He was waiting for a real opponent. In the second round, Jiang Chun drew Chun-Hu, the 5th-ranked outer sect disciple at the peak of foundation establishment. Chun-Hu refused to concede, gritting his teeth as he strode onto the platform. Jiang Chun, I know you're strong, but I'm not afraid of you. He gripped a long blade and charged forward. Jiang Chun drew his sword. One strike. Chun-Hu's long blade was knocked flying, and his body was driven back 3 steps by the force. Are you still going to fight? Chun-Hu stood frozen, looking at his empty hands, then back at Jiang Chun. I yield. He leaped down from the platform, retrieved his blade, and walked away without looking back. Rounds 3, 4, and 5 followed in swift succession. Every round ended with a single strike. Opponents either conceded outright or fell in one blow. Jiang Chen advanced through to the top 10 with ease. On the elevated platform, Zhao Tian watched Jiang Chen's performance, his expression darkening by the moment. Su Shui sat beside him, her gaze complicated. He has truly changed. Zhao Tian snorted coldly. So what if he's grown stronger? He's still just an outer sect disciple. No matter how strong, he cannot turn the heavens upside down. Su Shui remained silent. A memory suddenly surfaced. How Jiang Chen had once treated her so well. In winter, fearing she would be cold, he would take off his own cotton robe and place it on her. When his cultivation resources fell short, he would split his spirit stones in half and give her his share. Whatever she desired, Jiang Chen would exhaust himself to obtain it for her. But then Zhao Tian appeared. With the Zhao family's formidable influence and abundant resources, her heart began to waver. For all Jiang Chen's goodness, he was nothing more than a background less good for nothing. She had chosen Zhao Tian. Yet now Jiang Chen had grown inexplicably powerful, so powerful that even Zhao Tian could not match him. A thorn pricked at Su Shui's heart, sharp and uncomfortable. Su Shui, Zhao Tian called out to her. She snapped back to attention. Tomorrow go find Jiang Chen and probe his true capabilities. Su Shui was taken aback. Me? Zhao Tian looked at her sharply. What? Are you unwilling? Su Shui shook her head. No, I will go. She rose and departed. Zhao Tian watched her retreating figure, his eyes narrowing. This woman was becoming increasingly unreliable. He would need to deal with Jiang Chen soon. Otherwise, Su Shui as a pawn would eventually become useless. The training grounds. Jiang Chen had finished his final round and advanced smoothly into the finals. Tomorrow in the grand finale, his opponent would be Lu Meng, the #1 disciple of the outer sect at the early Golden Core stage. Lu Meng stood on another platform, watching Jiang Chen intently. Their gazes met across the arena. Lu Meng grinned, raised his thumb in a mock salute, then flipped it downward. Jiang Chen gave no reaction. He sheathed his sword and stepped down. Lin Feng hurried over. Senior brother, that bastard Lu Meng actually dared to provoke you. It means nothing. But tomorrow it will be over in one strike. Lin Feng fell silent. He trusted Jiang Chen. Returning to his quarters, Jiang Chen closed the door. Daily check-in refreshed. Reward 1,000 spirit stones. Jiang Chen retrieved the stones and began to cultivate. The ancient primordial sword art second layer spun through his meridians, spiritual energy surging like a river. His golden core in the Dantian had grown a full circle larger than it had 3 days prior. Early golden core stage, now as solid as bedrock. He took out the golden core refinement blueprint and reviewed it once more. Among the listed spirit herbs, one stood out, Earth Fire Lingji, which was relatively rare and unlikely to be available at the market. He would need to find a way to obtain it. Jiang Chen stowed the blueprint and continued his cultivation. Dawn, the day of the finals. The training grounds were packed shoulder to shoulder, with no fewer than a dozen inner sect disciples having come as well. The contest for the title of #1 outer sect disciple drew enormous attention every year. This year was especially notable owing to the dark horse named Jiang Chen. Just 3 days ago he was considered a good-for-nothing, now he had stormed into the finals. Such a dramatic reversal was something everyone wanted to see concluded. Lu Meng stood on the platform, a towering figure at 8 feet tall, with a broad muscular frame gripping a heavy broadsword. Though only at early golden core, his spiritual energy was dense and profound, his combat power rivaling that of mid-stage golden core cultivators. Jiang Chen stepped onto the platform. Lu Meng flashed a grin. Jiang Chen, I'll admit you're strong, but the title of #1 outer sect disciple belongs to me. Jiang Chen drew his sword. Let's fight first, talk later. Lu Meng wasted no more words. His heavy broadsword came crashing down, carrying a gale before it. Jiang Chen sidestepped and thrust his sword toward Lu Meng's wrist. Lu Meng retracted his blade to block. Iron collided with heavy steel, sending showers of sparks flying. Both retreated a step. Lu Meng's expression shifted slightly. You have considerable strength. Jiang Chen said nothing and struck again. Ancient primordial sword art, the shadow flash strike. 3 phantom sword images shot forth, each aimed at Lu Meng's throat, chest, and lower abdomen. Lu Meng swung his sword to parry, deflecting 2 of the 3. The third grazed past his waist, parting his clothing. How fast? Gritting his teeth, he swept his broadsword horizontally, driving Jiang Chen back. Jiang Chen retreated a single step, his sword tip pointing downward. You have lost. Lu Meng blinked in confusion. He looked down at the wound on his waist. A mere scratch, no deeper than the surface of the skin. What does such a superficial wound count as? Before he could finish, a cold chill seeped into his body from the wound. Jiang Chen's sword intent had already penetrated deep within. Had he intended to kill, a single surge of that intent would have utterly crippled Lu Meng's waist. Sweat beaded on Lu Meng's forehead. I concede. Shock rippled through the crowd. Lu Meng yielded. The #1 outer sect disciple actually conceded. Just how strong is Jiang Chen? Lu Meng didn't even dare fight him. On the Elder's platform, the presiding elder announced the result. The winner of the sect assessment finals, Jiang Chen. Main quest completed. Passed the sect assessment. Enter the inner sect and claim the title of number 1 outer sect disciple. Reward issued: Golden Core Refinement Blueprint, 5,000 Spirit Stones, 500 Sword Dao Comprehension Points. Jiang Chun sheathed his sword and descended the platform. Lin Feng rushed over, so overcome with excitement that he could scarcely form coherent words. Senior brother, you won. You're the number 1 outer sect disciple. Jiang Chun nodded. Let's go. Where? To the inner sect. The two walked outward. Behind them, every disciple was an animated discussion. Jiang Chun has entered the inner sect now. The geniuses there will surely be restless. I've heard the number 1 inner sect disciple Luo Qingxue is also at early Golden Core stage. I wonder who would win in a match against Jiang Chun. Luo Qingxue is no ordinary person. Her ice sword technique is peerless, and her combat power exceeds even that of late-stage Golden Core cultivators. At the mention of Luo Qingxue's name, Jiang Chun's footsteps faltered for just a moment. In his past life, Luo Qingxue had been the only person he trusted completely. In his darkest hours, she alone stood by his side. In the end, she was captured by the Ice River Temple while attempting to save him, and her whereabouts were never known. This time, he would not allow history to repeat itself. Senior brother, Lin Feng called to him. Jiang Chun returned to the present. Let's go. The two exited the training grounds together, leaving behind the murmurs of the crowd. The sunlight was bright. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes. A new chapter had begun. The inner disciple dormitory was 10 times better than the outer sect. Each had an independent courtyard complete with a cultivation chamber, alchemy room, and spiritual herb garden. Lin Feng's courtyard was perched on the mountain, and when he opened the window, he could see the sea of clouds. Lin Feng moved in, as well settling into the adjacent side room. Senior brother, this place is incredible. Lin Feng ran around the courtyard like a child who had never seen the world. Lin Feng ignored him. He entered the cultivation chamber and closed the door. Daily check-in refreshed. Check-in location: inner disciple dormitory. Check-in reward: Spirit Stones, 2,000. Lin Feng took out the Spirit Stones and began to cultivate. The second layer of the supreme ancient sword art circulated spiritual energy racing through his meridians. The golden core in his dantian swelled once more, reaching the peak of the early golden core stage. Only a single step away from breaking through to the mid-golden core stage. He opened his eyes and glanced at the window. Dawn had not yet broken. There were still several special check-in points on the back mountain to visit. Lin Feng rose and pushed open the door. Lin Feng was still asleep. He did not wake him and walked alone toward the back mountain. The mountain path at dawn was quiet, broken only by the chirping of birds. Lin Feng moved swiftly, reaching the depths of the back mountain in half an hour. There a bamboo grove stood, every stalk jet black and as thick as a bowl. In his past life, he had heard that this grove was planted by an ancient sword cultivator and that remnants of sword intent lingered within. But no one had ever managed to comprehend it. Ding! Special check-in location triggered. Black Bamboo Grove check-in. Check-in. Special check-in at Black Bamboo Grove successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Ancient Sword Intent Fragment 1. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Sword Dao Comprehension 500. A gray-white fragment appeared in his palm, radiating a faint aura of sword intent. Lin Feng clenched his fist, and the fragment melted into his body. In his mind, a vague figure practiced swordsmanship in the bamboo grove, each stroke sending bamboo leaves drifting down. The sword intent was faint but pure. Lin Feng closed his eyes, absorbing the essence. Fusing Ancient Sword Intent Fragment. Progress 10, 30, 60. Fusion successful. Congratulations, host. Sword Intent upgraded. Basic Sword Intent can suppress all cultivators below Nascent Soul and has a certain intimidating effect on Nascent Soul cultivators. Lin Feng opened his eyes. He tapped his sword sheath with his fingers. Clink, clink, clink. The wind blew through the bamboo grove, leaves rustling. He drew his sword and swung casually. A sword chi shot out, severing 3 black bamboos cleanly. The cut surface was as smooth as a mirror. Lin Feng glanced at the blade, then sheathed his sword. Basic Sword Intent was more than twice as powerful as the Nascent Sword Intent. Now, even against a peak Golden Core cultivator, he was confident he could kill with a single strike. Lin Feng continued deeper into the back mountain. Ahead lay a cliff, its face engraved with 3 large characters, Sword Dao Cliff. It was said that a Sword King realm expert had once comprehended the Dao here, leaving behind a Sword Dao imprint. Ding! Special check-in location triggered. Sword Dao Cliff check-in. Check-in. Special check-in at Sword Dao Cliff successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Sword Dao Imprint 1. Can be used to observe the Sword Dao insights of a Sword King realm expert, enhancing your Sword Dao realm. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Sword Dao Comprehension 800. A beam of light merged into his brow. In Lin Feng's mind, a middle-aged man stood at the cliff's edge. With a single sword strike, he split the sea of clouds in two. That Sword Dao realm was several levels above his current basic sword intent. Sword King. That was a realm he had not even reached in his past life. Lin Feng closed his eyes, digesting the insights. Sword Dao realm basic sword intent 30. With 2 or 3 more sword intent fragments, he could upgrade to minor sword intent. He opened his eyes and turned back. After a few steps, he ran into several inner disciples. The leader was a pale-faced youth at the mid-golden core stage wearing the core inner disciple robe. "Oh, you're the new Lin Feng." The pale-faced youth looked him up and down. "I heard you defeated Lu Meng, the outer sect #1, with a single sword strike." Lin Feng did not answer and kept walking. The pale-faced youth reached out to block him. "I'm talking to you, can't you hear?" Lin Feng stopped and looked at him. "Move aside." The pale-faced youth's face darkened. "Do you know who I am? I'm Zhou Kong, ranked 7th among inner disciples. How dare you, a newcomer, speak to me like that?" The disciples behind him joined in the jeering. "Brother Kong, this guy doesn't know his place. Teach him a lesson. You let him learn the rules of the inner sect." Zhou Kong reached out to pat Lin Feng's face. Lin Feng drew his sword. In one strike, he aimed at the outstretched hand. Zhou Kong reacted, quickly pulling back and retreating. But the blade still grazed his fingertips, slicing off a piece of flesh. "You..." He clutched his finger, face livid. "You dare attack me?" Lin Feng sheathed his sword. "Block me again, and the next strike won't be aimed at just a finger." Zhou Kong gritted his teeth, unleashing the full force of his mid-golden core spiritual energy. He threw a punch, spiritual energy wrapped around his fist, roaring with power. Lin Feng did not move. As the fist was about to strike his chest, he unleashed his basic sword intent completely. Zhou Kong froze mid-charge, feeling a chill seep from his bones. Even his spiritual energy circulation slowed. Lin Feng sidestepped, dodging the punch, and thrust his sword into Zhou Kang's wrist, using the flat of the blade. But the force was like a hammer blow. Zhou Kong screamed, his wrist swelling to the size of a steamed bun. "My hand!" Lin Feng sheathed his sword and walked away. The inner disciples behind him stood frozen, none daring to pursue. "Brother Kong, are you all right?" Zhou Kong clutched his wrist, sweat beading on his forehead. His sword had something on it. "It suppressed my spiritual energy, I couldn't even circulate it." "I don't know, but it's too eerie. Let's go." "Report to Senior Brother Zhao. This Lin Feng cannot be left alone." Lin Feng descended the mountain. Halfway down, Li Fan came running. "Senior Brother, trouble." "What?" "The inner disciple Zhou Kong is one of Zhao Tian's men. He came to cause trouble, and you injured him. Zhao Tian has declared that during the inner sect assessment, he will cripple you in front of everyone." Lin Feng did not even pause. "Let him come." Li Fan grew anxious. "Senior Brother Zhao Tian is at the late golden core stage. Zhou Kong is only mid-golden core. Zhao Tian is far stronger." "I know. Then you." Lin Feng looked at him. "I said let him come." Li Fan fell silent. He remembered yesterday when Lin Feng had said the same thing, then defeated Zhao Tian with a single sword strike. "Let's go back to the dorm." The two returned to the dormitory as night fell. Lin Feng entered the cultivation chamber, took out spirit stones, and continued cultivating. The second layer of the supreme ancient sword art circulated spiritual energy, racing through his meridians. The bottleneck of the early golden core stage grew looser and looser. In at most 3 days he would break through to the mid-golden core stage. Outside the window the moon shone brightly. In the distance the core inner disciple dormitory. Zhao Tian sat on a chair, tapping his fingers on the table. Zhou Kong stood before him, his wrist wrapped in bandages. "Senior Brother Zhao, Lin Feng's sword intent is too eerie. I'm at the mid-golden core stage, yet he suppressed my spiritual energy completely." Zhao Tian narrowed his eyes. "Sword intent? He's only at the early golden core stage. How could he comprehend sword intent? I swear it's true. That bone-chilling coldness. I still remember it." Zhao Tian was silent for a few seconds. It seems he obtained a remarkable fortune. He stood up and walked to the window. "How many days until the inner sect assessment?" 7 days. "That's enough." Zhao Tian turned back, his gaze vicious. "In 7 days I will break through to the peak golden core stage. Then even if he has sword intent, he won't be able to turn the tide." Zhou Kang's eyes lit up. "Senior Brother Zhao is about to break through." Zhao Tian nodded. "I've been stuck at the late golden core stage for half a year. These days I'll take the opportunity to break through." He clenched his fist, flames dancing between his fingers. "Lin Feng, just wait. During the inner sect assessment, I will make you taste utter despair." Lin Feng stayed in the inner sect dormitory for 3 days, going to the back mountain for daily check-ins. The harvest over those 3 days was substantial. The bottleneck of early golden core stage had loosened. He should be able to break through tonight. Lin Feng sat cross-legged in the cultivation room, holding 2 spirit stones in his hands. He ran the second layer of the primordial sword art to its fullest, and spiritual energy surged wildly through his meridians. The golden core in his dantian began rotating slowly. With each revolution it grew slightly larger. Spirit stones were drained one after another, their powders slipping through his fingers. When the 36th spirit stone was exhausted, the golden core shuddered violently. Mid-golden core stage. Lin Feng opened his eyes. The golden core in his dantian was now twice its former size, its spiritual power as profound as the ocean. He rose to his feet and stretched his body. His bones crackled throughout. In just 7 days he had advanced from the second layer of qi refining to the mid-stage of golden core. Nowhere in all of Tianwu continent could such a pace be matched, not even within the Qingyun sect. Lin Feng pushed open the door. Li Fan was practicing swordplay in the courtyard. Seeing him emerge, Li Fan hurried over. "Senior Brother, you've broken through?" Lin Feng nodded. How prepared are you for tomorrow's intersect examination? Li Fan scratched his head. I'm only at the 7th layer of Qi refining. The minimum requirement for the intersect exam is foundation establishment. I doubt I'll pass. Take your time. You've only been cultivating for a few days. Retake it next year. Li Fan nodded. Senior brother, I heard the rules for the intersect examination have changed this year. It's no longer just the arena tournament. There's also a secret realm trial. A secret realm trial? Yes. They say an ancient secret realm was discovered behind the Qingyun sect containing spiritual herbs and inheritances. Whoever collects the most herbs and inheritance fragments will be ranked first in the intersect. Lin Feng fell silent for a moment. A secret realm trial was more complex than an arena match. The arena tested only combat strength, but in the secret realm one also had to rely on luck, reflexes, and cunning. But it was also far more interesting. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze. Tomorrow you come with me. Li Fan's eyes lit up. Can I go? Outer sect disciples are permitted in the secret realm trial, though the quota is small. I'll speak with the elders. Thank you, senior brother. Lin Feng said nothing further. He returned to his quarters and continued cultivating. The night passed without incident. At dawn, the intersect examination officially commenced. The martial arts arena was packed with an enormous crowd, far livelier than the outer sect examination. Not only disciples of the Qingyun sect were present, delegations from several nearby sects had also sent observers. This year featured the secret realm trial, and whoever claimed first place would gain entry into the ancient secret realm to obtain the inheritance. Lin Feng approached the registration desk where an intersect elder at the early nascent soul stage handled the paperwork. Name: Lin Feng. The elder glanced up at him. You're that top outer sect disciple. Lin Feng nodded. The elder made no further inquiries and wrote down his name. The rules of the secret realm trial: once inside, each person receives a token that records the quantity of spiritual herbs and inheritance fragments you collect. The duration is 3 days. The one with the highest count wins. Is plundering permitted within the secret realm? The elder looked at him. Yes, but killing is strictly forbidden. Violators will be disqualified and expelled from the sect. Lin Feng nodded and turned to leave. Li Fan trailed behind him, whispering, Senior brother, since plundering is allowed in the secret realm, Zhao Tian will definitely target you. I know. Then why? Lin Feng looked at him. If he comes for me, I will come for him. That is fair. Li Fan swallowed hard and dared not speak further. The entrance to the secret realm lay deep in the back mountain, a spatial rift sealed by the sect's formations. Before the examination began, the elders combined their efforts to break the seal. Thick spiritual energy surged from the rift, carrying the fragrant scent of flora. The secret realm has opened. All participating disciples enter in order. Disciples lined up and walked through the rift. Lin Feng stood in the middle with Zhao Tian ahead and several core intersect disciples behind. Zhao Tian glanced back at him, a smirk curling his lips. Lin Feng, see you in the secret realm. Lin Feng ignored him. Zhao Tian snorted coldly and stepped into the rift. When it was Lin Feng's turn, he walked forward. His vision went dark and his body felt as though something had seized him. Opening his eyes again, he found himself standing in a forest. The trees towered high, blocking out the sky, and the ground was carpeted with spiritual herbs. Even the lowest grade were at least 10 years old, and century-old specimens were not uncommon. Lin Feng did not rush to harvest herbs. He first observed his surroundings. The forest was vast, with mountains in the distance and building ruins atop the peaks. The inheritance fragments were most likely there. Lin Feng chose to check in. Confirm. A map appeared in his mind. Lin Feng quickly scanned it. The secret realm was divided into 4 regions: the eastern forest, western marsh, northern snow mountain, and southern volcano. The inheritance fragments lay in the ruins atop the central peak. Spiritual herbs were scattered throughout, but the map marked every location with precision. Lin Feng chose the nearest route and headed toward the central area. He had not walked far when the sounds of combat reached his ears. He lightened his steps and drew near. 3 intersect disciples were surrounding an outer sect disciple, demanding the herbs in his hand. Hand them over, or I'll break your legs. The outer sect disciple was bruised and swollen, but clutched a century-old Lingji mushroom tightly. Lin Feng recognized him. It was Xiao He, a friend of Li Fan's. He drew his sword and walked over. Stop. The 3 intersect disciples turned and saw Lin Feng, their expressions shifting. Lin Feng. Want a medal? Lin Feng said nothing. In one motion, the flat of his blade struck the shoulders of the leading disciple, who cried out and fell to his knees. The other 2 tried to flee, but were both taken down with a single strike each. Scram. The 3 scrambled away on hands and knees. Xiao He rose, his face streaked with gratitude. Senior brother Lin Feng, thank you. Lin Feng glanced at the Lingji in his hand. A century-old specimen. Worth quite a few points. Xiao He hurried to hand it over. Senior brother, please take this. Lin Feng did not accept it. Keep it yourself. He turned and walked away. Xiao He stood frozen, his eyes welling with emotion. Lin Feng walked far enough away that he no longer needed those herbs. The treasures of the secret realm meant nothing to him. His target was the inheritance fragments in the ruins atop the mountain. After walking for an hour, Lin Feng arrived at the central area. At the foot of the mountain, many disciples were already climbing the steep path, some blocked by demon beasts along the way. Lin Feng did not take the mountain path. Instead, he drew his sword and cleaved straight through the underbrush, ascending in a direct line. His speed was 10 times that of those following the trail. In less than half an hour, he reached the ruins atop the peak. The ruins were vast, resembling the remnants of a grand palace. Stone pillars lay toppled, walls were fractured, and weeds carpeted the ground. But at the center of the ruins stood an intact stone platform upon which rested 3 glowing fragments, inheritance shards. Lin Feng walked over. He reached out to take them. A whistling sound came from behind him. He sidestepped and an arrow grazed past his ear. Lin Feng, those fragments are mine. Zhao Tian emerged from behind the ruins, a longbow in hand. Behind him followed 5 others, all at mid-golden core or above. Lin Feng withdrew his hand and looked at him. Want them? Come take them yourself. Zhao Tian tossed his longbow to a follower behind him and drew his flame blade. Do you think I'd be careless in a secret realm like last time? He swung his blade and flames exploded outward, burning a clear space. The pressure from his golden core peak cultivation made the surrounding air tremble. In just 7 days, he had broken through to the peak of golden core. Lin Feng drew his sword. The iron blade gleamed coldly in the sunlight. Enough talk. Zhao Tian's expression darkened. You seek death. The flame blade descended, carrying scorching blade energy. Lin Feng did not retreat. He unleashed his sword intent to its fullest. His foundational sword intent pressed down, forcing Zhao Tian's blade energy back. The iron sword and flame blade collided. Boom. Sparks flew in all directions, and the ground exploded open. Both retreated 3 steps. Zhao Tian's face contorted. You? Mid-golden core. Lin Feng said nothing. He struck again. The 4th form of the swift shadow sword. 4 sword phantoms pierced toward Zhao Tian's limbs. Zhao Tian raised his blade to block, ringing out 4 times, and deflected them all. But the force of the 4th strike numbed his palm, and his flame blade nearly slipped from his grasp. Impossible. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed the full power of his golden core peak, and the flames on his blade surged violently. 3rd form of the heaven-burning blade technique. Burning heaven, destroying earth. A single slash sent waves of flame surging toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not retreat. Pushing his sword intent to its absolute limit, a faint cold light enveloped his iron blade. He thrust forward, and the sword tip struck the weakest point of the flame blade. Boom. Flames exploded and Zhao Tian was driven back dozens of steps, a thread of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Lin Feng stood rooted to the spot, not yielding an inch. Still want to fight? Zhao Tian gritted his teeth, his grip on the blade trembling. The 5 men behind him stood frozen, none daring to advance. Fall back. Zhao Tian turned and led his men away. Lin Feng sheathed his sword. He walked to the stone platform and picked up the 3 inheritance fragments. He secured the fragments and glanced at the map. The fragments in the central area were all collected, with more scattered across other regions. But those were too far away. 3 days would not be enough. Better to wait here for others to bring them to him. Lin Feng found a concealed corner among the ruins and sat cross-legged, waiting for those who had acquired fragments to come to him on their own. Lin Feng waited in the ruins for a long while. Quite a few people had arrived, but most came empty-handed without obtaining any fragments. Those who truly possessed fragments were the top 10 experts of the inner sect. They were in no hurry to ascend the mountain. Instead, they gathered at the foothills, planning to team up and break through together. Lin Feng grew impatient waiting. He stood up and headed down the mountain. Halfway up the slope, he ran into a group of people head-on. Leading them was a bald, burly man at the late stage of golden core cultivation, ranked 4th in the inner sect, Tai Xiong. 7 or 8 people followed behind him, all at least mid-stage golden core. Tai Xiong carried a massive hammer in his hand. Upon seeing Lin Feng, he grinned. Lin Feng, I heard you stole Zhao Tian's fragment. Lin Feng remained silent. Tai Xiong shook the heavy hammer in his hand. Hand over the fragment, and I'll let you leave the secret realm alive. Lin Feng looked at him. Want it? Come take it yourself. Tai Xiong's expression darkened. You're asking for death. He brought the hammer down with all his late-stage golden core power, the swing generating a fierce gale. Lin Feng sidestepped and thrust his sword toward Tai Xiong's wrist. Tai Xiong withdrew his hammer to block the iron blade colliding with the hammer and sending sparks flying in all directions. Both men stepped back a pace. Tai Xiong's expression shifted slightly. You've got considerable strength. Lin Feng didn't respond and struck again. The 4th sword of the swift shadow sword technique. 4 sword afterimages shot forth, targeting Tai Xiong's throat, chest, lower abdomen, and thigh. Tai Xiong swung his hammer to block, deflecting 3 strikes, while the 4th grazed his thigh, slicing open his pants. So fast. He retreated several steps, sweat forming on his forehead. What realm are you at? Mid-stage golden core. Impossible. How can a mid-stage golden core cultivator wield such potent sword intent? Lin Feng offered no explanation. His sword intent fully unleashed, the chilling pressure pressed down, turning the faces pale of several men behind Tai Xiong. Still want to fight? Tai Xiong gritted his teeth and glanced at the wound on his thigh. It was shallow, only breaking the skin. But the chilling coldness had already seeped into the wound, numbing his entire leg. I'm done. He turned and led his men away. Lin Feng sheathed his sword and continued down the mountain. Not far along he encountered another group. This time it was Zhou Kang, ranked 7th in the inner sect, accompanied by 5 people. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Zhou Kang's expression shifted. Lin Feng. He instinctively stepped back. Lin Feng looked at him. Do you need something? Zhou Kang swallowed hard. And nothing. He stepped aside to clear the path, and the 5 behind him did the same. Lin Feng walked past. Zhou Kang breathed a sigh of relief. Someone nearby whispered, Brother Kang, why aren't we robbing him? He has 3 fragments. Zhou Kang shot him a glare. Go die if you want to, I'm not joining you. The man fell silent. Lin Feng walked far ahead. He opened the map and checked the point rankings. First place, Lin Feng, 3,000 points. Second place, Zhao Tian, 1,500 points. Third place, Tai Xiong, 1,000 points. Fourth place, Zhou Kang, 800 points. Lin Feng lowered his gaze. 3 days had passed, and only one was gone. No rush. He found a cave and went inside to rest. He sat cross-legged, took out spirit stones, and continued cultivating. The second layer of the ancient primordial sword art circulated spiritual energy, surging through his meridians. His mid-stage golden core realm grew increasingly stable. Dawn broke. The next day, Lin Feng emerged from the cave and continued toward the western swamp district. The map indicated 3 inheritance fragments in the swamp. He walked for half an hour and reached the swamp's edge. The marsh was vast, riddled with mud pits and poisonous miasma. Lin Feng did not rush in. He stood at the edge observing. Deep within the swamp the sounds of combat echoed. He lightened his footsteps and crept closer. 3 inner sect disciples were besieging a swamp crocodile, a tier 2 demon beast equivalent to mid-stage golden core. All 3 disciples were at early stage golden core, struggling heavily. Lin Feng did not intervene and circumvented them. He had no need for spirit herbs, his target was the fragments. At the center of the swamp stood a stone platform with 2 fragments upon it. But around the platform 5 or 6 swamp crocodiles lay in wait. Lin Feng drew his sword. He walked forward. The crocodiles caught his scent and raised their heads, eyes gleaming green. The largest measured 3 zhang in length, its aura approaching the peak of golden core. It opened its jaws and lunged at Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not retreat. He thrust his sword. The tip struck the crocodile's forehead, and sword intent erupted. The crocodile's body stiffened, and it collapsed dead. Seeing this, the remaining crocodiles all charged. Lin Feng swung his sword, felling one with each strike. In less than the time it took to finish a cup of tea, 6 crocodiles lay dead on the ground. He approached the stone platform and picked up the 2 fragments. As he left the swamp, he ran into Tai Xiong head-on. Behind Tai Xiong were over a dozen people, all at mid-stage golden core or above. Lin Feng, you won't be so lucky this time. Tai Xiong waved his hand, and his followers closed in surrounding Lin Feng. Lin Feng scanned the group. 13 people, 3 at late-stage golden core, 10 at mid-stage. Coming at me all together. Tai Xiong grinned. 1 versus 13. Do you really think you can win? Lin Feng drew his sword. Let's try. Tai Xiong's expression darkened. Attack. 13 people struck simultaneously, their spiritual energy converging into a single pressure aimed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not yield. His sword intent fully unleashed. The chilling pressure of his basic sword intent forced the spiritual energy of all 13 to falter. He thrust his sword straight at Tai Xiong. Tai Xiong raised his hammer to block, but was shaken back 3 steps. Lin Feng pivoted and swept his sword horizontally, forcing 3 back. Another thrust, and 1 more fell. Of the 13, 6 were down in less than a cup of tea. The rest stood frozen. Is he even human? A mid-stage golden core fighter, 13 late-stage golden core opponents, and still wins. Tai Xiong's face turned ashen. He never imagined Lin Feng could be this strong. Retreat. He led his men and fled. Lin Feng sheathed his sword and tapped his fingers against the scabbard. Clang, clang, clang. He continued toward the northern Snow Mountain district. There were still fragments there. The snow mountains of the northern region. Lin Feng had walked for 2 hours before reaching the mountain's base. The peaks rose majestically, their summits shrouded in perpetual ice and snow with biting winds that chilled to the bone. According to the map, 3 fragments lay at the summit of the snow mountain. However, the mountain path was blocked by ice and snow, making the climb nearly impossible. Lin Feng chose not to take the path. He drew his sword, cleaving through the ice and snow as he charged upward in a direct line. His sword intent blazed at full strength, rendering the frozen barriers nothing more than obstacles. He shattered effortlessly. In less than half an hour he reached the summit. At the summit lay an ice cave, its entrance sealed with a thick crust of frost. Lin Feng stepped inside. The darkness was profound, yet the sound of dripping water echoed through the passage. After walking roughly 100 paces, a faint light appeared ahead. Deep within the ice cave, a stone pedestal stood upon which 3 fragments rested. Beside it, a colossal white bear lay coiled. A third-tier demonic beast, its cultivation equivalent to the peak of golden core stage. Hearing the footsteps, the bear opened its eyes and rose to its feet. towering 3 zhang tall, its body covered in white fur, its eyes glowing like 2 crimson lanterns. It opened its maw and let out a thunderous roar. The ice cave trembled with the force of its cry. Lin Feng drew his sword. The bear charged, its massive claws sweeping toward him. Lin Feng sidestepped and drove his blade into the bear's foreleg. His sword in tin erupted, but the bear's hide was thick and tough, yielding only a shallow gash. Enraged and in pain, the bear roared louder and swung its other claw. Lin Feng retreated narrowly, avoiding the strike. He glanced at the wound on the bear's leg, remarkably superficial. The defensive prowess of this beast far exceeded that of a swamp crocodile by more than double. He needed to find its weakness. Lin Feng circled the bear, and it rotated to keep him in view, its eyes locked onto him with predatory intensity. After 3 or 4 laps, he discovered it. At the bear's throat, a patch of white fur differed from the surrounding hide. Softer, more vulnerable. That was the weak point. Waiting for the bear to charge again, Lin Feng sidestepped and thrust his sword directly at its throat. The blade pierced the soft white fur, his sword intent blazing at full power. The bear stiffened, collapsed, and perished. Lin Feng sheathed his sword and approached the stone pedestal, retrieving the 3 fragments. Ancient Inheritance Fragments acquired X3. Current score 8,000. He turned and walked out of the ice cave, then stood at the summit and looked down. The entire secret realm lay spread beneath his feet. In the distance, toward the volcanic region of the southern region, flames shot skyward. Someone was fighting. Lin Feng consulted his map and checked the scoreboard. First place, Lin Feng, 8,000 points. Second place, Zhao Tian, 3,000 points. Third place, Tai Xiong, 2,000 points. Fourth place, Zhou Kong, 1,500 points. Zhao Tian's score had increased, indicating he too had obtained fragments. Lin Feng turned his gaze away. He began his descent. Day 3, the final day of the secret realm trial. Lin Feng left the snow mountains and headed toward the volcano in the southern region. According to the map, the last 2 fragments awaited within. He walked for 2 hours before reaching the volcano's base. Smoke billowed from the crater, molten lava churning violently below. The fragments lay within the crater itself. Lin Feng drew his sword, cleaving through the rock as he descended toward the crater. The temperature climbed relentlessly, the very air distorting from the heat. Yet with his sword intent flaring and a protective chill encasing his body, he felt no fear. Reaching the crater's edge, he looked down. Molten rock churned below, waves of searing heat washing over him. At the center of the magma, a stone platform held 2 fragments. Coiling around the platform was a massive crimson python, a demonic beast at the peak of the 3rd tier equivalent to Golden Core Apex. Spotting Lin Feng, the serpent opened its maw and spat a torrent of flames. Lin Feng sidestepped the barrage and slashed at the python. The serpent twisted its body, evading the strike, then swept its tail in a devastating arc. Lin Feng leaped clear of the tail and drove his sword into the python's body. His sword intent flared, but the python's scales were extraordinarily hard, yielding only a shallow cut. Enraged by the pain, the serpent lunged forward to bite. Lin Feng did not retreat. He thrust his sword straight into the python's open mouth. His sword intent detonated from within the creature's jaws. The python stiffened, collapsed into the molten lava, and perished. Lin Feng leaped onto the platform and claimed the 2 fragments. Ancient Inheritance Fragments acquired X2. Current score 10,000. He turned and left the crater, heading for the exit. Along the way, he encountered numerous disciples, all of whom gave him a wide berth. No one dared to challenge him. 3 days had passed. The secret realm's exit opened, and all disciples filed out in succession. The elder began tallying the scores. Lin Feng, 10,000 points. The entire assembly erupted in stunned murmurs. 10,000 points. Did he alone collect all 10 fragments? There were only 10 fragments in the entire secret realm, weren't there? He took them all. This is absurd. Combined, none of the others have as many as he does. Zhao Tian stood within the crowd, his face contorted with fury. He had obtained 3 fragments for 3,000 points, ranking second. But compared to Lin Feng's 10,000, the gap was insurmountable. The victor of the inner sect examination, Lin Feng. The elder announced the results. Lin Feng approached and accepted the token, a core disciple insignia of the inner sect. From this moment forward, he was an inner sect core disciple. Main quest completed, become the number 1 of the inner sect. Reward granted, 2nd layer of the ancient sword art, 10,000 swords, submit, unlock 10,000 spirit stones, and 1,000 units of sword Dao comprehension. Lin Feng secured the token and turned to leave. Li Fan ran over, his face alight with excitement. Senior brother, you are incredible. 10,000 points. You collected every single fragment in the entire secret realm. Lin Feng nodded. Let's go. Where are we heading? Back to cultivate. The 2 walked out of the training grounds together. Behind them, Zhao Tian stared at Lin Feng's departing figure, his eyes dark with malice. Senior brother Zhao, what should we do? Zhao Tian clenched his teeth. Do not worry. Among the inner sect core disciples, there is still the ranking competition. When that comes, I will make him return everything, principal and interest alike. Lin Feng resided in the inner sect core disciple dormitory for 3 days. The courtyard was 3 times larger than that of an ordinary inner disciple, featuring an independent cultivation room, an alchemy chamber, and a spiritual herb garden. Lin Feng moved in as well, taking the eastern wing. Senior brother, this place is just too good. Lin Feng ran around the yard. Lin Feng ignored him. He entered the cultivation room and closed the door. Daily check-in refreshed. Check-in location: intersect core disciple dormitory. Check-in reward: spirit stones 3000, sword Dao insight 500. Lin Feng took out the spirit stones and began to cultivate. The second layer of the ancient sword art had reached 70. In another 3 to 5 days, he would break through to the third layer. His golden core mid-stage cultivation was also growing increasingly stable, and the late stage was not far off. Cultivation progress: ancient sword art second layer 70, 10,000 swords return to 1 second layer progress 10. He opened his eyes and glanced out the window. Dawn was approaching. Today was the intersect core disciple ranking battle. All core disciples were required to participate and be ranked by combat power. The higher the rank, the more resources one received. In his past life, he hadn't even made it into the intersect. In this life, he would take first place. Lin Feng rose and pushed open the door. Lin Feng was already waiting in the courtyard. Senior brother, the ranking battle today, do you have confidence? Yes, I do. I heard that the intersect's top-ranked Luo Qingxue will also participate. She's at golden core peak with peerless ice and sword techniques. Her combat power surpasses even an ordinary nascent soul. Lin Feng's footsteps paused. Luo Qingxue. In his past life, she was the only one he trusted. When he was at his lowest, only she stood by his side. In the end, she was captured by people from the Ice River Palace while trying to save him, and she vanished without a trace. This time he would not let history repeat itself. Let's go. The two headed out. 3 arenas had already been set up in the martial arts arena. The intersect core disciple ranking battle had simple rules: draw lots for duels, winners advance, losers are eliminated, and resources are distributed according to the final ranking. Lin Feng drew the intersect's 5th-ranked Zhang Kuang a golden core peak. Zhang Kuang stood on the arena holding a long blade. He saw Lin Feng ascend and curled his lips. Lin Feng, I heard you scored 10,000 points in the secret realm trial. Lin Feng said nothing. Zhang Kuang brandished his blade. But your luck is useless against true strength. He swung the blade, unleashing his full golden core peak spiritual power, and blade energy surged in all directions. Lin Feng drew his sword. The iron blade gleamed coldly in the sunlight. Too much talk. Zhang Kuang's face darkened. You're asking for death. He slashed down, blade energy wrapped in a gale hurtling toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not retreat. He unleashed his full sword intent. The chill of his basic sword intent pressed down, pushing back even Zhang Kuang's blade energy. The iron sword and long blade collided. Clang. Sparks flew. Zhang Kuang staggered back 3 steps. Lin Feng stood firm, not moving a step. Impossible. Zhang Kuang gritted his teeth, unleashing his full golden core peak spiritual power, and the blade energy on his long blade swelled. Windstorm blade art, 3rd stance, wind sweeping remnants. He swept his blade horizontally, and blade energy surged like a tempest toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng advanced instead of retreating. He thrust his sword. The 4th strike of the Shadow Swift Sword. 4 sword shadows stabbed toward Zhang Kuang's throat, chest, abdomen, and thigh. Zhang Kuang swung his blade to block, deflecting 3, but the 4th grazed his thigh, cutting a slit in his trousers. So fast. He stepped back, sweat beading on his forehead. What cultivation level are you? Mid-golden core. Impossible. How can a mid-golden core have such formidable sword intent? Lin Feng did not explain. He unleashed his full sword intent. The chilling pressure caused Zhang Kuang's entire leg to go numb. Still want to fight? Zhang Kuang gritted his teeth and glanced at the wound on his thigh. It was shallow, only breaking the skin. But the chill had seeped into the wound, rendering his entire leg weak. I'm done. He leaped off the arena and walked away without looking back. The entire venue fell silent. The intersect's 5th-ranked Zhang Kuang had actually conceded. How strong is Lin Feng? He defeated a golden core peak while only at mid-golden core. His sword intent is too eerie. It suppresses spiritual power and makes it hard to circulate. No wonder he scored 10,000 points in the secret realm trial. On the high platform, Zhao Tian stared at Lin Feng, his expression darkening. Beside him sat Su Shui, her gaze complex. Lin Feng had grown stronger. So strong that even Zhang Kuang was no match. She suddenly regretted choosing Zhao Tian back then. But she quickly suppressed that thought. The Zhao family had vast influence and abundant resources. No matter how inferior Zhao Tian was, he had background. Lin Feng, no matter how strong, was only one person. Next match, Lin Feng versus Zhou Kong. Zhou Kong stood on the arena, his legs trembling. He had been wounded on the wrist by Lin Feng a few days ago, and still hadn't fully recovered. I concede. He jumped off the arena directly. The venue fell silent again. The intersect's 7th-ranked Zhou Kong didn't even dare to fight. Lin Feng advances. The elder announced. Lin Feng descended from the arena. Lin Feng ran over, his face full of excitement. Senior brother, you're incredible. Zhang Kuang conceded, and Zhou Kong too. Lin Feng nodded. Who's next? The intersect's 3rd-ranked Zhao Tian. Lin Feng looked up at the high platform. Zhao Tian was also staring at him. Their eyes met, and the air turned cold. Finally this moment. Lin Feng tapped his scabbard with his fingers. Tap tap tap. The arena cleared. Zhao Tian leaped down from the high platform, landing on the stage with a thud that shook the ground. He drew his flame saber flames dancing along its blade. His golden core peak aura exploded outward, pressing down on the disciples below until they could barely breathe. Lin Feng stepped onto the arena. His iron sword left its scabbard. The two faced each other 10 paces apart. Lin Feng, today, I'll make you understand what despair truly means. Lin Feng remained silent. His sword intent erupted in full force. The chilling pressure of his foundational sword intent drove Zhao Tian's flames back several inches. Zhao Tian's expression shifted slightly. Your sword intent has grown stronger. Lin Feng offered no reply. One strike shot forth. The fourth form of the swift shadow sword. 4 sword shadows shot toward Zhao Tian's face in unison. He swung his blade to block. Clang, 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 clang. All 4 strikes were parried. Yet the force of the fourth thrust numbed his palm. Third form of the heaven-burning saber technique. Heaven and earth incinerated. A single slash sent flames surging toward Lin Feng like tidal waves. Lin Feng did not yield. A faint cold radiance sheathed his iron sword as he thrust into the sea of flames. His sword intent detonated, splitting the fire in twain. Lin Feng pierced through the inferno, his blade's tip aimed straight at Zhao Tian's chest. Zhao Tian's pupils dilated as he threw himself sideways in desperation. The blade grazed past his ribs, slicing through clothing and sending blood droplets flying. Lin Feng withdrew his sword and stepped back. You've lost. Zhao Tian looked down at the wound on his side. 1 inch deeper, and his lung would have been pierced. Lin Feng had held back once more. Zhao Tian's face turned ashen. I refuse to accept this. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed his full, golden core peak spiritual energy, causing the flames on his saber to surge to their utmost intensity. Fourth form of the heaven-burning saber technique. Heaven and earth incinerated ultimate. A devastating slash sent flames coalescing into a dragon charging toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood firm. His sword intent pushed to its absolute limit. The cold radiance on his iron sword grew increasingly brilliant. 1 thrust shot forward. The sword tip struck the fire dragon's head. Boom. The flames exploded outward, swallowing the entire arena. The disciples below gasped in shock. Has Lin Feng died? With flames this fierce, how could anyone at the mid-golden core stage survive? The flames dissipated. Lin Feng remained where he stood, not retreating a single step. Though his clothes bore several burn holes, his body was unharmed. Zhao Tian knelt on the ground, his flame saber planted in the arena, blood streaming from his mouth. Impossible. Impossible. He muttered to himself, unable to believe what he was seeing. Lin Feng approached him, looking down from above. You've lost. Zhao Tian looked up, his gaze dark with malice. Just wait. The Zhao family will not let this go. Lin Feng said nothing. Heaving his sword, Lin Feng descended from the arena. The elder announced the verdict. Lin Feng wins. He advances to the finals. The crowd erupted in excitement. Lin Feng won. He defeated Zhao Tian. A mid-golden core cultivator defeating a peak golden core cultivator, twice. What exactly is this Lin Feng's background? On the high platform, Su Shui rose to her feet, her face draining of color. Watching Lin Feng's retreating figure, her fingers clenched tightly into her sleeves. He had won. He had truly won. Zhao Tian knelt on the arena floor like a beaten dog. Su Shui suddenly felt she had made a grave mistake. But it was too late. Lin Feng had already walked far away. In the final, Lin Feng would face Luo Qingxue, the #1 inner disciple. Luo Qingxue stood on the arena in white robes, her ice blue eyes devoid of emotion. She gazed at Lin Feng, her eyes flickering with subtle emotion. She had seen this person before. During her time in the outer sect, she had caught a distant glimpse of him. Back then he had been a worthless cripple at the second layer of chi condensation, bullied by everyone. Now he stood before her with a calm aura and piercing sword intent. Lin Feng. She spoke, her voice cold and clear. Luo Qingxue. They locked eyes. Below the arena, everyone held their breath. Luo Qingxue, the #1 inner disciple, mastered both ice and sword techniques, her combat strength surpassing that of ordinary nascent soul cultivators. The dark horse Lin Feng had crushed through every opponent, defeating Zhang Kuang, Zhou Kong, and Zhao Tian in succession. Who would win? Luo Qingxue drew her sword. The ice sword, its blade encased in a layer of frost. Make your move. Lin Feng drew his weapon. The iron sword carrying a faint cold radiance. Both struck simultaneously. Their swords collided with a ringing clang. Cold aura exploded outward, forming a layer of ice across the arena surface. Lin Feng retreated 1 step, and Luo Qingxue stepped back as well. A draw. Luo Qingxue's eyes shifted slightly. Your sword intent is remarkably strong. Lin Feng remained silent and struck again. The fourth form of the swift shadow sword. 4 sword shadows shot toward Luo Qingxue. She swung her blade to deflect. Clang, 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 clang. All 4 strikes were blocked. Yet the force of the fourth thrust numbed her wrist. First form of the ice river sword technique. Thousandly frozen. A horizontal slash sent cold energy surging toward Lin Feng like ocean waves. Lin Feng did not yield. His sword intent fully unleashed cold against cold. His iron sword and her ice sword clashed once more. Boom. The ice layer on the arena shattered, and both retreated 3 steps. Still a draw. Luo Qingxue sheathed her sword. I'll stop here. The entire arena fell silent. A draw. The number 1 inner disciple drawn against Lin Feng. This Lin Feng is terrifying. The elder observed both cultivators and announced the verdict. The final match between Lin Feng and Luo Qingxue ends in a draw. Both are named number 1 among the inner disciples. Lin Feng sheathed his sword. Descending from the arena, Luo Qingxue watched his retreating figure, curiosity lingering in her eyes. This person was no ordinary cultivator. Li Fan rushed over, his face flushed with excitement. Senior brother, you've become the number 1 inner disciple, tied with senior sister Luo. Lin Feng nodded. Let's go. Where are we heading? Back to cultivate. The two walked out of the martial arts arena. Behind them, all the disciples were discussing. Lin Feng went from being a worthless waste to the number 1 inner disciple in just 10 days. 10 days. From the second layer of chi condensation to mid-golden core. That's impossibly fast. He must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity. Whether he did or not, the best course is to avoid provoking him from now on. On the high platform, Su Shui watched Lin Feng's retreating figure, her eyes growing red. She recalled how extraordinarily kind Lin Feng had once been to her. In winter, worried she would be cold, he gave her his own cotton coat. When cultivation resources fell short, he shared half his spirit stones with her. Whatever she desired, Lin Feng would go to extreme lengths to obtain it for her. But then Zhao Tian appeared, and with the Zhao family's immense power and abundant resources, her heart began to waver. No matter how exceptional Lin Feng was, he was still just a powerless waste with no backing. So she chose Zhao Tian. Yet now Lin Feng had risen to become the number 1 inner disciple. Zhao Tian knelt before him, reduced to nothing more than a dog. Su Shui suddenly felt the urge to weep. She had been wrong. But there was no turning back now. Zhao Tian climbed to his feet from the arena floor and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Staring at Lin Feng's retreating back, his gaze dark and vicious like a poisonous serpent. Lin Feng, do you truly believe defeating me is the end of this? His fists clenched tight. The Zhao family will not let this go. The registration desk for inner sect core disciples was located in the main hall of Qingyun sect. Lin Feng had arrived early that morning. The main hall was vast and resplendent, its floor paved with white jade bricks. An elder from the inner sect, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, surnamed Chun, oversaw the registration. Elder Chen sat behind the desk, paging through a ledger. Your name? Lin Feng. Elder Chen looked up at him. You're that trash from the outer sect who rose to become the number 1 inner disciple in 10 days. Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. Elder Chen scrutinized him, curiosity flickering in his eyes. How did you comprehend your sword intent? Through practice. Elder Chen laughed. Practice? An outer sect disciple could train for 100 years and never grasp sword intent. Lin Feng offered no explanation. Elder Chen pressed no further, retrieving a token from a drawer and handing it over. The core disciple token of the inner sect. Seal it with your blood. Lin Feng bit his finger and let a drop fall onto the token. It glowed, then merged into his palm. He had received the core disciple token, granting him access to all forbidden grounds within the sect and monthly allowances of 5,000 spirit stones plus 10 bottles of pills. Your cave dwelling sits atop the mountain designated Tianzi number 1. Resources are collected on the 1st of each month. I've already claimed yours for this month. They're waiting in your cave dwelling. Elder Chen said. Lin Feng nodded. Thank you, Elder. Turning, he departed. Elder Chen watched him go, stroking his beard. This young one is no ordinary fellow. Lin Feng exited the main hall and made his way up the mountain. Cave dwelling Tianzi number 1 sat at the highest point of Qingyun sect, where opening the window revealed seas of clouds. The dwelling was spacious, complete with a cultivation chamber, alchemy room, spirit herb garden, reception hall, and its own hot spring. Li Fan was already waiting inside. Upon seeing Lin Feng enter, he leaped up in excitement. Senior brother, this place is incredible. And there's a hot spring. Lin Feng ignored him. He entered the cultivation chamber and closed the door. The room was vast, with a spirit gathering formation laid across the floor. The spiritual energy here ran 3 times denser than the outside air. Upon the desk lay that month's provisions, 5,000 spirit stones, 10 vials of pills, and a new longsword. A mid-grade magical artifact 10 times superior to his worn iron blade. Lin Feng drew the sword. A bluish-green radiance played across the blade, its edge razor-sharp. He gave it 2 experimental swings. The balance felt excellent. He had obtained a mid-grade magical artifact, the Qingfeng sword. Lin Feng sheathed his iron sword. Though its rank was low, he couldn't bring himself to discard it after all these years. The daily check-in had refreshed. Located at Cave Dwelling Tianzi number 1, the reward was a mid-tier sword technique, the rift-splitting sword. A sword manual flooded into his mind. Lin Feng closed his eyes. Before his mind's eye appeared a figure wielding a sword. One strike, and space itself tore apart. The rift-splitting sword was a mid-tier technique. At its peak, it could rend the fabric of reality itself, far surpassing the speed shadow sword in power. His progress on the first layer of the rift-splitting sword stood at nothing. Lin Feng opened his eyes, drew out a spirit stone, and began his cultivation. The second layer of the primordial sword art surged through his meridians, spiritual energy racing through his body. His golden core at the mid-stage was growing more stable, with each passing moment edging ever closer to the late stage. The primordial sword art's second layer had advanced to 80%, while the rift-splitting sword's first layer reached 10%. After 3 hours of cultivation, dusk fell. Lin Feng opened his eyes and rose to his feet. He stretched, joints cracking in response. Pushing open the door, he found Lin Feng practicing sword forms in the courtyard. "Senior brother, you're out." Lin Feng nodded. "Tomorrow I'm going into seclusion at the sword monument." "The sword monument? You mean the one behind the mountain?" "Yes." "How long?" 3 days. Lin Feng nodded. "Then I'll stay at the cave dwelling and cultivate." Lin Feng said nothing more. He returned to his room and resumed cultivation. Dawn broke. Lin Feng made his way toward the rear mountain. The sword monument lay deep within Qingyun's sect's back hills, a restricted area of the sect closed to outsiders under normal circumstances. But core inner sect disciples held the privilege of entry. Lin Feng approached the monument and settled into a meditative posture. Each engraved sword mark upon its surface carried the sword intent of ancient cultivators. In his previous life, he had been unable to decipher them. Now, with the blessing of foundational sword intent, he could faintly perceive the sword Dao rules embedded within those carvings. A special checkpoint location had been triggered, the sword monument inviting deep contemplation. He confirmed his participation. He activated the check-in. The deep meditation at the sword monument succeeded. He had gained 2,000 units of ancient sword Dao comprehension, 5 sword intent fragments, and 1 sword Dao rule fragment. A luminous sphere dissolved into his brow. Lin Feng closed his eyes. Countless sword marks swirled through his mind, each imbued with distinct sword intent. Some sharp and aggressive, others grounded and steady, some swift as lightning, others heavy as mountains. Lost in this meditative state, time slipped away. 3 days later, he opened his eyes. His sword Dao realm had progressed to 80% completion of the foundational sword intent. He had collected 1 of 10 sword Dao rule fragments needed to comprehend a complete rule. The rift-splitting sword's first layer had advanced to 50%. Lin Feng rose to his feet. He tapped the scabbard with his fingers, producing a resonant tone. 3 days of deep meditation had yielded substantial results. With continued effort, his sword intent would soon advance to the minor achievement stage. He turned and began his return journey. Halfway there, someone emerged from ahead, a figure clad in white robes with ice-blue eyes. Luo Qingxue. She stood in the middle of the path watching him. Lin Feng. Luo Qingxue. They held each other's gaze for a moment before she spoke. "I want to fight you." Lin Feng regarded her. "Didn't we already fight once?" "That was on the competition platform with rules governing our movements." Lin Feng paused, then agreed. "Fine." He drew his sword. Luo Qingxue followed suit. Their blades met simultaneously, an iron sword colliding with an ice sword. A sharp ring echoed as cold energy erupted outward, frosting the surrounding trees. They each stepped back 3 paces. Luo Qingxue's expression shifted slightly. "Your sword intent has grown stronger again." Lin Feng remained silent and attacked once more. The first form of the rift-splitting sword, the rift-cleaving slash. His blade tore through the air with a piercing shriek. Luo Qingxue's expression changed as cold light flared intensively around her ice sword. Ice River Sword Method, second form, Thousandly Ice Seal. She swept her blade horizontally, condensing the cold energy into a wall of ice before her. The rift-cleaving slash struck against it. The ice wall shattered with a thunderous crash, sending fragments flying in all directions. Luo Qingxue retreated 5 steps, a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth. Lin Feng remained rooted in place, not yielding an inch. "You're injured." Luo Qingxue wiped the blood from her lip. "It's nothing." She lowered her sword. "I've lost." Lin Feng also sheathed his blade. "A draw." Luo Qingxue shook her head. "You held back." Lin Feng offered no denial. She studied him with a complicated expression. "Why did you hold back?" Lin Feng paused for a moment. "I didn't want to hurt you." Luo Qingxue froze, then lowered her head, a faint blush coloring her ears. "Thank you." She turned and left. Lin Feng watched her retreating figure, his fingers tapping against his sword scabbard. In his past life, she had been taken by the Ice River Hall while attempting to save him. This time he would protect her. Anyone who threatened her would die. Lin Feng turned and continued his journey back. Upon reaching the cave dwelling, Lin Feng ran toward him. "Senior brother, you're back? Something terrible has happened." "What is it?" "The Zhao family has sent people. They're looking for trouble with you." Lin Feng's gaze turned cold. "Let them come." By the time Lin Feng returned to his cave dwelling, night had already fallen. Lin Feng was practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard. Seeing him return, he quickly rushed over. "Senior brother, what about the Zhao family's people?" "They didn't come." Then they. Just empty words." Lin Feng walked into the cultivation chamber. If they really wanted to cause trouble, they wouldn't give advance notice. Lin Feng scratched his head, finding the reasoning sound. Lin Feng closed the door and sat cross-legged. He took out a spirit stone and began to cultivate. The second layer of the primordial sword art had already reached 85. In another 2 or 3 days he would break through to the third layer. His golden core mid-stage realm was also growing increasingly stable, his spiritual energy vast as an ocean. Cultivation progress, primordial sword art, second layer, 85. Void-splitting sword cultivation progress, first layer, 60. Cultivating until midnight. Lin Feng opened his eyes. The moonlight outside the window was bright, casting a frost-like sheen over the courtyard. He stood up and pushed open the door. Li Fan had already returned to his room to sleep. Lin Feng stood alone in the courtyard for a while, his fingers tapping against the scabbard. Clink, clink, clink. Tomorrow he would go to the Sutra Pavilion to take a look. The sect's Sutra Pavilion housed many sword techniques, though they could not compare to those granted by the system, they could still serve as reference. Dawn broke. Lin Feng left his dwelling and headed toward the Sutra Pavilion. The Sutra Pavilion stood in the northern part of Qingyun sect, a 7-story tower, where each floor stored techniques and martial skills of different grades. Outer disciples could only enter the first floor, inner disciples could access up to the third, and core disciples up to the fifth. The 6th and 7th floors were restricted to elders and the sect master alone. When Lin Feng reached the gate of the Sutra Pavilion, a white-haired elder of nascent soul peak rank stood guard. Token. Lin Feng handed over his core disciple token. The elder glanced at it and returned it. You may enter freely up to the 5th floor, but don't go up to the 6th. Lin Feng nodded and walked inside. The first floor was filled with basic techniques. He didn't even glance at them, heading straight up to the second. The second floor housed yellow grade techniques, the third profound grade, the 4th earth grade, and the 5th heaven grade. Lin Feng wandered around the 5th floor and found a few sword techniques. Qingyun Sword Manual, Heavenly Sword Art, Void Breaking Sword Technique. He flipped open the Qingyun Sword Manual, read a few pages, then set it down. Too weak. The primordial sword art and 10,000 swords returning to the origin granted by the system were 10 times more powerful than any of these. He then opened the void-breaking sword technique, read a few pages and frowned. This one was passable, but compared to void-splitting sword, it was far inferior. Lin Feng placed the book back and prepared to leave. A commotion arose from downstairs. He walked to the stairwell and looked down. At the entrance of the first floor, several inner disciples were blocking an outer disciple. A useless outer disciple like you dares to enter the Sutra Pavilion. Get out, don't dirty the place. The outer disciple was shoved to the ground, books scattered everywhere. Lin Feng recognized him. It was Li Fan. He frowned and walked down. Stop. The inner disciples looked up and saw Lin Feng, their expressions shifting. Lin Feng. He's a friend of mine. Lin Feng walked over and helped Li Fan up. What are you trying to do? The leading inner disciple swallowed nervously. Misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. We didn't know he was your friend. Get lost. The group scrambled away. Li Fan dusted himself off, his face full of gratitude. Senior brother, thank you. What were you doing at the Sutra Pavilion? I wanted to find a technique. The basic outer disciple technique I'm practicing now is too weak. Lin Feng nodded. Come with me. He led Li Fan up to the 4th floor, found a profound grade technique called blazing sword art, and tossed it to him. Practice this. Li Fan caught it, flipped it open, and his eyes lit up. Senior brother, this is a profound grade technique. It's enough to train you up to the golden core stage. Thank you, senior brother. The two descended. At the doorway they nearly collided with someone. White robes, ice blue eyes. Luo Qingxue. When she saw Lin Feng, she paused in her steps. Lin Feng. Luo Qingxue. They exchanged glances for a few seconds. Li Fan, standing beside them, looked from Lin Feng to Luo Qingxue and wisely stepped aside. Luo Qingxue spoke. You're here at the Sutra Pavilion too? Just browsing. She nodded and walked inside. Lin Feng watched her enter, then turned and left. Halfway back, Li Fan sidled up. Senior brother, does senior sister Luo have a thing for you? Don't talk nonsense. I saw the way she looked at you. It was different. Lin Feng ignored him. Back at the cave dwelling, he closed the door and continued cultivating. The next morning, Lin Feng stepped out and headed toward the back mountain. He had made it a habit to go to the back mountain every day to check in. Halfway there, the sound of fighting came from ahead. Lin Feng softened his footsteps and approached. Several inner disciples were besieging a single person. White robes, ice blue eyes. Luo Qingxue. Alone, surrounded by 7 inner disciples, an ice, sword in hand, cold aura radiating. But those 7 inner disciples were all at golden core peak, and attacking together, she gradually fell into a disadvantage. Luo Qingxue, hand over the ice river sword art, and we'll spare your life. Don't be ungrateful, you can't beat all 7 of us alone. Luo Qingxue gritted her teeth, and the ice sword blazed with frigid light. Ice river sword art, 3rd form, freeze, 10,000 miles. A single sweeping strike, the cold energy exploded, freezing 3 inner disciples. But the other 4 seized the opportunity to charge forward 4 long blades, slashing down simultaneously. Luo Qingxue had no time to counter, her face turning pale. Lin Feng drew his sword. A single slash. Void-splitting sword, 1st form, void-splitting slash. The sword aura tore through the air and struck the 4 long blades. Clang, 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 clang. All 4 long blades were sent flying. The 4 inner disciples staggered back, their expressions changing drastically. Who? Lin Feng stepped out from behind a tree. Lin Feng. Why is he here? What's his relationship with Luo Qingxue? Lin Feng walked to Luo Qingxue's side and looked at her. Are you all right? Luo Qingxue shook her head. Thank you. Lin Feng turned to the 7 inner disciples. Get lost. The leader's face turned dark. Lin Feng, this is between us and Luo Qingxue. It's none of your business. Lin Feng drew his sword. I'll say it one more time, get lost. He unleashed his sword intent fully, the chill of basic sword intent pressed down, and the 7 men's faces turned ghostly white. Let's go. The 7 turned and fled without looking back. Lin Feng sheathed his sword. Luo Qingxue stared at him, her eyes complex. Why did you help me? Lin Feng was silent for a few seconds. I owed you a favor. Luo Qingxue was startled. A favor? We've never met before. You'll know in the future. Lin Feng turned and continued toward the back mountain. Luo Qingxue stood still watching his retreating figure, her fingers tightening on her sleeve. This man, she understood him less and less. Lin Feng reached the back mountain and sat down before the Sword Dao Steel. Daily check-in refreshed. Check-in location, Sword Dao Steel. Check-in reward, Sword Dao Insight, 500 Spirit Stones, 2000. He closed his eyes and continued to comprehend the sword marks on the steel. The sword intent within those marks grew clearer and clearer. Sword Dao Realm Basic, Sword Intent, 85. After comprehending for 2 hours, Lin Feng opened his eyes. He stood up and headed back. Halfway he encountered the same 7 inner disciples again. But behind them stood an additional figure, a middle-aged man, early nascent soul cultivation, wearing an elder's robe. Lin Feng. The middle-aged man spoke. I am Zhao Yuan, an elder of the law enforcement hall. You are suspected of assaulting fellow disciples. Come with me. Lin Feng looked at him. Who did I assault? You injured those 7 inner disciples just now, didn't you? They were ambushing Luo Qingxue. I was only saving someone. Zhao Yuan sneered. Ambushing? I didn't see that. All I saw was you drawing your sword and injuring others. Lin Feng's eyes turned cold. Are you from the Zhao clan? Zhao Yuan's expression changed. What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Feng said nothing more. His fingers tapped against the scabbard. Clink, clink, clink. Quest triggered slander crisis. Quest objective, expose Zhao Yuan's false accusation and prove your innocence. Quest reward, innocence talisman 1, Sword Dao Insight, 300. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze. Let's go. Zhao Yuan was momentarily stunned, not expecting Lin Feng to be so cooperative. Go. Lin Feng followed Zhao Yuan toward the law enforcement hall. The 7 inner disciples followed behind, smug smiles on their faces. Luo Qingxue stepped out from behind a tree, watching Lin Feng's back, her brow furrowed. She knew Lin Feng was being framed. After a moment's thought, she followed. The law enforcement hall was in the eastern part of Qingyun's sect of Black Grand Hall. Lin Feng entered. Inside sat 3 elders, all at the nascent soul stage. Seated in the main position was the hall master, a nascent soul peak cultivator named Wang. Zhao Yuan stood in the center of the hall, pointing at Lin Feng. Hall Master Wang, this Lin Feng assaulted fellow disciples, injuring 7 inner disciples. I request severe punishment. Hall Master Wang looked at Lin Feng. What do you have to say? Lin Feng met his gaze. The 7 of them were ambushing Luo Qingxue. I intervened to save her. Zhao Yuan sneered. Ambush? Who saw it? What evidence do you have? Lin Feng remained silent. Zhao Yuan continued. Hall Master Wang, this Lin Feng, relying on his strength, is arrogant and overbearing. If he's not punished, it won't satisfy the sect. Hall Master Wang frowned. Lin Feng, if you cannot produce evidence, I will have to handle this according to sect rules. Lin Feng raised his head. What if I do have evidence? Zhao Yuan laughed. Can you produce it? Lin Feng drew a talisman from his robe. An innocence talisman. Granted by the system, it could restore the truth. He infused it with spiritual energy. The talisman burned and transformed into a shimmering screen. On the screen, it clearly showed the 7 inner disciples ambushing Luo Qingxue, and Zhao Yuan instructing them to frame Lin Feng. The hall fell into dead silence. Zhao Yuan's face turned deathly pale. This is fake. Hall Master Wang stood up, his face dark as iron. Zhao Yuan, you have quite the audacity. Zhao Yuan turned to flee. Lin Feng drew his sword. A single slash cut into his leg. Zhao Yuan screamed and collapsed to the ground. Seize him. At Hall Master Wang's command, several law enforcement disciples rushed in and pinned Zhao Yuan to the ground. The 7 inner disciples were also subdued. Hall Master Wang looked at Lin Feng, his expression complicated. Lin Feng, thanks to you this time, or our law enforcement hall would have been deceived by Zhao Yuan. Lin Feng sheathed his sword. It's nothing. Hall Master Wang nodded. You may go back now. The sect will handle Zhao Yuan's matter strictly. Lin Feng turned and left. As he stepped out of the law enforcement hall, Luo Qingxue stood at the entrance. Are you all right? Lin Feng shook his head. Why did you come? I was worried about you. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. In his past life, she had said those same words. When he was at his lowest, she was the only one who stood by his side. Thank you. Luo Qingxue lowered her head, the tips of her ears slightly red. No need to thank me. You helped me, so I helped you. It's only right. They fell silent for a few seconds. Lin Feng spoke. I owe you a favor. You've already repaid it. No, this doesn't count. Luo Qingxue looked up at him. Then how will you repay it? Lin Feng thought for a moment. You'll know in the future. He turned and walked away. Luo Qingxue stood still watching his back, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. This man, truly intriguing. After Zhao Yuan was captured, Lin Feng's reputation in the sect grew even greater. Everyone knew that Lin Feng not only possessed formidable combat strength, but also a treasure capable of revealing the truth. No one dared to provoke him, but some were fearless. Su Shui. That afternoon, while Lin Feng was cultivating in his cave dwelling, Li Fan rushed in. Senior brother, senior sister, Su Shui has come and wishes to see you. Lin Feng opened his eyes. Su Shui, his fiancée from his past life, who had ultimately allied with Zhao Tian to betray him. Let her in. Li Fan nodded and ran out. Soon Su Shui walked in. She wore a white long dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her beauty striking. In his past life, Lin Feng had considered her as beautiful as a fairy. Now he only felt disgust. Lin Feng. Su Shui walked over with a smile. It's been a long time. Lin Feng remained seated on the stone bench, unmoving. Do you need something? Su Shui sat opposite him, a gentle smile on her face. I just came to check on you. I heard you've become the top disciple of the inner sect. I'm truly happy for you. Lin Feng looked at her in silence. Su Shui felt somewhat uncomfortable under his gaze, but maintained her smile. Lin Feng, do you still remember what happened between us before? I remember. Su Shui's eyes lit up. Then you. I remember how you conspired with Zhao Tian. Su Shui's expression stiffened. Lin Feng, you've misunderstood. Zhao Tian and I are just friends. Friends. Lin Feng sneered. Would friends team up to stab me on Sword Mountain? Su Shui was stunned. Sword Mountain. What Sword Mountain? Lin Feng turned away. Of course, she wouldn't know about the events of his past life. Forget it, let's not discuss the past. What exactly do you want? Su Shui took a deep breath, composing herself. Lin Feng, I want to cooperate with you. Cooperate? Yes. You're now the top disciple of the inner sect, and Zhao Tian's faction is also very powerful. If you two continue to fight each other, neither side will benefit. Lin Feng looked at her. And oi. So, I want to be the intermediary and help you reconcile. Lin Feng smiled. It was a cold smile. Reconcile? Do you think that's possible? Su Shui gritted her teeth. Lin Feng, the Zhao family's power is immense. You can't defeat them alone. That's my concern. You? Lin Feng stood up. Are you done? Once you're finished, leave. Su Shui also rose, her eyes reddening. Lin Feng, we used to be so close. Can't you give me just one chance? Lin Feng looked at her. His gaze was as cold as ice. Chance? In my past life, I gave you many chances. How did you treat me? Su Shui couldn't understand, but she sensed the hatred in Lin Feng's eyes. It wasn't feigned. Lin Feng, I truly don't know what you're talking about. You needn't know. Lin Feng turned and walked toward the cultivation chamber. Li Fan, see our guest out. Li Fan ran over, blocking Su Shui's path. Senior sister Su, please go. Su Shui clenched her teeth, watching Lin Feng's retreating figure. Lin Feng, you'll regret this. Lin Feng didn't turn around. My greatest regret is having met you in my past life. Su Shui stood frozen. She didn't know why Lin Feng spoke of past life, but she knew he hated her. A hatred that went to the bone. She turned and left. Tears fell as she exited the cave dwelling. Zhao Tian was waiting at the entrance. Seeing her emerge, he frowned. Well, Su Shui wiped her tears and shook her head. He refused. Zhao Tian's expression darkened. Useless. He turned and walked away. Su Shui remained standing there, her nails digging into her palms. She hated Lin Feng. Hated him for not giving her a chance. But she hated herself even more for having chosen Zhao Tian in the first place. Inside the cave dwelling, Lin Feng sat in the cultivation chamber with his eyes closed. Events of his past life were carved into his mind like knives. Su Shui's smile, Zhao Tian's blade, the blood on Sword Mountain. This lifetime he would never make the same mistakes again. His fingers tapped the sword scabbard. Tap, tap, tap. Lin Feng took out the spirit stones and began cultivating. The second layer of the primordial sword art had already reached 90%, and he could break through tonight. Spiritual power raced through his meridians, and the golden core in his dantian grew larger. Cultivating until midnight, Lin Feng opened his eyes. The bottleneck of mid-stage golden core had loosened. One more night would allow him to break through to the late stage of golden core. He stood up and opened the window. The moon was bright, illuminating the sea of clouds like a silver ocean. In the distance within the inner disciple dormitory area, one lamp was still lit. Luo Qingxue's cave dwelling. Lin Feng gazed for a moment before looking away. In his past life, she had been captured by the Ice River Palace to save him. In this lifetime, he would not allow anyone to harm her. Dawn broke. Lin Feng stepped out and headed toward the back mountain. Halfway there, he encountered Su Shui again. She stood in the middle of the path, her eyes red and swollen, as if she had cried all night. Lin Feng, I'll ask you one more time. Will you really not forgive me? Lin Feng didn't stop. Move aside. Su Shui blocked his path. I won't move unless you tell me why you hate me. Lin Feng stopped and looked at her. Do you really want to know? Yes. Lin Feng was silent for a few seconds. In my past life, you were my fiancée. I gave you my all, offering you the best of everything. Later, Zhao Tian appeared. His family had great power and abundant resources, so you left with him. Before leaving, you colluded with Zhao Tian, and stabbed me in the back on Sword Mountain. Su Shue's face turned pale. Past life? What are you talking about? Lin Feng offered no explanation. Just consider me raving mad. He sidestepped Su Shue and continued walking. Su Shue stood frozen, trembling all over. She didn't know whether Lin Feng's words were true or false, but she could sense it. The hatred in Lin Feng's eyes was genuine. That kind of hatred couldn't be accumulated in just a day or two. Lin Feng, she called out. Lin Feng didn't turn around. You'll regret this. Lin Feng walked farther away. Su Shue squatted on the ground and broke down in tears. She suddenly felt that she had lost something incredibly precious. It would never come back. Lin Feng reached the back mountain and sat before the sword Dao steel. Closing his eyes, he continued his contemplation. The sword intent within those sword marks grew increasingly clear. In 2 or 3 more days, he would be able to advance to the minor achievement level of sword intent. He opened his eyes and stood up. His fingers tapped the sword scabbard. Tap, tap, tap. In the distance, someone was watching him. Lin Feng turned his head and saw Luo Qingxue standing at the edge of the bamboo grove. Are you following me? Luo Qingxue walked over. No, I merely came to cultivate in the back mountain. Lin Feng nodded. The two stood side by side gazing at the distant sea of clouds. After a moment of silence, Luo Qingxue spoke. What did Su Shue want from you? To reconcile. Did you agree? No, Luo Qingxue nodded. She's grown close to Zhao Tian. Be careful. Lin Feng looked at her. Do you care about me? Luo Qingxue hesitated, then looked away. I'm merely reminding you. Lin Feng's lips moved slightly. Thank you. The two fell silent once more. Luo Qingxue turned. I'm leaving. She walked a few steps before stopping. Lin Feng. Yes. The favor you owe me doesn't need to be repaid. Lin Feng looked at her. Why? Because you've helped me as well. She left. Lin Feng remained standing watching her retreating figure. His fingers tapped the sword scabbard. Tap, tap, tap. In his past life, he had failed to protect this person. In this lifetime, he would not let anyone harm her. Lin Feng returned to his cave, dwelling as dusk settled. In the courtyard, Li Fan was practicing his sword forms. Spotting his senior brother's arrival, he hurried over immediately. Senior brother, something has happened. What is it? The enforcement hall has arrived. They claim you stole something from the scripture pavilion. Lin Feng's gaze turned cold. Stole something? Yes, they say a copy of the Qingyun sword cannon is missing from the scripture pavilion, and someone saw you take it. Lin Feng sneered. He had indeed flipped through the Qingyun sword cannon before, but he had put it back. It was a frame-up. Where are the enforcement hall people? At the entrance. They said they want to take you in for questioning. Lin Feng stepped outside. 3 enforcement disciples stood at the entrance, their leader a golden core peak cultivator named Lu Cheng. Lin Feng, you are suspected of stealing a sect technique. Come with us. Lin Feng looked at him. Who says I stole it? Someone saw you. Who? You'll find out once we reach the enforcement hall. Lin Feng didn't move. Tell that person to face me directly. Lu Cheng's expression darkened. Lin Feng, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to swallow punishment. Lin Feng drew his sword. The blade pressed against Lu Cheng's throat. I said let that person come face me. Sweat beaded on Lu Cheng's forehead. Why you dare lay a hand on an enforcement disciple? Lin Feng said nothing. The sword tip pressed forward another fraction, piercing the skin. A bead of blood seeped out. Lu Cheng's legs buckled. I'll call him here. Lin Feng sheathed his sword. Lu Cheng turned and fled. Moments later he returned with someone. An outer sect disciple at the 9th layer of qi condensation named Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong caught sight of Lin Feng and turned pale as death. It was you who took the Qingyun sword cannon. I saw it with my own eyes. Lin Feng regarded him. Are you certain? Yes. Lin Feng smiled. A cold smile. Then tell me, when did I take it? Why yesterday afternoon? What time? Shenhour. Lin Feng nodded. Yesterday at Shenhour, I was meditating at the sword path steel on the back mountain. Several disciples saw me. Shall I call them to testify? Zhang Chong's expression shifted. I might have remembered wrong. Remembered wrong. Lin Feng stepped forward. Or did someone tell you to say that? Zhang Chong retreated a step. And none. No one told me anything. Lin Feng halted before him and locked eyes with him. His sword heart was clear. The skill the system had given him could pierce through every scheme and deception. Fragments of images flashed through Lin Feng's mind. Zhao Tian. Zhao Tian was the one who had ordered Zhang Chong to false accuse him. What did Zhao Tian give you in return? Zhang Chong's face drained of all color. How do you know that? Lin Feng gave no answer. He turned his gaze to Lu Cheng. Did you hear that? Zhao Tian orchestrated this. Lu Cheng's expression grew grim. This? Shall I summon Zhao Tian here for a confrontation? Lu Cheng gritted his teeth. Never mind. He turned and led his men away. Zhang Chong tried to flee as well, but Lin Feng grabbed him in one swift motion. Go back and tell Zhao Tian to try harder next time. Zhang Chong scrambled away on hands and knees. Li Fan approached, fury etched across his face. Senior brother Zhao Tian has gone too far. First he had Zhao Yuan frame you, and now he's accusing you of theft. Lin Feng remained silent. He tapped his sword scabbard lightly. Ting, ting, ting. Mission triggered, expose the conspiracy. Objective, uncover evidence of Zhao Tian's framing and utterly humiliate him. Reward Minor Sword Heart 1, 5,000 Spirit Stones. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze. Li Fan. Yes, senior brother. Do me a favor. What is it? Keep an eye on Zhao Tian. See who he contacts. Li Fan nodded. Leave it to me. Lin Feng returned to his cultivation chamber and closed the door. He sat cross-legged and retrieved a spirit stone. As the Tai Gu Sword Art's second layer circulated, spiritual energy surged through his meridians like a torrent. The bottleneck of his mid-stage golden core was loosening considerably. Cultivation progress, Tai Gu Sword Art Layer 295. He cultivated deep into the night before opening his eyes. Only a little more was needed. He retrieved his last 2 spirit stones, holding one in each hand. Drawing spiritual energy to its limit, he pulled relentlessly. The golden core in his dantian began to spin, growing ever larger. Boom. Late-stage golden core. Congratulations, host, for breaking through to late-stage golden core. Cultivation progress, Tai Gu Sword Art Layer 2, 100. Tai Gu Sword Art Layer 3 has been unlocked. Lin Feng rose to his feet. Spiritual energy coursed through him as vast as the ocean. With late-stage golden core and his foundational sword intent, he now felt confident he could face an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. The following morning, Li Fan ran back. Senior brother, I found out. Speak. Zhao Tian met with Zhang Chang yesterday, and also with Lu Cheng from the enforcement hall. He gave each of them 1,000 spirit stones. Lin Feng nodded. Anything else? Also, Zhao Tian met with Su Shui. The two of them were conspiring about something. Lin Feng's eyes turned cold. Su Shui. In his past life, she had allied with Zhao Tian to betray him. In this life, she was still the same. I see. Li Fan grew anxious. Senior brother, shouldn't we expose them? Not yet. Lin Feng stood up. Let them make the first move. Li Fan didn't fully understand, but he trusted Lin Feng. That afternoon, the enforcement hall came again. This time, Patriarch Wang himself arrived. Lin Feng, you have been reported for stealing a sect technique. Come with me for investigation. Lin Feng looked at him. Patriarch Wang, have you forgotten what happened with Zhao Yuan last time? Patriarch Wang's expression darkened. This time is different. The evidence is conclusive. What evidence? The Scripture Pavilion's registration ledger bears your name. Lin Feng frowned. He had never written his name in that ledger. May I see the ledger? Patriarch Wang hesitated, then produced it. Lin Feng flipped to the page with his name. The handwriting was fresh, clearly just written. And it was not his handwriting. This is not my writing. Patriarch Wang glanced at it, and also frowned. The handwriting indeed doesn't match. Patriarch Wang, this is a frame-up. Patriarch Wang fell silent for a few seconds. Do you have proof? Lin Feng reached into his robe and withdrew a talisman, a purification talisman. He had used one previously, and the system had granted him another. He infused spiritual energy, and the talisman burst into flames, dissolving into a luminous screen. On the screen, it was displayed with absolute clarity. Zhao Tian had ordered Lu Cheng to forge Lin Feng's signature on the ledger. Patriarch Wang's face turned iron gray. Lu Cheng, standing behind, nearly collapsed. Patriarch Wang, I was forced. Forced by whom? Lu Cheng gritted his teeth and looked toward Zhao Tian's direction. Patriarch Wang understood. Guards, arrest Lu Cheng. Fetch Zhao Tian at once. Zhao Tian was brought before the enforcement hall. Upon seeing the images on the luminous screen, his face shifted. This is fabricated. Lin Feng looked at him. Fabricated. Shall we play it again? Zhao Tian clenched his teeth. Lin Feng, you ruthless bastard. Patriarch Wang slammed his palm on the table. Zhao Tian, as a core inner sect disciple, you dare to frame a fellow sect member. What crime does this merit? Zhao Tian sneered. Patriarch Wang, how much in resources does my Zhao family contribute to the sect annually? Surely you're aware. Patriarch Wang's expression shifted. Zhao Tian turned and walked away. At the doorway, he glanced back at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, this isn't over. Lin Feng watched him. I'm waiting. Zhao Tian left. Patriarch Wang sighed heavily. Lin Feng, the Zhao family wields considerable influence. I understand. Lin Feng turned and walked away. As he exited the enforcement hall, Luo Qingxue was waiting at the entrance. Are you alright? Lin Feng shook his head. You're here again. I was worried about you. Lin Feng looked at her. Aren't you afraid of angering the Zhao family? Luo Qingxue shook her head. No. Lin Feng was silent for a moment. Thank you. Luo Qingxue lowered her head. No need to thank me. The two walked side by side for a while. Then Luo Qingxue spoke. Lin Feng, be careful. Zhao Tian won't drop this so easily. I know. If you need anything, you can come to me. Lin Feng nodded. Very well. Luo Qingxue departed. Lin Feng stood where he was, watching her recede into the distance. He tapped his sword scabbard. Ting, ting, ting. Mission complete. Expose the conspiracy. Reward received Minor Sword Heart 1, 5,000 Spirit Stones. Minor Sword Heart grants the ability to pierce all schemes and deceptions, immunity to illusions, and the power to discern weaknesses. Lin Feng closed his eyes, then opened them again. The world appeared sharper, more vivid. He could see the flow of spiritual energy around others, discern their cultivation realms, and even sense their emotions. This was the Minor Sword Heart. The system's reward proved more practical than any technique. Lin Feng turned and headed toward his cave dwelling. Halfway there he collided with Su Shui face to face. She stood in the middle of the path, her eyes red and swollen. Lin Feng, truly won't you ever forgive me? Lin Feng didn't stop. Move. Su Shui blocked his path. Lin Feng, I can leave Zhao Tian and return to your side. Lin Feng paused and looked at her. Return to my side. Yes, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have chosen Zhao Tian. Lin Feng smiled. A cold smile. Su Shui, do you really think I'd believe you again? I'm being sincere. Sincere? Lin Feng shook his head. How much is your sincerity worth? Su Shui's face went white. Lin Feng. That's enough. Lin Feng sidestepped her and continued walking. Don't come looking for me again. Su Shui stood frozen, tears spilling down her cheeks. In that moment she realized she had truly lost Lin Feng. Irrevocably, he was gone beyond her reach. The matter of Zhao Tian framing Lin Feng had spread throughout the sect. However, given the Zhao family's considerable influence, the sect merely issued a warning to Zhao Tian without imposing any severe punishment. Lin Feng understood that relying on the sect alone would not be enough to bring down Zhao Tian. He would have to rely on himself. That day the sect held a grand competition and all inner disciple members were required to participate. Lin Feng stood upon the fighting platform, his opponent being Zhao Tian. Their eyes met, and the air seemed to grow several degrees colder. Lin Feng, today, I will make you understand who truly reigns supreme among the inner disciples. Zhao Tian drew his flame-forging blade, unleashing the full pressure of his peak golden core cultivation. Lin Feng unsheathed his azure sharp sword, a mid-grade spiritual artifact, its blade shimmering with an emerald luminescence. Enough empty words. Zhao Tian's expression darkened, and he struck with a single devastating slash. The fourth form of the heaven-burning blade technique, heaven-scorching annihilation ultimate. Flames coalesced into a towering fire dragon, surging toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not retreat. He unleashed his sword intent in full, the chilling aura of his fundamental sword intent pressing down upon the flames, forcing the fire dragon to recoil several steps. Then he swung his blade. The first form of the sky-rending sword, Sky Rend. A blade-shaped torrent of spiritual energy tore through the air, striking the head of the fire dragon. Boom. Flames exploded outward, engulfing the entire platform in a roaring inferno. The disciples below gasped in shock. As the flames dissipated, Lin Feng remained standing exactly where he had been, not having taken a single step backward. Zhao Tian knelt upon the platform, his flame-forging blade buried deep in the stone, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Impossible. Impossible. Lin Feng walked over and looked down at him. You have lost. Zhao Tian raised his head, his eyes dark with venomous hatred. Just wait. The Zhao family will not let this go. Lin Feng said nothing. From his robe, he produced a talisman, the talisman of purity. Channeling his spiritual energy into it, the paper burst into flames and transformed into a glowing spectral screen. Upon the luminous screen, clear as day, appeared the evidence. Zhao Tian had ordered Zhang Chong to frame Lin Feng, directed Lu Cheng to forge the registration records, and had paid each of them 1,000 spirit stones for their treachery. A murmur of outrage swept through the crowd. Zhao Tian actually did such a thing. Despicable. And he's the young master of the Zhao family. Not a shred of integrity. Zhao Tian's face turned ashen. This is fabricated. Lin Feng forged this evidence. Lin Feng gazed at him coldly. Forged? Would you like me to summon Zhang Chong and Lu Cheng here for confrontation? Zhao Tian ground his teeth. Lin Feng, you ruthless bastard. He rose to his feet, attempting to leave. Lin Feng's sword flashed, blocking his path. Do not be in such a hurry to depart. This is not yet over. New imagery appeared upon the spectral screen. Zhao Tian conspiring privately with Su Shui, plotting to join forces against Lin Feng. Su Shui, present at the scene, turned pale as ghostly ash. No. It's not like that. Lin Feng turned his gaze toward her. Not like that. Then how is it? Su Shui could find no words. Every disciple in attendance fixed their scornful stares upon her. Is Su Shui not Lin Feng's betrothed? How can she be conspiring with Zhao Tian? I've heard she and Zhao Tian have been involved for quite some time, while poor Lin Feng remained blissfully unaware. She's utterly shameless. Su Shui covered her face with her hands and fled. Zhao Tian also tried to escape, but Lin Feng intercepted him. Zhao Tian, you have framed a fellow sect member. What punishment do you deserve? Zhao Tian sneered. Lin Feng, you truly believe the sect would dare to lay a hand on me? My Zhao family contributes immense resources to this sect every year. Do you not know your place? Elder Wang rose from his seat, his face thunderous with fury. Zhao Tian, you have gone far too far. Zhao Tian turned to face him. Elder Wang, you, who hold no more than the humble position of enforcement hall head, dare to meddle in Zhao family affairs. Elder Wang trembled with restrained rage. Lin Feng spoke. Zhao Tian, no matter how powerful your Zhao family may be, it cannot transcend the laws and customs of this sect. Zhao Tian laughed derisively. Customs? Laws are made for those without connections and influence. Lin Feng said no more. His sword flashed forth, the tip pressing against Zhao Tian's throat. Tell me, do you believe I would kill you right now, eh? Zhao Tian's expression shifted. You wouldn't dare. Lin Feng pushed the blade forward, another fraction piercing the skin. A bead of crimson welled forth. Now tell me, would I not dare? Sweat beaded upon Zhao Tian's forehead. Lin Feng, if you kill me, the Zhao family will not spare you. Lin Feng smiled coldly. Then let them come. He withdrew his sword. Scram. Zhao Tian turned and bolted. At the doorway, he glanced back at Lin Feng, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Lin Feng, just wait. This matter is far from finished. Lin Feng ignored him, sheathed his sword, and descended from the platform. Li Fan ran over, his face alight with excitement. Senior brother, you were magnificent. Exposing Zhao Tian before the entire sect. His reputation is completely ruined. Lin Feng nodded. Let us return. Where are we going? Back to cultivate. The two walked out of the martial arts arena. Behind them, the disciples continued their animated discussions. Zhao Tian is thoroughly finished this time. And Su Shui, how can she ever face anyone in this sect again? Lin Feng is ruthless, humiliating him publicly before the entire sect. If my fiancée had run off with someone else and joined forces to frame me, I'd be ruthless too. High upon the viewing platform, Luo Qingxue watched Lin Feng's retreating figure, her expression complex. This man was stronger than she had ever imagined, not merely in combat prowess, but in character as well. Betrayed by those closest to him, he had maintained his composure and struck back with meticulous calculation. Anyone else would have collapsed under such devastation. A sudden pang of sympathy stirred within her heart. Lin Feng returned to his cave dwelling and closed the door behind him. Sitting cross-legged, he took out a spirit stone. The ancient sword art 3rd level began to circulate. His golden core late-stage cultivation grew increasingly stable. Cultivation progress, ancient sword art 3rd level 10. Sky-rending sword cultivation progress, 1st level 80. He cultivated until midnight, then opened his eyes. The moon outside the window shone with brilliant clarity. He rose and pushed open the window. In the distance, the light still burned within Zhao Tian's cave dwelling. Zhao Tian was plotting something in secret. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze and tapped his fingers against his sword scabbard. Clang, clang, clang. Whatever schemes Zhao Tian harbored, Lin Feng feared them not. In this life, he would never again allow anyone to trample upon him. The next morning, Lin Feng went to the back mountain for his check-in. He walked to the Sword Dao Steel and sat down cross-legged. Check-in location, Sword Dao Steel. Rewards, Sword Dao Comprehension, 500 Spirit Stones, 2000. He closed his eyes and continued his meditation. The sword intent within those sword marks grew clearer and clearer. His Sword Dao realm reached the basic sword intent at 95%. One more day, and he would break through to minor achievement sword intent. After meditating for 2 hours, Lin Feng opened his eyes. He was about to leave when his system suddenly activated. A special check-in location had been triggered, the Sword Dao Steely, through deep comprehension. The system asked whether he wished to check in. Check in, he said. The Sword Dao Steel's deep comprehension check-in succeeded. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the complete version of the ancient sword art, 10,000 swords returned to the origin. You have also received 2,000 points of Sword Dao comprehension and 10 sword intent fragments. A sword art book poured directly into his mind. Lin Feng closed his eyes. In his mind, a figure stood holding a sword. With a single strike, it transformed into 10,000 swords that fell like rain. That sword realm was stronger than any sword cultivator he had ever seen. 10,000 swords returned to the origin. The system had previously given him only the first layer, but now he possessed the complete version. When cultivated to its peak, it could summon 10,000 swords to attack simultaneously, its power unmatched. His cultivation progress for 10,000 swords returned to the origin was at the first layer, 0%. Lin Feng opened his eyes and tapped his sword sheath. Clang, clang, clang. Footsteps suddenly approached from all directions. A group of inner sect disciples walked over, their expressions changing when they saw Lin Feng. Lin Feng, they whispered. What is he doing at the Sword Dao Steel? I heard he is comprehending sword intent. Comprehending sword intent. Him. Lin Feng stood up and looked at them. Do you need something? The leader shook his head. And nothing. The group turned and left immediately. Lin Feng ignored them and continued his cultivation. Another hour passed when the Sword Dao Steel suddenly began to glow. The sword marks on its surface lit up and streaks of sword intent shot toward the sky. The entire Qingyun sect trembled with shock. The Sword Dao Steel is glowing. Someone has comprehended it. Who is it? All the disciples ran toward the back mountain. Even the elders arrived. The sect master came as well. They stood before the Sword Dao Steely, looking at Lin Feng, sitting cross-legged before it, their faces filled with astonishment. Is that Lin Feng? He comprehended the Sword Dao Steel. In the 1,000 years since Qingyun sect was founded, only 3 people have ever comprehended the Sword Dao Steel. He is the 4th. The sect master walked up to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, what did you comprehend? Lin Feng opened his eyes. An ancient sword art. The sect master's eyes lit up. Which sword art? 10,000 swords returned to the origin. The entire crowd erupted in shocked murmurs. 10,000 swords returned to the origin. That is a legendary ancient sword art. It is said that when cultivated to its peak, it can summon 10,000 swords to strike simultaneously with unmatched power. Lin Feng actually comprehended this sword art. The sect master took a deep breath. Lin Feng, could you share this sword art with the sect? Lin Feng looked at him. I can, but I have conditions. What conditions? I want to enter the Sword God Palace. The sect master's expression changed. The Sword God Palace. That is a forbidden area of the sect accessible only to elders. I know, but I must enter. The sect master hesitated for a moment. Since you comprehended 10,000 swords return to the origin, you have rendered a great service to the sect. I can make an exception and allow you into the first floor of the Sword God Palace, but no further. Lin Feng nodded. That is enough. The sect master turned to the elders. From today onward, Lin Feng may freely enter and exit the first floor of the Sword God Palace. The elders exchanged glances, but no one objected. Lin Feng comprehending 10,000 swords returned to the origin was a monumental achievement, and granting him certain privileges was only fair. Lin Feng stood up. Thank you, sect master. He turned and walked away. Behind him, all the disciples were discussing the matter. Lin Feng has struck it rich. He can enter the Sword God Palace now. The Sword God Palace contains ancient inheritances. After visiting once, he will surely be much stronger. It is useless to be envious. Who asked you to fail at comprehending the Sword Dao Steel? Lin Feng returned to his cave dwelling and Li Fan ran over. Senior brother, did you comprehend the Sword Dao Steel? Yes. That is amazing. I heard only 3 people in 1,000 years have ever comprehended it. Lin Feng said nothing. He entered his cultivation chamber, closed the door, sat cross-legged, took out the 10,000 swords returned to the origin, and began to cultivate. This sword art consisted of 9 layers, each 10 times stronger than the previous one. The first layer could summon 10 sword shadows. The second 100. The third 1,000. The fourth 10,000. The fifth layer and beyond were beyond ordinary people's imagination. Lin Feng closed his eyes and circulated spiritual energy according to the sword art. The golden core in his dantian began to rotate, and spiritual energy surged throughout his limbs and meridians. His cultivation progress for 10,000 swords returned to the origin reached 10% in the first layer. After an hour of cultivation, Lin Feng opened his eyes. 10 sword shadows appeared around him, floating in the air with their tips pointing outward. With a thought, all 10 shot forward simultaneously, embedding themselves in the wall. Their power was 5 times stronger than ordinary sword chi. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Paired with his sword intent, this sword art would at least double his combat strength. His cultivation progress reached 20%. He continued to cultivate. Dawn broke. Lin Feng opened his eyes. He had reached 50% in the first layer of 10,000 swords returned to the origin. One more day, and he would break through to the second layer. He stood up and pushed open the door. Li Fan was practicing swordplay in the courtyard. Seeing him emerge, he hurried over. Senior brother, are you going to the Sword God Palace today? Yes. Can I come with you? No. Only I am allowed to enter the Sword God Palace. Li Fan nodded in disappointment. Lin Feng left the cave dwelling and headed toward the Sword God Palace. It lay at the deepest part of Qingyun sect, an ancient stone hall. 2 nascent soul elders guarded the entrance. Your token. Lin Feng handed over the token given to him by the sect master. The elder glanced at it and returned it. Go in. Remember, only the first floor. Lin Feng nodded and walked inside. The Sword God Palace was dim. The walls were carved with countless sword marks. Each sword mark contained the sword intent of an ancient sword cultivator. Lin Feng sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. He had triggered a special check-in location, the first floor of the Sword God Palace. The system asked whether he wished to check in. Check in. The special check-in at the first floor of the Sword God Palace succeeded. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3,000 points of Ancient Sword Dao Comprehension, 15 Sword Intent Fragments, and 2 Sword Dao Rule Fragments. A sphere of light merged into his brow. Lin Feng closed his eyes. Countless sword intents danced in his mind. These sword intents were far stronger and deeper than those on the Sword Dao Steel. His Sword Dao realm reached basic sword intent at 100%. His realm was upgrading to minor achievement sword intent. Minor achievement sword intent could suppress all cultivators below the nascent soul stage and exert a strong, intimidating effect on nascent soul cultivators, partially affecting their combat power. Lin Feng opened his eyes and tapped his sword sheath. Clang, clang, clang. Minor achievement sword intent. Now, even against early-stage nascent soul cultivators, he had confidence in a fight. He stood up and continued walking deeper into the Sword God Palace. At the end of the first floor, there was a stone door engraved with the characters Sword Heart. Lin Feng reached out and pushed. The door did not move. He applied more force, but it remained immovable. A notification appeared: your Sword Heart has reached minor achievement. You may now push open the stone door. Lin Feng activated his Sword Heart and pressed his palm against the door. The stone door slowly opened. Behind it was a small room. In the center of the room sat a sword. Its blade was pitch black, devoid of any luster. But Lin Feng could feel the terrifying sword intent contained within. He had triggered a special check-in location, the Sword Heart Chamber of the Sword God Palace. The system asked whether he wished to check in. Check in. The special check-in at the Sword Heart Chamber succeeded. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 ancient Sword Heart, which can greatly elevate your Sword Heart realm and help you comprehend Sword Heart clarity. You have also received 5,000 points of sword Dao comprehension, and 20 sword intent fragments. A sphere of light merged into his brow. Lin Feng closed his eyes. A voice echoed in his mind. Sword heart clarity. All dharmas cannot invade. He felt his sword heart growing rapidly. His sword heart realm advanced from minor achievement to major achievement. Major achievement sword heart could pierce through all illusions, grant immunity to illusory techniques, reveal weaknesses, and partially influence the minds of enemies. Lin Feng opened his eyes. The world became far clearer. He could see the flow of every strand of sword intent within the sword marks on the walls. He could feel the sword intent within this black sword resonating with him. He reached out and grasped the black sword. The sword body trembled and emitted a hum. He had obtained the ancient magical artifact Black Abyss Sword. It was a top-grade magical artifact capable of growth, currently in a sealed state that required sword intent nourishment to unlock. Lin Feng drew the Black Abyss Sword. The blade was pitch black, yet incredibly sharp. He swung it twice and found the feel even better than his Qing Feng sword. He put away the Qing Feng sword and hung the Black Abyss Sword at his waist. Lin Feng turned and walked out of the sword heart chamber. When he reached the entrance of the Sword God Palace, the two elders were still there. Seeing the Black Abyss Sword at Lin Feng's waist, their expressions changed drastically. You took the sword from the Sword Heart Chamber. What about it? That was left by an ancient sword cultivator. No one has been able to draw it out in hundreds of years, and you actually. Lin Feng said nothing. He simply walked away. The two elders exchanged bewildered glances. What is this kid's background? I do not know, but the sect master said not to provoke him. Lin Feng returned to his cave dwelling, and Lin Feng ran over. Senior brother, what did you get? A sword. Lin Feng drew the Black Abyss Sword. Its blade was pitch black, emitting a faint chill. Lin Feng shivered. This sword is so cold. Lin Feng sheathed it. Go and find out what Zhao Tian has been up to lately. Lin Feng nodded and ran off. Lin Feng entered his cultivation chamber and closed the door. He sat cross-legged, took out the Black Abyss Sword, and placed it on his knees. Closing his eyes, he activated his sword intent to nourish it. The Black Abyss Sword trembled slightly, and a seal on its surface loosened a bit. The Black Abyss Sword seal progress reached 1%. Take it slow. This sword would eventually be fully unlocked. When that happened, its power would be at least 10 times that of a top-grade magical artifact. Lin Feng opened his eyes and tapped his sword sheath. Clang, clang, clang. Zhao Tian. Su Shui. Just wait. Soon it will be your turn. Lin Feng opened his eyes and tapped his sword sheath. Clang, clang, clang. Zhao Tian. Su Shui. Just wait. Soon it will be your turn. Lin Feng remained in the Sword Saint Temple for 3 days. Each day, apart from the daily check-in, he devoted himself to nurturing the Black Abyss Sword and cultivating the myriad swords returned to one art. By the third day, his gains had been substantial. His golden core stage had grown increasingly stable, his spiritual energy as deep and vast as the ocean. That afternoon, Lin Feng was practicing sword forms in the cultivation chamber when Lin Feng burst in. Senior brother, something terrible has happened. What is it? Zhao Tian has brought members of the Zhao family. They're here to settle scores with you. Lin Feng's gaze turned cold. How many? Over a dozen, all at golden core stage or above, including a nascent soul elder. Lin Feng rose to his feet. Let them in. Lin Feng hesitated. Senior brother, there are so many of them. I said let them in. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and ran out. Shortly after, Zhao Tian entered with a group of people. At their head was a middle-aged man at early nascent soul cultivation, dressed in Zhao family elder robes. Are you Lin Feng? The middle-aged man studied him up and down. I'm Zhao Lai, Zhao Tian's uncle. Lin Feng regarded him. Do you have business? Zhao Lai sneered. You injured my nephew and humiliated him in public. You think nothing of it. Lin Feng drew his sword. The Black Abyss Sword emerged from its scabbard, its blade pitch black and radiating an icy chill. Then what do you propose? Zhao Lai's expression darkened. Kneel, apologize to my nephew, and then leave Qingyin's sect. I may spare your life. Lin Feng laughed. And if I refuse? Zhao Lai waved his hand. Then I'll beat it out of you. Behind him, over a dozen people surrounded them, all at golden core stage. Lin Feng didn't retreat. His sword intent surged to full power. The crushing pressure of his minor sword intent left the dozen golden core disciples pale, their spiritual energy flow faltering. Zhao Lai's expression shifted. Sword intent. You've comprehended sword intent. Lin Feng offered no response. He struck with a single technique. The first form of the heaven-splitting sword, the sky-rending slash. The sword chi tore through the air, bearing down on Zhao Lai. He raised his arm to block, but was driven back 3 steps by the force. What powerful sword intent! Gritting his teeth, Zhao Lai unleashed his early nascent soul cultivation in a devastating punch. Lin Feng held his ground. The first layer of the myriad swords returned to origin technique manifested as 10 sword shadows hovering in the air. With a mere thought, all 10 shadows shot forth simultaneously. Zhao Lai's face contorted with alarm as he desperately dodged. The 10 sword shadows proved too swift. He evaded 7, but was struck by 3, each piercing his shoulder, arm, and thigh respectively. Blood flowed freely. You. Zhao Lai clutched his wounds, disbelief etched across his face. He was at early nascent soul stage, yet this late golden core cultivator had wounded him. Still want to fight? Zhao Lai gritted his teeth, glancing at the Zhao family disciples behind him. All were immobilized by the overwhelming pressure of Lin Feng's sword intent. We're leaving. He turned and departed. Zhao Tian followed closely, his face ashen. At the doorway he paused and looked back at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, just wait. The Zhao family won't let this go. Lin Feng ignored him entirely, sheathing his sword with practiced ease. Li Fan rushed over, eyes shining with excitement. Senior brother, you actually wounded someone at early nascent soul stage. Incredible. Lin Feng remained silent, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the scabbard. He retrieved his system notifications and refocused. Wounding an early nascent soul cultivator was now within his capability, but execution remained elusive. Once the myriad swords returned to origin, technique advanced to its second layer, and the Black Abyss sword seal weakened further, he would possess the power to kill one. No urgency required. Patience would prevail. By the following day, word of Lin Feng's victory over Zhao Lai had spread throughout the entire Qingyan sect. Lin Feng actually harmed an early nascent soul cultivator. But he's only at late golden core stage. How could he breach an entire cultivation realm? His sword intent was overwhelmingly powerful. Zhao Lai stood no chance. The sect master himself had learned of the incident and came personally to Lin Feng's cave dwelling. Lin Feng, regarding your conflict with the Zhao family, I will intervene to mediate. Lin Feng gazed at him. No need. The sect master frowned. The Zhao family wields considerable influence, you alone. I said no need. The sect master exhaled wearily. Then be cautious. He turned and departed. Lin Feng closed the door and resumed his cultivation. The third layer of the ancient sword art circulated through him, spiritual energy surging like a tempest through his meridians. The bottleneck at late golden core stage was gradually loosening. With another day of cultivation, he would break through to the second layer. Lin Feng took out spirit stones, dedicating himself fully to cultivation. One after another spirit stone powder trickled through his fingers. By midnight, the first layer of myriad swords returned to origin, finally reached completion, unlocking the second layer. The second layer could summon 100 sword shadows with 5 times the power of the first. Lin Feng opened his eyes. 100 sword shadows materialized behind him, densely packed like a forest of blades. With a mere thought, they all shot forth simultaneously, embedding themselves in the wall. The entire wall was pierced through. The destructive power was terrifying. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Now facing an early nascent soul cultivator, he could not merely wound them. He could kill them outright. He continued cultivating. The third layer of the ancient sword art was nearly complete. Another day, and he would break through to the peak of golden core. Lin Feng closed his eyes and returned to his cultivation. Dawn broke. Li Fan rushed in. Senior brother, the Zhao family has sent people again. How many? Over 20, including an elder at mid-nascent soul stage. Lin Feng rose to his feet. Let them in. Li Fan grew anxious. Senior brother, mid-nascent soul. You. I said let them in. Li Fan gritted his teeth and ran out. Soon after, a group from the Zhao family entered. At their head was a middle-aged woman with mid-nascent soul cultivation, dressed in Zhao family elder robes. Lin Feng, I'm Zhao Min, Zhao Lai's older sister. Lin Feng regarded her. What do you want? Zhao Min sneered. You wounded my brother, and you're asking if there's a problem. Lin Feng drew his sword. Then what do you propose? Zhao Min waved her hand. I'll beat it out of you until you beg on your knees. Over 20 people surrounded him. Lin Feng didn't retreat. His sword intent erupted fully. The oppressive chill of his minor achievement sword intent descended upon them, leaving the 20-plus golden core disciples gasping for breath. Zhao Min's expression shifted. What formidable sword intent! She struck, unleashing her mid-nascent soul's spiritual power in a palm strike aimed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng held his ground. The second layer of myriad swords returned to origin, activated, manifesting 100 sword shadows. With a mere thought, they all launched simultaneously. Zhao Min's face paled as she desperately dodged. But with 100 sword shadows, she could only evade the majority. Several struck home, tearing through her clothes and drawing blood from the corner of her mouth. You. Lin Feng sheathed his sword. Shall we continue? Zhao Min gritted her teeth, glancing at the Zhao family disciples behind her, all crushed to the ground by the weight of his sword intent. We're leaving. She turned and departed. Lin Feng watched her retreating figure. Tell the Zhao family, if they send more next time, bring even greater numbers. Zhao Min paused, then continued without looking back. Li Fan rushed over, disbelief written across his face. Senior brother, you actually wounded a mid-nascent soul cultivator. This is terrifying. Lin Feng said nothing, his fingers tapping against the scabbard in a steady rhythm. He dismissed the notifications and refocused. Wounding a mid-nascent soul cultivator was now within his reach. But to kill one required further advancement. Once the ancient sword art broke through to its fourth layer, and the Black Abyss sword seal weakened further, he would possess the power to slay a mid-nascent soul opponent. He continued his cultivation. The matter of Lin Feng injuring Zhao Min spread throughout the entire Qingyan sect. It also reached the Zhao family. Zhao Xiong, the patriarch of the Zhao family with cultivation at the peak of nascent soul, flew into a towering rage. A mere kid at the late Golden Core stage has managed to injure 2 elders of my Zhao family. He slammed his palm on the table. Go send someone to Qingyun's sect. Tell Lin Feng to come to the Zhao residence and kneel to apologize, or we'll flatten Qingyun's sect. The Zhao family envoy arrived at Qingyun's sect that very day. Standing before the mountain gate, he shouted insults loudly. Lin Feng, you cowardly turtle. If you have any skill, come out. You've injured our Zhao family elders, yet you dare not come out to face justice. If you don't come out soon, the Zhao family will flatten Qingyun's sect. The disciples gathered around the mountain gate, whispering among themselves. The Zhao family has gone too far. Clearly it was Zhao Tian who started the trouble. Why hasn't Lin Feng come out yet? Could he be afraid? Inside his cave-dwelling, Lin Feng heard the curses and rose to his feet. Li Fan blocked his path. Senior brother, don't go. They've definitely set an ambush. Lin Feng looked at him. Move. Li Fan gritted his teeth and stepped aside. Lin Feng walked outside. Upon reaching the mountain gate, the Zhao family envoy was still cursing. Lin Feng, you good-for-nothing, come out if you have the guts. Before he could finish, Lin Feng drew his sword. One strike was unleashed. The first form of the sky-rending sword, Sky Rend Slash. Sword energy tore through the air, striking the envoy. The envoy let out an agonizing cry and fell to the ground, a bloody wound across his chest. You dare lay a hand on me. Lin Feng walked over, looking down at him from above. Go back and tell Zhao Xiong. If he wants me, he can come himself. The envoy scrambled to his feet and fled, crawling and stumbling away. All the disciples erupted into applause. Well done, Lin Feng. The Zhao family was too arrogant. They deserved it. Lin Feng sheathed his sword and turned to leave. Back at his cave-dwelling, Li Fan ran over. Senior brother, you're amazing. You blasted the Zhao envoy away with a single sword strike. Lin Feng said nothing. He entered his cultivation chamber and closed the door. Sitting cross-legged, he took out the Black Abyss sword and placed it on his knees. Channeling his sword intent to nourish it, the Black Abyss sword trembled. Its seal had loosened just a bit more. Black Abyss sword seal progress. 10 in a while he would be able to break through to 20. At that point, the Black Abyss sword's power would increase significantly. Lin Feng closed his eyes and continued cultivating. The third layer of the primordial sword art had already reached 80. Another day, and he would break through to the peak of Golden Core. Cultivation progress, primordial sword art, third layer, 80, 10,000 swords, return to the origin, second layer, cultivation progress 20. By midnight, Lin Feng opened his eyes. The moon outside the window was bright. He stood up and pushed open the window. In the distance toward the mountain gate direction, there were flames. The Zhao family had come. Lin Feng's eyes turned cold. Just in time. He stepped out of his cave dwelling and headed toward the rear mountain. A narrow path on the rear mountain led directly down the mountain, bypassing the main gate. Following this path, Lin Feng reached outside the mountain gate in less than half an hour. Over 30 people from the Zhao family had arrived, led by Zhao Xiong at the peak of nascent soul. Beside him stood Zhao Tian, Zhao Lai, Zhao Min, along with a dozen or so Golden Core disciples. Where's Lin Feng? Why hasn't he come out yet? Zhao Xiong grew impatient. Patriarch, he probably doesn't dare to come out. Then fight our way in. Zhao Xiong gestured, and the 30-odd people charged toward the mountain gate. Lin Feng stepped out from behind a tree. No need to fight. I'm here. Zhao Xiong stopped and looked at him. You're Lin Feng? Yes. Zhao Xiong sneered. You've injured 2 elders of my Zhao family and humiliated my son. Tell me, what do you propose to do about it? Lin Feng drew his sword. What do you want me to do? Zhao Xiong's expression darkened. Kneel Kowtow 3 times and cripple your own cultivation, and I might spare your life. Lin Feng smiled. And if I refuse? Zhao Xiong gestured. Then I'll beat it out of you. The 30-odd people closed in around him. Lin Feng did not retreat. His sword intent fully erupted. The chilling pressure of his partially mastered sword intent caused all 30-plus Golden Core disciples to turn pale. Some fell directly to their knees on the ground. Zhao Lai and Zhao Min's expressions also changed. His sword intent has grown even stronger. Zhao Xiong frowned. Sword intent. Interesting. He struck, releasing all the spiritual power of his peak nascent soul cultivation in a single palm strike toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not retreat. The second layer of 10,000 swords returned to the origin. 100 sword shadows appeared. With a thought, all 100 sword shadows shot out simultaneously. Zhao Xiong's expression shifted. He swatted dozens of sword shadows away with one palm, but still managed to be hit by several. Several holes appeared in his clothing. Not bad, boy. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed all his spiritual power and punched toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not retreat. The Black Abyss sword left its scabbard. One slash was unleashed. The second form of the sky-rending sword, Sky Rend Slash Extreme. This technique was something he had only recently perfected, its power 3 times that of the first form. Sword energy tore through the air, striking Zhao Xiong's fist. Boom. Zhao Xiong retreated 3 steps, a fresh wound appearing on his fist. Lin Feng stood his ground, not retreating a single step. Zhao Xiong's face turned ashen. You? What realm are you at? Late Golden Core. Impossible. How can someone at the late Golden Core stage possess such combat power? Lin Feng did not answer. His sword intent fully erupted once more, and 100 sword shadows appeared again. Zhao Xiong gritted his teeth. Fall back. He turned and fled. Zhao Tian trailed behind him, his face drained of color. He never expected that even his own father could not defeat Lin Feng. Lin Feng sheathed his sword. Zhao Xiong, next time you come, bring more people. Zhao Xiong paused, but did not look back as he continued walking away. Lin Feng turned and headed toward the rear mountain. By the time he returned to his cave dwelling, dawn was approaching. Li Fan was still waiting in the courtyard. Seeing Lin Feng return, he quickly ran over. Senior brother, are you alright? I'm fine. Where are the Zhao family people? They've left. Li Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Senior brother, you're too strong. You even drove off, Zhao Xiong. Lin Feng said nothing. He entered his cultivation chamber and closed the door. Sitting cross-legged, he took out a spirit stone. He cycled through the third layer of the primordial sword art, spiritual power, sprinting through his meridians. The bottleneck of the late Golden Core stage was growing looser by the moment. Cultivation progress, primordial sword art, third layer, 90, another day, and he would break through to the peak of Golden Core. Lin Feng closed his eyes and continued cultivating. At dawn, Li Fan ran in. Senior brother, the sect master is here. Lin Feng opened his eyes and stepped outside. The sect master stood in the courtyard, his expression grave. Lin Feng, regarding the Zhao family incident. What are your plans? They come once I fight them once. The sect master shook his head. The Zhao family will not let this go. Behind them stands the Ice River Hall. Lin Feng's eyes turned cold. Ice River Hall. In his past life, it was the Ice River Hall that had taken Luo Qingxue. I know. The sect master sighed. Take care of yourself. He turned and left. Lin Feng stood in the courtyard, his fingers tapping lightly against his sword scabbard. Tapping, tapping, tapping. Ice River Hall. Someday, sooner or later, he would flatten that place. Lin Feng stayed at Qingyan sect for another 3 days. During those 3 days, the Zhao family did not come looking for trouble again. But Lin Feng knew they would not let it go. He was waiting until he broke through to the nascent soul stage, then heading to the Zhao family to settle every score. That afternoon, Li Fan came running in. Senior brother, people from the Lin family have arrived. They say your father is gravely ill and wish for you to return. Lin Feng frowned. Father. In his past life, after he was crippled, his father was consumed by rage, fell gravely ill, and died not long after. In this life, he needed to go back and see for himself. Let's go. Lin Feng took Li Fan and set off for the Lin family estate. The Lin family resided in Lower Prefecture, 300 li away from Qingyan sect. Lin Feng rode a horse and arrived within half a day. The Lin family gate was shut tight, with 2 servants standing at the entrance. Seeing Lin Feng, their expressions changed. Young master, open the door. The servant quickly opened the gate. Lin Feng stepped inside. The courtyard was filled with people, all members of the Lin clan. Their gazes upon seeing Lin Feng were complicated. There was curiosity, envy, and contempt. Oh, isn't this Lin Feng? I heard you're doing rather well at Qingyan sect. The speaker was Lin Hao, Lin Feng's cousin, who had reached the peak of foundation establishment. In his past life, he had bullied Lin Feng countless times. Lin Feng ignored him and continued walking inward. Lin Hao blocked his path. I'm speaking to you, can't you hear me? Lin Feng stopped and looked at him. Move. Lin Hao's expression darkened. You still think you're the young master of the Lin family. Your father is near death, and now my father calls the shots here. Lin Feng drew his sword. The blade pressed against Lin Hao's throat. I said move. Sweat bead on Lin Hao's forehead. You dare. Lin Feng pushed the sword tip forward, slightly piercing the skin. A bead of blood welled up. Lin Hao's legs gave way. I'll move. Lin Feng sheathed his sword and walked past. Behind him, the clan members were utterly stunned. When did Lin Feng become this strong? I heard he's the #1 inner disciple at Qingyan sect with combat power surpassing even peak Golden Core. Is that true? Lin Feng entered the main hall. His father lay on the bed, pale and gaunt, reduced to nothing but bones. His mother sat beside him, her eyes red and swollen. Feng, you've returned. His mother rose and embraced him, weeping. Lin Feng patted her back. Mother, what happened to father? Members of the Zhao family attacked him, damaging his dantian and destroying his cultivation entirely. Lin Feng's eyes grew cold. The Zhao family. Mother, do not worry. I will cure father. He reached into his robes and withdrew a pill. A revival pill granted by the system, capable of repairing a damaged dantian. Lin Feng fed the pill to his father and activated his spiritual energy to help him absorb it. Gradually, color returned to his father's face and his breathing steadied. Feng, you. His father opened his eyes and looked at him. Father, do not speak. Rest well. His father nodded, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. His mother wiped away her tears. Feng, thank you. Mother, this is only what I should do. Lin Feng stood up and walked out of the main hall. Lin Hao blocked the doorway with a group of people. Lin Feng, the Zhao family injured your father. Do you dare seek revenge against them? Lin Feng looked at him. What does it concern you? Lin Hao sneered. I am your cousin, of course it concerns me. If you are afraid, kneel and call me grandfather, and I will plead with the Zhao family to spare your life. Lin Feng smiled. A cold smile. He slashed his sword. The first form of the sky-rending sword, sky-rending slash. The sword chi grazed past Lin Hao's ear and carved into the wall behind him. A sword mark half a foot deep appeared on the wall. Lin Hao's face turned deathly pale, his legs buckled, and he sat on the ground. Say another word, and the next strike won't be the wall. Lin Feng turned and walked away. The clan members were terrified into silence. Even a golden core cultivator couldn't have blocked that strike right. What realm has Lin Feng actually reached? This is terrifying. Lin Feng returned to the main hall and sat beside his father's bedside. His fingers tapped the scabbard. Clang, clang, clang. Mission triggered crisis of the Lin family. Mission objective: protect the Lin family and repel the Zhao family's retaliation. Mission reward: Lin family. Sword manual 1, spirit stones, 5,000. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze. The Zhao family would certainly come seeking revenge. He needed to make preparations. The day after Su Shui left, Lin Feng sat in the main hall of the Lin residence. His father Lin Yuanshan's injuries had mostly healed, and he could now get out of bed and walk. His mother Wang Lan carried a bowl of soup in and set it before him. Feng drink some soup. You've lost weight these past few days. Lin Feng picked up the bowl and took a sip. Footsteps approached from outside the door as a servant rushed in. Young master, someone requests an audience. It's Miss Su Shui from the Qingyan sect. Lin Feng set down his bowl, his gaze turning cold. Let her in. The servant hurried out. A short while later, Su Shui entered. She wore a white dress, her hair neatly combed with a light touch of makeup on her face. In his past life, Lin Feng had found her beauty captivating. Now it only filled him with revulsion. Lin Feng. Su Shui stood at the doorway, her eyes red-rimmed. Can I speak with you alone? Lin Feng glanced at his father and mother. Wang Lan frowned, opening her mouth to say something, but Lin Yuanshan gently stopped her. Go ahead, let the young people talk for themselves. Lin Yuanshan led Wang Lan into the inner room. The main hall was now just Lin Feng and Su Shui. She walked over and sat across from him. She kept her head bowed, twisting the hem of her dress between her fingers, as though weighed down by words she couldn't bring herself to speak. Lin Feng said nothing, merely watching her. After a long silence, Su Shui lifted her head, tears spilling down her cheeks. Lin Feng, I was wrong. Lin Feng remained impassive. She reached out, attempting to grasp his hand. Lin Feng pulled his hand away. Su Shui's hand hung frozen in midair. Lin Feng, I truly understand my mistake. I shouldn't have grown so close to Zhao Tian, shouldn't have obeyed his words. But I was forced into it. The Zhao family's influence is immense, and my parents reside in the lower province. Zhao Tian claimed that if I disobeyed him, he'd make my entire family's life unbearable there. Lin Feng gazed at her. So you conspired with him to bring me down? Su Shui froze. Conspired? Lin Feng, what are you talking about? I never harmed you. Lin Feng sneered. In his past life atop Sword Mountain, Su Shui had pierced his heart with a single strike. Lin Feng, don't blame me, she'd said. You were the one blocking Zhao Tian's path. Those words haunted him for an entire lifetime. Su Shui stopped pretending. She shook her head, her tears falling more heavily. Lin Feng, I truly didn't harm you. Zhao Tian did make me do certain things, but I never intended to hurt you. Lin Feng rose to his feet. Are you finished? Then leave. Su Shui stood, as well positioning herself in his path. Lin Feng, I won't go anywhere. Until you forgive me, I'm not leaving. He studied her silently. You think this will force me to yield? Su Shui bit her lip. Lin Feng, don't you remember how we used to be? When winter came, you gave me your coat and shivered in the cold yourself. You saved spirit stones for my cultivation while using the worst resources yourself. You promised to marry me. Have you forgotten all of that? Lin Feng fell silent for a moment. He hadn't forgotten. He remembered everything. But the sword thrust from his past life cut deeper into his memory. Su Shui, what's done is done. She shook her head. I can't move past it, Lin Feng. I know you're strong now and don't need me, but I can help you. I can watch Zhao Tian for you from Qingyan sect, I can. No need. Lin Feng cut her off. Zhao Tian is already dead. Su Shui's expression shifted. Dead? How? I killed him. Su Shui stepped back, her face draining of color. You killed Zhao Tian. Yes. She studied Lin Feng's eyes for a long moment. There was no anger or hatred in that gaze, only coldness. Cold as Sword Mountain in winter. Lin Feng, you've changed. People change. Su Shui lowered her head, silent for a long while. When she looked up again, her tears had dried. Lin Feng, let me ask you one final time. Will you truly never forgive me? Lin Feng withdrew a piece of paper from his inner robe, a divorce decree. He had written it in his past life and carried it with him ever since. Su Shui, from this day forward, we share nothing. He set the document on the table and turned to leave. Su Shui picked it up, read it once, and went pale. Lin Feng, you can't do this. Lin Feng didn't look back. Go. Don't come looking for me again. Su Shui followed him out and grabbed his sleeve. Lin Feng, I won't leave. You killed Zhao Tian for me, right? You still care about me, right? Lin Feng halted and turned to face her, his eyes as cold as ice. Su Shui, I killed Zhao Tian because he deserved to die? It has nothing to do with you. She shook her head. I don't believe it. You must care about me. Lin Feng threw off her grip. What I remember is the sword you thrust into me in my past life. Su Shui froze. Past life? What past life? Lin Feng offered no explanation. He turned and walked into the inner room. Su Shui stood in the courtyard watching him disappear, and her tears began to fall once more. She lingered there for a long time until darkness fell. Eventually she departed. As she crossed the Lin family gate, she glanced back one final time. Through the brightly lit main hall, Lin Feng sat in his chair gripping a black sword, his expression as sharp and merciless as the blade itself. Su Shui clenched her teeth and disappeared into the night. Inside the inner room, Wang Lan sighed heavily. Feng, aren't you being too harsh with Su Shui? She's after all your fiancée. Lin Feng shook his head. Mother, you don't understand. Wang Lan opened her mouth to protest, but Lin Yuanshan gently held her back. Let the child make his own choice. Wang Lan fell silent. Lin Feng rose and withdrew to his chamber, shutting the door behind him. He seated himself cross-legged, drawing the black abyss sword and resting it across his knees. Elder Feng's voice surfaced in his mind. Boy, that girl isn't ordinary. I'm aware. She bears the mark Zhao Tian left upon her. Though Zhao Tian is dead, the mark persists. It slowly corrodes her mind. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. What kind of mark? The heart control seal, a heretical art passed down through the Zhao lineage capable of subjugating one's will. Su Shui spent so much time with Zhao Tian that the seal had already taken root in her. The action she took may not have stemmed from her own volition. Lin Feng fell quiet for a moment. In his past life, when Su Shui had driven the sword into him, her gaze had been clear and unclouded. There were no signs of external control. Elder Feng, are you certain? I'd estimate 80% certainty. The heart control seal manifests in two forms, one achieving total domination, the other lying dormant until triggered at critical moments. Zhao Tian likely activated the seal at a pivotal moment, forcing Su Shui to turn against you. Lin Feng's grip tightened on the sword hilt. Can it be reversed? Yes, but it requires a spiritual herb known as Qingxin grass, which grows only in the central province. Lin Feng rose to his feet. Then I'll go to the central province. Elder Feng chuckled. For her. Not for her. It's to uncover the truth. Elder Feng fell silent. Lin Feng pushed open the door and stepped into the courtyard. The moon shone brightly, casting a frost-like glow across the ground. His fingers tapped lightly against the sword scabbard. Click, click, click. Su Shui. That fatal strike from his past life. Had she acted willingly, or was she compelled by the seal? He would journey to the central province, locate the Qingxin grass, and break the heart control seal. If she had been controlled, he could spare her life. If she had acted of her own accord, then he would kill her once more. Quest triggered. Locate the Qingxin grass, dispel the heart control seal, and uncover the truth. Quest reward: 1 Qingxin pill recipe, 5,000 spirit stones, 500 sword, Dao comprehension points. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze. At dawn he sought out his father. Father, I'm going to the central province. Lin Yuanshan paused. The central province? That's far away. What for? To find a certain herb. Which herb? Qingxin grass. Lin Yuanshan frowned. I've never heard of it. You're going alone. Take Li Fan with you. After a moment's silence, Lin Yuanshan nodded. Be careful, son. I will. Lin Feng gathered his belongings and, accompanied by Li Fan, mounted his horse and rode out through the Lin family gates. At the village entrance, he glanced back over his shoulder. His father stood at the doorway waving farewell. Lin Feng turned his gaze forward and urged his horse onward. Behind him, the Lin residence gradually vanished into the morning mist. The central province. He had arrived. The day after Su Shui departed, representatives from the Zhao family arrived. They did not come to cause trouble, but to deliver an invitation. The family tournament. The Zhao family is inviting the Lin family. Lin Hao clutched the invitation, his face alight with excitement. The Zhao family is the preeminent clan in the lower state. Being invited to their family tournament is an honor for the Lin family. Lin Feng cast a glance at the invitation. We will not go. Lin Hao's expression shifted. Why not? This is the Lin family's opportunity. The Zhao family harbors no good intentions. Lin Hao sneered. Lin Feng, are you afraid? Afraid the Zhao family will take revenge on you? Lin Feng looked at him steadily. If you wish to go, go alone. Do not pull me into this. Lin Hao gritted his teeth. Then I shall go myself. Even alone, I will secure a fine ranking. He departed with a handful of men. His father approached. Feng, are you truly not going? No. His father nodded. Then we shall not go. But the following day, Lin Hao was carried back on a stretcher, covered in wounds, his legs and arms both broken. Did the Zhao family do this? His father's face darkened. Lin Hao nodded, tears streaming down his face. They said if the Lin family refuses to attend the tournament, it is a disrespect to the Zhao family, and we will have no place to survive in the lower state thereafter. Lin Feng's eyes turned cold. I will go. His father stepped in his path. Feng, it is dangerous. Father, I will be fine. Lin Feng turned and walked toward the door. Li Fan followed close behind. Senior brother, let me accompany you. Lin Feng nodded. The two mounted their horses and sped toward the Zhao estate. Located in the heart of Lower State City, the Zhao residence sprawled across over 100 acres, exuding an unmatched grandeur. Two bodyguards at the Golden Core stage stood at the entrance. Upon seeing Lin Feng, their expressions shifted. Lin Feng, you still dare to come? Lin Feng ignored them and pressed forward. The bodyguards attempted to block his path, but with a swing of his sword, Lin Feng sent them flying. Lin Feng has arrived. He actually dares to come to the Zhao estate. Is he seeking death? The Zhao disciples surrounded him, yet none dared make the first move. Lin Feng made his way to the martial arts arena. Zhao Xiong sat upon the high platform flanked by Zhao Tian, Zhao Lai, and Zhao Min. Lin Feng, you still dare to come? Zhao Xiong's lips curled into a cold smile. Did you not invite the Lin family to the tournament? I am here. Zhao Xiong rose to his feet. Good. You have courage. He waved his hand. For the first match, Zhao Hao take the stage. A burly, broad-shouldered giant leaped onto the arena, his cultivation at the peak of the Golden Core realm. Lin Feng, come up and meet your death. Lin Feng stepped onto the platform. Zhao Hao slammed a fist downward, unleashing the full force of his Golden Core peak spiritual energy. The punch generating a ferocious gust of wind. Lin Feng did not move. Just as the fist was about to collide with his chest, he drew his blade. In one stroke, the Black Abyss sword left its scabbard and slashed directly into Zhao Hao's fist. Crack! The bones shattered. Zhao Hao let out a piercing scream and was knocked off the platform. The entire crowd fell silent. One strike, and he is defeated. Zhao Hao was at the peak of Golden Core. Just how powerful is Lin Feng? Zhao Xiong's face turned ashen. Second match. Zhao Lei take the stage. Zhao Lei vaulted onto the arena, his cultivation at the early stage of nascent soul. Lin Feng, you will not be so fortunate this time. He brought his blade down in a sweeping strike, razor-sharp, chi cutting through the air in all directions. Lin Feng did not retreat. The second layer of 10,000 swords returned to origin, activated, and 100 sword shadows materialized around him. With a mere thought, all 100 sword shadows fired simultaneously. Zhao Lei's expression contorted in panic as he desperately dodged. But the sword shadows were too fast. Though he evaded most of them, dozens still struck their mark. Covered in blood, he collapsed off the platform. The entire arena fell deathly silent. Even an early-stage nascent soul cultivator cannot withstand a single strike from Lin Feng. What realm is he truly at? Zhao Xiong rose to his feet, his face twisted with fury. Lin Feng, you. Lin Feng gazed back at him. Shall we continue fighting? Zhao Xiong clenched his teeth. No more. Lin Feng sheathed his sword. Then the Lin family will never again have to bow to the Zhao family in the lower state. Zhao Xiong was silent for several seconds. No longer. Lin Feng turned and descended from the platform. Li Fan ran over, his face alight with excitement. Senior brother, you are incredibly powerful. Lin Feng said nothing. He walked toward the exit. At the doorway he paused and looked back at Zhao Xiong. Zhao Xiong, I have not forgotten that you injured my father. Zhao Xiong's expression shifted. What do you intend to do? Wait until I break through to the nascent soul stage, and I will come to settle the score with you. Lin Feng departed. Zhao Xiong remained seated on the platform, his expression so grim it seemed ready to drip like rain clouds. Zhao Tian approached. Father, what should we do? Zhao Xiong gritted his teeth. Send word to summon the Ice River Hall. Zhao Tian's eyes lit up. Father, do you mean? Lin Feng cannot be allowed to live. Zhao Tian nodded. I will go at once. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had returned to the Lin estate, where his father waited at the entrance. Fenger, are you alright? I am fine. His father sighed in relief. The Zhao family will not come after us again, will they? They will not. His father nodded. Then all is well. Lin Feng entered his room and closed the door. He sat cross-legged and drew out a spirit stone. The third layer of the ancient sword art had reached 95% comprehension. He would break through to the peak of Golden Core that night. Cultivation progress, ancient sword art, third layer, 95. 10,000 swords returned to origin, second layer progress 40. Black Abyss sword seal progress 15. Lin Feng closed his eyes and continued his cultivation. Dawn broke. Peak Golden Core. Congratulations on your breakthrough to peak Golden Core. Cultivation progress, ancient sword art, third layer, 100. Ancient sword art, fourth layer, unlocked. Lin Feng opened his eyes. At peak Golden Core, with his partially achieved sword intent and the second layer of 10,000 swords, he could now slay a mid-nascent soul cultivator. One more breakthrough, and he would be capable of defeating late-stage nascent soul experts. Lin Feng rose and pushed open the window. Beyond it, the sky stretched endlessly blue. His fingers tapped gently against his sword scabbard. Ting ting ting. Zhao family. Ice River Hall. Just wait. He would come soon enough. On the third day after Lin Feng returned from the Zhao residence, a challenge was delivered on behalf of the Zhao family. The family tournament. Life or death, no restrictions. Lin Feng glanced at the scroll and tossed it onto the table. Tell Zhao Xiong I accept. Li Fan stood nearby, his face pale. Senior brother Zhao Xiong is at the late nascent soul stage while you are only at the peak of Golden Core. Enough. Lin Feng rose and walked out. At the Lin family martial arts arena, clansmen had already gathered. His father stood at the edge of the grounds, his expression grave. Fenger, are you truly going? Father, I am fine. Lin Feng stepped onto the platform. Zhao Xiong arrived accompanied by a contingent from the Zhao family. Zhao Tian, Zhao Lai, Zhao Min, and dozens of Golden Core disciples accompanied him. Zhao Xiong leaped onto the arena, and the ground trembled. The oppressive aura of his late nascent soul cultivation caused every Lin family disciple to turn ashen. Several of the weaker cultivators sat straight down on the spot. Lin Feng stood unmoving, not retreating a single step. His sword intent surged fully open, the frigid pressure of his minor sword intent clashing against Zhao Xiong's aura and forcing it back several degrees. Zhao Xiong narrowed his eyes. Your sword intent has grown stronger again. Lin Feng drew his blade. The Black Abyss sword left its scabbard, its pitch-black length radiating and chilling aura. You waste too many words. Zhao Xiong's expression darkened. You seek death. He hurled a punch forward, unleashing the full spiritual energy of his late nascent soul stage. The force of his fist generated a howling gale, sending several stone tiles flying from the arena floor. Lin Feng did not retreat. The second layer of 10,000 swords returns to origin awakened, and 100 sword shadows materialized around him. With a single thought, all 100 sword shadows shot forth simultaneously. Zhao Xiong smashed dozens of them to pieces with one punch, but several still struck their mark, tearing holes through his garments. Clever lad. Gritting his teeth, he released his spiritual power in full force, each successive punch growing heavier. Lin Feng swung his sword to parry, but was driven back 3 steps by the impact. A late-stage nascent soul cultivator possessed strength more than double his own. He could not match him force against force. Lin Feng sidestepped Zhao Xiong's punch and thrust his sword toward his ribs. Zhao Xiong retracted his fist to block, but the Black Abyss sword carved a gash into his forearm. Blood flowed freely. You. Zhao Xiong's face turned iron green with fury. He was at the late nascent soul stage. How could he have been wounded by a mere golden core peak fighter? I will take your life. He struck forward with an open palm, flames wreathing his attack and warping the very air around him. Lin Feng did not retreat. The second form of the sky-rending sword technique, Sky Rend/Ultimate. A single slash cut through the air, the sword energy severing everything in its path before striking Zhao Xiong's palm. Boom. Flames erupted and scattered. Zhao Xiong staggered back, 3 steps, a bloody wound now branding his palm. Lin Feng stood firm, unyielding. Shall we continue? Zhao Xiong gritted his teeth and glanced at the wound on his palm. Another inch deeper, and his hand would be crippled. Lin Feng, you are ruthless. He turned abruptly and leaped down from the arena. Let's go. The Zhao family contingent followed close behind, slinking away in disgrace. Silence fell over the arena. Every Lin family disciple stood frozen in astonishment. Lin Feng won. He defeated Zhao Xiong. Golden Core Peak versus late nascent soul, and he won. This is terrifying. His father climbed onto the platform, his eyes reddening with emotion. Feng, are you? Father, I am fine. Lin Feng sheathed his sword and descended from the arena. Lin Feng came running over, his face alight with excitement. Senior brother, you were incredible. You drove Zhao Xiong away. Lin Feng said nothing. His fingers tapped rhythmically against the scabbard. Clang, clang, clang. He lowered his gaze. A nascent soul late-stage cultivator. He could wound such an opponent now. But to slay one, he still needed another breakthrough. Once 10,000 swords returns to origin advanced to its third layer, and more of the Black Abyss sword seals were released, he would be capable of killing a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Returning to his quarters, he closed the door, sat cross-legged, and withdrew the Black Abyss sword, resting it upon his knees. He summoned his sword intent to nurture the blade. The Black Abyss sword trembled, its seal loosening just a fraction more. Soon the seal would reach 30%. Lin Feng closed his eyes and resumed his cultivation. The fourth layer of the primordial sword art began to circulate, spiritual energy racing through his meridians like a torrent. The foundation of his golden core peak realm grew ever more solid. He cultivated until deep into the night, then opened his eyes. The moon outside his window shone brilliantly. He rose and pushed open the window. In the distance, toward the Zhao residence, fires flickered against the dark horizon. Zhao Xiong was gathering his forces. Lin Feng's gaze turned cold. The Zhao family would not let this matter rest. He needed to break through to the nascent soul stage as quickly as possible. After Zhao Xiong returned, there was no movement for 3 days. On the 4th day, the Zhao family came again. This time it was not a challenge, but a siege. Zhao Xiong led all the Zhao family members and surrounded the Lin residence. Lin Feng, come out and die. Zhao Xiong stood outside the Lin family's main gate, followed by over 100 people. There was 1 nascent soul late-stage cultivator, 2 nascent soul mid-stage, 5 nascent soul early-stage, and the rest were all golden core cultivators. The Lin family disciples turned pale with fear. The father walked up to Lin Feng. Fenger, you must flee, go through the back door. Lin Feng shook his head. Father, it's fine. He pushed open the main gate and walked out. Zhao Xiong saw him and sneered. Lin Feng, today you won't escape, even if you grow wings. Lin Feng drew his sword. The Black Abyss sword left its sheath, its blade pitch black, emanating a chilling aura. Too much nonsense. Zhao Xiong waved his hand. Attack. Over 100 people charged at once. Lin Feng did not retreat. He unleashed his full sword intent, and the chilling aura of the minor mastery of sword intent pressed down. Those golden core disciples turned pale, and several collapsed to the ground. The second level of the 10,000 swords returned to 100 sword shadows manifested. With a thought, all 100 sword shadows shot out simultaneously. The dozen or so golden core disciples at the forefront were struck by the sword shadows, screaming as they fell. Zhao Xiong's face darkened. All together now. Zhao Lai, Zhao Min, and the 5 nascent soul early-stage cultivators struck at once. 8 people besieged Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not retreat. The second form of sky-rending sword, sky-rending, slash extreme. He swung his sword, and the sword chi tore through the air, slashing toward Zhao Lai. Zhao Lai could not dodge, and was struck in the chest, blood gushing as he crashed to the ground. Zhao Min rushed forward, striking at Lin Feng's back with a palm. Lin Feng sidestepped to avoid it, and stabbed her in the shoulder. Zhao Min screamed in pain, clutching her shoulder as she retreated. The 5 nascent soul early-stage cultivators closed in 5 long blades, slashing down simultaneously. Lin Feng did not retreat. The second level of the 10,000 swords returned to 100 sword shadows appeared again. With a thought, the 100 sword shadows shot toward the 5. They dodged desperately, but were still struck, all collapsing to the ground. Zhao Xiong's face turned ashen. Lin Feng, you. Lin Feng looked at him. Your turn. Zhao Xiong gritted his teeth, unleashing the full power of his nascent soul late-stage cultivation, and threw a punch. The punch carried flames, scorching the air until it warped. Lin Feng did not retreat. A layer of cold light coated the black abyss sword as he thrust it forward. The sword tip met Zhao Xiong's fist. Boom. The flames exploded, and both stepped back 3 paces. A bloody hole had appeared on Zhao Xiong's fist, blood streaming down. Impossible. He looked down at his hand, his face filled with disbelief. Lin Feng gave him no chance to catch his breath. The second level of the 10,000 swords returned to 100 sword shadows appeared again. With a thought, the 100 sword shadows shot toward Zhao Xiong simultaneously. He dodged frantically, but the 100 sword shadows were too fast. He evaded most of them, but dozens still struck him. Covered in blood, he knelt on the ground. Lin Feng, you. Lin Feng walked over, pressing the black abyss sword against his throat. You lost. Zhao Xiong looked up, his eyes filled with malice. If you kill me, the Zhao family will not let you go. Lin Feng smiled. The Zhao family. After today, will there still be a Zhao family? He thrust the sword through Zhao Xiong's throat. Zhao Xiong's eyes widened, and he fell to the ground dead. The entire place fell silent. The Zhao family disciples were utterly terrified. The clan leader is dead. Lin Feng killed the clan leader. Run! They turned and fled, scrambling and crawling. Zhao Lai and Zhao Min were also carried away. Lin Feng sheathed his sword. He turned and walked back into the Lin residence. His father stood at the door, his face pale. Feng, you killed Zhao Xiong. The Zhao family won't let this go. The Zhao family is finished. Lin Feng walked inside. Behind him, the Lin family disciples all stared at him, their eyes filled with reverence. Lin Feng returned to his room and closed the door. He sat cross-legged and took out the Lin family sword classic. He opened it. This was the ancestral sword manual of the Lin family. Though its rank was not high, it contained the essence of Lin family swordsmanship. Lin Feng read through it once and committed it to memory. Lin Feng opened his eyes. He tapped his fingers on the sword sheath. Dong dong dong. Zhao Xiong was dead, the Zhao family was finished. But there was still one person who hadn't died. Zhao Tian. He had escaped. Lin Feng stood up and pushed open the window. In the distance, toward the Zhao family's direction, flames soared into the sky. Disciples of the Zhao family were fleeing. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze. Zhao Tian, you won't get away. 3 days after Zhao Xiong's death, Zhao Tian returned. Not alone. He brought people from the Bingha Hall. 3 late-stage nascent soul cultivators, 5 mid-stage nascent soul cultivators, and 10 early-stage nascent soul cultivators. Dozens of golden core disciples from the remnants of the Zhao family were with them as well. Lin Feng stood outside the Lin family gate watching them approach. Zhao Tian stood at the forefront, his expression dark and vicious. Lin Feng, today is your death day. Lin Feng drew his sword. Just you. Zhao Tian waved his hand. Attack. The 3 late-stage nascent soul cultivators struck simultaneously, 3 long blades cleaving toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not retreat. His sword intent flared to full strength, and the chilling pressure of his minor breakthrough in sword intent slowed the 3 late-stage nascent soul cultivators by half a beat. The second layer of 10,000 swords returning to the origin awakened 100 sword shadows materializing before him. With a mere thought, the 100 sword shadows launched at once. The 3 late-stage nascent soul cultivators raised their blades to block, but several strikes found their marks, tearing holes through their robes. Such formidable sword intent. The leader gritted his teeth, unleashing his full spiritual power as he brought his blade down in a devastating slash. Lin Feng sidestepped and thrust his sword toward the man's ribs. The man managed to parry with his blade, but the Black Abyss sword carved a deep gash across his arm. Lin Feng gave him no opportunity to catch his breath. The second form of the sky-rending sword, Sky Rend Extreme. A single slash split the very air, the sword chi carving across the man's chest. Blood gushed forth as he collapsed to the ground. The remaining 2 late-stage nascent soul cultivators exchanged grim looks and struck together. Lin Feng did not retreat. The second layer of 10,000 swords returning to the origin activated once more, 100 sword shadows rising around him. With a thought, the 100 sword shadows shot toward the 2 men. They dodged desperately but still were struck down, lying helpless on the ground. 5 mid-stage nascent soul cultivators charged forward, 5 long, swords thrusting toward Lin Feng simultaneously. Lin Feng did not retreat. The Black Abyss sword swept horizontally, cleaving through all 5 swords in a single stroke. The 5 men's faces twisted in terror as they turned to flee, but Lin Feng struck each of them down with a single thrust. The 10 early-stage nascent soul cultivators dared not even draw near. Zhao Tian's face drained of color. Impossible. Impossible. Lin Feng walked toward him. Zhao Tian, it's your turn. Zhao Tian turned and ran. Lin Feng's sword slashed through his leg. Zhao Tian let out a blood-curdling scream and fell to the ground. Lin Feng, spare me. I'll give you everything. Lin Feng looked at him, his eyes cold as ice. In my past life you said the very same words. His sword pierced through Zhao Tian's throat. Zhao Tian's eyes widened in shock, and then he was dead. Lin Feng sheathed his blade, turned, and walked back toward the Lin family residence. His father stood at the doorway, his expression complex. Feng'er, Zhao Tian is dead, and the Zhao family is finished, but you have made an enemy of the Binghe Hall. They will not let this go. Lin Feng nodded. I know. Then what do you plan to do? I'm going to Zhongzhou. His father paused. Zhongzhou? Yes. The Binghe Hall is located in Zhongzhou. I will go to them. His father fell silent for a few seconds. Be careful. Lin Feng nodded. Back in his room, he closed the door, sat cross-legged, took out the Black Abyss sword, and rested it on his knees. He summoned his sword, intent to nurture and temper the blade. The Black Abyss sword trembled, and its seal loosened another fraction. Black Abyss sword seal progress, 25. Lin Feng closed his eyes and continued his cultivation. The 4th layer of the primordial sword art had reached 20%, drawing him ever closer to the nascent soul stage. By midnight, Lin Feng opened his eyes. The moon outside the window was bright. He stood and pushed open the window. In the distance toward Shizhou City, the lights burned vividly. News of the Zhao family's demise had already spread throughout the entire Shizhou region. The Lin family would henceforth become the foremost aristocratic house in Shizhou. But Lin Feng knew this was only the beginning. Zhongzhou, the Binghe Hall, those were his true objectives. After Zhao Tian's death, the Zhao family was utterly finished. Yet one person still lived. Zhao Lai, Zhao Xiong's younger brother, Zhao Tian's uncle. He led the remaining dozens of Zhao family members into hiding within the ancestral mansion. Lin Feng, accompanied by Li Fan, arrived at the Zhao ancestral mansion. The gate was tightly shut, guarded by 2 disciples at the foundation establishment stage. Upon seeing Lin Feng, their faces drained of color. Lin Feng is here. Run! The 2 turned and fled. Lin Feng struck them down with a single sword thrust each. Pushing open the gate, he stepped inside. Zhao Lai stood at the entrance of the main hall, his face ashen. Lin Feng, you've already killed Zhao Xiong and Zhao Tian. Isn't that enough? Lin Feng fixed his gaze upon him. No. Zhao Lai clenched his teeth. You intend to annihilate the entire Zhao clan? Yes. Zhao Lai waved his hand. Attack. Dozens of men charged forward. Lin Feng did not retreat. He unleashed his full sword intent. The chilling pressure of his minor mastery of sword intent bore down, turning the faces of those foundation establishment disciples white, and several collapsed to the ground. The second layer of 10,000 swords returned to 100 sword shadows materialized. With a thought, he sent them all flying simultaneously. The dozen or so men at the forefront were struck by the shadows, falling with agonized cries. The rest turned and fled. Lin Feng felled them one by one with his sword. Zhao Lai's face turned deathly pale. Lin Feng, you. Lin Feng strode over. Your turn. Zhao Lai spun to escape. Lin Feng slashed his sword across Zhao Lai's leg. Zhao Lai screamed and collapsed. Lin Feng, spare me, and I'll give you all the Zhao family's wealth. Lin Feng looked at him. Wealth? I have no need for it. He thrust his sword through Zhao Lai's throat. Zhao Lai's eyes widened, and he died. Lin Feng sheathed his sword. He turned and walked out of the Zhao ancestral mansion. Behind him, flames erupted from the mansion. Li Fan stood at the gate, pale. Senior brother, did you truly wipe out the entire Zhao clan? The Ice River Palace will never let this go. I know. Lin Feng headed back. Halfway, the system chimed. Special check-in location triggered. Zhao Family Ancestral Hall check-in. Check-in. Special check-in at Zhao Family Ancestral Hall successful. Congratulations, host obtained Flame Talent Core, 1 confused with Flame Power, enhancing Sword Path Might. A fiery red orb merged into the center of his brow. Lin Feng closed his eyes. In his mind, a flame blazed. He extended his hand, and a flame materialized in his palm. Flame Talent. Though he was a sword cultivator, and extra talent was better than none. Flame Talent Beginner confused with Flame Power, boosting Sword Path Might by 10. Lin Feng clenched his fist, and the flame dissipated. He continued on his way. Back at the Lin estate, his father stood at the gate. Feng'er, is the Zhao family truly finished? Finished. His father sighed. The Zhao family had operated in the lower prefecture for centuries. I never imagined you would annihilate them single-handedly. Lin Feng said nothing. He entered the house and closed the door. He sat cross-legged, took out the Black Abyss sword, and placed it on his knees, infusing it with sword intent for nurturing. The Black Abyss sword trembled, the seal loosened a little more. Black Abyss sword seal progress 30. Lin Feng closed his eyes and continued his cultivation. The fourth layer of the ancient sword art had reached 30, drawing ever closer to the nascent soul stage. Cultivation progress. Ancient sword art fourth layer 30. 10,000 swords return to 1 second layer. Cultivation progress 70. He cultivated until midnight, then opened his eyes. Outside the window the moon was very bright. He rose and pushed open the window. In the distance toward the city of the lower prefecture lights blazed. The affair of the Zhao family had already spread throughout the entire lower prefecture. From then on the Lin family became the foremost clan in the lower prefecture. But Lin Feng knew this was only the beginning. The central prefecture, the Ice River Palace. Those were his true targets. Lin Feng stayed at the Lin estate for 7 days. Over those 7 days he cultivated tirelessly. The fourth layer of the primordial sword art reached 50% completion, the second layer of 10,000 swords returned to the origin reached 80%, and the seal on the Black Abyss sword was unsealed to 35%. He was only a step away from nascent soul. That afternoon Li Fan came running in. Senior brother Qingyun's sect sent word. The sect tournament is beginning. They want you to return and compete. Lin Feng nodded. Let's go. The two mounted horses and raced toward Qingyun's sect, arriving within half a day. The sect tournament required all inner disciples to participate. Lin Feng walked into the martial arts arena, and the disciples scattered to clear his path. Lin Feng is back. I heard he slaughtered the entire Zhao clan. He's terrifying. He even killed everyone from the Ice River Palace. Lin Feng ignored their whispers and approached the registration desk. The inner elder in charge of records caught sight of him, and his expression shifted. Lin Feng, you have returned. Yes. The elder quickly registered him. Your first match, Lin Feng versus Su Shui. Lin Feng's gaze turned cold. Su Shui, his former betrothed in his past life, who had allied with Zhao Tian to betray him. Zhao Tian was dead, yet she still lived. Lin Feng stepped onto the arena. Su Shui stood across from him, her face pale. She looked at Lin Feng, her eyes filled with turmoil. Lin Feng, will you truly never forgive me? Lin Feng did not speak. Su Shui clenched her teeth. Then don't blame me for being merciless. She withdrew a crimson pill from her robe and swallowed it. Her aura surged violently. Golden core peak. Early nascent soul. Mid-stage nascent soul. Late-stage nascent soul. A forbidden elixir. The system had granted her a pill capable of boosting her cultivation by 1 full realm for a short time, though her foundation would be destroyed afterward. Su Shui had risked her own life to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng, today, I will take yours. She drew her sword and thrust it forward in a devastating strike. Her late-stage nascent soul spiritual energy erupted, and her sword wind conjured a furious gale. Lin Feng did not retreat. He unleashed his sword intent fully. The early mature stage of his sword art drove her spiritual energy back several inches. The Black Abyss sword left its scabbard, and Lin Feng slashed once. The second form of the void-rending sword, void-rending/ultimate. Sword energy tore through the air and met Su Shui's blade. Clang. Su Shui staggered back 3 steps, her palm numbing from the impact. Impossible. You are merely at golden core peak. How could you possibly block my late-stage nascent soul? Lin Feng did not answer. The second layer of 10,000 swords returned to the origin activated, and 100 sword shadows materialized around him. With a thought, all 100 shadows shot towards Su Shui simultaneously. Su Shui's expression turned grave as she desperately dodged. But the 100 sword shadows were far too swift. She evaded most of them, yet dozens still found their mark. Blood covered her body as she fell to her knees. Lin Feng, you. Lin Feng walked toward her. In my past life you pierced my heart with a single sword. Today I return the favor. His sword drove through Su Shui's chest. Her eyes widened in shock as she collapsed to the ground lifeless. The entire arena fell deathly silent. The disciples stared utterly stunned. Lin Feng killed Su Shui. She had consumed a forbidden elixir. She was late-stage nascent soul. A golden core peak cultivator slaughtering a late-stage nascent soul opponent. This is too terrifying. Lin Feng sheathed his sword and descended from the arena. Li Fan rushed over. Senior brother, are you unharmed? I am fine. But Su Shui, she is dead. Li Fan fell silent. Lin Feng continued on his way back. Halfway there his system chimed. Special check-in location triggered, Sword Terrace. Would you like to check in? Check-in. Special check-in at Sword Terrace successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Sword Soul Fragment. Partial awakening 1. A sphere of light merged into his brow. Lin Feng closed his eyes. In his mind, an elderly man with white hair appeared before him. Boy, your sword intent is quite good. Lin Feng regarded him quietly. Who are you? This old one is Master Feng, a sword saint from the ancient era. After my demise my remnant soul was bound to the system, and shall now follow you. Lin Feng fell silent for a few moments. What can you teach me? The way of the sword. Good. Master Feng smiled. You are a direct one, boy. Lin Feng opened his eyes. He tapped his fingers against the sword scabbard. Dang. Dang. The sword's soul remnant. From now on he would have guidance on his path of sword cultivation. On the day of the sect tournament finals before dawn the martial arts arena was packed with people. Not only disciples of Qingyun's sect, but also representatives from several nearby sects had come to watch. The tournament of the top sect in Xiazhou was always a grand event, but this year was special. The dark horse Lin Feng, a discarded outer disciple, had fought his way to the finals facing Zhou Tian, ranked second among the inner disciples. Lin Feng stood by the edge of the arena, tapping his sword sheath with his fingers. The sound was steady, unhurried. Li Fan squeezed his way over his face, flushed, still clutching an unfinished pancake. Senior brother, I've heard about Zhou Tian. He's not easy to deal with. Ranked second in the inner sect at the early nascent soul stage, renowned for his swift sword technique. They say he can thrust 13 times in the blink of an eye. His sword is called Wind Chaser, a top-grade magical artifact half the weight of an ordinary sword, crafted specifically for speed. Lin Feng nodded, but said nothing. Li Fan continued. His master is the inner sect's grand elder at the peak of nascent soul, who personally taught him the swift sword. Zhou Tian started practicing at 8 and has trained for 15 years, thrusting 3,000 times every day. His sword is acknowledged as the fastest in Qingyun's sect. How fast? They say he can thrust 13 times in the blink of an eye. Some disciples saw him pierce 10 falling leaves with a single thrust, each leaf pierced at the exact same spot. Lin Feng hummed in acknowledgement, resuming his tapping on the sheath. Li Fan grew anxious. Senior brother, aren't you nervous? Not nervous. On the arena, Zhou Tian was fighting the semifinals. His opponent was Zhang Kuang, ranked third in the inner sect at the peak of Golden Core. The exchange lasted less than 3 moves before Zhou Tian's sword was at Zhang Kuang's throat. Fast. Truly fast. A flash of sword light, and before the disciples below could see clearly, Zhang Kuang's protective spiritual energy had been pierced. Zhang Kuang froze, staring at the sword tip before his throat, sweat beading on his forehead. I concede. Zhou Tian sheathed his sword, his gaze sweeping over to Lin Feng. A smile touched his lips, but his eyes were as cold as winter wind. Lin Feng, it's your turn. Lin Feng stepped onto the arena. Underfoot, the bluestone slabs were hard. Array flags were planted at the 4 corners to prevent spiritual energy from leaking out. Below, a sea of heads. Some shouted Zhou Tian victory, while others called out, Go Lin Feng. Zhou Tian stood across from him in his early 20s, clad in a cyan robe, his hair tied high, revealing a fair face. The sword in his hand was slender, the blade narrow like a willow leaf, the hilt wrapped tightly with black silk thread. Lin Feng, you're at the peak of Golden Core, and I'm at the early nascent soul stage. Do you think you have a chance? Zhou Tian's voice was not loud, but the entire arena heard him. Lin Feng remained silent. Zhou Tian smiled. I heard your sword intent is strong, that you even defeated Zhao Tian. But Zhao Tian, that waste relying on family resources, is not on my level. My sword, you can't block it. Lin Feng still said nothing, but drew his sword. The azure edge sword left its sheath, its blade cyan, a chill dripping from the edge, forming tiny ice beads on the bluestone. Zhou Tian narrowed his eyes and struck first. A single thrust, sword light like lightning. The disciples below gasped. That thrust was too fast. Most people saw only a flash of white light, unable to trace the sword's trajectory. Lin Feng saw it. His sword heart clarity activated fully, slowing Zhou Tian's sword in his perception. Not truly slow, but his perception speed had multiplied. Every inch of Zhou Tian's blade tip and hilt moved with crystal clarity. Not just the sword. When Zhou Tian thrust, his right shoulder dipped slightly. That was a habit from gathering power, and also a flaw. Before each thrust, the shoulder moved first, then the sword followed. A mere instant, but for Lin Feng it was enough. First thrust aimed at the throat. Lin Feng tilted his head, the blade grazing past his neck, severing a few strands of hair. Second thrust aimed at the chest. Lin Feng leaned back, the blade slicing across his robe, tearing a gash in the fabric, but not touching the skin. Third thrust, fourth, fifth. One after another, all evaded by Lin Feng. His movements were minimal, a slight turn, a duck, a lean, a tilt. Each dodge just enough, no more, no less. The disciples below were stunned. How did Lin Feng dodge that? Does he have eyes in the back of his head? Zhou Tian's sword is so fast, and he dodged them all. Sweat beaded on Zhou Tian's forehead, his sword grew faster. 14th thrust, 15th, 16th, surpassing his usual limit. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his wrist, the sword's speed still increasing. But Lin Feng kept dodging. Impossible. Zhou Tian roared, pushing his sword's speed to the extreme. How do you know where my sword is going? Lin Feng didn't answer. He was waiting for a larger opening. 17th thrust aimed at the lower abdomen. Lin Feng sidestepped, the blade grazed his waist, tearing a second gash in his robe. 18th thrust aimed at the thigh. Lin Feng stepped back half a pace, the sword tip passing just before his knee, an inch short. Now, Zhou Tian's right shoulder dipped 2 degrees more than before. His stamina was failing, his sword technique beginning to deform. The flaw was more obvious than before. It wasn't just the shoulder, his breathing had become erratic. The rhythm of his thrusts followed his breath, and when his breath faltered, the sword slowed. Lin Feng thrust. One stroke aimed at Zhou Tian's right shoulder. The sword tip carried a cyan chill straight for the shoulder joint. Zhou Tian's face changed drastically. He desperately pulled back his sword to defend. But his sword was still in the thrusting posture, too late. Lin Feng's sword was faster, the tip piercing into his shoulder, half an inch, then stopping. Blood dripped down the blade, staining the bluestone. Zhou Tian froze his sword half-raised, unable to lower it. He looked down at the sword tip in his shoulder. Another inch, and his collarbone would be severed. He could feel the chill of Lin Feng's sword, the cold seeping through the wound into his bones, numbing his entire right arm. "Your sword is too slow," Lin Feng said. His voice wasn't loud, but the entire arena heard it. Silence. Dead silence. Even the wind rustling the flags could be heard. Zhou Tian's lips trembled. He wanted to say something but couldn't. 15 years of practice, 3,000 thrusts a day. His sword was acknowledged as the fastest in Qingyun sect. But today before Lin Feng, his sword was like a child swinging a wooden stick. "I concede." 3 words draining all his strength. Lin Feng sheathed his sword and turned to leave the arena. The azure-edged sword slid into its sheath with a crisp sound. Zhou Tian stood on the arena, clutching his shoulder, blood seeping through his fingers. He watched Lin Feng's retreating figure, his gaze complex. He had lost utterly. Lin Feng hadn't won by brute force, but by eyesight, judgment, and understanding of the sword. That was something he could train for a lifetime and never achieve. Lin Feng rushed over, bouncing with excitement. "Senior brother, you even beat an early nascent soul cultivator. Zhou Tian's sword was so fast, and you dodged them all. How did you do it?" Lin Feng didn't answer. In that fight, he had used only 30% of his strength. With sword heart clarity and immortal level sword intent, an early nascent soul cultivator was nothing to him. He hadn't even used 10,000 swords, returning to one Norse space-splitting sword. Only the most basic thrust. On the high platform, Zhou Tian's face was as dark as dripping water. Beside him, Su Shui clenched her sleeve, her knuckles white. Lin Feng had grown stronger, so strong it frightened her. She recalled that day on the Sword Mountain when she and Zhou Tian had joined forces to pierce Lin Feng's chest. If Lin Feng ever learned the truth, what would he do to her? She dared not think. Zhou Tian turned his head to look at her. "Scared?" Su Shui shook her head. "No. Your hand is trembling." Su Shui tucked her hands into her sleeves and said nothing. Zhou Tian sneered. "Don't worry. No matter how strong he is, he's just one man. I've already contacted Bing Hahal. Once he leaves Qingyun sect, he'll meet his end." Su Shui lowered her head, not replying. Below the arena, Lin Feng walked out of the training grounds. The sunlight was bright, reflecting off the hilt of the azure-edged sword, casting a beam of light. He squinted, tapping his sword sheath with his fingers. Tap, tap, tap. Next match against Su Shui. He had waited for this day, for 2 lifetimes. The final match of the sect tournament. Lin Feng versus Su Shui. The martial arts arena was packed to capacity. Even the sect master had come, seated at the very center of the elevated platform. Beside him, several elders whispered to one another, their conversation indecipherable. Su Shui stood upon the arena, her white robes like fresh snow, her beauty still striking. Today she had deliberately worn new garments, her hair freshly combed, with a white jade hairpin tucked within. Yet her face was pale, and panic lurked in her eyes, impossible to conceal. Lin Feng ascended the arena and took his position opposite her. 10 paces separated them, divided only by bluestone slabs and sunlight. Su Shui spoke, her voice trembling. "Lin Feng, must we truly fight? All these years we shared. Our bond, did it mean nothing? Must it end like this?" Lin Feng remained silent. Su Shui took a step forward and extended her hand. "Lin Feng, I yield, all right. You win. You are the #1 in our sect. Let us make peace and return to how things were." Lin Feng gazed at her outstretched hand, unmoving. "Lin Feng, I know you hate me, but I was forced. Zhou Tian threatened me. If I refused to obey, he would slaughter my entire family. I had no choice, I truly had none." Su Shui's eyes reddened, tears welling and trembling on the verge of falling. Lin Feng still said nothing. He was studying her eyes. Those eyes held tears, fear, and panic, but not a trace of remorse. She had not come to confess her guilt, she had come to beg for mercy. Because she had realized Lin Feng had grown stronger than Zhou Tian, stronger than anyone. She wanted to return to his side, not because she loved him, but because he was powerful. In her past life, she had been exactly the same. When he was strong, she clung to him. When he was crippled, she turned and walked away, and delivered an extra strike. Lin Feng drew his sword. The Qing Feng's sword leapt from its scabbard, its killing intent surging heavenward. Su Shui was forced back a step by the sword pressure, her face draining of all color. Biting her lip, tears spilled over. "Lin Feng, do you truly intend to kill me? We grew up together from childhood. You promised to marry me. Have you forgotten everything?" Lin Feng looked at her, his eyes as cold as ice. "In my past life, you said the same words." Su Shui froze. "Past life? What are you talking about, Lin Feng? Have you gone astray from your cultivation?" Lin Feng offered no explanation. Su Shui wiped her tears, and her expression changed. No longer weak and timid. Now there was ruthlessness. She drew a crimson pill from her bosom, its body translucent, resembling coagulated blood. A forbidden elixir, the blood ignition pill. Upon consumption, spiritual power surges across a full realm, but afterward cultivation is utterly ruined, meridians shattered beyond repair, and one can never cultivate again. Exactly as it had been in her past life. She swallowed the pill. Her aura exploded outward. Golden core peak. Nascent soul early stage. Nascent soul mid stage. Nascent soul late stage. Spiritual energy raged uncontrollably within her body, causing her meridians to bulge beneath her skin. Her face twisted with visible veins, her eyes bloodshot. The pill's backlash began to manifest, blood seeped from the corner of her mouth, her fingers trembling. Yet her eyes blazed like two flames. Not the fire of love, but the fire of hatred. Lin Feng, I never wanted to kill you. You forced my hand. Su Shue's voice changed, turning shrill and sharp, like a blade scraping against iron. She thrust her sword forward. The full power of her nascent soul late-stage cultivation erupted the sword wind, emitting a piercing shriek. The bluestone slabs of the arena were carved with a deep furrow by the sword, energy fragments of stone scattering in every direction. Lin Feng did not retreat. His immortal-grade sword intent was fully unleashed. When Su Shue's sword reached him, he shifted his body, slightly sidestepping the blade. The movement was minimal, just enough to let the edge graze his chest, severing his sash, but leaving his flesh unbroken. His right hand swept the Qingfeng sword horizontally, striking Su Shue's blade. Clang! Her sword flew from her grasp, spinning through the air before embedding itself in a crack at the arena's edge, the blade humming with residual vibration. Su Shue stood stunned. She looked down at her empty hand, then up at Lin Feng. The fire in her eyes had extinguished, leaving only bewilderment. Lin Feng did not pause. One thrust. The tip of the Qingfeng sword pierced through Su Shue's chest, emerging from her back. Blood gushed from the wound, flowing down the blade and dripping onto the bluestone, quickly pooling into a small crimson puddle. Su Shue looked down at the sword in her chest, then raised her gaze to Lin Feng. Her lips moved, but no sound emerged. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, staining her white robes like red blossoms upon snow. She finally managed to ask, her voice faint like a withered leaf carried on the wind. Lin Feng looked at her. In my past life you asked the same question. He withdrew the sword. Su Shue fell to her knees, both hands clutching her chest, blood bubbling through her fingers. She tried to speak, but her throat filled with blood, producing only a rasping, gurgling sound. Lin Feng, I really don't understand what you're saying. Lin Feng said nothing more. He knew she could not possibly know of his past life. But that was irrelevant. The sword was hers. The pierce was hers. Whether coerced or willing, that strike came from her hand. He turned and descended from the arena. The Qingfeng sword returned to its scabbard, blood sliding down the blade along the guard, leaving a trail of crimson dots upon the stone. Behind him, Su Shue collapsed onto the arena floor. Her eyes remained open, fixed upon the sky. Her white robes were soaked through with blood, red and white mingling like fallen flowers upon fresh snow. The entire arena fell silent for a full 5 seconds. Then the crowd erupted. Lin Feng killed Su Shue. Su Shue took a forbidden pill and reached nascent soul late stage. How could he slay her with a single strike? What realm is he even at? A golden core peak cultivator killing a nascent soul late stage expert. This is impossible. Li Fan sprinted over, his face drained of color. Senior brother, junior sister Su Shi, she deserved to die. Li Fan fell silent. Lin Feng walked out of the martial arts arena. The sunlight was harsh, and he squinted against it. His fingers tapped rhythmically against the scabbard. Clang, clang, clang. The hurdle from his past life had been crossed today. Within his mind, Elder Feng's voice echoed. Boy, you have a ruthless heart. She killed me once in my past life, and in this life I return her a single sword stroke. Then do you know why she killed you? Controlled by Zhao Tian. Then why kill her anyway? Lin Feng was silent for 2 seconds. Controlled or willing, the sword was thrust by her hand. If I do not kill her, I cannot pass the obstacle of my past life. Elder Feng laughed. Excellent. Decisive, just as a cultivator should be. Hesitation leads nowhere. Lin Feng did not respond, and continued walking. Behind him, the clamor from the arena faded further and further away. Behind him, the clamor from the arena faded further and further away. After the sect tournament, Lin Feng went alone to the back mountain. The back mountain was tranquil, with only the rustle of wind through bamboo leaves. Moonlight fell upon the sword Dao steely, and the sword scars shimmered with a faint azure glow, as if alive, slowly flowing across the monument's surface. The sword Dao steel stood 3 zhang tall and 1 zhang wide, its gray-blue surface covered with countless sword scars. Each scar was left by ancient sword cultivators, some deep, some shallow, pointing in different directions. Some were fierce, others steady, some swift as lightning, others heavy as mountains. Lin Feng sat cross-legged before the steel and closed his eyes. His sword heart of penetration activated fully, and the scars on the steel entered his mind one by one. Feng Lao materialized from his thoughts, appearing as a phantom before the steel. White hair, white beard, a stooped figure that seemed ready to scatter in the wind. But his eyes were as sharp as blades, and when he looked at someone it felt like a sword pointed at your throat. Kid, your swordsmanship is too rough. Lin Feng opened his eyes and looked at him. You've mastered the 3rd form of Fisher Sky Sword, but your power release is wrong. You're using brute force, not finesse. Feng Lao reached out, and in the void, he grasped a light sword condensed in his hand. The blade was transparent, as if forged from moonlight. Watch closely. He swung it casually. The movement was light, as if swatting a fly. The sword aura was silent and soundless in the air before the sword Dao steel split open. Not cut, but torn apart by vibration. The crack extended from the ground to 3 zhang in the air like a knife slashing through cloth. 3 seconds later the rift slowly closed. See. Sword essence oscillation. The power originates from the wrist, the force at the sword tip. You don't cut with the sword, you vibrate with the sword essence. The sword is dead, the sword essence is alive. You must let the sword essence flow out from the tip, not smash it out. Lin Feng stood up and drew the azure-edged sword. Taking a deep breath, sword essence surged from his dantian, flowed through his meridians, and reached his wrist. His wrist relaxed, not stiff but soft like a willow branch. He struck with the sword. The sword aura tore through the air, emitting a sharp screech like a whistle. A rift opened in the space before the sword, doused steely, but only 1 chi long, and closed within half a second. The power was 30% greater than before, but still far from Feng Lao's strike. Your wrist is too stiff, Feng Lao shook his head. You grip the sword too tightly. The sword is not your enemy, it's your extension. The tighter you hold it, the less it obeys you. Relax. Sword essence is not pressed out, it's sent out. Like water pouring from a spout, not splashing out. Lin Feng adjusted his grip, loosened his wrist, and tried again. This time his wrist was softer, and the sword essence flowed from the tip. Not like water, but like wind. He struck. The sword aura was silent. A rift in space opened before the sword, doused steely from the ground, to 1 zhang, high, lasting 2 seconds. Not bad. Much better than before, Feng Lao nodded. But at this level you can only scare people, not kill them. Practice 10,000 times before you can call it beginner's skill. Lin Feng said nothing, and continued training. 1 stroke. 2. 10. 100. The moonlight shifted from east to west. Sweat soaked his clothes, streaming down his back. His wrist ached as if about to break. Every strike made his joints crack. The tiger's mouth split open, blood smearing the sword hilt, but he did not stop. Li Fan came to deliver food, saw Lin Feng's hands covered in blood, and was startled. "Seen your brother, your hand. Leave it there." Li Fan placed the food on a rock, dared not speak further, and left. Lin Feng continued training. 500 strokes. 600. 700. By the 800th strike his wrist had gone numb. Not pain but numbness, as if it were no longer his own hand. Yet he kept swinging. The 900th strike, sword aura silent, the spatial rift lasted 2.5 seconds. The 1000th sword aura silent, the spatial rift lasted 3 seconds. Lin Feng sheathed his sword, sat back before the steely, and gasped for breath. Sweat dripped onto the azure-edged sword, flowing down the blade. "Enough," Feng Lao said. "Train again tomorrow. The way of the sword is not achieved in a day. What you've done today is enough for a month's practice for others." Lin Feng wiped the blood from his hand, took out a spirit stone, held it in his palm, and began to recover his sword essence. The spiritual energy within the spirit stone was drained, and powder trickled through his fingers. "Feng Lao, were you a sword god in your past life?" "Sword saint. 1 rank higher than sword god. A sword god masters sword intent. A sword saint masters the rules of the sword. 1 level apart, a world of difference. Then why did you fall?" Feng Lao was silent for a few seconds. "Killed by D Tian." Lin Feng looked up at him. "One of the creators of the Myriad Realms. The Myriad Realms has 3 supreme gods, D Tian, Hongming, and Chaos. Hongming is asleep, Chaos has dissipated, leaving only D Tian. He devours the source of dimensions, treating the myriad worlds as his nourishment. 36 dimensions have already been devoured by him, reduced to nothing. I tried to stop him, and he severely wounded me. My remnant soul escaped, and was taken in by the system. How strong is D Tian? At his peak, the pinnacle of the Sword God realm. Now at least the middle stage of the Sword God realm. His true body sits atop the summit of the myriad realms with 12 celestial venerables under his command, each a half-step sword god. The ones you killed were merely the lowest ranks under D Tian." Lin Feng gripped his sword hilt tightly. Middle stage of Sword God realm. 3 major realms above him. He couldn't win. But he wasn't afraid. He was just calculating. From the middle stage of Sword Venerable to the middle stage of Sword God, there were the late stage of Sword Venerable, the peak of Sword Venerable, and the early stage of Sword God. 3 minor realms, each with a 5 to 10-fold difference in combat power. "Scared?" Feng Lao chuckled. "No. Just need time. You have the system and time. But D Tian won't give you much. He already knows about you. You killed his celestial venerable, took over his myriad alliance, and shook his foundation in the realms. He will come sooner or later." Lin Feng nodded. "So I must break through to the Sword God realm before he arrives." Feng Lao looked into his eyes for a long time. "Kid, you're the toughest person I've ever seen. Tough on others, even tougher on yourself. In your past life you were crippled, and still managed to rebuild to the Sword God realm. This life with the system and me here, you have no reason to lose." Lin Feng stood up and drew the azure-edged sword. "Again. No more training tonight. Your hand will be ruined." "It won't." Lin Feng swung the sword the 1001st time. At the entrance of Qingyun sect, 3 white-robed elders stood at the foot of the steps. The foremost was Meng He, the great elder of Ice River Hall, at the peak of the divine transformation stage. His hair was gray, deep wrinkles etched on his face, yet his eyes were sharp like an eagle's. Behind him stood 2 guardians, 1 stout, and 1 lean, both also at the peak of divine transformation. The stout one carried a long blade, while the lean one gripped a pair of short halberds. Luo Qingxue stood inside the mountain gate, holding an ice sword from which cold air dripped off the blade. She looked at Meng He and said, "I'm not going back." Meng He said, "Saintess, the hall master has ordered. You must return. Ice River Hall has arranged a marriage for you. To Wang Hu, the young master of the Wang family. The wedding is next month." Luo Qingxue's face turned pale. "I won't marry him," she said. Meng He replied, "That is not for you to decide." Lin Feng walked out from inside. 4 swords hung at his waist, and Xiao Bai crouched on his shoulder. He stood beside Luo Qingxue looking at Meng He and said, "She said she won't marry. Didn't you hear?" Meng He sized up Lin Feng and said, "So you are Lin Feng. A mere junior at the peak of the Golden Core dares to meddle in Ice River Hall's affairs." Lin Feng said, "Her matters are my matters." Meng He's face darkened. "Lin Feng, don't be ungrateful. Ice River Hall is a top-tier power in the Central State, and its Hall Master is at the Sword Emperor realm. You cannot afford to offend us." Lin Feng said, "Even if I can't afford it, I must." Meng He wasted no more words and struck out with a palm. His spiritual power at the peak of divine transformation erupted fully, the palm wind carrying chilling cold that condensed the moisture in the air into ice crystals. He used 70% of his strength in this strike, intending to test Lin Feng's depth. Lin Feng did not retreat. All 4 swords unsheathed simultaneously, unleashing his full sword intent. The chill of his grand completion sword intent surged forward. Azure Edge sword struck Meng He's palm, Golden Scale sword slashed at his chest, Heaven Frost sword aimed for his abdomen, while Heaven Punishment sword hovered above as a guard. With a booming sound, Meng He retreated 3 steps, a bloody gash appearing on his palm. Lin Feng stood still, not moving an inch. Meng He lowered his head to look at the wound, his face ashen. He said, "You, a mere Golden Core peak. How is this possible?" Lin Feng replied, "Want to try again?" Meng He gritted his teeth and withdrew his hand. He could not defeat Lin Feng, nor could his 2 guardians. Continuing would only disgrace Ice River Hall. He said, "Lin Feng, I will report today's matter to the Hall Master. The matter of the Saintess will not be dropped by Ice River Hall." Lin Feng said, "She doesn't want to, so no matter who comes, it's useless." Triggered special check-in location, Qingyun Sect Mountain Gate. Do you wish to check in? Check in. Qingyun Sect Mountain Gate special check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ice Defense. Shield 1 can withstand a full power strike from a divine transformation peak lasting for 1 incense sticks time. A ball of light merged into his brow, and Lin Feng felt an additional surge of ice-type power within his body. Meng He turned and left with the 2 guardians. The stout guardian picked up his broken blade, and the lean one retrieved his short halberds, following behind without daring to look back. Luo Qingxue stood behind Lin Feng, watching Meng He's retreating figure, her eyes reddening. She said, "Thank you." Lin Feng replied, "It's nothing." Luo Qingxue said, "Ice River Hall won't let this go. Next time the Hall Master himself might come." Lin Feng said, "I know." Luo Qingxue said, "Can you defeat a Sword Emperor?" Lin Feng said, "I can't." Luo Qingxue said, "Then why do you?" Lin Feng said, "Even if I can, I have to fight." He turned and walked toward the mountain gate. After a few steps he stopped. He said, "Pack your things. We're going to the Central State." Luo Qingxue was stunned. "Now," Lin Feng said, "now. The Ice River Hall people will return to report, and the Hall Master will come soon. We can't wait." Luo Qingxue nodded and turned back to her cave dwelling to pack. Li Fan ran over and said, "Senior brother, I'm coming too." Lin Feng said, "Go tell the sect leader that we're leaving." Li Fan nodded and ran off. Lin Feng stood at the mountain gate, tapping his fingers on the sword scabbard. Ding ding ding. Xiao Bai crouched on his shoulder, its golden eyes gazing toward the direction of the Central State. A quarter of an hour later, Luo Qingxue came out with a bundle. Li Fan also returned, saying that the sect leader was kneeling inside the mountain gate to see them off. Lin Feng did not look back and said, "Let's go." The 3 walked out of the mountain gate and descended the mountain path. Behind them, the gate of Qingyun sect was faintly visible in the morning mist. Lin Feng and his 2 companions rode for 3 days along the wide imperial road. Fields of rice flanked both sides, dotted with villages, and occasional merchant caravans passed by. The further north they traveled, the denser the spiritual energy became, and the more cultivators they encountered on the road. Golden Core cultivators were everywhere, and nascent soul elders weren't uncommon either. At dusk on the first day, the trio made camp beside a cluster of trees along the roadside. Li Fan built a fire while Luo Qingxue fetched water, and Lin Feng sat near the flames, his fingers drumming against his sword scabbard. Lin Feng withdrew spirit stones from his storage bag, clasping them in his palm, as he warmed himself by the fire and cultivated. Spiritual power surged into his body, loosening the bottleneck of his Golden Core peak breakthrough ever so slightly. "Almost," he murmured. "What's almost?" Li Fan asked. "The breakthrough," Lin Feng replied. Li Fan's eyes lit up. "Senior brother, you're attempting to break through to the nascent soul stage?" Lin Feng nodded. "Yes." Luo Qingxue returned with water and set the kettle over the fire to boil. "The leap from Golden Core to nascent soul is a major dividing line," she said. "Are you ready?" "I am," Lin Feng replied. The next morning the 3 resumed their journey. Less than an hour into their travel, a group of men appeared ahead. Over a dozen burly figures clad in animal hides, each brandishing swords or blades, all at the Golden Core stage. The leader was a bald man at the peak of Golden Core cultivation, a scar cutting across his face. He stood in the middle of the road, carrying a broad executioner's blade, the iron rings on its spine clinking with each movement. "This road was opened by me, this tree was planted by me," the bald man announced. "If you wish to pass, leave toll money behind." "Brother bandits," Lin Feng observed. Lin Feng replied calmly, "I see them." The bald man's gaze landed on Luo Qingxue, his eyes gleaming. "This young lady will stay. You two men hand over your storage bags, and you may be on your way." Lin Feng dismounted and walked forward. The bald man swung his blade down in a fierce strike, unleashing the full force of his Golden Core peak spiritual energy with a roaring wind. Lin Feng drew his sword. One strike. The golden scale sword flashed from its scabbard, a brilliant golden light erupting. The bald man's blade shattered, his body was sent flying, and he crashed to the ground with blood pouring from his mouth. The remaining bandits scattered in terror. "A special sign-in location has been triggered. Zhongzhou Imperial Road Bandit Stronghold. Would you like to sign in?" "Sign in. Zhongzhou Imperial Road special sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 500 spirit stones, 5 nascent soul pills, and 1 copy of the sword technique rift-splitting sword." A sphere of light shot into his forehead, and a new sword technique materialized in Lin Feng's mind. Rift-splitting sword was a mid-tier technique, 10 times more powerful than Swift Shadow Sword. He closed his eyes to digest the knowledge, then opened them. The first form, Rift Slash, was already clear in his mind. The sword's aura could tear through space itself, immense in power. But now was not the time to practice. It was time to move forward. Lin Feng remounted and continued on his way with Luo Qingxue following behind and Li bringing up the rear. "Brother, that sword strike just now was too fast. I couldn't even see it," Li Fan said. "Keep practicing," Lin Feng replied. "When will you teach me, senior brother?" "Once we arrive in Zhongzhou and settle in, I'll teach you," Lin Feng said. Li Fan's face brightened. "All right." On the third night, the three found shelter in a dilapidated temple beside the road. The temple was small, housing an unfamiliar deity statue covered in a thick layer of incense ash. Li Fan started a fire, while Luo Qingxue rested against a pillar with her eyes closed. Lin Feng sat cross-legged beside the flames and took out nascent soul pills. 5 golden nascent soul pills radiated dense spiritual energy. He swallowed one, and as the pill entered his stomach, spiritual power surged. The bottleneck at Golden Core Peak began to crack. With the second pill, the crack widened further. The third brought surface fractures to the Golden Core. By the fourth, the Golden Core shattered completely, and the nascent soul began to coalesce. "Congratulations, host. You have broken through to early nascent soul stage." Lin Feng opened his eyes. His entire body's spiritual energy was now 5 times thicker than when he was at Golden Core Peak. All 4 swords trembled simultaneously, emitting a humming resonance. Xiao Bai leaped from within one of the swords, ran around the temple twice, then jumped back inside. Luo Qingxue opened her eyes and looked at him. "You broke through?" "Yes." "Early nascent soul stage?" "Yes." She said nothing more and closed her eyes to rest again. Lin Feng kept the 5th nascent soul pill, saving it for later use. At dawn, the 3 continued on their journey. After 2 more days of travel, the city walls of Zhongzhou came into view. They stood 20 zhang tall, constructed of bluestone and etched with countless formation patterns. The city gates were enormous, with a long queue forming at the entrance as people continuously streamed in. Cultivators, mortals, merchant caravans, and rogue cultivators alike. Lin Feng and his companions dismounted and joined the line. When it was their turn, the city guard stopped them. Clad in black armor and wielding halberds, the soldiers were at the peak of Golden Core cultivation. He scrutinized Lin Feng from head to toe. "Where are you from?" "Lower Province," Lin Feng replied. "Lower Province. A country bumpkin from Lower Province dares to come to Zhongzhou. Do you have a travel permit?" "No. No permit, no entry," the soldier said. "Pay 100 spirit stones, and I'll issue you a temporary travel document." 100 spirit stones. "Why don't you just go rob someone?" Li Fan retorted. The soldier's expression darkened. "Say that again." Lin Feng took out a spirit stone from his robes and tossed it to the guard. It was a mid-grade spirit stone worth 100 units. The soldier caught it, his eyes lighting up. "Go on in." Lin Feng led Luo Qingxue and Li Fan into the city. Behind them, the soldier slipped the spirit stone into his robes and exchanged a smile with his companion. "A bumpkin from Lower Province. Turns out he's got some coin," the other guard remarked. "Who cares? As long as they've got money," the soldier replied. Lin Feng didn't look back. He stood at the city gate, taking in Zhongzhou. The wide streets lined with shops selling pills, magical artifacts, and cultivation techniques, everything one could need. Even the lowest cultivators on the streets were at least Golden Core stage, with nascent soul elders appearing everywhere. Luo Qingxue stood beside him. "Ice River Palace is located on the Ice Mountain north of Zhongzhou City." "I'm aware," Lin Feng replied. "Senior brother, let's find an inn to stay at first," Li Fan suggested. "Let's go." The 3 walked along the main street. The street was bustling with vendors' calls, pedestrians' conversations, and the rumble of carriages all blending together. Xiaobai perched on Lin Feng's shoulder looking around curiously before letting out a meow. Lin Feng tapped his fingers against his sword scabbard, producing a sharp clanging sound that went unnoticed amid the noisy street. Lin Feng and Li Fan rode for 3 days on horseback. Over those 3 days the two passed through dozens of small towns and crossed 2 mountains. The closer they drew to Zhongzhou, the more cultivators appeared on the roads. Foundation establishment cultivators littered the roads like stones, and nascent soul masters were no longer a rare sight. Lin Feng rode his horse, tapping his fingers against the sword sheath. Dang dang dang. Daily check-in refreshed. Check-in location, Zhongzhou, official road. Check-in rewards, spirit stones, 3,000, sword Dao insight 500. 3 days of check-ins combined with his previous accumulations had brought Lin Feng's spirit stones to over 50,000 pieces. Sword Dao insight had amassed considerably, as well, waiting only for him to find a quiet place to consume it all at once. Senior brother, there's a town ahead. Should we rest for the night? Li Fan pointed toward the distance. Lin Feng glanced over. No need. Keep moving. Li Fan nodded and caught up. The two rode for another 2 hours before night fell completely. There was a stretch of forest by the roadside. Lin Feng pulled his horse to a halt. We'll rest here tonight. Li Fan dismounted and kindled a fire. Lin Feng sat beside the flames, drew out a spirit stone, and held it in his hand. Spiritual energy flooded into his body as the 4th layer of the Ancient Sword Codex rapidly circulated. Cultivation progress, Ancient Sword Codex 4th layer, 95. Almost there. Lin Feng retrieved 2 more spirit stones, grasping them both in his hands. Spiritual energy surged forth frantically, drawing from every source. The golden core within his dantian grew larger and larger, fine cracks appearing on its surface. That was the precursor to a breakthrough. The golden core shatters, the nascent soul is born. Li Fan watched from the side, not daring to breathe. He knew Lin Feng was at a critical juncture of breakthrough. The cracks multiplied. The golden core's surface split like a spider's web. Golden light leaked through the fissures. Boom. The golden core exploded. A palm-sized infant appeared at the center of the dantian, seated cross-legged with clear features identical to Lin Feng. Nascent soul initial stage. Lin Feng opened his eyes. His spiritual energy was now over 5 times more abundant than at golden core peak. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to nascent soul initial stage. Cultivation progress, Ancient Sword Codex 4th layer, 100. Ancient Sword Codex 5th layer, unlocked. Li Fan's face beamed with excitement. Senior brother, you've broken through to nascent soul. Amazing. Now that we're in Zhongzhou, no one can stop you. Lin Feng rose to his feet. His fingers tapped against the sword sheath. Dang dang dang. Nascent soul initial stage complemented by grand completion, sword intent, myriad swords return to origin 3rd layer, and void-shattering sword 3rd form. Now against a nascent soul peak opponent, he could slay them in a single sword strike. Against an initial stage transcendence cultivator, he could put up a fight. Let's go. We need to reach Zhongzhou city before dawn. The two mounted their horses and continued their journey. At daybreak, the walls of Zhongzhou city came into view. 20 zhang high and 3 zhang thick, covered entirely in formation runes. A long queue stretched before the city gates with people entering ceaselessly. Lin Feng and Li Fan dismounted and joined the line. When their turn came, the city guard blocked their path. Where are you from? The lower prefecture. The lower prefecture. The guard scrutinized them up and down, his gaze tinged with contempt. Country bumpkins from the lower prefecture daring to come to Zhongzhou. Li Fan's expression shifted, ready to flare up. Lin Feng stopped him. He drew a spirit stone from his chest and tossed it to the guard. Is this enough? The guard caught the spirit stone, his eyes brightening. More than enough, more than enough. Go on in. Lin Feng led Li Fan into the city. Zhongzhou city was 10 times larger than any city in the lower prefecture. Broad streets stretched wide, shops lined both sides, selling pills, selling magical artifacts, selling cultivation techniques, everything one could desire. The cultivators on the streets were all at least foundation establishment level. Nascent soul masters wandered about freely. Senior brother, Zhongzhou city is so vast. Li Fan looked around excitedly. Lin Feng said nothing. He was gazing at the mountains in the distance. On the north side of Zhongzhou city stood a very tall mountain with structures at its summit. Binghe Palace. It was on that very mountain. Main quest updated: travel to Binghe Palace and rescue Luo Qingxue. Quest rewards: Heavenly Sword Body 1, Spirit Stones 20,000, Sword Dao Insight 3,000. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze. Find an inn to stay at. The two searched the city and found an inn reserving 2 rooms. Lin Feng entered his room and closed the door. He sat cross-legged, retrieved the Black Abyss sword, and placed it across his knees, infusing it with sword intent to nurture it. The Black Abyss sword trembled, its seal loosening yet again. Black Abyss sword seal progress 45. After a little more time, it would reach 50 unsealing. Lin Feng closed his eyes and continued cultivating. The 5th layer of the Ancient Sword Codex began circulating, its spiritual energy more abundant than the 4th layer by far. Cultivation progress, Ancient Sword Codex 5th layer 5. Myriad swords return to origin 3rd layer, cultivation progress 35. Cultivating until noon, Lin Feng opened his eyes. It was very noisy outside the window. He walked to the window and looked down. A crowd had gathered on the street. In the center stood several youths in brocade robes, bullying an old man. Old thing, you dare block this young master's path. Seeking death. The brocade-robed youth kicked the old man, who fell to the ground, blood trickling from his mouth. Everyone around lowered their heads, not daring to intervene. Lin Feng frowned. Li Fan knocked on his door and entered. Senior brother, something's happening downstairs. I saw. Should we get involved? Lin Feng said nothing, turned and descended the stairs. He walked to the street where the brocade-robed youth was still beating the old man. Stop. The brocade-robed youth looked up, saw Lin Feng, and sneered. Where did this country bumpkin come from? How dare you meddle in this young master's affairs? Lin Feng walked forward. I said stop. The brocade-robed youth's expression darkened. Do you know who I am? My father is the steward of the Wang family, nascent Soul Peak. Lin Feng stared at him. So what? The brocade-robed youth waved his hand. Guards beat him. Several guards behind him charged forward. All at Foundation Establishment Peak. Lin Feng didn't move. Sword intent erupted fully. The chilling pressure of grand completion's sword intent bore down, and the guards' faces turned ashen as they collapsed to the ground. The brocade-robed youth's face drained of color. You. Lin Feng walked over and kicked the youth's leg. The brocade-robed youth let out a miserable shriek and fell to his knees. Get lost. The brocade-robed youth scrambled to his feet and fled frantically. The old man got up, his face full of gratitude. Young man, thank you, but you should leave quickly. The Wang family won't let this go. Lin Feng drew a spirit stone from his chest and tossed it to the old man. Take this. Go see a physician. The old man caught the spirit stone, his eyes reddening. Thank you. Lin Feng turned and walked back to the inn. Li Fan followed behind. Senior brother, the Wang family has enormous influence in Zhongzhou. If we've offended them, will there be trouble? No worries. Lin Feng went upstairs and closed his door. His fingers tapped against the sword sheath. Dang. The Wang family. A vassal of Binghe Palace. Perfect. Time to collect some interest first. Lin Feng and the other two found an inn in Zhongzhou City and settled in. The inn was called Yunlai Ju, 3 stories tall with red lanterns hanging at the entrance, and business was booming. The innkeeper was a portly man at the golden core stage, smiling warmly. After receiving the spirit stones, he promptly opened 3 upper rooms for them. Li Fan entered his room, tossed his bundle onto the bed, lay down, and said, Senior brother, Zhongzhou City is truly enormous. 10 times larger than the biggest city in the lower province. Lin Feng ignored him, closed the door, and sat cross-legged on the bed. For swords rested across his knees and Xiaobai perched on his shoulder. He closed his eyes and circulated his sword essence through his meridians. His cultivation at the early nascent soul stage remained unstable and required time to consolidate. Lu Qingxue stayed in the adjacent room. Her window faced the street, offering a view of Zhongzhou City's main thoroughfare. The street teemed with people, bustling and lively. She stood by the window with Bingjian leaning against the desk, watching the passers-by. Zhongzhou City exceeded her expectations, and the ice river sect lay upon the icy peak to the north, growing ever closer to home. Yet she had no desire to return. The next morning, Lin Feng stepped out of his room. Li Fan was already waiting in the downstairs hall, a bowl of congee, 2 buns, and a dish of pickled vegetables spread before him. Noticing Lin Feng, Li Fan waved and said, Senior brother, over here. Lin Feng descended the stairs and took his seat. Lu Qingxue followed shortly after, joining them at the table. The innkeeper brought over congee and buns, smiling as he said, Enjoy your meal, honored guests. Halfway through their meal, a commotion erupted from the street. Lin Feng set down his chopsticks and walked to the doorway to look out. A group approached from down the street, led at the forefront by a young man clad in golden robes, a jade pendant at his waist, followed by 7 or 8 bodyguards. The young man's face was fair, but his eyes were fierce, his mouth downturned in an expression as though everyone owed him money. Li Fan leaned over and whispered, Senior brother, who is that? A cultivator at a neighboring table murmured, You must be outsiders. That is Wang Hu, young master of the Wang family. The Wangs are one of Zhongzhou City's most powerful clans. His father, the clan head, has reached the early stage of soul formation. He added, Not someone you want to provoke. Keep your distance. Wang Hu stopped at the inn's entrance and glanced inside. His eyes fell upon Lu Qingxue, and they immediately brightened. He strode into the inn, his bodyguards fanning out behind him and blocking the doorway. The innkeeper's expression shifted, and he hurried forward, saying, Young Master Wang, welcome. The upper floor is prepared for you. Wang Hu brushed past him and approached Lu Qingxue, sizing her up from head to toe. Lu Qingxue looked up at him, her gaze icy. Wang Hu smiled and said, My dear alone. Would you let this young master show you around Zhongzhou City? Lu Qingxue said nothing. Wang Hu reached out to touch her face. In an instant, Lu Qingxue drew her blade. Bingjian flashed from its sheath, and a blast of cold energy erupted. The intent of the ice river sword surged forth, forcing Wang Hu's hand back. Frost crystallized along his fingertips. Wang Hu's expression darkened. So you prefer the hard way, he snarled. Seize her. 7 or 8 bodyguards charged forward, all at the golden core stage. Lin Feng rose and stepped in front of Lu Qingxue. His golden-scaled sword flashed from its sheath, radiating brilliant light. The lead guard was sliced through in a single stroke, sent flying into the wall, blood spurting from his mouth. The second guard was struck across the shoulder by the flat of the blade, his bones shattering as he collapsed in agony. The third, the fourth, the fifth. One strike, one fallen guard. Within the time it took to finish a cup of tea, all 7 or 8 bodyguards lay motionless upon the floor. Wang Hu's face turned the color of storm clouds. You dare lay hands on my men. Do you even know who I am? Wang Hu, Lin Feng said calmly. Young master of the Wang family. You know who I am, and you still strike. Wang Hu growled. Have you grown tired of living? If you touch her again, Lin Feng replied, I will sever more than your hand. Wang Hu clenched his teeth and swept a palm forward. His golden core peak spiritual energy exploded outward, his palm wind wreathed in flame. Lin Feng did not retreat. He slashed forward in a single decisive stroke. Gold light flashed, and Wang Hu's arm was severed at the elbow, crashing to the ground as blood sprayed. Wang Hu let out a piercing scream, clutching his stump and staggering backward, his face draining to the color of parchment. Special check-in location triggered. Zhongzhou City Gate outside the inn. Check-in. Zhongzhou City Gate special check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Zhongzhou Map 1 marking all faction territories and special check-in points. A ball of light merged into Lin Feng's brow and a map materialized in his mind. Zhongzhou City, the Ice River Sect, the Sword God Temple, the great noble houses. All marked with crystal clarity across the map. Wang Hu was half carried, half dragged toward the exit by his subordinates. Over his shoulder, he glared at Lin Feng and shouted, You'll pay for this. The Wang family will not let this go. My father will kill you. Lin Feng said nothing. He sheathed his sword, returned to his seat, and resumed drinking his kanji. Lu Qingxue also sheathed her blade and sat back down beside him. The innkeeper cowered behind the counter, trembling from head to toe. Li Fan swallowed hard and whispered, Senior brother, we've only been in Zhongzhou for 1 day, and we've already chopped off the Wang family young master's hand. Isn't that a bit? A bit what? Lin Feng asked. Too reckless, Li Fan finished. Too arrogant, he corrected himself. He deserved it, Lin Feng said simply. Li Fan dared not speak further. Lu Qingxue looked at Lin Feng and said, Thank you. No need, he replied. The Wang family will not drop this, she said. I know, he answered. Are you afraid? No. He finished his kanji, rose, and said, Let's go for a walk. Senior brother, Li Fan protested, we just severed the Wang young master's hand, and you want to take a stroll. The more you fear them, the more they bully you, Lin Feng said. Li Fan gritted his teeth and followed. The three stepped out of the inn. As they walked, the people on the street parted to avoid them. Word traveled fast. The Wang family young master had been maimed, and half the city already knew. No one dared approach Lin Feng. No one dared meet his gaze. Lin Feng unfolded the Zhongzhou map and studied it. The Ice River Sect lay upon the northern mountain of ice, the Sword God Temple to the west, and the Wang Estate on the eastern street. Let us visit the sword market first, he said. The Sword Dao Market is on West Street, Lu Qingxue explained. It sells swords and sword techniques. Lead the way, Lin Feng said. The three made their way toward West Street. Behind them at the inn's entrance, Wang family guards scooped up the severed hand, wrapped it in cloth, and sprinted toward the eastern street to deliver the news. The next morning, Lin Feng led Luo Qingxue and Li Fan toward Binghe Palace. The palace stood atop an icy mountain north of Zhongzhou City, a towering peak with treacherously steep paths. It took 2 hours of trekking to reach the mountain's base. 2 disciples of Binghe Palace stood guard at the entrance, both in the early stage of nascent soul cultivation. Halt! Who goes there? Lin Feng presented his visiting card. I am Lin Feng of Qingyun Sect, requesting an audience with the palace master. The disciple glanced at the card and sneered. Qingyun Sect, a trash sect from the lower region, dares to seek our palace master. Lin Feng's gaze turned cold. Move aside. The disciple's expression darkened. What did you say? Lin Feng drew his sword and slashed at the disciple's leg. A scream pierced the air as the disciple collapsed. His companion's face turned pale, and he turned to flee. Lin Feng is coming. Lin Feng is coming. Lin Feng continued upward with Luo Qingxue and Li Fan. Halfway up the mountain, they collided with a group of people. At their head stood a young man in ornate brocade robes at the early stage of soul transformation. Wang Hu, young master of the Wang family. His eyes lit up at the sight of Luo Qingxue. Well met again, little lady. Luo Qingxue's expression hardened. Scram. Wang Hu laughed. Your temper remains as fierce as ever. How delightful. He reached out to touch her face. Lin Feng drew his sword in an instant. One stroke severed his wrist. Crack. The bone snapped clean. Wang Hu screamed, clutching his severed hand and stumbling backward. My hand. My hand. Lin Feng fixed him with a cold stare. Touch her again, and I'll take your head. Wang Hu's face went deathly pale. You dare. My father is an elder of Binghe Palace. Lin Feng ignored him and continued upward. Those behind Wang Hu stood frozen in shock, none daring to intercept. Luo Qingxue followed closely behind Lin Feng, warmth rising in her chest as she gazed at his broad back. This man was protecting her. Li Fan trailed behind, murmuring under his breath. Senior brother is terrifying. He even dared to sever the Wang heir's hand. At the mountain's summit, Binghe Palace revealed itself in all its grandeur. At the entrance stood over a dozen disciples, all at the nascent soul stage. Upon seeing Lin Feng, every one of them drew their swords. Halt! Lin Feng did not stop. Move aside. Proceed further, and we shall not hold ourselves responsible. Lin Feng drew his sword and struck. The third form of sky-rending sword, sky-rend, shatter. Sword intent tore through space itself, striking the great gates of Binghe Palace. Boom! The gates exploded outward, splinters scattering in all directions. The disciples' faces turned grim. He split open the main gate. Quick! Summon the elders. Lin Feng strode inside. Luo Qingxue followed close behind. Li Fan lagged at the rear, his legs trembling. Senior brother, weren't we being too arrogant? Not at all. Lin Feng continued forward. Inside the main hall sat more than a dozen elders, all at the soul transformation stage. The palace master presided from the highest seat, his cultivation at the Sword Emperor realm. Lin Feng, what audacity! Lin Feng met his gaze. I have come to retrieve someone. Retrieve whom? Luo Qingxue. The palace master smiled. Luo Qingxue is the holy maiden of our Binghe Palace. On what grounds do you claim her? Lin Feng drew his sword. On the strength of the blade in my hand. The palace master's expression darkened. You seek death. He struck forward with a palm, unleashing the full force of his Sword Emperor cultivation, a gale accompanying his palm wind. Lin Feng did not yield an inch. His sword intent fully unleashed. The mature aura of his sword spirit clashed against the palace master's palm wind, pushing it back. The third form of sky-rending sword, sky-rend, shatter. A single slash tore through space, striking the palace master's palm. Boom! He staggered back a step, a white mark seared onto his hand. Such formidable sword intent. He narrowed his eyes. You are merely in the early stage of nascent soul, yet you wield such combat prowess. Lin Feng remained silent. The third layer of myriad swords returned to origin. 1,000 sword shadows materialized. The palace master's expression shifted slightly. Myriad swords returned to origin. Where did you learn this art? None of your concern. With a thought, Lin Feng sent all 1,000 sword shadows racing toward the palace master at once. The palace master swatted away hundreds with a single palm, but several pierced through, tearing holes in his robes. Impressive brat. Gritting his teeth, he poured his Sword Emperor cultivation into strike after increasingly heavy strike. Lin Feng gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. An early nascent soul cultivator battling a Sword Emperor realm opponent. Two major cultivation realms apart, it was extraordinarily difficult. Luo Qingxue drew her sword and charged forward. Ice River Sword style, fourth form, 10,000 miles of frost. Her strike exploded with frigid energy, causing the palace master's movements to falter for half a beat. Lin Feng seized the opening and thrust his sword toward the palace master's chest. The palace master sidestepped, the blade grazing past his ribs. You two are courting death. He delivered a palm strike aimed at Luo Qingxue. Lin Feng stepped in front of her and absorbed the blow head-on. Boom. Lin Feng slid backward more than a dozen steps, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Lin Feng. Luo Qingxue's face went pale. I'm fine. Wiping the blood from his lips, Lin Feng looked at the palace master. Today I cannot defeat you, but next time I will lay Binghe Palace to waste. He turned and departed with Luo Qingxue and Li Fan. The palace master watched his retreating figure, but made no move to pursue. An elder beside him whispered, Palace master, are we truly letting him leave? The palace master narrowed his eyes. This Lin Feng is no ordinary individual. Have someone keep watch over him and eliminate him when an opportunity arises. Yes. Lin Feng walked out of Binghe Palace, his fingers tapping lightly against his sword scabbard. Ting, ting, ting. The Sword Emperor realm. He could not overcome it now, but soon he would break through. On the second day, Lin Feng stayed at the inn. The Wang family sent people. Not the patriarch himself, but 3 of his subordinates at the peak of the Golden Core realm. The 3 men stood at the entrance of the inn, dressed in the black clan robes of the Wang family, with a golden Wang character embroidered on the chest. The leader was a bald, burly man wielding a ghost-headed broadsword, the iron rings on its spine clanking with each movement. Looking up at the second-floor window, he bellowed for Lin Feng to come out and face his death. Everyone on the street scattered, and no one dared approach. The Wang family had been operating in Zhongzhou City for decades as a vassal of the Binghe Palace. To offend the Wang family was to offend the Binghe Palace. The innkeeper cowered behind the counter, his face drained of color. Lin Feng pushed open the window and leapt down, standing opposite the 3 men, with the Qing Feng sword still sheathed at his waist. The bald man scrutinized him from head to toe and sneered, asking if he was the one who severed the Wang family heir's hand, remarking that he did not look particularly impressive. The pressure of his peak golden core cultivation bore down upon them, stirring dust across the street. Lin Feng did not speak. The bald man slammed his ghost-headed blade into the ground, the sword body sinking half a foot deep into the stone slabs. He said, Young man, my patriarch decrees you severed the young master's hand, so we shall sever both of yours. If you are wise, you will chop off your own hands, and we may spare your life. Lin Feng replied, Tell the patriarch to come himself. The bald man's expression darkened. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink punishment, he spat, drawing his blade and cleaving downward in one stroke. All of his peak golden core spiritual energy surged forward, the sword wind howling as it slashed toward Lin Feng's shoulder. A solid blow like this would have cleaved a person from shoulder to waist. Lin Feng did not move. He waited until the blade edge was about to touch his shoulder, then drew his sword. The Qing Feng blade flashed free of its sheath, a streak of cold light. The bald man's ghost-headed sword snapped in two at its midpoint. One half of the blade flew outward and embedded itself in the wall beside the street. The sword's light did not cease, instead slicing into the bald man's right wrist. The wrist was severed. The hand still clutching half the hilt fell to the ground. The bald man screamed in agony, clutching his stump and retreating, blood spurting between his fingers. The two men behind him paled and turned to flee. Lin Feng dispatched them with a single stroke, striking the back of each man's head with the flat of his blade. Both men's vision went black and they collapsed to the ground unconscious. The bald man knelt on the ground, his face ashen, blood still gushing from his severed hand. He looked up at Lin Feng, his lips trembling. "Why you dare kill me? The Wang family will not spare you." Lin Feng looked at him and said, "Return and tell the patriarch next time bring more men." The bald man scrambled away on hands and knees. A trail of bloody footprints marred the ground, stretching from the inn's entrance all the way to the street corner. Lin Feng sheathed his sword and ascended the stairs. The Qing Feng blade slid home, the scabbard wiping the blood from its surface. Li Fan stood at the stairwell, his face pale. "Senior brother, you've injured members of the Wang family again." The Wang patriarch is at the early stage of the soul transformation realm, and he has dozens of golden core and nascent soul disciples at his command. "They will not let this rest," Li Fan said. Lin Feng replied, "Let them come." He entered his room, closed the door, sat cross-legged, and took out spirit stones to begin his cultivation. The Qing Feng's sword rested across his knees, its blade pulsing with a faint white light. Xiaobai remained in slumber, the seal's progress advancing only slowly. Cultivating through the night, Lin Feng opened his eyes. Outside the window there were footsteps, many people's footsteps heavy against the stone-paved road. He stepped to the window and looked down. The street was filled with people, a dense black mass. At the forefront stood the Wang patriarch at the early stage of soul transformation, wearing golden robes with a long sword hanging at his waist. Behind him followed more than 50 cultivators, both golden core and nascent soul stages, all bearing weapons. The formation stretched from the inn's entrance to the end of the street, torches illuminating half the thoroughfare. The Wang patriarch looked up at Lin Feng's window and announced in a loud voice, "Lin Feng, you severed my son's hand and wounded 3 of my men. Today I will take your life." Lin Feng pushed open the window and leapt down, landing 10 paces before the Wang patriarch. He drew his sword, the Qing Feng blade flashing free, its surface shimmering with a cold green light in the torchlight. The Wang patriarch narrowed his eyes. "You, a mere peak golden core cultivator, dare to defy me, an early stage soul transformation expert? You have no idea what death looks like." Lin Feng replied, "Enough nonsense." The Wang patriarch's expression darkened, and he struck forward with a palm. All of his soul transformation's spiritual energy erupted the palm wind, carrying flames that warped the very air around it. Stone slabs from the street were torn loose by the palm wind, shattering against the walls into powder. Lin Feng did not retreat. He unleashed his full immortal-grade sword intent. A flash of blue light erupted from the Qing Feng's sword, and he struck forth with a single slash. The third form of the rift-splitting sword, rift/pierced. The sword chi tore through the fabric of space itself, striking squarely into the palm of the Wang patriarch. With a thunderous roar, both men retreated 3 steps. The patriarch looked down at his palm, now bearing a bloody gash deep enough to bear bone. Blood dripped from the wound, falling onto the stone slabs. He looked up at Lin Feng, his eyes filled with both shock and dread. How could you wound me? You are only at the peak of the golden core." Lin Feng said nothing. The 8th layer of myriad swords returned to the origin, activated, and 100,000 sword shadows materialized. Dense and layered, they blotted out the sky, illuminating the entire street with blades of light. The light of the torches was entirely suppressed, leaving only the cold blue-white radiance of swords. The Wang patriarch's face underwent a dramatic change. "Something is wrong. Withdraw quickly." It was too late. With a mere thought from Lin Feng, all 100,000 sword shadows shot forward simultaneously toward the 50-plus cultivators. The Wang patriarch swatted away thousands with a single palm strike, but still hundreds found their marks. His robes tore open in dozens of places, and dozens of bloody wounds appeared across his body. The fate of the 50-plus behind him was far worse. They were pierced through by the sword shadows like a sieve. Screams of anguish rose and fell in succession, blood splattering everywhere. Some rolled on the ground, clutching their wounds, others struggled to crawl away, and some lay utterly still. In less than the time it takes to finish a cup of tea, all 50-plus lay fallen. Only the Wang patriarch remained standing, covered in blood, his legs trembling. The sword in his hand was broken, reduced to a useless half. The jade pendant at his waist was shattered. That was his protective artifact, destroyed by the sword shadows. Lin Feng walked forward. "Do you still wish to fight?" Through gritted teeth, the Wang patriarch growled. Lin Feng, you will regret this. The Binghe Palace will not spare you. He turned and fled, stumbling nearly to his knees before steadying himself against the wall and running far away. Lin Feng sheathed his sword and turned to walk back toward the inn. Behind him the ground was awash with blood seeping down through the cracks between the stone slabs. The air was thick with the stench of blood. On both sides of the street, every household had shuttered their doors and windows. No one dared to come out. Li Fan stood at the stairwell, his face pale. Senior brother, you fought over 50 opponents alone, and you won, he said. Lin Feng replied simply, Li Fan swallowed hard. Senior brother, just how powerful are you really? Lin Feng gave no answer. He entered his room, closed the door, sat cross-legged, and consumed a healing pill. During the battle, just now 40% of his sword essence had been expended, but he had suffered no injuries. He closed his eyes and began to recover. The news that Lin Feng had injured more than 50 members of the Wang family overnight spread throughout Zhongzhou City by the next day. Every tea house, wine shop, street corner, and alleyway buzzed with discussion of the matter. Some claimed disbelief, arguing that Lin Feng was merely at the peak of the Golden Core stage. How could he possibly wound the Wang family patriarch, who had only just entered the nascent soul realm? Others swore they had witnessed it firsthand, recounting how that night the entire street had been bathed in the radiance of sword light, with over 50 bodies sprawled upon the ground, blood pooling beneath them. Some wondered about Lin Feng's true origins, questioning how a man from the lower prefecture could wield such ferocious strength. The news reached the Wang residence while the patriarch was confined to his bed, tending to his wounds. His entire body was wrapped in bandages, yet the gash upon his palm continued to seep blood. It took 3 separate medicinal dressings applied by the attending physicians before the bleeding finally ceased. The patriarch's face was ashen, his eyes webbed with crimson veins. Clenching his teeth, he ordered that the envoys of Binghe Hall be summoned. The steward stood beside the bed and ventured a cautious inquiry as to which elder should be called. The patriarch replied, the Grand Elder. Inform the Grand Elder that Lin Feng wields no fewer than 2 immortal swords and commands a sword technique capable of conjuring 100,000 phantom blades. He is to bring a substantial retinue. The steward nodded and hurried away. When the intelligence reached the other aristocratic houses, their patriarchs fell into deep deliberation. The Wang family served as a vassal of Binghe Hall. To antagonize the Wangs was to invite the wrath of the hall itself. Yet Lin Feng was an enigma altogether. To wound a nascent soul cultivator with a single strike, while still at the peak of the Golden Core realm, such combat prowess was unmatched across all of Zhongzhou. None dared align themselves prematurely, choosing instead to bide their time and await Binghe Hall's response. Lin Feng paid them no mind. Each day he returned to his inn to cultivate, complete his daily sign-ins, and nurture his 2 immortal swords. The seal on the golden scaled sword advanced steadily, as did the seal upon the heaven-severing sword. Xiaobai remained in slumber, yet a faint luminescence within the blade's core had grown noticeably brighter. That afternoon Luo Qingxue knocked and entered. Lin Feng, there are visitors wishing to see you. Who? Representatives of the Zhou family. They claim to bring a gift. Lin Feng stepped outside. At the inn's entrance stood a middle-aged man in the clan garb of the Zhou family, radiating the aura of early nascent soul cultivation. He cradled an embroidered lacquered box crafted from rosewood, its surface intricately carved with flowing patterns. Spotting Lin Feng, he hastily bowed, extending the box with both hands. Young Master Lin, this is but a humble token from my lord, hoping you will accept it. Lin Feng did not reach for it. To what do I owe the honor? There is nothing of urgency, the man replied. We merely harbor immense admiration for your renown and seek an opportunity to forge a friendship. Should any matters arise in Zhongzhou City, henceforth the Zhou family stands entirely at your command. Lin Feng cast him a measured glance. Take the gift back? Friendship is welcome, bribery is not. The man paused, then nodded vigorously. Yes, absolutely. Setting the lacquered box aside, he withdrew a jade token from his robes and offered it with both hands. This is a guest pass of the Zhou family, young Master Lin. Please accept it. Henceforth, any purchases made upon Zhou family territory shall be provided at no cost. Lin Feng accepted the token and secured it within his storage pouch. Relief washing over his features, the steward exchanged a few polite parting words before taking his leave. Li Fan stood nearby, utterly dumbfounded. Senior brother, the Zhou family ranks among the top 5 aristocratic houses in Zhongzhou, and they come bearing gifts for you. Lin Feng merely acknowledged with a soft hum. Senior brother, you have truly established your standing in Zhongzhou City now. Lin Feng offered no reply, turning on his heel to return to the inn. Over the following 2 days, several more families arrived with their offerings. The Li family ranked 3rd, the Zhao family 4th, the Sun family 6th. They all presented tokens and spirit stones, with some even gifting alchemical pills and magical artifacts. Lin Feng accepted every token, but returned the spirit stones and pills. While he lacked for neither wealth nor supplies, he recognized the value of cultivated goodwill for future endeavors. On the 3rd day, emissaries from Binghe Hall arrived. It was no grand elder, but a mere courier. Clad in the white robes of Binghe Hall, adorned with an embroidered hexagonal snowflake upon the chest, he bore the aura of early nascent soul cultivation. He stationed himself at the inn's threshold rather than crossing it, handing a sealed letter to the proprietor with instructions to deliver it directly. The missive stated that Binghe Hall would convene an assembly of Zhongzhou's powers in 3 days' time and demanded Lin Feng's mandatory attendance. Upon reading it, Lin Feng laid the letter upon the table. The parchment was stark white, bearing the official seal of Binghe Hall. The calligraphy was precise and disciplined, yet the tone left no room for interpretation. Mandatory attendance was not an invitation but an edict. Luo Qingxue picked up the letter and scanned it. Binghe Hall's assemblies never summon outsiders, she remarked. If they are calling upon you this time, ill intent is assured. I am aware, Lin Feng replied. Yet you still intend to go? Yes. Having received her answer, Luo Qingxue offered no further protest. Throughout the 3-day interval, Lin Feng devoted himself entirely to cultivation. The 10th layer of the primordial sword art progressed to 35% comprehension, while the 8th layer of 10,000 swords returning to the origin reached 40%. The seal on the golden scaled sword stood at 75%, and the heaven-severing sword at 52%. Xiaobai remained in deep slumber, though the radiant white light emanating from within the blade intensified daily, and the sword's intent grew progressively denser. On the morning of the 3rd day, Lin Feng donned a set of black garments, fastened the azure blade and golden-scaled sword to his waist, and stepped outside. Luo Qingxue followed close behind, her frost sword drawn. Li Fan had wished to accompany them, but was firmly restrained by Lin Feng. The pair made their way toward Binghe Hall, which loomed atop the glacial peak north of Zhongzhou City. The ascent was precipitous, the stone steps sheathed in ice that crunched beneath their boots. After half an hour's trek, they finally reached the mountain gates, where 4 disciples of Binghe Hall stood guard, all radiating the qi of early nascent soul cultivation. Their expressions shifted instantly upon spotting him. It's Lin Feng. Notify the elders immediately. Shall we bar his path? Whispers flew back and forth, yet none dared physically impede his progress. Lin Feng strode inside. The main auditorium of Binghe Hall was vast, accommodating several hundred souls. Today it was packed with representatives from every major family across Zhongzhou, all cultivators of at least nascent soul rank. The Wang patriarch occupied the front row, his hands still bound in gauze, his eyes narrowing into slits as Lin Feng entered. Presiding over the assembly from the highest dais sat the master of Binghe Hall. A cultivator at the early stage of Sword Sovereign Realm, he wore flowing white robes with his hair cascading over his shoulders. His visage was lean, yet his gaze burned with piercing clarity. He fixed his eyes upon Lin Feng and stated, "You must be Lin Feng." "Indeed. Take your seat." Lin Feng assumed his place at the very rear, with Luo Qingxue settling beside him. Rising from his throne, the hall master began. "The reason I have convened you all today is to deliberate upon a singular matter. Envoys from the upper prefecture headquarters of the Myriad Heavens Alliance have reported that Lin Feng executed their personnel and seized their territories. The alliance demands that all Zhongzhou factions cooperate in his apprehension." A heavy silence descended upon the hall as every gaze pivoted toward Lin Feng. The hall master addressed him directly. "Lin Feng, do you have anything to say?" Rising to his feet, Lin Feng replied, "I am the one who killed them. And I seized those territories myself. If you wish to capture me, come and try." No one spoke. After a moment of fraught silence, the hall master broke it. "This assembly is concluded for today. Dismissed." The representatives of the various houses departed in succession, all keeping their eyes lowered as they passed Lin Feng, too afraid to meet his gaze. The Wang patriarch lingered at the rear, hesitating momentarily, went alongside Lin Feng before swallowing his words and quickening his pace to escape. Descending from the dais, the hall master stood directly before Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, do you comprehend how many enemies you have made today?" "I do." "Then why do you not flee?" "Flee from what?" The master studied him for a long while before murmuring, "You possess remarkable courage." Lin Feng offered no reply, turned on his heel, and walked away. After the Binghe Hall assembly, Lin Feng's reputation in Zhongzhou City grew even greater. To dare declare before the hall master that they wished to capture him, no second man across all of Zhongzhou would possess such audacity. No one dared provoke him nor draw near. After 2 days at the inn, Lin Feng grew restless. He asked Li Fan whether Zhongzhou City had a place where swords were sold. Li Fan replied that in the West District there existed a sword down marketplace where one could find swords, sword manuals, and reflections on sword intent, all favored by the sword cultivators of Zhongzhou. Lin Feng said, "Let us go." The 3 set out toward the Western District. The Sword Dao marketplace lay in the west of Zhongzhou City, a vast plaza brimming with stalls selling swords manuals and sword intent reflections. Everything one could wish for. The air hung heavy with the scent of iron and spiritual energy, the rhythmic clang of hammers echoing from all directions. Lin Feng wandered through and found nothing of value. Most swords were low or mid-grade spiritual artifacts. Even upper-grade specimens were rare. The sword manuals were far inferior, pale comparisons to those of the Qinyan sect. A handful of sword intent reflections appeared, but their quality was too meager to warrant his notice. As he prepared to leave, a commotion rose ahead. 2 men contested a single sword, one clad in white, the other in black. The man in white claimed he had seen it first. The man in black countered that he had paid first. I will pay double, said the man in white. Triple, retorted the other. Their quarrel intensified, nearly sparking a fight. Lin Feng cast a glance at the sword. The blade gleamed cyan, an upper-grade spiritual artifact with the characters Long Quan engraved upon its hilt. Its sword intent was decent though far inferior to the Jin Lin's sword in his possession. He turned away. A voice called from beside him. Brother, pray stay a moment. Lin Feng turned. A youth approached, barely past 20, his cultivation at the peak of nascent soul stage, dressed in the garb of a Zhongzhou noble house. His robe was blue, the cuffs embroidered with silver cloud patterns, a long sword hanging at his waist. The blade was slender, set with a blue gem upon its hilt. His features were fair, his smile warm and amiable. The youth clasped his fists and said, I am Luo Chun of the Luo family of Zhongzhou. Might I inquire your esteemed name? Lin Feng. Luo Chen's eyes brightened. You are Lin Feng, the one who wounded the elder of Binghe Hall. Indeed. Luo Chen smiled. I have long admired you, he said. I am deeply devoted to the sword Dao. I have heard your sword intent is formidable. Would you deign to spar with me? Now, right now. Lin Feng studied him. In Luo Chen's eyes burned a light familiar to every sword cultivator, the kind that ignites when one encounters a true master. No fear, no retreat. Only pure, unfiltered excitement. Lin Feng agreed. The two moved to an open space on the edge of the plaza. Vendors scattered to form a circle of onlookers. Luo Qingxue and Li Fan stood to the side watching. Luo Chun drew his sword. The sound of the blade leaving its scabbard was crisp like striking porcelain. This blade is named Kushu, he said. Upper-grade spiritual artifact. It has accompanied me for 8 years. Lin Feng said nothing and drew his own sword. The Qingfeng blade emerged, its cyan body weeping cold mist from its edge. Luo Chun glanced at it, his eyes brightening further. Fine sword, he murmured. Luo Chun struck first. A single thrust erupted forward, his nascent soul peak cultivation blazing to life. The sword light streamed like silken ribbon. His technique was orthodox and disciplined. No frills, no flourish, every movement solid and rooted. From the opening stance to the final thrust, every gesture was as precise as a textbook illustration. This was a foundation forged through relentless practice since childhood, something no mere talent could replicate. Lin Feng did not yield. The Qingfeng blade met the incoming strike. A sharp ringing echoed, sparks flying. Luo Chun retreated 3 steps. Lin Feng remained unmoved. What tremendous force, Luo Chun breathed. He drew a deep breath and unleashed his full cultivation, doubling his sword speed. Strike after strike came, each aimed at Lin Feng's vital points. Throat, chest, abdomen, thighs. Every thrust whistled through the air. Lin Feng parried them all, the Qingfeng blade weaving an impenetrable net before him. Ring after ring of clashes fell like steady rain. 50 exchanges later, sweat beaded upon Luo Chen's forehead. His swordsmanship had reached its zenith, yet Lin Feng's blade was always half a heartbeat faster. Just when Luo Chun believed he had found an opening, Lin Feng's sword would appear, deflecting his strike. Gritting his teeth, Luo Chun stepped back 2 paces. Brother Lin, I shall now unleash my full power. Blue light blazed along his blade as he slashed downward. The third form of the Qiushui sword technique, Qiushui Changtian. Sword Qi materialized as a massive blue ribbon cleaving toward Lin Feng. This strike carried thrice the force of his previous attacks. The wind from the blade sent gravel skittering across the ground. Lin Feng did not retreat. Green light flashed upon the Qingfeng, and he slashed forward. The third form of the Likong sword technique, Likong Zhampa. Sword Qi tore through space itself, colliding with the blue ribbon. With a thunderous boom, the ribbon shattered into countless luminous particles that dissolved into the air. The sword Qi did not cease. It continued forward, striking Luo Chen's blade. The Qiushui sword split clean in 2. Half the blade flew through the air and embedded itself in the ground, humming faintly. Luo Chun stood frozen, staring at the broken hilt in his hand. Blood seeped from his thumb and forefinger, his entire arm trembled. I am defeated, he said quietly. His voice was soft, but utterly calm. Lin Feng sheathed his sword. Luo Chun returned his broken blade to its scabbard and approached. Brother Lin, he asked, who taught you your sword technique? Myself. Luo Chun was silent for a moment, then suddenly knelt. Brother Lin, from this day forth you are my elder brother. Lin Feng frowned. Rise. Luo Chun did not rise. I, Luo Chun, keep my word. Your sword path surpasses mine, therefore you are my elder brother. I have practiced swordsmanship since childhood for 15 years. I have never encountered a cultivator so formidable. Unless you accept me, I will not rise. Lin Feng regarded him for a few seconds. Rise then. Luo Chun stood, his eyes reddened. Thank you, elder brother. He withdrew a token from his robe and offered it with both hands. This is the VIP token of my Luo family. Please accept it, elder brother. Should you ever need anything in Zhongzhou, give the word. Lin Feng took the token and stored it in his storage bag. Li Fan, watching from the side, was utterly stunned. Senior brother, he said, you have taken another younger brother. Lin Feng ignored him. He turned and began walking back. Luo Chen followed closely behind like a shadow. Elder brother, which inn do you stay at? Elder brother, are you free tomorrow? Elder brother, let me take you to a wonderful place. Silence, Lin Feng said. Luo Chun fell quiet. The next morning Luo Chun came to the inn to find Lin Feng. He said, "Brother, I will take you to the Sword Dao Tower. It is the tallest tower in Zhongzhou City containing the legacy of ancient sword cultivators. Each of the 9 floors held different sword intent insights from basic sword intent all the way to the true essence of the Sword Dao. Sword cultivators from Zhongzhou City jostled and fought to get inside, but the Sword Dao Tower was warded with formations. Those whose sword heart was not sufficient could not enter. Brother, your sword heart is clear and luminous. You will surely be able to reach the upper floors." Lin Feng said, "Let us go." The Sword Dao Tower stood at the center of Zhongzhou City, a 9-story stone pagoda. The tower body was octagonal, and from the eaves of every floor hung bronze bells that chimed softly in the wind. The walls were a slate gray carved with dense formation patterns that glimmered with a faint flowing light. 2 elderly men stood at the tower entrance, both at the half-step Sword Emperor realm. Luo Chen approached and presented a token of the Luo family. He said, "This is my elder brother Lin Feng. He wishes to enter the tower for contemplation." The 2 elders glanced at Lin Feng, their gazes lingering for a moment on the 2 swords at his waist. One of them said, "Go in." Lin Feng stepped inside. Luo Qingxue and Li Fan attempted to follow, but were stopped by the elders. "Outsiders may not enter," they said. Lin Feng walked into the tower alone. The first floor housed the basic sword intent. The walls were covered in sword marks, each imbued with sword intent. Lin Feng cast a glance and went straight to the second floor. The second floor contained minor sword intent. He had no interest. The third floor held major sword intent, and still he was uninterested. The fourth floor possessed perfected sword intent, 1 tier below his current Sword Dao comprehension. Yet he stopped and contemplated for a while. Not the sword intent itself, but the Dao rules hidden within the sword marks on the walls. Each sword mark corresponded to a certain Dao rule of the Sword Dao. Some fierce, some steady, some swift as lightning, some heavy as a mountain. Lin Feng committed every rule to heart. With his sword heart luminous, fully activated, the sword marks on the walls flooded into his mind one after another. He spent half a 10-class hour on the 4th floor recording all the Dao rules of the Sword Dao. He ascended to the 5th floor. The 5th floor held early stage Sword Dao comprehension, roughly matching his own realm. The sword marks on the walls were deeper and thicker, each radiating an oppressive presence. Lin Feng sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and let the sword intents surge into his mind. He spent an hour on the 5th floor, and the bottleneck of his mid-stage Sword Dao comprehension loosened. Previously he had been stuck at the mid-stage because he lacked sufficient Sword Dao insights. The sword marks on the 5th floor filled that gap. On the 6th floor. The 6th floor held mid-stage Sword Dao comprehension identical to his current realm. The sword marks on the walls were even deeper than on the 5th, and the sword intent was richer. Lin Feng contemplated for another hour. The 7th floor held high-stage Sword Dao comprehension. The sword marks on the walls had already begun to warp. They were no ordinary sword marks, but runes condensed from the Dao rules of the Sword Dao. Each rune represented a certain Dao rule, some denoting speed, others weight, others sharpness. Lin Feng could not fully understand them, but he forced himself to memorize them. He would understand naturally once his realm advanced. He spent 2 hours on the 7th floor. The 8th floor held perfected Sword Dao comprehension. There were no longer any sword marks on the walls, only light. A pale white-blue light flowed along the walls like water. Within that light resided complete Dao rules of the Sword Dao. Lin Feng closed his eyes and let the light surge into his mind. Sword essence raced through his body, his meridians swelling with pressure. His Sword Dao comprehension broke through from mid-stage to high stage. Lin Feng opened his eyes. He could sense the sword intent flowing around him, not only that on the walls but throughout the entire tower. From the 1st floor to the 8th, every strand of sword intent lay within his perception. He could distinguish the source direction and strength of each sword intent, and could even predict how they would flow moments ahead. His fingers tapped the sword scabbard. The sound echoed through the tower, vibrating with sword intent. He ascended to the 9th floor. The 9th floor had no stairs, only a door. Inscribed on the door were the words, "Those whose sword heart is clear and luminous may enter." Lin Feng reached out and pushed the door. It opened. The 9th floor was a small room, and inside the room stood a single sword. The blade was transparent like ice, and on the hilt were carved 2 characters, Tian Shuang, an ultimate-grade magical artifact. White cold energy flowed around the blade, and the temperature of the entire room was several degrees lower than below. Lin Feng walked forward and grasped the hilt. The blade shuddered, and the cold energy surged up through the hilt into his arm, making his entire arm go numb with cold. He did not let go. Sword essence surged from his dantian, rushing through his meridians into the blade. The cold energy was driven back by his sword essence, and the blade emitted a clear hum. He obtained the ancient magical artifact Tian Shuang, sword, an ultimate-grade artifact that could grow. It was currently sealed and required sword intent to nurture and unlock. Lin Feng hung the Tian Shuang sword at his waist. 3 swords now. Qing Feng's sword, Jinlin's sword, and Tian Shuang's sword. The scabbards clinked together with a crisp sound. He turned and descended the stairs. Luo Chun was waiting at the tower entrance. Seeing Lin Feng come out, he hurried over and asked, "Brother, did you reach the 9th floor?" Lin Feng nodded. Luo Chen asked, what is on the 9th floor? A sword, Lin Feng replied. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. What sword? Tian Shuang sword. Luo Chen's expression changed. The Tian Shuang sword. That was left by an ancient sword cultivator. For hundreds of years no one has been able to reach it, and you actually obtained it. Lin Feng nodded. Luo Chen swallowed hard. He said, brother, you are too formidable. I am thoroughly convinced. Lin Feng said nothing and tapped his fingers against the sword scabbard. Clang, clang, clang. The 3 swords trembled simultaneously, resonating together. The day after Lin Feng returned from the Sword Path Tower, Zhongzhou City erupted into excitement. The Genius Ranking Tournament was a grand affair for the younger generation of Zhongzhou, held once every 3 years. The top 10 would receive generous rewards, and the champion would earn a place in the Sword God Temple. Every young cultivator in Zhongzhou City was eager and restless. Streets overflowed with youths carrying swords, and every inn was fully booked. Luo Chen dashed and breathless. Brother, the Genius Ranking Tournament has begun. Are you going to enter? Lin Feng pondered for a moment and said, I'll participate. Luo Chen's face lit up. That's wonderful. I'll join too. Let's go together. The two headed to the registration office located in the central square of Zhongzhou City, a vast plaza. A raised platform stood at its center, where several white-haired elders sat, all at the half-step Sword Emperor realm responsible for registration and review. A long queue wound across the plaza, hundreds of people crammed together, clamoring and bustling. Some wore the finery of noble families, others the plain garb of rogue cultivators. All were young cultivators at or above the soul transformation stage. Lin Feng and Luo Chen stood at the back of the line. Ahead, several young masters from prestigious families were chatting. Have you heard? The Ice River Temple has sent representatives for this year's tournament, one said. The Ice River Temple's saintess Luo Qingxue is said to be as beautiful as a celestial maiden and terrifyingly powerful, another chimed in. And there's Wang Hu from the Wang family. He may have lost the use of his hand, but his combat strength remains formidable. What's that? They say Lin Feng has also registered. Lin Feng, that backwater upstart from the outer province. Heard he even managed to injure a peak soul transformation expert. Don't mess with him. Lin Feng ignored them. After half an hour in line, it was finally his turn. The registrar was an elderly man with white hair at the peak of soul transformation, holding a registration ledger. He didn't bother looking up. Name? Lin Feng. The old man glanced up, studying him. You're Lin Feng? Yes. His eyes scanned Lin Feng from head to toe, curiosity evident. Heard you injured an elder of the Ice River Temple. Yes. The old man chuckled. How interesting. After finishing the registration, he handed Lin Feng a token. The preliminary round begins in 3 days. Don't be late. Lin Feng took the token. It was forged from iron, engraved with the words Genius Ranking on the front and his number 321 on the back. Luo Chen had also finished registering, his number being 322. As the two made their way back, they unexpectedly ran into a group heading toward them. At their forefront was a young man at the peak of soul transformation, draped in golden robes, a long sword at his waist. Behind him trailed 7 or 8 attendants, all at the early soul transformation stage. He stopped upon seeing Lin Feng, sizing him up. You must be Lin Feng. Correct. The young man smiled coldly. I've heard you're strong. Try not to draw my lot in the preliminaries, or I'll make sure you regret it. With that, he led his entourage away. Luo Chen leaned in and whispered, Brother, that's Wang Zhan, cousin of Wang Hu from the Wang family. Peak soul transformation, and his swordsmanship is ferocious. His father is an elder of the Ice River Temple. Lin Feng said nothing. Back at the inn, Luo Qingxue was waiting for him in the courtyard. Have you registered? She asked. Yes, Lin Feng replied. I've registered too, she said. Lin Feng looked at her. Aren't you afraid of running into me? Luo Qingxue shook her head. If I do, I'll concede defeat. Lin Feng nodded. Good. Luo Qingxue lowered her head, her ears tinged pink. I'll be going now. She left. Li Fan emerged from the room. Senior brother, may I sign up as well? Lin Feng replied. You're only at the golden core stage. You'd only be throwing your life away. I know, Li Fan said. But I just want to see it. Lin Feng sighed and said very well. 3 days later, the preliminary round commenced. The venue was the Grand Martial Arena in the heart of Zhongzhou City, capable of holding tens of thousands. 10 fighting platforms were erected in the center, accommodating 10 matches simultaneously. Tiered stands surrounded the arena, packed to capacity. The highest tier was reserved for distinguished guests, family patriarchs, and elders of the Ice River Temple. Lin Feng, Luo Chen, Luo Qingxue, and Li Fan went together. This was Li Fan's first time witnessing such a grand spectacle. His eyes were wide with awe. Senior brother, this is absolutely absurd. Lin Feng approached the lottery station and drew the first match. His opponent was a young master from the Wang family, also at the peak of soul transformation. Upon seeing Lin Feng, the Wang family member's face drained of color, his legs trembling. He climbed onto the platform and stood opposite Lin Feng, shaking violently. His entire body quivering, his sword trembling in his grip. Lin Feng did not draw his blade. Suddenly the young man raised his hand. I concede. He leaped off the platform and fled without looking back. The arena fell silent for a moment before erupting into chaos. He surrendered without a single strike. But he was a peak soul transformation Wang family member. Don't you know? Lin Feng has already injured a peak soul transformation expert. Who in their right mind would fight him? Lin Feng descended from the platform. Li Fan ran up beside him. Senior brother, you won without even fighting. Lin Feng merely nodded. The second match pitted him against a disciple of the Ice River Temple at the early soul transformation stage. Standing on the platform, the disciple's face was ashen. Lin Feng, you harmed our temple elder. Today I'll make you pay. He thrust his sword forward. Lin Feng remained motionless. Just as the blade tip was about to pierce his chest, Lin Feng drew his sword. Qing Feng flashed from its scabbard, and a single strike shattered the disciple's sword with a ringing clang. The disciple staggered backward, blood streaming from his palm, staring dumbfounded at his broken weapon. Shall we continue? Lin Feng asked. The disciple gritted his teeth, leaped down from the platform, and said, I concede. Matches 3, 4, and 5 followed the same pattern. Each concluded with a single strike. Opponents either surrendered or were defeated in one move. Lin Feng advanced to the next round with ease. Luo Chun and Luo Qingxue both progressed as well. All three had qualified. That evening back at the inn, Luo Chun was brimming with excitement. Brother, that was incredible. 1 strike, 1 kill. I dominated every match. Lin Feng said nothing, his mind focused on the upcoming rematch. The next round was not a traditional arena contest. It was a free-for-all. All participants would enter a secret realm, compete to seize each other's tokens, and final rankings would be determined by token count. Physical combat was permitted within the realm, but killing was forbidden. Lin Feng tapped his fingers lightly against his sword scabbard. Clang, clang, clang. A chaotic free-for-all suited his style perfectly. It was the ideal opportunity to claim every token. The preliminary round lasted 3 days. Lin Feng fought 3 matches per day, 9 matches in total, winning all of them. Each match was decided with a single sword strike. His opponents either surrendered or were struck flying. His reputation spread across Zhongzhou City like wings had been given to it. Some said Lin Feng was the biggest dark horse of this competition. Others claimed he was not merely a dark horse, but undoubtedly the champion. Some warned against celebrating too early, saying the semifinals were a free-for-all, where no single individual could defeat hundreds. Lin Feng paid them no mind. He remained at the inn, cultivating and waiting for the semifinals to begin. On the 4th day, the semifinals commenced. The venue was located on a mountain north of Zhongzhou City. The entrance to the secret realm was a spatial rift sealed by an ancient formation array. The elders combined their efforts to break the seal, and dense spiritual energy surged from within the rift. An elder announced the rules. Upon entering the secret realm, each participant would receive a token that recorded the number of tokens they obtained. The duration was 3 days, and the one with the highest count would win. Fighting within the secret realm was permitted, but killing was strictly prohibited. Violators would be disqualified and expelled from Zhongzhou. The disciples lined up and marched through the rift. Lin Feng stood in the middle of the queue. As he stepped into the rift, everything went dark and his body felt as though something had grabbed and pulled him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in a vast desert. The desert stretched endlessly in every direction, its golden sands shimmering under the sunlight. The sky was a deep cloudless blue, and the sun beat down fiercely, scorching his skin. Triggering special check-in location, Genius ranking secret realm. Would you like to check in? Check in. Genius ranking secret realm special check-in successful. Congratulations host for receiving secret realm map X1 and sword Dao comprehension X1000. A map materialized within his mind. Lin Feng quickly scanned it. The tokens were distributed across 4 zones, 10 per zone. The exit was located in the central area and would open in 3 days. He chose the nearest zone and began walking. Less than half an hour later, 5 figures appeared ahead. All were at the early stage of divine transformation, wearing the clan robes of the same prestigious family. Their expressions changed upon seeing Lin Feng. One exclaimed, "It's Lin Feng." Another shouted, "Run." A third retorted, "Why run? We have 5 against 1. The leader stepped forward and declared, "You cannot defeat all 5 of us alone. Hand over your tokens if you know what is good for you." Lin Feng drew his sword. A single strike unleashed a press of immortal grade sword intent, causing all 5 of their movements to slow by half a beat. Myriad swords returned to the origin 8th layer. 100,000 sword shadows materialized simultaneously and shot toward the 5 men like arrows. They desperately dodged, but there were too many. Though they evaded most of them, hundreds of sword shadows still struck their bodies. Screams of agony erupted as all 5 collapsed to the ground, covered in blood, yet still alive. Lin Feng had held back. Every shadow had merely grazed their flesh, injuring skin, but sparing bone. "Tokens," he demanded coldly. The 5 men obediently surrendered their tokens. Lin Feng collected them and stored them in his storage pouch. 5 tokens. He continued onward. In the second zone, he encountered 3 cultivators at the middle stage of divine transformation. Upon seeing him, they turned and fled. Lin Feng struck them down one after another with a single sword thrust. 3 more tokens. In the third zone, 10 men confronted him. 1 sword strike, and all 10 fell. 10 tokens. By the end of the first day, Lin Feng already held 30 tokens in his possession. On the second day, he began searching for Luo Chun and Luo Qingxue. He found Luo Chun surrounded by more than 20 opponents, his body drenched in blood, yet refusing to yield. A broken sword in hand, he stood before them gasping for breath. The 20-odd opponents around him laughed. "Luo Chun, weren't you so fierce?" one sneered. "Hand over your tokens, and we might spare your life," said another. Luo Chun spat on the ground and replied, "Pa." Lin Feng drew his sword and charged forward. His first strike sent 5 men flying, and his second sweep took down another 5. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, all 20-odd attackers lay defeated on the ground. Luo Chen's eyes reddened as he saw Lin Feng. "Brother, you're finally here," he said hoarsely. Lin Feng tossed him a healing pill. "Take it." Luo Chen swallowed the pill, and his injuries rapidly regenerated. "Brother, sister Luo is surrounded by the Wang family. Over there," Luo Chen pointed. Lin Feng's expression turned icy. "Lead the way." Together they hurried to the location and found Luo Qingxue being besieged by more than 30 opponents. Wang, who stood at the forefront, his severed hand wrapped in bandages, a long blade resting in his grip. He smiled cruelly. "Luo Qingxue, hand over your tokens willingly, and follow me, and I will spare your life." Luo Qingxue said nothing, her ice sword radiating chilling aura in all directions. She was holding her own against 30 opponents, though slowly losing ground. A blade had cut her shoulder and blood seeped steadily from the wound. Yet she bit her lip, enduring the pain in silence. Lin Feng drew his sword and charged in. His first strike slashed toward Wang Hu. Panic flashed across Wang Hu's face as he turned to flee, but Lin Feng's sword carved through his leg. Wang Hu screamed and crashed to the ground. Lin Feng did not even glance at him. One sword after another, all 30-some opponents fell. From the moment he charged in until the battle ended, less than 3 minutes had passed. Tears welled in Luo Qingxue's eyes as she looked at him. "You came," she whispered. Lin Feng nodded. "Yes." He handed her a healing pill. "Take it." She accepted it and swallowed. Lin Feng walked up to Wang Hu and said, "Tokens." Gritting his teeth, Wang Hu surrendered his tokens. 20 tokens. On the third day, Lin Feng continued his rampage, targeting whoever held tokens. No matter how many opponents or what realm they were in, one sword always sufficed. By the end of 3 days, he had amassed well over 100 tokens. The elders tallied the results. First place, Lin Feng, 123 tokens. Second place, Luo Chun, 15 tokens. Third place, Luo Qingxue, 12 tokens. The crowd erupted in disbelief. Some could not believe Lin Feng had seized tokens from everyone. Others whispered in terror, wondering exactly who this Lin Feng was. Lin Feng descended from the platform and tapped his sword scabbard with his fingers. Tink, tink, tink. First place in the semifinals. The final match awaited him against the #1 genius of Zhongzhou. He waited. After the semifinals, Lin Feng possessed 123 tokens, more than all competitors from 2nd to 10th place combined. The news swept through Zhongzhou City, and it was unanimously acknowledged that the championship of this genius ranking tournament was beyond dispute. Yet the finals remained unplayed. Lin Feng's opponent was Xiao Feng, Zhongzhou's premier genius. Having reached the pinnacle of soul transformation 2 minor realms above Lin Feng, Lin Feng had certainly heard of him. Young master of the Xiao family of Zhongzhou, hailed since childhood as a genius, one in 100 years foundation establishment, at 8 golden core, at 12 nascent soul, at 18 soul transformation, at 25. Now 28, standing at the peak of soul transformation, with 1 foot half step into the sword sovereign realm. His sword art, the Gale sword art, was renowned for its blinding speed, allegedly capable of delivering 20 thrusts in the blink of an eye, surpassing even the Grand Meridian cycle in velocity. The day before the finals, Luo Chun sought out Lin Feng. His expression was grave. "Big brother," he said, "Xiao Feng is not someone to be taken lightly. Last year he single-handedly defeated 3 cultivators at the peak of soul transformation, working in tandem. His sword is simply too fast. No one in Zhongzhou can block it." "How fast?" Lin Feng asked. "I do not know," Luo Chun replied. "For all who have witnessed his sword strike have lost." Lin Feng nodded. "Big brother, aren't you nervous?" Luo Chun asked. "Not at all." On the day of the finals, the martial arena was packed to capacity. Cultivators from beyond Zhongzhou city walls had also come to witness the match. Among the VIP seats sat the patriarchs of the various great families and elders from the Ice River Palace. The palace master himself had arrived, seated at the very center, flanked by the Xiao family patriarch, an early-stage sword sovereign whose countenance radiated unbridled arrogance. Xiao Feng stood upon the arena platform, clad in white robes with long hair cascading over his shoulders, wielding a slender silver broadsword. Its blade was narrow, and set upon the hilt was a white gemstone. He stood upright as a pine tree. Spotting Lin Feng ascending the stage, a faint smile curled his lips. "You must be Lin Feng." "Indeed. I hear you collected 123 tokens in the semifinals." Xiao Feng chuckled. "That was the semifinals. The finals are entirely different. In the preliminaries, your opponents were all weaklings. Today you face me." Lin Feng said nothing. He drew his blade. The cyan-edged sword slid from its scabbard, its emerald-hued steel weeping cold frost along the razor-sharp edge. Xiao Feng likewise unsheathed his weapon. The silver broadsword flashed forth its radiance, piercing to the eyes. I shall strike first, Xiao Feng declared. One thrust came, blindingly fast. Truly swift, twice the speed of a complete Zhoutian cycle. A flicker of swordlight, and the blade's tip hovered merely 3 inches from Lin Feng's throat. None of the disciples below could discern this strike. They perceived only a streak of white light. Lin Feng, however, saw it clearly. With his sword heart clarity fully unleashed, Xiao Feng's blade seemed to slow within his perception. It was not that the sword truly moved slower, but that sword heart clarity amplified his perceptual speed several-fold. He could observe the rotation of Xiao Feng's wrist upon striking, the trajectory of the blade's tip, and sunlight glinting off the steel's edge. Lin Feng tilted his head. The sword's edge grazed his neck, severing a few strands of hair. Xiao Feng murmured in surprise. A second thrust followed, immediately aimed at his chest. Lin Feng arched backward the blade, carving across his garments and splitting the fabric. Third strike. Fourth strike. Fifth strike. Every blow came in relentless succession, yet Lin Feng evaded them all. Xiao Feng's sword grew ever swifter. 18 thrusts, 19, 20 delivered in the span of a blink, exceeding even his normal prowess. But Lin Feng continued to dodge. Sweat beaded on Xiao Feng's brow. Impossible, he muttered. How can you possibly evade my sword? Lin Feng offered no reply. He waited, waiting for a flaw to appear in Xiao Feng's strikes. The 21st thrust. Xiao Feng's right shoulder dipped slightly, a habitual tell when gathering strength. A flaw. Lin Feng struck. His blade shot toward Xiao Feng's right shoulder. Xiao Feng's expression shifted dramatically. Desperately he attempted to withdraw his blade for defense, but it was too swift, even for a retreat. Lin Feng's sword pierced into his shoulder, penetrating half an inch before halting. Blood trickled down the blade's edge. Xiao Feng stood frozen in place. Your sword is indeed fast, Lin Feng observed calmly. But speed without stability invites vulnerability. Where there is instability, there exists an opening. Xiao Feng gazed down at the sword point embedded in his shoulder, silent for a long moment. Then he spoke softly. I have lost. Lin Feng withdrew his blade. The arena fell utterly silent for a full 10 seconds, before erupting into deafening cheers. Some exclaimed that Lin Feng had won. Others marveled that Zhongzhou's greatest genius had been vanquished by another. Still more could hardly believe it. A golden core peak cultivator defeating one at the peak of soul transformation. Descending from the arena, Xiao Feng cast one final glance back at Lin Feng. Next time I shall prevail. Next time you will still lose, Lin Feng responded. Xiao Feng departed without another word. Upon the VIP terrace, the Ice River Palace master maintained an impassive expression. The Xiao family patriarch's face darkened to iron. Across the gathered patriarchs of other families, anxious whispers circulated around a single concern: Lin Feng was a person not to be trifled with. As Lin Feng descended from the arena, Li Fan rushed forward, his face flushed with excitement. Senior brother, you are now number 1 in Zhongzhou. Trailing behind Luo, Chen declared, Big brother, I knew you would win. Not far away, Luo Qingxue watched him, the faintest curve gracing her lips. Lin Feng said nothing. His fingers tapped gently against his sword scabbard. Tap, tap, tap. Number 1 in Zhongzhou. Next stop, the Ice River Palace. The semi-finals of the Genius Ranking Tournament were held at the Martial Arts Arena of Zhongzhou City. Even before dawn, the grounds outside were already overflowing with people. More than half of the cultivators from Zhongzhou City had come. The 4 semi-finalists: Lin Feng, Luo, Chen, Luo Qingxue, and Li Ran. Li Ran, the third-ranked genius of Zhongzhou with cultivation at the mid-spirit transformation stage. Luo Chen stood beside Lin Feng and whispered, Big bro, I know Li Ran. His sword techniques are truly unorthodox. Be careful. Lin Feng said nothing. The draw was announced: Lin Feng versus Li Ran, Luo Chen versus Luo Qingxue. Luo Chen's face fell. I'm matched against senior sister Luo. Isn't that courting death? Luo Qingxue glanced at him and said nothing. Lin Feng walked onto the arena. Li Ran stood on the opposite side in his early 20s, mid-spirit transformation, a slender sword hanging from his hand. The blade was remarkably narrow, like a needle. Lin Feng. Li Ran scrutinized him from head to toe. I hear you can injure even those at the peak of spirit transformation. Lin Feng remained silent. Li Ran smirked. But that was against trash like the Wang family. I am not like them. He drew his sword, the tip pointing at Lin Feng. His mid-spirit transformation spiritual power surged forth, his sword intent as sharp and piercing as a needle. Lin Feng drew his sword. The black abyss blade emerged from its scabbard, its obsidian surface radiating a chilling aura. Enough talk. Li Ran's expression darkened, and he thrust forward in a single strike. His sword was impossibly fast, swift as lightning. The tip aimed straight for Lin Feng's throat. Lin Feng sidestepped the blade, grazing past his neck. Li Ran withdrew and struck again. One thrust after another, all aimed at Lin Feng's vital points. Each strike carried a piercing whistle. The disciples in the stands gasped. What an incredibly fast sword. Li Ran's death-seeking thrust. Hardly anyone in Zhongzhou can evade it. Can Lin Feng hold his ground? Lin Feng did not retreat. With sword heart clarity fully activated, he could perceive every move of Li Ran's sword before it came. A sidestep, a tilt of the head, a lean backward. One thrust after another all dodged effortlessly. Sweat beaded on Li Ran's forehead. How? How did you know the trajectory of my sword? Lin Feng offered no answer. He thrust his sword forward. The third form of the sky-rending sword, Sky Rend Pierce. Sword energy tore through the void, colliding with Li Ran's blade. Clang. Li Ran retreated 5 steps, his palm numbed the slender sword, nearly slipping from his grip. Impossible. He gritted his teeth, unleashing his full spiritual power. A dark glow enveloped the slender sword. Seventh form of the death-seeking thrust, myriad needles piercing the heart. With a single thrust, his fractured into countless fine needles, covering the sky as they rained down upon Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not retreat. His sword intent fully unleashed. The chilling pressure of his perfected sword mastery forced the needle barrage back. The third layer of 10,000 swords returned to the origin, emerged 1,000 sword shadows materializing. With a mere thought, all 1,000 sword shadows launched simultaneously. Steel needles met sword shadows. Ting 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 ting. The dense sound of collisions exploded, sparks flying in every direction. Every fine needle was shattered by the sword shadows. Li Ran's face changed drastically. You. Lin Feng's sword thrust toward his chest. Li Ran twisted desperately to the side, the blade grazing past his ribs, slicing open his garment. Blood seeped from the wound. Lin Feng retracted his sword. You've lost. Li Ran looked down at the injury along his ribs. Another inch deeper, and his lung would have been pierced. Lin Feng had held back. I yield. Li Ran leapt from the arena and walked away without looking back. The entire venue fell silent. Lin Feng won. Li Ran, at mid-spirit transformation, was beaten into yielding. He's only at the early nascent soul stage. This Lin Feng. He's terrifying. Lin Feng descended from the arena. Luo Chun ran over, his face alight with excitement. Big bro, you're insanely strong. That guy Li Ran ranked 3rd in Zhongzhou got wrecked by you like a dog. Lin Feng said nothing. He turned to look at the arena on the other side. Luo Qingxue stood upon it, facing Luo Chun. Luo Chun simply raised his hand. I yield. He leapt down from the platform. Luo Qingxue had won. The finals, Lin Feng versus Luo Qingxue. Luo Qingxue walked over and looked at Lin Feng. In the finals, I will not hold back. Lin Feng nodded. Neither will I. The two locked gazes, and the very air seemed to grow colder. The disciples below were all buzzing with discussion. The finals are Lin Feng versus Luo Qingxue. Who do you think wins? Luo Qingxue is the holy maiden of Ice River Palace, master of both ice and sword at mid-spirit transformation. Her combat power exceeds that of ordinary peak spirit transformation cultivators. Lin Feng is no slouch either. He even subdued Li Ran. This match is going to be worth watching. Semi-final victory reward, sword, Dao comprehension, 500 spirit stones, 3,000. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze. His fingers tapped the scabbard. Clink, clink, clink. The finals. Against Luo Qingxue. He did not wish to injure her, but he would not hold back either. The finals were scheduled for the following day. The martial arts arena swarmed with spectators, and even several aristocratic clans from Zhongzhou City had arrived. Representatives from the Binghe Palace also came. 3 elders seated upon the elevated platform, with deeply somber expressions. Luo Chun stood beside Lin Feng and whispered, Brother, the Binghe Palace people have arrived. They must be here to keep an eye on senior sister Luo. Lin Feng cast a glance toward the high platform. All 3 elders stood at the peak of the soul transformation stage. It is nothing to worry about. Luo Chun nodded. Brother, I believe in you. Lin Feng stepped onto the sparring platform. Luo Qingxue stood opposite him, dressed in white robes with glacial blue eyes, her coldness resembling an iceberg. She drew her sword. The ice blade emerged from its scabbard, radiating waves of biting chill. Lin Feng, make your move. Lin Feng drew his weapon. The He Yuan sword slid from its scabbard, its pitch-black blade exhaling an aura of frost. The two locked gazes. Below, everyone held their breath. Luo Qingxue struck first. A single thrust of her sword. The 4th form of the Binghe sword method, Finbing Wanli, which froze all beneath 10,000 miles of ice. The frigid energy exploded outward, coating the entire platform in a layer of ice. Lin Feng did not retreat. His sword intent fully unleashed. The perfection of his frost-laden blade pressed against the ice, forcing it back several steps. The Lisong sword's 3rd form, Lisong Zhanpe. A single slash split the very fabric of space, striking against her ice blade. Clang. Both combatants retreated 3 paces. A draw. Luo Qingxue's eyes shifted subtly. Your sword intent has grown even stronger. Lin Feng said nothing and struck again. The 3rd layer of Wanjian Guizong manifested, 1,000 sword shadows materializing in the air. With a mere thought, the 1,000 sword shadows shot toward Luo Qingxue simultaneously. She did not retreat. Her ice sword swept horizontally, cold energy erupting outward, freezing the majority of the 1,000 shadows in place. Yet still hundreds pierced through toward her. Luo Qingxue swung her blade to block. Ding 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 ding. The sound of dense clashes rang out. She parried most, but several found their mark, tearing large holes in her garments. Binghe sword method, 5th form, Binghe Daoxian. Luo Qingxue. slashed her sword downward, the chilling energy transforming into an ice dragon that lunged toward Lin Feng. The beast opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of bitter cold. Lin Feng did not yield. A layer of icy radiance covered the He Yuan sword as he drove it straight into the ice dragon's jaws. His sword intent detonated, shattering the dragon into fragments that scattered in all directions. Lin Feng cut through the frozen mist, his sword tip aimed directly at Luo Qingshue's chest. Her expression shifted as she desperately twisted sideways. The blade grazed past her shoulders, slashing through her clothing as droplets of blood splashed into the air. Lin Feng retracted his sword. "You are injured." Luo Qingxue glanced down at the wound on her shoulder. It was shallow, merely a thin cut across the skin. "It is nothing." She lifted her gaze to meet his. "You were holding back." Lin Feng did not deny it. Luo Qingxue sheathed her sword. "I concede." The entire arena fell silent. Luo Qingxue conceded. Lin Feng won. Does this make him the #1 talent of Zhongzhou? This is terrifying. He has claimed first place in Zhongzhou at the early nascent soul stage. Upon the high platform, the faces of the 3 Binghe Palace elders darkened with fury. The Holy Maiden actually yielded. That Lin Feng must be eliminated. Return and inform the palace master. Lin Feng descended from the platform. Luo Chun sprinted over, his face flushed with excitement. "Brother, you have become the #1 in Zhongzhou." Lin Feng said nothing. He looked at Luo Qingxue. She stood at the edge of the platform, the wound on her shoulder, still weeping blood. Lin Feng walked over, retrieved a wound-healing pill from his robes, and offered it to her. "Take it." Luo Qingxue accepted the pill and swallowed it. The wound closed before his eyes. "Thank you. No need." Lin Feng turned and walked away. The reward for winning the finals had been granted: the title of Zhongzhou's #1 in swordplay, 1,000 units of sword comprehension, and 5,000 spirit stones. The title granted a 10% increase in sword power throughout Zhongzhou. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze. #1 in Zhongzhou. This was only the beginning. The day after the finals, the entirety of Zhongzhou City buzzed with whispers of Lin Feng. From tea houses to wine shops, from bustling streets to narrow alleys, all tongues spoke of but one matter. A golden core peak expert battling a spirit transformation peak expert. The outcome was decided in a single strike. Xiao Feng, the paramount genius of Zhongzhou, could not withstand even 20 moves. Some declared Lin Feng a reincarnation of the sword deity, others claimed he had inherited an ancient legacy, while yet others whispered that the sword in his grip was no mortal blade. Lin Feng paid none of it mind. Seated cross-legged within his own room, he cultivated. The Qing Feng sword rested across his knees, its inner radiance faintly brighter than before. Xiao Bai remained in slumber, yet the seal's progress had advanced to 55%. The Jinlin's sword hung beside his pillow, its golden light pulsing rhythmically. The Tianshuang's sword leaned against the table, a thin frost clinging to its scabbard from its oppressive aura of cold. Li Fan knocked and entered bearing a bowl of noodles. "Senior brother, you have not eaten all day," he said. "Please partake." Lin Feng opened his eyes, accepted the bowl, and consumed it in a handful of bites. Li Fan collected the bowl, but lingered at the doorway. Lin Feng regarded him. "Speak." Li Fan scratched his head. "Senior brother, there are many outside. Visitors bearing gifts." The top 10 great families of Zhongzhou City had all arrived, lining up in orderly queues before the inn. "I told them you would not receive them, yet they refused to depart." Lin Feng rose and stepped to the window, looking down. Over a dozen carriages waited at the inn's entrance, their cargoes laden with brocade boxes. Scores of steward-clad figures stood at the threshold, each clutching gift ledgers. At the forefront stood the Zhou family's steward, a spirit transformation early-stage expert in azure robes. Spying Lin Feng at the window, he hastily bowed. "Young Master Lin, my lord has prepared humble gifts to congratulate you on claiming first place in Zhongzhou." "Take your offerings back and return home," Lin Feng replied. "Your goodwill is noted." The Zhou steward hesitated, mouth opening to plead further, but Lin Feng had already drawn the curtain shut. "Senior brother," Li Fan protested. "Those gift boxes contain treasures, spirit stones, pills, magical artifacts. You refuse them all." "I lack for nothing," Lin Feng said. "But if you accept not even a portion," Li Fan urged, "they will grow uneasy. Only by receiving their gifts will they find peace. If refused entirely, they will assume you intend to move against them." Lin Feng regarded the youth. Sharp-minded, this one. Sharper than he had given him credit for. "Then see to it yourself," Lin Feng instructed. "Return 1 spirit stone to each household as a counter-gift." Li Fan nodded and bolted. Lin Feng resumed his cultivation. The 10th layer of the ancient sword art had reached 40%, still far from the late stages of the sword venerable realm. The 8th layer of the myriad swords return to origin technique stood at 45%. The Jinlin sword seal, 78%. The Zhantian sword seal, 55%. The Tianshuang sword seal, 3%. The 3 swords were nurtured in rotation, yet progress remained agonizingly slow. By dusk, Li Fan returned. "Senior brother, dozens of gifts were collected. Over 500,000 spirit stones combined, more than 100 bottles of pills, and over a dozen magical artifacts. The return gifts of spirit stones had also been distributed." Each steward expressed profound gratitude, calling young Master Lin magnanimous. Deposit everything into the sect treasury, Lin Feng said. The sword sect will need it in time. Senior brother, your vision runs far ahead, Lin Feng remarked. But the sword sect does not yet even exist. It will soon, Lin Feng replied. After Lin Feng departed, Lin Feng continued cultivating. Night fell, and dawn broke. He slept not at all. At first light the next morning, Luo Qingxue knocked and entered. She had changed into white battle garb, her ice sword hanging at her waist, her hair bound in a ponytail. Lin Feng, she said, the Ice River Hall has sent someone. Where? At the inn's entrance. He wishes to speak with you. Lin Feng rose and headed outward, Luo Qingxue trailing behind. At the doorway stood a disciple of the Ice River Hall, a spirit transformation early-stage expert clad in white robes embroidered with a six-pointed snowflake upon the chest. Upon seeing Lin Feng emerge, the disciple bowed deeply. Lord Lin, the Hall Master requests your presence at the Ice River Hall for consultation. On what matter? I am not privy to the details, the disciple replied. The Hall Master simply said to invite you. Then lead the way, Lin Feng said. I shall accompany you, Luo Qingxue declared. Lin Feng nodded, and the pair set forth toward the Ice River Hall. Lin Feng attempted to follow, but was detained by Lin Feng. You remain here and guard the inn. The Ice River Hall rested upon an icy peak north of Zhongzhou City. The mountain loomed tall, its slopes treacherous stone steps, glazed with frost. After half an hour's ascent, they reached the mountain gate. Four disciples stood watch and immediately parted upon recognizing Lin Feng. Within the main hall, over a dozen figures sat in attendance. The Hall Master of the Ice River Hall occupied the highest seat, flanked by several white-haired elders. Below them sat the patriarchs of Zhongzhou's prominent families, all cultivated to at least the peak of spirit transformation. Lord Wang sat at the front, his hands still wrapped in bandages. Upon Lin Feng's entrance, his eyes narrowed, though he remained silent. The Hall Master rose. Lin Feng, congratulations on claiming first place in Zhongzhou. Lin Feng offered a curt acknowledgement. I have summoned you today to discuss a matter, the Hall Master continued. Word has reached us from the Upper Province headquarters of the Myriad Realms Alliance. They express willingness to reconcile with you. The terms are this: return everything you seized from them, and thereafter cease hostilities toward the Myriad Realms Alliance. In exchange, they will grant you the title of Honored Elder, accompanied by an annual stipend of 1 million spirit stones. Lin Feng regarded the Hall Master steadily. I decline reconciliation. The Hall Master pressed. Do you comprehend the might of the Myriad Realms Alliance? The Upper Province headquarters boasts a Sword Emperor at its peak, supported by dozens of Sword Venerable Elders beneath it. You alone cannot defeat them. Whether I prevail or not, Lin Feng replied, can only be known through combat. The Hall Master fell silent for several moments. Consider carefully. There is no rush for an answer. No consideration needed, Lin Feng stated. I refuse. He turned and departed. Luo Qingxue followed in his wake. As they exited the main hall, Lord Wang's voice rang out behind them. Lin Feng, do not mistake my generosity for weakness. The Myriad Realms Alliance offers you face, yet you spurn it. When death comes, you will not even understand how you perished. Lin Feng paused and turned to look at him. Lord Wang shrank back under that gaze. Speak another word, Lin Feng said coldly, and I will show you precisely how you die this instant. Lord Wang fell silent. Lin Feng walked on. Beyond the Ice River Hall's gates, Luo Qingxue said, you should not have defied the Hall Master before so many witnesses. And the Hall Master is a Sword Emperor. If he had turned hostile on the spot, you would not have stood a chance. I am aware. Then why proceed? Because he will not turn hostile. He summoned me to test my resolve, not to fight. My position is clear. I will not reconcile. He will relay this to the Myriad Realms Alliance, and what follows is their concern, not mine. Luo Qingxue regarded him silently. You think several steps ahead indeed. Lin Feng said nothing. The pair walked back in silence. Upon returning to the inn, Lin Feng resumed his cultivation. That evening the system chimed. The daily check-in refreshed. Location Zhongzhou City, and rewards 5,000 spirit stones and 1,000 units of sword Dao comprehension. Lin Feng retrieved the spirit stones, and spiritual energy surged into his body. The ancient sword art's 10th layer circulated sword essence traversing his meridians. Cultivation progress advanced to 42%. Deep into the night, as Lin Feng prepared to conclude his practice, footsteps sounded beyond his window. Light, yet multiplied. More than one person approached. He opened his eyes, stepped to the window, and looked down. Over a dozen figures clad in black stood in the street, their faces concealed, all radiating the pressure of spirit transformation peak cultivators. Dark blades hung from their grips, steel absorbing rather than reflecting light. The leader glanced upward at Lin Feng's window, raised his hand, and in the same instant over a dozen figures launched themselves skyward, crashing through the window and into the room. Lin Feng did not move. The moment the first attacker landed, he drew his sword. The Qing Feng's sword flashed through the darkness. A single gleam, and the first man fell. A wound opened in his chest. The second attacker surged forward and was pierced through the shoulder in one stroke. Third, fourth, fifth, each met the same fate. Before the time it takes to finish a cup of tea, over a dozen figures lay motionless upon the floor. The leader clutched his wound, attempting to flee. Lin Feng's blade carved across his leg. The man crashed down, unable to rise. Lin Feng approached and tore away his mask. It was the captain of Lord Wang's personal guard. Your master sent you. The man nodded. Return and tell him next time bring more men. The captain scrambled away on hands and knees, fleeing into the night. Lin Feng sheathed his sword. Luo Qingxue pushed open the door, her ice sword still dripping. A few came my way as well. They are dealt with. Lin Feng acknowledged with a single nod. They exchanged a glance and Luo Qingxue turned and departed. Lin Feng closed the door and returned to his cultivation. The news of the Wang family's failed assassination spread throughout Zhongzhou City the next day. Some said the Wang family head had lost his mind, daring to provoke Lin Feng. Others claimed Lin Feng was too strong. Over a dozen divine transformation peak cultivators had fallen to his blade, one strike each. Some whispered that a grand spectacle was in the making, for behind the Wang family stood the Binghe Hall, and the Binghe Hall would not stand idly by. Lin Feng waited in the inn for 2 days. On the 3rd day, the Binghe Hall sent someone. Not a messenger, the Grand Elder himself. He was at the early stage of the Sword Emperor realm, accompanied by 6 elders, all at the half-step Sword Emperor level. The 7 of them stood at the inn's entrance, their aura solidifying the air of the entire street. Lin Feng walked out. He looked at the Grand Elder and said, "State your business." The Grand Elder declared, "The Hall Lord commands that Luo Qingxue return to the Binghe Hall." Lin Feng replied, "She is not going back." The Grand Elder said, "That is not for her to decide. Luo Qingxue is the holy maiden of the Binghe Hall. She must obey the Hall Lord's words." Lin Feng said, "She is a member of my Jin sect." The Grand Elder retorted, "Jin sect? The Binghe Hall has never heard of it." Lin Feng drew his sword. The azure edge blade slid from its sheath, its blade cyan and radiating chilling cold. The Grand Elder did not move. He said, "Lin Feng, you are at the Golden Core Peak, while I am at the early Sword Emperor realm. You cannot defeat me." Lin Feng replied, "Let's find out." The Grand Elder struck with a palm. The full force of an early Sword Emperor's spiritual energy erupted the palm wind, carrying biting cold that condensed the moisture in the air into ice crystals. Lin Feng did not retreat. He slashed out with his sword. The 3rd form of the sky-splitting sword, sky-splitting slash, shattered the space itself. The sword chi tore through the void and struck the Grand Elder's palm. With a thunderous boom, both were forced back 3 steps. The Grand Elder looked down at his palm, where a white mark now appeared. He said, "Your sword intent is strong, but it cannot harm me." Lin Feng remained silent. The 8th layer of 10,000 swords returned to 1, manifested. 100,000 sword shadows materialized. The Grand Elder's expression flickered. 10,000 swords returned to 1. Where did you learn that? Lin Feng did not answer. The Grand Elder said, "Enough." He withdrew his hand. Lin Feng, I did not come here to fight you. The Hall Lord's order is clear. Luo Qingxue must return. You may come along, but the Holy Maiden must go back to the Binghe Hall. This is the rule of the Binghe Hall. The Holy Maiden cannot remain outside for too long. Luo Qingxue stepped out from the inn. She said, "I will go back with you." Lin Feng looked at her. Luo Qingxue said, "Lin Feng, I do not want to drag you into this. I know the rules of the Binghe Hall. If the Holy Maiden does not return, they will keep coming. You cannot fight all of them alone." Lin Feng said, "I am not afraid." Luo Qingxue said, "I know you are not afraid, but I am. I am afraid you will get hurt." She walked up to the Grand Elder and said, "Let's go." The Grand Elder nodded and turned away with the 6 elders. Luo Qingxue followed. After a few steps, she looked back at Lin Feng. She said, "Wait for me." Lin Feng said nothing, watching her silhouette vanish at the street corner. Li Fan rushed out of the inn saying, "Senior brother, senior sister Luo." Lin Feng said, "I know." Li Fan asked, "Aren't you going after her?" Lin Feng replied, "Not now." Li Fan asked, "Why?" Lin Feng said, "She is going back temporarily. I will come to fetch her. But not yet. Right now I cannot defeat the Hall Lord of the Binghe Hall. Once I break through to the Sword Emperor realm, I will go." Li Fan asked, "Senior brother, how long will it take?" Lin Feng said, 1 month. He turned and walked back into the inn, closing the door. He sat cross-legged, took out a handful of spirit stones, and gripped them. The 10th layer of the primordial sword art activated at full power, his sword yuan surging like a torrent through his meridians. Spirit stone after spirit stone was drained dry, their powder trickling through his fingers. He cultivated until midnight. When Lin Feng opened his eyes, the 10th layer of the primordial sword art had reached 50%, halfway to the late stage of the sword sovereign realm. Too slow. He took out the golden scale sword and the heaven-slashing sword, laying both across his knees to nurture them simultaneously. His sword yuan split into 2 streams. One surged into the golden scale sword, the other into the heaven-slashing sword. Both swords trembled at once, golden light and cyan light merging to illuminate the entire room. The next morning the system chimed. Daily check-in refreshed. Rewards 5,000 spirit stones and 1,000 sword Dao insights. Lin Feng did not stop. He continued cultivating. The 3rd day, the 4th day, the 5th day. Every day he did nothing but eat and train, not even sleeping. On the 7th day, the 10th layer of the primordial sword art reached 60%. The golden scale sword seal was 80% undone, the heaven slashing sword's seal 60%, and the celestial frost sword seal 10%. Little White still slumbered, but the white light within the sword grew brighter, and Little White's figure became increasingly clear. On the 8th day the Bingha Hall sent someone again. Not the Grand Elder this time, a messenger. He stood at the inn's entrance and handed a letter to the innkeeper. The letter read, Luo Qingxue will marry Wang Hu, the young master of the Wang family, in 3 days. We invite Lin Feng to attend the wedding ceremony. Lin Feng finished reading the letter, and the paper turned to ash in his hand. Li Fan stood beside him, his face pale. Senior brother, they are forcing you to walk into a trap. Lin Feng said, I know. Li Fan asked, then you are still going? Yes. Lin Feng rose to his feet. His fingers tapped the scabbard. Clink, clink, clink. 3 swords quivered in unison. Lin Feng resolved to launch a bride-snatching raid on the Bingha Palace. Li Fan could not dissuade him, nor could Luo Chun. Luo Chun said, brother, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. I'll come with you. Lin Feng said, no need. Luo Chun said, I'll bring the Luo family men. Lin Feng said, no need. Luo Chun grew anxious. Brother, you. Lin Feng cut him off. I said no need. Luo Chun fell silent. Lin Feng changed into a black robe, 3 swords hanging at his waist. The azure edge sword on the left, the golden scale sword on the right, and the frost heaven sword strapped across his back. As he stepped out of the inn, the crowd on the street parted before him. No one dared meet his eyes, no one dared speak. On the road to the Bingha Palace, he encountered the first wave of obstruction. Members of the Wang family, over 50 of them, all at the divine transformation stage or above. Leading them was the Wang family's grand elder, a half-step sword emperor. He stood in the middle of the road, a long blade in hand, and said, Lin Feng, this road is closed. Lin Feng did not stop, he kept walking. The grand elder waved his hand, and over 50 fighters charged. Lin Feng drew his sword. The golden scale sword left its sheath, its golden light blinding. With 1 slash, the 5 in the lead were sent flying by the sword energy. With the second, 5 more fell. Then the third, the fourth, the fifth. In less than the time it takes a cup of tea to cool, over 50 fighters lay on the ground. The grand elder's face turned pale, he turned to flee. Lin Feng struck him across the back with his sword, and he collapsed, unable to rise. Lin Feng stepped over him and continued. At the mountain gate of the Bingha Palace, he encountered the second wave of resistance. 8 elders of the palace, all half-step sword emperors. Leading them was the second elder with white hair and a white beard leaning on a staff. He said, Lin Feng, take 1 more step, and you will be the enemy of the Bingha Palace. Lin Feng took 1 step forward. The second elder's face darkened. You seek death. All 8 struck simultaneously, 8 long swords thrusting toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not retreat. 3 swords left their sheaths at once. The azure edge sword slashed at the 4 on the left, the golden scale sword at the 3 on the right, and the frost heaven sword stabbed at the 1 in the center. Sword light interwove in the air, the clashes dense as falling rain. The 8 were driven back, but unharmed. The second elder said, your swordsmanship is indeed formidable, but 1 man against 8 half-step sword emperors. You are not enough. Lin Feng said nothing. The 8th layer of the 10,000 swords returning to 1 technique manifested 100,000 sword shadows. The second elder's face changed drastically. Retreat. But it was too late. 100,000 sword shadows shot toward the 8 simultaneously. The 8 desperately parried, but the sword shadows were too numerous. They blocked tens of thousands, only to be struck by the remaining ones. Cries of agony rang out, all 8 collapsed to the ground. The second elder clutched his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Lin Feng, you. Lin Feng walked past him. Step aside. The second elder gritted his teeth and moved. Lin Feng strode through the mountain gate. Inside the main hall, the wedding ceremony was being prepared. Red silk hung from the beams, lanterns were lit, and a crimson carpet covered the floor. The seats were filled with representatives of every major family in Zhongzhou City. When they saw Lin Feng enter, they all rose to their feet. The Wang family patriarch sat in the front row, his hands still bandaged, his face went pale at the sight of Lin Feng. The Bingha Palace lord sat at the highest seat, with Luo Qingxue standing beside him. She wore a wedding gown as red as fire. The moment she saw Lin Feng, her eyes reddened and her lips trembled. The palace lord rose. Lin Feng, what are you doing here? Lin Feng said, I've come to take someone away. The palace lord replied, today is the joyous day of the Bingha Palace's saintess and the Wang family's young master. Do not even think of causing trouble. Lin Feng drew his sword. The palace lord struck with a palm. The full power of the early sword emperor realm erupted. The palm wind carried a biting chill, and the entire hall trembled. Lin Feng did not retreat. He unleashed the full force of his immortal grade sword intent and the all heavens sword body. 3 swords slashed out simultaneously. The azure edge sword struck at the palace lord's palm, the golden scale sword at his chest, and the frost heaven sword at his lower abdomen. 3 swords struck together, their sword energy weaving into a net. The palace lord's expression changed, he withdrew his palm and retreated. But Lin Feng's sword was too fast. The frost heaven sword's energy grazed the palace lord's waist, slicing a gash in his robe. The palace lord looked down at the wound on his waist. Your sword has grown even faster. Lin Feng said, step aside. The palace lord said no. Just then 2 elders rushed out from the side, attacking Lin Feng from left and right. Both were at the early Sword Emperor realm. Lin Feng sidestepped the left elder's sword and thrust his blade into the elder's shoulder. The right elder's sword arrived, and Lin Feng had no time to dodge and took the blow. The sword pierced his left arm, blood gushing out. Lin Feng did not stop. He swung his sword back and struck the right elder's throat. The elder's eyes went wide. He fell to the ground dead. The left elder, clutching his shoulder, tried to flee. Lin Feng ran his sword through the elder's chest. The second elder was also dead. The palace lord's face turned ashen. Lin Feng, you have killed 2 elders of the Binghe Palace. Lin Feng said they deserved it. The palace lord struck with another palm. This time he used his full strength. The entire power of the early Sword Emperor realm exploded forth. The palm wind carried an aura of destruction. Tables and chairs in the hall were overturned, and the red silk was torn to shreds. Lin Feng took the blow head on. With a thunderous crash, he was driven back over a dozen paces, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The palace lord also retreated 3 steps. You are injured, he said. Lin Feng wiped the blood from his lips. I won't die. He gripped his sword, ready to strike again. Luo Qingxue rushed over and stood in front of Lin Feng. She said, Palace Lord, I will go back with you. I will not leave. Do not kill him. The palace lord looked at Luo Qingxue silent for a few seconds. Saintess, do you know what you are saying? Luo Qingxue said, I know. I will go back with you. Let Lin Feng go. Lin Feng said no. Luo Qingxue turned to look at him, tears falling. Lin Feng, leave. You cannot defeat him. I do not want you to die. Lin Feng said, I will not die. Luo Qingxue said, I am afraid. The palace lord said, enough. He waved his hand, and 2 elders stepped forward to seize Luo Qingxue. Luo Qingxue was dragged away. She looked back at Lin Feng, tears streaming down her face. The palace lord said, Lin Feng, I will not kill you today. But if you ever trespass on the Binghe Palace again, I will show no mercy. Get out. Lin Feng stood motionless. He watched Luo Qingxue being dragged away, his fingers tightening around his sword hilt until his knuckles turned white. He wanted to charge forward, but blood was pouring from the wound on his left arm, and his sword essence had been depleted by 70%. He could not defeat the palace lord. Not now. He turned and walked away. Out of the Binghe Palace gate down to the foot of the mountain, he sat down beneath a tree. Blood still flowed from his left arm, dripping onto the ground. He took a healing pill, swallowed it, and closed his eyes. His fingers tapped lightly on his sword scabbard. Tap, tap, tap. The sound traveled far through the night. Lin Feng returned to the inn, blood still seeping from the wound on his left arm. After Luo Qingxue was taken away by the Binghe Palace, he had sat at the foot of the mountain throughout the night. By dawn the wound had scabbed over, but his sword chi had only recovered by half. He stood up and made his way back to the inn. The people on the street spotted him covered in blood and scattered in all directions. No one dared to ask what had transpired. Li Fan waited at the entrance of the inn, and upon seeing Lin Feng's condition his eyes grew red. Senior brother, you've been injured, he said. Just superficial wounds, Lin Feng replied. Where is senior sister Luo? Li Fan pressed on. Lin Feng remained silent. Li Fan understood and dared not ask further. Lin Feng entered the room and shut the door behind him. Sitting cross-legged, he took out spirit stones and began his cultivation. The 10th layer of the Taiga sword art revolved at full capacity, with sword chi surging wildly through his meridians. Spirit stones were drained one after another, their powder leaking from between his fingers. He intended to make up for the time he had lost. On the first day, he cultivated for 12 hours straight, and the 10th layer of the Taiga sword art advanced from 60% to 65%. The golden scale sword was sealed at 81%, the heaven-cleaving sword at 61%, and the heavenly frost sword at 11%. Little White remained in slumber, though the white light within the blade was slightly brighter than before. On the second day, he cultivated until deep into the night, reaching 70% in the 10th layer of the Taiga sword art. The golden scale sword seal rose to 82%. Lin Feng did not sleep or rest. When hungry, he gnawed on dry rations, and when thirsty, he drank a mouthful of water. There was only one thought in his mind: to grow stronger, strong enough to storm into the Binghe Palace and bring her out. On the third day, Li Fan knocked on the door to deliver food, and was startled to see Lin Feng's hands caked with blood. Lin Feng's fingernails had split from gripping spirit stones for so long. Blood and stone powder mingled and crusted in his palms. Senior brother, please take a rest, Li Fan pleaded. I will not rest, Lin Feng replied. If you continue like this, your hands will be ruined, Li Fan warned. They will not be ruined. On the fourth day, the 10th layer of the Taiga sword art reached 75%. Lin Feng felt that the sword embryo in his dantian had grown another ring round, and his sword chi was 50% denser than before. Yet he was dissatisfied. It was far too slow. The master of the Binghe Palace was at the early stage of the Sword Emperor realm, while he was merely at the mid-stage of the Sword Venerable realm, a gap of 2 minor breakthroughs. The combat power disparity between each minor realm was 3 to 5 times. He needed to at least break through to the peak of the Sword Venerable realm to feel confident. Late on the 5th day, as Lin Feng was cultivating, Little White suddenly awoke. It leaped out from the sword body and stood upon Lin Feng's knee, gazing up at him. Its golden eyes gleamed in the darkness. It nuzzled Lin Feng's hand with its head, then hopped down to the ground and looked upward at the sky. Lin Feng knew what it intended to do. He pushed open the window, and Little White bounded onto the windowsill and leaped out into the night. Dark clouds gathered overhead, thunder rolling in the distance. Little White stood atop the inn's roof, head raised facing the heavens. The first lightning bolt descended, purple and as thick as a water barrel. Little White did not flinch, bearing the strike head on. The thunder exploded, and a patch of Little White's white fur was singed black. The second bolt struck immediately after, twice as thick as the first. Little White shuddered, its 4 legs trembling, yet it refused to fall. The third, the fourth, the fifth. Each one thicker, each more terrifying than the last. When the 6th bolt came crashing down, Little White was knocked flat upon the roof, a trickle of blood escaping from its mouth. The 7th, the 8th. Little White rose to its feet and continued to endure. The 9th was a golden thunderbolt that split through a rift in the clouds, carrying the overwhelming pressure of heaven and earth. Little White tilted its head back and opened its maw, swallowing the golden thunder whole. With a thunderous boom, white and golden light merged upon its body and erupted outward in a concentric shockwave. As the lightning dissipated, Little White stood upon the rooftop, most of its white fur scorched, but its eyes brighter than ever, its sword intent far more profound. Little White's seal progress leaped directly from 60% to 85%. It bounded back onto Lin Feng's shoulder and opened its mouth, spitting out a bead shimmering with lightning. The bead sank into Lin Feng's forehead. Closing his eyes, he heard thunder rumbling within his mind. The lightning attribute sword intent strengthened once more. Mid-tier immortal grade sword intent with lightning attributes, granting absolute suppression over cultivators at the early stage of the Sword Emperor realm. Lin Feng opened his eyes and tapped his fingers against the scabbard. Ding, ding, ding. The sound carried the echo of thunder, and tiny arcs of electricity danced along the blade's sheath. He rose to his feet and continued his cultivation. The 10th layer of the Taiga sword art reached 80%. On the 6th day, 85%. On the 7th, 90%. On the 8th day, as Lin Feng was cultivating, the sword embryo in his dantian suddenly trembled violently. A crack fissured across the surface of the sword embryo, and thicker, pure sword qi surged forth from within. The late stage of the sword venerable realm. Lin Feng had broken through to the late stage of the sword venerable realm. His sword qi throughout his entire body was more than 3 times denser than before. He stood and stretched, his bones cracking audibly. 3 swords hung at his waist, their scabbards clashing with a crisp, resonant ring. Li Fan pushed open the door and announced, "Senior brother, someone from the Binghe Palace has arrived again." "How many?" Lin Feng asked. "One messenger who delivered a letter." Lin Feng took the letter and unfolded it. The letter bore news that Luo Qingxue would formally wed Wang Hu, the young master of the Wang family, in 3 days' time, and that Lin Feng was invited to attend the ceremony. The paper turned to ashes in Lin Feng's grasp. "Go tell Luo Chun to gather men and proceed to the Binghe Palace in 3 days, he commanded. Li Fan's eyes lit up. "Senior brother, you're going to snatch the bride?" Lin Feng nodded. "Indeed." Li Fan dashed off. Lin Feng stood by the window, gazing toward the distant Binghe Palace. His fingers tapped the scabbard. Ding, ding, ding. "Luo Qingxue, wait for me." Luo Chun arrived swiftly. He brought 300 cultivators from the Luo family, all at the soul transformation stage or above. The 300 stood before thee in a dark, looming mass that blocked off the entire street. Everyone on the street hid in their homes, daring not to step outside, peering through cracks in their windows. Luo Chun entered and said, "Brother, all 300 are here. 300 soul transformation cultivators, including 10 who have reached its peak." "Enough?" Lin Feng asked. "That's more than enough," came the reply. Li Fan ran in from outside, saying, "Senior brother, people from the Wang family have also arrived." "How many?" 500. "And who leads them?" "The Wang family master himself," Luo Chen answered, "along with 10 elders from Binghe Hall." "Where are they?" "At the east end of the street, coming this way." Lin Feng walked outside. At the eastern end of the street, a dense crowd of over 500 cultivators, all at the soul transformation stage or above, filled his vision. At the forefront stood the Wang family master at early soul transformation, his hand wrapped in bandages. Beside him were 10 elders from Binghe Hall, all half-step sword emperors. Their procession was magnificent, their boots pounding the stone path with thunderous resonance. The Wang family master halted 20 paces from Lin Feng. He dared not approach closer. "Lin Feng," he said, "you have slain dozens of our Wang family and wounded 2 elders of Binghe Hall. Today I will demand your life." Lin Feng replied coldly, "In your dreams." The Wang family master waved his hand, and over 500 cultivators charged forward. Lin Feng drew his sword. 3 blades flashed from their scabbards in unison. Qingfeng's sword, Jinlin sword, Tianshuang's sword. 3 swords, 3 streams of sword qi weaving together into an impenetrable net. The dozens at the forefront were blasted backward by the sword qi, collapsing to the ground, blood spurting from their mouths. Myriad swords returned to origin, 8th layer. 100,000 sword shadows emerged dense and countless, blotting out the sky. The entire street was illuminated by their radiance. With a thought, Lin Feng sent all 100,000 sword shadows simultaneously toward the 500 or so attackers. Wails of agony shook the heavens. 100 fell with the first strike, another 100 with the second, a third, fourth, fifth wave. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, all 500 lay fallen upon the ground, blood flowing between the stone tiles. The Wang family master knelt upon the blood-soaked ground. All 10 elders lay defeated. E2 showed no signs of movement. Lin Feng approached and stood before the kneeling Wang family master. "Return and tell your hall master," Lin Feng said. "I will come to collect what is owed in 3 days." The Wang family master scrambled away on hands and knees, losing a shoe in his flight. The 10 elders crawled after him, leaving streaks of blood upon the stones. Luo Chen stood beside him, utterly stunned. "Brother, you fought 500 alone." Lin Feng replied. Luo Chen swallowed hard. "Brother, what cultivation stage are you truly at?" "Late sword venerable stage," Lin Feng answered. "Late sword venerable. Against 500 soul transformation cultivators. You're truly monstrous," Luo Chen breathed. Lin Feng said nothing, sheathed his sword, and turned back toward the inn. 3 days later, before dawn, Lin Feng was already awake. He donned black robes with 3 swords hanging at his waist. Little White perched on his shoulder, its plumage still sparse, scorched patches revealing pink skin beneath, yet its eyes shone brightly with an intense sword intent. Li Fan waited at the door. "Senior brother Luo's men are assembled. Let us go." Lin Feng stepped outside. Luo Chen stood with 300 Luo family cultivators before the inn, all clad in black battle attire, swords at their waists. "Brother, everyone is in position," Luo Chen reported. Lin Feng nodded. "Move out." 300 and some headed toward Binghe Hall. Halfway there they encountered another obstruction. Over 1,000 Binghe Hall disciples, all at the soul transformation stage or above. Led by the first elder at early sword emperor stage, they stood blocking the road, 1,000 disciples arrayed behind him, swords drawn. "Lin Feng," the elder declared, "this path is closed to you." Lin Feng did not pause. The first elder waved his hand, and over 1,000 disciples charged. Lin Feng drew his blade. 3 swords flashed forth. Myriad swords returned to origin. 8th layer. 100,000 sword shadows erupted. With a single thought, the 100,000 sword shadows rained down upon the 1,000 attackers. 200 fell with the first strike. Another 200 with the second. A third, fourth, fifth wave followed. Over 1,000 disciples lay scattered across the road, stretching from one end to the other like fish upon a griddle. The first elder's face drained of color as he turned to flee, but a sword stroke from Lin Feng cleaved his leg. He crashed to the ground. Lin Feng stepped over him and continued forward. The first elder cried from the earth, "Lin Feng, you will pay for this. Binghe Hall will not spare you." Lin Feng did not look back. They reached the gates of Binghe Hall. The great doors stood shut, a massive red wedding character pasted upon them. Golden characters upon crimson paper glaring in the morning light. For disciples stood at the entrance. Upon seeing Lin Feng, they fled in terror. Lin Feng struck the doors with his sword. They flew outward, crashing against the pillars of the main hall and shattering. Lin Feng walked inside. Lin Feng walked into the Ice River Palace. The main hall was filled to capacity. Crimson silk cascaded from the rafters, red lanterns hung in pairs along both sides, and a red carpet stretched from the doorway all the way to the dais. Representatives from every prominent family in Zhongzhou City had arrived. Hundreds sat along both sides, some sipping tea, others conversing in hushed tones. They all froze when Lin Feng entered. The sound of teacups shattering on the floor rose and fell like waves. The master of the Ice River Palace sat at the highest seat, with Wang, who standing beside him. Wang, whose severed hand was wrapped in bandages, he wore a bright red wedding robe and a golden crown, a smug smile plastered across his face. His smile stiffened, and his lips began to tremble upon seeing Lin Feng. Luo Qingxue stood beside the palace master in a wedding dress as red as flame. A crimson veil obscured her face. Yet Lin Feng saw her hands trembling, the sleeves of her wedding dress quivering faintly. The palace master rose and said, "Lin Feng, you actually came." Lin Feng replied, "I've come to take someone." The palace master declared, "Today is the joyous wedding of my Ice River Palace Saintess and the young master of the Wang family. You cannot take her away." Lin Feng drew his sword. The system chimed. Special check-in location triggered. Ice River Palace wedding ceremony. Proceed with check-in. Check-in, Lin Feng said. Special check-in at the Ice River Palace wedding ceremony successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Heaven's ultimate sword body and the Ice River sword intent origin. A sphere of light descended into his forehead. Lin Feng closed his eyes. A voice echoed in his mind, "Heaven's ultimate sword body, all swords return to their master." He felt his body transforming. His bones creaked, his meridians stretched, his blood burned. Heaven's ultimate sword body fusion in progress, 10%, 30%, 60%. Fusion successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Heaven's ultimate sword body. Sword Dao power increased by 100%. Immune to most Sword Dao attacks. Capable of perceiving the Sword Dao laws of heaven and earth. Additional bonuses granted to Ice Attribute, Sword Dao. Ice River Sword Intent Origin Fusion in progress, 10%, 30%, 60%. Fusion successful. Congratulations host for obtaining the Ice River Sword Intent Origin. Ice Attribute, Sword Dao power increased by 50%. Can freeze opponent's spiritual energy. Suppression effect against Fire Attribute cultivation techniques. Lin Feng opened his eyes. His spiritual energy surged dramatically, his realm breaking straight from the late stage of the Sword Venerable to its peak. Sword essence churned within him like a tsunami. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt, and 3 swords trembled simultaneously, humming in resonance. The Palace Master's expression darkened. You've broken through, he said. Lin Feng said nothing and swung his sword. The Heaven's ultimate sword body, the Ice River Sword Intent Origin, and Immortal Grade Sword Intent merged into one. The sword chi descended silently, yet it tore through space, splitting a 3-foot-long rift. Ice crystallized along the jagged edges. The Palace Master struck with his palm, and palm wind collided with the sword chi. With a thunderous crash, the Palace Master staggered backward 5 steps, while Lin Feng stood unmoved. The Palace Master looked down and saw a fresh blood mark across his palm, blood drops dripping to the floor. Your sword has grown even faster, he said. Move aside, Lin Feng replied. The Palace Master did not budge. Do you wish to die, Oi? Lin Feng asked. Gritting his teeth, the Palace Master stepped aside. Lin Feng approached Luo Qingxue and lifted the red veil. Tears streamed down her face, her eyes red and swollen. The collar of her wedding dress was damp with tears. You came, she whispered. I've come to take you. Let's go, Lin Feng said. Luo Qingxue nodded. Wang Hu charged forward to block their path. Lin Feng, how dare you? Lin Feng's sword flashed, severing his other hand. The wrist snapped. The hand flew through the air and landed on the ground, fingers still twitching. Wang Hu screamed and collapsed to his knees. Blood erupted from his severed wrists, splattering across the red carpet. Make another sound, and my next sword takes your head, Lin Feng said coldly. Wang Hu fell silent, his face ashen, his entire body shaking. Lin Feng led Luo Qingxue outward. The Palace Master stood aside, making no move to stop them. The elders lined both sides, none daring to act. Every family representative kept their heads bowed, afraid to meet his gaze. Wang Hu's blood stained the red carpet drop by drop, like plum blossoms. Beyond the gates of the Ice River Palace, the sunlight was blinding. Luo Chen waited outside with 300 followers. Upon seeing Lin Feng and Luo Qingxue emerge, he leaped up in excitement. Brother, you've brought sister-in-law back. Luo Qingxue blushed and lowered her head. Let's go, Lin Feng said. The 300 or so began their journey back. At the inn, Luo Qingxue changed out of her wedding dress and into her usual white robes. She sat in Lin Feng's room and looked at him. You've offended the Ice River Palace, the Wang family, and the All Heavens Alliance for my sake. Was it worth it? It was worth it, Lin Feng said. Luo Qingxue lowered her head, her fingers clutching the hem of her garment. Why have you been so good to me? Lin Feng replied, in my past life you saved me. Luo Qingxue looked up. Past life? Lin Feng said, just consider me speaking madly. She did not ask again. The news of Lin Feng's marital raid spread across central Zhou City by the next day. Tea houses, wine shops, every street and alley buzzed with the same talk. Some said Lin Feng had lost his mind, daring to storm the Ice River Hall to snatch someone away. Others claimed he hadn't gone mad. Not only did he succeed in his raid, but he walked out alive. Some whispered that even the Hall Master of Ice River Hall hadn't dared to stop him. Others said the drama was only just beginning. Ice River Hall would not let this go. Indeed, Ice River Hall had no intention of dropping the matter. On the 3rd day, the Hall Master personally led a contingent of 20 elders and 1,000 disciples surrounding the inn. The Hall Master stood at the forefront, his spiritual pressure fully unleashed at the early stage of Sword Sovereign Realm, compressing the entire street, as though the ground itself trembled under his aura. Every window along the street was slammed shut, no one dared to open them. Cracks spiderwebbed across the stone slabs beneath his oppressive presence. Lin Feng, come out, the Hall Master commanded. Lin Feng stepped forward, standing opposite him with 3 swords hanging at his waist, and Xiao Bai perched upon his shoulder. Xiao Bai's feathers had grown back somewhat, yet scorch marks were still visible. It regarded the Hall Master, its golden eyes narrowing to slits. Speak, Lin Feng said. Hand over the Holy Maiden, and I will spare your life, the Hall Master said. No, Lin Feng replied. Then don't blame me for being merciless. He swung his palm forward. With his early stage, Sword Sovereign's spiritual energy fully unleashed, the palm strike carried a chilling coldness. Moisture in the air condensed into countless ice crystals, descending like a barrage of tiny blades upon the heavens. Lin Feng did not yield. 3 swords struck at once. The Azure Sky Sword body, the Ice River Sword Intent's primordial core, and the Immortal Grade Sword Intent merged into a single force. The sword chi rose silently, yet thunder resonated within it. The sword chi collided with the Hall Master's palm. A tremendous crash echoed, and both men retreated 5 paces. The Hall Master looked down at his palm. A fresh wound had been carved into it, deep enough to expose bone. Blood beads dripped along the lines of his palm. Your sword has grown faster, he said. Move aside, Lin Feng replied. The Hall Master refused. 20 elders surged forward, all at the half-step sword sovereign stage, swords drawn, their tips pointed squarely at Lin Feng. They closed in from every direction, cutting off all escape routes. Lin Feng did not retreat. 10,000 swords returned to the origin 8th layer. 100,000 sword shadows materialized around him. With a mere thought, the 100,000 sword shadows shot toward the 20 elders in unison. 5 fell under the first strike. 5 more went down with the second. By the third wave, all 10 remaining elders lay prostrate on the ground. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, all 20 elders were sprawled upon the stones, some clutching their chests, others howling in agony while gripping their legs. Blood seeped from their bodies, pooling into small crimson puddles on the cobblestones. The Hall Master's face darkened to iron. Gritting his teeth, he withdrew a black pill from his robes and swallowed it. The same forbidden pill, blood ignition pill, that Su Shui had taken before. His aura exploded upward, surging from early stage sword sovereign to mid-stage, then to late stage. His eyes flushed, crimson veins bulged along his temples, and his hair whipped violently in the windless air. With a single step, the stone slab beneath his foot shattered, debris scattering in all directions. Cracks raced across the surrounding walls, split apart by the violent expansion of his aura. Lin Feng, today you will die, he declared. He drove a fist forward, wreathed in destruction. The air was compressed into a white wave of pressure. Before the fist even arrived, the stone slabs upon the ground were already ripped upward by the sheer force of it. Lin Feng could not evade. He took the blow squarely upon his chest. The impact sent him flying backward, crashing to the ground as he spat a mouthful of blood. It splattered against the blue stone slabs of vivid crimson that seared the eyes. He felt as though a mountain had struck his chest. At least 2 ribs were broken. Luo Qingxiu burst from the inn and threw herself in front of Lin Feng. "Stop," she cried. "Holy maiden, move aside," the Hall Master said. "I will not. Then I will kill you both." He brought his palm down upon Luo Qingxiu. Lin Feng dragged himself upright and slashed one sword at the Hall Master's back. The Hall Master staggered and turned his head. "Your injuries. I will not die from this." Lin Feng wiped blood from the corner of his mouth. His grip on the sword trembled, but he remained standing. All 3 swords were in his hands, their points aimed at the Hall Master. His robes were soaked halfway through with blood, yet his gaze was colder than any blade. The Hall Master regarded him in silence for several heartbeats. He lowered his palm. "I will not kill you today, not because I cannot, but because the Holy Maiden shields you. Next time you will not be so fortunate." He turned and departed. The 20 elders and the 1,000 disciples followed, leaving behind a trail of bloody footprints in their wake. Lin Feng slumped against the wall, breathing heavily. His chest burned as though it were splitting apart. Each breath felt like a blade twisting inside him. Luo Qingxiu crouched beside him, tears falling. "You're terribly injured," she whispered. "It's nothing," Lin Feng said. He produced a healing pill and swallowed it, closing his eyes. Warmth surged through his abdomen, rushing toward the wounds as his ribs knitted themselves back together. Li Fan came running out. "Senior brother, are you all right?" "I won't die," Lin Feng replied. "The Hall Master consumed a forbidden pill. You couldn't have defeated him." "I know," Lin Feng said. "Then why?" "Next time he takes a forbidden pill, so will I." Li Fan dared not press further. Luo Qingxiu supported Lin Feng to his feet and guided him back into the inn. Lin Feng's steps were slow and labored, pain flaring with every movement, yet he refused to be carried. He entered his room, closed the door, and sat cross-legged upon the bed to continue his healing. Spirit stones clutched in his hands, sword essence circulated through his meridians again and again. Broken bones mended, wounds scabbed over. By dawn, Lin Feng opened his eyes. His chest no longer ached, his ribs had fully healed. He rose and pushed open the window. Sunlight washed over his face. He tapped the scabbard with his fingers. Clink, clink, clink. "Next time we meet, Hall Master, I will not give you the chance to take another forbidden pill." Lin Feng recuperated for 3 days. 2 ribs on his chest were broken, and the old wound on his left arm had cracked open. Every day, he swallowed healing pills and used sword qi to nurture the fractured bones. On the 3rd day, his ribs had healed, and the wound on his left arm had scabbed over. During those 3 days, the Hall Master had not returned. But Lin Feng knew he was waiting for him to recover for the next confrontation. Lin Feng did not wish to wait. He would go to Binghe Hall proactively, not to snatch anything already taken back. He went to settle scores. The punch the Hall Master had dealt him, he would return in kind. On the 4th day, Lin Feng led 300 of Luo Chen's men toward Binghe Hall. Luo Qingxiu followed behind, an ice sword in hand. Li Fan had come along as well, gripping a sword in his hand, his legs trembling. But he did not retreat. Luo Chun walked at the front, his 300 Luo clan cultivators, all clad in black robes, with swords hanging at their waists, the formation neat and orderly. At the foot of Binghe Hall's mountain, they encountered the first wave of blockers. Over 3,000 outer disciples of Binghe Hall, all at the soul transformation stage or above, stood at the mountain entrance in a phalanx, swords drawn and tips pointed at Lin Feng. Leading them was the outer sect elder, halfway to the sword sovereign realm. He stood at the very front of the formation, leaning on a long sword etched with runes. He spoke. "Lin Feng, one more step forward and you die." Lin Feng walked forward 1 step. The outer sect elder waved his hand, and over 3,000 disciples surged forward. Lin Feng drew his sword and struck threefold. The 10,000 swords returned to origin 8th layer. 100,000 sword shadows manifested. With a single thought, the 100,000 sword shadows fired at once toward the 3,000 plus. 500 fell with the first strike. Another 500 with the second. The third, fourth, fifth, and sixth strikes. All 3,000 plus disciples lay on the ground. From the foot of the mountain to its midpoint, bodies were strewn thick and dense, some screaming, some groaning, others motionless. Blood streamed down the stone steps, dyeing the blue stone slabs crimson. The air reeked of gore. The outer sect elder's face turned ashen, and he turned to flee. Lin Feng slashed one sword at his leg, and he crashed to the ground, his sword falling aside. Lin Feng stepped over him and continued upward. The outer sect elder lay prone on the ground, shouting, "Lin Feng, you wait. There are inner sect disciples above. You cannot defeat them." Lin Feng did not look back. Halfway up the mountain, he encountered the second wave of blockers. Over 2,000 inner disciples of Binghe Hall, all at the peak of soul transformation. They stood on both sides of the path, swords drawn and tips pointed at Lin Feng. Leading them was the inner sect elder at the early stage of the sword sovereign realm. He stood in the middle of the road, arms crossed, wearing a white robe embroidered with the Binghe emblem. He said, "Lin Feng, you cannot defeat me." Lin Feng said nothing and swung his sword. The heaven-soaring sword body, the origin of the Binghe sword intent, the immortal tier sword intent, and the thunder attribute. All four forces merged together. Sword chi, accompanied by the sound of thunder, slashed toward the inner sect elder. He forcefully blocked the strike, retreating 3 steps, his tiger's mouth split open, blood trickling downward. A notch appeared on his longsword. He said, "Your sword." Lin Feng gave him no chance to finish. The second, third, fourth strikes, each faster and heavier than the last. The inner sect elder blocked 10 strikes, but on the 11th, he could not hold. A sword pierced through his shoulder, the tip emerging from his back, blood flowing down the blade. He knelt on the ground, head lowered, speechless. Lin Feng walked past him. All 2,000 plus inner disciples stood frozen in place, swords raised, yet none dared to move. When Lin Feng passed beside them, they all lowered their heads and automatically parted to clear a path. Sword tips drooped toward the ground. Someone's sword fell from his grip and hit the ground with a crisp ring. At the mountain summit, he encountered the third wave of blockers. Over 500 core disciples of Binghe Hall, all halfway to the sword sovereign realm. They stood before the main hall's entrance in a curved formation surrounding the hall. Leading them was the core elder at the mid-stage of the sword sovereign realm. He stood on the steps of the main hall, looking down at Lin Feng from above, wearing a golden robe embroidered with intricate runes. He said, "Lin Feng, you will not breach this barrier." Lin Feng drew his sword and struck threefold. The heaven-soaring sword body, the origin of the Binghe sword intent, the immortal tier sword intent, and the thunder attribute. All four forces merged together. Sword chi, accompanied by thunderous echoes, slashed toward the core elder. He slapped a palm forward, and palm wind collided with sword chi. With a booming sound, the core elder retreated 10 steps, a wisp of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. His palm trembled, a patch of skin on his palm had been sheared away by the sword chi. He said, "You." Lin Feng did not stop. The second, third, fourth strikes. Blow after blow, all landing upon the core elder. The core elder blocked 7 strikes, but on the 8th he failed. A sword cleaved him aside, sending him flying to crash against the threshold of the main hall, blood gushing from his mouth. All 500 plus core disciples charged forward. Lin Feng did not retreat. The 10,000 swords returned to origin 8th layer. 100,000 sword shadows manifested. With a single thought, the 100,000 sword shadows fired at once toward the 500 plus. 100 fell with the first strike. Another 100 with the second. The third, fourth, fifth strikes. All 500 plus core disciples lay on the ground, rolling down the steps and piling together. Blood flowed down the steps like a crimson brook. Lin Feng sheathed his sword and pushed open the door of the main hall. The hall master sat at the highest seat, his face ashen, fingers trembling. His teacup fell to the ground and shattered, tea water spilling everywhere. He said, "Lin Feng, you." Lin Feng walked in and said, "I have come to repay that punch of yours." The hall master rose and slapped a palm forward. Lin Feng did not yield. He punched forward. Fist met fist. With a thunderous boom, the hall master retreated 3 steps, while Lin Feng remained rooted in place. The hall master looked down at his own fist. His knuckles cracked, blood flowing downward, his fingers unable to bend. His entire arm trembled. He said, "You." Lin Feng said, "This punch is for yours." He turned and left. The hall master sat in his chair, watching Lin Feng's retreating figure. He could not pursue, nor could he move to do so. His hand trembled as blood dripped onto the chair's armrest. The main hall was in complete disarray. Red silk torn and scattered across the floor, several lanterns knocked loose. The wails of the disciples outside continued. Lin Feng walked out of Binghe Hall. Luo Qingxue waited at the entrance, sunlight shining on her face, her eyes bright. She said, "You have one." Lin Feng said, Luo Qingxue said, "Binghe Hall will not cause you trouble from now on." Lin Feng said, Luo Qingxue said, "Then what will you do next?" Lin Feng said, "I'm going to the upper province to find the Heavens Alliance." Luo Qingxue said, I'm going with you. Lin Feng said very well. The two walked down the mountain. Behind them, all the Binghe Hall disciples knelt. From the main hall entrance all the way to the mountain gate, hundreds of people, none daring to raise their heads. The blood on the stone steps had not yet dried, gleaming with a dark red luster in the sunlight. Lin Feng walked down to the mountain base, stepping through puddles of blood, his pace steady. His fingers tapped against his sword scabbard. Clink, clink, clink. The sound echoed through the valley, carrying far. The day after Lin Feng returned from the Sword God Hall, the marriage invitation from the Binghe Hall arrived at the Sword Sect. A large red invitation card embossed with golden characters. The holy maiden of Binghe Hall, Luo Qingxue, and the young master of the Wang family, Wang, who will hold their wedding ceremony in the main hall of Binghe Hall in 3 days. Lin Feng took the invitation and glanced at it. With a squeeze of his fingers, the invitation turned to ash. Who delivered this? Li Fan stood at the door, his face pale. The Grand Elder of Binghe Hall, a half-step Sword Emperor, is still waiting outside. Lin Feng stood up and walked out. At the mountain gate of the Sword Sect, the Grand Elder stood with his hands behind his back, followed by over a dozen Binghe Hall disciples. He saw Lin Feng and curled his lips. Sect Master Lin, you've received the invitation, I presume. In 3 days, Binghe Hall awaits your esteemed presence. Lin Feng looked at him. Luo Qingxue is a member of my Sword Sect. Since when does Binghe Hall have the authority to decide her fate? The Grand Elder laughed. Luo Qingxue is the holy maiden of Binghe Hall. Her marriage is decided by the Hall Master. Your Sword Sect has no say in this. Lin Feng drew his sword. With one slash, he unleashed the full power of the intermediate sword Dao intent. The sword Qi tore through the air and struck the ground at the Grand Elder's feet. A trench 3 feet deep split open in the earth. The Grand Elder's expression shifted, and he retreated 3 steps. Lin Feng, you. Go back and tell your Hall Master in 3 days I will come. Lin Feng sheathed his sword and turned away. The Grand Elder's face turned livid as he led his men away in disgrace. Luo Chun walked over from the side. Brother, are you really going? Yes. The Hall Master of Binghe Hall is at the mid-stage Sword Emperor realm. Can you defeat him? Lin Feng looked at him. Even if I cannot, I must go. Luo Chun was silent for a few seconds. I'll go with you. No, I'll go alone. But, I said alone. Luo Chun fell silent. For 3 days Lin Feng cultivated every day. The 7th layer of the Taiga sword art reached 30, the 4th layer of the Wanjian Guizhong reached 70, and the seal on the Jinlin sword was unlocked to 10. The intermediate sword Dao intent also grew increasingly stable. Cultivation progress: Taiga sword art 7th layer, 30, Wanjian Guizhong 4th layer progress, 70, Jinlin sword seal progress, 10. On the morning of the 3rd day, Lin Feng changed into a black robe, hung the Jinlin sword at his waist, and set out. Luo Qingxue stood at the door, her eyes red. Lin Feng, are you really going? Yes. You'll die? Lin Feng looked at her. I won't die. He turned and walked away. Luo Qingxue caught up and grabbed his sleeve. I'll go with you. Lin Feng stopped and turned back to look at her. If you go, Binghe Hall will be even less willing to let you go. Luo Qingxue bit her lip. But, wait for me. Lin Feng left. Luo Qingxue stood at the door watching his retreating figure, tears streaming down her face. From Zhongzhou City to Binghe Hall, it was half an hour on horseback. When Lin Feng arrived at the foot of the mountain, dawn had just broken. At the mountain gates stood hundreds of Binghe Hall disciples, all at the divine transformation stage. The Grand Elder stood at the front, a half-step Sword Emperor. Lin Feng, you actually dared to come. Lin Feng said nothing. He continued walking upward. The Grand Elder waved his hand. Stop him. Hundreds of disciples charged forward. Lin Feng drew his sword. The Jinlin sword left its sheath, its blade golden, radiating a terrifying sword intent. The full force of the intermediate sword Dao intent caused the disciples' movements to slow by half a beat. With the 4th layer of Wanjian Guizhong, 5,000 sword shadows materialized. Lin Feng willed it, and all 5,000 sword shadows shot forth simultaneously. Screams shook the heavens. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, all the hundreds of disciples lay on the ground. The Grand Elder's face turned deathly pale. You. Lin Feng walked past him. Step aside. The Grand Elder gritted his teeth and unleashed his full half-step Sword Emperor spiritual power, striking out with the palm. Lin Feng did not retreat. He slashed with his sword. The 3rd form of the Lai Kong, sword Lai Kong, slash break. The sword Qi tore through space and struck the Grand Elder's palm. Boom. The Grand Elder stumbled back a dozen steps, a bloody gash across his palm, the bone exposed. Ah! He screamed in agony, clutching his broken hand and kneeling on the ground. Lin Feng didn't look at him, continuing upward. Halfway up the mountain, he encountered another group. The Elders of Binghe Hall. 7 at the peak of divine transformation, 1 at the half-step Sword Emperor. Lin Feng, you killed hundreds of our disciples. Don't think you'll leave alive today. Lin Feng drew his sword. Too much talk. The 7 attacked simultaneously. Lin Feng did not retreat. The 4th layer of Wanjian Guizhong conjured 5,000 sword shadows. He willed it, and all 5,000 sword shadows shot toward the 7. They blocked with their swords. Clang, clang, clang. A dense cacophony of collisions. They deflected most, but hundreds struck them, leaving them drenched in blood. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, all 7 lay on the ground. The half-step Sword Emperor's face turned livid. Lin Feng, you. Lin Feng thrust his sword at his chest. He couldn't dodge, the blade pierced his shoulder. With a cry of agony he collapsed to the ground. Lin Feng sheathed his sword and continued upward. Reaching the summit, the main hall of Binghe Hall appeared before him. The great doors were shut tight, covered with array inscriptions. The mountain protecting formation. Lin Feng stood at the entrance, the Jin Lin sword in hand. His sword intent flared to its fullest, the intermediate sword Dao intent pushed to the extreme. He slashed once. The third form of the Lai Kong, sword Lai Kong, slash break. The sword chi tore through space and struck the doors. Boom. The doors exploded, fragments scattering everywhere. The array inscriptions shattered, and the mountain protecting formation was breached. Lin Feng strode inside. The main hall was packed with people. All the major families of Zhongzhou were present, with the Binghe Hall elders seated on both sides. The hall master sat at the highest seat, a mid-stage sword emperor. Beside him stood Wang, who his broken hand wrapped in bandages. When Wang Hu saw Lin Feng, his expression changed. Lin Feng, you dare come? Lin Feng ignored him and looked at the hall master. I'm here. The hall master sneered. Here to die? Lin Feng drew his sword. Here to take someone away. The hall master stood up. You at the early divine transformation stage are worthy. He struck out with a palm, unleashing the full power of his mid-stage sword emperor's spiritual energy. The palm wind whipped up a fierce gale, overturning tables and chairs in the main hall. Lin Feng did not retreat. He activated the full intermediate sword Dao intent, the chilling force pushing back the palm wind. The fourth layer of Wanjian Guizong conjured 5,000 sword shadows. The hall master's expression shifted. The fourth layer of Wanjian Guizong. Where did you learn that? Lin Feng didn't answer. With a thought, all 5,000 sword shadows shot toward the hall master. The hall master swatted away thousands of the sword shadows with a single palm, but hundreds struck him, shredding his robes into dozens of holes. Impressive boy. He gritted his teeth, unleashing his full spiritual power, each palm strike heavier than the last. Lin Feng did not retreat. The Jin Lin sword blazed with golden light as he slashed. The third form of the Lai Kong, sword Lai Kong, slash break. The sword chi tore through space and struck the hall master's palm. Boom. Both retreated 5 steps. The hall master's face turned livid. You at the early divine transformation stage can actually fight me to a draw. Lin Feng said nothing. The fourth layer of Wanjian Guizong summoned 5,000 sword shadows once more. The hall master's expression changed. Stop. Lin Feng halted. Hand over Luo Qingxue. The hall master gritted his teeth. Impossible. Lin Feng stared at him. Then I'll fight until you do. He thrust his sword forward. The hall master sidestepped to avoid it, the blade grazing his ribs. You. Lin Feng gave him no time to catch his breath. Sword thrust after sword thrust, all aimed at the hall master's vital points. The hall master grew increasingly strained, sweat beading on his forehead. Stop. I'll hand her over. Lin Feng halted. The hall master waved his hand. Bring the holy maiden here. 2 elders brought Luo Qingxue forward. When Luo Qingxue saw Lin Feng, tears streamed down her face. Lin Feng, come with me. Lin Feng took Luo Qingxue's hand and walked out. The hall master watched his retreating figure, a sinister glint in his eyes. Lin Feng, you will regret this. Lin Feng did not look back. Regret? That is my concern. Lin Feng led Luo Qingxue out of the main hall. Behind them, all the elders of the Binghe Hall rose to their feet. Hall master, are we just letting him walk away? The hall master narrowed his eyes. He won't be leaving. He struck his palm down upon the central formation node of the grand hall. Boom. The protective mountain array fully activated, enveloping the entire Binghe Hall beneath a shimmering barrier. Lin Feng halted and glanced back. The barrier was thick, its runes flowing continuously across its surface. Any cultivator below the Sword Emperor realm would find it utterly impenetrable. Lin Feng, this is an ancient formation. Any who enter below the Sword Emperor realm will perish. The hall master stood at the doorway of the main hall, a cold sneer on his lips. You truly believe you'll leave here alive? Lin Feng said nothing. With the golden scale sword in hand, he unleashed his sword intent to its fullest extent. He swung the blade against the barrier. Boom. The barrier trembled, but held. The hall master laughed. Save your strength. You cannot break through. Lin Feng ignored him and closed his eyes, extending his perception toward the barrier's array patterns. His sword heart illuminated completely. Every flowing rune became crystal clear within his mind. Found it. The barrier's weak point lay at the southeastern corner. Lin Feng opened his eyes and walked toward the southeast. The hall master's expression shifted. Stop him. Dozens of elders charged forward. Lin Feng did not retreat. The fourth layer of the 10,000 swords returned to origin. 5,000 sword shadows materialized around him. With a mere thought, all 5,000 swords shot forth simultaneously. Screams of anguish rose from every direction. All dozens of elders lay crumpled upon the ground. Lin Feng reached the southeastern corner, golden light blazing from the golden scale sword. He swung once. The third form of the rift-cleaving sword, rift cleaving, slash break. Sword energy tore through the fabric of space, striking the barrier at its most fragile point. Boom. A fissure cracked open across the barrier. Lin Feng pulled Luo Qingxue through the opening. The Hall Master's face turned ashen. After them, he and his followers pursued outside. Lin Feng stood at the mountain gate looking back at them. Hall Master, I won't forget what happened today. He turned and departed with Luo Qingxue. The Hall Master remained at the mountain gate, making no move to chase. Beside him an elder murmured, Master, are we really letting him go? The Hall Master grit his teeth. His combat strength exceeds my expectations. Return and investigate. Who exactly is he? Yes. Lin Feng led Luo Qingxue back to the sword sect. Luo Chun and Lin Feng waited at the entrance. Upon seeing them return, they leaped up in excitement. Brother, you're back. Senior sister Luo is back too. Lin Feng nodded. Let's go inside. The group entered the main hall. Lin Feng sat upon the sect master's throne and tapped his fingers against his sword scabbard. Dang dang dang. Special check-in location triggered. Binghe Hall, wedding ceremony site, check-in successful. Congratulations host, you have obtained Heavenly Sword Body X1, A Ice River Sword Intent Origin, X1 A Sphere of Light merged into his forehead. Lin Feng closed his eyes. Within his mind a voice echoed. Heavenly Sword Body, all swords return to their origin. He felt his body undergoing transformation. His bones cracked, his meridians expanded, and his blood burned. Heavenly Sword Body fusion in progress. Fusion progress 10, 30, 60. Fusion complete. Congratulations host on obtaining the Heavenly Sword Body Sword Dao damage increased by 100 immunity to most sword-based attacks ability to perceive the laws of sword intent in heaven and earth with additional bonuses to ice type, Sword Dao Ice River Sword Intent Origin fusion in progress. Fusion progress 10, 30, 60. Fusion complete. Congratulations host on obtaining the Ice River Sword Intent Origin Ice type, Sword Dao damage increased by 50 ability to freeze opponent's spiritual energy and counter effects against fire type cultivation methods. Lin Feng opened his eyes. Spiritual energy surged through his entire body and his realm broke through directly from early spirit transformation to mid-spirit transformation. Congratulations host on breaking through to mid-spirit transformation. Luo Qingxue looked at him, her gaze complex. You've broken through again. MHM. The Heavenly Sword Body. MHM. Luo Qingxue fell silent for a few moments. Lin Feng, just how many secrets do you still have? Lin Feng did not answer. Rest first. Tomorrow I will take you somewhere. Where? The Sword God Temple. Luo Qingxue nodded. After Lin Feng snatched the bride, Binghe Hall was utterly disgraced, and the Hall Master flew into a rage. He mobilized all forces of Binghe Hall, 20 elders and 1,000 disciples, surrounding the inn where Lin Feng stayed until not a soul could slip through. The Hall Master stood at the forefront with a dark sea of people behind him completely blocking the entire street. Lin Feng pushed open the inn door and stepped out. 3 swords hung at his waist, and Xiao Bai perched upon his shoulder. Luo Qingxue followed close behind, ice sword in hand. Luo Chun led 300 Luo clan cultivators and took position on both sides of the inn, blades already drawn. The two factions stood face to face, the air taut as a bowstring pulled to its limit. The Hall Master pointed at Lin Feng and declared, "You will not leave today." Lin Feng said nothing and drew his sword. The Qing Feng's sword hissed from its scabbard, its bluish-green blade radiating a chilling aura. Luo Qingxue stepped beside Lin Feng and whispered, "Lin Feng, let me go with you." Lin Feng looked at her. Luo Qingxue said, "I am the Holy Maiden of Binghe Hall. They would not dare harm me. Walk behind me, and we will leave." Lin Feng was silent for a moment, then nodded. Luo Qingxue led the way, Lin Feng following close behind as the two walked toward the throng of Binghe Hall disciples. The Hall Master's expression darkened. "Holy Maiden, what do you think you are doing?" Luo Qingxue did not stop. The Hall Master gestured sharply, and several elders surged forward to intercept. Luo Qingxue drew her sword in one fluid motion, sweeping the Bing blade in a devastating arc that sent a blast of freezing cold rippling outward. Binghe sword technique 5th form. Binghe upside down. The icy energy coalesced into the form of an ice dragon launching itself toward the elders. Frost claimed half their bodies, freezing them stiff in place, utterly immobilized. "Move aside," Luo Qingxue commanded. The Hall Master grit his teeth. "Holy Maiden, do you realize what you are doing?" "I do," she replied. "I am leaving with Lin Feng." The Hall Master thundered. "You are the Holy Maiden of Binghe Hall. Your marriage is decided by this hall." "My marriage," Luo Qingxue declared, "is my own decision." She continued walking forward. Lin Feng followed at her heel, his fingers resting lightly on his sword hilt, ready to strike at any moment. The Hall Master gazed deep into Luo Qingxue's eyes, silent for a long while. In over a decade of knowing her, he had never seen such an expression. Resolute, unyielding, allowing no room for negotiation or compromise. Finally, the Hall Master gestured and spoke, "Let them pass." The crowd split down the middle, forming a narrow corridor. Luo Qingxue walked through, the elders, the disciples, all of them. Lin Feng followed in her footsteps. Each time he passed a Binghe Hall disciple they bowed their heads low, none daring to meet his gaze. The two broke free of the encirclement. Behind them the hall master's voice rang out. Lin Feng, to take the holy maiden away is to make Binghe Hall your enemy. Lin Feng did not turn around. And if Binghe Hall is my enemy, what then? The two walked further away. Luo Chun led 300 men in their rear. Li Fan came running over, face flushed with excitement. Senior brother, that was incredible. You walked right past the Binghe Hall master and took her away. Lin Feng remained silent. Back at the inn, Luo Qingxue sat in Lin Feng's room, lost in thought for a long while. Then she spoke. Lin Feng, from this day forward, I belong to the sword sect. There is no returning to Binghe Hall now. Lin Feng replied, the sword sect is stronger than Binghe Hall. Luo Qingxue looked at him. How much stronger? Lin Feng said, you will know soon enough. The next day Binghe Hall officially stripped Luo Qingxue of her title as Holy Maiden. Simultaneously they declared irreconcilable enmity with the sword sect. Throughout Zhongzhou City noble families watched and waited, none daring to take a side. The Wang family was the first to step forward, announcing plans to ally with Binghe Hall and launch a crusade against the sword sect. Patriarch Wang declared that within 3 days the sword sect would be razed to the ground. When Lin Feng heard the news, he was in the midst of meditation. He opened his eyes and said, 3 days is too long. We go today. He stood, gathered his 3 swords, and walked out. Luo Qingxue followed. Luo Chun led 300 men in their wake. The group arrived at the Wang family mansion at high noon. The great gates were shut tight, guarded by dozens of sentries, all at the soul transformation stage. The guard captain caught sight of Lin Feng, his face draining of color, and bolted in retreat. Lin Feng delivered a single sword slash, cleaving the great doors in two. The wooden panels flew outward and shattered against the pillars of the main hall. From within, Patriarch Wang burst forth, followed by over 100 cultivators. Lin Feng, how dare you? Patriarch Wang roared. You threatened to raise the sword sect, Lin Feng replied calmly. So I have come to raise your Wang estate. With a wave of his hand, the 100+ cultivators charged. Lin Feng drew his sword and unleashed 3 strikes in succession. 10,000 swords returned to the origin, 8th layer. 10,000 sword images descended like rain. The first strike felled half. The second left the remainder sprawling on the ground. Within the time it takes to finish a cup of tea, over 100 cultivators lay writhing in agony on the ground. Patriarch Wang's face turned the color of ash. He turned to flee, but Lin Feng's sword flashed, shearing through his leg. He crashed to the earth. Still wish to raise the sword sect? Lin asked. Patriarch Wang shook his head frantically. No, I beg you, no more. From this day forward, Lin Feng declared, the Wang estate answers to the sword sect. Yes, of course, Patriarch Wang agreed, trembling. Lin Feng sheathed his sword and turned away. Behind him, Patriarch Wang collapsed to the ground, shaking uncontrollably. Word spread throughout Zhongzhou City the Wang estate had submitted to the sword sect. Binghe Hall fell silent. Other noble families sent envoys to the sword sect bearing gifts pledging their allegiance. Lin Feng accepted all who came, refusing tribute, but welcoming people. The sword sect's influence grew like a rolling snowball. Luo Chen remarked, Senior brother, at this rate Zhongzhou will be ours within a month. A month is too long, Lin Feng said. Half a month. Luo Chen swallowed hard and dared not speak further. The sword sect's expansion in the central continent had infuriated the Lord of the Ice River Hall. He resolved to personally intervene. One crisp morning the Lord of the Ice River Hall arrived alone at the entrance to the sword sect. No elders, no disciples, just one man and one sword. He stood beyond the mountain gate, his voice ringing throughout the entire sword sect. Lin Feng, come out. Lin Feng stepped forward, standing across from the Lord 10 paces apart. The Lord drew his sword. This was the first time Lin Feng had ever seen him unsheathe it. The blade gleamed white, its edge sheathed in a layer of frost. The Ice Soul Sword, the treasured artifact of the Ice River Hall, an exquisite spiritual weapon. Lin Feng, the Lord declared, today I come for your life. Lin Feng drew his sword. The Qingfeng blade sang as it left its scabbard. Both struck simultaneously. The Lord lunged forward, his spiritual emperor cultivation fully unleashed, his sword chi flooding the heavens with a freezing aura. Lin Feng did not retreat. He slashed outward. The divine sword physique, the primordial essence of Ice River sword intent, and immortal grade sword intent, 3 forces converging into one. The 2 blades collided with a resounding clang, sparks cascading in every direction. Both retreated 3 steps. The Lord looked down at the Ice Soul sword and saw a new notch on the blade. Your sword, Lin Feng said, mine is sharper than yours. The Lord's face turned ashen as he attacked again. This time he poured everything into it. Cold radiance blazed upon the Ice Soul sword, and he executed the 7th form of the Ice River sword technique. Ice River shatters the void. His sword chi transformed into an ice dragon, fangs bared and claws extended, charge at Lin Feng. Wherever the dragon passed, the air crystallized and the ground iced over. Lin Feng did not retreat. 3 swords at once. Qingfeng sword, Jinlin sword, Tian Shuang sword. The sword chi of the 3 immortal blades merged into a single golden arc. The blade light slammed into the ice dragon's head. With a thunderous crash, the dragon shattered fragments, scattering in all directions. The lord was driven back, 10 paces, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Lin Feng remained rooted to the spot, not yielding a single step. "You have lost," he said. The lord wiped the blood from his lip. "I am not yet defeated." Gritting his teeth, he thrust his sword forward. Lin Feng sidestepped and drove his blade into the lord's shoulder. The lord emitted a muffled groan as the ice soul sword clattered from his grasp to the ground. "Do you still wish to fight?" Lin Feng asked. The lord shook his head. "No more." Lin Feng sheathed his sword. The lord clutched his shoulder and demanded, "Why do you not kill me?" Lin Feng replied, "Kill you, and the Ice River Hall will choose another lord. One who hates me even more. Leave you alive, and you will dare not move against me again." The lord fell silent. He picked up the Ice Soul sword and turned to leave. At the mountain gate he paused and looked back. "Lin Feng, you are ruthless." Lin Feng said nothing. After the lord departed, Luo Chun came sprinting over. "Brother, you actually defeated a sword emperor." Lin Feng nodded. "Good work." Luo Chen asked, "Then what realm are you in now?" "Peak of the Sword Venerable Realm." Luo Chen's eyes widened. "Peak Sword Venerable, beating a sword emperor of the early stage." Lin Feng simply nodded. Luo Chen swallowed hard and dared not ask further. News spread across Central Continent City. The Lord of the Ice River Hall had been defeated and wounded by Lin Feng's sword. The great families completely swung behind the sword sect. No one hesitated any longer. Within 3 days, every major and minor faction in Central Continent City had submitted to the sword sect. Lin Feng had become the true overlord of the Central Continent. Li Fan ran the numbers and reported, "Senior brother, we now have over 3,000 soul transformation cultivators and 5 sword emperor elders in the sword sect." "Not enough," Lin Feng said. "Still not enough." The headquarters of the Heavenly Alliance in the Upper Continent commands dozens of sword venerables and over a dozen sword emperors, Lin Feng said. "What we have would not even be enough to whet their appetite." Li Fan fell silent. "Continue recruiting," Lin Feng ordered. Li Fan nodded and hurried away. Luo Qingxue walked in and stood before Lin Feng. "Lin Feng," she said, "thank you." Lin Feng asked, "Thank me for what?" Luo Qingxue said, "Thank you for rescuing me from the Ice River Hall." "No thanks needed," Lin Feng replied. Luo Qingxue lowered her head. "You have been so kind to me. How can I ever repay you?" "No repayment is necessary," Lin Feng said. Luo Qingxue looked up at him, her eyes shining. "Lin Feng, He gazed at her, waiting for her to continue. Her lips parted, her face flushed crimson, and she turned and fled. Lin Feng watched her retreating figure, his fingers tapping rhythmically against his sword scabbard. Clink, clink, clink. In a past life, she had saved him once. In this life, he would protect her always. A fair exchange. The news that the master of Binghe Hall had been defeated by Lin Feng's sword spread like wildfire through the streets and alleys of Zhongzhou City. Storytellers in tea houses and wine shops eagerly embellished tales of how Lin Feng had pierced the master's shoulder with a single strike and forced him to kneel and yield. Some claimed Lin Feng was a reincarnated sword god, others said his blade was an immortal weapon or that an ancient sword god stood behind him. Whatever they said, no one dared deny a single fact: Binghe Hall was finished. The master lay in convalescence for 7 days. The wound on his shoulder had scabbed over, but the deeper wound within his heart burned all the more. He sat in the main hall, flanked by more than a dozen elders, none daring to speak. After a long silence, the master said, "Go invite Lin Feng." The first elder froze. "You wish to invite Lin Feng, Your Excellency?" The master repeated, "Go." The elder dared not question further and turned away. Lin Feng received the invitation while cultivating at the sword sect. For swords rested across his knees as sword energy circulated endlessly through his meridians. The 10th layer of the primordial sword technique had reached 95%. Only one step remained before he could attain the peak of the sword venerable realm. He opened his eyes and glanced at the invitation Li Fan handed him. White paper bore the words, "Respectfully invited by the master of Binghe Hall." Li Fan smirked. "Senior brother, an invitation to dinner from the Binghe master. Could he be poisoning you?" "He wouldn't dare," Lin Feng replied. "How do you know?" "Because he fears me." Alone, Lin Feng made his way to Binghe Hall. For swords hung at his waist, and Xiao Bai perched upon his shoulder. He entered the main hall to find the master already waiting with a grand banquet. Over a dozen steaming dishes laid out. The master rose and said, "Be seated." Lin Feng sat. The master poured 2 cups of wine, pushing one toward Lin Feng and keeping the other. "Lin Feng, I offer you this cup." Lin Feng did not move. "Afraid I might poison it?" the master asked. "You are unworthy," Lin Feng replied coldly. The master gave a bitter smile and drank alone. Setting down his cup, he said, "I wish to discuss an arrangement with you. Binghe Hall wishes to form an alliance with the sword sect, not as a vassal but as an equal partner." Lin Feng regarded him quietly. "What are your terms?" "No terms," the master replied. "The Celestial Alliance seeks the destruction of the sword sect. Binghe Hall would be next. Better to unite than to perish alone." Lin Feng raised his cup and took a sip. "You agree?" the master pressed. "An alliance is acceptable," Lin Feng said, "but Binghe Hall will obey the sword sect from this point forward." The master fell silent. Beside him the first elder protested loudly. Your Excellency, you cannot agree to this. The master raised his hand to silence him. Looking at Lin Feng, he said simply agreed. Lin Feng rose and extended his hand. The master took it. In that grasp Binghe Hall and the sword sect sealed their alliance. When word reached the elders waiting outside the hall, chaos erupted. Some cried that the master had lost his mind, others declared Lin Feng an oppressor, still others warned they had invited a wolf into their home. The master stepped out and commanded, enough. From this day forward Binghe Hall and the sword sect are family. Speak now if you have objections. No one dared breathe a word. News reached Luo Qingxue, who hurried from the sword sect. She stood at the entrance of Binghe Hall, gazing upon the stone palace she had called home for over a decade, her eyes glistening. The master emerged and said, Holy maiden, you have returned. I am no longer the holy maiden, she replied. In my heart you always will be, he answered softly. Luo Qingxue bowed her head. Thank you. Lin Feng stepped out and stood beside her. The master looked at them and chuckled. Young love. Truly a blessing. Lin Feng escorted Luo Qingxue back toward the sword sect. Along the path Luo Qingxue asked, Why did you ally with Binghe Hall? Lin Feng replied, Didn't you ask the same? And say you never wanted to return? I didn't, she said. Then you need not, he answered. But Binghe Hall's strength can still serve us. Luo Qingxue smiled faintly. You are quite the calculator, aren't you? Lin Feng nodded. She glanced at his profile as the wind lifted her hair. Lin Feng, thank you, she said. You need not thank me, he replied. Won't you ask why, he added. No need to ask, she murmured. Together they walked away, leaving behind the banner of Binghe Hall. No longer the six-pointed snowflake, but a single gleaming sword. Binghe Hall had washed its name clean. From this day forth it stood as an ally of the sword sect. After the sword sect established a foothold in the middle continent, Lin Feng decided to go to the sword god temple. The sword god temple was a relic left by ancient sword cultivators containing the sword god's inheritance. All the major families of the middle continent wished to enter, but the temple had a restriction. Those without sufficient sword heart could not pass. Lin Feng possessed the sword heart illumination. Not only could he enter, but he could also ascend to the 9th floor. Lin Feng brought Luo Qingxue and Luo Chun to the sword god temple. Luo Chun brought 100 Luo family cultivators, claiming they would escort the group along the way. Lin Feng said it was unnecessary. Luo Chun said, Big brother, you are now the overlord of the middle continent. You cannot travel so shabbily. Lin Feng ignored him. The group set out at dawn. The middle continent city was still asleep with no one on the streets. Horses' hooves clattered against the stone pavement. Lin Feng rode at the front with Luo Qingxue on his left and Luo Chun on his right. Xiao Bai crouched on Lin Feng's shoulder, glancing around alertly. Its fur had fully grown back, white as snow, and its eyes sparkled like gold. After 2 hours of travel, they reached a wilderness. The system chimed daily check-in refreshed. Check-in location, Zhongzhou Ancient Road. Check-in reward, 8000 Spirit Stones, 1500, Sword Dao Insight. Lin Feng took out a spirit stone and held it in his hand, cultivating while riding. The spiritual energy within the stone was drained and powder leaked through his fingers. Luo Chun stared in disbelief and said, Big brother, you can cultivate even while riding a horse. Lin Feng said, Luo Chun asked, Are you even human? Lin Feng replied, No. After another 2 hours they arrived at a mountain. At the foot of the mountain stood a stone tablet inscribed with 3 characters, Sword God Temple. The tablet was old, and its inscriptions blurred, yet the strokes were sharp, each stroke like a sword thrust. Lin Feng dismounted, walked to the tablet, and reached out to touch it. The sword intent on the stone transmitted into his fingertips, cold hard like iron. Triggered special check-in location, Sword God Temple Mountain Gate. Check-in. Checked in. Special check-in at Sword God Temple Mountain Gate successful. Congratulations, host, you have gained 3000 Sword Dao Insight and 10 Sword Intent Fragments. A light orb sank into his brow. Lin Feng closed his eyes. The Sword Intent Fragments merged into his Sword Dao realm, and his immortal rank Sword Intent Intermediate stage rose from 20 to 25. He opened his eyes and said, Let's go. The path up the mountain was steep, the stone steps covered in moss. Dense forest lined both sides, tall trees blocking the sunlight. The air was thick with the scent of damp vegetation, and occasional bird calls echoed from the woods. Panting, Luo Chen asked, Big brother, how high is this mountain? Lin Feng said 1,000 zhang. Luo Chen repeated 1,000 zhang. Lin Feng said, Luo Chen asked, Why don't we just fly up? Lin Feng said, Don't you think climbing shows more sincerity? Luo Chen said, Big brother, you're a sword cultivator, not a pilgrim. Lin Feng ignored him. After half an hour of climbing, they reached the mountainside. Ahead lay a platform. On the platform stood 2 white-robed elders, both half-step sword emperors. Seeing Lin Feng, they raised their hands to block him and said, The Sword God Temple is a restricted area. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. Lin Feng took out the Sword God Temple Core Elder token. The elder glanced at it, his expression changed, and he said, You are a core elder of the Sword God Temple. Lin Feng said yes. The elder stepped aside and said, Please enter. Lin Feng walked in with Luo Qingxue and Luo Chun following behind. The stone hall was immense. From the entrance, a long corridor stretched inward with walls on both sides covered in sword marks. Each sword mark contained the sword intent of ancient sword cultivators, some sharp, some steady, some swift, as lightning, some heavy as mountains. Lin Feng walked and observed his sword heart illumination fully activated. Strand after strand of sword intent poured into his mind. He didn't even glance at the first floor's basic sword intent and went straight to the second. Nor did he have interest in the second floor's minor achievement sword intent. The third floor's major achievement sword intent also failed to catch his attention. On the fourth floor, he paused to contemplate the perfected sword intent for a while. Not to comprehend the sword intent itself, but to study the sword Dao rules within the sword marks on the walls. Each sword mark corresponded to a sword Dao rule. Some represented speed, some weight, some sharpness. Lin Feng committed all these rules to memory. The fifth floor was the initial stage of sword Dao true intent. Lin Feng stayed here for 2 hours. He absorbed all the sword Dao rules from the walls, and his immortal rank sword intent intermediate stage rose from 25 to 35. On the 6th floor, the intermediate stage of sword Dao true intent, he stayed for 3 hours. Immortal rank sword intent intermediate stage reached 50. On the 7th floor, the advanced stage of sword Dao true intent, he stayed for 4 hours. Immortal rank sword intent intermediate stage reached 70. On the 8th floor, the perfected sword Dao true intent, he stayed for 5 hours. Immortal rank sword intent intermediate stage reached 90. When Lin Feng reached the 8th floor, the system chimed. Triggered special check-in location, Sword God Temple 8th floor. Check-in. Checked in. Special check-in at Sword God Temple 8th floor successful. Congratulations, host, you have gained grand perfection insight of sword Dao true intent and 50 sword intent fragments. A light orb sank into his brow. Lin Feng closed his eyes. Sword intent surged in his mind like a tsunami. Grand perfection of sword Dao true intent could suppress all cultivators below the mid-stage of Sword Emperor realm and had a strong deterrent effect on the late-stage Sword Emperor. Immortal rank sword intent intermediate stage broke through directly from 90 to 100. The intermediate stage then broke through to the advanced stage of immortal rank sword intent. The advanced stage of immortal rank sword intent could suppress all cultivators below the peak of Sword Emperor realm and had an absolute suppression effect on the early stage Sword Saint. Lin Feng opened his eyes and tapped his sword scabbard with his fingers. Dong dong dong. The sound carried the tremor of sword intent, and fine cracks appeared on the scabbard. His sword intent was too powerful, and even the scabbard could not withstand it. Luo Qingxue stood beside him and said, "Your sword intent has grown stronger again." Lin Feng said to him. Luo Chen asked, "Big brother, what realm exactly are you at?" Sword Saint Peak. Luo Chen said, "Can the sword intent of a Sword Saint Peak really reach such a level?" Lin Feng did not answer. He continued upward to the 9th floor. The 9th floor had no stairs, only a door. On the door was inscribed a line. Only those with the sword heart illumination may enter. Lin Feng pushed the door open and entered. The 9th floor was a tiny room containing only a single sword. The blade was transparent like ice, and on the hilt were engraved 2 characters, Tianju. White frigid qi flowed around the blade, and the temperature in the room was several degrees lower than the floors below. Lin Feng reached out and grasped the hilt. The sword trembled and emitted a hum. A terrifying sword intent surged from the blade into his arm, numbing his entire limb with cold. He did not let go. Sword essence surged from his dantian into the sword. The warmth of his sword essence and the cold of the blade clashed. The sword shook and the hilt vibrated. Lin Feng clenched his teeth and unleashed his sword essence fully. The 4 swords simultaneously trembled, producing a resonance. The resistance of the blade weakened and finally vanished completely. Obtained ancient divine artifact Tianju sword. Divine artifact can grow. Currently in a sealed state. Requires sword intent nurturing to unseal. Lin Feng hung the Tianju sword at his waist. That made 4 swords: Qingfeng sword, Jinlin sword, Tianshuang sword, and Tianju sword. The scabbards clinked against each other, producing a crisp sound. Luo Chun stared in disbelief and said, "Big brother, you've got another sword." Lin Feng said to him. Luo Chen asked, 4 swords now. Can you even carry them all? Lin Feng said yes. Luo Chen said, your back is already full. Lin Feng said to him. The 3 of them walked out of the Sword God Temple. The 2 elders at the entrance saw the Tianju sword at Lin Feng's waist, and their faces changed drastically. The Tianju sword. That was used by the ancient sword god. No one has been able to draw it for hundreds of years, and you actually obtained it. Lin Feng said nothing and walked away. The 2 elders exchanged glances. One said, who exactly is this kid? The other replied, I don't know, but one thing's for sure, don't provoke him. The news of the sword god's legacy opening spread like a bomb dropped into Zhongzhou City. Tea houses, taverns, inns, and markets. Everyone was talking about it. The sword god's legacy opened only once every few centuries. Whoever obtained it would become the next sword god. The major families of Zhongzhou City went berserk. The Wangs, the Lis, the Zhaos, the Zhous. Each family sent their strongest disciples rolling up their sleeves ready to storm the sword god temple and seize the legacy. The Wang family dispatched 10 nascent soul pinnacle cultivators led by their grand elder, a half-step sword emperor. The Li family sent 15 nascent soul pinnacle cultivators led by the family head's own younger brother, also a half-step sword emperor. The Zhao family sent 20, the Zhou family 30. The cultivators from each family stood at the entrance of the sword god temple, a dense black mass that clogged the entire mountain gate, leaving no room to pass. Some carried swords, some held blades, and some were barehanded, but with spiritual energy surging in their palms. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder ready to ignite at any moment. Patriarch Wang stood at the forefront shouting at the top of his lungs, "The sword god's legacy belongs to our Wang family. No one else is allowed to take it." Patriarch Li, not to be outdone, shoved Patriarch Wang's hand aside. "Bullshit. It belongs to our Li family. What do you Wangs think you are?" Patriarch Zhao gave a cold laugh. "Whoever seizes it keeps it. What are you two arguing about?" Patriarch Zhou stood at the rear squinting as he enjoyed the show, occasionally chiming in, "Go ahead, fight. I'll pick up the scraps when you're done." The four families bickered fiercely, swords drawn and bows bent. Patriarch Wang and Patriarch Li nearly came to blows, but were held back by their respective elders. Patriarch Zhao and Patriarch Zhou fanned the flames from the sidelines, turning the scene into a chaotic marketplace. Just then the sound of hooves came from behind the crowd. Everyone turned to see Lin Feng approaching on horseback, unhurried and calm. He wore black robes, 4 swords hanging at his waist, and Xiao Bai perched on his shoulder. Luo Qingxue rode on his left, an ice sword in hand, cold aura radiating from her. Luo Chen rode on his right, followed by 100 Luo family cultivators, all above the nascent soul stage, dressed in black martial attire with swords at their waists, marching in perfect formation. The crowd fell silent instantly. No one spoke, no one dared to move. The family heads who had been quarreling just moments ago all clamped their mouths shut. Patriarch Wang's face turned pale and his legs trembled. Patriarch Li retreated 2 steps, hiding behind the crowd. Patriarch Zhao lowered his head, pretending to study the ants on the ground. Patriarch Zhou simply turned around, pretending he hadn't seen anything. Lin Feng dismounted, walked through the crowd, and headed toward the entrance of the Sword God Temple. He moved slowly, but every step felt like a weight pressing on everyone's hearts. The crowd parted automatically, forming a pathway. No one dared to block him, no one dared to speak. Someone accidentally stood in the way and was yanked aside by others who hissed, "You want to die? Move aside." Lin Feng stopped at the temple entrance. He turned to glance back at the crowd behind him, his gaze sweeping across every face. Patriarch Wang's legs gave way under that look, and he nearly collapsed. Patriarch Li quickly steadied him, whispering, "Steady, steady." Patriarch Wang gritted his teeth, "My legs won't listen." Lin Feng withdrew his gaze, turned, and stepped into the Sword God Temple. Luo Qingxue followed behind, and Luo Chun brought up the rear. The 3 figures vanished into the shadows of the stone hall. The crowd erupted into chaos. Someone said, "Lin Feng is inside. What do we do?" Another replied, "What else can we do?" "Wait." Someone said, "When he comes out, we rob him." Everyone turned to look at the speaker, their eyes like they were staring at a dead man. The man shrank his neck and shut up. Patriarch Wang sighed and said, "Forget it. If Lin Feng takes the sword god's legacy, Zhongzhou is his. Let's just submit obediently." Patriarch Li said, "We've already submitted. Do I need to tell you?" Patriarch Zhao said, "Submission is one thing, but I still want the sword god's legacy." Patriarch Zhou said, "Then go get it. I won't stop you." Patriarch Zhao fell silent. A crowd stood at the entrance of the Sword God Temple waiting for Lin Feng to come out. The sun moved from east to west, then from west to east. 1 day passed, 2 days passed, 3 days passed. Lin Feng did not emerge. Some grew impatient and left. Others lost hope and also left. But the majority stayed, wanting to know the outcome, whether Lin Feng could truly obtain the Sword God's legacy. On the morning of the 4th day, the Sword God Temple suddenly trembled. The array patterns on the walls lit up, emitting a pale blue-white light that seeped through the cracks of the stone hall, as if something within was awakening. The ground shook and rubble rolled down the mountain. Dust from the temple's roof was shaken loose, dancing in the air. The crowd grew restless. Someone said, "Lin Feng has obtained the legacy." Another said, "Not necessarily. Maybe he failed, and the legacy is backlashing." A third retorted, "Have you ever seen a backlash that shakes an entire mountain?" The man shut up. The tremors grew stronger. The 2 white-haired elders at the temple entrance exchanged a look, their faces pale, and said in unison, "The sword god's legacy has chosen its master." One elder said, "After centuries, someone finally obtains the complete sword god's legacy." The other elder asked, "Who exactly is this Lin Feng?" The tremors lasted for the time it takes to burn an incense stick, then suddenly ceased. Silence. Deathly silence. Even the wind stopped. Then footsteps emerged from within the Sword God Temple. Thud, thud, thud. Very slow, very steady, each step pressing on everyone's hearts. Lin Feng walked out of the Sword God Temple. Sunlight fell upon him, and the 4 swords at his waist gleamed. His aura had changed, deeper, colder, sharper. Standing before him felt like having an invisible sword pointed at your throat. The crowd instinctively retreated, no one daring to approach. Patriarch Wang was the first to kneel, forehead touching the ground, shouting loudly, "Congratulations, sect leader Lin, on obtaining the sword god's legacy." Patriarch Li knelt and said, "Congratulations, sect leader Lin." Patriarch Zhao knelt and said, "Congratulations, sect leader Lin." Patriarch Zhou knelt and said, "Congratulations, sect leader Lin." Then everyone knelt. From the temple entrance to the foot of the mountain, several hundred people, a dark sea of bowed heads. No one looked up, no one dared to meet Lin Feng's eyes. Lin Feng stood on the steps, gazing at the kneeling crowd below. He said nothing but tapped his scabbard with his fingers. Tap, tap, tap. The sound was soft, yet everyone could hear it. The sound carried sword intent, making everyone's hearts tremble. Lin Feng said, "Rise." No one dared to move. Lin Feng said, "I said rise." Patriarch Wang was the first to stand, his legs still shaking. The others followed, heads bowed, none daring to look at him. Lin Feng said, "The sword god's legacy. I have taken it." No one spoke. Lin Feng said, "Any objections?" Still silence. Lin Feng said, "Good. Dismissed." The members of the major families scattered as if pardoned, turning and running. Some lost their shoes but didn't dare stop to pick them up. Patriarch Wang ran at the front with Patriarch Li chasing after him, shouting, "Wait for me, wait for me." Patriarch Wang replied without looking back, "Wait for what? If Lin Feng changes his mind, what then?" Luo Chun stood beside Lin Feng, utterly dumbfounded. He said, "Big brother, your words now carry more weight than the palace lord's." Lin Feng was silent. Luo Qingxue said, "The palace lord has already allied with you, of course he listens to you." Lin Feng said, "It's not that he listens to me, it's that he fears my sword." Luo Qingxue asked, "Is there a difference?" Lin Feng thought for a moment, and said no. The three walked down the mountain. Behind them the sword god temple's doors slowly closed. The array patterns on the door dimmed, the pale blue-white light faded, and the stone hall returned to its original state, silent still like a tomb. Lin Feng walked down the mountain path with steady steps. The four swords clinked softly at his waist. Xiaobai crouched on his shoulder, golden eyes narrowed into slits, its tail draped around his neck, swaying gently. Luo Qingxue walked on his left, ice sword in hand. Her aura had also grown considerably. After the fusion of the Ice River Sword Heart, her Sword Dao realm was rapidly advancing. She glanced at Lin Feng and asked, "What do you plan to do next?" Lin Feng said, "Return to cultivate." Luo Qingxue said, "You've already obtained the Sword God's legacy, and you still need to cultivate." Lin Feng said, "I've obtained the legacy, but I haven't fully digested it yet. Immortal grade sword intent perfection is just the beginning. There are higher realms above." Luo Qingxue asked, "What realms?" Lin Feng said, "Sword Dao rules. Above the Sword God is the Sword Saint, and above the Sword Saint is the Sword Lord. The road is still long." Luo Qingxue fell silent. She looked at Lin Feng's profile as the wind lifted her hair. She asked, "How far do you intend to go?" Lin Feng said, "To the point where no one can threaten me." Luo Qingxue asked, "Where is that point?" Lin Feng said, "I don't know. But Di Tian is standing before that point. I'll kill him first, and then we'll see." Luo Qingxue did not ask further. The three descended the mountain, mounted their horses, and headed toward the sword sect. Along the way they encountered several groups of scouts, sent by the major families. The scouts fled as soon as they spotted Lin Feng from afar. No one dared to approach, no one dared to inquire. Lin Feng's name in Zhongzhou was like a blade. Whoever touched it died. Upon returning to the sword sect, Li Fan was waiting at the gate. He saw Lin Feng, his face flushed with excitement, and said, "Senior brother, did you obtain the sword god's legacy?" Lin Feng said, Li Fan said, "Senior brother, are you now invincible in Zhongzhou?" Lin Feng said, "What use is being invincible in Zhongzhou? There's still the Heavenly Alliance in the upper prefecture, and above the Heavenly Alliance is Di Tian." Li Fan asked, "Who is Di Tian?" Lin Feng said, "One of the creators of the heavenly realm, a demon who devoured 36 planes." Li Fan swallowed hard and asked, "Senior brother, can you defeat him?" Lin Feng said, "Not now." Li Fan said, "Then what do we do?" Lin Feng said, "Cultivate, grow stronger, and then fight." Li Fan fell silent. Lin Feng entered the cultivation chamber and closed the door. He laid the four swords across his knees, closed his eyes, and began to digest the sword god's legacy. Sword essence surged through his meridians, and the sword embryo in his dantian slowly matured. The realm of immortal grade sword intent perfection was consolidating. Every strand of sword intent became purer, denser, and sharper. He cultivated until midnight, then opened his eyes. The moon outside the window was very bright, casting cold light on the sword blades. He stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the distant sky. Over the direction of the upper prefecture, dark clouds were gathering. They were not rain clouds. They were killing intent. The Heavenly Alliance was amassing its forces. The next time they came, it would not be just a few hundred sword emperor realm cultivators. He tapped his scabbard with his fingers. Tap, tap, tap. The sound traveled far in the night, as if asking a question or as if declaring war. The news that Lin Feng had obtained the sword god's legacy spread like wildfire through the entire Zhongzhou city. In the tea houses, storytellers clapped their wooden blocks and embellished tales of how Lin Feng had stormed into the sword god hall, pulled out the Tianju sword, and made the residual soul of the sword god acknowledge him as its master. Some believed it, some did not, but no one dared to voice their disbelief within earshot of the sword sect disciples. When the news reached the headquarters of the Zhutian Alliance in the upper prefecture, the alliance leader was sipping tea. After hearing the scout's report, he set the teacup down on the table, the base meeting the surface with a crisp clink. He said nothing, but the entire hall turned icy cold. The elders flanking him bowed their heads, none daring to meet his gaze. The alliance leader rose, clasped his hands behind his back, and walked to the window, gazing at the gray, overcast sky outside. He said, "A mere junior at the sword venerable stage, having obtained the sword god's legacy, has slain hundreds of our sword emperor stage cultivators. What do you propose we do?" The great elder stepped forward, bowed, and said, "Alliance leader, I beg to lead a force to Zhongzhou and take Lin Feng's head." The alliance leader turned to look at him. "How many men will you take?" The great elder replied, 1,000 sword emperor stage, 50 sword venerable stage. The alliance leader said, "The vice alliance leader previously took 500 sword emperor stage and was completely annihilated. Do you have the confidence with 1,000? The great elder gritted his teeth. "I do." The alliance leader said, "Fine. I'll give you 1,500 sword emperor stage and 80 sword venerable stage. If you fail to kill Lin Feng, don't bother coming back." Sweat beaded on the great elder's forehead. He knelt and kowtowed. "I will not fail the mission." When the news reached Zhongzhou, Lin Feng was cultivating in the sword sect. For swords lay across his knees as sword essence coursed through his meridians in endless cycles. Xiaobai crouched on his shoulder, its tail draped around his neck, its golden eyes half closed. Li Fan pushed open the door, his face pale. "Senior brother, the Zhutian Alliance has sent another force. 1,500 sword emperor stage, 80 sword venerable stage, led by the great elder of the Zhutian Alliance headquarters, a mid-stage sword venerable." Lin Feng opened his eyes. "How many?" Li Fan said, 1,580. Lin Feng stood up and hung the 4 swords back at his waist. He said, "Tell Luo Chun to guard the sect gate with the others and not come out. I'll go alone." Li Fan panicked. "Senior brother, 1,580 and you alone." Lin Feng said, "Enough." Li Fan dared not argue further and ran off. Lin Feng walked out of the cultivation chamber. Luo Qingxue stood at the entrance, her ice sword in hand, cold air dripping from the blade. She said, "I'll go with you." Lin Feng said, "Wait inside the sect gate." Luo Qingxue said, "I won't wait." Lin Feng looked at her, paused for a second, and said, "Follow me, but don't stray too far." Luo Qingxue nodded. The two stepped out of the sect gate. Outside, a dark mass of people filled the view. 1,580 cultivators lined up from the gate all the way down the mountain, dense as a black ocean. At the front stood the great elder, a mid-stage sword venerable, clad in a black robe with the golden emblem of the Zhutian Alliance embroidered on his chest. Behind him were 80 sword venerable stage cultivators, and behind them 1,500 sword emperor stage cultivators, all at least at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Their combined spiritual energy pressed down, making the air tremble and the tiles on the sect gate rattle. The great elder sneered as he saw Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, you killed hundreds of our Zhutian Alliance men. Today you will pay with your life." Lin Feng said nothing. He stepped forward and stood on the steps before the sect gate. The 4 swords at his waist vibrated faintly, emitting a low hum. Xiaobai rose from his shoulder, its golden eyes fixed on the crowd, its tail taut. The great elder waved his hand. "Charge!" 1,580 cultivators struck simultaneously. Sword, aura blade energy, and palm wind crashed down like a torrential rain. The air was torn apart, the ground overturned, and debris flew. The entire mountain trembled. Lin Feng did not retreat. All 4 swords were drawn at once: Qing Feng's sword, Jinlin sword, Tianshuang sword, Tianju sword. For beams of sword light shot into the sky, weaving into a colossal net above. The full power of his immortal sword intent was unleashed, and the Zhutian sword body was fully activated. His sword essence surged like a tsunami, crushing the opposing crowd until they struggled to breathe. The 8th layer of 10,000 swords returning to one manifested. 100,000 sword shadows materialized. These were no illusions, but solid swords condensed from sword essence, each bearing the pressure of immortal sword intent. 100,000 sword shadows, dense and sky-obscuring, shrouded the entire mountain in sword light. With a thought, Lin Feng sent the 100,000 sword shadows hurtling toward the enemy. The first wave felled 300. The shadows pierced their protective spiritual energy, shattered their armor, and blood burst in the air. Screams rose and fell in waves. The second wave brought down another 300. Some turned to flee, but the sword shadows caught them and pinned them to the ground. The third wave felled another 300. By the 4th and 5th waves, within less than the time it takes to finish a cup of tea of the 1,580, only the great elder remained standing. He was drenched in blood, his armor shattered, his hair disheveled, and his sword broken. He knelt on the ground, looking up at Lin Feng, terror in his eyes. Lin Feng walked over and stood before him. The 4 swords hovered behind him, their tips aimed at the great elder. Xiaobai crouched on Lin Feng's shoulder, its golden eyes narrowed to slits, its tail gently swaying. Lin Feng said, "Still want to fight?" The great elder shook his head, his lips trembling. "No." Lin Feng said, "Go back and tell your alliance leader to bring more men next time." The great elder scrambled away, losing one shoe in his flight, too afraid to look back and retrieve it. Lin Feng sheathed his swords. The 4 blades flew back into their scabbards with crisp clicks. The 100,000 sword shadows dissipated, and sunlight once again shone on the sect gate. The ground was soaked in blood flowing from the gate all the way down the mountain, staining the blue stone slabs a dark crimson. The air was thick with the smell of blood, an oppressive, unshakable stench. Luo Qingxue walked over and stood beside Lin Feng. Her ice sword was still dripping blood. She had killed a few who had rushed at her. She gazed at the corpses in silence for a long time. She said, "You fought 1,580 alone and killed them all." Lin Feng said, "Not all. One escaped." Luo Qingxue said, "That one went back to report." Lin Feng said, Luo Qingxue said, "The Zhutian Alliance won't let this go. Next time it might not be Sword Emperor stage cultivators." Lin Feng said, "I know." Luo Qingxue said, "Then what will you do?" Lin Feng said, "No matter how many they send, I will kill them all." Luo Qingxue looked into his eyes. There was no fear, no hesitation, only coldness. Like the wind on the Sword Mountain in winter, like the ice in the river during deep winter. Among all the people she knew, no one else had such eyes. Lin Feng turned and walked back through the sect gate. Luo Chun, leading 300 Luo family cultivators inside, stood utterly dumbfounded. His sword had fallen to the ground, forgotten. He said, "Brother, 1,580, and you took them all on alone." Lin Feng said, Luo Chun said, "Brother, are you even human?" Lin Feng said, "No." Luo Chun swallowed hard and dared not ask further. Li Fan ran out from inside, his face flushed with excitement. "Senior brother, how strong is your battle power?" A peak sword venerable taking on 1,580 sword emperor and sword venerable cultivators. This isn't just surpassing levels, it's defying the heavens. Lin Feng said, "When your sword intent reaches a certain level, numbers become meaningless." Li Fan said, "What do you mean?" Lin Feng said, "With the full power of immortal sword intent, you have absolute suppression over sword emperor stages. No matter how many there are, their spiritual energy can't be fully unleashed. 10,000 ants can't kill a dragon." Li Fan said, "Senior brother, are you a dragon?" Lin Feng did not answer. He entered the cultivation chamber and closed the door. He sat cross-legged, took out a handful of spirit stones, and held them in his hands. In that battle, his sword essence had been depleted by 70%. He needed to recover quickly because the next time the enemies might not just be sword emperor stage. They could be sword venerable or even sword god stage. One by one, the spirit stones were drained of energy, their powder sifting through his fingers. Sword essence raced through his meridians like a flood rushing into a dry riverbed. The sword embryo in his dantian spun slowly, each rotation thickening the sword essence. Cultivating until midnight, Lin Feng opened his eyes. His sword essence had recovered to 90%. He stood up and walked to the window. The moon was bright, its light reflecting off the sword blades, casting a cold gleam. In the distance, toward the upper prefecture, dark clouds were gathering. Not rain clouds, but killing intent. The Zhutian Alliance was assembling new forces, and the next wave would be even stronger than this one. He tapped his fingers on the scabbard. Clink, clink, clink. The sound traveled far in the night, as if asking the way, or as if declaring war. The news that Lin Feng had defeated over 1,500 cultivators from the All Heavens Alliance spread throughout the central province, and reached the upper province as well. The Alliance headquarters was furious, but took no immediate action. The Alliance leader issued a decree: no one was permitted to travel to the central province without authorization. Violators would be executed. He was waiting, biding his time for a more suitable opportunity. It was not fear of Lin Feng. It was simply that he did not wish to suffer further losses. Taking advantage of this brief respite, Lin Feng entered the Sword God Temple once more. This time he was not going to contemplate sword intent nor to retrieve a sword. He had come to face the ultimate trial set by the Sword God's lingering soul. Only by passing the trial could he obtain the complete inheritance of the Sword God. Luo Qingxue wished to accompany him, but Lin Feng refused. He said, "Wait for me outside." The trial was set by the Sword God's lingering soul. Outsiders cannot enter. Luo Qingxue nodded and stood at the entrance of the Sword God Temple, her ice sword in hand, as motionless as a sculpture of ice. Lin Feng walked in alone. On the 9th floor of the Sword God Temple, the lingering soul of the Sword God stood at the center of the chamber. Its ethereal form was fainter than before, as though it might be scattered by the wind at any moment. But those eyes remained bright, sharp as two drawn blades. It looked at Lin Feng and said, "Lad, you've finally come." Lin Feng replied, "I have come to accept the trial." The lingering soul of the Sword God said, "There are 3 trials. The first tests your mind and will. The second, your comprehension of the sword path. The third, your combat prowess. Are you ready?" Lin Feng answered, "I am ready." The lingering soul waved its hand, and Lin Feng's vision went dark. When he opened his eyes again, he stood upon a vast expanse of ice. The icy plain stretched endlessly in every direction. The sky was gray, the ground was white, and the wind cut across his face like blades. The ground was covered in ice, crunching beneath his boots with every step. No trees, no grass, no living creature. Only ice and wind. At the center of the icy plain stood a figure dressed entirely in black from head to toe, with a dark cloth covering the lower half of his face, leaving only 2 eyes visible. Those 2 eyes were identical to Lin Feng's. The black-clad figure held a dark sword in his hand, its blade pitch black and reflecting no light. The voice of the sword god's lingering soul echoed from above. The first trial. Your mind and will. Defeat him, but do not kill him. His combat strength, his swordsmanship, his reflexes, all are exactly the same as yours. He is your shadow, your mirror image. How can you defeat yourself? Lin Feng drew his sword. The black-clad figure drew his simultaneously. Both struck at the same moment, their sword flashes intertwining and colliding upon the icy plane. Clang, 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 clang. The dense metallic ring of intersecting blades fell like rain. After 50 exchanges, Lin Feng had gained no advantage. The black-clad figure's sword technique was identical to his own. With every thrust, Lin Feng could predict it in advance. With every parry, he could prepare beforehand. It was not that the black-clad figure reacted faster. It was that the figure was Lin Feng himself. His sword was the figure's sword, his thoughts were the figure's thoughts. Lin Feng stopped, and the black-clad figure stopped as well. The two faced each other across 10 paces. Lin Feng pondered how to win. A direct confrontation would be futile, for the shadow shared his exact combat strength. Deceit would not work either, for the shadow knew all his schemes. Then what was to be done? He closed his eyes and activated sword heart clarity to its fullest extent. He was not watching the black-clad figure's sword. He was observing his own heart. The hatred from being betrayed in his past life, the obsession with vengeance in this lifetime, the guilt toward Luo Qingxue, the yearning for the sword path. Every emotion, every thought was laid bare before him, like opening a book and turning page after page. He saw it. His weakness was hatred. Hatred made him stronger, but it also kept him from going far. Hatred was a blade. It could kill others, but it could also wound the one who wielded it. Did the black-clad figure harbor hatred? No. The figure was a shadow, and shadows had no emotions. Therefore the figure had no weakness while he did. But conversely, he had emotions, and the figure did not. Emotions were his weakness, but they were also his weapon. For emotions could drive a person beyond their limits, something a shadow could never do. Lin Feng opened his eyes and sheathed his sword. The black-clad figure did not lower his sword. The dark blade remained pointed at him. Lin Feng took one step forward, and the figure took one step back. Lin Feng stepped forward again, and the figure retreated again. The faster Lin Feng advanced, the faster the figure retreated. Lin Feng began to run, and the figure ran with him. Then Lin Feng stopped abruptly, but the figure did not stop. It kept running. Because it had no emotions, it did not know why Lin Feng had stopped. It could only move when Lin Feng moved. When he stood still, it had no idea what to do. The black-clad figure ran off the icy plain and vanished into the gray distance. The plane disappeared. Lin Feng now stood on the 9th floor of the Sword God Temple. The lingering soul of the Sword God looked at him and nodded. The first trial is past. Your mental fortitude is stronger than I expected. Most people would try to defeat the shadow, but a shadow cannot be defeated. You chose to let the shadow disappear on its own. Well done. Lin Feng said. The second trial. The lingering soul waved its hand, and Lin Feng found himself standing in a forest of swords. Around him, thousands upon thousands of swords were planted in the ground, densely packed like a steel forest. Each sword carried a different sword intent, some fierce and piercing, some steady and grounded, some swift as lightning, some heavy as mountain, some cold as ice, some burning hot as fire. The lingering soul of the sword god said, the second trial concerns the sword path. Within the time it takes for one incense stick to burn, you must comprehend every sword intent. One incense stick's time, that was half an hour. To comprehend thousands of sword intents in half an hour was something an ordinary person could never achieve in a lifetime. But Lin Feng was no ordinary person. He possessed sword heart clarity, had reached perfection in the immortal stage sword intent, and had nurtured his foundations with 4 celestial grade swords. Lin Feng closed his eyes and activated sword heart clarity to its fullest extent. The surrounding sword intents poured into his mind one after another. Fierce ones, steady ones, swift ones, slow ones, heavy ones, light ones, cold ones, hot ones. Each sword intent was analyzed, understood, and absorbed under the radiance of his sword heart clarity. His realm of sword cultivation rose rapidly, and the bottleneck of his perfected immortal stage sword intent began to loosen. Before half an incense stick had burned, Lin Feng opened his eyes and said, I have comprehended them all. The lingering soul of the sword god asked, all of them. Lin Feng replied, all of them. The lingering soul fell silent for a few moments, then said, your talent for the sword path is the greatest I have ever witnessed. In thousands of years, the fastest person took most of an incense stick's time. You have done it in less than half. Lin Feng said. The third trial. The lingering soul waved its hand, and Lin Feng stood upon a vast battlefield. The ground was littered with shattered stones and scattered bones. 10 stone figures stood around him, all at the peak of the sword sovereign realm. Each stood 3 zhang tall, their bodies of bluish-gray hue, each wielding a stone sword. The stone swords were exceedingly heavy. Each time they struck the ground, they left a crater. The lingering soul of the sword god said, the third trial tests your combat strength. Defeat all the stone figures. They have no emotions, no sense of pain, never grow weary, and never feel fear. Their combat strength is at the peak of the sword sovereign realm, but their defense matches the early stage of a sword venerable. Even a peak sword sovereign would struggle to damage them. Lin Feng drew his sword, and all 4 swords left their scabbards simultaneously. Qingfeng Jinlin Tianshuang Tianju. For beams of sword light surged skyward, intertwining above the battlefield into a colossal net of swords. His perfected immortal stage sword intent blazed to full potency, and the heavenly all heavens sword body activated without reserve. His sword essence surged forth like a tidal wave, causing all 10 stone figures to slow their movements by half a beat. Myriad swords returned to origin, the 8th layer. 100,000 sword shadows manifested. With a mere thought from Lin Feng, all 100,000 sword shadows struck the 10 stone figures simultaneously. The first wave shattered 5 stone figures. The bodies of the stone figures cracked apart, fragments scattering in all directions, revealing their cores within. The cores glowed with a blue-white light. These were the source of their power. The second wave struck the remaining 5 stone figures, shattering them as well. Their cores were exposed and hit by sword shadows, exploding into dust. All 10 stone figures lay reduced to piles of rubble in less than 10 seconds. The lingering soul of the sword god said, "All 3 trials are past. From this day forward you are my successor." A ball of light emerged from between the brows of the sword god's lingering soul and merged into Lin Feng's forehead. Lin Feng closed his eyes. Within his mind, the image of the sword god's lingering soul grew increasingly clear. The complete inheritance of the sword god poured into his body, and his sword cultivation realm broke through once again. He broke through from the perfected immortal stage sword intent to the initial stage of the sword path laws. Initial stage of sword path laws. One can preliminarily command the sword path laws of heaven and earth, exert absolute suppression over cultivators below the sword venerable realm, deliver strong intimidation against those at the early stage of the sword deity realm, and perceive all sword intents within 100 li. Lin Feng opened his eyes. All 4 swords trembled in unison, humming with resonance. The sword god temple shook. The sword marks on the walls glowed, and the entire mountain resonated. The lingering soul's ethereal form grew increasingly faint, as though it were about to be scattered by the wind. It said, "Lad, my mission is complete." Lin Feng asked, "You are leaving?" The lingering soul said, "The power of this remnant soul has been exhausted. It is time to go." Lin Feng said, "Thank you." The lingering soul smiled and replied, "There is no need for thanks. You are my successor. This is your path." His ethereal form dispersed like a wisp of smoke carried away by the wind. Only Lin Feng remained alone in the chamber. 4 swords hovered behind him, their tips pointing downward, trembling gently, as though bowing in farewell. Lin Feng stood where he was silent for a long time. His fingers tapped against the scabbards, clang, clang, clang. The sound echoed through the empty sword god temple like a send-off. Lin Feng stood in the 9th layer of the sword god hall for a long time. The residual soul of the sword god had vanished, but the sword intent lingered, permeating every corner of the chamber. It was the final gift left by the sword god. A millennium of sedimentation, the dream of countless sword cultivators. Lin Feng closed his eyes, immersing himself in that sword intent, not to absorb it, but to feel it, like a man standing by the sea listening to the sound of the waves. The sword god's sword intent was pure, free of killing intent, free of malice, only the relentless pursuit of the sword's path. It was the cleanest sword intent Lin Feng had ever witnessed. He opened his eyes and tapped his scabbard with his fingers. Clang, clang, clang. 4 swords trembled simultaneously, as if in response. Xiaobai poked his head out from the sword body, his golden eyes fixed on Lin Feng. He let out a meow, then retreated back inside. Lin Feng turned and walked out of the 9th layer. Luo Qingxue was waiting on the 8th layer. She sat on the stairs, her ice sword resting across her knees. Cold air dripped from the blade, forming a thin layer of frost on the ground. When she saw Lin Feng emerge, she stood up and said, "Your aura has changed again." Lin Feng replied, Luo Qingxue asked, "What is your cultivation level now?" Lin Feng said, "Peak of the sword reverence realm. But my sword path has broken through the immortal level sword intent to the level of sword Dao principles." Luo Qingxue said, "Sword Dao principles." Lin Feng said, "Sword Dao principles are the realm beyond sword intent. Sword intent is momentum, o principles are laws. Intent suppresses, principles kill." Luo Qingxue was silent for a few seconds, then said, "Lin Feng, just how strong can you become?" Lin Feng said, "I don't know. I'll go as far as the path takes me." Luo Chun ran up from the 7th layer, panting heavily, having lost 1 shoe in the process. He said, "Brother, did you obtain the inheritance?" Lin Feng said, Luo Chun said, "Brother, can you now fight against a sword god realm cultivator?" Lin Feng said, "I don't know." Luo Chun said, "Let's try it out." Lin Feng said, "Who should we try it on?" Luo Chun said, "The Alliance Master of the All Heavens Alliance." Lin Feng said, "He is at the early stage of the sword god realm." Luo Chun said, "Then can you defeat him?" Lin Feng said, "Not right now." Luo Chun asked why. Lin Feng said, "The gap in cultivation is too great. From the peak of the sword reverence realm to the early stage of the sword god realm, there is a major realm in between. The difference in combat power is 5 to 10 times. My sword Dao principles can compensate somewhat, but not enough. Luo Chen said, then what should we do? Lin Feng said break through to the sword god realm. Luo Chen asked, how long will it take? Lin Feng said half a year. Luo Chen fell silent. The three of them walked out of the sword god hall. The sunlight was blinding. Lin Feng squinted. Luo Qingxue walked on his left, Luo Chen on his right. Behind them the doors of the sword god hall slowly closed, the array patterns on the door dimmed, and the bluish-white light vanished. When they returned to the sword sect, Li Fan was waiting at the entrance. When he saw Lin Feng, he jumped up excitedly, and said, Senior brother, did you obtain the sword god's inheritance? Lin Feng said, Li Fan said, Senior brother, are you now invincible in the central continent? Lin Feng said, what use is being invincible in the central continent? There's still the All Heavens Alliance in the upper continent, and above that Tian. Li Fan said, just how strong is Tian? Lin Feng said, he is at the middle stage of the sword god realm, has devoured 36 planes, and commands 12 immortal venerables, each at the half-step sword god realm. Li Fan swallowed hard, and said, Senior brother, can you defeat him? Lin Feng said, not right now. Li Fan said, then what should we do? Lin Feng said, cultivate, become stronger, then go and fight. Li Fan fell silent. Lin Feng entered the cultivation chamber, and closed the door. With 4 swords resting across his knees and Xiao Bai crouching on his shoulder, he closed his eyes, and began to digest the sword god's inheritance. The complete inheritance included not only insights into the sword path, but also the sword god's memories. Those memories surged into Lin Feng's mind like a tide, playing out scene by scene like a film. In his youth, the sword god was also an ordinary sword cultivator, starting from the most basic qi refining stage and climbing step by step. He had been wounded, had shed blood, had been betrayed, and had betrayed others. He had walked many detours and many shortcuts. His sword path was not a gift of talent, it was earned through blood and sweat. Lin Feng witnessed the sword god's most glorious moment. The sword god stood at the pinnacle of the heavens, and with a single strike heaven and earth changed color. In that strike lay millennia of accumulation and his entire understanding of the sword path. The name of that strike was All Heavens Return to Nothingness. Lin Feng opened his eyes. All Heavens Return to Nothingness was the sword god's ultimate technique. Stronger than 10,000 swords returning to one stronger than space-splitting sword. It was something the sword god had exchanged with his life. The system chimed. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the sword god's ultimate sword technique, All Heavens Return to Nothingness. Cultivation progress, first layer 0. Lin Feng closed his eyes and began to cultivate All Heavens Return to Nothingness. Sword essence surged through his meridians, circulating along a special route. With each cycle, the sword essence grew denser. The sword embryo in his dantian rotated slowly, growing larger with each rotation. Cultivating until midnight, Lin Feng opened his eyes. The first layer of All Heavens Return to Nothingness 5. Too slow. At this rate, he wouldn't even reach the third layer in half a year. But he was not impatient. The sword path was not built in a day. He stood up and walked to the window. The moon was bright, casting cold light on the sword blades. In the distance, toward the upper continent, dark clouds were gathering. That was the murderous aura of the All Heavens Alliance growing thicker and closer. They were mustering new forces. The next time they came, it would not be Sword Emperor Realm cultivators, but Sword Reverence Realm. He tapped his scabbard with his fingers. Clang, clang, clang. The sound carried far into the night. In Luo Qingxue's room, the lamp was still lit. She hadn't slept either. Lin Feng stared at that lamp for a long time. In his past life, she had been captured by the Ice River Hall, while trying to save him, imprisoned in an ice prison for 3 years. When he went to rescue her, she was no longer in human form. Her last words were, Lin Feng, you came. In this life, he would not let history repeat itself. Whoever touched Luo Qingxue he would kill. Be it Tian or the All Heavens Alliance, come one kill one, come two kill a pair. Lin Feng closed the window, returned to his meditation cushion, and continued cultivating. Spirit stones were drained one after another, powder slipping through his fingers. The 4 swords trembled gently on his knees, and Xiao Bai purred on his shoulder. The cultivation chamber was very quiet, with only the sound of sword essence flowing and Xiao Bai's purring. At dawn, Lin Feng opened his eyes. All Heavens Returned to Nothingness, first layer 8. The immortal level sword intent was now stable at perfection, and the sword Dao principles at the initial stage were also stable. The seal progress of the 4 swords had all increased: golden scale, sword 90, heaven slashing, sword 75, heaven's frost, sword 30, heaven's punishment, sword 10. Lin Feng stood up and pushed open the door. Luo Qingxue was standing at the entrance holding a bowl of kanji. She said, you didn't sleep all night. Have something to eat. Lin Feng took the bowl and finished it in a few mouthfuls. Luo Qingxue took the empty bowl and said, Lin Feng, I have something to tell you. Lin Feng said, speak. Luo Qingxue said, I want to go to the Ice River Hall to retrieve something. Lin Feng said, what? Luo Qingxue said, the Ice River Hall's supreme treasure, the Ice River Sword Heart. It was the ultimate treasure for ice attribute sword cultivators, capable of greatly enhancing the power of Ice Sword Path. Her Ice Sword talent had been stuck at the peak of the nascent soul stage for a long time, and she needed the Ice River Sword Heart to break through. Lin Feng said, "Will the Hall Master give it to you?" Luo Qingxue said, "I don't know." Lin Feng said, "I'll go with you." Luo Qingxue said, "No need, I'll go alone." Lin Feng said, "I said I'll go with you." Luo Qingxue looked into his eyes. There was no room for negotiation in those eyes. She nodded and said, "Okay." The two rode horses to the Ice River Hall. The Hall Master was drinking tea in the main hall. When he saw them enter, he stood up and said, "Sect Master Lin Saintis, what brings you here?" Luo Qingxue said, "Hall Master, I wish to retrieve the Ice River Sword Heart." The Hall Master's expression changed. He said, "The Ice River Sword Heart is the supreme treasure of the Ice River Hall. It is never lent out." Lin Feng drew his sword. The azure-edged sword left its scabbard, its tip pointing at the Hall Master. The Hall Master took a step back and said, "Sect Master Lin Yu." Lin Feng said, "Lend it or not." The Hall Master gritted his teeth and said, "Lend it." The Hall Master led them to the deepest part of the Ice River Hall. It was an ice chamber, its walls covered in frost, the temperature so low it made one shiver. Suspended in the center of the ice chamber was a blue orb the size of a fist, radiating bone-chilling cold. White light flowed on its surface as if it were alive. The Ice River Sword Heart. Luo Qingxue walked over and reached out to grasp the orb. The cold energy within surged into her body, frosting her hair, eyebrows, and lashes. Her face turned pale, her lips purple, and her hands trembled. But she did not let go. The cold grew more intense, and Luo Qingxue's body began to freeze, starting from her fingers, spreading to her arms, then to her shoulders. Lin Feng walked over and took her hand. His sword essence flowed into her body, helping her fend off the cold. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, the cold dissipated, and the orb merged into Luo Qingxue's body. Luo Qingxue's aura surged, breaking through from the peak of the nascent soul stage to the half-step Sword Emperor realm, then to the early stage of the Sword Emperor realm. Her ice sword trembled at her waist, emitting a resonant hum. The Ice River Sword Heart had acknowledged its master. The Hall Master gave a wry smile and said, "Saintis, the Ice River Sword Heart has chosen you. This is the will of heaven." Luo Qingxue said, "Thank you, Hall Master." The Hall Master said, "You need not thank me. You have always been the Saintis of the Ice River Hall." Luo Qingxue lowered her head and said nothing. The two walked out of the Ice River Hall. Luo Qingxue looked at Lin Feng and said, "Thank you for accompanying me." Lin Feng said, "You're welcome." Luo Qingxue said, "You're still holding my hand." Lin Feng let go. Luo Qingxue smiled. Lin Feng had never seen her smile before. It was beautiful. Luo Qingxue said, "Let's go." Lin Feng said, The two rode back to the Sword Sect. On the way, Luo Qingxue said, "Lin Feng, once I break through to the peak of the Sword Emperor realm, I'll help you fight the All Heavens Alliance." Lin Feng said, "Good." Luo Qingxue said, "Aren't you going to ask me why?" Lin Feng said, "No need." Luo Qingxue said, "Because what you want to do is what I want to do." Lin Feng looked at her and said nothing. Luo Qingxue blushed and turned her head away. He tapped his scabbard with his fingers. Clang, clang, clang. The sound carried far in the wind. The complete inheritance of the Sword God was now his. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the 9th floor of the Sword God Temple, spiritual energy still churning within his body. In his dantian, the golden core at the peak of deity transformation had cracked open, and a new realm was taking shape. Sword Venerable. That was a threshold he had spent 30 years trying to reach in his past life. Now, barely half a year after his rebirth, he was about to cross it. Lin Feng closed his eyes and activated the 9th level of the supreme ancient sword art. Spiritual energy sprinted through his meridians 5 times faster than at the 8th level. At the center of his dantian, the deity transformation golden core shattered completely. The fragments did not dissipate. Instead, they recondensed into a tiny sword. The hallmark of a sword venerable, the sword fetus. Once the sword fetus formed, a sword cultivator's spiritual energy was no longer ordinary. It became sword origin. The power of sword origin was 10 times that of normal spiritual energy. The sword fetus was condensing. 10%, 30%, 60%. Success. Lin Feng opened his eyes. Sword origin coursed through him as thick as an ocean, more than 10 times stronger than his peak deity transformation state. He tightened his grip on the golden scale sword. The blade hummed, golden light blazing. The myriad heavens sword body automatically activated, and the true meaning of Sword Tao unfolded in its perfect entirety. The very air on the 9th floor of the Sword God Temple trembled. Lin Feng rose to his feet. He tapped the sword sheath with his finger. The sound was sharper than before, resonating with sword origin. At the early stage of the Sword Venerable realm, sword origin power increased 1,000%. At the perfection level of Sword Tao true intent, all cultivators below the mid-stage of Sword Venerable could be suppressed with a strong deterrent effect against those at the late stage. The 7th level of myriad swords return to the origin cultivation was at 10%. The golden scale sword seal was at 40%. Lin Feng pushed open the door and stepped out of the 9th floor. Luo Chun and Luo Qingxue were waiting on the 8th floor. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Luo Chen's eyes widened. "Brother, your aura. I've broken through to the Sword Venerable realm." Luo Chen swallowed hard. "Sword Venerable. You went from peak deity transformation to sword venerable in one day. Luo Qingxiu said nothing, but the look in her eyes was brighter than ever before. Lin Feng headed outward. Let's go back. The three of them left the sword god temple. The two elders at the entrance saw Lin Feng, and their expressions completely changed. Is sword venerable. From peak deity transformation to sword venerable in one day. Lin Feng ignored them and walked past. The two elders exchanged glances. That kid is truly a monster. Say no more. The sect master warned us not to provoke him. Back at sword sect, Li Fan was waiting at the entrance. Seeing Lin Feng, he froze. Senior brother, your aura. Why do I feel like a blade is pressed against my neck? I've broken through to the sword venerable realm. Li Fan's legs nearly buckled, and he almost fell to his knees. Sword venerable. Senior brother, how long have you been cultivating? Lin Feng did not answer, and walked into the main hall. He sat upon the sect master's seat and tapped his sword sheath. Luo Chun. Yes. From today onward, sword sect will officially recruit disciples. No restrictions on background or origin. As long as one possesses sufficient sword Dao talent, they will be accepted. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. Brother, you're expanding sword sect. Correct. Zhongzhou is only the beginning. I will make sword sect dominate the myriad heavens. Luo Chen clenched his fist. Very well. Standing nearby, Luo Qingxiu spoke softly. Lin Feng, some elders in the Ice River Hall remain unruly. Shall I handle them? Lin Feng looked at her. Those who are disobedient, kill. Luo Qingxiu nodded. I will go at once. She turned and left. Lin Feng watched her retreating figure for a moment before returning his gaze. Sword sect was only the beginning. The myriad heavens alliance was the true goal. Lin Feng rose and stepped out of the main hall. Standing atop the sword sect mountain peak, he looked down upon Zhongzhou City. He tapped his sword sheath with his finger. The next step was to recruit sword cultivators from across the world. On the third day since Lin Feng broke through to the sword venerable realm, news arrived from the sword god temple. Deep within the temple lay an ancient, immortal sword sealed for 10,000 years, never before drawn by any human hand. An immortal sword. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. Big brother, you want to try? Lin Feng nodded. Let's go. The three of them set off toward the sword god temple. Midway, the system chimed, triggering special check-in location deep within the sword god temple. Check-in reward preview: immortal sword, Qing Feng 1, ancient sword formation 1. Lin Feng paused in his steps. An immortal sword. The rewards the system previewed never failed to deliver. Big brother, what's wrong? Luo Chen asked. Nothing. Let's go. Upon reaching the sword god temple, the two elders were still there. Seeing Lin Feng, they automatically stepped aside. Sect Master Lin, the temple master, said you may enter anywhere. Lin Feng nodded and walked in, heading straight for the deepest part of the temple. It was a vast underground cavern, its walls carved with countless formation marks. At the center of the cavern stood a sword. Its blade was emerald green, and carved into the hilt were two characters, Qing Feng. Around it floated a faint aura of sword intent. That sword intent was pure and cold like winter wind. Lin Feng approached and reached out to grasp the hilt. The blade shuddered, emitting a resonant hum. A resistant force surged through the hilt, numbing his palm. Lin Feng frowned and unleashed his full sword essence. His heaven-span sword body activated, automatically pressing down with perfected sword Dao intent. The resistance was suppressed, but it still fought back. Yield to me, or shatter. Lin Feng's voice was cold. The sword trembled again, its struggling weakening. Lin Feng intensified his sword essence output. The golden scale sword at his waist hummed in support. The resisting force vanished entirely. The blade emitted a clear ringing hum, as if responding. Lin Feng drew the Qing Feng sword. Its emerald blade gleamed with lethal sharpness, the tip shimmering with cold light. The formation marks throughout the cavern ignited as if in celebration. Special check-in at the deepest chamber of the sword god temple successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining immortal sword Qing Feng 1, immortal grade artifact, growable, currently sealed. Requires sword intent nurturing to unlock. Congratulations, host, on obtaining ancient sword formation 1, can be deployed to form a sword array that traps and slays sword venerable realm experts. Lin Feng hung the Qing Feng sword at his waist and shifted the golden scale sword to his left side. Two swords, one gold, one green, clicked against each other with a crisp sound. Luo Chun waited at the entrance, his eyes widening as he saw Lin Feng emerge. Big brother, you got an immortal sword? Yes. Two swords now? Yes. Luo Chun swallowed hard. Big brother, how many swords do you actually need? Lin Feng didn't answer. He walked out. At the temple entrance, the two elders saw the Qing Feng sword at Lin Feng's waist and turned pale. Qing Feng's sword. That's an ancient, immortal sword. No one has drawn it in 10,000 years, and you actually. Lin Feng ignored them and walked away. The two elders' legs buckled, and they sank to the ground. What kind of person is this kid? Don't know, but whatever you do, don't mess with him. Back at the sword sect, Lin Feng closed his door, sat cross-legged, and took out the Qing Feng sword, placing it on his knee. He channeled his sword intent to nurture it. The sword trembled slightly, its seal loosening. Qing Feng sword seal progress 5. He tended to both immortal swords in rotation. Golden scale sword at 45, a Qing Feng at 5. Once both swords were fully unsealed, their power would be at least 10 times what it is now. Lin Feng closed his eyes and continued cultivating. The 9th layer of the primordial sword art had reached 50, and his early stage sword venerable foundation grew ever more solid. Cultivation progress, primordial sword art 9th layer 50. 10,000 swords return to origin 7th layer cultivation progress 20. Cultivating until midnight. Lin Feng opened his eyes. There was movement outside the window. He stepped to it and looked down. A group of strangers stood on the street below. The leader was a middle-aged man at the mid-stage of the sword venerable realm wearing black robes with an emblem embroidered on his chest, the mark of the All Heavens Alliance. Lin Feng's gaze turned cold. The All Heavens Alliance. The Central Plains branch. They had finally come. Lin Feng come out. The middle-aged man's voice was not loud, but it carried across the entire sword sect. Lin Feng pushed open the window and dropped down, standing face-to-face with the middle-aged man. The All Heavens Alliance. The man nodded. I am Zhao Wuji, Vice Sect Master of the Central Plains branch of the All Heavens Alliance. What do you want? Zhao Wuji sneered. You destroyed the Ice River Hall and absorbed most of the Central Plains factions. You have already infringed upon the interests of the All Heavens Alliance. Lin Feng looked at him. And oi. Therefore either submit to the All Heavens Alliance or die. Lin Feng drew his sword. The Qing Feng sword left its scabbard, its emerald blade radiating cold menace. And if I refuse? Zhao Wuji's expression darkened. Then I will beat it out of you. He lunged forward with a palm strike, unleashing the full power of his mid-stage sword venerable cultivation. The palm wind howled like a storm, sending stone slabs flying across the street. Lin Feng did not retreat. He unleashed his full sword essence, pressing down with perfected sword Dao intent. A flash of green light erupted from the Qing Feng's sword as he slashed, a single strike. Rending Sky Sword, third form rending/shatter. Sword energy tore through space, striking Zhao Wuji's palm. Boom. Zhao Wuji retreated 10 steps, a bloody gash appearing on his palm. You? He stared at his wounded hand, disbelief written across his face. An early stage sword venerable should not be able to injure me. Lin Feng said nothing. The 7th layer of 10,000 swords returned to origin activated, and 50,000 sword shadows materialized. Thick and dense, they blotted out the heavens, illuminating the entire street with sword light. Zhao Wuji's face contorted in shock. The 7th layer of 10,000 swords returned to origin. Where did you learn it? Lin Feng did not answer. With a thought, all 50,000 sword shadows shot toward Zhao Wuji and the men behind him. Zhao Wuji swatted away thousands with a single palm strike, but hundreds still found their mark, painting him in blood. The dozens behind him fared far worse, riddled through by sword shadows like sieves writhing on the ground in agony. Zhao Wuji's face turned ashen. Lin Feng, wait until the All Heavens Alliance hears of this. They will not spare you. He turned and fled. Lin Feng did not pursue. He sheathed his sword and climbed back upstairs. Luo Chen stood at the stairwell, his face drained of color. Big brother, the All Heavens Alliance is here. Yes. You wounded their vice sect master. Yes. Luo Chen swallowed hard. Big brother, do you understand how powerful the All Heavens Alliance is? Their Central Plains sect master is at the late stage of sword venerable, and at headquarters there are sword emperors and sword gods. Lin Feng looked at him. And oi. Luo Chen fell silent. Lin Feng entered his room and closed the door. His fingers tapped the sword scabbard. Ding, ding, ding. The All Heavens Alliance. 1 comes, 1 dies. 2 come, 2 fall. The news that Lin Feng had obtained the sword god's legacy plunged like a dagger into the heart of the Alliance of All Heavens. The sect master of the Central Province branch Qin Song could no longer sit still. He sat in the great hall with over a dozen elders standing before him, each wearing a grim expression. Qin Song tapped his fingers on the table for a long time, then suddenly stopped, and said, Lin Feng must die. The sword god's legacy in his hands must belong to our Alliance of All Heavens. The Grand Elder said, Sect Master, you know Lin Feng's combat power. Vice Sect Master Zhao Wuji took dozens of people and was all wounded by him. With our few people, I'm afraid it's not enough. Qin Song gave a cold laugh and said, that wastes Zhao Wuji. It's normal that he couldn't beat Lin Feng. This time I'll go personally. I'll bring 30 elders, all at the early and middle sword venerable realm. No matter how strong Lin Feng is, he's just one man. The Grand Elder wanted to say something more, but Qin Song raised his hand to stop him. He said, issue the order set out at dawn tomorrow. I will make Lin Feng understand the consequences of offending the Alliance of All Heavens. The next morning, Qin Song led 30 elders marching in force toward the sword sect. 30 sword venerable realm powerhouses, their aura crushing the villages along the way into chaos. They did not ride horses, but walked directly through the air like 30 black lightning bolts streaking across the sky. At the mountain gate of the sword sect, Luo Chun was leading disciples in sword practice. He looked up and saw the 30 black figures on the horizon. His face instantly turned pale. He threw down his sword, turned, and ran toward the main hall, shouting as he ran, Big brother, big brother, something terrible has happened. Lin Feng was cultivating with 4 swords lying across his knees. He opened his eyes and said, what is it? Luo Chun panting said, the sect master of the Central Province branch of the Alliance of All Heavens has come bringing 30 people all at the sword venerable realm. Lin Feng stood up and hung the 4 swords back on his waist. Xiaobai poked its head out from the sword body, its golden eyes narrowing into slits, and let out a meow. Lin Feng patted its head and said, let's go. He walked out of the main hall. Luo Qingxue was already waiting in the courtyard in ice, sword in hand, cold air dripping from the blade. She said, I'll go with you. Lin Feng said, you stay inside. Luo Qingxue said, I'm not staying. Lin Feng looked at her, said nothing more. The two walked out of the mountain gate together. Qin Song with 30 elders had already landed on the open ground outside the gate. 30 sword venerable powerhouses stood in a row, their aura causing the tiles on the gate to tremble. Qin Song stood at the front wearing a black robe with the golden emblem of the Alliance of All Heavens embroidered on his chest. His hair was gray, his face deeply lined, but his eyes were sharp like an eagle's. He looked Lin Feng up and down and said, you are Lin Feng. Lin Feng said yes. Qin Song said, hand over the sword god's legacy, and I will spare your life. Lin Feng said, if you want it, come and take it yourself. Qin Song's face darkened, and he said, you refuse the toast only to drink the forfeit. Attack. The 30 elders struck simultaneously. Their sword venerable realm's spiritual power fully unleashed, sword chi, blade chi, and palm wind crashed down like a deluge. 30 attacks converged into a torrent pressing down on Lin Feng like a mountain collapsing. Lin Feng did not retreat. 4 swords were drawn simultaneously: Qing Feng, sword Jin Lin, sword Tianshuang sword, and Tianju sword. For beams of sword light shot into the sky, interweaving into a massive sword net. The initial stage of Sword Dao rules was fully activated, and the all-heaven sword body was fully unleashed. His sword essence surged out like a tsunami, slowing the attacks of the 30 opponents by half a beat. The 8th level of 10,000 swords returning to 100,000 sword shadows emerged. Dense and countless, they blotted out the sky and covered the sun, illuminating the entire mountain. With a thought, Lin Feng directed the 100,000 sword shadows toward the 30 men. With the first wave, 10 fell. The sword shadows pierced their protective spiritual energy, penetrating their shoulders, thighs, and chests. Blood blossoms burst in the air and screams rose and fell. The second wave felled another 10. The remaining ones' faces changed dramatically. They turned to flee. But the sword shadows were too fast, as dense as raindrops, impossible to dodge or block. With the third wave, the remaining 10 all lay down. 30 sword venerable realm elders, in less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, were all on the ground. Some were screaming, some groaning, some already motionless. Blood flowed from their bodies, pooling into small puddles on the bluestone slabs. Qin Song stood at the front, drenched in blood. His sword was broken, his clothes torn, his hair disheveled. He knelt on the ground, looking up at Lin Feng, his eyes filled with terror. He said, you, what kind of monster are you? Lin Feng walked over and stood before him. 4 swords hovered behind him, their tips pointing at Qin Song. Xiaobai crouched on Lin Feng's shoulder, its golden eyes fixed on Qin Song, its tail stiff and straight. Lin Feng said, do you still want to fight? Qin Song shook his head, his lips trembling, and said no more. Lin Feng said, from today onward, the Central Province branch of the Alliance of All Heavens comes under the rule of the Sword Sect. Qin Song gritted his teeth and said, the headquarters of the Alliance of All Heavens will not agree. Lin Feng said, that is my concern. Do you agree or not? Qin Song lowered his head and said, I agree. Lin Feng sheathed his sword, turned, and walked away. Luo Qingxue followed behind him. Luo Chen stood inside the mountain gate, his legs trembling. He said, big brother, 30 sword venerable realm cultivators, and you wiped them all out with 3 sword strikes. Lin Feng said, Luo Chen said, big brother, did you cheat? Lin Feng said, what does cheat mean? Luo Chen said, nothing. Lin Feng entered the main hall, closed the door. He sat down cross-legged, took out a handful of spirit stones, and held them in his hands. The battle earlier had consumed 60% of his sword essence. He needed to recover quickly because the headquarters of the Alliance of All Heavens would not let the matter rest. Spirit stones were drained one after another, powder trickling from between his fingers. Sword essence surged through his meridians like a flood rushing into a dry riverbed. The sword embryo in his dantian rotated slowly, each revolution thickening the sword essence by a fraction. He cultivated until midnight, then opened his eyes. His sword essence had recovered to 90%. He stood up and walked to the window. The moon was bright, shining on the sword blade, reflecting a cold light. In the distance toward the upper province, dark clouds were gathering. That was the killing intent from the headquarters of the Alliance of All Heavens growing denser. He tapped his fingers on the scabbard, clang, clang, clang. The sound carried far in the night. Qin Song had been defeated. All 30 sword venerable realm elders lay fallen. When the news reached the main headquarters of the Zhongzhou branch of the Heavenly Alliance, the remaining disciples were thrown into panic. Some wanted to flee, others to surrender, and a few desperate souls considered a last stand. But no one dared to take the lead. The sect master was absent, the elders were gone, and the dragon had lost its head. Lin Feng gave them no time to deliberate. At dawn the following day, he led Luo Chun and his 300 men straight for the Heavenly Alliance Zhongzhou branch headquarters. The Zhongzhou branch headquarters stood on the eastern side of Zhongzhou City, a black stone hall flanked by two carved stone pillars bearing the emblem of the Heavenly Alliance. The stone hall was vast, capable of holding over 1,000 people. But today it stood empty, and most disciples had already fled with only a handful of die-hard loyalists remaining. Lin Feng stood at the entrance of the stone hall, 4 swords hanging at his waist, Xiao Bai perched upon his shoulder. Behind him, Luo Chun and his 300 men stood ready, swords drawn. Luo Qingxue stood to Lin Feng's left, her ice sword in hand, radiating an aura of biting cold. The great doors of the stone hall remained shut. From within came a cacophony of voices, some shouting to hold the gate, others urging escape through the back door. Lin Feng said nothing. He drew his sword. The Qing Feng's sword sang as it sliced through the great door. With a thunderous crash, the door exploded outward in splinters. Beyond it, dozens of disciples stood frozen in terror. Swords clattered to the ground as men dropped them in fear. Some turned to flee, others collapsed to their knees, legs giving way. Lin Feng walked inside. The hall was enormous, with a raised platform at its center and a solitary chair resting upon it. That was Qin Song's seat. Now it stood empty, for Qin Song remained imprisoned in the dungeons of the sword sect. Several elders burst forth from side doors, all half-step sword emperors. They saw Lin Feng, their faces draining of color, yet they gritted their teeth and charged forward. One shouted, "Lin Feng, you press your advantage too far." Lin Feng did not reply. He slashed his sword. The sword intent moved without sound, yet it tore a rift through the very air. The elders were blown backward by the chi shockwave, slamming against the walls and spitting blood. The remaining disciples all fell to their knees. Some cried, "Sect Master Lin, show mercy." Others begged, "We surrender." Still another wailed, "We pledge allegiance to the sword sect." Lin Feng sheathed his sword. From this day forward, the Zhongzhou branch of the Heavenly Alliance shall be absorbed into the sword sect. Those who submit may stay, those who refuse may leave. No one left. All knelt, their foreheads pressed to the floor. Luo Chun directed his men to inventory the supplies. Spirit stones, pills, artifacts, and cultivation techniques piled high enough to fill half the stone hall. Luo Chun came running over, his face flushed with excitement. "Brother, we've hit the jackpot. Over 1,000,000 spirit stones alone, hundreds of pill bottles, and more than 100 artifacts. Move everything back to the sword sect," Lin Feng said. "Yes," Luo Chun replied. Luo Qingxue stood beside Lin Feng, gazing down at those kneeling on the ground. "The Zhongzhou branch of the Heavenly Alliance is finished," she said. "Indeed," Lin Feng replied. "But the Heavenly Alliance headquarters will not sit idle." "I know," Lin Feng said. "They are already on their way." "Are you afraid?" she asked. "No," he replied. Luo Qingxue studied his profile and said nothing further. Word spread across the entirety of Zhongzhou. The Heavenly Alliance's Zhongzhou branch had been destroyed by Lin Feng and absorbed into the sword sect. The last stubborn bone of Zhongzhou City had been gnawed clean by Lin Feng's fangs. From this day forth, Zhongzhou would answer to only one voice, that of the sword sect. Elders of the various noble families dispatched envoys bearing gifts to congratulate Lin Feng on his unification of Zhongzhou. Lin Feng accepted all who came, but declined their offerings, accepting only people. The noble families sent their finest disciples to join the sword sect, and the sect's power swelled like a rolling snowball. Li Fan tallied the figures and reported, "Senior brother, the sword sect now has 8,000 disciples, 5,000 at the soul transformation stage, 50 sword emperors, and 5 sword venerables." "Still not enough," Lin Feng said. "Senior brother, is that not enough? We hold all of Zhongzhou's strength in our hands now." Lin Feng replied, "The Heavenly Alliance headquarters commands dozens of sword venerables and hundreds of sword emperors. What we have now would scarcely fill their teeth." Li Fan fell silent. "Continue recruiting," Lin Feng instructed. "Recruit from Shangzhou." "Will people from Shangzhou come?" "They will," Lin Feng said. "Because the Heavenly Alliance headquarters has lost the favor of the people. Many have been oppressed by them, but lack the courage to rise. Now that someone has stood forward, they will come." Sure enough, after the news reached Shangzhou, wandering cultivators and members of minor sects began arriving to pledge themselves to the sword sect. Some had had their resources stolen by the Heavenly Alliance, others had lost family to its cruelty, still others simply could not tolerate its arrogance and domineering ways. Lin Feng accepted them all. As long as they possessed talent in the sword path, their origins and pasts mattered not. Newcomers to the sword sect's mountain gate arrived daily, forming queues that stretched all the way to the mountain's base. Luo Chen busied himself with registration, housing assignments, and resource distribution, never finding time to rest. Yet he was joyful, for the sword sect grew stronger each passing day. Each day apart from his cultivation, Lin Feng made his routine check-in at the back mountain. There lay a bamboo grove rich in spiritual energy, an ideal place for meditation and practice. He sat within the bamboo grove with 4 swords laid across his knees, closed his eyes, and allowed sword intent to flow through the grove. The bamboo leaves stirred in response, whispering softly as though singing. Daily check-in. Cumulative reward obtained: 1500 spirit stones, 300 sword, Tao comprehension points, 50 sword intent fragments, golden scale, sword seal progress, 92% heaven severing, sword seal progress, 78%, Heaven Frost Sword Seal Progress 35%, Heaven Punishment Sword Seal Progress 15%, Xiao by Seal Progress 88%. Lin Feng opened his eyes and tapped the sword sheath with his fingers. Clang, clang, clang. Xiao Bai leapt from within the blade and settled onto his shoulder, nudging his neck with its head. Its fur had fully grown and white as snow, its eyes bright as gold. It let out a meow, its voice delicate and coquettish. Lin Feng stroked its head. Soon, he said, once your seal is fully broken, I will take you to Shangzhou. Xiao Bai chirped once more and curled back into the sword spirit realm. The news that Lin Feng had annihilated the Zhongzhou branch of the All Heavens Alliance struck Zhongzhou City like a bomb. The factions that had been watching from the sidelines overnight swung entirely behind the sword sect. No one hesitated anymore. No one wavered. For Lin Feng had already proven with his sword one undeniable truth: those who obey him prosper, those who oppose him perish. The Wang family was the first to declare their allegiance. The patriarch personally led every member of the Wang clan, young and old, to the sword sect's mountain gate to kowtow. Kneeling at the forefront with his forehead pressed to the earth, he cried out, Lord Lin. The Wang family pledges eternal loyalty to the sword sect and will never betray. Lin Feng stood at the mountain gate, gazing down at the hundreds kneeling below. Rise, he said. The patriarch dared not rise. I would not dare unless you permit it, Lord Lin. I permit it, Lin Feng said. Rise. The patriarch stood, his legs still trembling. Behind him the Wang clan members rose as well, their heads bowed, none daring to meet Lin Feng's gaze. The Li family, Zhao family, and Zhou family followed in quick succession. Within 3 days, every faction of any size in Zhongzhou City had pledged allegiance to the sword sect. None resisted. None refused. Lin Feng's sword was simply too swift, too fast for anyone to dare challenge. Luo Chun did some calculations and reported, brother, with all the forces of Zhongzhou City combined, we have over 30,000 in the soul transformation realm, more than 300 sword emperors, and over a dozen sword venerables. That is enough, Lin Feng said. Enough for what? Luo Chun asked. Enough to head to the upper state, Lin Feng replied. Luo Chun was taken aback. Brother, you mean you want to go to the upper state? Not yet, Lin Feng said. When I break through to the sword god realm. Luo Chun breathed a sigh of relief. Then how long will that take? 3 months, Lin Feng answered. 3 months. From the peak of the sword venerable realm to the sword god realm. Brother, are you not being too optimistic? Not at all, Lin Feng said. It is not about optimism. It is a necessity. Luo Chun fell silent. Lin Feng entered his cultivation chamber and closed the door. For swords rested across his knees and Xiao Bai perched on his shoulder. He closed his eyes and began to push toward breakthrough in the sword god realm. The leap from the sword venerable realm to the sword god realm was immense. The sword venerable realm meant mastery over sword essence, while the sword god realm required command over the laws of the sword Tao itself. Sword essence was raw power, something that could be forced through brute strength. But the laws of the sword Tao could only be comprehended through enlightenment. Lin Feng possessed the inheritance of the sword god, foundational understanding of sword Tao laws, perfected immortal grade sword intent, and 4 celestial swords. His foundation was thicker than anyone else, but the breakthrough remained difficult. Because the sword god realm demanded not accumulation, but sudden awakening. Lin Feng sat in his cultivation room for 7 days and 7 nights. He neither ate nor drank, neither slept nor rested. Over 1,000 spirit stones were consumed and sword essence cycled through his meridians countless times. The sword embryo in his dantian swelled larger and larger, from the size of a human head to the size of a wash basin, yet it refused to shatter. The sword embryo had to break for him to become a sword god. On the morning of the 8th day, Lin Feng opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, his face pale, but his gaze sharp and bright. He rose and pushed open the window. Sunlight warmed his face as he took a deep breath. I am still short of something, he said. Luo Qingxue stood at the doorway holding a bowl of porridge. You have not eaten in 7 days, she said. Lin Feng took the bowl and drank it down in a few gulps. What is your cultivation status? She asked. Still short, Lin Feng replied. Short of what? She pressed. A turning point, he answered. What kind of turning point? I do not know. Once I arrive, I will know. Luo Qingxue did not press further. In the days that followed, Lin Feng spent his time cultivating and making his daily check-in at the back mountain of the sword sect. The bamboo forest on the back mountain held dense spiritual energy, an ideal place for cultivation. He sat among the bamboo, letting sword intent flow through the grove. The leaves stirred and rustled in the wind of his intent, sounding almost like song. Daily check-in accumulated rewards: 200 spirit stones, 400 sword, Tao comprehension points, 80 sword intent fragments. Golden scale sword seal progress 95%. Heaven severing sword seal progress 82%. Heaven frost sword seal progress 40%. Heaven punishment sword seal progress 20%. Xiao Bai seal progress 91%. Xiao Bai leapt from the sword body and dashed about in the bamboo forest chasing butterflies. Its seal progress was steadily increasing, and it could now remain outside the sword for extended periods. Exhausted from running, it hopped back onto Lin Feng's shoulder, curled into a ball, and fell asleep snoring. Lin Feng stroked its head. Soon he said, Once I break through to the sword god realm, I will take you to the upper state. Xiaobai let out a soft meow, as if in agreement. Having secured a foothold in the central province, Lin Feng resolved to formally establish the sword sect, not the trivial enterprise of before, but a true grand sect with scale, structure, and legacy. He summoned all to the main hall at the summit of Sword Sect's peak. Luo Qingxue, Luo Chun, Li Fan, and the patriarchs of every prominent family were all present. The main hall brimmed with people, a dark sea of faces. Lin Feng sat upon the patriarch's seat at the highest place, 4 swords at his waist with Xiaobai perched upon his shoulder. From this day forward the sword sect is formally established, Lin Feng declared. I am its patriarch. No one spoke. No one dared. Luo Chun, Lin Feng called. Luo Chun rose and replied, present. From this day forward you shall serve as Grand Elder of the Sword Sect, in charge of daily affairs, disciple recruitment, and resource allocation. Luo Chen's eyes reddened. He knelt and said, brother, my life is yours. Whatever you command I shall do. Rise, Lin Feng said. Luo Chen stood and wiped away his tears. Luo Qingxue rose and replied, present. From this day forward you shall serve as Vice Patriarch and Enforcement Elder of the Sword Sect, overseeing discipline, justice, and all external affairs. Luo Qingxue nodded. Understood. Li Fan rose, his face flushed with excitement, and declared, present. From this day forward you shall serve as Affairs Elder of the Sword Sect, managing daily operations and logistical support. Li Fan knelt and said, Senior brother, thank you. Without you I would still be nothing but a waste among the outer disciples. Rise. You are no waste, Lin Feng said. Li Fan stood and wiped his tears. The Sword Sect has but one rule, Lin Feng proclaimed. Do not oppress the weak. Do not betray your brothers. Whoever violates this shall die. No one spoke. This meeting is concluded. As the family patriarchs departed, Luo Chun remained and reported, brother, the Sword Sect now has 8,000 disciples. 5,000 at the transformation deity stage, 50 sword emperors, and 5 sword venerables. Shall we open our gates for recruitment? Open them, Lin Feng said. No restrictions on lineage or background. As long as one possesses talent in the sword path, they shall be accepted. How shall we test their aptitude? Luo Chen asked. Lin Feng drew forth a stone steel from his robes and drove it into the ground before the main hall entrance. It stood 1 zhang tall and 3 feet wide, entirely black, carved with intricate runes. This was the sword aptitude test steel granted by the system. Upon infusing spiritual energy, it would illuminate according to one's innate talent. The stronger the aptitude, the brighter the radiance. Have them place their hands upon the steely, Lin Feng instructed. If it glows, they stay. If not, they are dismissed. Yes. Luo Chen saluted. Word spread, and young sword cultivators from across the central province descended upon the sword sect. A long queue formed at the sect's entrance, stretching from the mountain peak down to the foot and further out onto the imperial highway. Some rode horseback, others walked, and many had traveled thousands of li to arrive. Luo Chun, accompanied by several elders, sat at the mountain entrance and tested each applicant one by one. Some caused the steel to glow, the majority did not. Those who glowed were led into the sword sect assigned quarters, granted resources, and paired with a master. Those who did not were sent away with a few spirit stones as travel funds. Li Fan darted back and forth, his feet barely touching the ground. Brother, 3,000 came today, and only 300 caused the steel to glow. 300 will suffice, Lin Feng said. The sword sect seeks elites, not cannon fodder. Brother, Li Fan asked. How many disciples can our current resources sustain? 10,000, Lin Feng replied. Then we could accept 10,000 disciples. Indeed, Lin Feng said. But quality over quantity. We shall not compromise our standards. The sword sect's renown grew ever greater, even reaching the upper province. Some scattered cultivators oppressed by the Heaven and Earth Alliance traveled countless li to pledge their allegiance. Lin Feng accepted them all regardless of origin or background, provided they possessed sword aptitude. Within a month, the sword sect's disciples swelled from 8,000 to 15,000. 8,000 had reached the transformation deity stage, 100 were sword emperors, and 10 were sword venerables. The sword sect's strength had surpassed that of any power in the central province, including the former Ice River Temple. The temple master came to visit the sword sect as a guest. Surveying its mountain gates, disciples, and resources, he fell silent for a long while. Finally he spoke. Patriarch Lin, the Ice River Temple wishes to formally merge into the sword sect. Lin Feng regarded him. Did you not say we should form an alliance? The temple master smiled bitterly. An alliance implies equality. The sword sect is now 10 times my strength. I am not fit to speak of equality. There is no need to merge, Lin Feng said. The Ice River Temple shall remain the Ice River Temple. It shall simply answer to the sword sect's commands. The temple master stared in disbelief. You will not annex me. What use would annexing you serve? Lin Feng replied. I seek warriors, not territory. The temple master knelt and declared, Patriarch Lin, from this day forward the Ice River Temple shall follow the sword sect in all matters. Rise, Lin Feng said. The temple master stood, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. After the sword sect was formally established, Lin Feng decided to visit the restricted area on the back mountain. There was a bamboo forest there, a legacy left by Binghe Hall rich with spiritual energy. But deep within the bamboo forest lay a cave, its entrance sealed by arrays and wards that not even the hall master had ever dared enter. Lin Feng stood before the mouth of the cave, reaching out to touch the protective restrictions. The wards were formidable. Anyone below the Sword Emperor realm would be blasted away upon contact. But he was no mere Sword Emperor. He had reached the peak of the Sword Venerable realm with a foundational grasp of Sword Dao laws and 4 immortal swords at his command. He drew his sword, and Qing Feng flashed from its scabbard. One strike landed upon the wards, and with a thunderous boom a fissure split the barrier. A second swing, and the wards shattered completely. The cave mouth was revealed, dark and bottomless. Lin Feng stepped inside. It was dim within, but with his sword heart enlightened, he could perceive everything around him. The cave walls were inscribed with array patterns flowing with cyan-white light, illuminating the interior as clearly as daylight. After walking for roughly the time it takes to steep a cup of tea, a stone chamber appeared ahead. The chamber was vast with a stone dais at its center. Upon the dais rested a sphere of light, golden in color, the size of a fist, radiating a blinding brilliance. Surrounding the sphere, dense sword intent swirled, thicker than even that found on the 8th floor of the Sword God Temple. Special checkpoint triggered. Sword Sect, Sacred Land, formerly Binghe Hall, restricted area. Proceed with check-in. Check-in. Sword Sect, Sacred Land, special check-in successful. Congratulations, host, on receiving top-tier sword technique, All Heavens, Sword Domain 1. Congratulations, host, on receiving Sword Dao Comprehension 1000. A sphere of light merged into his brow. Lin Feng closed his eyes. Within his mind a figure stood holding a sword, and with a single strike a sword domain unfolded. Within that domain every enemy would be suppressed by sword intent, their combat power drastically diminished. The larger the range of the sword domain, the stronger the suppression. At maximum cultivation the domain could cover an entire city, trapping and destroying sword venerable experts as easily as slaughtering chickens. All Heavens, Sword Domain. A top-tier sword technique, 10 times more powerful than the space-rending sword, and 3 times stronger than the 10,000 swords returned to origin. Lin Feng opened his eyes, sat cross-legged, and began to cultivate. Sword essence circulated following the Heart Sutra of All Heavens, Sword Domain, through his meridians. The surrounding space warped slightly, and the embryo of a sword domain began to take shape. Its range was only 3 zhang, yet the oppressive pressure was immense. Gravel on the ground was crushed to powder by sword intent, and the array patterns on the cave walls flickered as though resisting. With a thought, Lin Feng made the air within the sword domain solidify, as if seized by an invisible hand. He reached out and clenched his fist in midair, and the stone platform within the domain cracked apart. Impressive power. He continued cultivating. The sword domain expanded from 3 zhang to 5, from 5 to 10. Each additional zhang doubled his sword essence consumption. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and unleashed his sword essence fully. Spirit stones were drained one after another. Powder trickled from between his fingers, piling into a small mound beside his feet. After a day and a night of cultivation, the sword domain had expanded to 30 zhang. Lin Feng opened his eyes and rose. Within the sword domain, all sword intent responded to his command. He could feel the array patterns on the cave walls trembling, could sense the bamboo forest outside swaying, could perceive the disciples moving beyond the mountain gates. All Heavens, Sword Domain cultivation progress, first layer 10%. Lin Feng sheathed his sword and turned to leave the cave. Luo Qingxue waited at the entrance. Seeing him emerge, she said, "Your aura has changed again." Lin Feng replied, "I have practiced a new sword technique." "What sword technique?" "All Heavens, Sword Domain. Once unfolded, all enemies within the domain will be suppressed." Luo Qingxue asked, "What is its range?" "Currently 30 zhang," Lin Feng answered. "At its pinnacle it could cover an entire city." Luo Qingxue fell silent for a few moments, then said, "Lin Feng, how many hidden cards do you actually have?" "Not many," Lin Feng said. "Just enough." The two walked back together. Along the way, Luo Qingxue said, "Lin Feng, the All Heavens Alliance headquarters has sent people again." "How many?" Lin Feng asked. Luo Qingxue replied, "Our spies report that 2,000 sword emperors and 100 sword venerables have arrived. They are led by the Vice Alliance Master of the All Heavens Alliance headquarters, who is at the late stage of the Sword Venerable realm." "When will they arrive?" "In 3 days," Luo Qingxue said. "That is enough," Lin Feng replied. The two entered the main hall. Lin Feng sat upon the sect master's throne, his fingers tapping against his sword scabbard. He said, "Luo Chun, issue the order. The sword sect is to enter combat readiness. No disciples are to leave the mountain and no elders are to depart." Luo Chun responded, "Yes." Lin Feng continued, "Li Fan, prepare spirit stones, pills, and magical artifacts. They will be needed for the great battle." "Yes," Li Fan answered. Lin Feng said, "Luo Qingxue, lead the enforcement team to patrol the mountain gates and prevent spies from infiltrating." "Understood," Luo Qingxue said. All present received their orders and departed. Lin Feng sat alone in the main hall and closed his eyes. for swords rested across his knees and Xiao Bai perched upon his shoulder. He waited awaiting the great battle in 3 days. The news that the Zhutian alliance was coming hung over Zhongzhou city like a blade suspended at its crown. Every major clan was seized by panic. Some wanted to flee, some wanted to surrender, and some wanted to wait and see. But more people chose to stay because Lin Feng was there. Lin Feng had never lost. He had fought 5,300 enemies single-handedly, and still not lost this time. He would not lose either. When word reached Zhongzhou, the situation changed. Not for the worse, for the better. The rogue cultivators and minor sects oppressed by the Zhutian alliance for decades finally caught sight of hope. They knew that if Lin Feng could hold back this attack from the Zhutian alliance, the sword sect would become the next Zhutian alliance. If Lin Feng could not hold it back, they would lose nothing, for they had already possessed nothing. Rather than be ordered about like dogs by the Zhutian alliance in Zhongzhou, it was better to gamble in Zhongzhou. So a vast tide of rogue cultivators surged toward the sword sect from every direction. Some came from the east riding gaunt horses and carrying broken swords travel-worn and dust-covered. Some came from the west walking for half a month until their soles were worn through and their feet were covered in blood blisters. Some came from the north flying on their swords, and when they landed their spiritual energy was exhausted and they could barely stand. They had only one aim: to join the sword sect and fight alongside Lin Feng. At the sword sect's mountain gate, long lines formed every day, stretching from the mountaintop to the foot, and from the foot of the mountain all the way to the official road beyond. The line wound like a long dragon. Some waited for 3 days and 3 nights, not daring to leave for fear their places would be taken. Some brawled in line because others had cut in. A few fainted from hunger and were carried aside to be given water and food. Luo Chun with several elders sat at the mountain gate testing people one by one. The testing steel stood beside them. A black stone slab 1 zhang tall covered with densely carved runes. Those being tested placed their hands on the steel. If it glowed, they could remain. If it did not, they were sent away. Put your hand on it. A tall, thin young man stepped forward and pressed his hand against the steel. The steel lit up a pale blue-white light, not blinding but steady. Luo Chen glanced at it and said, "Upper grade sword Dao talent. Stay. Go over there, register, receive your token, and be assigned quarters." The young man's eyes reddened. He knelt and kowtowed, saying, "Thank you. Thank you." Luo Chen said, "Don't thank me. Thank Sect Master Lin. If you truly want to thank him, cultivate well and fight for the sword sect later." The young man rose, wiped away his tears, and went to register. The next person was a middle-aged woman whose face bore the marks of wind and frost with thick calluses on her hands. She pressed her withered hand against the steely, and the steel burst into dazzling golden light, illuminating the entire mountain gate. Everyone was struck dumb. Luo Chen stood up, his expression changing, and said, "Unrivaled sword Dao talent. Quickly go fetch the sect master. Quickly go invite the sect master." Lin Feng walked out of the main hall, stopped at the mountain gate, and looked at the woman. She looked back at him, light shining in her eyes. Lin Feng said, "What is your name?" The woman said, "Zhou Qing." Lin Feng said, "From today on you are the Dharma protector elder of the sword sect." Zhou Qing knelt and said, "Thank you, sect master." Lin Feng said, "Rise. Your sword Dao talent is formidable, but your spiritual foundation is unstable. Enter closed-door cultivation in the training chamber for 3 days to consolidate your foundation. In 3 days I will personally teach you." Zhou Qing rose, her eyes reddening. For decades in Zhongzhou, she had been hunted by the Zhutian alliance, moving from one hiding place to another, never enjoying a single peaceful sleep. Today someone was finally willing to take her in. The testing continued. In one day 3,000 people came, and only 300 glowed. Luo Chen said, "Big brother, the pass rate is only 1 in 10. "Enough," Lin Feng said. "The sword sect wants elites, not cannon fodder." Luo Chen said, "Big brother, how many people can our current resources support?" 15,000, Lin Feng said. Luo Chen said, "Then we can recruit another 5,000. Lin Feng said, "But quality comes before quantity." The next day 4,000 came, and 400 passed. The day after 5,000 came, and 500 passed. In 3 days the sword sect had gained 1,200 new disciples. Among them were 800 at the Spirit Transformation realm, 300 at the Sword Emperor realm, and 100 at the Sword Venerable realm. These numbers made Luo Chun unable to believe his ears. He ran before Lin Feng, his voice trembling with excitement. "Big brother, do you know how many people have come in these past few days?" 1,200. All above the Spirit Transformation realm. 100 Sword Venerables alone. Lin Feng was cultivating 4 swords lying across his knees. "I know," he said, opening his eyes. Luo Chen said, "Big brother, why aren't you excited?" Lin Feng said, "Most of these people have come to take refuge. The Zhutian alliance is about to attack us. They are afraid of being caught up in it, so they are seeking shelter. It's not sincere submission." Luo Chen said, "Then are we still accepting them?" Lin Feng said, "Accept them. Whether sincere or not, once they come, they are people of the sword sect. When the battle is over, they will naturally become sincere." Luo Chen said, "Big brother, you really are." Lin Feng said, "What am I?" Luo Chen said, "A deep and calculating schemer." Lin Feng ignored him. In the days that followed, the sword sect ran like a well-oiled machine. By day, new disciples practiced swordsmanship in the square, sword light interweaving and sword cheese sweeping in all directions. Senior disciples took the new ones under their wings and taught them move by move. Those who practiced wrong were made to stand as punishment by the elders. Those who slacked off were savagely scolded by Luo Chun. At night, disciples meditated in the cultivation chambers, spirit stones drained one after another, powder sifting through their fingers. The lamps in the chambers burned until the middle of the night. Some people grew so exhausted that they collapsed on the floor and were carried back to their rooms. Luo Qingxue led the enforcement squad on patrols around the mountain gate on guard against spies. She wore a white robe, held an ice sword in her hand, and her chill aura surged outward. Wherever she went, the disciples lowered their heads and dared not meet her eyes. It was not fear, it was reverence. She was Lin Feng's woman and the sword sect's deputy sect master. Her sword was swift and her mind meticulous. She caught 3 spies, all sent by the Zhutian alliance, and threw them all into the dungeon. Luo Chen meanwhile drew up battle plans with the elders and drilled the formations. He divided the sword sect's disciples into 10 brigades, each with 1,000 men. Each brigade had a commander, all at the sword venerable realm. Under the brigades were companies, and under the companies were squads. Layer upon layer like a net. Luo Chen stood on a high platform, command flag in hand, directing the disciples through shifts in formation: left turn, right turn, advance, retreat, encircle, outflank. The disciples ran until sweat poured down their faces, but no one complained because they knew these formations could save their lives on the battlefield. Lin Feng was busy distributing resources, arranging quarters, and tallying casualties. His room was piled high with account books from the floor to the ceiling. He slept only 4 hours a day, and the circles under his eyes were as dark as a panda's. Lin Feng told him to take a rest, but he refused. Lin Feng asked why. Lin Feng said, "If you seen your brother won't rest, then why should I?" Lin Feng did not try to persuade him again. Every day apart from cultivation, Lin Feng would go to the bamboo grove behind the mountain to do his daily check-in. He sat in the bamboo grove, 4 swords laid across his knees, and closed his eyes, letting sword intent flow through the forest. Bamboo leaves stirred by the sword intent rustled softly, as if singing. Little White leapt out from the sword blade and ran around the grove, chasing butterflies. Its seal had loosened more and more. It could now leave the blade for long stretches. When it grew tired, it jumped back onto Lin Feng's shoulder, curled into a ball, and purred. Lin Feng stroked its head. "Almost there," he said. "When you are fully unsealed, I will take you to Shangzhou." Little White let out a meow, as if in agreement. Daily check-in, cumulative rewards, 300 spirit stones, 500 sword Dao insights, 100 sword intent fragments. Golden Scale Sword Seal, progress 98. Heaven Slaying Sword Seal, progress 88. Skyfrost Sword Seal, progress 50. Heavenly Punishment Sword Seal, progress 30. Little White Seal, progress 95. That afternoon, Lin Feng was cultivating in the bamboo grove when Luo Chun came running over. He was panting, and one shoe had fallen off. He said, "Big brother, the Zhutian alliance has sent people again." Lin Feng opened his eyes and said, "How many?" Luo Chun said, "Not to fight, to deliver a message." A messenger from Zhutian alliance headquarters said, "The alliance master has words for you." Lin Feng rose and headed toward the mountain gate. At the mountain gate stood a white-robed old man, a peak sword venerable, holding a letter in his hand. Seeing Lin Feng, he handed it over and said, "Sect Master Lin, the alliance master instructed me to deliver this letter to you." Lin Feng took the letter and opened it. On it was only one line: "In 3 days at the Sword Sect's mountain gate, a decisive battle. If you do not come, I will slaughter everyone in Zhongzhou." After reading it, Lin Feng let the paper turn to ashes in his hand. He said, "Go back and tell your alliance master in 3 days I will wait for him." The messenger nodded and walked away. The news spread through the entire Sword Sect. Every disciple learned that in 3 days the alliance master of the Zhutian alliance would come in person. Early Sword God realm. 15,000 disciples stood in the square, and no one spoke. The atmosphere was heavy like the stillness before a storm. Lin Feng stood on the high platform and looked down at the crowd. He asked, "Are you afraid?" No one answered. Lin Feng said, "Fear is only natural. But fear is useless. The Zhutian alliance wants Zhongzhou, not just me. If you refuse to fight with me, when they come, none of you will be able to escape." Someone shouted, "Sect Master Lin will fight with you." Another voice called out, "Yes, we'll fight with you." More and more voices joined, louder and louder, until they merged into one chant, "Sect Master Lin. Sect Master Lin. Sect Master Lin." Lin Feng raised his hand, and the sound stopped. He said, "From this moment on, the Sword Sect enters its highest state of war readiness. No one is allowed to leave, no one is allowed to take leave, no one is allowed to slack off. Cultivate for 8 shurchen every day and practice combat drills for 2 shurchen. Resources are to be supplied without limit and pills are to be distributed without limit." Luo Chen said, "Big brother, are our resources enough?" Lin Feng said, "Enough. The spirit stones, pills, and magical artifacts I took from the Zhutian alliance are enough for the Sword Sect to use for 3 years. Luo Chen said, "Yes." In the 3 days that followed, everyone in the Sword Sect trained with desperate frenzy. In the square, disciples practiced their sword forms until their hands were worn raw and blistered, yet no one called for a halt. In the cultivation chambers, the powder of drained spirit stones piled into small hills. Some fainted while practicing and were carried aside fed pills, and once they revived they came back and continued. Some suffered chi deviations while cultivating, vomiting blood. They were saved by elders, wiped their mouths, and resumed cultivation. Luo Qingxue had not closed her eyes in 3 days. She led the enforcement squad around the mountain gate, checking every corner 3 times. She was afraid that spies had slipped in, that someone might poison the food, that someone might tamper with the formations. She dared not be careless because the great battle 3 days later would determine the sword sect's very survival. Luo Chun had not eaten for 3 days. He sat in the command room, facing the map, running through the formations over and over. He drew out every possible route of the enemy's attack and wrote down every possible countermeasure the sword sect could adopt. The papers piled up half a person's height, and 3 bottles of ink were used up. Li Fan had not returned to his room for 3 days. He slept in the storehouse, surrounded by heaps of spirit stones and pills. Afraid that resources might run short, he counted them again and again. How many spirit stones, how many bottles of pills, how many magical artifacts. He could recite these figures more readily than his own name. Lin Feng had not left the cultivation chamber for 3 days. He sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion, 4 swords resting across his knees. Little White crouched on his shoulder. Sword essence surged through his meridians, and the sword embryo in his dantian revolved slowly. The initial stage of the sword Dao laws was consolidating, and the Zhutian sword domain was expanding. He turned out every trump card he had, and examined them one by one. Sky-rending sword, 10,000 swords returning to 1 Zhutian sword domain, sword Dao laws, Zhutian sword body, and immortal rank sword intent. Enough, enough, enough. Late on the 3rd night, Lin Feng opened his eyes. His eyes were luminous like 2 unsheathed swords. He rose and pushed open the window. The moon was bright, shining on the sword blades and casting cold reflected light. In the distance, in the direction of Shangzhou, dark clouds were gathering. They were not rain clouds. They were killing intent. The Zhutian Alliance Master was coming, bringing his strongest force. Lin Feng tapped the scabbard with a finger. Clang, clang, clang. The sound carried far through the night. In Luo Qingxue's room, the lamp was still lit. She too was awake. Lin Feng stared at that lamp for a long time. In his previous life, she had been captured by the Binghe Palace while trying to save him and imprisoned in the ice prison for 3 years. When he went to rescue her, she had already been reduced to barely recognizable form. Her last words were, "Lin Feng, you've come." In this life, he would not let history repeat itself. Whoever touched Luo Qingxue he would kill, whether it was Di Tian or the Zhutian Alliance. If 1 came he would kill 1, if 2 came he would kill both. Lin Feng closed the window, returned to his cushion, and resumed cultivation. On this final night, he wanted to make himself just a little stronger. When the news of Han Tian's defeat reached the headquarters of the All Heavens Alliance, the Alliance Lord was in seclusion in the rear mountain. The Grand Elder dared not disturb him and waited outside the cave for 3 hours. When the Alliance Lord emerged and saw the Grand Elder's expression, he knew something had gone wrong. He said, "Han Tian lost." The Grand Elder lowered his head. "Lost. 2,000 sword Emperor Realm cultivators and 100 sword Venerable Realm annihilated. Vice Alliance Lord Han escaped back, but lost an arm." The Alliance Lord said nothing, clasped his hands behind his back, and walked toward the main hall. The Grand Elder followed behind, not daring to speak more. In the main hall, Han Tian knelt on the ground, his body wrapped in bandages, blood still seeping from the stump of his severed arm. With his forehead pressed to the ground, his voice hoarse, he said, "Alliance Lord, this subordinate is incompetent. Please punish me." The Alliance Lord sat on a chair looking at him, and said, "Lin Feng alone defeated your 2,100 men." Han Tian said yes. He knows the 10,000 swords returning to 1 technique capable of summoning 100,000 sword shadows. Our men were like paper before him. They couldn't even touch his sleeve. The Alliance Lord said, "You are also at the late sword Venerable Realm. Couldn't you withstand even 1 of his strikes?" Han Tian said, "I couldn't. His sword was too fast. I didn't even have time to draw my own." The Alliance Lord was silent for a long time. The Grand Elder stepped forward and said, "Alliance Lord, this subordinate is willing to lead men to the central continent." The Alliance Lord said, "How many will you take?" The Grand Elder said, 3,000 sword Emperor Realm, 200 sword Venerable Realm, and 50 sword Venerable Realm Peak. The Alliance Lord said, Han Tian took 2,100 and was utterly defeated. You take 3,200. Are you confident? The Grand Elder said, Han Tian underestimated the enemy and fell into an ambush. This subordinate will advance cautiously and give Lin Feng no opportunity. The Alliance Lord stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the gray, overcast sky outside. He said, I'll give you 5,000 sword Emperor Realm, 300 sword Venerable Realm, and 100 sword Venerable Realm Peak. If you cannot kill Lin Feng, don't bother coming back. The Grand Elder knelt and kowtowed. This subordinate will not fail your command. When the news reached the central continent, Lin Feng was cultivating in the bamboo grove behind the sword sect's rear mountain. For swords lay across his knees, sword essence circulating through his meridians in endless cycles. Little White crouched on his shoulder, its golden eyes half closed, its tail draped over his neck. Li Fan rushed in panting heavily. One Shu lost his face covered in sweat. He said, "Senior brother, the All Heavens Alliance has sent people again. 5,000 Sword Emperor Realm, 300 Sword Venerable Realm, 100 Sword Venerable Realm Peak. The leader is the Grand Elder of the All Heavens Alliance headquarters, a Sword Venerable Realm Peak cultivator." Lin Feng opened his eyes. "When will they arrive?" 3 days from now," Li Fan said. "That's enough," Lin Feng said. "Senior brother, 5,400 people. You alone." Lin Feng replied. "Senior brother, last time you fought 2,100 and were already injured. This time 5,400. Lin Feng interrupted him. "I said it's enough." Li Fan dared not argue further and turned to run off. Lin Feng stood up and walked out of the bamboo grove. Luo Qingxue was waiting outside holding a bowl of congee. She said, "You haven't eaten for 3 days." Lin Feng took the bowl and finished it in a few gulps. Luo Qingxue said, "I'll fight with you." Lin Feng said, "Wait inside the mountain gate." "I won't wait," Luo Qingxue said. Lin Feng looked into her eyes. There was no room for negotiation in them. He said, "Follow me, but don't stray too far." Luo Qingxue nodded. 3 days later, the Grand Army of the All Heavens Alliance arrived. 5,000 Sword Emperor Realm cultivators strode through the air. 300 Sword Venerable Realm followed closely, and 100 Sword Venerable Realm Peak brought up the rear. Their spiritual energy converged, surging across the horizon like a black ocean. The commoners of Central Continent City hid in their homes, not daring to come out, sealing doors and windows tightly. The disciples of the major clans cowered within their sects, not daring to show themselves, scarcely daring to breathe. The Lord of the Ice River Hall stood atop the Ice River Hall mountain, watching the black cloud on the horizon, his hands trembling. The Grand Elder beside him said, "Hall Lord, should we lend assistance?" The Hall Lord said, "Whom?" The Grand Elder said, "Help Lin Feng. Once Lin Feng is dead, the next target of the All Heavens Alliance will be the Ice River Hall. Whom do you think we should help?" The Grand Elder fell silent. The Hall Lord said, "Assemble the men. We go to the Sword Sect." The Grand Elder led the men rushing toward the Sword Sect. Halfway there, they saw that the black cloud on the horizon had already landed outside the Sword Sect's mountain gate. The Grand Elder stopped. "Too late," he said. "It's not too late," the Hall Lord said. "Lin Feng won't lose that quickly." Outside the Sword Sect's mountain gate, the Grand Elder landed. He wore a black robe embroidered with the golden emblem of the All Heavens Alliance on his chest. His hair was completely white, but his complexion was ruddy and his spirit vigorous. Behind him, 5,400 men were arrayed in neat formation, each face bearing a murderous aura. The Grand Elder looked up at the two characters, Sword Sect, on the mountain gate, and sneered. "Lin Feng, come out and die." Lin Feng walked out. 4 swords hung at his waist, Little White perched on his shoulder. Luo Qingxue followed behind him, an ice sword in hand, cold air dripping from the blade, forming a thin layer of frost on the ground. Luo Qin stood inside the mountain gate with 15,000 disciples, their swords already drawn. The Grand Elder said, "Lin Feng, you have killed thousands of our All Heavens Alliance. Today you will pay with your life." "Too much talk," Lin Feng said. The Grand Elder's face darkened. "Attack," he commanded. 5,400 men struck simultaneously. Sword chi, blade chi, and palm force crashed down like a torrent. The air was torn apart, emitting shrill screams. The ground was churned up, rubble flying everywhere. The entire mountain trembled. Tiles on the mountain gate were shaken loose, falling to the ground and shattering. Dust rose, blotting out half the sky. Lin Feng did not retreat. 4 swords were drawn simultaneously, Azure Edge, Golden Scale, Heaven Frost, and Heaven Punishment. 4 beams of sword light soared into the sky, weaving together into a colossal sword net. The initial stage of the Sword Dao laws was fully activated, and the All-Heaven sword body was invoked in full. His sword essence surged like a tsunami, suppressing the attacks of the 5,000-plus opponents, slowing them by half a beat. The 8th layer of 10,000 swords returning to 100,000 sword shadows materialized. Dense and countless, they blotted out the sun, illuminating the entire mountain with their radiance. With a flick of his mind, Lin Feng sent the 100,000 sword shadows shooting toward the enemy crowd. The first wave felled 800. The sword shadows pierced their protective spiritual energy, tore through their armor, and blood blossoms exploded in the air. Screams of agony rose and fell. Some rolled on the ground, clutching their wounds, while others lay motionless. The second wave felled another 800. Some turned to flee, only to be overtaken by sword shadows and pinned to the ground. The third wave brought down another 800. The 4th, 5th, and 6th waves. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, all 5,000 Sword Emperor Realm cultivators lay fallen. Most of the 300 Sword Venerable Realm were also down, and dozens of the 100 Sword Venerable Realm peak had fallen. Blood flowed from the mountain gate all the way to the foot of the mountain, staining the blue stone slabs a dark crimson. The air was thick with the smell of blood, heavy and cloying. The Grand Elder was drenched in blood. His sword was broken, his armor shattered, his hair disheveled, and his face covered in bloody streaks. He knelt on the ground, looked up at Lin Feng, his lips trembling and his voice shaking. "Why you? Who are you really?" Lin Feng walked over and stood before him. 4 swords hovered behind him, their tips pointing at the Grand Elder. Little White crouched on Lin Feng's shoulder, its golden eyes narrowed to slits, its tail held tautly straight. Sword Sect Master Lin Feng said. You're not human, the Grand Elder said. Go back and tell your alliance lord, Lin Feng said. Next time bring more men. The Grand Elder scrambled away, losing one of his shoes and not daring to retrieve it. The remaining All Heavens Alliance cultivators who could still move also fled, leaving a trail of bloody footprints on the ground. Lin Feng sheathed his swords, and the four blades flew back into their scabbards with crisp sounds. The 100,000 sword shadows dissipated, and sunlight once again shone on the mountain gate. Inside the gate, Luo Chun stood, his legs still trembling. He said, Big brother, you killed all 5,400 people by yourself. Lin Feng said, not all. Some escaped. Luo Chun said, that's still mostly the same. Big brother, are you even human? Lin Feng said no. Luo Chun swallowed hard and dared not ask further. When the Lord of the Ice River Hall and his men arrived, the battle was already over. He saw the corpses and blood everywhere and was silent for a long while. He walked up to Lin Feng and said, Sect Master Lin, I came too late. Lin Feng said, not too late. Just in time to collect the bodies. The Hall Lord gave a bitter smile. Lin Feng turned and walked back toward the mountain gate. Luo Qingxue followed behind. Watching his back, she noticed that his steps were slower than usual. His sword essence had been depleted too greatly. Withstanding the assault of 5,400 men alone, his body had reached its limit. She quickened her pace, walked beside him, and reached out to support his arm. Lin Feng did not push her away. Back in the main hall, Lin Feng sat on the sect master's seat, took out a handful of spirit stones, and held them in his hand. Sword essence raced through his meridians. Spirit stone after spirit stone was drained dry, the powder trickling through his fingers. His eyes were closed, his face pale, and his lips devoid of color. Luo Qingxue stood beside him, silent, just watching. An hour later, Lin Feng opened his eyes. His sword essence had recovered to 50%. He said, the All Heavens Alliance's next attack will come soon. The leader will be the Alliance Lord himself, an early Sword God Realm cultivator. Luo Qingxue said, you cannot defeat him. Lin Feng said, even if I can't, I must fight. Luo Qingxue said, I'll help you. Lin Feng said, The news that Lin Feng single-handedly defeated 5,400 members of the 10,000 Alliance spread throughout Zhongzhou City and reached the upper prefecture. The Alliance headquarters was enraged, and the Alliance leader personally ordered gather all forces and eradicate the sword sect in one fell swoop. The Alliance leader stood in the Great Hall facing 20 elders, all at the pinnacle of the sword reverence realm. He said, if Lin Feng does not die, where lies the authority of the 10,000 Alliance? In 3 days I will lead the charge myself. 10,000 sword emperor realm, 1,000 sword reverence realm, 100 sword reverence realm pinnacle, and 10 half-step sword gods. I will make Lin Feng understand the consequences of defying the 10,000 Alliance. When the news reached Zhongzhou, the sword sect was clearing the battlefield. Luo Chun heard the scouts report, his hand trembled, and his sword fell to the ground. He said, 10,000 sword emperor realm, 1,000 sword reverence realm, 100 sword reverence realm pinnacle, 10 half-step sword gods, plus the Alliance leader himself at the early sword god realm. Big brother, this battle cannot be fought. Lin Feng said, fight if we can, fight if we cannot. Luo Chun said, Big brother, we only have 15,000 people, half of them in the spirit transformation realm, only a few hundred in the sword emperor realm, and only a dozen in the sword reverence realm. The gap is too great. Lin Feng said, if the gap is great, do we not fight? Luo Chun fell silent. Lin Feng gathered all the disciples of the sword sect and stood on the plaza before the mountain gate. 15,000 disciples lined up from the mountain gate to the peak, a sea of black figures. Luo Qingxue stood to his left, ice sword in hand. Luo Chen stood to his right, long sword drawn. Li Fan stood behind him holding a sword, his legs trembling, but he did not retreat. Lin Feng said, the next attack of the 10,000 Alliance will arrive in 3 days. The Alliance leader himself will lead at the early sword god realm. He brings 10,000 men, all above the sword emperor realm. Silence fell over the plaza, everyone listening. Lin Feng said, we have only 15,000 people, half in the spirit transformation realm. In terms of strength, we cannot win. No one spoke. Lin Feng said, but even if we cannot win, we must fight. Because the 10,000 Alliance does not just want my life, they want yours. If I do not die, they will not stop. If I die, they will not spare you either. So this battle is not fought for me, but for yourselves. Someone shouted, Sect Master Lin, we will follow you. Another shouted, yes, we will follow you. The voices grew louder and louder, merging into one, Sect Master Lin. Sect Master Lin. Sect Master Lin. Lin Feng raised his hand, and the noise ceased. He said, from today the sword sect enters the highest state of combat readiness. No one is permitted to leave, no leave allowed, no slackness. Practice cultivation for 8 hours each day and combat drills for 2 hours. Resources are unlimited and pills are distributed without limit. Luo Chen said, Big brother, are the resources sufficient? Lin Feng said, enough. The spirit stones, pills, and magical artifacts I seized from the 10,000 Alliance can sustain the sword sect for 3 years. Luo Chen said, yes. Over the next 3 days the sword sect operated like a well-oiled machine. By day the disciples practiced swordsmanship on the plaza, sword light interweaving, sword aura crisscrossing. Senior disciples taught the juniors, instructing them move by move. Those who made mistakes were punished by the elders. Those who slacked off were scolded fiercely by Luo Chun. At night the disciples meditated in the cultivation chambers, spirit stones drained one after another, powder trickling through their fingers. The lights in the chambers stayed on until late, and some exhausted collapsed on the ground and were carried back to their rooms. Luo Qingxue led the enforcement team to patrol the mountain gate, preventing spies from infiltrating. She wore a white robe, ice sword in hand, exuding chilling cold. Wherever she went the disciples lowered their heads, not daring to meet her gaze. Not out of fear, but out of respect. She was Lin Feng's woman and the deputy sect master of the sword sect. Her sword was swift and her mind was meticulous. She captured 5 spies, all sent by the 10,000 Alliance, and locked them all in the dungeon. Luo Chun led the elders in formulating battle plans and rehearsing formations. He divided the sword sect disciples into 10 brigades, each with 1,500 people. Each brigade had a captain, all at the sword reverence realm. Beneath the brigades were companies, and beneath the companies were squads layered in a hierarchy. Luo Chun stood on a high platform, holding a command flag, directing the disciples in changing formations. Left turn, right turn, advance, retreat, encircle, outflank. The disciples ran with sweat pouring down, but no one complained. For they knew these formations could save their lives on the battlefield. Lin Feng was busy distributing resources, arranging accommodations, and tallying casualties. His room was piled high with account books from floor to ceiling. He slept only 2 hours a day with dark circles under his eyes like a panda. Lin Feng told him to rest, but he refused. Lin Feng asked why. Lin Feng said, "Senior brother, you don't rest, so why should I?" Lin Feng said no more. Apart from training, Lin Feng spent his days signing in at the bamboo grove behind the mountain. He sat in the grove, 4 swords resting across his knees, closing his eyes, letting the sword intent flow through the bamboo. The bamboo leaves rustled, stirred by the sword intent, as if singing. Xiaobai leaped out from the sword body, running around the grove, chasing butterflies. Its seal progress was increasing, and it could now leave the sword body for extended periods. When tired, it jumped back onto Lin Feng's shoulder, curled up, and purred. Lin Feng patted its head, and said soon, "When you are fully unsealed, I will take you to the upper prefecture." Xiaobai mewed as if in agreement. 3 days later the 10,000 Alliance launched their attack. 10,000 Sword Emperor Realm cultivators walked through the air, followed by 1,000 Sword Reverence Realm, 100 Sword Reverence Realm Pinnacle, and 10 half-step Sword Gods flanking the Alliance leader. The Alliance leader stood at the forefront, clad in a golden robe embroidered with the emblem of the 10,000 Alliance on his chest. His hair was jet black, his countenance stern, and his eyes were like abysses. Behind him 11,100 men formed a square formation, orderly and imposing their aura, causing the entire Zhongzhou city to tremble. The Alliance leader landed outside the Sword Sect's mountain gate, looked up at the characters Sword Sect on the gate, and spoke in a voice that was not loud, but clear to everyone, "Lin Feng, come out." Lin Feng stepped out. 4 swords hung at his waist, Xiaobai perched on his shoulder. Luo Qingxue followed behind, ice sword in hand. Luo Chun led 15,000 disciples standing inside the mountain gate, swords already drawn. The Alliance leader said, "Lin Feng, you killed over 10,000 of my 10,000 Alliance. Today I will take your life." Lin Feng said too many useless words. The Alliance leader waved his hand and said, "Attack." 10,000 people struck simultaneously. Sword, aura blade, aura palm, wind rained down like a torrential storm, dense and fierce. The air was torn apart, emitting sharp howls. The ground was overturned, debris flying. The entire mountain shook, and the tiles on the mountain gate were shaken loose, shattering on the ground. Luo Qingxue was the first to charge out. Her ice sword swept across, and cold energy exploded. The 6th form of the Ice River Sword, Art, freeze 10,000 miles. The cold energy transformed into a frozen dragon that lunged at the opposing crowd, freezing dozens of people in place, unable to move. Luo Chun led the disciples in a flanking maneuver from both sides. The sword formation deployed sword aura, interweaving into a net. 15,000 disciples struck simultaneously, their sword aura converging into a torrent that crashed into the ranks of the 10,000 Alliance. The two sides collided, and screams, clashing metal, and the sound of breaking bones mingled together. Lin Feng did not retreat. 4 swords were drawn at once. The Azure Edge Sword, the Golden Scale Sword, the Heaven Frost Sword, and the Heaven Punishment Sword. For beams of sword light shot into the sky, interweaving into a massive sword net. The initial stage of Sword Dao principles was fully activated, and the 10,000 swords body was unleashed to its fullest. The 8th layer of 10,000 swords returning to one manifested 100,000 sword shadows densely packed, blotting out the sky and covering the sun, illuminating the entire mountain. With a thought from Lin Feng, the 100,000 sword shadows shot toward the opposing crowd. In the first wave, 2,000 fell. In the second wave, another 2,000 fell. The third, fourth, and fifth waves. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, all 10,000 Sword Emperor realm were down. Most of the 1,000 Sword Reverence realm had fallen, and several dozen of the 100 Sword Reverence realm pinnacle were also down. Luo Qingxue and Luo Chun had jointly held off 5 of the 10 half-step sword gods, and the other 5 were riddled with sword shadows. The alliance leader's face turned ashen. He took action himself. The spiritual energy of the early sword god realm was fully unleashed, and he struck a palm at Lin Feng. The palm wind carried a destructive aura compressing the air into a white shockwave, and the ground was torn open with a trench. Lin Feng did not retreat. 4 swords struck together, driving the initial stage of sword Dao principles to the utmost. The sword light and palm wind collided, and with a booming sound Lin Feng staggered back, 10 steps, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The alliance leader stepped back 3 steps, his expression changing. He said, "You, a mere peak sword reverence realm, can withstand one of my palms." Lin Feng wiped the blood from his mouth and said again. The alliance leader gritted his teeth and struck another palm. Lin Feng took it head-on, retreating another 10 steps, more blood at the corner of his mouth, but he did not fall. Luo Qingxue charged forward, her ice sword slashing at the alliance leader. The alliance leader struck her away with a single palm, and Luo Qingxue crashed to the ground, spitting blood. Luo Chun led the disciples charging in, but the alliance leader sent them flying one by one with his palms. Lin Feng stood up and said, "Stop." The alliance leader paused and looked at him. Lin Feng said, "Your opponent is me." The alliance leader said, "You cannot defeat me." Lin Feng said, "Even if I cannot win, I must fight." He gripped the sword hilt, and the 4 swords trembled simultaneously. Xiaobai leaped out from the sword body, stood on Lin Feng's shoulder, opened its mouth, and spat out a beam of white light. The white light shot toward the alliance leader, who struck it away with a palm, but a white mark appeared on his hand, the flesh singed. The alliance leader said, "A sword spirit. Interesting." Seizing the moment, Lin Feng thrust his sword at the alliance leader's chest. The initial stage of sword Dao principles, the 10,000 swords body, and the perfected immortal grade sword intent. 4 forces combined, the sword aura silent, yet tearing a crack in space. The alliance leader sidestepped the sword edge, grazing his ribs, cutting a gash in his robe, and blood beads seeped out. He looked down and said, "Your sword has wounded me." He struck Lin Feng's chest with a palm. Lin Feng was sent flying, crashing to the ground, spitting a mouthful of blood. Luo Qingxue rushed over and helped Lin Feng up. Lin Feng said, "I'm fine." The alliance leader said, "Lin Feng, I will not kill you today. Not because I cannot, but because your sword's spirit protects you. But next time you will not be so fortunate." He turned and left. Those behind him followed. Thousands of corpses lay on the ground, blood staining the entire mountain red. Lin Feng leaned against the wall, gasping for air. Luo Qingxue crouched beside him, tears falling. She said, "You are badly injured." Lin Feng said, "I won't die." He took a healing pill and swallowed it, closing his eyes. The sword embryo in his dantian trembled violently, several cracks appearing on its surface. It was not shattered, it was about to break through. The bottleneck of the peak sword reverence realm had been pierced in this battle. Lin Feng opened his eyes and his sword essence surged. Peak sword reverence realm, half-step sword god. The sword embryo in his dantian split open by a third, and new sword essence gushed forth from the cracks, 3 times more abundant than before. The 4 swords trembled simultaneously, emitting a hum. Xiaobai leaped out from the sword body, stood on Lin Feng's shoulder, and rubbed its head against his neck. Luo Qingxue looked at him, her eyes reddening. She said, "You broke through?" Lin Feng said, "Yes." "Half-step sword god." Luo Qingxue said, "Still half a step away." Lin Feng said, "Still half a step away. But it's enough." He stood up, tapping his fingers on the sword's scabbard, producing a rhythmic sound. The sound traveled far in the night. In the distance, toward the upper prefecture, the dark clouds dispersed. Not because the rain had stopped, but because a storm was brewing. Outside the Sword Sect's mountain gate, 160 masters of the Flaming Sword Realm from the All Heavens Alliance lay scattered across the ground. Blood water trickled down the stone steps, and the air was thick with the scent of iron. Qin Wudao had fled. The remaining ones who could still crawl away did so, those who couldn't lay on the ground wailing in agony. Lin Feng stood at the mountain entrance, his golden scale sword and green edge sword both sheathed. A few drops of blood splattered his robes, and he brushed them away with a flick of his hand. He turned and walked back toward the sword sect. Luo Chun came to greet him, his eyes shining like lamps. "Brother, 160 Flaming Sword Realm experts. Did you take them all down by yourself?" Lin Feng said nothing and walked into the main hall. Luo Qingxue followed behind him, her ice sword still gripped tightly in her hand, its tip radiating lingering coldness. "Aren't you injured?" Lin Feng shook his head. "My sword energy was depleted heavily, but a night's rest will suffice." Luo Qingxue nodded and turned to leave. She did not return to her room, but instead went to the mountain gate. Outside, a few remaining soldiers of the All Heavens Alliance were crawling away. Luo Qingxue stood at the entrance, her ice sword held horizontally before her. "Go back and tell your headquarters. The sword sect is not something anyone can trample upon." The few remnants scrambled away on hands and knees. Luo Qingxue sheathed her sword and turned around. After taking 2 steps, she paused. She noticed a character carved into the stone steps outside the mountain gate. Itachi. Lin Feng had carved it. The character pulsed with sword intent, radiating an oppressive aura, even from a distance. Luo Qingxue reached out and let her fingertip brush against the character. The sword intent flowed through her touch cold and unyielding, much like Lin Feng himself. She withdrew her hand and walked through the mountain gate. Inside the main hall, Lin Feng sat cross-legged, his two immortal swords resting across his knees. The golden scale sword on the left, the green edge sword on the right. His sword energy cycled through his meridians, once more recovering 70% of its strength. He opened his eyes. Sword energy recovery 70, cultivation progress, primordial sword art. 9th level, 92. The gap to the mid-stage of flaming sword realm was closing. Outside the window, darkness had fallen. Lin Feng rose and walked to the window. Beyond the mountain gate, Luo Chun and his men were clearing the battlefield. The sword sect disciples gathered the artifacts and storage bags from the All Heavens Alliance members and piled them in the courtyard, forming a small mountain. Brother, we've struck it rich this time. Luo Chun rushed in, his face alight with excitement. Just spirit stones alone, we collected over 200,000. Plus pills, artifacts, cultivation techniques. Lin Feng glanced at the pile. Organize the cultivation techniques and store them in the scripture pavilion. Distribute the pills among the disciples. Put the spirit stones into the sect treasury. Luo Chun nodded. What about the artifacts? Keep the high-grade ones, sell the low-grade ones in exchange for spirit stones. Yes. Luo Chun led his men off to work. Lin Feng returned to his cultivation chamber and closed the door. He took out the golden scale sword and activated his sword intent to nurture it. The blade vibrated, its golden light flickering rhythmically. Golden scale sword seal progress 58, a few more days of nurturing, and it would reach 60%. Lin Feng closed his eyes and continued his cultivation. The primordial sword art's 9th level coursed through his meridians as sword energy surged forward. The sword embryo in his dantian grew another round, and its intent grew denser. Cultivation progress, primordial sword art, 9th level, 95. In the dead of night, Lin Feng opened his eyes. There was movement outside, not the sound of combat, but footsteps, light yet numerous. He walked to the window and looked down. Luo Qingxue stood in the courtyard, her ice sword in hand, facing more than a dozen figures dressed in black. All were at the early stage of the flaming sword realm, clad in night-walking garments with their faces covered. Remnants of the ice river pavilion. Luo Qingxue's voice was ice cold. The leader said nothing and swung his blade down at her. Luo Qingxue did not retreat. Her ice sword swept sideways and cold energy erupted outward. It was the 5th form of the ice river sword method. Ice river upside down. The cold energy took the shape of an ice dragon surging toward the dozen or so assassins. Most of the assassins were frozen solid. The remaining few turned and fled. Luo Qingxue struck each one down with a single thrust. In less than the time it takes to finish a cup of tea, all 12 fell to the ground. She sheathed her sword and looked up at Lin Feng's window. Lin Feng stood at the windowsill watching her. Ice River Pavilion, he asked. Luo Qingxue nodded. Those who refused to accept your leadership of the Ice River Pavilion sought to take advantage of your injury and ambush you. Lin Feng remained silent. Luo Qingxue continued. I have already purged one batch. I didn't expect there to be stragglers. Continue eliminating them. Yes. Luo Qingxue turned and led several sword sect disciples to pursue the fleeing enemies. Lin Feng closed the window. He tapped his fingers against his sword scabbard. Bang, bang, bang. The Ice River Pavilion was not yet fully subdued. No rush. One by one they would fall. Early the next morning, Lin Feng emerged from his cultivation chamber. His sword essence had fully recovered, and his cultivation realm had advanced slightly. Sword essence recovery 100, cultivation progress, primordial sword art 9th layer, 96. Luo Chun waited in the courtyard, his expression grave. Brother, more visitors have arrived. How many? 500, all at or above the sword venerable realm. Their commander is the vice sect master of the All Heaven Alliance headquarters at the early stage of Sword Emperor realm. Lin Feng's eyes grew cold. Early Sword Emperor realm. A full major realm above Qin Wudao. Let's go. He strode outward. Luo Chun followed behind. Brother, shall we summon senior sister Luo? No need. At the mountain gate the area was crowded. A dense mass of over 500 sword venerable cultivators, their combined aura making the very air congeal. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man in the early stage of Sword Emperor realm, clad in golden robes embroidered with the emblem of the All Heaven Alliance upon his chest. He spotted Lin Feng, and a smile curled his lips. You must be Lin Feng. Lin Feng remained silent. He drew his blade. The Qing Feng sword slid from its scabbard, its azure steel radiating a biting chill. The middle-aged man chuckled. Quite interesting. I am Han Tian, vice sect master of the All Heaven Alliance headquarters. What do you want? Han Tian's smile vanished. You have wounded 160 sword venerables of the All Heaven Alliance, and you ask if there is a matter. Lin Feng regarded him coldly. And oi, then submit or perish. Lin Feng slashed his sword. Rift-splitting sword, 3rd form rift / shatter. Sword chi tore through the void, bearing down upon Han Tian. Han Tian's expression darkened as he struck out with his palm, deflecting the sword chi. Yet a white mark remained on his palm. Such formidable sword intent. Gritting his teeth, Han Tian unleashed the full force of his early-stage Sword Emperor spiritual energy and slammed his palm forward. The palm wind carried the sound of thunder, sending stone slabs flying from the ground. Lin Feng did not retreat. He unleashed his sword essence to its fullest extent, pressing down with the perfected true intent of Sword Dao. The Heaven's Sword physique activated on its own, doubling the power of his Sword Dao. At the 7th layer of 10,000 sword submission, 50,000 sword shadows materialized. Dense and countless, blinding the sky and veiling the sun, the entire heavens were illuminated by the sea of sword intent. Han Tian's face contorted in shock. The 7th layer of 10,000 sword submission. You. With a thought, Lin Feng sent all 50,000 sword shadows surging toward Han Tian and the 500 sword venerables behind him. Han Tian swatted away thousands with a single palm strike, yet still suffered hundreds of hits, his robes riddled with dozens of tears and his body marred by scores of bleeding wounds. His 500 subordinates fared far worse, pierced through like sieves by the sword shadows, sprawled across the ground in heaps. Their cries of agony shook the heavens. In less time than it takes to finish a cup of tea, only Han Tian remained standing among the 500, blood-soaked and pale-faced. Lin Feng, you. Lin Feng strode forward. Still wished to fight. Han Tian gritted his teeth. Retreat. He spun and fled. Lin Feng's sword cleaved into his leg. Han Tian screamed and collapsed. Go back and tell your sect master. Next time bring more people. Han Tian scrambled to his feet and fled on hands and knees. Lin Feng sheathed his sword, turned and walked back toward the sword sect. Luo Chen stood at the mountain gate, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Brother, you fought 500 sword venerables and an early-stage sword emperor alone, and won. Lin Feng said nothing. He entered the main hall and closed the door. Seating himself cross-legged, he took out a healing pill and swallowed it. The previous battle had consumed 80% of his sword essence. Sword essence recovery 20. He closed his eyes and circulated the primordial sword art. Spirit stones were drawn dry one after another, their powdered remnants trickling through his fingers. An hour later, his sword essence had recovered to 60%. Sword essence recovery 60. Lin Feng opened his eyes. His fingers tapped the scabbard. Clang, clang, clang. An early-stage sword emperor. He could wound him now, but to slay him would require another breakthrough. Once he mastered the 8th layer of 10,000 sword submission, he would be able to kill him. Cross-realm injury early stage, Sword Emperor 1, Sword Venerable 500. Achievement reward Sword Dao Comprehension 300 Spirit Stones 150000. After Lin Feng swept away thousands of enemies with a single sword strike, the mountain gate of the sword sect was already strewn with the corpses of the Zhutian alliance. Blood flowed from the gate down to the foot of the mountain, staining the bluestone slabs a dark crimson. The air was thick with the smell of blood, an almost tangible presence. But the battle was not over yet. Disciples of the Alliance rushed out from the mountain gate, stepping through pools of blood, pursuing the fleeing remnants and hacking them down. Luo Chun led 3,000 men in the eastern encirclement, Luo Qingxue led 2,000 in the western interception, and the master of the Ice River Hall led 1,000 to block the northern path. Surrounded on all sides, the members of the Zhutian Alliance had no way to escape. Lin Feng stood at the mountain gate, 4 swords suspended behind him, their tips pointed downward, dripping with blood. Little White crouched on his shoulder, its golden eyes fixed on the distant battlefield, its tail taut as a bowstring. Lin Feng had consumed half of his sword energy, but his body was unharmed. In that previous battle, he had single-handedly withstood the full assault of the Zhutian Alliance's main force. 100,000 sword shadows had slain the majority of the enemy. The remaining scattered troops had lost all will to fight, caring only for their own escape. Luo Chun, drenched in blood, ran back from the eastern side, his sword still dripping crimson. Panting heavily, he said, "Big brother, the eastern side is cleared. A few dozen escaped. Can't catch them." Lin Feng said, "Enough? Let a few go back to report." Luo Chen nodded, turned, and ran back to tally the casualties. Luo Qingxue walked back from the western side. The blood on her ice sword had frozen, forming red icicles hanging from the blade. She approached Lin Feng and said, "The western side is cleared. Over 300 Alliance disciples died, and more than 1,000 were wounded." Lin Feng said, "Carry the wounded inside and register the dead." Luo Qingxue nodded and went to arrange it. The master of the Ice River Hall walked over from the northern side, his white robe soaked through with blood indistinguishable as his own or the enemy's. He approached Lin Feng and said, "The northern side is cleared. Over 200 Ice River Hall disciples died, and 800 were wounded." Lin Feng said, "You've worked hard." The hall master shook his head, saying, "It was my duty." Li Fan ran out from the mountain gate, clutching a ledger in his hand, his face covered in dust, tears, and dirt mingling into a grimy mask. He ran up to Lin Feng, his voice trembling. "Senior brother, the tally is done. The Alliance lost 1,200 disciples dead, 2,000 severely wounded, and 3,000 lightly wounded. The Zhutian Alliance left behind over 8,000 corpses and captured more than 2,000 people." Lin Feng said, "Lock up the captives, give medicine to the severely wounded, and bandage the lightly wounded." For each fallen disciple, send 1,000 spirit stones to their family as compensation. Lin Feng nodded and turned to leave. After a few steps he stopped and looked back saying, "Senior brother, are you injured?" Lin Feng said no. Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief and ran off. Lin Feng turned and walked back through the mountain gate. Little White crouched on his shoulder, licking the blood off his face. The blood wasn't his, it was the enemy's. He entered the main hall and sat in the sect leader's seat. The 4 swords were thrust into the ground before him, blood slowly trickling down their blades. He closed his eyes, letting his sword energy circulate through his meridians, recovering 60% of his depleted reserves. Luo Chen walked in and stood before him. His clothes were torn in several places, and a knife wound on his left arm was still seeping blood. But he didn't bandage it first. He came to report. He said, "Big brother, the main force of the Zhutian Alliance's Central Province branch has been wiped out. Qin Tsung escaped with a few dozen remnants heading toward the upper province. Should we pursue?" Lin Feng opened his eyes and said no. Let him go back to report. Once the Zhutian Alliance headquarters gets the news, they'll send stronger people. We'll wait for them. Luo Chen said, "Big brother, can we hold out?" Lin Feng said, "We can." Luo Chen asked no more and turned to bandage his wound. Luo Qingxue entered, having changed into a clean white robe. Her ice sword was wiped clean, cold air dripping from the blade. She stood before Lin Feng and said, "The wounded are all settled. The severely wounded have been given top-grade healing pills. They'll recover within 3 days. The lightly wounded can get out of bed tomorrow." Lin Feng said, "Is there enough spirit stones?" Luo Qingxue said, "Enough. The spirit stones seized from the Zhutian Alliance have filled 3 storehouses, enough for the sword sect to use for a year." Lin Feng nodded. Luo Qingxue sat down beside him, and after a moment of silence she said, "Lin Feng, the Zhutian Alliance won't let this go. The Central Province branch is destroyed, the headquarters will send even stronger forces. Next time it might not be Sword Venerable Realm. It could be Sword Emperor Realm, or even Sword God Realm." Lin Feng said, "I know." Luo Qingxue said, "Can you defeat them?" Lin Feng said, "Even if I can, I have to fight." Luo Qingxue looked at his profile and said no more. For the next 3 days the sword sect was busy clearing the battlefield, healing the wounded, and distributing compensation. The blood outside the mountain gate was washed away with water, but the color of the bluestone slabs had changed, from cyan to dark crimson, no matter how much they scrubbed. The smell of blood in the air had faded somewhat, but was still perceptible. Lin Feng, aside from training, spent each day standing outside the mountain gate. He stood there silent and motionless like a statue. Little White crouched on his shoulder, its golden eyes gazing into the distance. Luo Chen asked Luo Qingxue, "What is Big Brother doing?" Luo Qingxue said, "He's waiting." Luo Chen said, "Waiting for what?" Luo Qingxue said, "Waiting for the next attack from the Zhutian Alliance." On the 5th day, a scout reported. The Zhutian Alliance headquarters had sent new forces: 10,000 Sword Emperor Realm, 1,000 Sword Venerable Realm, 100 Sword Venerable Realm Peak, and 10 half-step Sword God Realm. The leader was the deputy leader of the Zhutian Alliance headquarters, a Sword Venerable Realm Peak, 1 level higher than the previous Great Elder. When the news reached the sword sect, the disciples fell silent. 10,000 Sword Emperor Realm, 1,000 Sword Venerable Realm, 100 Sword Venerable Realm Peak, 10 half-step Sword God Realm. This number was exactly double that of the last time. Some began to fear, some to doubt, some to pack their bags. But most didn't move because they knew running was useless. The Zhutian Alliance wanted the entire central province. The temple could run, but the monk couldn't. When Lin Feng heard the news, he was cultivating in the main hall. He opened his eyes and said, "How many?" Luo Chen stood at the door, his hands trembling. 10,000 Sword Emperor Realm, 1,000 Sword Venerable Realm, 100 Sword Venerable Realm Peak, 10 half-step Sword God Realm. Lin Feng said, "When will they arrive?" Luo Chen said, 3 days later. Lin Feng said, "That's enough." 3 days later, the Zhutian Alliance's army arrived. 10,000 Sword Emperor Realm cultivators walked through the air, followed by 1,000 Sword Venerable Realm, 100 Sword Venerable Realm Peak, forming the rear guard, and 10 half-step Sword God Realm, escorting the deputy leader on both sides. Their spiritual energy converged, surging like a black ocean from the horizon. The people of Tianke City all hid in their homes, doors and windows tightly shut, not daring to come out. The disciples of the various families all cowered within their sects, not daring to show themselves. The deputy leader was a middle-aged man, a Sword Venerable Realm Peak, clad in a golden robe embroidered with the emblem of the Zhutian Alliance on his chest. His face was stern, his eyes like an eagle's. His gaze swept over the sword sect's mountain gate, and he let out a cold laugh, saying, "Lin Feng, come out and die." Lin Feng walked out. For swords hung at his waist, Little White crouched on his shoulder. Luo Qingxue followed behind her, ice sword in hand. Luo Chen led 15,000 disciples standing inside the mountain gate, their swords already drawn. Lin Feng looked up at the deputy leader and said, "You brought more people than last time." The deputy leader said, "Last time the Great Elder was careless and you took advantage. This time I won't make the same mistake." Lin Feng said, "Does numbers matter?" The deputy leader's expression darkened, and he waved his hand saying, "Attack." 10,000 people attacked simultaneously. Sword chi, blade chi, and palm wind came crashing down like a tidal wave. The air was torn apart, emitting a sharp howl. The ground was torn up, stones flying. The entire mountain shook. Lin Feng did not retreat. All four swords were drawn at once: azure edge, sword golden scales, sword frost heaven sword, and heaven punishment sword. For beams of sword light shot into the sky, interweaving into a massive net of swords. The initial stage of Sword Dao Law was fully activated, as was the all-heaven sword body. The 8th level of 10,000 swords returning to 100,000 sword shadows materialized. With a thought from Lin Feng, the 100,000 sword shadows simultaneously shot toward the opposing crowd. First wave, 2,000 fell. Second wave, another 2,000 fell. Third wave, another 2,000 fell. Fourth wave, fifth wave. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, all 10,000 Sword Emperor Realm cultivators were down. Most of the 1,000 Sword Venerable Realm were also down. Dozens of the 100 Sword Venerable Realm peak had fallen, and the 10 half-step Sword God Realm were riddled with sword shadows like sieves. The deputy leader was covered in blood. His sword was broken, his armor shattered, his hair disheveled. He knelt on the ground, looked up at Lin Feng, and his eyes were filled with terror. He said, You're not human. Lin Feng walked over and said, Go back and tell your leader the central province is mine. If you come again, I'll kill my way to the upper province. The deputy leader scrambled away. Lin Feng sheathed his swords, turned, and walked back through the mountain gate. In this battle, the Alliance disciples suffered almost no casualties because the enemy hadn't even reached the city walls before Lin Feng single-handedly annihilated them all. The news spread throughout the central province. The Zhutian Alliance's central province branch completely collapsed. The remaining forces fled to the upper province. No more battles in the central province. The news of the fall of the Central Plains branch of the All Heavens Alliance spread like wings, reaching every corner of the Central Plains. In tea houses, taverns, inns, and markets, all people talked of nothing else. Some said Lin Feng had fought against over 10,000 enemies alone. Others claimed his sword could summon 100,000 phantom blades. Some whispered that Lin Feng was no mortal but the sword god incarnate. The response from each major family was surprisingly unanimous. The Wang, Li, Zhao, and Zhou families, all the factions that had been holding back, turned their allegiance to the sword sect overnight. The master of the Wang family personally led his entire clan to kneel before the sword sect's mountain gate. Kneeling at the very front with his forehead pressed to the ground, his voice trembling, he declared, Sect Master Lin, the Wang family pledges lifelong loyalty to the sword sect, never to betray. Master Li knelt beside him and said, the Li family too. Master Zhao declared, the Zhao family as well. Master Zhou followed, the Zhou family also. Lin Feng stood at the mountain gate, gazing down at the thousands kneeling before him. Rise, he said. No one dared to stand. Master Wang said, until Sect Master Lin gives his permission, I dare not rise. Lin Feng replied, I permit it. Rise. Master Wang stood up, his legs still trembling. His clansmen behind him rose, as well, heads bowed, none daring to meet Lin Feng's gaze. For the following 7 days, every major and minor faction within Central Plains City submitted to the sword sect. No one resisted, no one objected. For Lin Feng's sword was too swift, so fast that none dared to test it. Luo Chun ran the numbers and reported, Brother, the combined forces of all factions in Central Plains City now total over 50,000 soul transformation cultivators, 800+ sword emperors, and 30+ sword venerables. Lin Feng said, Enough. Luo Chun asked, Enough for what? Lin Feng replied, Enough to go to the upper province. Luo Chun was startled and said, Brother, you intend to go to the upper province? Lin Feng said, Not yet. Once I break through to the peak of sword venerable. Luo Chun asked, Brother, what is your current realm? Lin Feng replied, Late stage of sword venerable. Luo Chun said, Only one minor realm away. Lin Feng said, Soon. He entered the cultivation chamber and closed the door. For swords rested across his knees and Xiao Bai perched upon his shoulder. He closed his eyes and began his assault on the peak of sword venerable. The breakthrough from late stage to peak sword venerable demanded massive accumulation of sword essence. He had spirit stones, pills, the inheritance of the sword god, and the nurturing of 4 immortal swords. His foundation was thicker than anyone else, but breakthrough still required time. On the first day, sword essence cycled 300 rounds through his meridians. On the second day, 500 cycles. On the third day, 800. Spirit stones were consumed one after another, their powder sifting through his fingers. Xiao Bai leapt from the sword body and perched on his shoulder, opening its beak to exhale a strand of white light. The light flowed into Lin Feng's brow. Sword spirit essence, the primordial power of the blade. Lin Feng's sword essence surged, and the sword embryo in his dantian expanded from the size of a human head to that of a washbasin. On the 7th day, the sword embryo in his dantian vibrated violently. A crack split the surface of the sword embryo, from which more concentrated and purer sword essence gushed forth. Peak of sword venerable. Lin Feng opened his eyes, his sword essence now 3 times denser than before. He rose and stretched, his bones cracking. The 4 swords at his waist trembled, faintly humming. Xiao Bai perched on his shoulder and let out a soft meow. Lin Feng stroked its head and said, Thank you. Xiao Bai rubbed its head against his hand. Lin Feng pushed open the door and stepped out. Luo Qingxue waited at the entrance holding a bowl of kanji. She noticed the change in his aura and asked, "You've broken through?" Lin Feng replied, "Yes." Peak of Sword Venerable. Luo Qingxue said, "Only half a step away from Sword God Realm." Lin Feng said, "Half a step is sufficient." He took the bowl and drank it in a few swallows. Luo Chun came running and said, "Brother, someone from the Sword God Palace has arrived." Lin Feng asked who. Luo Chun replied, "The Palace Master himself." Lin Feng walked to the mountain gate. The Palace Master of the Sword God Palace stood there. A peak sword emperor dressed in white robes, his hair entirely white, yet his complexion ruddy and his spirit vigorous. Seeing Lin Feng, he clasped his fist and said, "Sect Master Lin, congratulations on becoming the overlord of the Central Plains." Lin Feng asked, "What do you want?" The Palace Master replied, "The Sword God Palace wishes to invite you to serve as a core elder." Lin Feng regarded him silently. The Palace Master continued, "The Sword God Palace is the oldest sword cultivation heritage in the Central Plains and has never participated in factional struggles. But the ambitions of the All Heavens Alliance grow ever greater, and the Sword God Palace can no longer remain aloof. Your sword talent is rarely seen in a millennium. The Sword God Palace needs one such as you." Lin Feng asked conditions. The Palace Master said, "No conditions. A core elder may freely enter all forbidden areas of the Sword God Palace and receives 100,000 spirit stones and 100 bottles of pills each month. You are not required to do anything for the Sword God Palace, only to act once when the Sword God Palace calls upon you." Lin Feng said, "Very well." The Palace Master withdrew a token from his robe and offered it forward. It was golden, inscribed with Sword God Palace on the front and Core Elder on the reverse. Lin Feng took the token and stored it in his storage bag. The Palace Master smiled and said, "Sect Master Lin, we shall meet again." He turned and departed. The news that Lin Feng had been appointed a core elder of the Sword God Palace spread throughout the central region. The great families responded with even greater reverence. The Sword God Palace was the oldest sword cultivation lineage site in the central region, established thousands of years ago. It had never involved itself in factional struggles, nor had it ever bowed its head to anyone. Yet they had proactively invited Lin Feng to become a core elder, indicating that his strength had already earned the Sword God Palace's recognition. Luo Chen said, "Brother, there are only 5 core elders in the entire Sword God Palace across the central region. You are the 6th. Lin Feng said, "MH." Luo Chen asked, "Brother, do you realize how much authority a core elder of the Sword God Palace wields? They may freely enter and exit all restricted grounds of the Sword God Palace, peruse all its sword cultivation classics, and command its guard forces." MH, Lin Feng replied. "Brother, aren't you excited?" Luo Chen asked. "Nothing to be excited about," Lin Feng said. The next day, Lin Feng went to report to the Sword God Palace. He brought Luo Qingxue with him and the 2 rode horses. The Sword God Palace lay to the west of the central region city, a venerable stone hall. The hall was immense, and at its entrance stood 2 white-haired elders, both at the half-step Sword Sovereign realm. Upon seeing Lin Feng, they cupped their fists and said, "Elder Lin, the Hall Master awaits you in the main hall." Lin Feng stepped inside. In the main hall, the Hall Master sat at the highest seat, flanked on both sides by 4 white-haired elders, all at the peak of the Sword Sovereign realm, the 4 core elders of the Sword God Palace. Seeing Lin Feng enter, they all rose. "Elder Lin, please be seated," the Hall Master said. Lin Feng took his place in the empty seat on the left. Luo Qingxue stood behind him. "From this day forth, Lin Feng shall be the 6th core elder of the Sword God Palace. Let us all make each other's acquaintance," the Hall Master declared. The 4 core elders introduced themselves in turn. The first elder said, "I am surnamed Zhou at the peak of the Sword Sovereign realm." The second elder said, "I am surnamed Wu at the peak of the Sword Sovereign realm." The third elder said, "I am surnamed Zheng at the peak of the Sword Sovereign realm." The fourth elder said, "I am surnamed Wang at the peak of the Sword Sovereign realm." Lin Feng nodded. "Elder Lin," the Hall Master said, "the Sword God Palace has few rules. There is but one: betray the Sword God Palace, and you shall die." "I understand," Lin Feng said. "Good." Meeting adjourned. The 4 core elders departed. The Hall Master kept Lin Feng behind and said, "Elder Lin, the restricted grounds on the back mountain are at your disposal at any time. Therein lies the sword cultivation legacy left by ancient sword cultivators, which will aid your own cultivation." "Thank you," Lin Feng said. "There is no need for thanks," the Hall Master replied. "As a core elder of the Sword God Palace, this is your due." Lin Feng took Luo Qingxue to the back mountain. There was a cave on the back mountain, its entrance sealed by arrays and restrictions. Lin Feng extended his hand, sword essence surging forth, and the restrictions shattered. He walked inside. The cave was dark, but with his sword Heart of Clairness fully activated, he could perceive everything around him. The cave walls were carved full of sword marks, each imbued with the sword intent of ancient sword cultivators. Lin Feng sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. With his sword Heart of Clairness blazing wide open, the sword marks on the walls flooded into his mind one after another. Special check-in location triggered. Sword God Palace restricted grounds. Proceed with check-in. Check-in. Special check-in at Sword God Palace restricted grounds successful. Congratulations host on receiving 5,000 Ancient Sword Dao Comprehensions, 100 Sword Intent Fragments, 10 Sword Dao Rule Fragments. A sphere of light merged into his brow. Lin Feng closed his eyes, his mind churning with sword intent. His Sword Dao rules at the initial stage advanced from 10% to 20%. He opened his eyes and tapped his fingers against the sword scabbard, producing a ringing sound. The sound echoed through the cave. Luo Qingxue stood at the entrance watching him. Your Sword Dao rules have grown stronger again, she said. Lin Feng replied, MH. You cultivate here, and I will keep watch, Luo Qingxue said. Very well, Lin Feng replied. He trained within the restricted grounds of the Sword God Palace for 3 days. Each day he contemplated the sword marks on the cave walls, absorbing the sword intent left by ancient sword cultivators. After 3 days his Sword Dao rules at the initial stage rose to 30%. The ceiling progress of the 4 swords also advanced. The Golden Scale Sword at 98%, the Heaven-Slaying Sword at 90%, the Heavenly Frost Sword at 60%, and the Heavenly Execution Sword at 40%. Xiao Bai Seal was at 99%, only 1% away from full release. Lin Feng rose and walked out of the cave. Luo Qingxue sat at the entrance, her ice sword resting across her knees. Seeing Lin Feng emerge, she asked, Did you break through? My Sword Dao rules advanced, Lin Feng said. Is that enough? Luo Qingxue asked. Not yet, Lin Feng said. But it is near. The two made their way back to Sword Sect. Along the way, Lin Feng said, within the restricted grounds of the Sword God Palace, there are clues regarding Di Tian. What clues? Luo Qingxue asked. Ancient sword cultivators recorded that Di Tian was not a native of the heavens. He came from beyond all heavens. He is an invader, Lin Feng said. Luo Qingxue fell silent for a moment, then said, No wonder he seeks to devour the heavens. He does not seek to devour the heavens. He seeks to destroy them, Lin Feng corrected. Why? Luo Qingxue asked. I do not know yet, Lin Feng said. But I will find the answer. After Lin Feng became a core elder of the Sword Divine Palace, monthly resources were delivered to the Sword Sect on schedule: 100,000 spirit stones, 100 bottles of pills, and 5,000 Sword Dao insights. Luo Chen stared at those resources, his eyes widening in disbelief. Brother, the Sword Divine Palace is extraordinarily wealthy. 100,000 spirit stones per month, 100 bottles of pills. It exceeds our entire Sword Sect's monthly income. Lin Feng replied, The Sword Divine Palace has existed for thousands of years. The resources they have accumulated are beyond our comprehension. Luo Chen pressed, Brother, you're now a core elder. Can you not secure more resources for us from the Sword Divine Palace? Lin Feng said, I cannot. Luo Chen asked why. Lin Feng explained, the resources the Sword Divine Palace provides are for me personally, not for the sect. I cannot use resources meant for myself to benefit the Sword Sect. Luo Chen said, Brother, you really are. Lin Feng asked what? Luo Chen replied, stubborn as a mule. Lin Feng ignored him. Every month Lin Feng entered the forbidden ground of the Sword Divine Palace to cultivate. Each time he went, his comprehension of the Sword Dao rule advanced slightly. After 1 month, his initial stage of Sword Dao understanding rose to 40%. 2 months later it reached 50%. 3 months later 60%. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai Seal recovery had also advanced to 99.9%, with only a fragment remaining. Each day it hopped out from within the sword body, scampering across Lin Feng's shoulders as it chased butterflies and caught flies, thoroughly enjoying itself. Watching it, Lin Feng asked, When will you be completely freed from your seal? Xiao Bai tilted its head at him and let out a meow, as if responding soon enough. One day, while cultivating in the forbidden ground of the Sword Divine Palace, Lin Feng suddenly sensed an anomalous presence. It was neither sword intent nor killing aura. It was the stench of a spy. Someone within the Sword Divine Palace was leaking information outward. Lin Feng opened his eyes and fully activated his sword heart clarity. Tracing that aura, he discovered it belonged to an elder of the Sword Divine Palace, a peak sword sovereign realm cultivator, surnamed Zhao. Elder Zhao held a prominent position within the palace and was a trusted confidant of the Hall Master. He was responsible for external communications and frequently accessed the palace's most confidential areas. Lin Feng tracked him for 3 days and observed that every 2 days he would venture into the dense forest behind the palace, where he met with a figure clad in black. The black-clad figure wore the garments of the Myriad Heavens Alliance with a golden insignia embroidered over his chest. Lin Feng reported this to the Hall Master, whose face darkened with fury. Are you certain? Lin Feng confirmed, absolutely. The Hall Master responded. Elder Zhao has served me for 30 years. I refuse to believe he would betray the Sword Divine Palace. Lin Feng replied, believe what you will. The evidence is here. He retrieved a memory stone from his robes and channeled spiritual energy into it, projecting an image of Elder Zhao meeting with the masked figure. In the recording, Elder Zhao handed a scroll to the intruder, who unrolled it, examined it, nodded in acknowledgement, and the two parted ways. After watching the footage, the Hall Master remained silent for a long while. Rising to his feet, he walked to the window with his back turned to Lin Feng. Elder Lin, do you know why Elder Zhao betrayed us? Lin Feng answered, I do not. The Hall Master explained, because the Myriad Heavens Alliance captured his son. His son cultivates in the upper province and was taken by them. They demanded he exchange the Sword Divine Palace's secrets for his life. Lin Feng asked, then will you forgive him? The Hall Master turned around and replied no. Betrayal is betrayal regardless of the reason. The Hall Master convened all the core elders in the main hall. Elder Zhao sat in the third seat on the left, his expression calm and unchanged, revealing nothing abnormal. The Hall Master said, Elder Zhao, Elder Lin has already informed me of your affairs. Elder Zhao's face instantly drained of color. He rose to his feet, attempting to flee. Lin Feng drew his sword and severed Elder Zhao's leg in a single strike. The elder collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. The Hall Master stated, Elder Zhao, you have served me for 30 years. I will not take your life. But you can no longer remain at the Sword Divine Palace. I will strip your cultivation and expel you. Elder Zhao knelt upon the ground, bowing his head repeatedly, and pleaded, Hall Master, I was wrong. I should not have betrayed the Sword Divine Palace. But my son, the Hall Master interrupted. Your son, I will find a way to rescue him. But you must leave. Elder Zhao was dragged away. The Hall Master surveyed the remaining elders and demanded, who dares betray us again? No one spoke. Lin Feng sheathed his sword. The Hall Master declared, Elder Lin, from this day forward you shall serve as Vice Hall Master of the Sword Divine Palace. Lin Feng declined, there is no need. The Hall Master replied, this is not for you personally, but for the sword in your hand. Your sword commands authority over all. Lin Feng said nothing further. On the third day after Lin Feng assumed the position of Vice Hall Master of the Sword God Hall, the Hall Master assigned him a task, to root out the traitors within the Sword God Hall. The Hall Master said, Vice Hall Master Lin, in the thousands of years since the Sword God Hall was established, no one has ever dared to plant spies within it. But the Zhutian Alliance is different. They infiltrate every crack. I suspect that someone within the Sword God Hall has already been bought by them. Lin Feng asked, do you have any evidence? The Hall Master shook his head and said no. But I know the Zhutian Alliance. They won't let go of such a tempting prize as the Sword God Hall. Lin Feng nodded and accepted the task. He returned to the Sword Sect and summoned Luo Qingxue. Luo Qingxue was practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard, an ice sword in hand, her aura exuding chilling frost. She sheathed the sword, walked over, and there were fine beads of sweat on her forehead. Lin Feng said, take the enforcement squad and investigate the traitors in the Sword God Hall. Luo Qingxue asked, who should I investigate? Lin Feng replied, everyone. Elders, stewards, disciples. Not a single one left out. Luo Qingxue said, there are over 1,000 people in the Sword God Hall. How long will it take to investigate each one? Lin Feng said 3 days. Luo Qingxue looked at him, asked no further questions, and turned to gather the enforcement squad. The disciples of the Sword God Hall reacted differently upon hearing about the investigation. Some actively cooperated, others watched coldly, and a few shrank back in guilt. Luo Qingxue led the enforcement squad, interrogating each person one by one, checking storage pouches, communication jade slips, and travel records. On the first day, they investigated 300 people and found nothing. On the second day, another 300, still nothing. On the third day, Luo Qingxue investigated an elder named Zhao Hong. Zhao Hong was an outer sect elder of the Sword God Hall at the peak of the Sword Emperor realm and had served in the Sword God Hall for 20 years. He was usually quiet, diligent in his work, and never caused trouble. When Luo Qingxue inspected his storage pouch, she discovered a token of the Zhutian Alliance. The token was black, engraved with a golden emblem identical to those worn by the Zhutian Alliance army. Zhao Hong's face turned pale instantly. Luo Qingxue said, what is this? Zhao Hong stammered, I don't know. It's not mine. Someone must have planted it. Luo Qingxue said, this is your storage pouch, and the token is inside it. You claim it's not yours. Zhao Hong said, someone is framing me. Someone must be framing me. Luo Qingxue asked no more questions. She secured the token and ordered Zhao Hong to be taken away. She returned to the Sword Sect and handed the token to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the token and examined it thoroughly. The token was genuine. A Zhutian Alliance elder-level token capable of commanding all the spies the Zhutian Alliance had planted within the Sword God Hall. Lin Feng asked, where's Zhao Hong now? Luo Qingxue replied, locked in the dungeon. Lin Feng said, I'll go see him. The dungeon lay beneath the Sword God Hall, dark and damp, the air thick with the stench of mold. Torches were fixed to the walls, their flames flickering, casting long, shifting shadows on the stone. Zhao Hong was chained to an iron pillar, his hands and feet bound with chains, his hair disheveled, and there were bloodstains on his face. When he saw Lin Feng enter, he struggled, causing the chains to clatter. He said, Vice Hall Master Lin, I've been wronged. That token is not mine. Someone planted it. Lin Feng stood before him and said, who planted it? Zhao Hong replied, I don't know. But someone must want to harm me. Lin Feng asked, you've been in the Sword God Hall for 20 years. Who have you offended? Zhao Hong thought for a moment and said, no one. I've never made enemies. Lin Feng said, then why would anyone want to harm you? Zhao Hong fell silent. Lin Feng took the token from his robe and held it before Zhao Hong. He said, this token is a credential of the elder level of the Zhutian Alliance. Whoever holds it can command all the spies the Zhutian Alliance has planted in the Sword God Hall. How could an outer sect elder like you come by such an item? Zhao Heng said, I really don't know. Lin Feng said, if you won't talk I have ways to make you. He drew his azure-edged sword from his waist and pressed the tip against Zhao Heng's throat. The chilling aura of the blade seeped into his skin, and Zhao Heng shivered. His lips trembled, his eyes filled with fear, struggle, and hesitation. Lin Feng did not urge him. He stood there, the sword tip still pressed against his throat. The dungeon was deathly quiet, broken only by the crackling of the torch flame and Zhao Heng's rapid breathing. After a long while, Zhao Heng closed his eyes and said, I'll talk. He opened his eyes, which were now red-rimmed. He said, the Zhutian Alliance captured my son. My son was training in the upper province, and they seized him. They gave me this token and ordered me to pass them the Sword God Hall's formation diagrams, disciple roster, and resource distribution maps. If I refused, they would kill my son. Lin Feng said, did you do it? Zhao Heng nodded, tears streaming down his face. He said, I did it once. Just once. I passed them the formation diagrams. But I regretted it immediately. The next day I wanted to confess, but I was afraid they would kill my son. Lin Feng sheathed his sword and turned to leave. Zhao Heng called out, Vice Hall Master Lin, my son. Lin Feng said, I'll save him. He walked out of the dungeon. Luo Qingxue was waiting at the entrance. She said, do you believe him? Lin Feng said yes. Luo Qingxue asked, why? Lin Feng replied, his eyes don't look like those of a liar. Luo Qingxue said, what do you plan to do then? Lin Feng said, go to the upper province and rescue his son. Luo Qingxue said, now? Lin Feng said, after I finish handling matters here in the Sword God Hall. Lin Feng returned to the main hall and reported Zhao Heng's confession to the hall master. The hall master was silent for a long time, then said, Zhao Heng has followed me for 20 years. I don't believe he would betray me, but the evidence is solid, he did it. Lin Feng said he was forced. The hall master said, coerced or not, it's still betrayal. The rule of the Sword God Hall, a traitor dies. Lin Feng said his son is in the hands of the Zhutian Alliance in the upper province. If we kill him, his son will die too. The hall master said, what do you propose? Lin Feng said, spare his life. After I return from the upper province and rescue his son, we can decide his punishment. The hall master thought it over and said, very well, but he cannot remain in the Sword God Hall. Deprive him of his cultivation and expel him from the Sword God Hall. Lin Feng said agreed. Zhao Heng was stripped of his cultivation and cast out of the Sword God Hall. 2 disciples supported him as he was led away. When he passed Lin Feng, he stopped and said, Vice Hall Master Lin, my son's name is Zhao Yan. He is training in Tianke City in the upper province. Please, I beg you, save him. Lin Feng said, I will. Zhao Heng was dragged away. The hall master watched his retreating figure side and said, the Zhutian Alliance is too ruthless. They capture a man's son and force the father to betray his own. Only they would stoop to such despicable tricks. Lin Feng said, the Zhutian Alliance's methods go far beyond this. The hall master said, Vice Hall Master Lin, when you go to the upper province, you must be careful. The Zhutian Alliance's headquarters is in Tianke City, and their defenses there are 10 times stronger than in the central province. Lin Feng said, I know. After Zhao Heng was expelled from the Sword God Palace, Lin Feng thought the mole affair had come to an end. But Luo Qingxue told him the matter was far from over. She led the enforcement team to continue their purge within the Sword God Palace and uncovered 2 more traitors. One was Inner Sect Elder Sun Hai at the peak of the Sword Emperor realm, who had served in the Sword God Palace for 15 years. The other was Deacon Zhou Ping at the middle stage of the Sword Emperor realm, who had spent 8 years in the Sword God Palace. Luo Qingxue said both Sun Hai and Zhou Ping were recruits developed by Zhao Heng. After Zhao Heng passed the formation diagrams to the Alliance of the Heavens, Sun Hai was responsible for altering the patrol routes of the Sword God Palace, while Zhou Ping handled poisoning the pills. They had already laced the pills with a slow-acting poison that causes spiritual energy to collapse within the body. Over 100 disciples of the Sword God Palace had already been poisoned. Lin Feng's gaze turned cold. Has the poison been cured? Luo Qingxue replied, we found it in time and administered the antidote. But if we had been a few days slower, those disciples' cultivation would have been ruined. Lin Feng rose to his feet. Where are Sun Hai and Zhou Ping? Locked in the dungeon, Luo Qingxue answered. Bring them to the main hall, Lin Feng commanded. We will hold a public trial. News spread quickly and disciples of the Sword God Palace flooded to the doors of the main hall. Hundreds pressed shoulder to shoulder, whispering and murmuring among themselves. Some could not believe Elder Sun could be a traitor. Others said Deacon Zhou had always seemed honest. Some remarked that one can know a person's face, but never their heart. The palace master sat at the highest seat, his face grim as thunder. 4 core elders sat on either side, their expressions grave. Sun Hai and Zhou Ping were dragged forward and made to kneel at the center of the main hall. Sun Hai was in his 40s with a square face, wearing the white robe of an inner sect elder, though it was now stained with dust and blood. Zhou Ping was in his early 30s, tall and thin, his eyes fixed on the ground, daring not to look up. The palace master intoned, Sun Hai, Zhou Ping, do you confess your crimes? Sun Hai raised his head and declared, Palace master, I am innocent. You conspired with the Alliance of the Heavens and poisoned the pills, and you claim innocence. Sun Hai retorted, I did not poison anything. Luo Qingxue framed me. That's right. Zhou Ping chimed in. Luo Qingxue framed us both. She has always disliked us and sought our destruction. Luo Qingxue stood behind Lin Feng, her ice sword in hand, saying nothing. Lin Feng stepped forward and stood before Sun Hai. You accuse Luo Qingxue of framing you. Do you have evidence? Sun Hai faltered. She cannot produce any. Lin Feng withdrew a memory crystal from his robes and activated it with his spiritual energy. The stone projected a clear recording of Sun Hai and Zhou Ping in the alchemy chamber pouring substances into pill bottles. The image was vivid. Even the expression on Sun Hai's face could be seen clearly. He had been smiling as he poured, a sinister grin playing upon his features. Sun Hai's face went pale in an instant. Zhou Ping collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. The palace master rose. Sun Hai, Zhou Ping, do you have anything left to say? Sun Hai clamped his jaw shut and remained silent. By the laws of the Sword God Palace, the palace master declared, traitors are put to death. He turned to Lin Feng. Vice Palace Master Lin Yu shall carry out the sentence. Lin Feng drew his sword. The azure blade flashed from its scabbard. In a single stroke of sword light, Sun Hai's head flew from his shoulders and hit the ground, blood spraying across the floor. Zhou Ping, terrified beyond reason, soiled himself and prostrated on the ground, begging, Vice Palace Master Lin, spare my life. I was forced by Sun Hai. He said he would kill my entire family if I disobeyed. I never wanted to betray the Sword God Palace. Lin Feng looked down at him and said calmly, you did not wish to betray, yet betray you did. With another swing of his blade, Zhou Ping's head also flew from his neck and struck the ground. At the entrance of the main hall, the hundreds of disciples fell utterly silent. No one spoke. No one dared to move. Blood streamed from the center of the hall, flowing down through the cracks between the stone slabs. The palace master rose and announced, from this day forth let this be the fate of anyone who dares betray the Sword God Palace. No one answered. Lin Feng sheathed his sword and turned to leave the main hall. Luo Qingxue followed behind him and asked, you have killed them. Does that mean the traitors within the Sword God Palace have been fully rooted out? Not necessarily, Lin Feng replied. But the rest will dare not move. How do you know? She pressed. Because they feared death. From that day forward, none within the Sword God Palace dared betray. When disciples encountered Lin Feng, they lowered their heads and took another path, not out of fear, but out of reverence. For since Lin Feng's arrival, the traitors had been purged, the spies of the Alliance of the Heavens uprooted, and the sense of security within the Sword God Palace had grown tenfold. In private, the palace master said to Lin Feng, Vice Palace Master Lin, you are far too merciless. Lin Feng replied, had I not been merciless, we would be the ones dead. The palace master gave a bitter smile and conceded, you speak the truth. With the traitor purged, the Sword Divine Palace finally fell into a tranquil calm. The palace master placed the entirety of its defenses under Lin Feng's command. Lin Feng reconfigured the palace's formations and restrictions, discarding the old low-grade arrays and installing superior ones in their place. Forged through the system, these arrays could withstand a full-force blow from a peak sword sovereign. He had also drilled an elite guard corps, every member at least at the sword sovereign realm, patrolling ceaselessly through day and night. Luo Qingxue remarked, Lin Feng, you've turned the Sword Divine Palace into a military encampment. Lin Feng replied, the Heavenly Alliance may descend upon us at any hour. Leniency is not an option. Luo Qingxue asked, when do you intend to depart for the upper province? Lin Feng answered, soon. Once Xiao Bai is completely unsealed, and once my sword Dao comprehension ascends to the mid-tier. Xiao Bai leapt forth from the blade's core, perched upon Lin Feng's shoulder, and let out a soft mew. Its sealing progress stood at 99.99%. Only a sliver remained. Lin Feng stroked its head. Soon he murmured. For half a month, he dedicated himself to cultivation at the sword sect, attending to his daily check-ins, honing his technique, and nurturing the four swords. Within those 15 days, his beginner tier, sword Dao comprehension, surged from 60 to 90%. The golden scale sword was entirely unsealed, now its blade radiating a brilliance akin to the sun, bathing the entire chamber in molten gold. The Heaven Cleaver sword rested at 95%, the Heavenly Frost sword at 70%, and the Heavenly Execution sword at 50%. Xiao Bai's seal had reached 99.999%. Only the final fraction stood between it and freedom. On this day, as Lin Feng sat in cultivation, the system suddenly chimed. Upper Province access unlocked. Unlocks granted: 1 Upper Province teleportation talisman, 1 Upper Province map, and 1 Upper Province faction chart. Special check-in locations marked: Sword Spirit Sacred Ground, Heavenly Alliance Headquarters, Ancient Sword Tomb. Lin Feng opened his eyes and withdrew the Upper Province map from his spatial pouch. The map was woven from shimmering spiritual light, densely annotated with countless markers. The Upper Province spanned 10 times the territory of the Central Province, its political landscape far more intricate. At its very heart lay the Heavenly Alliance headquarters, the preeminent power entrenched within the sprawling metropolis of Tianke City. To the north lay the Sword Spirit Sacred Ground, marked with a blade emblem, and the legend sanctuary of the slumbering ancient sword spirits. To the east rested the ancient sword tomb, denoted by a steel icon inscribed final resting place of the primordial sword cultivators. Main quest updated journey to the upper province and claim a blessing at the sword spirit sacred ground to obtain an ancient sword spirit. Quest rewards 1 ancient sword spirit, 1 immortal sword evolution item, 1 million spirit stones, and 100,000 points of sword Dao insight. Lin Feng folded the map, rose from his seat, and stepped toward the window. Beyond the window pane the moon shone pale, casting a chill gleam across the blades. Far in the distance toward the upper province storm clouds gathered, not for rain, but heavy with the palpable weight of killing intent. The Heavenly Alliance headquarters awaited him. His fingers tapped lightly against his scabbard, clang clang clang, and all 4 swords trembled in unison, resonating with a low hum. Luo Qingxue pushed the door open, carrying a steaming bowl of soup. Seeing Lin Feng gazing out the window, she asked, "You're departing for the upper province?" He nodded. "Yes." She set the bowl upon the table. "I'm coming with you." "Very well," Lin Feng agreed. "When do we leave?" She pressed. "In 3 days. 3 days will suffice. I need to settle affairs at the sword sect first." They took their seats and drank the broth. Luo Qingxue had stewed it herself, enriched with spiritual herbs to nourish their vital energy and restore their vitality. Lin Feng finished 2 bowls while Luo Qingxue drank 1. Setting the dishes aside, she walked to the threshold and glanced back. Lin Feng, the upper province is fraught with peril. "I am aware," Lin Feng replied. "Do you fear it?" she asked. "No. Why not?" "Because you are by my side," Lin Feng said. Luo Qingxue faltered for a moment, a faint blush dusting her cheeks before turning on her heel and departing. Before departing for Shangzhou, Lin Feng consolidated the forces of the sword sect in Binghe Hall. He divided the sect's disciples into 3 factions. The first, led by Luo Chun, remained in Zhongzhou to oversee the sword sect's daily affairs. The second faction, under Binghe Hall's master, garrisoned the old Binghe Hall grounds to defend the northern reaches of Zhongzhou. The third, accompanied by Luo Qingxue, would travel with Lin Feng to Shangzhou. "Big brother, you need not worry. Zhongzhou is under my command," Luo Chen vowed. "The Zhutian alliance may attempt a surprise assault while you are away." "Hold the line," Lin Feng warned. "Brother, if they sought a surprise attack, they would have already launched one. Their eyes are fixed upon you. They cannot spare resources for Zhongzhou," Luo Chen reasoned. "Caution is paramount," Lin Feng replied. Luo Chen nodded. "Master Lin, the disciples of Binghe Hall await your command at any hour," the Binghe Hall master declared. "Simply hold the northern flank. The Zhutian alliance advances from Shangzhou. The north is their only path. Fear not. I stand guard in the north," the master assured him. "If their numbers overwhelm you, fall back to the sword sect. Do not engage recklessly." "Understood," the master replied. Lin Feng then audited the sect's armory and storerooms. 3,200,000 spirit stones, 2,200 pill bottles, and 520 magical artifacts remained. He allocated 2 million spirit stones, 1,500 pill bottles, and 400 artifacts to Luo Chen, retaining the rest for himself. "Brother, is that all you are taking?" Luo Chen asked. "Shangzhou is rich in resources. Should we run short, we will simply take what we need," Lin Feng said. Luo Chen chuckled. "A valid point." Lin Feng then reinforced the sword sect's formations and binding seals. He activated every defensive formation exchanged from his system, deploying them at every critical choke point of the mountain pass. Once ignited, a pale cyan-white luminous barrier shrouded the entire peak. Luo Chun tested the barrier with a strike, but was violently repelled, crashing into the ground and struggling to rise. "Brother, these formations are absurdly powerful. It can withstand a full-strength assault from a cultivator at the pinnacle of the Sword Emperor realm," Lin Feng explained. "Then what if the Zhutian alliance sends a sword god?" Luo Chen pressed. "A sword god would shatter these barriers instantly. But they will not risk coming to Zhongzhou. Their sole target is me," Lin Feng answered. "Brother, you must return alive." "I will," he promised. On the eve of his departure, Lin Feng stood atop the sword sect's highest peak, gazing down at the myriad lanterns of Zhongzhou city. Luo Qingxue stood beside him, the wind lifting her hair. "What are you looking at?" she asked. "Whether I will ever see them again," he replied. "You will," she assured him. "I know. Lin Feng promised me one thing," she said. "What is it?" "When we reach Shangzhou, do not throw your life away alone. Call upon me when danger strikes," she pleaded. "I will," he agreed. She studied his profile beneath the moonlight. His gaze was cold, yet she knew it was merely a veneer. A fire burned within him, one that had smoldered for 20 years. "Are you still dwelling on your past life?" she asked. "No longer," he said. "Then why do you still seek to fight Ditian?" "Because Ditian intends to devour the heavens. If I do not strike, all will perish," Lin Feng answered. "Including me?" "Yes, including you." "Then go. I will accompany you," she declared. At dawn the following day, Lin Feng and Luo Qingxue stepped through the gates of the sword sect. Luo Chun led all the disciples, kneeling inside the courtyard, their foreheads pressed to the earth. "Brother, take care." Over 15,000 disciples cried in unison, "Master, returned safely." The resonant echoes swept through the valleys, startling a flock of birds into the sky. Lin Feng did not look back. He walked to the mountain's base before pausing for a final glance. The sect's gates loomed faintly through the morning mist. The characters for sword sect carved above the archway bore his own hand, sharp, incisive, and drenched in sword intent. He tore his gaze away. "Let us go." Mounting their horses, they rode northward out of Zhongzhou City. Upon reaching an open clearing beyond the walls, Lin Feng dismounted and drew a Shangzhou teleportation talisman from his storage pouch. The golden parchment was inscribed with intricate sigils at center depicting a transmission array. Channeling his spiritual energy, Lin Feng set the talisman ablaze, and it metamorphosed into a radiant gateway. Standing 3 zhang high and 2 zhang wide, its frame pulsed with pale cyan light. Beyond the threshold lay an endless void. Step through, Lin Feng instructed. Taking Luo Qingshue's hand, he led her into the light. Behind the gate stretched a spatial corridor. Darkness enveloped them on all sides save for a luminescent path beneath their feet. The passage was narrow, allowing only 2 to walk abreast. Silence reigned, broken only by their footsteps and racing hearts. Luo Qingxue gripped Lin Feng's hand, her palms damp. Afraid, he asked. No, she replied. Your hands are trembling. The wind is fierce, she claimed. Lin Feng remained silent. There was no wind in the corridor, yet he chose not to expose her fear. After roughly the time it takes to steep a pot of tea, a faint glow appeared ahead. The light intensified until it became blinding. Stepping through the portal, they found themselves upon a desolate wasteland. The sky was a profound blue, clouds hung low, and the ambient spiritual energy thrice exceeded that of Zhongzhou. A single breath filled his lungs with pure qi. The expanse stretched to the horizon, blanketed in withered grass that rippled like waves in the wind. Distant mountains capped with pristine snow gleamed under the sunlight. Shangzhou had arrived. Lin Feng unfolded a map of the region and studied it briefly. The Zhutian Alliance headquarters lay 500 li to the east, while the Sword Spirit Sacred Ground sat 300 li away. We head for the Sword Spirit Sacred Ground first, he decided. Luo Qingxue nodded. They proceeded onward. Not long after, a group emerged ahead. More than a dozen cultivators at the early stages of the Sword Emperor realm, clad in uniform black robes embroidered with the golden sigil of the Zhutian Alliance. Their leader was a mid-stage Sword Emperor in his early 30s, a jagged scar bisecting his face from brow to chin. Spotting Lin Feng, he sneered. Lin Feng, headquarters ordered us to await you here. We have waited 2 days. Do you require something? Lin Feng asked calmly. The Alliance gives you one choice: kneel and submit, or we return with your head on a pike. The dozen behind him laughed cruelly. Some drew their blades, others rubbed their palms together, and one spat on the ground. Lin Feng said nothing. He drew his sword. The golden scale blade sang from its scabbard, flashing with brilliant gold. The scarred man's head detached and sailed through the air, impacting the dirt and rolling a few times before coming to rest, eyes still open. Blood geysered from the severed neck, painting the ground crimson. The remaining assailants froze in sheer terror, then scrambled to flee. Shoes were lost, bodies hit the ground, but none dared look back as they bolted into the wilderness. Lin Feng sheathed his sword. Move out. Luo Qingxue followed her, ice blade drawn. You killed men of the Zhutian Alliance. They will seek retribution. Let them come, he replied flatly. They continued their journey, leaving behind the scarred man's corpse and a spreading pool of blood. The light gate of the spatial passage sealed shut behind them. Lin Feng and Luo Qingxue stood on the soil of the upper province, the cracked yellow earth beneath their feet, the wind fierce, whipping dust into their faces. The spiritual energy density in the upper province was at least 3 times that of the middle province. Taking a deep breath, their lungs filled with qi. Luo Qingxue gazed around, her ice blue eyes reflecting the distant undulating mountain ranges. The upper province is even larger than I imagined. Lin Feng remained silent, pulling out the upper province map provided by the system and spreading it open in his palm. The map was formed from condensed spiritual light, densely marked with countless points. The headquarters of the Myriad Heavens Alliance was at the very center of the upper province, 500 li from their current position. The Sword Spirit Sacred Land lay to the north, 300 li away. The ancient Sword Tomb was to the east, 800 li distant. There was also a point marked in red, an unknown danger zone 200 li away. Lin Feng folded the map. We'll head to the Sword Spirit Sacred Land first. Luo Qingxue nodded. The two walked forward. Before they had gone a quarter of an hour, their path was blocked by a crowd of people. A dozen black-robed cultivators, all at the early Sword Emperor stage, bore the emblem of the Myriad Heavens Alliance on their chests. The leader was a bald, burly man at the mid-Sword Emperor stage, wielding a ghost-headed broadsword. When he saw Lin Feng, he grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Lin Feng, headquarters told us to wait for you here. We've been waiting for 2 days. Lin Feng halted. Something you need. The bald man thrust his sword into the ground, embedding it half a foot deep. Headquarters says either you kneel and submit, or we take your head back. The dozen men behind him all burst into laughter. A mere mid-sword lord stage cultivator. Worth sending us here. Boss, I can handle him alone. Don't steal my kill, let me do it. Lin Feng said nothing. He drew his sword. The azure-edged sword slid from its sheath, its blade a deep cyan, the tip gleaming with cold light. He did not unleash his sword intent, but the sword essence was already circulating through his meridians. The bald man's grin vanished. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. He threw a punch, unleashing the full force of his mid-sword emperor's spiritual energy. The fist wind carried a sonic boom, sending sand and stones flying into the air. Lin Feng did not retreat. He unleashed his full sword essence, pressing down with the perfection of his sword Dao true intent. His myriad sword body activated automatically, doubling the power of his sword techniques. A flash of cyan light flickered across the azure edge sword as he struck. The third form of sky-rending sword, sky-rending, slash-break. The sword chi tore through space, slashing into the bald man's fist. Crack. The sound of bones shattering. The bald man's fist split apart from the middle, blood and bone fragments flying out. Ah! He screamed, stumbling back, clutching his severed hand. Lin Feng did not stop. The seventh layer of 10,000 swords returned to 50,000 sword shadows materialized. Dense and countless, they blotted out the sky, covering the entire wasteland in shadow. The bald man's face turned pale. 10,000 swords returned to 1. You. With a thought from Lin Feng, the 50,000 sword shadows shot toward the dozen men. The bald man slapped away several thousand sword shadows, but was struck by hundreds, leaving dozens of bloody holes in his body. The dozen men behind him fared worse. All were riddled like sieves by the sword shadows, collapsing to the ground as blood seeped into the yellow earth. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, all dozen men lay fallen. The bald man knelt on the ground, his severed hand still spurting blood. Lin Feng, you can't kill me. I'm an elder of the Myriad Heavens Alliance. Lin Feng walked over. How many elders of the Myriad Heavens Alliance have I killed already? He thrust his sword through the bald man's throat. The bald man's eyes bulged, then he fell to the ground dead. Lin Feng sheathed his sword. He turned and looked at Luo Qingxue. Let's go. Luo Qingxue followed, glancing at the corpses. How many Myriad Heavens Alliance members have you killed? I can't remember. Luo Qingxue asked no more. The two continued onward. After about an hour, a mountain appeared ahead. The mountain was tall, its summit veiled by clouds and mist, impossible to see clearly. At the foot stood a stone tablet engraved with 4 characters, Sword Spirit Sacred Land. Lin Feng stopped. We're here. Luo Qingxue looked up at the mountain. This mountain has sword intent. Lin Feng could sense it too. The sword intent on the mountain was dense, but not killing intent. More like the breath of something slumbering. As if something inside the mountain was asleep, exhaling sword intent with every breath. Let's go. Up the mountain. The two ascended the stone steps. The steps were old, covered in moss, some parts already broken. On both sides were dense forests, the trees tall enough to block the sunlight, the air filled with the damp scent of vegetation. After about half an hour, a platform appeared ahead. On the platform stood several white-robed cultivators, all at the early Sword Emperor stage, without the emblem of the Myriad Heavens Alliance on their chests. They were the guardians of the Sword Spirit Sacred Land. The leader was a white-haired elder with mid-Sword Emperor cultivation. Halt. The Sword Spirit Sacred Land is not open to outsiders. Lin Feng took out the core elder token of the Sword God Palace from his bosom. The elder glanced at it, his expression shifting slightly. Someone from the Sword God Palace. Yes. You may enter, but only to the mountainside. The summit is forbidden. Lin Feng nodded. He led Luo Qingxue upward. After another half hour, they reached the mountainside. A cave entrance appeared before them. The cave mouth was enormous, 3 zhang high, and 5 zhang wide, pitch black inside, revealing nothing. But a dense sword intent flowed from the entrance, stronger than anywhere else on the mountain. Special sign-in location triggered, interior of the Sword Spirit Sacred Land sign-in. Sign-in. Special sign-in at the interior of the Sword Spirit Sacred Land successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Ancient Sword Spirit. Xiao Bai 1. A ball of light flew out from the depths of the cave and landed on Lin Feng's shoulder. The light dispersed, revealing a small white cat. The cat was tiny, pure white, without a single stray hair. It closed its eyes, curling up on Lin Feng's shoulder, as if sleeping. But Lin Feng could feel that this cat possessed terrifying sword intent, stronger than even a peak Sword Emperor. The little white cat opened its eyes and looked at Lin Feng. Its eyes were golden, its pupils vertical slits. It stood up, stretched lazily, and rubbed its head against Lin Feng's neck. Ancient Sword Spirit. Xiao Bai immortal rank sword spirit can merge with an immortal sword, greatly enhancing its power, capable of autonomous attack. Currently sealed. Requires sword intent to nurture and unseal. Xiao Bai seal progress 0. Lin Feng reached out, took Xiao Bai from his shoulder, and placed it in his palm. The cat was very small, only the size of a palm, its fur soft, its body warmth, comfortable. Xiao Bai glanced at him, then closed its eyes, and continued sleeping. Luo Qingxue leaned and looking at Xiao Bai. So cute. She reached out, wanting to touch Xiao Bai's head. Xiao Bai opened its eyes, looked at her, then closed them again. It didn't avoid her touch. Luo Qingxue gently stroked it, and Xiao Bai's fur brushed against her fingertips. It likes you, Luo Qingxue said. Lin Feng said nothing. He placed Xiao Bai back on his shoulder. Xiao Bai curled up in the hollow of his shoulder, its tail draped around his neck, and continued to sleep. Let's go. Down the mountain. The two turned and descended. When they reached the platform at the mountainside, the white-robed cultivators were still there. The white-haired elder saw Xiao Bai on Lin Feng's shoulder, and his expression changed drastically. You accepted the sword spirit. Lin Feng nodded. The elder swallowed hard. The sword spirit sacred land has stood for 3,000 years, and no one has ever been able to subdue the sword spirit. Yet you. Lin Feng ignored him and continued downward. The elder caught up. Young master, there is a rule in the sword spirit sacred land. Whoever subdues the sword spirit becomes the master of the sacred land. Lin Feng stopped and looked at him. Master. Yes. From today onward you are the sect master of the sword spirit sacred land. Lin Feng was silent for 2 seconds. No need. The sword spirit sacred land is still yours. I am merely borrowing the sword spirit. The elder was stunned. But I said no need. Lin Feng walked away. The elder stood in place watching his retreating figure, muttering to himself. This man, just who is he? Lin Feng and Luo Qingxue emerged from the sword spirit sacred land, the sky nearly dark. In the northern province, nights arrived swiftly. Once the sun dipped below the horizon, the temperature plummeted. The wind howled, making their garments snap and flutter. Luo Qingxue tightened her collar. Shall we find a place to rest for the night? Lin Feng shook his head. We keep moving. The Pentasovereign Alliance won't let us sleep in peace. Luo Qingxue nodded, and the two pressed onward through the darkness. The moon had not yet risen, and the path lay shrouded in gloom. Yet both possessed cultivation at or above the sword venerable realm, making night vision no obstacle. After roughly an hour's travel, a stretch of forest appeared ahead. The woods were dense, their canopy blotting out the sky, plunging the interior into utter blackness. Lin Feng halted. Someone is nearby. Luo Qingxue sensed it as well. Killing intent hung thick within the forest, as though dozens of eyes were fixed upon them. Come out. Lin Feng called, his voice soft, yet carrying far. A rustling sound emerged from the trees, like leaves stirred by wind, or footsteps. Then lanterns ignited. Dozens of lights rose from the depths of the forest, illuminating the entire woodland, as bright as day. Behind those lanterns stood several hundred figures. Every one of them was at the Sword Emperor realm. At their forefront stood a middle-aged woman, her cultivation nearing the peak of the Sword Emperor realm, clad in a black silk dress embroidered with the emblem of the Pentasovereign Alliance upon her chest. She fixed her gaze upon Lin Feng, a sardonic smile curling her lips. Lin Feng, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Feng regarded her coldly. The Pentasovereign Alliance. The head elder of the Pentasovereign Alliance headquarters, she replied. My surname is Meng. Some call me Mengpa. Mengpa. The name echoed in Lin Feng's memory from his past life. The second most powerful figure in the Pentasovereign Alliance headquarters, a sword emperor at its peak, renowned for slaughtering without mercy. Did the headquarters send you to kill me, eh? Mengpa chuckled. Kill you? No. The sect master ordered me to bring you back alive. Lin Feng drew his sword. Golden scales blade flashed from its scabbard, its golden radiance cutting sharply through the night. Then prove you have the ability to do so. Mengpo's smile vanished. Attack. Hundreds of sword emperors behind her struck in unison. Spiritual energy unleashed in full force. Hundreds of palm winds, sword auras, and blade chi descended upon them like a crushing storm. Lin Feng did not yield. Sword Yuan surged forth. The great perfection of sword Dao intent pressed down upon the enemy. The heavenly sword body fully activated, doubling the power of his sword techniques. The seventh layer of 10,000 swords returned to origin, manifested. 50,000 sword shadows materialized. The sword shadows blazed like stars in the night, densely packing the entire sky. With a mere thought, Lin Feng sent all 50,000 sword shadows charging toward the several hundred enemies. Boom! The collision of sword chi sounded like thunder. The entire forest was flattened. Trees toppled, soil flew skyward, and choking dust blotted out the heavens. Wails rose in succession. Over 100 fell with a single strike. The survivors stood frozen in shock. One man fought off hundreds of us. That was the seventh layer of 10,000 swords returned to origin. Wasn't that a legendary sword technique? Retreat. Retreat now. Some turned and fled. Mengpo's face turned ashen. None of you dare flee. I will execute any who run. She struck down 2 fleeing soldiers with a single palm, and the rest, hearts hardened, charged forward. Lin Feng unleashed his second strike. Sky-rending sword, third form, sky-rend slash. The sword aura tore through space itself, cleaving into the front line. Over a dozen fighters were sent flying by the sword, chi crashing to the ground drenched in blood. The second wave of 10,000 swords returned to origin erupted again. 50,000 sword shadows filled the sky. This time no one could withstand it. Another 100 fell in a single stroke. Mengpa could no longer remain idle. Stepping forward herself, she launched a palm strike toward Lin Feng. Her full spiritual energy as a sword emperor at the peak burst forth, her palm wind wreathed in black flames that warped the very air. Lin Feng did not retreat. Golden radiance erupted from golden scales blade as he swung. The sword tip struck Mengpo's palm. Crash. Both of them retreated 10 paces. Mengpa looked down at her palm. A fresh blood mark had appeared. You. Lin Feng granted her no respite. The third wave of 10,000 swords returned to origin descended. Mengpa struck away thousands of sword shadows with a single palm, but hundreds still found their marks, tearing dozens of holes in her garments and leaving dozens of bleeding scars across her body. Behind her, every sword emperor lay defeated. Of the several hundred, not one remained standing. Mengpo's face drained of color. Lin Feng, you will regret this. The headquarters will not spare you. She turned and fled. Lin Feng's sword slashed across her back. Mengpa crashed to the ground, unable to rise. Lin Feng approached. Return and tell your sect master next time bring more people. Meng Pa scrambled to her feet and bolted crawling and stumbling in her haste. Lin Feng sheathed his sword. Luo Qingxue emerged from behind a tree, her ice sword still dripping with blood. She too had taken several lives. Are you unharmed? Lin Feng asked. Luo Qingxue shook her head. And you? I am fine. The two stood upon the battlefield surrounded by corpses. The moon rose, its light reflecting a dark crimson glow upon the pools of blood. Lin Feng tapped his fingers against his scabbard. Tap, tap, tap. Cross-realm injury kill peak, Sword Emperor 1, Sword Emperor 368 achievement reward sword, Dao comprehension, Akingiro spirit stones, Lin Feng withdrew his gaze. Let's find a place to rest before dawn. The two continued forward. Lin Feng and Luo Qingxue traveled throughout the night, arriving at a small town as dawn broke. The settlement was modest, home to only a few dozen families, yet the spiritual energy within its bounds was remarkably rich, far surpassing that of the central province. The pair found an inn and requested 2 rooms. Lin Feng entered his chamber, closed the door, and sat cross-legged. He produced 2 healing pills, swallowing one, while keeping the other ready in his palm. Sword chi circulated through his meridians, restoring 60% of his depletion. Xiaobai leapt from his shoulder onto the bed, curling into a tight ball, to continue sleeping. Lin Feng cast a glance at the creature. This little thing knew nothing but sleep from dawn till dusk. He closed his eyes and resumed his cultivation. He had begun practicing the 10th layer of the primordial sword art. Progress was agonizingly slow, yet every infinitesimal advancement was palpable. After cultivating for 2 hours, Lin Feng opened his eyes. Daylight flooded through the window and footsteps echoed on the street below. Luo Qingxue knocked and entered. Lin Feng, people are asking about you outside. Lin Feng rose and stepped to the window, looking down. Several white-robed cultivators stood upon the street, all at the mid-stage of the Sword Emperor realm. None bore the insignia of the Heavenly Alliance. They were natives of the upper province. Where is Lin Feng? Tell him to come out. The leader was a young man in his early 30s, also at the mid-stage of the Sword Emperor realm, clad in the family garments of the Zhou clan, one of the preeminent aristocratic houses of the upper province. Lin Feng pushed open the window and leapt down, coming to stand before them. Looking for me? The young man scrutinized him from head to toe. You must be Lin Feng, the one who slaughtered hundreds from the Heavenly Alliance. Indeed, the young man smiled. I am Zhou Tong, young master of the Zhou clan. The Heavenly Alliance has placed a bounty on your head, worth 1 million spirit stones. Lin Feng regarded him silently. And oi, which means I shall be borrowing your head. Zhou Tong struck with a palm. Lin Feng did not retreat. One slash. The golden scale sword flashed from its scabbard. Zhou Tong's hand flew through the air and landed on the ground. Eh! A piercing scream echoed as he collapsed to his knees, clutching his severed limb. The men behind him stood frozen in terror, then turned and fled. Lin Feng made no move to pursue. He sheathed his sword and looked at Zhou Tong. Go back and tell your clan master. If he sends men next time, bring more. Zhou Tong scrambled away on hands and knees. Lin Feng turned and ascended the stairs. Luo Qingxue stood at the foot of the staircase, watching him. You've offended another noble house. I am unafraid. She said nothing more. They rested at the inn for a full day, setting out at dusk to continue toward the Heavenly Alliance headquarters. Less than an hour later, figures appeared ahead to block their path. This time it was not the Zhou clan, but an allied force from several other noble houses of the upper province. The Wang, Li, and Zhao clans joining forces with over 1,000 warriors. Even the weakest among them had reached the early stage of the Sword Emperor realm, while their leaders stood at its pinnacle. Lin Feng, you have provoked the Heavenly Alliance, and yet you dare to enter the upper province. Lin Feng drew his sword. Move aside. Never. One strike. The 7th layer of the 10,000 swords returned to origin, unleashed 50,000 sword shadows. 300 fell with a single blow. A second strike brought down another 300. On the third, the remainder scattered in panic. Of the 3 leaders at the peak of the Sword Emperor realm, 2 had their arms severed, and 1 had his shoulder pierced. Lin Feng sheathed his sword. Is there anyone else who wishes to obstruct me? No one dared to answer. Leading Luo Qingxue, he continued onward. Behind him, the members of those noble houses stood paralyzed in shock, none daring to give chase. This man. He is terrifying. He's at the mid-stage of the Sword Venerable realm. Slaughtering peak sword emperors is as easy as killing chickens. Do not provoke him. Whatever you do, do not provoke him. Lin Feng and Luo Qingxue walked all night and reached a small town at dawn. The town was modest with only a few dozen households, yet its spiritual energy was remarkably potent, far surpassing that of the central province. Cultivators were already strolling along the streets, most dressed in white robes with a sword emblem embroidered on their chests. Outer disciples of the sword spirit Holy Land. The two found an inn and booked 2 rooms. Lin Feng entered his room and closed the door. Xiaobai leaped down from his shoulders, circled twice on the bed, then curled into a ball to continue sleeping. Lin Feng sat cross-legged and withdrew 2 healing pills. One he swallowed, while keeping the other ready. The previous battle had been grueling. He had fought hundreds of sword sovereigns alone, depleting his sword essence substantially. Though victorious, his body bore numerous injuries. A blade cut on his shoulder, a palm strike that had swept across his back, and dull aching in his ribs. Sword essence circulated through his body, originating from his dantian and flowing along his meridians to every limb and vessel. The wounded areas were wrapped in sword essence, beginning a slow healing process. Sword essence recovery 60, injury recovery 40. Lin Feng retrieved another spirit stone, holding it in his palm as he activated the 10th layer of the primordial sword art. Spiritual energy was rapidly drained from the stone powder, slipping through his fingers. One after another, he consumed 20 spirit stones in less than half an hour. Sword essence recovery 80, injury recovery 70. He opened his eyes and stretched his shoulder. The wound no longer hurt, though a slight stiffness remained. Xiaobai rose from the bed, approached his leg, and gazed upward. Its golden eyes blinked twice, then it leaped onto his lap, curling into a ball to sleep once more. Lin Feng reached out and stroked its head. The fur was impossibly soft, radiating a gentle warmth. This little creature slept endlessly, yet in critical moments it could save his life. Yesterday, when confronting the immortal venerable Xiaobai's beam of white light had pierced straight through the half-step sword god's fist. Xiaobai seal progress 20, still far from complete. Once fully released, its power would be at least tenfold its current strength. Lin Feng placed Xiaobai on the pillow, rose, and walked to the window. Outside, the town streets buzzed with activity. Several disciples of the Sword Spirit Holy Land stood at the inn entrance, gazing upward and murmuring among themselves. I heard Lin Feng is staying at this inn. Don't provoke him. He slaughtered hundreds from the Heavenly Alliance alone yesterday. No way. He's only mid-stage, Sword Venerable. Try it yourself and see if you make it back alive. The group hesitated, shrank back, and departed. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze. The Sword Spirit Holy Land lay just ahead. He turned and knocked on Luo Qingshue's door. Prepare yourself. We depart in half an hour. The door opened. Luo Qingxue had changed into clean white robes, her ice sword hanging at her waist, her hair neatly bound. I haven't slept. I've been cultivating. Lin Feng nodded. They descended together and had breakfast in the inn's dining hall, millet porridge, pickled vegetables, and 2 steamed buns. Simple yet warming. After finishing, Lin Feng paid the bill and led Luo Qingxue outside. To the north of town, a bluestone road led directly to the Sword Spirit Holy Land. Bamboo lined both sides, tall and dense, filtering the sunlight and filling the air with their fresh fragrance. The wind whispered through the leaves. After approximately an hour of walking, a mountain appeared ahead, towering, its peak shrouded in clouds. The slopes were bluish-gray, blanketed with ancient pines and cypresses from base to midpoint. At the foot stood a stone stele inscribed with 4 characters, Sword Spirit Holy Land. The script was ancient seal calligraphy, each stroke sharp and piercing as though every character were a thrusting sword. Lin Feng stood before the stele, examining it for a moment. The carver was at least at the peak of Sword Venerable Realm. Special check-in location triggered, Sword Spirit Holy Land. Check-in. Check-in. Sword Spirit Holy Land special check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received Ancient Sword Spirit Summoning Talisman 1, Sword Dao Comprehension 5000. A talisman appeared in his palm. Golden in color, the talisman bore a cat-shaped design identical to a miniature Xiaobai. Lin Feng stored it in his storage pouch. Let's go. The two ascended the stone steps. Ancient and moss-covered, some sections were already cracked. Dense forest flanked both sides, blocking the sunlight and filling the air with damp, earthy fragrance. Occasional bird calls echoed from the woods, crisp yet faintly eerie. After approximately half an hour, a platform appeared ahead. Several white-robed cultivators stood there, all at early Sword Sovereign stage, bearing no Heavenly Alliance insignia. They were the guardians of the Sword Spirit Holy Land. At their forefront stood an elderly man with white hair, mid-stage, Sword Sovereign cultivation, leaning on a bamboo staff. He squinted, sizing up Lin Feng from head to toe. Hold it. The Sword Spirit Holy Land is not open to the public. Lin Feng withdrew a token from his sleeve, the core elder insignia of the Sword God Palace. The elder glanced at it, his expression shifting slightly. Someone from the Sword God Palace. Yes. Even Sword God Palace members may not enter the mountain peak. The area below the midpoint is open to all. The peak is forbidden ground. No outsiders permitted. Lin Feng nodded. I only need to reach the midpoint. The elder stepped aside. Please proceed. Lin Feng continued upward with Luo Qingxue. Another half hour brought them to the mountain waste, where a cave entrance appeared. The opening was vast, 3 zhang high, 5 zhang wide. Darkness swallowed everything within, yet at the threshold a dense sword intent flowed, far stronger than anywhere else on the mountain. Pure and cold, it resembled winter wind or the still waters of a deep pool. Lin Feng stood at the entrance, closed his eyes, and sensed the sword intent. Within it lay a dormant aura, as though something slept within the cave, exhaling sword intent with every breath. In and out the intent swelled and receded. Xiaobai leaped from Lin Feng's shoulder, stood at the cave mouth, and gazed upward. Its fur bristled, its tail stood rigid. It was excited. Lin Feng looked at it. What's inside? Xiaobai turned its golden eyes gleaming like two lamps. It opened its mouth and emitted a thin cry, meow. Then it turned and sprinted into the cave. Lin Feng followed. Luo Qingxue trailed behind. The cave was pitch black, unable to see a hand before one's face. Yet Lin Feng's sword heart clarity allowed him to perceive everything. The rune patterns on the walls, scattered stones on the ground, the flow of sword intent in the air. Xiaobai raced ahead, its forepaws clicking crisply against stone. Lin Feng followed the sound, venturing deeper. After about the time it takes to finish a cup of tea, light appeared ahead. Not sunlight, but spirit light. Pale white-blue, soft, and gentle like moonlight. The glow emanated from the cave's depths. Lin Feng quickened his pace. At the cave's end lay a vast stone chamber, circular, approximately 20 zhang in diameter, its walls inscribed with countless rune patterns. The runes pulsed with pale blue-white light, illuminating the entire chamber like daylight. At the center stood a stone platform. Carved from bluish jade, it was 1 zhang tall and 3 zhang wide, its surface smooth as a mirror. Upon the platform lay a small white cat. Pure white, not a single stray hair. Eyes closed, curled into a ball, seemingly asleep. It was identical to Xiaobai. No, even smaller, whiter, more immaculate. Xiaobai stood beneath the platform, gazing up motionlessly. Special check-in location triggered. Sword Spirit Holy Land interior. Ancient Sword Spirits slumber site. Check-in. Check-in. Sword Spirit Holy Land interior special check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received Ancient Sword Spirit, Xiaobai Complete Edition 1. A sphere of light emerged from the white cat on the platform and landed upon Xiaobai on Lin Feng's shoulder. Xiaobai shuddered violently, white light surging outward. Its fur bristled, even more, its tail rigid as a needle. Then it opened its mouth and let out a piercing cry. Not a cat's meow, but a sword's resonance. The sound echoed through the chamber, causing the rune patterns on the walls to ignite with light. The white cat on the platform dissolved into a beam of white light and merged into Xiaobai's body. Xiaobai closed its eyes and fell from Lin Feng's shoulder. He caught it gently. Lying in his palm, it was utterly still, as though lifeless. Yet Lin Feng felt its sword intent intensifying rapidly. Ancient Sword Spirit, Xiaobai fusion in progress. 10, 30, 60. Fusion complete. Congratulations, host. You have received Ancient Sword Spirit, Xiaobai Complete Edition. Xiaobai seal progress 50. Xiaobai opened its eyes, glanced at Lin Feng, then rose and stretched lazily, nuzzling his fingers with its head. It had grown. Previously the size of a palm, now twice that. Its fur was whiter, its eyes brighter, its sword intent far more profound. Lin Feng placed it back on his shoulder. Xiaobai lay down, draping its tail over his neck, and drifted back to sleep. Luo Qingxue approached, gazing at Xiaobai. It has grown. Yes. That cat earlier, was it its true form? Yes. Luo Qingxue reached out and gently stroked Xiaobai's head. The cat did not retreat, its tail flicked once. Let's go, Lin Feng said. The two turned and walked outward. Stepping from the cave, sunlight struck like a blade. Lin Feng squinted and stood upon the midpoint platform, gazing at the distant Tianke city. His fingers tapped against his sword scabbard. Ting, ting, ting. The sword spirit had been acquired. Next, fuse the immortal sword. Xiaobai seal progress 50. Sleeping and digesting. Zhantian sword seal progress 45. Golden scale sword seal progress 70. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze. Let's descend. They walked down the stone steps. At the midpoint platform, the white-robed cultivators remained. The elderly man with white hair spotted Xiaobai on Lin Feng's shoulder, and his expression changed drastically. You have subdued a sword spirit. Lin Feng nodded. A complete edition. Yes. The elder swallowed hard. 3,000 years since the founding of the Sword Spirit Holy Land, and no one has ever successfully subdued a sword spirit. Countless prodigies have come and failed. And you? Lin Feng said nothing and continued descending. The elder hurried after him. Young master, the Sword Spirit Holy Land has a rule: whoever subdues a sword spirit becomes the master of this holy land. Lin Feng paused and looked at him. Master. Yes. From this day forward you are the sect leader of the Sword Spirit Holy Land. Lin Feng was silent for 2 seconds. No need. The Sword Spirit Holy Land remains yours. I only borrowed the sword spirit for my purposes. The elder froze. But, I said no need. Lin Feng walked away. The elder stood rooted, watching his retreating figure, muttering to himself. What kind of person is this? A young disciple leaned in. Master, does he truly not want the Sword Spirit Holy Land? The elder shook his head. He does not reject it out of humility. He looks down upon it. The disciple was stunned. He looks down upon the Sword Spirit Holy Land. The elder sighed. His ambitions extend beyond this holy land, beyond the upper province, beyond the Heavenly Alliance. His goal is the entire Zhutian continent. The disciple gulped audibly. How powerful must he be? The elder offered no reply. He watched Lin Feng's figure disappear at the mountains and then turned and returned to the platform. From this day forth, the Sword Spirit Holy Land closes its gates to all visitors. We shall reopen only when Lord Lin requires our service. Yes. Lin Feng did not rush to leave the Sword Spirit Sacred Land. He settled in the palace atop the mountain peak. Luo Qingxue resided next door, while Xiaobai slept beside his pillow. Every night, a faint sword tint emanated from Xiaobai's body, nurturing Lin Feng's sword essence. His cultivation speed had increased considerably. That night Xiaobai suddenly awakened. It rose from the pillow, golden eyes fixed on Lin Feng. Then it leaped down from the bed, walked to the doorway, and turned to look back at him. Lin Feng understood its intention. He followed quickly. Xiaobai led him through the palace's long corridor to a stone door. The door was heavy, carved all over with formation patterns. Xiaobai rubbed its head against the stone door. The formation patterns lit up, and the door slowly opened. Behind it lay a vast cave. At the center of the cave, a sword hovered in midair. The blade was completely transparent like ice, with two characters engraved on the hilt, Qing Feng. But it was not the Qing Feng sword in Lin Feng's possession. This sword was the true form of the Qing Feng sword spirit. Xiaobai walked over, leaped onto the stone pedestal, and lay down beside it. It closed its eyes, and the sword spirit emitted a humming sound with white light flashing intermittently. Xiaobai was absorbing the power of the sword spirit's original form. Lin Feng stood nearby, not disturbing it. After approximately the time it takes for one incense stick to burn, Xiaobai opened its eyes. The sword spirit's original form had vanished, completely absorbed by Xiaobai. Xiaobai stood up, white light emanating increasingly brightly from its body. It leaped onto Lin Feng's shoulder and rubbed its head against his neck. Then it opened its mouth and spat out a sphere of light. The light sphere merged into Lin Feng's brow. Lin Feng closed his eyes and absorbed the fusion technique. Sword essence circulated following the fusion technique's methodology through his meridians. The Qing Feng sword at his waist began to tremble, emitting a humming sound. Xiaobai leaped from his shoulder, transforming into a streak of white light that merged into the Qing Feng sword. The blade quivered and a surge of azure radiance erupted, illuminating the entire cave. The fusion between the Qing Feng sword and the ancient sword spirit succeeded. Lin Feng drew the Zhantian sword. The blade glowed with a deeper blue hue than before, with faint white light flowing along the edge. On the hilt, a new cat-shaped mark appeared. Xiaobai poked its head out from the blade, glanced at Lin Feng, then retreated back inside. It could now freely enter and exit the sword, slumbering within it normally, and emerging only when combat was needed. Lin Feng sheathed the Zhantian sword. He tapped the scabbard with his fingers. The sound rang out sharper and clearer than before, resonating with the sword spirit's vibration. He turned and exited the cave. Luo Qingxue stood at the entrance watching him. You broke through. The sword evolved. Luo Qingxue glanced at the Zhantian sword at his waist. Qing Feng sword. Now it's called Zhantian. Luo Qingxue nodded. Let's go. We'll set out at dawn. Lin Feng and Luo Qingxue stayed at the sword spirit sacred land for 5 days. Not that they wanted to leave, but Xiaobai wouldn't let them. Since integrating with the complete sword spirit essence, this little creature emerged daily from the heaven-slaying sword to frolic atop the mountain peak, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The wind on the mountain peak was ferocious, snapping at their clothes. But Xiaobai was unafraid. It stood atop the highest rock, gazing upward, its white fur streaming behind it like a miniature banner. Lin Feng sat beneath the rocks in meditation. His cultivation progress over these 5 days had more than doubled. The sword spirit's sacred land's spiritual energy concentration was naturally denser than the outside world, and the peak was the most concentrated point throughout the entire sanctuary. Moreover, each day when Xiaobai absorbed spiritual energy, it released pure sword intent. Sitting beside it, Lin Feng was essentially being tempered by sword intent daily. Xiaobai's seal progress increased every day at a speed several times faster than before. On the morning of the 5th day, as Lin Feng cultivated, he suddenly sensed the sword intent in the air shift. No longer gentle and dormant, but sharp and fierce, like a drawn blade. He opened his eyes. Xiaobai stood atop the rock, gazing upward. Above, dark clouds converged from all directions, engulfing the entire mountain peak. The sun was swallowed whole, and midday turned to instant darkness. Thunder rumbled from within the clouds, deep and menacing, as if something massive churned above. Xiaobai's white fur stood on, and its tail rigid. Opening its mouth, it emitted a piercing cry. Not the sound of a cat, but the resonant ring of a sword. The sword's cry shattered through the clouds, reverberating across great distances. Below, disciples of the sword spirit's sacred land looked skyward, their faces draining of color. The sword spirit is undergoing tribulation, not seen in thousands of years. Retreat quickly, don't get struck by lightning. Thunder drew ever closer. The first bolt descended. This wasn't ordinary lightning. It was purple, thick as a water bucket, radiating destruction. Xiaobai didn't flee. It stood atop the rock, facing the bolt head-on, enduring. Purple lightning struck it, sending sparks flying. Xiaobai shuddered, its fur bristling further, but remained standing. White light flickered around its body before stabilizing. The second bolt, twice as thick as the first, shifted from purple to black. Xiaobai still refused to move. Black lightning struck, forcing Xiaobai onto its stomach with quivering legs. Yet it rose through gritted teeth. White light intensified around its body, burning bright like a lamp in darkness. The third, fourth, fifth, each thicker, each more terrifying than the last. When the fifth bolt struck the rock beneath, Xiao Bai cracked. Debris flew in all directions, and Xiao Bai nearly fell. It dug its claws into the rock's edge, pulled itself back up, and continued to endure. The sixth and seventh strikes scorched patches of fur across Xiao Bai's body, blood trickling from its mouth. Yet it didn't cry out or retreat. The eighth bolt sent Xiao Bai soaring through the air. It tumbled across the ground for several zhang before coming to rest. Lin Feng rose to approach. Xiao Bai lifted its head and looked at him. The message was clear: stay back, I'll handle this alone. Lin Feng stopped. The ninth and final bolt. The clouds split asunder, and a golden lightning strike descended through the fissure, carrying the weight of heaven and earth. The entire mountain trembled. Xiao Bai rose and faced the golden bolt head-on. Lightning struck its body. Boom! White and golden light collided, exploding outward in a shockwave that scattered all nearby debris. Rocks beneath Lin Feng's feet cracked. As the golden light faded, Xiao Bai stood motionless. Its once white fur now scorched black, blood dripping from its mouth onto the ground. Yet it remained standing. Lifting its head, it released a prolonged sword cry. One filled not with pain, but pure exhilaration. All 9 bolts had been endured. Xiao Bai turned and bounded back to Lin Feng's shoulder, nuzzling his neck with its scorched fur, carrying an acrid scent. Then it opened its mouth and expelled a bead crackling with thunderlight. The bead was tiny, only the size of a fingernail, but contained terrifying compressed electrical power. Purple, black, and gold swirled together like a miniature thunderstorm. The bead dissolved into Lin Feng's forehead. He closed his eyes. Thunder echoed within his mind. The bead exploded, transforming into countless lightning threads that merged into his sword essence, sword intent, and sword embryo. Congratulations, host. You have obtained lightning attribute sword intent 1 confused with sword intent, increasing sword path power by 20. Immortal stage sword intent fusing with lightning attribute. 10, 30, 60. Fusion complete. Immortal stage sword intent mid-tier lightning attribute absolute suppression against cultivators below the sword venerable realm. Can initially affect the combat power of early sword god realm cultivators. Sword chi gains lightning damage. Counters Yin and demonic techniques. Lin Feng opened his eyes. He tapped the sword sheath. Clang, clang, clang. The sound carried a subtle rumble of thunder like distant drums. He drew the heaven-slaying sword. Its blade flowed with cyan-white light, occasional purple arcs flashing across its surface. One slash. Sword chi struck a massive boulder on the peak. The boulder split cleanly down the middle, the cut surface smooth as polished glass, edges scorched black from lightning. Power had increased by at least 30%. Lin Feng sheathed his sword. Xiao Bai had already retreated into the heaven-slaying sword. This tribulation had consumed far too much energy. It needed time to recover. The white light on the sword blade dimmed significantly. Xiao Bai's phantom form curled into a ball inside the sword, eyes closed, completely still. Xiao Bai seal progress 80, sleeping and recovering, estimated awakening time 7 days. Luo Qingxue walked over, gazing at the heaven-slaying sword. Is it all right? It's fine, just needs a few days of sleep. Those 9 thunderbolts, if they struck a person, even a peak sword venerable couldn't withstand them. Lin Feng nodded. It endured. Luo Qingxue looked at Xiao Bai within the sword, her expression softening. It's stronger than many cultivators. Lin Feng said nothing. He hung the heaven-slaying sword back at his waist and turned. Let's go descend the mountain. The two walked down the stone steps together. At the mountainside platform, those robed cultivators were still present. Upon seeing Lin Feng, they all knelt. The white-haired elder knelt at the forefront, his forehead pressed to the ground. Guardian of the sword spirit, sacred land, greets our master. Lin Feng frowned. I said there is no need. The elder looked up. Young master, you helped the sword spirit transcend its tribulation. You are now the master of the sword spirit, sacred land. This is the rule, a 3,000-year-old rule. Lin Feng studied him. Rules are made by people, but rules cannot be broken. Lin Feng paused for 2 seconds. As you wish. He departed. The elder remained kneeling where he was. Behind him his disciples stayed kneeling as well. None dared to move. Only when Lin Feng's figure disappeared at the end of the mountain path did the elder rise. From today onward, the sword spirit sacred land is closed. When our master requires it, we will reopen the gates. Yes. Lin Feng and Luo Qingxue left the sword spirit sacred land, heading toward the Central Alliance headquarters. Xiao Bai slept within the sword body, and the power of the sword-claiming sword had declined considerably. But Lin Feng still had the golden scale sword. The 2 immortal swords could be used alternately, so it was not a major problem. They had barely traveled for an hour when a city appeared ahead. The city was vast, with towering walls and bustling gates. Runes were carved across the walls, defensive arrays as well as offensive ones. Cultivators below the Sword Emperor realm who attempted to force their way in would only be seeking death. Tianke City, the largest city in the Upper Prefecture. The Central Alliance headquarters lay at the heart of Tianke City. Lin Feng stood outside the city gate looking up at the walls. A line of giant characters was carved there, the Central Alliance paramount of all realms. The golden characters bore a domineering brushwork infused with sword intent at the peak of the sword venerable realm. Lin Feng looked for 2 seconds, then averted his gaze. Let us go enter the city. The two stepped inside. The city was lively with broad streets and rows of shops on both sides. Stalls sold pills, magical artifacts, and cultivation manuals, everything imaginable. The cultivators walking on the road were at least at the early stage of the Sword Emperor realm. But those cultivators saw the 2 swords at Lin Feng's waist, and all avoided him. News spread fast. The fact that Lin Feng had killed hundreds of people from the Central Alliance had already circulated throughout the upper prefecture. No one dared provoke him. The two found an inn and stayed. The inn was called Tianke Residence, the largest in Tianke City, 5 stories tall, with over 100 rooms. The owner was an elderly man at the peak of the Sword Emperor realm, but his hands trembled upon seeing Lin Feng. Lin. Sect leader Lin, are you staying here? 2 upper rooms. Free stay as you please. Lin Feng tossed him a spirit stone. No need for free. The owner caught the spirit stone, daring not speak further. The two went upstairs. Lin Feng's room was on the 5th floor. Opening the window revealed the Central Alliance headquarters tower, 9 stories high, dark, and looming like an iron nail driven into the earth. Lin Feng closed the door. Sitting cross-legged, he drew the sword-claiming sword and rested it on his knees. The white light within the sword body was dim. Xiaobai's phantom curled into a ball, still asleep. Lin Feng set the sword aside and took out the golden scale sword. Upon being drawn, golden light exploded in the room, illuminating the entire wall. The golden scale patterns on the sword body grew increasingly clear, resembling real scales with a textured feel to the touch. Golden scale sword sealing progress 72. Lin Feng activated sword intent to nurture it. The golden scale sword trembled, its golden light flickering. After nurturing for half an hour, progress increased by 1. Golden scale sword sealing progress 73. Too slow. Lin Feng frowned. At this rate, completely unsealing the golden scale sword would take at least half a year. He recalled the sword spirit fusion technique provided by the system. Fusing the sword spirit with an immortal sword could greatly enhance its power and accelerate unsealing. But Xiaobai was asleep. He could not disturb it. He would wait until it woke. Lin Feng returned the golden scale sword to his waist, drew the sword-claiming sword, and continued nurturing. Though Xiaobai slept, the sword intent within the sword body remained, albeit greatly weakened. Lin Feng's sword essence infused into the sword body. He could sense Xiaobai's breath. 1 inhalation, 1 exhalation, and the sword intent would ebb and flow. Sword claiming, sword sealing progress 48. 49. 50. After nurturing for an hour, progress increased by 2. Lin Feng sheathed his sword, closed his eyes, and began cultivating the 10th layer of the primordial sword art. Sword essence traveled a circuit through his meridians, starting from the dantian, flowing along the 12 primary channels, permeating every limb and bone, finally returning to the dantian. Each circuit made the sword essence richer. Cultivation progress, primordial sword art, 10th layer 28. Cultivating until midnight. Lin Feng opened his eyes. Outside the window, the Central Alliance headquarters tower still had lights on. On the 9th floor, a figure stood by the window looking in this direction. Too far away to make out the face. But Lin Feng could feel that person watching him. Lin Feng did not avoid. He stood there meeting that person's gaze. Across the distance of a city, their eyes collided in the air like 2 swords clashing. That figure turned and disappeared. Lin Feng averted his gaze. Fingers tapped the sword scabbard. Clang, clang, clang. Central Alliance headquarters. Tomorrow he would go pay them a visit. The next morning, Lin Feng woke to the clamor outside. It was not ordinary noise. It was cursing. Lin Feng. Come out. You coward. I heard you killed hundreds from the Zhitian Alliance. Sounds like tall talk to me. Show some courage and step out to fight me. Lin Feng walked to the window and looked down. A crowd surrounded the street, and in the center stood several white-robed cultivators at the late stage of the Sword Emperor realm with the Tianjin sect's emblem, a sword piercing through clouds, embroidered on their chests. The Tianjin sect was one of the top powers in the upper province, second only to the Zhitian Alliance. Its master had reached the early stage of the Sword Venerable realm and commanded over 300 Sword Emperor realm disciples. At the forefront stood a young man in his late 20s at the peak of the Sword Emperor realm. His face was fair and refined, but his eyes carried a vicious edge. He held a long sword with a snow-white blade, its hilt set with a blue gemstone. He stood at the inn entrance looking up toward Lin Feng's window. Lin Feng, I've heard you possess a celestial grade sword. Show it to me. If it's a fine blade, this young master will buy it. Lin Feng ignored him. The young man's expression darkened. What? You're refusing to give me face. Do you even know who I am? I am Lu Bai, the young master of the Tianjin sect. My father is the master of the Tianjin sect, an early stage sword venerable. Lin Feng still refused to acknowledge him. Enraged, Lu Bai kicked the inn's doorframe, splinters flying. Lin Feng, come out, or I'll tear this inn apart. The innkeeper rushed from behind the counter, his face pale. Young Master Lu, please calm down. Lord Lin, get lost. Lu Bai slapped the innkeeper away, sending him flying. The innkeeper crashed to the ground, blood trickling from his mouth, and dared not speak further. Lin Feng pushed open the window and jumped down. He stood across from Lu Bai. What is it? Lu Bai's gaze swept over him, settling on the 2 swords at his waist. The golden scale sword, its golden radiance restrained. The heaven-slaying sword, its colors a blend of blue and white. Lu Bai's eyes lit up. What fine swords! He reached out, wanting to touch the hilt of the heaven-slaying sword. Lin Feng remained motionless. Just as his fingers neared the hilt, Lin Feng drew his sword. The golden scale sword left its scabbard. In one stroke, a flash of sword light, and Lu Bai's hand flew off, landing on the ground. Blood sprayed from the severed wrist, splattering everywhere. Oh! Lu Bai screamed in agony, clutching his stump as he retreated, his face drained of color. You dare! Lin Feng gazed at him. Touch my sword again, and the next strike will take your head. The Tianjin sect disciples behind Lu Bai were utterly terrified, frozen in place. Lu Bai gritted his teeth, grabbed his severed hand, and turned to flee. Lin Feng, you'll regret this. The Tianjin sect won't let this go. He led his men away in retreat. The onlookers stood transfixed. One strike and Lu Bai's hand is gone. Lu Bai is at the peak of the Sword Emperor realm. What cultivation level is Lin Feng at? Mid-stage, Sword Venerable. Can a mid-stage Sword Venerable sever a peak Sword Emperor's hand in one strike? No one dared approach Lin Feng. Sheathing his sword, Lin Feng turned and ascended the stairs. The innkeeper rose from the ground, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, and followed behind him. Lord Lin, you must leave quickly. The people of Tianjin sect won't let this drop. Their master is at the early stage of the Sword Venerable realm with over 300 Sword Emperors under his command. Lin Feng looked at him. Are you afraid? The innkeeper swallowed hard. I'm afraid you'll suffer the consequences. No, I won't. Lin Feng went upstairs. Luo Qingxue stood at the foot of the stairs watching him. You've made enemies with another sect. I'm not afraid. The Tianjin sect's master has reached the early stage of the Sword Venerable realm. Can you defeat him? Yes, I can. Luo Qingxue fell silent. They shared breakfast at the inn, millet porridge, steamed buns, and pickled vegetables. Midway through their meal, the sound of numerous footfalls echoed from outside. This wasn't a handful of people. It was hundreds. Lin Feng set down his chopsticks, walked to the window, and looked down. The street was filled with people, all clad in white robes bearing the Tianjin sect emblem on their chests. At the front stood an elderly man with white hair wielding a long sword at the early stage of the Sword Venerable realm. Its blade was likewise white, a foot longer than Lu Bai's. This was Lu Yuan, master of the Tianjin sect. Lu Bai stood beside him, his severed hand reattached and wrapped in thick bandages. Though his face remained pale, his eyes carried an even fiercer glint than before. Father, it was him. He was the one who chopped off my hand. Lu Yuan looked up toward Lin Feng's window. Lin Feng, come down. Lin Feng leaped down, standing across from Lu Yuan. What is it? Lu Yuan studied him, his gaze fixing on the two celestial swords, his eyes narrowing. You harmed my son and severed his hand, and you ask what's wrong. Lin Feng remained silent. Lu Yuan drove his sword into the ground, the blade sinking halfway into the stone slabs. I'll give you two choices. First, kneel and apologize to my son and compensate him with 1,000,000 spirit stones. Second, I'll break your legs and throw you out of Tianke City. Lin Feng regarded him. I choose the third option. What third option? Lin Feng drew his sword. The golden scale sword left its scabbard, its golden radiance dazzling. Both you and your son will lie down together. Lu Yuan's expression darkened. Death wish. He drew his sword and thrust it forward. The spiritual energy of early stage Sword Venerable erupted, the sword intent carrying a sharp shriek as it aimed for Lin Feng's throat. Lin Feng did not retreat. His immortal grade sword intent fully unleashed, his body of 10,000 heavens fully activated. Gold light flashed across the golden scale sword, and one sword stroke was executed. The third form of the sky-rending sword technique, Sky Rend Shatter. The sword intent tore through space, striking Lu Yuan's blade. Clang! Lu Yuan's longsword snapped in two. Half the blade flew through the air and embedded itself in the wall beside the street, humming with residual energy. Lu Yuan staggered back more than 10 steps, blood flowing from his split palm, his entire arm trembling. Lin Feng did not give him a moment to recover. The 8th level of 10,000 swords returned to origin, and 100,000 sword shadows manifested. Thick and dense, blotting out the sky, the entire street was illuminated by the barrage of sword shadows. Lu Yuan's face underwent a dramatic change. 10,000 swords returned to origin. With a mere thought, Lin Feng sent all 100,000 sword shadows surging toward Lu Yuan and the 300 Tianjin sect disciples behind him. Lu Yuan swatted away tens of thousands of sword shadows with a single palm strike, but thousands still found their mark, tearing dozens of holes in his garments and carving scores of bloody gashes across his body. The 300 disciples behind him fared far worse, riddled with sword shadows like colanders collapsing where they stood. Blood water seeped through the cracks in the stone slabs, and the entire street reeked of carnage. Lu Yuan knelt upon the ground, drenched in blood. I yield. Lin Feng walked forward. From this day forth the Tianjin sect shall come under the jurisdiction of the Jin sect. Lu Yuan bowed his head. Yes. Lin Feng sheathed his sword. Turning, he ascended the stairs. Lu Bai stood among the crowd, his legs shaking uncontrollably. Father, we. Lu Yuan looked up, watching Lin Feng's receding figure. Enough. This person cannot be provoked. News of Lin Feng subduing the Heavenly Sword Sect spread throughout Tianke City. The Heavenly Sword Sect was a top-tier power in the upper province, its sect master at the early stage of the Sword Venerable Realm, with over 300 sword emperors under his command, yet it had been defeated in a single strike by Lin Feng. None dared to provoke Lin Feng anymore, but some remained fearless. At the headquarters of the All Heavens Alliance, the sect master sat within the Grand Hall, while several elders knelt before him. Lin Feng has arrived in Tianke City. He subdued the Heavenly Sword Sect. Yes. The sect master rose to his feet, his expression dark and brooding. A mere youth at the mid-stage of the Sword Venerable Realm has not only claimed hundreds of my All Heavens Alliance's people, but also subdued the Heavenly Sword Sect. The elders kept their heads bowed, none daring to speak. Send someone to kill him. How many, sect master? Summon the Heavenly Sword Sect's master, and send him. The elders were stunned into silence. The sect master. Wasn't he wounded by Lin Feng? Wounded or not, he must go. Tell him this: if he fails to kill Lin Feng, the Heavenly Sword Sect shall cease to exist. When Lu Yuan received the order, he was lying on his bed recovering from his injuries. His entire body was wrapped in bandages, and his face was pale as parchment. Beside his bed lay a broken sword, its blade split in two, rendered useless. The sect master wants me to kill Lin Feng. Yes. Lu Yuan forced a bitter smile. I cannot defeat him. I couldn't even block a single strike. The sect master said if you fail to kill Lin Feng, the Heavenly Sword Sect will no longer exist. Lu Yuan closed his eyes. Silence stretched on for a long time. I'll go. He rose and took a spare long sword from the wardrobe, hanging it at his waist. He donned an outer robe to conceal the bandages beneath. At the doorway, Lu Bai blocked his path. Father, are you truly going? If I do not go, the Heavenly Sword Sect will be no more. But you cannot defeat him. Lu Yuan looked at him. Even if I cannot win, I must fight. He pushed open the door and stepped outside. The streets of Tianke City were eerily quiet. Lu Yuan walked alone down the street, his pace slow and laborious. The wounds on his body still ached, and with every step his ribs throbbed insistently. He thought back to that single strike just moments ago. Lin Feng's sword had been impossibly fast, far beyond the reflexes of even a sword venerable at the early stage. A flash of golden light had descended, and his sword was already shattered. Lu Yuan looked down at his right hand. The wound on his palm still seeped blood, and his fingers trembled. He gripped the sword hilt firmly and drew a deep breath. Before the inn where Lin Feng resided, he came to a halt. He looked up at the fifth-floor window. The curtains were drawn, hiding whatever lay within. Lu Yuan stood at the threshold, but did not enter. He simply stood there for the duration of a single incense stick. Passers-by on the street spotted him and detoured to avoid him. The sect master of the Heavenly Sword Sect. What is he doing here? Seeking revenge against Lin Feng. Look at him, he's badly wounded. Lu Yuan ignored them all. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. The inn's main hall was silent. The proprietor seated behind the counter turned pale upon seeing Lu Yuan. Lu sect master. Lu Yuan did not acknowledge him and went straight upstairs. Reaching the fifth floor, he stood before Lin Feng's room and raised his hand to knock. Enter. Lu Yuan pushed the door open and walked in. Lin Feng sat in a chair, the golden scale sword in his hand as he nurtured it. Beside him, Luo Qingxue sat with her ice sword resting across her knees. Lu Yuan approached and knelt before Lin Feng. Sect Master Lin, the All Heavens Alliance has sent me to kill you. Lin Feng set down the golden scale sword and regarded him. And oi. Lu Yuan raised his head. I know I am no match for you, yet I had no choice. The leader of the All Heavens Alliance declared that if I fail to kill you, the Heavenly Sword Sect will be destroyed. Lin Feng looked at him. What is it you want? Lu Yuan gritted his teeth. I beg you, Sect Master Lin, to strike down the All Heavens Alliance. Lin Feng was silent for 2 seconds. Very well. Lu Yuan froze. You agree, eh? Yes. Lu Yuan's eyes grew red with emotion. Thank you, Sect Master Lin. He bowed his head 3 times, his forehead striking the wooden floor with dull thuds. Lin Feng rose. Let us go to the All Heavens Alliance headquarters. Luo Qingxue also stood. Now. The 3 of them left the inn. As Lin Feng emerged onto the street, the crowd parted for him without hesitation. Lu Yuan followed close behind Lin Feng, his back straight and proud. The headquarters of the All Heavens Alliance stood in the center of Tianke City, a 9-story tower of solid black rising from the ground, like an iron pillar driven deep into the earth. Each floor was guarded by formation arrays, their runes flowing with a dark red light, like blood. Dozens of guards stood at the entrance, all at the peak of the Sword Emperor realm, clad in black armor and carrying long halberds. Halt! This is a restricted area of the All Heavens Alliance. No outsiders may enter. Lin Feng did not stop. He continued forward. The guard captain's expression darkened, and he pointed his halberd at Lin Feng. Take one more step, and we will not be polite. Lin Feng still did not stop. The guard captain waved his hand. Seize him. Dozens of guards charged forward, their halberds thrusting toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng drew his sword. The golden scale blade flashed from its sheath. In a single stroke, a gleam of sword light erupted, and the dozen guards at the forefront were sent flying crashing to the ground with their halberds shattered into 2 pieces. The remaining guards were utterly stunned. Lin Feng continued forward. Reaching the tower entrance, he swung his sword. The third form of the sky-rending sword technique, sky rend / break. Sword chi tore through space, striking the massive doors. With a deafening roar, the doors exploded apart, shards scattering in every direction. The formation arrays on the doors shattered, and the dark red light flickered and died. Lin Feng walked inside. Luo Qingxue followed behind him. Lu Yuan trailed at the very end, his legs trembling. The first floor was vast and empty save for a long table in the center with tea were set upon it. Behind the long table, dozens of elders sat, all at the peak of the Sword Emperor realm. They rose to their feet upon seeing Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you are courting death. Lin Feng said nothing. The 8th layer of the myriad swords returned to origin technique activated, and 100,000 sword shadows materialized. With a mere thought, all 100,000 sword shadows shot toward the dozens of elders simultaneously. One strike, and they all lay down. Blood flowed across the table, soaking the teaware. Lin Feng continued upstairs. On the 2nd floor, dozens of guards stood at the stairwell. One strike, and they all lay down. The 3rd floor, the 4th, the 5th. Each floor had guards, and each floor yielded to a single strike. On the 6th floor, he encountered the first decent opposition. 10 guardians at the early stage of the sword venerable realm. Lin Feng, you cannot breach this floor. Lin Feng drew his sword. His immortal grade sword intent fully unleashed. He swung once, and sword chi wreathed and lightning split through the air, striking the person at the very front. The man was blasted backward, crashing to the ground, with his entire body charred black. The remaining 9 changed expressions dramatically and turned to flee. Lin Feng struck one by one, and all fell to the ground pierced. He continued upward. On the 7th floor, 5 elders at the mid-stage of the sword venerable realm. Lin Feng, you, one strike. All 5 lay down. On the 8th floor, 3 senior elders at the late stage of the sword venerable realm. Lin Feng, you are far too arrogant. The 3 attacked simultaneously, 3 long swords thrusting toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not retreat. The 8th layer of the myriad swords returned to origin technique, 100,000 sword shadows. The 3 senior elders were engulfed by the sword shadows, their bodies covered in blood, and they knelt upon the ground. I concede. Lin Feng did not kill them. He continued upward. On the 9th floor was the Patriarch's chamber. The door was closed, black and carved with dense formation arrays. Lin Feng cleaved it open with one sword strike and walked inside. The Patriarch sat in his chair, a cup of tea in hand. He saw Lin Feng and smiled. Lin Feng, you have finally come. Lin Feng looked at him. I'm here. The Patriarch set down his teacup and rose to his feet. A sword venerable at the mid-stage, 1 minor realm above Lin Feng. You have killed hundreds in the All Heavens Alliance and wounded dozens of my elders, and now you storm into my presence. He clasped his hands behind his back and walked to the window, his back turned to Lin Feng. You think you have won? Lin Feng drew his sword. Let us finish this first, then we shall speak. The Patriarch turned and struck with his palm. Full power of a mid-stage sword venerable surged forth, his palm wind wreathed in dark red flames that warped the very air. Lin Feng did not retreat. His immortal grade sword intent fully unleashed, and the heaven sword body activated in its entirety. Golden light blazed upon the golden scale blade as he swung. The 3rd form of the sky-rending sword technique, sky rend / break. Sword chi tore through space, striking the Patriarch's palm. With a thunderous impact, both retreated 10 paces. The Patriarch looked down at his palm and saw a fresh bloody gash deep enough to bare bone. You. Lin Feng gave him no chance to catch his breath. The 8th layer of the myriad swords returned to origin technique, and 100,000 sword shadows materialized. The Patriarch swatted away tens of thousands of sword shadows with one palm, but still hundreds of them struck him, tearing dozens of holes in his clothes and leaving dozens of fresh bloody wounds upon his body. He knelt on the ground and looked up at Lin Feng. You have won. Lin Feng walked over. From this day forth, the headquarters of the All Heavens Alliance falls under the jurisdiction of the Sword Sect. Yes. Lin Feng sheathed his sword, turned, and walked out of the tower. Luo Qingxue followed behind him. Lu Yuan trailed at the very end, his legs still trembling. Patriarch Lin Yu. You really won. Lin Feng did not answer. Standing at the tower entrance, he tapped his fingers against his scabbard. Ting, ting, ting. The headquarters of the All Heavens Alliance had been taken. The next step was to unveil the truth behind the heavens. Lu Yuan dropped to his knees. Patriarch Lin, from this day forward my life is yours. Rise. Lu Yuan stood, his eyes reddening. Thank you, Patriarch Lin. Lin Feng turned and headed toward the inn. Luo Qingxue caught up with him. What comes next? We will go to the All Heavens Plain. To do what? To find Dtion. Lin Feng returned to the inn from the All Heavens Alliance headquarters as dusk had fallen. Luo Qingxue waited for him in the room with 2 bowls of noodles set upon the table, already grown cold. Eat. Lin Feng said, taking his seat and lifting his bowl. Luo Qingxue also raised her bowl, took a single bite, and set it down. What should we do next? Subjugate every faction in the upper province. Luo Qingxue nodded, saying nothing more. The following morning, Lu Yuan's sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect arrived. He stood at the inn's entrance with dozens of Heavenly Sword sect elders in tow, all at the peak of the Sword Emperor realm. Sect Master Lin, the entirety of the Heavenly Sword sect pledges allegiance to the Sword sect. Lin Feng stood in the doorway regarding him. Terms. Lu Yuan shook his head. None. You have defeated the All Heavens Alliance. None in the upper province would dare resist. Lin Feng nodded. From this day forward, the Heavenly Sword sect shall be an affiliate of the Sword sect. Lu Yuan knelt. Thank you, Sect Master Lin. Behind him, dozens of elders all knelt in unison. Lin Feng turned and walked into the inn. Lu Yuan rose and hurried after him. Sect Master Lin, there are still other factions in the upper province. Shall I go persuade them? There is no need. Lin Feng paused and looked at him. You need only manage the Heavenly Sword sect. As for the rest, I shall handle it myself. Lu Yuan nodded. Yes. He led his followers away. Luo Qingxue descended from upstairs. You truly intend to subjugate the entire upper province on your own? Yes. The upper province holds hundreds of factions. If you conquer them one by one, when will it ever end? Lin Feng regarded her. There is no need to take them individually. Subdue the strongest few and the others will come to you on their own. Luo Qingxue kept silent. For the following 7 days, Lin Feng went out each dawn and returned each evening. On the first day, he went to Wan Jian's sect, the second-ranked faction in the upper province. Its sect master was at the mid-stage of the Sword Venerable realm, commanding 300 sword emperors. Lin Feng stood before the mountain gate of Wan Jian's sect and cleaved it asunder with a single sword strike. The sect master emerged, his face paling upon seeing Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you submit or die. The sect master gritted his teeth and knelt. I submit. On the second day, he went to Xianbing Palace, the third-ranked faction in the upper province. Its mistress was a woman at the early stage of the Sword Venerable realm with 200 sword emperors under her command. Lin Feng stood at the entrance of Xianbing Palace without drawing his blade. The palace mistress emerged on her own and knelt before him. Xianbing Palace pledges allegiance. Lin Feng cast her a glance. Why, oi? The palace mistress lifted her gaze. Because I do not wish to die. Lin Feng nodded. From this day forward, Xianbing Palace shall be an affiliate of the Sword sect. On the third day, the fourth day, the fifth day. Within 7 days, the top 10 factions of the upper province had all submitted. Those ranked 11th through 50th came to him of their own accord without his needing to seek them out. The Sword sect's power in the upper province swelled like a rolling snowball. News arrived from Luo Chun at the Sword sect reporting that the central province was now fully stabilized and could send reinforcements to the upper province at any time. Lin Feng sent back a reply, there is no need to defend the central province, and that shall suffice. On the 8th day, every faction in the upper province had submitted to the Sword sect. Lin Feng stood atop the tallest tower in Tianke City, overlooking the entirety of the upper province. His fingers tapped lightly against his sword scabbard. Clang, clang, clang. The upper province was secured. Next, the All Heavens Plains. Reward obtained: Upper Province Control Token X1, Spirit Stones X500, Sword, Dao Comprehension X5000. The Upper Province Control Token grants authority to mobilize forces from all factions within the Upper Province with a cap of 100,000 troops. Lin Feng secured the token and turned to descend the stairs. Luo Qingxue waited for him below. Lin Feng, someone wishes to see you. Who? Several elders from the All Heavens Alliance headquarters. They say they have matters to discuss. Lin Feng stepped outside. At the entrance stood 3 white-haired elders, all at the early stage of the Sword Venerable realm. Sect Master Lin, we are elders of the All Heavens Alliance headquarters and would speak with you. Discuss what? Collaboration. Lin Feng regarded them. What sort of collaboration? The eldest among them withdrew a map from his robes and unfurled it. Dozens of points were marked upon the map, all located beyond the borders of the upper province. These are the entrances to the All Heavens Plains. Each plane offers different resources. The All Heavens Alliance once monopolized these entrances. Now that the alliance is yours, these entrances belong to you as well. Lin Feng cast a glance at the map. Terms. The elder shook his head. None. We simply wish to survive. Lin Feng nodded. From this day forward, you shall be responsible for managing these entrances. The 3 elders knelt. Thank you, Sect Master Lin. They departed. Luo Qingxue approached, gazing at the map. Are you going to the All Heavens Plains? Yes. When oi. Now. Lin Feng led Luo Qingxue to a valley north of Tianke City. The valley ran deep with sheer cliffs on both sides, and at its bottom stood a stone door. The stone door was immense, 10 zhang high and 5 zhang wide, its surface carved with intricate formation patterns. This was one of the portals to the myriad realms, the entrance to the immortal realm. Lin Feng reached out and pushed the door open. Beyond lay a spatial passage shrouded in darkness with no visible end. Check-in. Special check-in at the immortal realm entrance succeeded. A token materialized in his palm, golden in color and inscribed with the characters, Immortal Realm. Congratulations on receiving 1 Immortal Realm Pass and 5 fragments of Immortal Tier Sword Intent. Lin Feng secured the token and stepped into the spatial passage with Luo Qingxue, following close behind. The corridor stretched endlessly until after approximately the time it takes to burn an incense stick, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. Emerging from the passage, the two found themselves standing atop a sea of clouds. The cloud layer was thick and spongy beneath their feet. In the distance, immortal cranes soared past, and palaces floated serenely in the sky. The Immortal Realm. They had arrived. Special check-in at the Immortal Realm succeeded. Congratulations on receiving 1 Immortal Tier Sword Intent. Confuse with existing Sword Intent to increase Sword Dao power by 30% and 1,000 Spirit Stones. A sphere of light dissolved into his brow. Lin Feng closed his eyes. Within his mind, a figure stood wielding a sword, and with a single slash, immortal aura erupted. That level of Sword Dao was a full tier above his own Sword Dao true meaning at the Great Perfection stage. Fusing Immortal Tier Sword Intent. 10%, 30%, 60%. Fusion complete. Sword Dao Realm Sword Dao True Meaning Great Perfection transformed into Immortal Tier Sword Intent early stage. With this power, he could suppress all cultivators below the Sword Venerable Realm and exert absolute dominance over Sword Emperors. Lin Feng opened his eyes. He tapped the scabbard twice. Tang, tang, tang. Immortal Tier Sword Intent. Even against an early stage Sword Venerable, he could fight now. Luo Qingxue stood nearby watching him. You've broken through again. Here in the Immortal Realm. Luo Qingxue fell silent for a few seconds. You truly are a monster. Lin Feng did not respond. He continued forward. Numerous immortal cranes drifted across the cloud sea, unafraid of humans. One landed on his outstretched arm and tilted its head to study him before taking flight once more. Lin Feng patted the crane's head, and it flew away. Let us go to the center of the Immortal Realm. The two walked atop the cloud sea toward the heart of the Immortal Realm. After approximately an hour, a city appeared ahead. The city was vast, its walls built from white jade that gleamed like polished stone. 2 guards stood at the gate, both at the peak of the Sword Emperor realm clad in golden armor. Halt. This is sacred Immortal Realm territory. Outsiders are not permitted entry. Lin Feng produced his Immortal Realm pass. The guard glanced at it and stepped aside. Please proceed. Lin Feng led Luo Qingxue into the city. The streets were bustling, filled with immortals, the weakest among them all, at least at the Sword Emperor realm. Along the roadside stalls sold immortal pills, immortal artifacts, and immortal techniques, offering everything one could desire. Lin Feng strolled through for a while, but found nothing of particular value. Just as he was about to leave, a commotion erupted ahead. Make way! Make way! A Sword Venerable travels. A procession marched down the street, 8 guards at the forefront, all at the early stage of the Sword Venerable realm. At the center carried a golden sedan chair encrusted with jewels. Seated within was a figure at the mid-stage of the Sword Venerable realm, robed in gold and crowned with a golden diadem. A Sword Venerable, the ruler of the Immortal Realm. The sedan stopped before Lin Feng. The Sword Venerable lifted the curtain and cast a glance his way. You must be Lin Feng. Lin Feng regarded him calmly. I am. The Sword Venerable smiled. A cultivator from the lower realm dares set foot in the Immortal Realm. Lin Feng remained silent. The Sword Venerable waved his hand. Seize him. The 8 guards charged forward. Lin Feng drew his sword. One stroke. The heaven-cleaving sword left its scabbard, its blade azure with a white radiance. The Immortal Tier Sword Intent pressed down, slowing the 8 guards by half a beat. 10,000 swords returned to the origin 8th layer. Hundreds of thousands of sword shadows materialized. With a mere thought, every shadow shot toward the guards simultaneously. All 8 collapsed. The Sword Venerable's expression shifted. You, Lin Feng strode forward. Any others you wish to seize? The Sword Venerable clenched his teeth. Lin Feng, you will regret this. The Immortal Realm will not let you go. He turned and fled. Lin Feng slashed once across his back. The Sword Venerable crashed to the ground, unable to rise. Lin Feng approached. From this day forth the Immortal Realm answers to me. The Sword Venerable lay trembling on the ground. Why, yes. Yes. Lin Feng sheathed his sword, turned, and departed with Luo Qingxue. After Lin Feng took control of the Immortal Realm, he moved into the palace of the Xinzuan. The palace was vast, boasting over 100 rooms, yet Lin Feng occupied only 2. One for cultivation and one serving as a library. The library lay at the deepest part of the palace, flanked by 2 golden-armored guards at the peak of the Sword Emperor realm. Upon seeing Lin Feng approach, they parted without hesitation. None dared to stand in his way. Lin Feng pushed the door open. It was heavy, forged of iron, and inscribed with ancient runes. The hinges groaned dully as though untouched for ages. The library was enormous, its bookshelves stretching from floor to ceiling in neat rows. Crafted from rosewood that would never decay, even after 1,000 years, they exuded a faint, fragrant aroma. They were filled with jade slips and ancient tomes, some jade slips glowing with a faint blue-green light, others with yellowed covers and tattered edges. The air hung heavy with the scent of aged paper and ink. Luo Qingxue followed behind Lin Feng, her ice sword in hand, its chilling aura flowing between the shelves. She glanced around and asked, "What are you looking for?" "Dtion," Lin Feng replied. Luo Qingxue said nothing further and moved to another shelf, beginning her own search. Lin Feng started from the first row going through the volumes one by one. Most were records of techniques, elixirs, and artifacts from the immortal realm, little of use to him. He scanned each, quickly setting aside anything that was not what he sought. Row 2, row 3, row 4, row 5. The library was immense. 5 rows of shelves were merely the tip of the iceberg. After 2 hours of searching, Lin Feng's hand stilled. He held an ancient tome in his hands, its cover yellowed, its pages brittle, as if about to crumble. For characters were written upon it. The secret history of the myriad realms. The script was ancient seal form, each stroke sharp and piercing, as though every character were a sword thrust. The author must have been at least at the sword god realm. Lin Feng turned the page. Page 1. The myriad worlds were created jointly by 3 supreme gods, Ditian, Hongming, and Hundun. Page 2. Hongming entered slumber, Hundun dissipated, and Ditian alone ruled the heavens and earth. Page 3. Ditian used the myriad worlds as a testing ground, devouring the primordial essence of each plane to enhance himself. Page 4. 36 planes have already been devoured by Ditian, reduced to nothingness. Lin Feng's fingers rested on page 4. 36 planes, each teeming with countless lives, all consumed by Ditian. He turned the page. Page 5. Ditian's next target is the immortal realm. Page 6. Should the primordial essence of the immortal realm be devoured, the balance of the myriad worlds will shatter, and every plane will collapse. Page 7. The only one capable of stopping Ditian is the heir of the sword god. Lin Feng closed the book and stored the secret history of the myriad realms in his storage pouch. Luo Qingxue walked over. Did you find it? Yes, Lin Feng replied. Ditian, she asked. Ditian has devoured 36 planes, and his next target is the immortal realm. I am the heir of the sword god, the only one who can stop him. Luo Qingxue fell silent for a moment, then asked, what do you plan to do? Return to Shangzhou, Lin Feng said. Forge an alliance. Fight Ditian. The two left the library. At the entrance, the 2 golden-armored guards knelt, their foreheads pressed to the ground. Lin Feng did not spare them a glance, and walked out directly. As they reached the palace gates, the system sounded. Main quest updated: stop Ditian and save the myriad realms. Reward: complete edition of the myriad realms. Sword intent 1, spirit stones 500. Sword, Dao comprehension 500. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze and tapped his sword scabbard. Clink, clink, clink. The sound echoed through the palace corridors as though asking the way forward. Luo Qingxue said, Lin Feng, Ditian is at the mid-stage of the sword god realm. You are only at the half-step. There is a gap of 2 minor realms, she added. I know, Lin Feng replied. Then you cannot defeat him. Not now, Lin Feng said. But I will break through. Luo Qingxue looked into his eyes. Eyes that held no hesitation, no fear, only cold resolve. I believe in you, she said. The 2 left the Xinzuan's palace. Outside, the sunlight was blinding. The sky of the immortal realm was a deep blue, the clouds pure white. Cranes soared in the distance, their cries clear and bright. But Lin Feng knew this tranquility would not last long. Ditian was coming to devour the primordial essence of the immortal realm. Let's go, Lin Feng said. Back to Shangzhou. The 2 made their way toward the exit of the immortal realm. Along the path, they encountered several elders of the immortal realm, all at the peak of the sword venerable realm. Upon seeing Lin Feng, they all knelt, foreheads pressed to the ground. Lin Feng did not stop. He walked past them without a word. None dared to look up, none dared to speak. As they reached the exit of the immortal realm, the system sounded again. Daily check-in refreshed. Check-in location: exit of the immortal realm. Reward: spirit stones 500. Sword, Dao comprehension 500. Lin Feng took out the spirit stones and held them in his palm, cultivating as he walked. The spiritual energy within the stones was drawn dry, and powder slipped through his fingers. Luo Qingxue walked beside him, watching the dust fall, and said, You cultivate even while walking. Time is short, Lin Feng replied. How much time do we have? Ditian will not give us much. The 2 exited the immortal realm and returned to Tianke City in Shangzhou. The city remained unchanged, streets crowded with people, cultivators busy with trade, cultivation, and conflict. No one knew Ditian was coming. No one knew the myriad worlds would soon collapse. Lin Feng stood at the city gate, gazing upon it. He remembered his past life. When Ditian devoured the myriad worlds, Tianke City was the first to be destroyed. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators within its walls perished, not a single soul spared. In this lifetime, he would not let history repeat itself. On the second day after Lin Feng returned to Shangzhou, Emperor Tian's men arrived. Not Emperor Tian himself, but one of his immortal venerables. A half-step sword god at the pinnacle of his power. The immortal venerable hovered above Tianke City, draped in white robes, with his hair cascading over his shoulders, his features lean, yet his gaze burning bright. Behind him followed hundreds of sword emperor realm cultivators at the pinnacle stage, arranged in perfect formation, immaculate and disciplined. Their combined spiritual energy pressed down upon the city, causing the very ground to tremble. The cultivators within the walls all cowered in their homes, not daring to venture forth, doors and windows sealed shut. Disciples from every major clan huddled within their sect compounds, too frightened to show their faces, barely daring to breathe. The immortal venerable surveyed Tianke City with disdain, his voice thundering across the entire metropolis like rolling thunder. Lin Feng, come forth and meet your doom. Lin Feng was in meditation at the inn. He opened his eyes, rose to his feet, and hung the four swords back upon his waist. Little White emerged from within the blade, its golden eyes narrowing to a thin slit. Lin Feng stroked its head gently. It's nothing to worry about. Luo Qingxue pushed open the door, her ice sword already in hand. I'm coming with you. Stay inside, Lin Feng said. I'm not staying, Luo Qingxue replied. Lin Feng gazed at her, fell silent for a heartbeat, then said, stay close to me. The two stepped out of the inn. The streets lay utterly deserted, every shop shuttered, every window closed tight. Only the wind stirred, lifting dust from the cobblestones. Lin Feng raised his eyes to the heavens. The immortal venerable floated mid-air, behind him hundreds of sword emperor pinnacle cultivators arrayed in formation, resembling a dark cloud blotting out the sky. The immortal venerable spotted Lin Feng and let out a cold laugh. So you're Lin Feng? I am, Lin Feng replied. The immortal venerable said, Emperor Tian has sent me to claim your life. Lin Feng said, then come down and take it. The immortal venerable's expression darkened. He waved his hand. Attack! Hundreds of sword emperor pinnacle cultivators struck simultaneously. Sword chi, blade chi, and palm wind descended in a torrential downpour dense as rain. The air itself was torn asunder, emitting piercing shrieks. The ground upheaved, rocks and debris scattering in all directions. Lin Feng did not retreat, for swords simultaneously left their sheaths. Qingfeng sword, Jinlin sword, Tianshuang sword, Tianju sword. For beams of sword light erupted skyward, interweaving into an enormous net of swords in the heavens. The initial stage of sword Dao laws fully activated. All celestial sword bodies awakened. The 8th level of myriad swords returned to origin, manifested. 100,000 sword shadows materialized. Countless and dense, they blotted out the sun and sky, illuminating the entire city. Lin Feng's will moved, and 100,000 sword shadows fired simultaneously toward the hundreds of attackers. First wave, 200 fell. Second wave, another 200. Third wave, those remaining were all struck down. Hundreds of sword emperor pinnacle cultivators, all defeated in less time than it takes to sip a cup of tea. Blood flowed from their bodies, pooling on the stone-paved streets. The immortal venerable's expression shifted. He had never expected Lin Feng to possess such terrifying strength. Gritting his teeth, he decided to act personally. At the pinnacle of half-step sword god, he unleashed all his spiritual energy, striking downward at Lin Feng with his palm. The palm wind carried an aura of annihilation, compressing the air into a white shockwave. Lin Feng did not retreat. Four swords flew forth in unison, the initial stage of sword Dao laws pushed to its absolute limit. Sword light collided with palm wind. Boom. Lin Feng stumbled back 5 steps, the immortal venerable 3. The immortal venerable looked down at his palm. A bloodstain had appeared, crimson droplets slowly trickling down. He said, you, a mere half-step sword god, actually managed to wound me. Again, Lin Feng said. The immortal venerable bared his teeth and delivered another palm strike, this time with his full strength. Black flames roiled from his palm, warping the very air itself. Lin Feng caught the blow head-on, staggering back 5 more steps. A thin trickle of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth, yet he did not fall. Little White emerged from within the sword, landing upon Lin Feng's shoulder. It opened its jaws and expelled a beam of pure white light. The white light shot toward the immortal venerable, who deflected it with a palm strike. However, a bloody wound now marked his palm. He let out a wretched cry, clutching his injured hand as he staggered backward. A sword spirit. You actually possess a sword spirit. Lin Feng offered no reply. He thrust his sword toward the immortal venerable's chest. The immortal venerable twisted aside, but the blade's edge scraped past his ribs, slicing open his robe. Blood gushed forth, staining his white robes crimson. The immortal venerable's face turned deathly pale. He whirled and fled. Lin Feng, you wait. Emperor Tian will never forgive this insult. He fled, leaving hundreds of corpses upon the ground. Blood dyed half the street a brilliant red. Lin Feng sheathed his sword. Luo Qingxue approached, eyeing the blood at the corner of his mouth. You're injured. Lin Feng wiped away the blood. Just a scratch. Luo Qingxue said. The immortal venerable is at the pinnacle of half-step sword god. The fact that you could wound him is already extraordinary. Not nearly enough, Lin Feng replied. Emperor Tian is 10 times stronger than him. The two returned to the inn. Lin Feng closed the door, sat cross-legged, and retrieved a healing pill, which he swallowed. Sword energy circulated through his meridians, and the injuries healed significantly. He opened his eyes and tapped lightly on his sword sheath. Ding ding ding. Emperor Tian. The next time it will not be an immortal venerable who comes. Lin Feng's victory over the immortal venerable spread throughout the upper province. Reactions among the great families varied. Some were shocked, some terrified, some exhilarated, others watching from the sidelines. Yet one fact was clear to all: Lin Feng was the sole individual daring enough to defy Tian. Lin Feng seized upon this moment, determined to forge the all-heavens alliance against heaven. This was no petty half-hearted alliance. It was a coalition truly capable of standing against Tian. He sent word in 3 days' time at the plaza of Tianke City the All Heavens Alliance against Heaven would be formally established. All are welcome to come, none shall be coerced. The news ignited the entire upper province into uproar. Some declared Lin Feng mad for daring to challenge Tian. Others argued Lin Feng was not mad, but possessed genuine strength. Some declared that madness or not they would not go to their deaths. Still others countered, if you will not go I shall. Since Tian's arrival brings death anyway, we might as well fight for our lives. 3 days later the plaza of Tianke City teemed with crowds. Representatives of the great families, rogue cultivators, and sect leaders alike, their dark figures stretching as far as the eye could see. Some had come with sincere devotion, others for spectacle, and still others to gauge Lin Feng's true strength. Lin Feng stood upon the central dais, 4 swords hanging at his waist, Xiao Bai perched upon his shoulder. To his left stood Luo Qingxue, ice sword drawn. To his right stood Luo Chun, long sword unsheathed. Behind him, Lin Feng gripped his blade, legs trembling yet refusing to retreat. Tian seeks to devour the all heavens, Lin Feng declared. 36 realms have already fallen to his maw. The immortal realm is next, then the upper province, and thereafter, your very homes. Silence fell across the plaza, as every soul hung on his words. I cannot defeat him alone, Lin Feng said. I need you. No one spoke. Are you afraid, he asked. Still silence. Fear is only natural, Lin Feng continued. Yet fear alone will save no one. Tian demands all our lives, not merely mine. If you will not stand with me now, you will flee in vain when Tian comes. Sect leader Lin, we fight beside you, someone shouted. I we stand with you. The voices swelled, growing ever louder until they merged into one thunderous chant. Sect leader Lin. Sect leader Lin. Sect leader Lin. Lin Feng raised his hand, and the crowd fell silent. From this day forward, he proclaimed, the All Heavens Alliance against Heaven is hereby established. I shall serve as alliance leader. Luo Qingxue as deputy leader. Luo Chun as chief guardian. All who wish to join shall step to the right. Those who refuse may stand to the left, and depart at once. No one moved toward the left. Every person stepped to the right. Good, Lin Feng said. Luo Chun ran a quick assessment, and reported, Brother, the alliance now numbers 50,000 Xinhua stage cultivators, 5,000 sword emperor realm experts, 500 sword venerable realm masters, and 10 half-step sword gods. Not enough, Lin Feng replied. Not enough. Brother, we hold more than half of the upper province's strength. Tian commands 12 immortal venerables, all half-step sword gods. He himself stands at the midpoint of the sword god realm. Our forces are nothing to him. He could slaughter us all with a single stroke. Luo Chun fell silent. We continue recruiting, Lin Feng commanded. From the upper province, from the lower province, from all 10,000 realms. Tian seeks to devour the all heavens, and every soul across these realms is his target. Those who will not come shall perish waiting. Word spread across the all heavens. The immortal realm, the demon beast realm, the Buddha realm. All planes learned of Lin Feng's recruitment. Some came, some watched, some sneered. The comers were those who had suffered Tian's oppression. The onlookers had yet to feel his wrath. The scoffers believed Lin Feng would surely lose. Yet Lin Feng accepted all comers. Anyone willing to fight Tian was welcomed regardless of origin or background. The alliance's strength swelled like a rolling snowball. Within a month, it boasted 100,000 Xinhua stage cultivators, 10,000 sword emperor realm experts, 1,000 sword venerable realm masters, and 50 half-step sword gods. Brother, is this enough? Luo Chen asked. Enough to fight Tian? Yes, Lin Feng replied. Enough to fight his underlings? No. Then what do? We strike Tian's vassals first, Lin Feng said. Then we face Tian himself. In the second month of the alliance's founding, Tian's retaliation arrived. This was not a probe nor a warning. It was a full-scale assault. All 12 immortal venerables came, not a single one absent. 12 at the peak of the half-step sword god realm, leading an army of 1-0 immort pouring out from the immortal realm passage and pressing toward Tianke City like a storm cloud blotting out the sun. The spiritual energy of the immortal army gathered together like a moving mountain range, causing the entire city to tremble. When the news reached the alliance headquarters, Lin Feng was in meditation. For swords rested on his knees while sword essence raced through his meridians. Xiao Bai sat on his shoulder, golden eyes half-lidded. Luo Chun pushed open the door, his face pale, his voice trembling. Big brother, Tian's people have come. 12 immortal venerables, 1-0 immort already outside the city. Lin Feng opened his eyes, rose to his feet, and hung the 4 swords back at his waist. Xiao Bai leaped into the sword body, leaving only a head poking out. Lin Feng asked, how many? Luo Chen replied, 1-0. All at least sword sovereign realm and above. Lin Feng asked, and us? Luo Chen answered, 8-0. Lin Feng said, that is enough. He stepped out of the meditation chamber. Luo Qingxue waited at the doorway, her ice sword in hand, cold energy dripping from its blade. She looked into Lin Feng's eyes. There was no fear, no hesitation, only coldness. She said, I will go with you. Lin Feng replied, you take the enforcement division and guard the east gate. Luo Qingxue asked, and you? Lin Feng said, I will hold the main gate. They walked out together. Luo Chun followed behind, sword in hand, his fingers trembling, yet he did not retreat. Tianke City's 4 walls each held 2 Alliance disciples. The main gate was guarded by Lin Feng himself, the east gate by Luo Qingxue, the west gate by Luo Chun, and the north gate by the master of Binghe Palace. 8,000 warriors, swords drawn, spiritual power fully unleashed, awaiting the immortal army. Outside the city, 1,200 immort formed square formations stretching from the gate to the horizon. The 12 immortal venerables stood at the forefront, all clad in white robes embroidered with D. Tian's golden emblem upon the chest. Their gathered spiritual pressure pressed down on the city walls like a mountain. The city civilians had hidden inside their homes' doors and windows sealed tight. Even the stray dogs fled with tails between their legs, too afraid to even bark. The leader of the venerables was a white-haired elder at the peak of half-step, sword god, his face gone, his eyes piercing bright. He looked up at Lin Feng on the wall and sneered. Lin Feng, Lord D. Tian has sent us to claim your life. If you have any sense, walk out yourself, and I shall grant you a swift death. Lin Feng stood atop the city wall looking down at him. The 4 swords at his waist trembled faintly, while Xiao Bai poked his head out from within, golden eyes fixed upon the lead venerable. Lin Feng said, enough idle words. The lead venerable's expression darkened, and with a wave of his hand he commanded attack. The entire 1,200 strong immortal army struck in unison. Sword chi, blade chi, and palm winds crashed toward the wall, like torrential rain so dense that the very air was torn apart with piercing shrieks. The defensive formations on the wall flared to life, but held for only 3 seconds before shattering. Rubble flew and dust rose, obscuring half the sky. Lin Feng did not retreat. He leaped from the wall and landed before the city gate. All 4 swords were drawn simultaneously. Qingfeng Jinlin, Tianshuang Tianju. 4 streaks of sword light shot skyward and wove together into a massive net of blades. Sword Dao Rule, early stage, fully unleashed. Heavenly Sword Body, fully activated. Myriad swords returned to origin, 8th layer. 1,000 sword shadows materialized. So countless they blotted out the heavens, illuminating the entire city with their glow. With a thought, Lin Feng sent the 1,000 sword shadows flying at the immortal army in a single strike. The first wave felled 1,500. The shadows pierced through their protective spiritual energy and armor, bursting into sprays of blood in midair. Wailing cries rose from every direction. Some clutched their wounds and rolled on the ground. Others simply fell motionless. The second wave claimed another 1,500. Some turned to flee only to be caught and pinned to the earth by pursuing sword shadows. The third wave took another 1,500. Then the 4th, 5th, and 6th wave struck, and within the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, 7,000 of the 1,000 immort lay dead. The remaining 5,000 charged to the base of the city walls. Alliance disciples leaped down from above to meet them. The 2 forces collided in a tangle of sword flashes, flying blood screams, clashing metal, and cracking bones. Luo Qingxue led the enforcement division out from the east gate, her ice swords sweeping in wide arcs as cold energy exploded outward. Frost River Sword Art 6th form, ice eel for 10,000 miles. The cold morphed into a dragon of ice that crashed into the immortal ranks, freezing hundreds solid in an instant. Luo Chun led his disciples out from the west gate, forming a sword array whose intersecting chi wove a deadly net. The master of Binghe Palace struck from the north gate, ice, sword in hand, cold energy radiating in all directions. 8,000 Alliance disciples against 5,000 immort. Superior numbers and superior morale. The Alliance warriors knew defeat meant death, while victory meant survival. The immort knew the same. That retreat meant death as well. Both sides fought with reckless fury, blinded by bloodlust. Piles of corpses grew beneath the walls while blood streamed into rivers. All 12 venerables struck together. 12 at the peak of half-step, sword god, their palm winds converging upon Lin Feng in a single devastating blow. Dark flames surged from the strikes, warping the very air and carving a trench into the ground. Lin Feng did not yield. With all 4 swords blazing, he drove Sword Dao Rule to its absolute limit. Blade met palm wind in a thunderous impact. He retreated 10 steps, a thin trail of blood leaking from the corner of his mouth. The 12 venerables each stepped back, their expressions utterly changed. The leader stammered, "You alone. You blocked a combined strike from all 12 of us." Lin Feng wiped the blood from his lips. Again, gritting their teeth, the 12 venerables attacked once more. This time they poured everything into it. 12 palm winds merging into a black dragon of devastation, claws bared, fangs exposed, charging straight at Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the strike head-on and was driven back 10 more steps. Blood flowed more freely from his mouth, but he refused to fall. Xiao Bai leaped from the sword body and perched on Lin Feng's shoulder. Opening its mouth, it spewed a beam of white light. The white beam slammed into the black dragon and detonated its head in a catastrophic blast. The shockwave drove the 12 venerables backward, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. The leader looked down at his own hands. The web between his thumb and forefinger had split open, blood streaming downward. A sword spirit. You actually possess a sword spirit. Lin Feng did not reply. Instead, he thrust his sword straight at the venerable's chest. The elder twisted aside the blade, grazing past his ribs and parting his robe. Blood welled forth. He cried out and retreated, clutching the wound. Lin Feng pressed the attack, striking again and again. Each blow faster, each heavier than the last. The venerable blocked 5, but on the 6th he faltered, and the sword pierced through his shoulder. He fell to his knees, looking up at Lin Feng. You are not human, Lin Feng said. Return to Tian and tell him next time bring more men. Gritting his teeth, the wounded venerable rose, pressing a hand to his shoulder. Retreat. The 12 venerables turned and fled. The remaining immort followed in panicked retreat. 70,000 corpses littered the ground, and blood dyed the entire city crimson. Alliance warriors stood amid the pile of dead, gasping for breath, soaked head to toe in gore. Some laughed, some wept, some fell to their knees and vomited. Lin Feng leaned against the city wall and sat down, breathing heavily. His 4 swords were planted in the earth, their blades drenched in blood. Xiao Bai perched on his shoulder and licked the blood from Lin Feng's face. Luo Qingxue ran over and crouched beside him, her eyes red-rimmed. You are badly wounded. Lin Feng replied, nothing fatal. He produced a healing pill and swallowed it, closing his eyes. Sword essence circulated through his meridians and his injuries mended significantly. He opened his eyes and tapped his sword sheath with his fingers. Ding ding ding. The sound carried far on the wind. Far away in the direction of the upper province, the dark clouds grew thicker. Tian's killing intent drew ever closer. The day after the immortal army's defeat, Tianke City had yet to recover from the stench of blood. Cracks in the city walls remained unpatched and bloodstains on the streets had not yet been washed away. Disciples of the Alliance were clearing the battlefield, hauling corpses out cart after cart. The killing intent from yesterday still lingered in the air, heavy and oppressive, weighing on everyone's chests. Lin Feng sat in the cultivation room of the inn, 4 swords resting across his knees. In yesterday's battle, he had alone withstood a combined strike from 12 immortal venerables, consuming 70% of his sword energy and fracturing 2 ribs. He swallowed 5 healing pills, and his broken bones had already knit together, but his sword energy had only recovered to 60%. Little White perched on his shoulder, golden eyes half closed, its tail draped over his neck. Its sealing progress had advanced again during the battle, rising from 95% to 97%. Little White was nearly fully unsealed. Luo Qingxue pushed open the door and entered, holding a bowl of medicine in her hand. She wore white garments stained with yesterday's blood, having had no time to change. Her face was pale with dark circles beneath her eyes. She had kept watch on the city walls all night, fearing the immortal army might return. Lin Feng opened his eyes, took the bowl, and drank it down in several gulps. The medicine was bitterly foul, yet he didn't even furrow his brow. Luo Qingxue said, scouts have returned with news. Tian has sent a clone. Lin Feng asked, when will it arrive? Today, she replied. Lin Feng rose to his feet, fastening the 4 swords back to his waist. Little White leaped into one of the sword sheaths, peering out, with just its head visible. He said, let's go. The 2 of them left the inn. The streets were eerily quiet, with few pedestrians about. The previous day's battle had terrified the townsfolk, most of whom remained hidden indoors, too fearful to venture outside. Only Alliance disciples patrolled the streets, all stopping to bow their heads in respect upon seeing Lin Feng. He paid them no mind, and made his way directly toward the city walls. Luo Qingxue followed behind her, ice sword drawn. On the city walls, Luo Chun was directing others in reinforcing the formation patterns. Spotting Lin Feng's approach, he hurried over, panting heavily. Elder brother, the scouts report that Tian's clone has arrived within 100 li. I see, Lin Feng replied. But elder brother, your injuries haven't fully healed. Can you truly fight? I can, Lin Feng said. Luo Chun dared not press further. Less than half an hour later, a dark silhouette emerged on the horizon. It drew progressively nearer and loomed larger, ultimately halting above the city walls. Tian's clone. Early stage of the sword deity realm. His form was faint and ethereal, wispy as smoke, yet his aura pressed down so heavily that the entire city trembled. The formation patterns etched along the walls flared to life briefly before flickering out after only a few seconds. The Alliance disciples' legs shook uncontrollably. Some could barely grip their swords, letting them clatter to the ground. It wasn't cowardice. It was the sheer oppressive pressure emanating from Tian's clone that rendered them powerless. The sword deity realm, even in clone form, was beyond what any sword emperor or sword venerable could withstand. Tian's clone wore a black robe embroidered with a golden character for emperor across the chest. His visage mirrored Tian's true form exactly. Youthful yet stern, with golden eyes narrowed into slits. He gazed down upon Tianke City, his piercing scrutiny sweeping across each person on the walls before finally settling on Lin Feng. Lin Feng, he intoned, you have slain my immortal army and wounded my immortal venerables. What crime is this? Lin Feng stood atop the city walls looking up at him. The 4 swords at his waist hummed with a gentle vibration. Little White poked its head out from within a blade, golden eyes locked onto Dtion's clone, tail rigid and taut. Are you Dtion? Lin Feng asked. I am the first immortal venerable beneath Dtion's command, a clone of Lord Dtion, came the reply. Does a mere clone dare show itself? Lin Feng challenged. Dtion's clone's expression darkened as he brought his palm crashing down. Full spiritual energy from the early sword deity realm surged forth, the palm strike radiating devastation and compressing the air into a white wave of force. Where the shockwave passed, bricks and stones from the walls were blasted skyward in a hail of debris. The entire city quaked violently, entire buildings crumbled into rubble and dust billowed upward, blotting out half the sky. Lin Feng did not retreat. Launching himself from the city wall, he surged forward to meet the oncoming palm strike. 4 swords simultaneously flashed from their scabbards. The Qingfeng sword, Jinlin sword, Tianshuang sword, and Tianju sword. 4 streaks of sword light erupted skyward, weaving together into a massive net of blades overhead. The preliminary level sword Dao rules were fully activated, as was the Heaven's sword body. The Heaven's sword intent, used for the very first time. A reward granted by the system. Lin Feng had been cultivating it continuously, and today marked its debut in actual combat. The sword aura carried the breath of the heavens itself, slashing toward Dtion's clone. Within that essence lay the wailing of 36 devoured worlds, the resentment of countless living beings, and the millennia-old obsession of a sword deity's lingering soul. Where the sword aura passed, space itself tore asunder, black winds surging from the ruptures. Dtion's clone's face contorted in shock. The Heaven's sword intent. Where did you learn this? Lin Feng remained silent. The sword aura and palm wind collided in a cataclysmic blast that split heaven and earth. Dtion's clone staggered backward 10 paces, a fresh gash splitting his palm deep enough to bear bone, golden blood seeping from the wound. Lin Feng also retreated 5 steps, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth, yet he remained standing. Dtion's clone glanced down at his injured hand. You, a half-step sword deity, managed to wound my clone? It's merely a clone, Lin Feng replied. Even if your true form were here, I could wound it too. Dtion's clone clenched his teeth. You seek death. He struck again with his full power. The palm wind carried black flames that warped the very air. The fire burned dark as ink, igniting everything in its path with crackling intensity. Lin Feng held his ground. All 4 swords struck in unison as he pushed the Heaven's sword intent to its limits. Brilliant light erupted from each blade, cyan, golden, white, and black, woven together into a colossal sword ray aimed directly at Dtion's clone. The sword ray contained sword Dao rules, the Heaven's sword intent, lightning attributes, and the primordial essence of the Ice River sword intent. Combined, these 4 forces created a silent but devastating attack that tore a Tianzhong-long rupture through space itself. The sword ray and black flames collided in an explosive burst, shattering the dark fire into fragments that rained down and scorched craters into the ground. Dtion's clone was driven back, additional gashes marking his palm. Golden blood dripped from the wounds, sizzling as it hit the ground and eating through the stone. Why you? How is your Heaven's sword intent so powerful? Because I don't fight alone, Lin Feng replied. He wasn't referring to Luo Qingxue, nor Luo Chun, nor the Alliance disciples. He spoke of the souls from those 36 worlds devoured by Dtion. The Heaven's sword intent carried their grievances, their hatred, their unwillingness to accept defeat. With every sword strike, it wasn't merely Lin Feng wielding the blade. It was the spirits of 36 worlds fighting alongside him. Little White leaped from the sword sheath onto Lin Feng's shoulder, opened its mouth, and spat forth a beam of white light. The white light struck Dtion's clone, who swatted it away with his palm. But a fresh wound now marred his hand. Black smoke rose from the gash as the flesh around it began to rot and decay. The light Little White unleashed was no ordinary radiance. It was the primordial power of the sword spirit, which specifically countered Dtion's dark energies. A scream of agony tore from Dtion's clone as he clutched his wounded hand and stumbled backward. His body began to fracture, cracks spreading from his chest to his limbs, from his limbs to his head. You'll regret this. Lord Dtion will not spare you. With a thunderous explosion, Dtion's clone shattered into countless black fragments that dissolved into the air. The debris hit the ground and pooled into foul-smelling black sludge. Lin Feng sheathed his swords and landed back on the city wall. The 4 blades clicked into their scabbards with crisp precision. Luo Qingxue approached, her gaze fixing on the blood at the corner of his mouth. You're wounded. Lin Feng wiped away the blood. Superficial wounds. You killed Dtion's clone, Luo Qingxue observed. Just a clone, Lin Feng replied. His true form is 10 times stronger. Then can you defeat his true form? She asked. Not yet, he admitted. What then? She pressed. Breakthrough, Lin Feng said simply. He turned and descended from the wall. Luo Chun followed his legs, still trembling. Elder brother, what sword technique was that? You even tore through space itself. The Heaven's sword intent, Lin Feng answered. What exactly is that? Luo Chun pressed. Dtion devoured 36 worlds. The souls of those worlds are using my hands to exact their vengeance. Luo Chen swallowed hard and dared not ask further. Back at the inn, Lin Feng closed the door behind him. Sitting cross-legged, he took out a handful of spirit stones and gripped them in his palm. Sword energy circulated through his meridians, replenishing 30% of his depletion. Closing his eyes, he envisioned the moment Tion's clone had shattered. Tion's power was dark, devouring, destructive. His own power came from the heavens, borrowed from the souls of 36 worlds. These two forces were natural opposites, and only the stronger would survive. Little White leaped from the sword sheath onto Lin Feng's knee, looking up at him. Golden eyes reflected his face. It let out a soft meow as though saying, "I'm here." Lin Feng stroked its head. "Soon. Once you're fully unsealed, I'll take you to face Tion himself." Little White meowed once more and retreated back into the sword sheath. The news of Emperor Heaven's severed avatar struck like a blade driven into the heart of the All-Heaven Alliance. Spies from the upper prefecture's great families brought word back, and each clan had reacted differently. Some were shocked, some terrified, some exhilarated, some skeptical. Yet all knew one thing. Lin Feng had slain even Emperor Heaven's avatar. His strength had surpassed every estimate. The Alliance disciples' morale soared. Yesterday they had been paralyzed with fear. Today they were all itching for battle, longing for Emperor Heaven's true body to arrive so they could fight alongside Lin Feng. Luo Chen addressed the assembly on the plaza. "Don't celebrate too soon. An avatar is easy to defeat. The true body is far harder. Emperor Heaven's true form is 10 times stronger than his avatar. Big Brother can't take him now." Someone shouted, "Then what do we do?" Luo Chen replied, "Wait for Big Brother to break through. Once he does, Emperor Heaven will die." Another voice asked, "When will Big Brother break through?" Luo Chen said, "Soon." But Emperor Heaven gave Lin Feng no time to break through. On the third day after the avatars slaying, the immortal Venerable's true body arrived. It was no avatar. It was his true body at the initial Sword God realm. He came alone, without an immortal army or attendants. Just him alone with a single sword. He stood above Tianke City, clad in a white robe, his hair loose over his shoulders. His face was gaunt, but his eyes blazed with light. In his hand he held a long sword, its blade white and coated with a layer of frost. The immortal sword bestowed by Emperor Heaven, Ice Soul. Ice Soul was an immortal grade artifact, a tier higher than the Tianquang sword. The immortal Venerable gazed down upon Tianke City, his voice thundering across the entire city. "Lin Feng, come out and die." The townsfolk cowered in their homes, doors and windows sealed tight. The Alliance disciples stood on the city walls, swords drawn, hands trembling, yet none retreated. Lin Feng stepped out of the inn and onto the wall. 4 swords hung at his waist, Xiao Bai perched on his shoulder. Luo Qingxue followed behind him, ice sword in hand. Luo Chun and the Alliance disciples stood on either side of the wall, blades already unsheathed. Lin Feng looked up at the immortal Venerable and said, "You are the immortal Venerable under Emperor Heaven." The immortal Venerable replied, "The first immortal Venerable under Emperor Heaven's command." Lin Feng said, "The last first immortal Venerable was killed by me." The immortal Venerable's face darkened. "That was an avatar. I am the true body." He struck down with his sword. The full power of the initial Sword God realm erupted, the sword Qi carrying a chilling frost pressing down like a sky-collapsing tide. Where the sword Qi passed, the air froze and the ground turned to ice. The array patterns on the city wall flared, but they held for only a second before shattering. Stones flew, dust rose. Lin Feng did not retreat. He leaped from the wall, charging straight into the sword Qi. All 4 swords left their sheaths at once. Green Edge, Golden Scale, Tianshuang, and Heaven's Judgment. For streams of sword light soared into the sky, weaving a massive net of blades above. The nascent sword Dao rules were fully unleashed, as was the All-Heaven sword body. The All-Heaven sword intent was pushed to its limit. Sword light and sword Qi collided with a thunderous boom, splitting heaven and earth. Both figures staggered back 5 paces. The immortal Venerable looked down at his ice soul sword. One notch now marred its edge, and white frost leaked from the gap. He said, "Your sword is better than mine." Lin Feng replied, "The sword matters not. What matters is the wielder." The immortal Venerable gritted his teeth and struck again. This time he poured in all his strength. The sword Qi was wreathed in black flames that seared the air, distorting it. The black flames were a gift from Emperor Heaven, born of his dark origin, capable of consuming any spiritual energy. Lin Feng took the blow head on, staggering back another 5 paces. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, but he did not fall. His clothes were singed in several spots, and burns marked his skin. Xiao Bai leaped out from the sword body, landing on Lin Feng's shoulder. It opened its mouth and spat a beam of white light. The light shot toward the immortal Venerable, who cleaved it with his sword, but another crack appeared on Ice Soul. The crack ran from the blade all the way to the hilt. The sword trembled, as if about to shatter. The immortal Venerable's face changed. "Your sword spirit is stronger than I imagined." Lin Feng said nothing. He thrust his sword at the immortal Venerable's chest, imbuing it with the All-Heaven sword intent, and sword Dao rules, the tip gleaming with 4 colors of light. The immortal Venerable sidestepped, but the blade grazed his ribs, slicing through his robe. Blood welled from the wound. red but the edges were ringed with black patterns, traces of Emperor Heaven's dark power corroding his body. The immortal Venerable grunted, clutching his wound as he retreated. Lin Feng pressed on, striking again. The immortal Venerable parried, only to be knocked back again. Strike after strike, each faster and heavier than the last. After more than a dozen exchanges, the cracks on Ice Soul multiplied and deepened. On the 17th strike, Ice Soul shattered. Fragments flew everywhere, landing on the ground and turning to white powder. The immortal Venerable was left holding only a hilt frozen in place. Lin Feng's sword pierced his shoulder. The tip emerged from his back, blood streaming down the blade. The immortal Venerable knelt, looking up at Lin Feng. "If you kill me, Emperor Heaven will not forgive you," Lin Feng said, "then let him come." He withdrew his sword. The immortal Venerable collapsed, eyes still open, dead. Lin Feng sheathed his blade and landed back on the wall. Luo Qingxue approached, eyeing his burns. "Your wounds," Lin Feng said. "I'm fine." Luo Qingxue took a vial of ointment from her bosom and applied it to the burns on his arm. The balm was cool. Lin Feng did not flinch. Luo Chun ran over, looking at the immortal Venerable's corpse below the wall. "Big brother, you've slain another immortal Venerable. The true body," Lin Feng said in him. Luo Chun said, "Emperor Heaven will come." Lin Feng said, "Let him come." The news spread across the upper prefecture. The immortal Venerable's true body had been killed by Lin Feng. The Alliance disciples cheered and rejoiced while the heads of the great families fell silent. Some began to regret not joining the Alliance earlier, some dreaded Emperor Heaven's retaliation, some secretly packed their belongings ready to flee. Yet more chose to stay, knowing that flight was futile. If Emperor Heaven intended to devour all realms, death would await them everywhere. Lin Feng returned to the inn and closed the door. He sat cross-legged, took a handful of spirit stones, and held them in his palms. Sword essence coursed through his meridians, once restoring half his depleted reserves. He closed his eyes and replayed the battle. The immortal Venerable's true body was stronger than the Avatar, but only by a limited margin. Emperor Heaven's true body would be 10 times stronger than the immortal Venerable. At his current strength, he could not win. Xiaobai leaped out of the sword body, perched on his knee, and rubbed its head against his hand. The white light on its body grew ever brighter. Seal progress 98%. Lin Feng stroked its head. "Almost there. Just 2% left." Xiaobai mewed as if saying, "I know." On the 5th day after the immortal Venerable's true body was slain, Di Tian's true form arrived. Not a clone, but his actual self. He was at the mid-stage of the Sword God realm. Di Tian stood above the city of Tianq, and the entire city quaked under his oppressive might. His pressure did not fall like a mountain, it was like an invisible sword pressed against everyone's throat. Cultivators below the Sword Emperor realm were pinned to the ground, unable to rise. Those above the Sword Emperor realm trembled, their legs barely holding them upright. The commoners in the city had all fainted, foaming at the mouth. Disciples of the various great families cowered in corners, not daring to move, barely breathing above a whisper. The disciples of the Alliance lay on the city walls, their faces pressed against the bricks, unable to lift their heads. Di Tian looked young, appearing to be in his early 20s, clad in a black robe with his hair cascading over his shoulders. His eyes were golden, with vertical pupils like a snake's. He gazed at Lin Feng, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. "Lin Feng, you killed 2 of my immortal Venerables and 120,000 of my celestial soldiers." His voice was not loud, yet every word was crystal clear to everyone, as if he were whispering in their ears. Lin Feng stood on the city wall, looking up at him. The 4 swords at his waist quivered softly. Xiaobai poked its head out from the blade, its golden eyes fixed on Di Tian, its tail taut as a bowstring. Lin Feng's legs were also trembling, not from fear, but from the overwhelming force of Di Tian's pressure. Midstage Sword God realm was a full major realm above him. He gritted his teeth, his fingers tightening around the sword hilt until his knuckles turned white. Lin Feng said, "So what?" Di Tian laughed, a cold smile like winter wind. He said, "So I want your life." Then he struck down with his palm. The full spiritual power of the midstage Sword God realm erupted. The palm wind carried an aura of annihilation, compressing the air into a white shockwave. Wherever the shockwave passed, bricks and stones on the city wall were blasted away, houses collapsed in ruins, and debris scattered. The entire city shook. Cracks split the ground, stretching from the city gate all the way to the center. Lin Feng did not retreat. He leaped from the city wall, charging straight into the palm wind. 4 swords were drawn simultaneously: Qingfeng, sword Jinlin, sword Tianshuang, sword, and Tianju sword. For beams of sword light soared into the sky, intertwining into a vast net of swords. The initial stage of Sword Dao principles was fully unleashed, as was the Zhutian sword body. The Zhutian sword intent was driven to its extreme. The 8th layer of 10,000 swords returning to one manifested 100,000 sword shadows. The sword light collided with the palm wind. With a thunderous roar, heaven and earth split apart. Lin Feng was blasted backward, crashing into the city wall and leaving a large crater. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Di Tian stood his ground, not a single step back. His robe was cut open by the sword energy, but the flesh beneath was unharmed. He said, "Your Zhutian sword intent is not strong enough." Lin Feng wiped the blood from his mouth and stood up. The four swords trembled in his hands, the blades quivering and now bearing several cracks. It was not that the swords were breaking. His sword essence was running low. That single strike had consumed 40% of his sword essence. Tian had used only one palm. Tian struck with another palm. Lin Feng endured it head-on only to be sent flying again, spitting even more blood. The cracks on the four swords multiplied. A notch appeared on the edge of Qin Feng's sword. The golden radiance of Jin Lin's sword dimmed. The cold aura of Tian Shuang's sword dissipated. The black light of Tian Zhu's sword faded. Xiao Bai leaped out from the blade, landing on Lin Feng's shoulder. It opened its mouth and spat a beam of white light toward Tian. Tian reached out, caught the light, and crushed it effortlessly, like breaking an egg. He said, a sword spirit. Interesting, but not enough. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and pushed the Zhutian sword intent to its absolute limit. The four swords blazed with brilliant light, green, gold, white, and black. The four colors intertwined into a colossal sword beam that slashed toward Tian. This strike consumed every last drop of his sword essence, all his strength, and his entire will. Within the sword light were the souls of 36 realms, the obsession of the lingering sword god remnant, his promise to Luo Qingxue, and his resentment toward his past life. Tian raised his hand and shattered the sword beam with a single palm. But a gash was cut into his palm and golden blood seeped from the wound. He glanced down and said, "Your sword has wounded me." His tone was flat, as if remarking on the weather. Lin Feng said again. Tian's expression darkened. Seeking death. He threw a punch. The force of the fist carried an aura of annihilation, compressing the air into a white shockwave. This punch was heavier than the previous two palms combined. Lin Feng could not dodge. He took the blow head-on, was sent flying, and crashed to the ground, unable to rise. Several ribs were broken, his left arm was fractured, and the tiger's mouth of his right hand was split open, blood streaming down. The four swords lay scattered around him, their light all extinguished. Xiao Bai was sprawled on his chest, blood seeping from the corners of its mouth, its golden eyes half closed. Tian walked over and looked down at him. Lin Feng, today is your day of death. He struck down with his palm. The palm wind carried black flames that scorched the air, twisting it. Luo Qingxue rushed over and stood in front of Lin Feng. Her ice sword was held horizontally before her, and cold air exploded outward. She shouted no. Tian's hand stopped in midair. He looked at Luo Qingxue and said, "Who are you?" She replied, "Luo Qingxue." Tian said, "The holy maiden of the Ice River Palace." He studied her from head to toe, his gaze lingering on the ice sword in her hand. He said, "Your ice sword carries the aura of the Ice River Sword Heart. Has the Ice River Sword Heart acknowledged you as its master?" Luo Qingxue did not speak. Her hand trembled as she gripped the sword, but she did not retreat. Tian withdrew his hand and said, "Lin Feng, I will not kill you today. Not because I cannot, but because this woman shields you. But next time you will not be so fortunate." He turned and vanished. His black robe fluttered once in the wind, then was gone. Lin Feng lay on the ground, gasping for air. Luo Qingxue knelt beside him, tears streaming down her face. She reached out to wipe the blood from his face, her hands trembling. She said, "You are badly hurt." Lin Feng said, "I won't die." He took out a healing pill, swallowed it, and closed his eyes. He tapped his fingers against the sword scabbard. Clink, clink, clink. The sound was soft, like asking for directions, or like a declaration of war. The four swords lay on the ground, their light very dim, as if about to go out. Xiao Bai lay motionless on his chest. Lin Feng was carried back to the inn and laid upon the bed. Every bone felt as though it had come apart, his sword essence nearly spent. The sword embryo in his dantian had dimmed like a lamp on the verge of going out. For swords lay beside the bed, their blades faint with light. Xiao Bai lay curled upon the pillow, eyes closed, breathing feeble. Luo Qingxue sat at his side, wiping the blood from his face. Her hands trembled, yet she bit her lip and held back her tears. She emptied one basin after another, each turning crimson. Lin Feng's clothes were soaked through with blood, the sheets stained red. She used scissors to cut open his garments, revealing a blackened fist mark upon his chest. The indentation ran deep, flesh caved inward, surrounded by a ring of dark veins. The corrupting power of Tian was devouring his body. Luo Qingxue pressed her palm against the wound and summoned her Ice River Sword Heart. Cold energy surged from her touch, seeping into Lin Feng's body. The dark veins froze beneath the chilling power and ceased their advance. But she knew this was only temporary. Tian's darkness was far too formidable. Her Ice River Sword Heart could suppress it, not erase it. Lin Feng lay with his eyes closed, his consciousness sinking deep into his mind. Old man Feng stood there, white hair and white beard framing a stooped figure. His phantom form had grown even more insubstantial, as though the wind might scatter him at any moment. Yet his eyes still burned bright, like two drawn swords. He regarded Lin Feng and said, "Boy, you cannot defeat Tian." Lin Feng replied, "I know." Old man Feng asked, "Do you wish to win?" "I do." Lin Feng's answer came without hesitation. Old man Feng fell silent for a few moments. He turned away, his back to Lin Feng, gazing toward the ashen sky in the distance. He spoke again, Boy, do you know why I have endured within this system for so long. Lin Feng said no. Old Man Feng replied, because I refused to accept it. I stood at the peak of the Sword Saint realm when I fell mere steps from achieving the rank of Sword Emperor. Tian struck me by surprise, and I never even had the chance to draw my blade. I would not yield, so my shattered soul endured, and the system took me in. I have waited for millennia, merely waiting for a successor, one who could avenge me. He turned back to face Lin Feng, and said, that person is you. I will avenge you. Lin Feng's voice was steady. Old Man Feng smiled. I know. That is precisely why I will give you my power. His figure grew ever brighter like a lamp burning itself to its final wick. Close your eyes, boy, he said. Lin Feng obeyed. Old Man Feng's form dissolved into a stream of light that sank directly into the space between Lin Feng's brows. All the cultivation of his past life reaching the peak of the Sword Saint realm poured into Lin Feng's body. His sword essence exploded outward, his meridians stretching to the point of agony, as though knives were carving through him. The sword embryo in his dantian trembled violently, its surface cracking into countless fissures as golden light gushed forth from within. Old Man Feng is transmitting his power. 10%, 30%, 60%. Lin Feng's body shook uncontrollably, veins bulging upon his forehead, a thin trickle of blood escaping the corner of his lips. Luo Qingxue held his hands down, preventing him from thrashing. Her tears fell upon his face, one after another, scalding hot. 80%, 90%, 100%. Congratulations, host. You have broken through to the initial stage of the sword deity realm. Lin Feng opened his eyes. His sword essence was as profound and boundless as the ocean, more than 10 times stronger than the half-step sword deity. The sword embryo in his dantian had shattered and reformed into a tiny golden sword hovering at its center. That was the divine mark of the sword deity realm. His immortal-grade sword intent had automatically advanced to the peak of the first tier of sword Dao laws, and his all-heaven sword body progressed from the initial stage to the middle stage. All four swords trembled in unison, emitting a resonant hum as their blades flared with renewed brilliance. Xiaobai opened his eyes, golden and luminous as twin lamps, and the seal progress leaped from 98% straight to 100%. Xiaobai rose from the pillow and shook himself, his white fur gleaming like pristine snow, not a single stray hair among it. He bounded onto Lin Feng's shoulder and nuzzled against his neck, letting out a single meow. The sound rang clear and powerful. He was fully unsealed. Lin Feng sat up. The blackened fist mark upon his chest had vanished, the dark power of Tian scattered and dissolved by his sword essence. His broken ribs and left arm had knit back together, and the wound at his thumb seal had healed. He stood and fastened the four swords to his waist. Tapping the scabbards with his fingers produced a sharp ringing sound. Clang, clang, clang. Each strike carried the weight of sword Dao laws, and the entire inn trembled. Leaves outside the window were shaken loose and rained down. Luo Qingxue watched him, her eyes reddening. You've broken through? Lin Feng nodded. Yes. Sword deity realm. Where is Old Man Feng? He has departed. Luo Qingxue lowered her head and fresh tears spilled down her cheeks. He was a good man, she whispered. Lin Feng said nothing. He walked to the window and pushed it open. The sky was a brilliant blue, the clouds drifting white and clean. Far in the distance, in the direction of Shangzhou, dark clouds were gathering. Not rain clouds, killing intent. Tian was waiting for him. Lin Feng spoke. Luo Qingxue, make your preparations. In 3 days we go to the peak of all heavens. To confront Tian, she asked. Yes. I'm coming with you. Very well. Xiaobai perched upon his shoulder, golden eyes fixed upon the gathering storm clouds, his tail rigid and straight. He let out a meow laced with fighting spirit. Main quest updated: journey to the peak of all heavens, slay Tian, and save the realms. Quest rewards: title of all heavens, Sword Lord 1, Spirit Stones 100, Sword, Dao Comprehension 1000. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze and tapped his scabbard once more. Clang, clang, clang. The sound carried far upon the wind. Tian, await my arrival. The news of Lin Feng's breakthrough to the Sword God realm was not disclosed to the public. Only Luo Qingxue and Luo Chen knew of it. It was not that Lin Feng wanted to keep it secret. There was simply no need to mention it. Realm is forged through battle, not proclaimed. In the inn room, Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the bed. For swords lay across his knees and Xiaobai crouched on his shoulder. He closed his eyes, allowing the sword essence to flow slowly through his meridians. Having just broken through to the Sword God realm, his foundation was unstable and required time to consolidate. The power passed down by Old Feng was overwhelming. The full cultivation of a Sword Saint realm peak, like a mighty river pouring into a small pond. His body felt swollen and distended, sword essence surging through his meridians, countless tiny serpents writhing beneath his skin. Luo Qingxue entered with a meal, saw Lin Feng drenched in sweat and frowning deeply. She set the food on the table, said nothing, retreated, and gently closed the door. She knew Lin Feng was at a critical moment and must not be disturbed. Lin Feng's consciousness sank into his dantian. At the center of his dantian, a small golden sword hovered, rotating slowly. Around the small sword flowed a cyan white light. The chains of rules formed from the initial stage of Sword Dao rules. With each rotation the sword brightened by a fraction. The Sword Saint realm cultivation passed down by Old Feng was being absorbed bit by the small sword. The more it absorbed the brighter the sword became, and the more stable Lin Feng's realm grew. On the first day the small sword absorbed 1/3 of Old Feng's cultivation. Sword Dao rules initial stage advanced from 10% to 30%. The four swords trembled simultaneously, emitting a resonant hum. The golden light of the golden scale sword grew brighter, the cyan light of the sky-splitting sword deepened, the cold aura of the frost sword intensified, and the black light of the heaven-smiting sword turned heavier. Xiaobai leaped out from the sword body, landed on Lin Feng's shoulder, opened its mouth, and exhaled a wisp of white light. It was the primal essence of the sword's spirit which merged into Lin Feng's brow. Lin Feng's entire body trembled, and the small sword in his dantian doubled its rotation speed. Xiaobai's seal progress increased from 99% to 99.5%. Still 0.5% remained. On the second day the small sword absorbed half of the remaining power. Sword Dao rules initial stage advanced from 30% to 60%. Lin Feng's body began to transform. The Zhutian sword body was evolving from the middle stage to the high stage. His bones cracked, his tendons stretched, and his blood burned. Golden patterns surfaced on his skin like the grain on a sword blade. They were the marks of the Zhutian sword body's evolution. The golden lines spread from his arms to his shoulders, from his shoulders to his chest, and from his chest to his entire body. His body was like a sword being tempered. Impurities burned away, essence refined. Luo Qingxue stood outside the door listening to the sounds coming from within the room. They were not cries of pain but the sound of bones breaking and regenerating. Crack crack, like someone snapping twigs. Her hand pressed against the door wanting to push it open, but she withdrew. She bit her lip, her nails digging into her palms. On the third day the small sword absorbed all of Old Feng's cultivation. Sword Dao rules initial stage surged directly from 60% to 100%. Early peak. Only one step away from the middle stage. Sword Dao rules initial stage peak, capable of suppressing all cultivators below the early Sword God realm, exerts a strong deterrent effect on mid-stage Sword God cultivators, and can initially control the heaven and earth sword intent within a 100 li radius. Lin Feng opened his eyes. His eyes had changed. A small golden sword flickered deep within his pupils. He stood up, and his entire body cracked like firecrackers during the new year. The four swords flew up from his knees, hovering behind him with their tips pointing downward, lightly trembling. Xiaobai stood on his shoulder, its golden eyes fixed on him, and meowed. Lin Feng reached out, and the four swords flew back into their sheaths. He tapped the scabbard with his fingers. Clang, clang, clang. The sound carried the power of Sword Dao rules, causing the entire room to vibrate. Dust fell from the walls, and the water in the teacup on the table rippled. Xiaobai jumped down from his shoulder and landed on the ground. It shook its fur, which was as white as snow without a single stray hair. Its body had grown larger, from the size of a palm to the size of 2 palms. Its tail was longer, its eyes brighter, and the sword intent around it even denser. It looked up at Lin Feng, opened its mouth, and spat out a white pearl. The pearl floated in the air, radiating blinding white light. It was the core of the sword spirit, which could only be condensed after complete unsealing. Xiaobai swallowed the pearl back, leaped onto Lin Feng's shoulder, and rubbed its head against his neck. It meowed, and the sound carried the tremor of sword intent. Lin Feng patted its head, and said 3 days have passed. He pushed open the door, and walked out. Luo Qingxue stood at the door holding a bowl of porridge. The porridge had gone cold, as she had been holding it for who knows how long. She looked at Lin Feng, and said, "Your aura has changed again." Lin Feng said, "Sword Dao rules early peak." Luo Qingxue asked, "Is it enough?" Lin Feng replied, "It is enough." He took the bowl, and finished it in a few gulps. Luo Qingxue took the empty bowl, and said, "Are we going to the Zhutian summit today?" Lin Feng said yes. Luo Qingxue said, "I'll go with you." Lin Feng said, "All right." The two walked out of the inn. Luo Chan was waiting downstairs. When he saw Lin Feng he froze. He said, "Big brother, your eyes." Lin Feng asked, "What's wrong?" Luo Chan said, "There's a sword in your eyes." Lin Feng said, "Yes. It's the divine essence of the Sword God realm." Luo Chan swallowed hard, and asked, "Big brother, just how strong are you now?" Lin Feng said, "I don't know. Only by fighting will I find out." Luo Chan said, "Big brother, are you really going to fight Di Tian?" Lin Feng said yes. Luo Chan said, "I'll go with you." Lin Feng said, "You stay in the upper province. The alliance needs someone to guard it." Luo Chun gritted his teeth, and said, "All right." Lin Feng led Luo Qingxue out of the inn. The people on the street all stepped aside when they saw Lin Feng. No one dared to look at him, no one dared to speak. There was a sword in his eyes, and anyone he looked at felt a chill in their heart. The two arrived at the city gate. Lin Feng stopped, and turned back to look at Luo Chun. Luo Chun stood at the inn entrance waving at him. Lin Feng turned around, and said, "Let's go." The two left the city and headed toward the Zhutian summit. The Zhutian summit was located on the highest mountain in the upper province called Tianzhu Mountain. The mountain was 10,000 zhang high, its peak covered in snow all year round, shrouded in clouds and mist. The Jutian summit was the highest point of Tianju Mountain, and it was said that standing there one could see the myriad realms. The road was long, it would take 3 days by horse. Lin Feng did not ride a horse. He took Luo Qingxue and traveled through the air. For a sword god, flying was a basic skill. Luo Qingxue was at the Sword Emperor realm and could not fly for long periods, so Lin Feng held her hand and carried her along. The wind was strong, making their clothes flap loudly. Xiao Bai crouched on Lin Feng's shoulder, its golden eyes gazing at the mountains and rivers flashing below, and meowed. After flying for a day, the two stopped to rest in a small town. The town was small with only a few dozen households, but the spiritual energy was dense. Lin Feng found an inn and requested 2 rooms. Luo Qingxue entered her room and closed the door. Lin Feng sat on the bed, took out the 4 swords, and laid them across his knees. The sword essence circulated through his meridians, once restoring 80% of his expended energy. He closed his eyes and rested. The next morning the two continued their journey. After flying for 3 hours, Tianju Mountain appeared before them. The mountain was so tall that its peak was buried in the clouds, invisible. The mountain was black, like a giant sword thrust into the ground. At the foot of the mountain it was desolate. No trees, no grass, only gravel and sand. The wind was fierce, whipping up sand that stung their faces. Lin Feng landed on the ground and looked up at the mountain. He said, "We're here." Luo Qingxue stood beside him, ice sword in hand, chill radiating outward. She said, "Is Di Tian up there?" Lin Feng said yes. Luo Qingxue said, "Are you ready?" Lin Feng said, "I am ready." The two ascended the mountain. The path was steep, covered in loose gravel that crunched underfoot. After half an hour they reached the halfway point. Ahead a flat area appeared, and on that flat ground stood a person. Di Tian. Not a clone, but his true body. He was at the mid-stage sword god realm. He wore a black robe, his hair hanging loose over his shoulders, and his golden eyes were slit vertically. He looked at Lin Feng, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. He said, "Lin Feng, you've come." Lin Feng said, "I've come." Di Tian said, "You've broken through to the sword god realm." Lin Feng said, "Yes." Di Tian said, "Old Feng's power." Lin Feng said, "Yes." Di Tian laughed, his smile cold. He said, "That old fool Old Feng, even dead, he still gave you his power. Does he think you can avenge him?" Lin Feng said, "I can." Di Tian's face darkened, and he struck out with a palm. The full force of a mid-stage sword god's spiritual energy erupted the palm wind, carrying an aura of destruction, compressing the air into a white shockwave. Lin Feng did not retreat. 4 swords simultaneously left their sheaths: Qing Feng sword, Golden Scale sword, Frost sword, and Heaven Smiting sword. For beams of sword light soared into the sky, interweaving into a massive sword net. Sword Dao Rule's initial stage peak was fully unleashed, as was the Jutian sword body middle stage peak. The Jutian sword intent was driven to its extreme. The sword light and the palm wind collided with a thunderous boom, as if heaven and earth were splitting apart. Both were pushed back 5 steps. Di Tian looked down at his hand. A white mark had appeared on his palm. He said, "Your sword can wound me now." Lin Feng said again. Di Tian gritted his teeth and struck with another palm. This time he used full force, the palm wind laced with black flames that burned and distorted the air. Lin Feng did not retreat. All 4 swords struck together, the Jutian sword intent driven to its peak. The 4 swords blazed with light, cyan, gold, white, black, intertwining into a colossal sword beam that slashed toward Di Tian. Within the sword beam were the souls of 36 devoured planes, the millennia-old obsession of Old Feng and the hatred of 2 lifetimes of Lin Feng. The sword beam and the black flames collided with a thunderous crash, and the black flames exploded. Shards flew in all directions, falling to the ground and burning pits into it. Di Tian was knocked back, 10 steps, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Golden blood dripped to the ground, corroding holes. He said, "Your Jutian sword intent is 10 times stronger than last time." Lin Feng said, "Last time was a clone. This time is the real body." Di Tian wiped the blood from his mouth and said, "Lin Feng, I won't fight you today. Not because I can't defeat you, but because I'm not ready. Next time we meet, I won't hold back." He turned and vanished. Lin Feng sheathed his swords. Luo Qingxue walked over and said, "You wounded him." Lin Feng said, "Just a superficial wound." Luo Qingxue said, "Why did he leave?" Lin Feng said, "He's waiting for his plan to be completed." Luo Qingxue said, "What plan?" Lin Feng said, "To devour the myriad realms." Di Tian departed, but Lin Feng did not pursue. It was not that he lacked the speed to catch up, but that catching him would not guarantee victory. Di Tian had reached the middle stage of the sword god realm, 1 minor substage above him. In the battle just now, Lin Feng had fought at full strength, while Di Tian only exerted 7/10 of his power. As Di Tian walked away, his steps were steady, and his breathing even showing no sign of injury. His true strength had not yet been revealed. Lin Feng's sword had cut across Di Tian's palm, but it was merely a superficial wound. Di Tian's true power had yet to surface. Luo Qingxue asked, "What are you thinking?" "I'm thinking about Di Tian's weakness," Lin Feng replied. "Have you found it?" she pressed. "No," he said. "Then what do we do?" "We keep looking." The two continued up the mountain. After half an hour's walk they reached the summit. The peak opened into a vast flat plain spanning 100 zhang in every direction. The ground was paved with bluestone tiles, and upon those tiles flowed intricate array patterns glowing with a dark red light. At the center of the plain stood a stone platform 3 zhang high and 5 zhang wide, carved all over with runes. 12 stone pillars stood around the platform, each bound by iron chains that connected to the platform itself. The peak of the myriad heavens had arrived. Lin Feng stood before the stone platform, studying those runes. The runes were ancient, not from the script of the myriad realms, but brought by Tian himself. He could not read them, yet he could feel the power flowing within. It was the power of devouring, the power of destruction. Xiaobai leaped down from his shoulder, approached the platform, and looked up. The white light upon its body flickered steadily, as though resisting the runes. It let out a sharp cry. Lin Feng bent down and picked Xiaobai up. "Don't touch those runes," he said. Xiaobai retreated into his arms, its tail tucked tightly. "What is Tian doing here?" Luo Qingxue asked. "He's setting up an array," Lin Feng replied. "An array to devour the heavens. Can it be broken?" "Yes, but it will take time." He squatted down and pressed his fingers against the array patterns on the stone tiles. Sword essence surged from his fingertips, probing inward along the lines of the formation. The patterns were extraordinarily complex, layered upon layered, like a labyrinth. Lin Feng's sword essence wandered through it for a long time before finding the core. The core lay beneath the stone platform, a black bead the size of a fist radiating the power of devouring. Lin Feng stood and said, "The array's eye is beneath the platform. It's a bead. Destroy it." Luo Qingxue asked. "Not yet. The bead is guarded by Tian's power. I cannot break it." "Then what?" "We wait. Once I break through another realm, I will be able to shatter it." The two remained on the mountain peak for an hour. Lin Feng memorized every array pattern surrounding them and sketched them onto a sheet of paper. He would study it back at the sect and find a way to break through. Xiaobai perched upon his shoulder, its golden eyes fixed upon the runes, its tail taut as a bowstring. It disliked those runes deeply, its white light flashing continuously as if in constant resistance. As they descended the mountain, Luo Qingxue asked, "Will Tian return?" "Yes," Lin Feng said. "The formation is incomplete. He must come back. Then shall we wait for him here?" "No. We return first and consolidate the forces of Shang province. Tian does not fight alone. He commands 12 immortal venerables and the All Heavens Alliance. If we wish to strike him down, we must first eliminate his subordinates." The two set off through the sky, flying back. Halfway there, they spotted a group below. Hundreds of cultivators clad in the uniforms of the All Heavens Alliance were besieging a small town. Flames erupted from the town, and cries of agony, screams of terror, and wails of despair mingled into one horrible chorus. Lin Feng halted and looked down. "They are remnants of the All Heavens Alliance," Luo Qingxue said. "We're going down." They descended to the ground. The cultivators froze upon seeing Lin Feng. Someone recognized him and shouted, "Lin Feng! It's Lin Feng!" And they turned to flee. Lin Feng drew his sword and struck a single blow. Myriad swords returned to origin, the 8th layer, 100,000 sword shadows descending at once. In a single strike, the hundreds of cultivators lay fallen. The townsfolk emerged from their homes, gazing at the corpses scattered about, and at Lin Feng, too stunned to speak. An elderly man with white hair stepped forward, leaning on a walking cane. He tottered to Lin Feng's side and knelt, saying, "Thank you, benefactor." "Rise," Lin Feng said. The old man did not rise. "Benefactor, the All Heavens Alliance robbed our grain and slaughtered our children. We were too weak to fight back, so we endured. From today onward, no more enduring," Lin Feng said. "The All Heavens Alliance is nearing its end." The old man looked up, tears filling his eyes. Lin Feng took some spirit stones and pills from his storage bag and handed them to the elder. "Distribute these among your people," he said. The old man accepted them, kowtowed, and asked, "Benefactor, what is your name?" "Lin Feng." "Lin Feng. The Lin Feng of the Sword Sect?" the old man asked. "Yes. We have heard of you. You are the only one brave enough to stand against Tian. You must prevail." "I will," Lin Feng said. He continued onward with Luo Qingxue. Upon returning to Tianke City, Luo Chun was waiting at the city gate. Seeing Lin Feng, he ran forward and asked, "Brother, you're back. Where is Tian?" "He's gone," Lin Feng replied. "You wounded him?" "A superficial injury." "Then when will you be able to kill him?" "Soon," Lin Feng said. Luo Chun frowned. "Brother, word has spread that you went to fight Tian. All the factions in Shang province are watching from the sidelines. Some want to pledge allegiance to us, some to the All Heavens Alliance, and some are considering flight. Who wants to flee?" "The Wang Li and Zhao families are already packing their belongings." "Let them go," Lin Feng said coldly. "A monk may escape, but not his temple. Tian intends to devour the heavens themselves. Nowhere on this earth will they find safety. Then what should we do?" "Summon all the family heads. I will hold a meeting at the Sword Sect tomorrow. Those who do not come will be regarded as enemies." The following day, Tianke City's plaza was packed to capacity. Every family head from every major clan had arrived. No one dared stay away. Lin Feng stood upon a raised platform, 4 swords hanging at his waist. Xiaobai perched upon his shoulder. "Tian seeks to devour the heavens," he declared. "You are all aware of this. Silence fell over the crowd. I cannot defeat him alone. I need you. Still no one spoke. Lin Feng continued. Those who are unwilling may leave now. I will not stop you. No one moved. Good, Lin Feng said. From this day forward all factions of Shang province shall be united under the All Heavens Anti-Heaven Alliance. I shall serve as alliance leader. Luo Qingxue will be deputy alliance leader. Luo Chun will serve as chief guardian. No one objected. Meeting dismissed. The family heads dispersed. Luo Chun tallied the numbers and reported, Brother, our forces in Shang province now number 200,000 transforming divine cultivators, 30,000 sword emperor cultivators, 3,000 sword venerable cultivators, and 100 half-step sword god cultivators. Sufficient, Lin Feng said. Enough to fight Di Tian. Enough to defeat his subordinates, Lin Feng replied. As for Di Tian himself, that battle is mine. Lin Feng returned from the demon realm, skipping the inn and heading directly to the alliance headquarters. On the northern side of Tianke City stood a stone hall originally left behind by the Alliance of All Heavens, now converted into the command post of the Alliance against Heaven. The stone hall was vast, capable of holding over 1,000 people. 2 Alliance disciples stood at the entrance, both at the Sword Emperor realm. Upon seeing Lin Feng, they straightened their backs and called out in unison, Alliance leader. Lin Feng nodded and walked inside. Luo Qingxue followed behind her, ice sword in hand. Luo Chun was already waiting inside, an upper prefecture map spread before him marked with over a dozen red dots. Seeing Lin Feng, he stood up and said, Elder brother, you're back. How did things go in the demon realm? Lin Feng replied, the demon realm has surrendered. The 3 demon monarchs and 1,000,000 demon soldiers have all joined the alliance. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. 1,000,000. That doubles our forces. Luo Chun said, Elder brother, you truly recruit followers wherever you go. Lin Feng walked to the map, studying the red dots. Luo Chun pointed to one of them. Elder brother, this is the Alliance of All Heaven's last stronghold in the eastern upper prefecture, Blackwind Stronghold. The camp leader is a half-step sword god named Han Lai with 3,000 disciples, all at the Sword Emperor realm or above. They occupy the spiritual mines in the east, sending spirit stones to Di Tian every month. If we don't eliminate them, our resources will be completely cut off. Lin Feng asked, what about the others? Luo Chun pointed to several other red dots. Flaming Mountain in the south, camp leader Zhao Yin, half-step sword god, 4,000 disciples. Poison Dragon Pool in the west, camp leader Qian Kuan, half-step sword god, 3,500 disciples. Ice Snow Valley in the north, camp leader Sun Bing, half-step sword god, 3,000 disciples. These 4 are the largest, totaling over 13,000 people. The remaining are scattered remnants, groups of a few hundred or a few dozen scattered across upper prefecture. Lin Feng said, attack the large ones first. The small ones will scatter on their own. Luo Chen asked, Elder brother, are you going alone? Lin Feng said, bringing people would slow me down. I'll handle 1 per day alone. Luo Chen asked, Elder brother, you just broke through to the sword god realm. Don't you want to stabilize first? Lin Feng said, I've stabilized. It's enough to defeat them. Luo Qingxue said, I'll go with you. Lin Feng said, stay at headquarters. Luo Chen can't manage alone. Luo Qingxue nodded. Luo Chun said, Elder brother, be careful. Lin Feng walked out of the stone hall and ascended into the sky. 4 swords hung at his waist, and Xiao Bai perched on his shoulder. The wind howled, billowing his robes. The buildings below shrank smaller and smaller like toy blocks. He flew eastward. Blackwind's stronghold lay in the eastern mountains, 300 li from Tianke City. After less than half a travel period, he spotted a mountain below with a fortress built on its peak. A wooden wall encircled the stronghold with sentries standing guard. At the center of the stronghold flew a banner bearing the symbol of the Alliance of All Heavens. Lin Feng descended, standing at the stronghold's entrance. The sentries saw him, and their faces changed dramatically. One shouted at the top of his lungs, Lin Feng is here. Lin Feng is here. The stronghold erupted in chaos. Some ran toward the entrance, some fled toward the back mountain, some burrowed underground. Lin Feng stood motionless, waiting. Han Lai walked out of the stronghold. He was a bald, muscular man with a scar running from his forehead to his chin. He carried a long blade in his hand, its body pitch black, with 7 iron rings on the back that clinked with each step. He examined Lin Feng up and down. Lin Feng, you came alone. Lin Feng replied, Han Lai said, you've got nerve. Lin Feng said, surrender or die. Han Lai's expression darkened, seeking death. He slashed down with his blade, channeling all his half-step sword god's spiritual energy. The blade wind carried black flames. Lin Feng didn't move. When the blade was about to strike his head, he drew his sword. The golden scale sword unsheathed with a flash of golden light. Han Lai's long blade snapped, the half that flew embedded in the wall. Han Lai's arm was also severed, blood spraying everywhere. He let out a miserable cry, clutching his severed arm and staggering backward. Lin Feng's sword pressed against his throat. Han Lai trembled all over. I surrender. I surrender. Lin Feng sheathed his sword. Han Lai knelt on the ground, forehead pressed to the earth. Behind him, all 3,000 disciples knelt as well, none daring to raise their heads. Lin Feng said, from today Blackwind Stronghold is incorporated into the alliance. Your people under my command. Han Lai said yes. Lin Feng turned and ascended into the sky. Next target, Flaming Mountain in the south. Flaming Mountain sat on a barren plain in the south, not tall, but intensely hot. Its body was red as if scorched by fire. At the mountain's foot flowed a river of magma, its surface bubbling the air, distorted by heat. Zhao Yan stood at the mountain gate, behind him 4,000 disciples. He wore red armor and held a flame blade in his hand. He saw Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you defeated Han Lai. Lin Feng said in him. Zhao Yan said, if you could beat him, you can't beat me. Lin Feng said, let's try. Zhao Yan slashed down. Lin Feng drew his sword. The blue Feng sword unsheathed. One strike severed the flame blade. A second strike severed Zhao Yan's arm. A third strike pressed against his throat. Zhao Yan knelt on the ground, face pale. I surrender. Lin Feng said, your disciples under my command. Zhao Yan nodded. Lin Feng sheathed his sword and ascended into the sky. Third target, Poison Dragon Pool, in the west. Qian Kuan was a tall, thin, middle-aged man with no flesh on his face, his eyes tiny. He stood at the edge of Poison Dragon Pool, behind him 3,500 disciples. He saw Lin Feng, and without fighting knelt immediately. Alliance leader Lin, I'm willing to surrender. Lin Feng asked why. Qian Kuan said, Han Lai and Zhao Yan couldn't beat you. I certainly can't. No shame in surrendering when outmatched. Lin Feng said, good. From today you're a member of the alliance. Qian Kuan kowtowed. Fourth target, Ice Snow Valley in the north. Sun Bing was a woman in her 40s wearing a white robe, frost clinging to her hair. She stood at the entrance of Ice Snow Valley behind her 3,000 disciples. She saw Lin Feng. Lin Feng, can you defeat me? Lin Feng said yes. Sun Bing said, I don't believe it. She thrust out with her sword. Lin Feng drew his sword. The frost sword unsheathed. Two ice swords clashed. Sun Bing's sword shattered, and she was sent staggering back, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She looked down at her broken sword. Your sword is better than mine. Lin Feng said, surrender or die. Sun Bing knelt. I surrender. In one day, all 4 largest strongholds had surrendered. 13,000 people incorporated into the alliance. The remaining scattered remnants, upon hearing the news, either fled or came to surrender. Lin Feng didn't pursue those who fled. He accepted all who surrendered. Luo Chun made a tally. Elder brother, the alliance now has 3500 at the Transformation God Realm 600, at the Sword Emperor Realm 600, at the Sword Lord Realm, and 250 at the Half-Step Sword God Realm. Lin Feng said, enough. Luo Chun said, Elder brother, there are no more alliance of all heavens members in Upper Prefecture. Lin Feng said, there is one. Luo Chun asked who. Lin Feng said, Tian. Luo Chun fell silent. Lin Feng stood at the stone hall entrance, gazing at the distant Tianzhu mountain. The mountain was so tall its peak was buried in clouds. Tian was up there, arranging the formation to devour all heavens. Lin Feng tapped his sword sheath. Ding ding ding. Xiaobai perched on his shoulder, golden eyes fixed on Tianzhu mountain, its tail stretched taut. Luo Qingxue walked out, standing beside him. She asked, what are you thinking about? Lin Feng said, thinking about how to kill Tian. Luo Qingxue asked, have you figured out a way? Lin Feng said no, but his formation is nearly complete. I can't wait any longer. Luo Qingxue asked, then what do you plan to do? Lin Feng said, fight our way up. Luo Qingxue was silent for several seconds. I'll go with you. Lin Feng said, good. The two turned and walked into the stone hall. Luo Chun was organizing a roster, not even lifting his head. Lin Feng said, Luo Chun, in 3 days I'm taking people to Tianzhu Mountain. You guard Upper Prefecture. Luo Chun looked up. Elder brother, you're going to fight Tian. Lin Feng said in him. Luo Chun stood up. I'm going with you. Lin Feng said, you stay? Upper Prefecture needs someone to guard it. Luo Chun gritted his teeth. Fine. Lin Feng walked into the cultivation chamber and closed the door. The 4 swords lay across his knees and Xiaobai perched on his shoulder. He closed his eyes. Sword essence circulated once through his meridians. Sword Dao rules at the peak of initial stage, just 1 step away from intermediate stage. All heaven sword body at the peak of intermediate stage, also just 1 step away from advanced stage. 2 swords were completely unsealed, 2 were almost there. Golden Scale Sword at 100, Heaven Slaying Sword at 100, Frost Sword at 95, Heaven Slaying Sword at 90. Xiaobai was completely unsealed, but its power wasn't fully stable. It needed time. There wasn't enough time. Lin Feng opened his eyes and took out a pile of spirit stones from his storage bag, gripping them in his hand. Sword essence raged through his meridians. Spirit stones were depleted one after another, powder trickling between his fingers. He intended to completely unseal the Frost Sword and Heaven Slaying Sword within these 3 days. The 2 celestial swords on his knees trembled, emitting a hum. The light on their blades grew brighter and brighter. The Frost Sword's cold aura grew denser, and the Heaven Slaying Sword's black light grew deeper. On the first day, the Frost Sword was unsealed to 98. On the second day, the Heaven Slaying Sword was unsealed to 97. On the third day, both swords unsealed simultaneously. Frost Sword at 100, Heaven Slaying Sword at 100. All 4 swords completely unsealed. The light on their blades was blinding, illuminating the entire cultivation chamber, as bright as day. Lin Feng stood up. The four swords floated behind him, blades pointing downward, trembling gently. Xiaobai perched on his shoulder and meowed. Lin Feng pushed open the cultivation chamber door and walked out. Luo Qingxue stood at the door dressed in white combat attire, her ice sword hanging at her waist. She asked, "Ready?" Lin Feng said, "Ready." Luo Qingxue said, "The alliance members are already at the plaza." The two walked to the plaza. 5,000 people stood there, all at the Sword Lord realm or above. Luo Chen stood at the very front, a long sword in his hand. He said, "Elder brother, everyone's here." 5,000 at the Sword Lord realm, 250 half-step sword gods. Lin Feng said, "Enough." Luo Chen asked, "Elder brother, you're really not taking me?" Lin Feng said, "You stay? Upper Prefecture needs someone to guard it." Luo Chen nodded, his eyes reddening. Lin Feng turned, and with 5,000 people ascended into the sky. They flew toward Tianju Mountain. The wind howled, billowing their robes. The 5,000 formed a square formation, flying behind Lin Feng. Their spiritual energy merged together like a dragon soaring through the heavens. Xiaobai perched on Lin Feng's shoulder, golden eyes fixed on the distant Tianju Mountain, its tail stretched taut. After 3 hours of flight, Tianju Mountain appeared in sight. The mountain was so tall its peak was buried in clouds. At the mountain's base stood a single person, Tian. He wore a black robe, long hair cascading over his shoulders. His golden eyes were narrowed to a slit. He looked at Lin Feng, the corner of his mouth curling up. "Lin Feng, you've come." Lin Feng landed on the ground, and the 5,000 landed behind him. Lin Feng said, "I'm here." Tian said, "You've brought quite a few people." Lin Feng said, "Enough to fight you." Tian laughed. "Enough to fight my subordinates, but not enough to fight me." He waved his hand, and countless figures surged down from the mountain. 12 immortal venerables and 120 immortal soldiers stood on the mountainside, densely packed. Tian said, "Lin Feng, today we settle this here." One final battle. Lin Feng drew his sword. 4 swords unsheathed simultaneously. Blue Feng's sword, golden scale sword, frost sword, heaven-slaying sword. 4 streams of sword light surged into the heavens, weaving together into a massive sword net in the sky. Sword Dao rules at peak initial stage fully activated. All heaven sword body at peak intermediate stage fully activated. 1,000 swords returning to the origin 8th layer. 100 sword shadows manifested. Tian also drew his sword. His sword was black, dark crimson light flowing across its blade. The Alliance leader sword of all heavens. A divine weapon 1 grade higher than any of Lin Feng's 4 swords. He slashed out. Sword energy carried black flames pressing down, overwhelming as the sky itself. The two struck simultaneously. Sword light clashed with sword energy. Boom. The heavens collapsed and earth cracked. The ground was overturned, rocks flying everywhere. Lin Feng retreated 3 steps. Tian retreated 2. Blood trickled from Lin Feng's mouth. Tian's robe was slashed open. Tian said, "Your sword is faster than last time." Lin Feng said, "Your sword is slower than last time." Tian's expression darkened. Again, the two clashed again. On the mountainside, the 12 immortal venerables and 100 immortal soldiers also moved. They charged down and collided with the 5,000 Alliance disciples. Sword light intertwined, blood flowers flew, agonized screams rose one after another. Luo Qingxue led the Alliance disciples, her ice sword sweeping across enemies. The Ice River Sword Technique 6th form, freezing all under heaven. The cold aura transformed into an ice dragon pouncing on the immortal soldiers. Hundreds were frozen. But there were too many immortal soldiers, 120 surging like a tide. Though every Alliance disciple was at the Sword Lord realm or above, there were too few. They were gradually being overwhelmed. Lin Feng saw this, but he couldn't break free. Tian had him entangled, striking one sword after another, not giving him a moment to breathe. Xiaobai hopped off Lin Feng's shoulder and landed on the ground. It looked up at the sky, opened its mouth, and spat out a white pearl. The pearl floated in the air, radiating blinding white light. That was the core of the sword spirit, only fully manifested after complete unsealing. Xiaobai nudged it with its head, and the pearl flew toward the immortal soldiers. The pearl exploded. White light as bright as the sun, blinding everyone. Wherever the white light passed, immortal soldiers screamed as if burned by fire. One strike, and 100 fell. Xiaobai retracted the pearl and shrunk back onto Lin Feng's shoulder. Its eyes dimmed, its white radiance faded. That single strike had consumed most of its power. Tian looked at Xiaobai. "Your sword spirit is impressive." Lin Feng said, "Your time of death has come." He thrust out with his sword, channeling the all-heaven sword intent to its extreme. The 4 swords blazed brilliantly. Azure, golden, white, black. 4 streams of sword light intertwining into a massive sword light that slashed toward Tian. Tian took the strike head-on, staggering back 10 steps. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He looked down at his hand. His tiger's mouth had cracked open, golden blood dripping down. He said, "Lin Feng, I'm not fighting you today. Not because I can't beat you, but because my formation isn't complete yet. When the formation is complete, come again. I'll show you what true despair is." He turned and vanished. The 12 immortal venerables and 120 immortal soldiers fled with him. Lin Feng sheathed his sword. Luo Qingxue walked over covered in blood. Not hers the enemies. She said he fled again. Lin Feng said Luo Qingxue asked, should we pursue? Lin Feng said no. His formation isn't complete. Even if we went we couldn't kill him. Luo Qingxue asked, then what do we do? Lin Feng said wait. Wait until he completes it then go. He turned to face the 5,000 Alliance disciples behind him. 800 dead, 2,000 wounded. Bodies lay scattered across the ground. Alliance members and immortal soldiers alike. The earth at the mountain's base was soaked red with blood. Lin Feng said, carry the wounded back. Record the dead. Luo Chen said yes. Lin Feng looked up at Tianzhu Mountain. Its peak was buried in clouds invisible. But he knew Di Tian was up there arranging the formation. That formation, once complete, would devour all worlds. He tapped his sword sheath. Ding ding ding. Xiaobai perched on his shoulder nuzzling against his neck. Lin Feng said soon. Very soon I'll kill him. Di Tian had fled. At the foot of Mount Tianzhu corpses littered the ground. Alliance disciples cleaned the battlefield carrying the wounded on his stretchers while the dead were lined up in rows. Luo Chun crouched on the ground flipping through a ledger recording names with trembling hands. Over 800 names, each one someone he knew. Some had shared drinks with him, some had practiced swordplay with him, some had called him Elder Luo. Lin Feng stood nearby, 4 swords planted in the ground, before him blood slowly trickling down their blades. He said nothing, simply standing there. Xiaobai perched on his shoulder, golden eyes fixed on the distant Mount Tianzhu, its tail draped across Lin Feng's neck, motionless. The wind carried the scent of blood. Luo Qingxue approached, the blood on her clothes already dried to a dark crimson. The wounded have all been sent back, she said. The dead have been registered as well. Distribute the compensation, Lin Feng said. 1,000 spirit stones per family. Luo Qingxue nodded. The vault has enough. Lin Feng gave a slight nod. Luo Chen rose and walked up to Lin Feng. His eyes were red, but he held back his tears. Brother, he asked, how much longer until Di Tian's formation is complete? I don't know, Lin Feng replied. A month at the fastest, 3 at the slowest. Do you think we can win? Luo Chen asked. Yes, Lin Feng said. How do you know? Because I have never lost. Luo Chen asked no further questions. He turned and led his people away. Lin Feng stood where he was gazing at Mount Tianzhu. Its peak was shrouded in clouds invisible. Yet he could feel it. A power gathering at the summit. The power of devouring. The power of destruction. Di Tian's formation was nearly complete. He tapped his sword scabbard with his fingers. Clink, clink, clink. All 4 swords trembled in unison, humming. What do you plan to do? Luo Qingxue asked. Wait, Lin Feng said. Wait for his formation to complete. Yes. If we strike now he'll flee and he'll be far harder to find next time. Once his formation is complete, he won't run. What if you can't defeat him? Luo Qingxue asked. I won't lose. The two rose into the air and flew back. The wind whipped their robes as the mountains and rivers below receded rapidly. Xiaobai crouched on Lin Feng's shoulder, eyes half closed as though dozing. That battle had consumed most of his strength. He needed time to recover. Back in Tianke City, Luo Chun had already returned with his people. Dozens of stretchers were lined up at the entrance of the stone hall. The wounded groaned as others administered medicine. Lin Feng entered and sat in a chair, closing his eyes. Sword energy circulated through his meridians, restoring 70% of his strength. He opened his eyes, drew out a handful of spirit stones, and continued meditating. The system chimed. All realms sign-in authority unlocked. New realms unlocked: Demon Realm, Demon Beast Realm, Buddha Realm, Immortal Realm. Special sign-in locations marked: Demon Abyss, Sacred Mountain of the Demon Beast Realm, Thunder Temple of the Buddha Realm, Heavenly River of the Immortal Realm. First sign-in rewards: Demon Sword Intent, Demon Beast Sword Intent, Buddha Sword Intent, Immortal Sword Intent. Lin Feng opened his eyes. Sign in across all heavens. The system's rewards were never useless. He rose and walked to the map. The Demon Realm lay north of Shangzhou, accessible through a passage. The Demon Beast Realm was to the east, the Buddha Realm to the west, and the Immortal Realm to the south. For realms, 4 sword intents. He needed to obtain them all. Luo Qingxue entered and said, "You're going to the Demon Realm?" "Yes. I'll go with you." "Very well." The two stepped out of the stone hall and took to the sky. Flying north, they reached the border of northern Shangzhou. A spatial rift lay there, beyond it the Demon Realm. The rift was enormous, 3 zhang tall and 2 zhang wide, its edges shimmering with flowing black light. Lin Feng pulled Luo Qingxue through the rift. For a moment, darkness. Then he opened his eyes to find himself standing on red earth. The sky was crimson, the ground was black, and the air hung heavy with the scent of sulfur. In the distance, volcanoes erupted, rivers of magma bubbling across the surface. No sun hung in this sky. Only a red moon suspended like a bloody eye. The Demon Realm. They had arrived. "The demonic aura here is incredibly dense," Luo Qingxue remarked. "Yes. Stay alert." Xiaobai leaped from Lin Feng's shoulder and landed on the ground. It shook its fur, looked up at the sky, and let out a meow. It did not like this place. Its white light flickered rhythmically as though resisting the demonic atmosphere. The two moved forward. The ground was covered in gravel and sand crunching beneath their feet. Not far along, a group appeared ahead. Not humans, demons. The native demons of the demon realm resembled humans, but possessed black skin, red eyes, and horns upon their heads. Some bore one horn, others two, and a few three. They all stopped and fixed their stares upon Lin Feng. A towering demon approached, curved horns like those of an ox jutting from his head. He carried a black long blade, etched with crimson runes. He sized up Lin Feng from head to toe, and sneered. A human, coming to the demon realm, seeking death. I'm here to sign in, Lin Feng said. The demon frowned. What? Lin Feng did not explain, and continued walking. The demon stepped in his path. Wanna pass? Get through me first. He swung his blade down, black flames wreathing the strike. Lin Feng drew his sword. One slash. Jinlin, sword flashed gold. The demon's blade shattered, and he was launched backward, crashing to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. The remaining demons scattered in terror. One lost a shoe, another tumbled, and scrambled to his feet, before continuing to flee. Lin Feng sheathed his sword, and kept walking. The wounded demon lay on the ground, gazing up at Lin Feng's retreating figure, lips trembling, speechless. After a long walk, they reached the demon abyss. It was vast, stretching beyond sight. Cracks covered the ground, and black flames erupted from within. The flames were not hot. They were cold, stinging the skin like needles. At the abyss's center, a sword was embedded in the earth. Its blade was black, and crimson light flowed along its edge. The demon sword. Special sign-in location triggered. Demon Abyss. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Demon Abyss, special sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Demon Sword Intent 1, a Demon Sword Fragments, 10, a Demon, Tao Comprehension, 5000. A sphere of light shot into his forehead. Lin Feng closed his eyes. In his mind, a dark figure stood holding a sword. With one strike, heaven and earth changed color. This was the sword intent of the demon realm. Savage, ruthless, showing no mercy. It was unlike his own sword. His sword was cold, but the demon sword intent was hot, like molten lava. The two sword intents collided within his body, his meridians stretching painfully. Lin Feng clenched his teeth. As the sword Dao rule, initial stage peak began to resonate, it absorbed the demon sword intent, surging upward by 5%. 100 became 105. Initial stage peak had exceeded its limit, but it had not yet broken through to the middle stage. Only a little more was needed. He opened his eyes and tapped his sword scabbard. Clink, clink, clink. The sound carried a hint of demonic quality. Black patterns emerged on the scabbard, spreading like vines across its surface. Xiaobai perched on his shoulder, gazing at those dark markings, and let out a soft meow, as if asking, "Are you all right?" Lin Feng stroked its head. "I'm fine. Your sword intent has changed," Luo Qingxue observed. "It carries demonic nature now. Will it affect you, eh?" "No. I can control it." The two turned and headed toward the exit. Halfway there, a group appeared ahead. These were no ordinary demons. They were the powerful ones of the demon realm. Their leader was a demon lord standing at the peak of the half-step sword god realm, 4 horns curving from his head, clad in black armor, inscribed with runes. Behind him stood hundreds of demon generals, all at least at the sword emperor realm, wielding swords and blades in perfect formation. "Human," the demon lord said. "You took the demon realm's sword intent, and you think you can just leave? What do you propose?" Lin Feng asked. "Leave your sword intent, or leave your life." Lin Feng drew his sword. One strike. Jinlin's sword flashed, and light split the air. 2 of the demon lord's 4 horns were severed. Cracks appeared across his armor, and blood poured from the splits. His face went pale, and his legs trembled as he stepped backward. You're at the sword god realm," he stammered. "Yes," Lin Feng said. The demon lord dropped to his knees, pressing his forehead to the ground. Behind him, all the demon generals followed suit, dropping their weapons. "My lord, I was wrong," the demon lord pleaded. "What is your name?" Lin Feng asked. "Qi Yan." "How many lords rule the demon realm?" 3. "Me, the flame demon, and the ice demon." "Where are they?" "The flame demon resides in the volcanic range to the north, and the ice demon dwells in the icy plains to the south." "Lead the way." Qi Yan rose and walked ahead. 2 of his horns were gone, blood still dripping, but he dared not wipe it away. Lin Feng followed behind with Luo Qingxue at his rear. After a long journey, they reached the volcano in the north. It was towering, its peak spewing fire, magma streaming down the slopes and turning the mountain crimson. The flame demon lived within the crater. Qi Yan stood at the crater's edge and shouted inward, "Flame demon, come out. The Lord has arrived." A thunderous roar answered from within, and a massive figure leaped out. The flame demon was twice Qi Yan's height, with 6 horns upon his head, red skin, and eyes like twin fires. Seeing Lin Feng, he growled, "A human." "Sword god realm," Qi Yan said. The flame demon refused to believe it, and threw a punch. The force of his strike carried infernal flames, warping the surrounding air. Lin Feng drew his sword. One slash. Qing Feng's sword flashed. 3 of the flame demon's 6 horns were severed, and a deep gash opened across his fist. Blood dripped onto the ground, sizzling through holes. The flame demon's expression shifted. He dropped to his knees. "My lord, I yield." "Where is the ice demon?" Lin Feng asked. "In the icy plains to the south." "I will guide you." The 3 took flight southward. After a long journey, they reached the vast icy plains. The ground was encased in ice, and snow drifted from the sky. The temperature was biting. Every breath crystallized instantly. At the center of the plain stood the Ice Demon's palace, a structure of pure ice, crystal clear and gleaming like a palace of gems. The Ice Demon was a woman, 2 horns curving from her head, her skin pale, white, her hair a striking blue. She sat upon her icy throne, an ice blade gripped in her hand. Seeing Lin Feng, she asked, "Human, what brings you here?" "To submit," Lin Feng replied. "On what grounds?" Lin Feng drew his sword. One strike. Qin Shuang's sword flashed, and a blast of cold erupted. The 2 ice blades collided. The Ice Demon's blade shattered, and the force drove her backward, a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. She looked down at her broken blade. "Your sword is better than mine. Submit or die." The Ice Demon knelt. "I submit." All 3 lords knelt before Lin Feng. "My lord, the demon realm pledges allegiance," Qi Yin declared. "My lord, we obey you," the Flame Demon added. "My lord," the Ice Demon said, "what are your orders?" "Tian seeks to devour all heavens. The demon realm cannot escape his grasp either. Join me, and we will fight him together." The 3 lords exchanged glances and spoke in unison. "As you command." "How many soldiers does the demon realm have?" Lin Feng asked. 1,000,000 demon troops, 100,000 demon generals, and over a dozen demon lord-level warriors, Qi Yin replied. "That will suffice. Await my signal, and we will strike together." The 3 lords nodded. Lin Feng, accompanied by Luo Qingxue, exited the demon realm. Back in Shangzhou, night had fallen. The moon was bright, casting silver light upon the stone hall's roof. Lin Feng stood at the entrance, tapping his sword scabbard. Clink, clink, clink. Xiao Bai perched on his shoulder, golden eyes fixed on the distant Mount Tianju. Tian's formation was still gathering. "Where do we go next?" Luo Qingxue asked. "The demon beast realm," Lin Feng replied. "When oi?" "Tomorrow." When Lin Feng emerged from the abyss of the demon realm, his body was drenched in blood. His garments were torn apart, revealing skin crawling with black patterns like vines winding across his arms and chest. Those were traces left by the origin power of the demon realm, impossible to erase within a short time. Luo Qingxue rushed over and reached out to support him. Lin Feng waved her off and said, "I am fine." Qi Yin knelt on the ground, his forehead pressed against the earth. Yin Mo and Bing Mo followed suit, kneeling beside him. Qi Yin said, "My lord, you have absorbed 30% of the demon realm's origin power. Not a single person has accomplished this since the demon realm was established tens of thousands of years ago." Lin Feng said, 30% is not enough. I want all of it." Qi Yin said, "My lord, your body cannot withstand it. The origin power of the demon realm is too potent. Forcing its absorption will cause your body to burst." Lin Feng said, "I know. That is why I will absorb 30% now and deal with the rest later." He approached the stone steel and pressed his fingers against its surface. The red characters still glowed like flowing blood. Lin Feng closed his eyes, and the sword technique emerged in his mind, the void shattering. The first layer shattering the void. Sword essence circulated through his meridians along the technique's pathways. The residual origin power from the demon realm within his meridians was awakened and merged with the sword essence. Lin Feng opened his eyes and drew his sword. Qing Feng blade left its scabbard with a single strike. The sword energy moved silently, yet the space before the stone steel split open. Black light rimmed the edges of the fissure. This was no ordinary spatial rift, but a void rift specifically designed to counter emptiness-based techniques. Qi Yan's face paled, and he exclaimed, "My lord, have you mastered the void shattering?" "The first layer," Lin Feng replied. Qi Yan said, "The first layer is enough. Tian's power is also void energy, and your sword can counter him." "That is insufficient," Lin Feng said. "The first layer can wound him, but not kill him. I must at least reach the second layer." Qi Yan said, "The second layer requires more origin power from the demon realm. That is why I must return." He sheathed his sword and turned to leave. Luo Qingxue followed behind him. Qi Yan rose and asked, "My lord, when shall we mobilize the demon realm's forces?" Now Lin Feng commanded. 100,000 demon soldiers will station north of Shangzhou, awaiting my orders. Qi Yan acknowledged. The 3 exited the demon abyss and returned to Shangzhou through the teleportation array. Tianke City remained unchanged in appearance, with crowds moving through the streets, but the atmosphere was different. There was tension in the air, like the calm before a storm. Lin Feng entered the stone hall where Luo Chun waited. A map of Shangzhou spread before him, covered in arrows and circles. He spotted Lin Feng covered in blood and startled. "Brother, are you hurt?" "It is not a wound," Lin Feng replied. "It is the mark left by the origin power of the demon realm, which will fade in a few days." Luo Chun said, "Origin power of the demon realm. You absorbed it." Lin Feng said, 30%. Luo Chun swallowed hard and said, "Brother, just how much more do you intend to absorb?" "Everything I can absorb, I will." Luo Chun pointed to the map and said, "Brother, Shangzhou has been unified. All remaining forces of the Divine Alliance have been eliminated. The current issue is that Tian's formation is nearly complete." "How much time remains?" "Scouts report that the formation atop Tianju Mountain is 70% finished. Within a month at most, Tian will activate the formation and devour the myriad heavens." "A month is enough." Luo Qingxue asked, "What is your plan for the battle?" "We will eliminate his subordinates first. 12 immortal venerables and their army of 120,000 immortals. Without his forces he will be fighting alone. Luo Qingxue said his subordinates will not be easy to defeat. All 12 immortal venerables have reached the peak of half-step sword deity, and the 120,000 immortal troops are above Sword Emperor realm. Lin Feng said we have plenty of our own forces as well. The Alliance commands 300,000 spirit transformation cultivators, 50,000 sword emperors, 5,000 sword venerables, and 200 half-step sword deities. Combined with the demon realm's 100,000 demon soldiers, that is more than enough. When will you launch the attack? 3 days from now. So soon. We cannot wait any longer. If we delay further, his formation will be complete. Lin Feng stepped out of the stone hall and stood at the entrance. The sky was darkening as the sun set, casting a crimson hue across the horizon. Xiaobai perched on his shoulder, golden eyes fixed on the crimson sky, its tail draped over his neck. Lin Feng tapped his fingers against his scabbard, producing 3 sharp clicks. All 4 swords vibrated in unison, humming with energy. Luo Qingxue emerged and stood beside him. What are you thinking about? I am thinking about how to kill Di Tian. Have you figured out how? The first layer of void shattering can wound him, but not kill him. I need to practice until I reach the second layer. How will you practice? I need more origin power from the demon realm. Can your body handle it? Even if it destroys me, I will endure it. The next morning Lin Feng went to the demon realm alone. He did not bring Luo Qingxue this time. Qi Yin waited by the teleportation array. Upon seeing Lin Feng, he asked, "My lord, do you intend to absorb more origin power?" "Yes. My lord, your body. I will not die." They arrived at the altar at the center of the demon realm. The altar was unchanged, the runes pulsing with dark red light. Lin Feng jumped down, landing at the bottom of the cavern. The origin pearl of the demon realm floated in midair, radiating blinding black light. Lin Feng walked over and grasped the pearl. This time he was fully prepared. The early stage peak of his sword path rules was fully activated. The intermediate stage of the myriad heaven sword body was at its peak. The 4 swords vibrated at his waist, and sword energy surged wildly through his meridians. The power from the pearl surged into his body with greater intensity than before. Black light poured out from the pearl, crawling up Lin Feng's arm, over his shoulders, across his chest, and throughout his entire body. His skin cracked and blood seeped out, yet he did not let go. Xiaobai leaped from his shoulder to the ground, looking up at Lin Feng and meowing urgently. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and said, "I am fine." The sword path rules began absorbing the origin power of the demon realm. 250%, 300%, 350%. His meridians swelled to the breaking point, and the black patterns on his skin deepened like carved lines. Lin Feng's consciousness began to blur as darkness consumed his vision. Yet he refused to let go. He knew that once he released his grip, he might never be able to grasp it again. Xiaobai leaped onto Lin Feng's shoulder, opened its mouth, and expelled a white pearl. The pearl hovered above Lin Feng's head, radiating white light. The white light countered the black light, reducing the impact of the origin power by half. The pressure on Lin Feng lessened, and his consciousness sharpened somewhat. He continued absorbing. 400%, 450%, 500%. The limit of the early stage peak of the sword path rules was 200%, yet he had already exceeded it threefold. However, the bottleneck of the intermediate stage had not yet loosened. It was still short by one opportunity. Lin Feng released his grip, and the origin pearl of the demon realm flew back to its position. He opened his eyes, covered in blood, but with a remarkably sharp gaze. Sword path rules early stage peak, 500%. Beyond the limit, yet unbroken. Xiaobai retrieved the pearl and perched on his shoulder, panting. Its eyes dimmed, and the white light on its body faded. Lin Feng stroked its head and said, "You have worked hard." Xiaobai meowed weakly. Lin Feng stepped into the air and flew out of the cave opening. Qi Yin was waiting outside, and his face paled at Lin Feng's appearance. "My lord, how much did you absorb?" 50%. 50%. Your body, I can still hold out. My lord, you cannot absorb any more. If you do, your body will burst. I know, but it is not enough. I need 60%. Qi Yin knelt and said, "My lord, the origin power of the demon realm is its foundation. You have absorbed 50%, and the demonic energy of the demon realm has already halved. If you absorb another 10%, the demon realm may collapse." Lin Feng looked at him and said, "Di Tian intends to devour the myriad heavens. The collapse of the demon realm is preferable to being devoured by Di Tian." Qi Yin lowered his head and remained silent. "I only need 10%. Leave the remaining 40% for the demon realm." Qi Yin looked up and asked, "My lord, can you truly defeat Di Tian?" "I can." "Then I trust you." Lin Feng turned and walked back toward the teleportation array. Qi Yin followed behind and asked, "My lord, when will you return?" "In 3 days after my body has recovered. I will wait for you." Lin Feng returned to Shangzhou and entered the cultivation room, closing the door behind him. The 4 swords lay across his knees, and Xiaobai rested on the pillow with its eyes closed, breathing weakly. Lin Feng took out a healing pill and swallowed it, closing his eyes. Sword essence circulated through his meridians. The cracks on his skin began to heal, and the black patterns gradually faded. However, the origin power of the demon realm still remained within him, entwined with his sword essence like 2 serpents locked together. The 2 forces repelled and merged with each other. Luo Qingxue entered carrying a meal and noticed Lin Feng covered in blood, her brows furrowing slightly. She set the food on the table, said nothing, retreated, and quietly closed the door behind her. She understood that at such a critical moment, she must not disturb him. 3 days later, Lin Feng opened his eyes. All the cracks on his skin had healed, and the black patterns had faded significantly, though they were still visible. Sword Path Rules early stage peak, 500% stabilized. The ceiling progress of all 4 swords was complete. Jinlin sword at 100%, Jiantian sword at 100%, Tianshuang sword at 100%, Tianju sword at 100%. Xiaobai seal progress was also fully complete, but its power had not yet fully recovered and needed time. Lin Feng stood up and walked out of the cultivation room. Luo Qingxue was waiting at the door holding a bowl of porridge. Are your wounds healed? They are. Are you going back to the demon realm? Yes. One more time. I will go with you. No need. I will go alone. He took the bowl and finished it in a few swallows. Returning the bowl to Luo Qingxue, he turned and walked out. Lin Feng. He stopped and turned around. Be careful. He stepped into the air and flew north. The wind whipped his clothes and Xiaobai perched on his shoulder, golden eyes fixed ahead. Xiaobai's energy was better this time, and the white light on its body was brighter. Lin Feng stroked its head and said, after this absorption, we will not be coming back. Xiaobai meowed. Upon arriving at the demon realm, Qi Yin was already waiting by the teleportation array. Seeing Lin Feng, he asked, my lord, has your body recovered? It has. How much will you absorb this time? 10%. Qi Yin gritted his teeth and said, very well. They reached the altar. Lin Feng jumped down to the cavern floor. The origin pearl of the demon realm floated in midair, its black light somewhat dimmer than before. Having absorbed 50% previously, the origin power of the demon realm had decreased by half, and the pearl had shrunk accordingly. He walked over and grasped the pearl. This time he did not hesitate and began absorbing directly. The power from the pearl surged into his body with greater intensity than either of the previous times, for what remained was purer and more concentrated. Black light cut into his meridians like blades, and Lin Feng gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. Xiaobai leaped up and expelled the pearl, its white light countering the black. The sword path rules of Lin Feng began absorbing. 550%, 600%. The limit of the early stage peak of the sword path rules had been pushed to 600%. The bottleneck loosened. Lin Feng could feel it. The bottleneck of the intermediate stage of the sword path rules resembled a wall, and cracks were appearing on it. He pressed harder, exerting all his strength. The cracks widened, and the wall began to crumble. 650%, 700%. With a thunderous boom, the wall collapsed. Sword Path Rule early stage peak has broken through to the intermediate stage. Lin Feng opened his eyes, and sword energy surged through his entire body. The intermediate stage of the Sword Path Rule could suppress all cultivators below the mid-stage of Sword Deity Realm, exert strong intimidation on those in the late stage of Sword Deity Realm, and control the Heaven and Earth Sword intent within a 300 li radius. All 4 swords simultaneously left their scabbards hovering behind him, with sword tips pointing downward, gently trembling. Xiaobai retrieved the pearl and perched on his shoulder, meowing. Lin Feng released his grip, and the origin pearl of the demon realm flew back to its position. The pearl shrank once more, leaving only 40% of the origin power remaining. He stepped into the void and flew out of the cave opening. Qi Yin knelt on the ground and asked, my lord, have you broken through? Yes. The intermediate stage of the sword path rule. Can you kill Tian now? I can wound him, Lin Feng replied. But killing him still requires the second layer of the void shattering. My lord, only 40% of the origin power of the demon realm remains. You cannot absorb any more. Enough. Leave the rest for the demon realm. Qi Yin bowed his head and said, thank you, my lord. Lin Feng turned and exited the demon realm. Xiaobai perched on his shoulder and meowed. Lin Feng stroked its head and said, it is almost time. Soon we will be able to kill Tian. Lin Feng returned from the demon realm, bypassing the stone hall to land directly on an open clearing beyond the walls of Tianke City. 4 swords hung suspended behind his back, their tips pointing downward, trembling faintly. Little White crouched on his shoulder, golden eyes half lidded, its tail draped across his neck. The aura of the mid-stage Sword Dao Rule pressed down upon the surrounding air, causing it to tremble. Even the gravel on the ground vibrated and leapt. Luo Chun sprinted out of the stone hall and spotted Lin Feng pausing in astonishment. Brother, your aura has shifted again, he remarked. Lin Feng replied, the mid-stage of the Sword Dao Rule. Luo Chun pressed, can you slay Tian now? I can wound him, Lin Feng admitted. But that's insufficient for the kill. What's still lacking? Lin Feng responded, the second level of the void shattering art. I need more sword intent. He entered the stone hall and took a seat. Luo Qingxue entered carrying a bowl of soup, setting it before him. You haven't eaten in 3 days, she said. Lin Feng lifted the bowl and drained it in a few swift gulps. Luo Qingxue took the empty bowl and asked, where next? The demon realm, he answered. When oi. Now. Lin Feng rose and strode out of the stone hall, with Luo Qingxue following close behind. Brother, let me accompany you, Luo Chen offered. You stay behind. The upper province needs defense, Lin Feng instructed. Luo Chun nodded in understanding. The two ascended into the air and flew eastward toward the demon realm, accessible via a passage located to the east of the upper province. The passage lay concealed within an expansive forest where towering trees blocked out the sunlight. Lin Feng descended into the woods with Luo Qingxue, trailing behind her ice, sword drawn and ready. The forest was dim, the air thick with the damp scent of vegetation. A carpet of fallen leaves covered the ground soft beneath their feet. After walking for half an hour, a luminous gate appeared ahead. The gate glowed green with shifting cyan light along its edges, the entrance to the demon realm. Lin Feng stepped through Luo Qingxue, following closely. Darkness consumed him, and when his vision cleared, he found himself standing on an open grassland. The sky stretched a deep blue overhead while clouds hung low and the tall grass rippled like waves beneath the wind. Distant mountains rose on the horizon, their slopes clothed in trees where birds rested. Enormous creatures with wingspans of 3 zhang, their calls thundering across the landscape. They had arrived in the demon realm. The spiritual energy here is exceptionally dense, Luo Qingxue observed. Indeed, denser than the demon realm, Lin Feng agreed. Little White hopped from his shoulder to the ground. It shook its fur and gazed upward, letting out a soft cry. The pale radiance pulsing across its body seemed to resonate with the ambient spiritual energy. It clearly felt at home here. They continued forward until a group emerged ahead. Not humans but demons, the indigenous inhabitants of this realm, who bore human forms, yet carried animalistic features. Some sported animal ears and tails, others bore scales across their skin. They halted their pursuit, as one their attention fixed on Lin Feng. A towering figure approached. A demon with antlers rising from his head and intricate patterns etched across his face. He scrutinized Lin Feng from head to toe before demanding, "A human, what business brings you to the demon realms?" Lin Feng replied matter-of-factly to sign in. The demon frowned in confusion. "What do you mean?" Without explanation, Lin Feng pressed onward, but the demon barred his path. "You'll pass through me first," it growled, launching a devastating punch. Lin Feng drew his blade. A single strike. The golden scale sword flashed from its scabbard in a brilliant golden arc. The demon's antler shattered as it was sent flying crashing to the ground. The remaining demons scattered in terror. Lin Feng sheathed his sword and continued. After traversing the wilderness for hours, the sacred mountain of the demon realm materialized before them. Its towering peak crowned by a golden palace that shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. At the mountain's base stood an ancient stone stele inscribed with 4 characters, Sacred Mountain of the Demon Realm. Beside it, an elderly demon leaned heavily on a walking staff, his hair white as snow and his face a map of deep wrinkles. "A human, what brings you to the Sacred Mountain?" the old demon rasped. "To sign in," Lin Feng replied. The elder's brow furrowed. "Sign in? Sign in for what?" Lin Feng offered no explanation and stepped forward, pressing his palm against the steel surface. Special check-in location activated, Sacred Mountain of the Demon Realm. Initiate check-in. Confirm check-in. Special check-in at Sacred Mountain of the Demon Realm successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Demon Sword Intent 1, Demon Sword Fragments, 10, Demon, Tao Comprehension, 5000. A sphere of light descended into his forehead. Lin Feng closed his eyes. In his mind, a jade-green figure stood wielding a sword, delivering a strike that sent 10,000 beasts charging forth. This was the sword intent of the demon realm. Savage, unrestrained, breaking all conventions. Unlike the ferocity of the demon sword's intent or the coldness of his own, this intent was alive and restless like a caged beast. The mid-stage sword Dao rule began, absorbing it, advancing from 0 to 5%. He opened his eyes and tapped his fingers against the scabbard. The resonant clang carried a newfound wildness, and cyan patterns resembling leaf veins began emerging across its surface. Little White perched on his shoulder, regarding the cyan patterns with a soft meow. "You claim the demon realm's sword intent?" the old demon asked. Lin Feng acknowledged with a single tone. "No one has succeeded in claiming the demon realm's sword intent for tens of thousands of years. The fact that you achieved this upon arrival signifies you are destined by heaven itself." Destined by heaven. Prophecy foretells that a human would come claim the demon sword's intent and lead the demon realm in opposing Dition. Lin Feng met the old demon's gaze. "You're aware of Dition as well." "I know. Dition intends to devour all heavens. The demon realm cannot escape his grasp. We cannot defeat him, so we can only wait." "Wait for whom?" "For you." Lin Feng paused for a moment before asking, "How many warriors does the demon realm possess?" "The demon realm has 4 great demon emperors. I am the Eastern Emperor, one of the 4. The Western Emperor, Southern Emperor, and Northern Emperor make up the rest. Our forces number 1,000,000 demon soldiers, 100,000 demon generals, and over a dozen powerhouses at the Demon Emperor tier. Can you convince them to ally with me?" "I can. They share your desire to survive." The old demon led Lin Feng to seek out the remaining 3 demon emperors. The Western Emperor dwelled in the western forests, a tiger demon bearing the character for king upon his brow. The Southern Emperor resided in the southern swamps, a serpent demon clad in shimmering scales. The Northern Emperor made his home on the northern snow-capped peaks. an eagle demon whose wings spanned 10 zhang. Upon encountering Lin Feng, they reacted as the Eastern Emperor had, with disbelief, defiance, and bloodlust. Lin Feng single-handedly defeated them all with a single sword. The Western Emperor lost a fang, the Southern Emperor shed a dozen scales, and the Northern Emperor bore a gash across his wing. The three knelt upon the ground, yielding submission. From this day forward, the demon realm joins the alliance of all heavens against Tian. The 4 demon emperors coursed their ascent. Luo Qingxue stood behind Lin Feng, her ice sword gleaming with an aura of piercing cold. Lin Feng, are you truly pulling the demon realm into this conflict? Every ally strengthens our cause, he replied. Can they be trusted, she asked. I don't trust them, but they fear death, and those who dread it will not betray us. Lin Feng departed the demon realm with Luo Qingxue at his side. Returning to the upper province, night had fallen. Moonlight bathed the stone hall's roof in silver. Lin Feng stood at its entrance, tapping his fingers against his scabbard. Little White rested on his shoulder, golden eyes fixed on the distant Tianzhu mountain, where Tian's formation continued to gather power. Where to next? Luo Qingxue asked. The Buddhist realm, Lin Feng answered. When? Tomorrow. On the morning of the second day after Lin Feng returned from the demon realm before dawn had broken, he was already standing at the entrance of the stone hall. For swords hung at his waist, and Xiaobai crouched on his shoulder, its golden eyes gleaming in the morning light. Luo Qingxue stepped out dressed in white combat attire with the ice sword at her waist, her hair tied back in a ponytail. So early, she asked. The Buddhist realm is far, Lin Feng replied. Both stepped into the void and flew westward. The Buddhist realm lay to the west of the upper province, connected by a passage. The passage ran through a vast desert with golden sands that shimmered blindingly under the sun. Lin Feng landed and walked into the desert. Luo Qingxue followed behind, ice sword in hand, cold aura dripping from the blade, forming tiny ice beads on the sand. After half an hour's walk, a gate of light appeared ahead. Golden in hue, its edges rippled with white radiance. The entrance to the Buddhist realm. Lin Feng walked through with Luo Qingxue following closely behind. Darkness swallowed his vision, and when he opened his eyes again, he stood amidst a bamboo forest. The bamboo towered high, its leaves of vivid green whispering softly as the wind swept through. The air carried the scent of sandalwood, and in the distance temple bells tolled, slow measured strokes that seemed to resonate within one's very heart. The Buddhist realm. The air here is remarkably pure, Luo Qingxue remarked. Indeed. No killing intent whatsoever, Lin Feng replied. Xiaobai leaped from his shoulder and landed on the ground. It shook its fur, tilted its head to gaze at the sky, and let out a soft meow. It took an immediate liking to this place, its pale white aura flickering gently. The two continued forward. They hadn't gone far when an old temple came into view ahead. Modest in size, yet weathered with age, its walls bore peeling paint that revealed the wood beneath. At the entrance stood a monk in a gray robe, Buddhist prayer beads resting in his hands. Upon seeing Lin Feng, he pressed his palms together in greeting. Where do you come from, honored visitor? From the upper province, Lin Feng replied. What brings you to the Buddhist realm? The monk inquired. I've come to sign in. The monk, puzzled by the strange phrase, responded, sign in. Without elaborating further, Lin Feng entered the temple. Inside the courtyard stood a towering Bodhi tree whose broad canopy sheltered half the grounds. Beneath the tree, an elderly monk sat with his eyes closed, a strand of prayer beads in his grasp. His white beard cascaded down to his chest. At the sound of approaching footsteps, he opened his eyes. Honored visitor, your aura carries both the intensity of battle and the darkness of demonic energy. Indeed, Lin Feng acknowledged. You seek the Buddhist realm to cleanse yourself of these auras, the old monk pressed. No, I've come to claim the Buddhist sword intent. The old monk fell silent for a moment before responding. The Buddhist sword intent is among our most sacred treasures. No one has claimed it in tens of thousands of years. What makes you believe you can? Lin Feng drew his sword. In one swift motion, the verdant blade flashed from its scabbard. A single leaf drifted down from the Bodhi tree, bisected cleanly by the blade's brilliance as it fell to the ground. The old monk gazed at the fallen leaf and said, your sword is indeed swift. But speed alone cannot claim the Buddhist sword intent. Then what does it require? Lin Feng asked. It requires the heart, the old monk replied. The Buddhist sword is not a blade meant to take lives, but one intended to guide and liberate. Your heart harbors hatred, vengeance, and obsession. You cannot obtain the Buddhist sword intent with such burdens weighing upon you. Lin Feng fell silent for several seconds. He closed his eyes and remembered his past life. On the Sword Mountain, Su Shui's blade had pierced through his heart in a single fatal strike. Zhao Tian had laughed while standing atop his lifeless body. And Luo Qingxue, she had been seized by the Ice River Palace and imprisoned in the ice dungeon for 3 long years. When he finally went to rescue her, she had barely retained her human form. Her final words had been, Lin Feng, you've come. Hatred. The hatred within his heart had never faded. Let it go, the old monk urged. I cannot, Lin Feng replied. Then you cannot take it, the old monk said firmly. Lin Feng opened his eyes. I won't let go. Hatred is my sword. Without it I wouldn't have survived to this day. The old monk regarded him in silence for a long while before speaking. You are a person of unwavering conviction. Those who cling so fiercely rarely journey far. Only combat will reveal how far I can go, Lin Feng retorted. He approached the Bodhi tree and settled into a meditative posture. The four swords rested across his knees while Xiao Bai perched upon his shoulder. Closing his eyes, he fully activated the sword heart clarity technique. The sword intent of the Buddhist realm was not concealed within any weapon, but hidden within the tree itself. Each leaf of the Bodhi tree carried a trace of sword intent. Lin Feng absorbed them one by one as though consuming foliage. The old monk stood nearby watching him in silence. For 3 days and nights Lin Feng continued absorbing. Half the leaves had fallen from the Bodhi tree, turning golden as they touched the ground. Lin Feng's mid-tier sword Dao rules began to integrate the Buddhist sword intent, climbing from 5% to 10-15, then 20%. The Buddhist sword intent was gentle, neither as fierce as the demonic sword intent nor as untamed as the demon beast sword intent. It was soft and yielding like flowing water, like a passing breeze, like luminous light. It did not kill, but liberated. Yet Lin Feng did not seek liberation. He sought the power within the Buddhist sword intent. That power could purify killing intent, dissipate demonic energy, and refine his blade to greater purity. On the night of the 3rd day, Lin Feng opened his eyes. The final leaf from the Bodhi tree drifted down, hovering before him. He reached out and caught it. The leaf dissolved into golden light in his palm, sinking into his brow. System notification: host has obtained complete Buddhist sword intent 1, Buddhist Dao comprehension 1.000. Buddhist sword intent merged successfully. Mid-tier sword Dao rules have advanced from 20% to 30%. Lin Feng rose to his feet. All 4 swords vibrated in unison, humming with energy. Golden patterns had appeared on the scabbards, weaving together with the black markings of the demonic sword intent and the cyan markings of the demon beast sword intent, forming an intricate tapestry. Xiao Bai perched on his shoulder and let out a bright, clear meow. You've obtained it, the old monk said. I have, Lin Feng confirmed. Does hatred still remain in your heart, the old monk asked. Yes, Lin Feng answered. And even the Buddhist sword intent could not dissolve it, the old monk pressed. There is no need to dissolve it. Hatred is my sword. Without hatred my blade would grow dull. The old monk fell silent for a long time before responding, perhaps you are right. Lin Feng turned and walked out of the temple. Luo Qingxue waited at the entrance, ice sword in hand. Did you succeed, she asked. Yes, he replied. Your sword intent has changed again, Luo Qingxue observed. It now carries a Buddhist quality, Lin Feng explained. Will it affect you, she asked. No. I can control it, he assured her. The two exited the Buddhist realm and returned to the upper province. Night had fallen and the moon shone brightly. Lin Feng stood at the entrance of the stone hall, tapping his fingers against his sword scabbard. Ring, ring, ring. The sound carried the essence of 3 sword intents. The ferocity of the demonic sword, the untamed wildness of the demon beast sword, and the gentleness of the Buddhist sword. Within the scabbard, these 3 intents collided, producing a deep, resonant hum. Xiao Bai perched on his shoulder, its golden eyes fixed on Mount Tianzhu in the distance. Tian's formation had reached 80% completion. Where to next? Luo Qingxue asked. The immortal realm, Lin Feng replied. When is she pressed? Tomorrow, he answered. The 3rd day after Lin Feng returned from the Buddhist realm, the rulers of the 4 great plains gathered in Tianke City. Lord Qian of the demon realm, Dong Wang of the demon beast realm, the old monk of the Buddhist realm, and the lord of the immortal realm. 4 men sat in a stone hall with a map of all realms spread before them. Luo Qingxue stood beside the map, her ice sword in hand. Luo Chun remained at the doorway, clutching a ledger filled with numbers. Qian spoke. The demon realm has mustered 100,000 troops, 5,000 demon generals, and 10 demon lords. Dong Wang said, the demon beast realm has dispatched 300,000 troops, 10,000 demon beast generals, and 4 demon emperors. The old monk replied, the Buddhist realm has raised 200,000 soldiers, 8,000 Buddhist generals, and 5 Buddhist patriarchs. The lord of the immortal realm declared, the immortal realm contributes 300,000 troops, 10,000 immortal generals, and 8 immortal lords. Lin Feng said, together that is 900,000. Luo Chen said, brother, adding the alliances 500,000 brings the total to 1,400,000. Lin Feng nodded. That will suffice. He rose and walked toward the map. The map marked the location of the summit of all heavens at the very peak of Tianzhu Mountain. There Tian's formation lay, the formation that devoured all realms. Lin Feng said, Tian's formation is nearly complete. We are running out of time. Qian asked, Lord, what is your battle plan? Lin Feng replied, a frontal assault. I will lead the alliance's main force in a direct attack. Qian will flank left with the demon troops. Dong Wang will flank right with the beast army. The old monk will cover the rear with the Buddhist soldiers, and the lord of the immortal realm will support with the immortal forces. The 4 rulers answered in unison, yes. Luo Chun said, brother, the sword armors of the myriad heavens are prepared. Lin Feng said, distribute them. Luo Chun nodded and turned to carry out the order. The sword armors of the myriad heavens were a reward bestowed by the system. 10,000 sets in total. The armor shimmered silver-white, engraved with runes capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a sword emperor at the peak of his cultivation. Lin Feng allocated one set to each supreme expert of the sword venerate realm and above within the alliance. Luo Chun donned his armor and tested its weight, remarking, "Brother, this is surprisingly light. Feels like wearing nothing." Lin Feng replied, "Light is precisely the point. Heaviness would hinder us in battle." Luo Qingxue also suited up the silver-white plates conforming to her figure without restricting her movements. Her ice sword hung at her waist, cold mist dripping from the blade as she said, "I am ready." Lin Feng said, "We depart tomorrow." At dawn the following day 1,400,000 soldiers assembled beyond Tianke City. Thick and dense their ranks stretched beyond the horizon. Black banners of the demon realm, azure of the demon beast realm, golden of the Buddhist realm, white of the immortal realm, and crimson of the alliance. 5 colors of standards snapped fiercely in the wind. Lin Feng stood upon a raised dais, 4 swords hanging at his waist, Xiao Bai perched on his shoulder. Gazing down at the vast army, he declared, "D Tian seeks to devour all heavens. Behind you lie your homes, your loved ones, your sects. This battle is not fought for me, it is fought for yourselves." Silence fell. Lin Feng commanded, "Move out." The army advanced toward Tianju Mountain, 1,400,000 strong, surging forward like a colossal dragon crawling across the earth. After 3 days of marching, they reached the foothills of Tianju Mountain. The peak vanished into swirling clouds. The mountain's dark rock face resembled a sword plunged deep into the ground. At the base lay a flat plateau upon which stood an altar inscribed with countless runes. D Tian's formation resided at the summit. Lin Feng ordered the army to establish camp at the mountain's foot. Luo Chun directed the construction of tents, the distribution of provisions, and the deployment of defensive lines. Qian encamped the demon troops to the north, Dongwang positioned the beast army to the south, the old monks stationed the Buddhist forces to the west, and the lord of the immortal realm set up the immortal soldiers to the east. 5 columns of troops, 5 colors of banners, encircled Tianju Mountain with an impregnable ring. Lin Feng stood at the center of the camp and looked upward. The sky was a deep blue, the clouds pristine white. Yet from the summit dark crimson light flowed like blood. That was D Tian's formation, drawing upon the power of the heavens to consume all realms. Xiao Bai rested on his shoulder, golden eyes fixed upon that ominous glow, his tail rigid and taut. Lin Feng tapped his scabbard twice. Clang, clang, clang. All 4 swords vibrated in unison, humming softly. Luo Qingxue approached and asked, "What are you thinking about?" "How we fight tomorrow," Lin Feng replied. "Have you decided, Oi?" "Yes, a frontal assault. Stay close to me, do not stray far." Luo Qingxue nodded. "Understood." Night descended. Torches flickered in the wind throughout the camp and sentries patrolled the perimeter. Lin Feng did not sleep. He sat within his tent, 4 swords resting across his knees. Xiao Bai lay curled upon his thighs, eyes closed, breathing faint and even. Luo Qingxue lifted the tent flap and stepped inside carrying a bowl of broth. "Drink something," she said. Lin Feng took the bowl and drained it in several swift sips. Luo Qingxue retrieved the empty vessel and asked, "Lin Feng, can we win tomorrow?" He replied, "Yes." "How do you know?" Lin Feng's gaze hardened. "Because we cannot afford to lose." The next morning as dawn broke, the dark red light atop the mountain peak suddenly surged. A pillar of light shot skyward, piercing through the clouds and illuminating the entire sky. The earth trembled and the mountain shook. D Tian's formation was complete. Lin Feng stepped out of his tent with 4 swords floating behind him. Xiao Bai crouched on his shoulder, golden eyes fixed on the mountain peak. Luo Qingxue followed behind, an ice sword in hand. Luo Chun ran over and said, "Brother D Tian is coming down." Lin Feng looked up. From the mountain peak a group of figures descended through the air. At the forefront was D Tian, clad in a black robe with his hair cascading over his shoulders, his golden eyes narrowed to slits. Trailing behind were 12 immortal venerables, all at the peak of half-step sword god. Behind them marched 120,000 immortal soldiers arrayed in perfect formation. D Tian landed upon the altar at the mountain's base, looking down upon the allied forces. "You've brought quite an army, Lin Feng," he said. "More than enough to fight you," Lin Feng replied. D Tian chuckled. "Enough to defeat my subordinates perhaps, but not me." With a wave of his hand, the 12 immortal venerables and their 120,000 troops surged forward. Lin Feng countered with a gesture of his own, bringing his 1,400,000 allied soldiers into battle. The 2 armies collided in a clash of sword light and flying blood screams echoing across the battlefield. The black banners of the demon realm, the green banners of the demon beast realm, the golden banners of the Buddhist realm, the white banners of the immortal realm, and the red banners of the alliance fluttered above the fields of carnage. Qi Yin led the demon soldiers in a flanking maneuver from the left, their demonic flames driving the immortal troops back with wails of agony. Dong Huang swept in from the right with the demon beast forces, their savage ferocity pushing the immortals into continuous retreat. The old monk commanded Buddhist soldiers to encircle from the rear, their radiant Buddha light cleansing the darkness that had tainted the immortal forces. The Lord of the Immortal Realm led his celestial troops in a frontal assault, swords drawn in unison, blade energy carving across the battlefield. Luo Qingxue charged ahead, her ice sword sweeping in a wide arc as waves of cold energy exploded outward. The sixth form of the frozen river sword technique, myriad miles of ice, transformed the frost into a dragon of ice that crashed into the immortal ranks, freezing hundreds solid in its path. Luo Chun led the Alliance disciples in a fierce assault from the flank, their sword formation spreading like a net of cutting energy. The Alliance warriors fought with the strength of 10 men, each driving the immortal forces back step by step. The 12 immortal venerables found themselves locked in combat with the Alliance's half-step sword gods. Qi Yin battled 2 opponents alone, as did Dong Huang, the old monk and the Lord of the Immortal Realm, each facing double the odds. The remaining 4 venerables were held at bay by the combined efforts of Luo Qingxue and Luo Chen, neither side willing to yield as the battle raged on. Standing atop the altar, Di Tian watched his followers fall one by one, his face darkening with mounting fury. He drew his blade, a dark edge pulsing with crimson light. With a single slash aimed at the Alliance forces, his sword energy carved through their ranks like wheat before a scythe. One strike claimed over 1,000 lives. Another severed another 1,000. The formation cracked open as Lin Feng held his ground, refusing to yield an inch. 4 swords sang from their scabbards in unison, slicing toward Di Tian. The collision of blade energy sent a thunderous boom that split heaven and earth. Both retreated 3 paces. Your sword has grown faster, Lin Feng, Di Tian remarked. Yours has slowed, Lin Feng countered. Di Tian clenched his teeth. Again, they clashed once more, their battle ascending from the ground into the heavens and into the very clouds above. Blades flashed so rapidly they became indistinguishable, leaving the Alliance disciples below staring upward with palms slick with sweat. Luo Qingxue attempted to intervene, but found herself pinned by 2 immortal venerables, unable to break free. Luo Chun met the same fate as did Qi Yin, Dong Huang, the old monk and the Lord of the Immortal Realm, all ensnared by opposing immortal venerables. Not a single soul could come to Lin Feng's aid. High within the clouds, Lin Feng and Di Tian stood facing each other, both battered and torn. A jagged wound sliced across Lin Feng's left shoulder from Di Tian's blade, blood trailing downward. A hole pierced Di Tian's chest from Lin Feng's sword, golden blood seeping from the wound. You cannot kill me, Lin Feng, Di Tian declared. Then let me try, Lin Feng replied. Lin Feng lunged forward with his sword, but Di Tian sidestepped and counterattacked, driving his blade toward Lin Feng's heart. Unable to evade, Lin Feng took the strike. The sword pierced his chest, blood spraying forth. Rather than retreat, Lin Feng thrust his sword into Di Tian's shoulder. A scream ripped from Di Tian's throat as he released his blade and staggered backward. Lin Feng wrenched his sword free from his own wound, and blood gushed freely. Gritting his teeth, Lin Feng unleashed all 4 swords at once, striking downward at Di Tian. The blow sent Di Tian flying through the air to crash onto the altar, which cracked beneath the impact, and the dark red energy flickered briefly. The Alliance army erupted in cheers, but Di Tian remained alive. Rising to his feet, blood streaming from his body, yet his eyes burning brighter than before, he taunted, Lin Feng, do you truly believe you've won? He placed his hand upon the altar, and the runes flared to life as dark red energy shot skyward. The formation's power flooded into him, causing his presence to surge violently. Mid-sword god realm, then late sword god, pushing toward the peak. The entire Alliance army fell stunned into silence. He's absorbing the formation's power. Luo Chen shouted. Stop him quickly, Qi Yin cried out. But it was too late. Di Tian had already absorbed most of the formation's power, making him 10 times stronger than before. He swung his palm toward the Alliance forces, the strike carrying an aura of pure destruction. One sweep toppled 10,000 soldiers, and a second strike claimed another 10,000. The Alliance formation shattered completely. Some fled in terror, others fell to their knees weeping, and some were frozen in shock. Lin Feng stood before the altar, positioning himself as the sole barrier between Di Tian and the collapsing army. His 4 swords hovered behind him, blades pointed at Di Tian. You face me alone, Lin Feng declared. You cannot defeat me, Di Tian replied. Then I will fight anyway, Lin Feng answered. In the depths of chaos there is no light, no sound, no time. Only endless darkness and nothingness. This is the edge of the myriad realms, a place where even spiritual energy does not exist. In the center of the darkness a black throne floated. It was forged from shattered stars with dark red light flowing on its surface like veins. The Lord of Void sat on the throne, his black robe trailing to the ground, white hair scattered on his shoulders. His eyes were black pupils devoid of light, like 2 black holes. There was still a wound on his palm, left by Lin Feng. The wound had not healed, and golden light flickered at its edges, the residual power of the ultimate myriad sword intent. 12 black figures emerged from the darkness, kneeling on one knee before the throne. They were the Void Generals at the peak of half-step sword god, each wreathed in black void power. The leader was a tall black figure with 2 curved horns on his head, his voice low, Master, you are wounded. The Lord of Void looked down at the wound on his palm and said, Lin Feng's sword is stronger than I imagined. He has fused the myriad sword intent and can harm me. The tall black figure said, Master, I am willing to lead troops to kill him. The Lord of Void said, no rush. His sword intent restrains void power. In a direct confrontation you are no match. He stood up, his black robe cascading like a waterfall. He walked to the front of the throne, looking down at the 12 generals kneeling below. He said, assemble all the void armies. I will devour the myriad realms in one fell swoop. No matter how strong Lin Feng is, he is but one man. Swallow the essence of all the myriad realms, and my power will return to its peak. Then his sword intent will not be able to harm me. The 12 generals said in unison, yes. The tall black figure stood up, turned to face the depths of darkness. He spread his arms, tilted his head back, and let out a long roar. The roar had no sound, but void power radiated outward from him like ripples. In the depths of darkness, points of light began to appear. Not white light, but black light. Thousands upon thousands, densely packed like a black ocean. The points of light drew closer and clearer. It was the Void Army. They had no physical form, just clusters of black mist with 2 red lights inside like eyes. Their weapons were also condensed void power, shapeless, but incredibly sharp. The Void Army surged from the depths of chaos, overwhelming and countless. The tall black figure returned before the throne, knelt, and said, Master, the Void Army has assembled. Vanguard forces 100,000, main forces 500,000. Ready to depart at any moment. The Lord of Void said, the Vanguard will go to the myriad realms first to test Lin Feng's strength. The main forces await my command. He reached out and grabbed a sword from the darkness. The blade was black, its edge without shine, the hilt carved with ancient runes. This was the Sword of Void, the first sword born at the dawn of chaos, older than Lin Feng's 4 celestial swords. He said, Lin Feng, your sword can wound me, but my sword can kill you. The tall black figure stood up and said, Master, when will the Vanguard depart? The Lord of Void said, now. The 100,000 void armies surged from the depths of chaos, flying toward the myriad realms. Their speed was swift like black meteors streaking across the darkness. The Lord of Void stood before the throne, watching the direction the army had gone, his black eyes devoid of any expression. A black orb of light sank into Lin Feng's brow. He did not know of this because he was far away in the myriad realms. The Lord of Void turned and walked back to the throne. He sat down and closed his eyes. The wound on his palm still ached, golden light flickering. He murmured, Lin Feng, next time we meet, I will not give you a chance. The Myriad Realms Alliance camp. Lin Feng sat in the tent, 4 swords resting across his knees. Xiaobai crouched on his shoulder, golden eyes half closed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and tapped his fingers on the scabbard. Dong dong dong. The 4 swords vibrated simultaneously, emitting a hum. Luo Qingxue lifted the tent flap and entered, saying, what's wrong? Lin Feng said, something is coming. Luo Qingxue said, what is it? Lin Feng said, the Void Army. He stood up and walked out of the tent. Looked up at the sky. The sky was blue, the clouds white. But in the distance towards the chaos, a black cloud was gathering. Not a storm cloud, but void power. That black cloud grew larger and closer. Lin Feng said, pass the order, the entire army prepare for battle. In the heart of the alliance camp, the largest tent was crowded with people. Lin Feng sat at the head seat, 4 swords planted in the ground before him, with Xiaobai perched on his shoulder. Luo Qingxue stood to his left, ice sword in hand. Luo Chen stood to his right, holding a register. Qi Yin Dong Huang, the old monk, and the lord of the immortal realm sat on either side with their respective subordinates standing behind them. Lin Feng spoke, the Void Army approaches. The tent fell silent. All eyes turned to him. Lin Feng continued, the Lord of Void has amassed 600,000 troops in the depths of chaos. The vanguard of 100,000 has already set forth with the main force of 500,000 in pursuit. Their target is all heavens and myriad realms. Once they devour the primal essence of these realms, the Lord of Void's power will return to its pinnacle. At that point, none can withstand them. Qi Yin asked, Lord, how many are in the Void Army? Lin Feng replied, 600,000. Qi Yin's expression shifted. 600,000. Our alliance numbers fewer than 2 million. But each Void soldier is worth 10 of ours. We cannot prevail. Lin Feng countered, we can overcome them. The Void Army fears ice and light attributes. Ice can freeze them, light can purify them. He turned to Luo Qingxue. Can your Ice River Sword Heart freeze the Void Army? Luo Qingxue answered, I can, but the range is limited. At most I can freeze a few thousand at a time. That suffices, Lin Feng said. He glanced at the old monk. Can Buddha light purify the Void Army? The old monk clasped his hands and replied, yes, but it requires time. The void power is too formidable. Buddha light can only gradually dissipate it. Lin Feng said, then let us gradually dissipate it. He rose and approached the map, the system's rendering of the central plains marking all entrances to the myriad realms. Lin Feng pointed to 3 locations. The Void Army advances from the depths of chaos along 3 routes. The northern path leads through the demon realm, the eastern through the demonic beast realm, and the western through the Buddhist realm. They will attack from 3 directions. He turned to Qi Yin. Qi Yin lead the demon realm forces to hold the northern front. Qi Yin rose. Yes. Lin Feng faced Dong Huang. Dong Huang commanded the demonic beast realm forces to defend the eastern flank. Dong Huang stood. Yes. Lin Feng turned to the old monk. Master, lead the Buddhist realm forces to guard the western approach. The old monk pressed his palms together. Yes. Then he addressed the Lord of the Immortal Realm. You will mobilize the Immortal Realm army to reinforce any sector under pressure. The Lord rose. Yes. Lin Feng looked at Luo Chun. Luo Chun, you and the Alliance disciples hold the central plains. Should the Void army breach the outer defenses, this is our final stand. Luo Chun asked, Brother, what of you? I will slay the Lord of Void, Lin Feng replied. Triggered special check-in location Alliance camp pre-battle conference. Would you like to check in? Check-in. Special check-in at Alliance camp successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Alliance War Banner 1 boosts overall morale by 10% within a 10 li radius. A golden war banner materialized in Lin Feng's grasp. Embroidered on its surface was the character War, its strokes sharp and cutting infused with sword intent. Lin Feng passed the banner to Luo Chun, planted atop the central plains walls. Luo Chun accepted it. Yes. Luo Qingxue said, Lin Feng, you're facing the Lord of Void alone. Lin Feng nodded. I'm coming with you, she insisted. Stay in the central plains. The Void army requires your ice power, he replied. But, no argument, Lin Feng cut in. Luo Qingxue regarded him silently, saying nothing. Lin Feng stepped out of the tent. Night had fallen, the moon shining brightly. In the distance toward chaos, dark clouds drew nearer. His fingers tapped the scabbard. Clang, clang, clang. Xiao Bai perched on his shoulder, golden eyes fixed on those dark clouds. Qi Yin emerged and stood beside Lin Feng. Lord, the demon realm forces are ready. When shall we depart? Now, Lin Feng replied. Qi Yin cupped his fists and turned away. Dong Huang approached. Lord, the demonic beast realm army is prepared as well. Proceed, Lin Feng instructed. Dong Huang nodded and departed. The old monk emerged, palms pressed together. Master Lin, the Buddhist realm forces, stand ready. Move out, Lin Feng ordered. The monk turned and left. The Lord of the Immortal Realm stepped forward. Alliance leader Lin, when do the Immortal Realm forces deploy? Wait. Hold position until the Void army appears, then reinforce wherever needed, Lin Feng directed. The Lord nodded and departed. Luo Chun approached, gripping the Alliance war banner. Brother, where should I plant it? Atop the highest point of Central Plains City, Lin Feng instructed. Luo Chun nodded, ascending into the air towards Central Plains City. Luo Qingxue stood behind Lin Feng. Will you truly not take me? No, he answered. Why? She pressed. Because you would distract me, he replied. Luo Qingxue fell still. She bowed her head. I understand. Lin Feng turned to face her. Wait for my return, he said. Luo Qingxue looked up, her eyes glistening. I will. Lin Feng ascended into the sky, heading toward chaos. Xiao Bai perched on his shoulder, tail draped over his neck. The four swords at his waist trembled faintly. Within half an hour, dark mist materialized ahead. The vanguard of the Void army had arrived. 100,000 strong, stretching endlessly like a black ocean. Upon sighting Lin Feng, they halted. Their leader loomed tall and shadowy, twin curved horns crowning his head. A Void general standing at the peak of half-step, sword deity cultivation. Lin Feng, the Void general declared. Our Lord commands us to claim your life. Then come, Lin Feng replied. General Su Wu stood before an army of 100,000 black mists swirling around him. He held a Void sword in his hand, its blade formless like a clot of solidified darkness. He stared at Lin Feng and said, The Master has decreed that I shall return with your head as tribute, and in return, I shall be granted half of the heavens. Lin Feng did not speak, for swords trembled lightly at his waist, while Xiao Bai crouched on his shoulder, golden eyes fixed upon the Black Sea opposite. The wind blew toward them, carrying the bitter cold of Void power. Not the cold of winter, but a chill that could freeze the very soul. General Su Wu raised his hand and commanded, advance. The 100,000 Void troops surged forward simultaneously. They had no physical form. They were clusters of black mist within which two patches of red light glowed like eyes. Their weapons were also condensed from Void power. Strikes would not draw blood, but would siphon away spiritual energy. Each cut depleted a portion of one's power. 10 cuts and a person was rendered useless. Lin Feng did not retreat. 4 swords left their scabbards simultaneously: the Qingfeng sword, the Jinlin sword, the Tianshuang sword, and the Tianju sword. 4 streaks of sword light shot into the sky, exploding in the darkness like 4 suns. The ultimate sword intent of all heavens was fully unleashed, and high-tier sword Dao rules were activated. 4 types of sword intent circulated within his body. The ferocity of the demonic sword, the wildness of the demon sword, the gentleness of the Buddhist sword, and the uprightness of the immortal sword. The 4 colored sword lights intertwined, merging into a colossal blade of light that slashed toward the Void army. The first strike sent 1,000 falling. Black mist was torn apart by the sword light, red glows extinguished, and shrieks echoed through the chaos. The second strike, another 1,000 fell. The third, fourth, fifth. Lin Feng stood alone before the 100,000 army, 4 swords striking in rotation, each strike claiming over 1,000 Void soldiers. General Su Wu's expression changed. He had not expected Lin Feng to be so powerful. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward. The void sword thrust toward Lin Feng's chest. The tip held no light, yet it carried an aura of destruction. Lin Feng sidestepped and slashed a sword at the general's shoulder. Sword light cut through the black mist, shattering the void general's scapula, and black blood gushed forth. He screamed in agony and retreated. Lin Feng pressed his advantage, delivering a second strike aimed at his neck. Unable to dodge, the void general was slashed aside, crashing to the ground, unable to rise. He looked up at Lin Feng, his eyes filled with terror. You are not human, he stammered. Ridiculous, Lin Feng replied. With a single thrust, he pierced the void general's chest. Black blood sprayed forth. The void general's body exploded, shattering into countless black fragments that dissipated into the darkness. Yet the void army continued its charge. Of the 100,000 troops, several thousand had already fallen, leaving over 90,000. They swarmed from all directions, surrounding Lin Feng. The black mist grew thicker, the red spots more numerous. Lin Feng's sword essence was depleting rapidly. Each strike required the ultimate sword intent of all heavens to kill a void soldier. Ordinary sword slashes struck the mist, as if cutting through air. Useless. Lin Feng clenched his teeth, 4 swords hovering behind him, tips pointing outward. At the 8th layer of myriad swords returned to origin, 100,000 sword shadows emerged. Yet these shadows were ineffective against the void army. They could only scatter the mist, unable to kill the core. He needed greater power. A beam of white light shot forth from afar. It shone brightly like a winter moon, and where it fell upon the black mist, the mist began to dissipate. Luo Qingxue descended through the air, an ice sword in hand, cold aura dripping from its blade. Her white robes fluttered in the wind, and her ice-blue eyes reflected the black void army. Lin Feng asked, "Why have you come?" Luo Qingxue replied, "I told you I would not let you face death alone." She stood beside him, ice sword held horizontally before her. Her ice river sword heart revolved to its utmost limit within her body, cold aura surging from her form until the surrounding air froze solid. The void army charged forward. Luo Qingxue executed a sword strike, the 6th form of the ice river sword art. Ice seal over 10,000 li. Cold energy exploded, forming an ice dragon that pounced upon the void army. Where the ice dragon passed, black mist froze solid red spots encased within ice blocks. Thousands of void soldiers were frozen rigid in place, unable to move. Ice blocks shimmered with white light in the darkness, resembling sculptures of ice. Yet the ice shards held for only a few seconds before cracking. Void power was too potent, the freeze could not last long. Luo Qingxue gritted her teeth and struck again. Cold energy erupted once more, freezing thousands more. Her complexion began to pall. The ice river sword heart demanded too great a toll. Lin Feng said, "Enough. Step back." Luo Qingxue did not retreat. "I will not step back," she declared. Lin Feng looked at her and said no more. 4 swords launched forth together, the ultimate sword intent of all heavens pushed to its limit. 4 colored sword lights slashed into the void army, each strike claiming over 1,000 soldiers. Beside him, Luo Qingxue's ice sword coordinated her cold aura, freezing one wave, while Lin Feng's sword light slaughtered another. The two fought in seamless coordination, as if they had practiced hundreds of times. The void army began to rout. Of the 90,000 troops, 30,000 were slain, 20,000 frozen, and the remaining 40,000 turned and fled. Black mist receded like a tide, the red spots growing ever fainter. A white sphere of light merged into Lin Feng's brow, then flew out from his brow and entered Luo Qingxue's body. Luo Qingxue shuddered all over. The cold aura on her ice sword intensified, a layer of white frost forming on the blade. She looked at Lin Feng and asked, "What have you given me?" "Ice attribute, sword intent. It will make your ice seals last longer," Lin Feng replied. In the distance, Qi Yin arrived with the demonic realm army. Surveying the ground littered with black fragments and ice sculptures, he said, "My lord, we are late." "Not at all. Clean up the battlefield," Lin Feng said. Qi Yin nodded and led his demonic soldiers to clear the remaining void troops. The void soldiers encased in ice were still alive, but each was dispatched with a single strike by the demonic soldiers. Luo Chun sent word from the alliance camp. No void army had been detected to the north, east, or west. The vanguard had attacked only from the front. Lin Feng remarked, "They are testing us." "Testing what?" Luo Qingxue asked. "Our strength," Lin Feng replied. Deep within the chaos upon the void throne, the Lord of Void opened his eyes. He sensed the defeat of the vanguard force, and also the death of General Su Wu. His face remained expressionless, but his fingers tapped twice upon the throne's armrest. Tap, tap. The sound echoed through the chaos. He rose, his black robe hanging to the ground. He said, "Lin Feng, your sword is stronger than I anticipated. But your people are not strong enough." Gazing into the depth of darkness, he commanded, "Main forces advance." 500,000 void troops poured forth from the darkness, vast and mighty, marching toward the myriad heavens and worlds. The Lord of Void walked at the forefront, a black void sword in hand, dark red light flowing along its blade. The news of the vanguard's defeat reached the depths of chaos. The Void Lord did not rage. He sat on his throne tapping his fingers on the armrest. Tap tap tap, the sound echoing in the darkness. 12 Void generals had lost 3, leaving 9 kneeling before the throne heads bowed. The Void Lord said, Lin Feng's sword counters the power of Void. In a direct confrontation you are no match for him. The tall dark figure kneeling at the front said, Master, what should we do? The Void Lord stood up and said, divide our forces. Attack from 3 directions simultaneously. No matter how fast his sword is, he cannot be in 3 places at once. He walked to the map. The map was condensed from the power of chaos, marking every entrance to the myriad realms. He pointed north and said, the Demon Realm entrance. Void General Xuanjia, lead 15000 troops. A tall shadow rose, knelt on one knee, and said yes. He pointed east and said, the Demon Beast Realm entrance. Void General Liekong, lead 15000 troops. A slender shadow rose, knelt on one knee, and said yes. He pointed west and said, the Buddha Realm entrance. Void General Inning, lead 15000 troops. A short stout shadow rose, knelt on one knee, and said yes. The Void Lord said, the remaining 500 troops will follow me. We will strike directly at the central region. The 9 generals answered in unison yes. The Void Lord strode from his throne, his black robe trailing on the ground. He looked up at the distant myriad realms and said, Lin Feng, let's see how you block me this time. At the Demon Realm entrance, Qi Yin guarded with 100 demon soldiers, Flame Demon on the left and Ice Demon on the right. There was no sun in the sky, only a red moon. The wind was strong, making the demon banners flap loudly. Qi Yin stood at the front holding a flame blade whose fire danced in the wind. His severed arm had been reattached, but it was not yet very agile. In the distance, black mist surged forward. The 150,000 strong Void army blanketed the sky and earth like a dark ocean. At the forefront was Void General Xuanjia, tall and covered in black armor plates, holding a Void sword. He saw Qi Yin, sneered, and said, a useless creature from the demon realm dares to stand in my way. Qi Yin said, try me. He swung his blade. The flame sword unleashed a fire dragon that lunged at Xuanjia. Xuanjia shattered the fire dragon with one sword strike, and a black sword Qi struck Qi Yin's chest. Qi Yin was thrown back, crashed to the ground, and spat a mouthful of blood. The flame demon charged forward only to have its arm severed by Xuanjia's sword. The ice demon charged, but was sent flying by a palm strike. The 150,000 Void troops surged forward, and the demon soldiers retreated step by step. Qi Yin climbed to his feet, took a communication jade slip from his bosom, and crushed it. The jade slip turned into a beam of light, flying toward the central region. He said, my lord, the demon realm cannot hold. At the demon beast realm entrance, Dongwang guarded with 3 beast soldiers, with the sacred mountain of the beast realm behind him. The sky was blue and the clouds low, but in the distance black mist was closing in. Void General Liekong walked at the front, tall and thin like a bamboo pole, holding a Void sword. His speed was like lightning. Before Dongwang could see clearly, the sword was already at his face. Dongwang sidestepped, but a gash opened on his shoulder, blood gushing out. He gritted his teeth and punched at Liekong. Liekong vanished, reappeared behind him, and thrust his sword into his back. Dongwang screamed in agony and collapsed to the ground. The beast soldiers charged, but Liekong killed them one by one with his sword. Dongwang lay on the ground, took a communication jade slip from his bosom, and crushed it. He said, my lord, the beast realm cannot hold. At the Buddha realm entrance, the old monk guarded with 3 Buddha soldiers with a golden temple behind him. Buddhist light radiated, illuminating half the sky. Void General Inying stood at the front, short and fat like a black ball of flesh. Seeing the light, he frowned and said, this light is blinding. He waved his hand, and the 150,000 Void troops charged. The Buddhist light clashed with the power of Void, producing a sizzling sound like fire on ice. The old monk sat cross-legged in the air, hands pressed together, chanting sutras. Golden Buddhist light surged from his body, forming a light barrier that covered the Buddha realm entrance. The Void army crashed into the barrier. The black mist was dissolved by the Buddhist light, accompanied by screams. But the barrier also trembled. With each collision, the old monk's face grew paler. He gritted his teeth, his chanting growing more urgent. Inying walked up to the barrier and punched it. A crack appeared. Blood trickled from the corner of the old monk's mouth, but he did not stop chanting. Inying's second punch widened the crack. The third punch shattered the barrier. The old monk fell from the air, spitting a mouthful of blood. The Buddha soldiers charged forward, only to be overwhelmed by the Void army. At the Alliance camp, Lin Feng stood before the map, Luo Qingxue beside him, and Luo Chen at the door. 3 beams of light flew from different directions, landing in Lin Feng's hand. He crushed the first. Qi Yan's voice came out. My lord, the demon realm cannot hold. He crushed the second. Dongwang's voice came. My lord, the beast realm cannot hold. He crushed the third. The old monk's voice came. Layman Lin, the Buddha realm cannot hold. Luo Qingxue said, attacking from 3 directions simultaneously. The Void Lord is forcing you to choose one. Lin Feng said, I know. Luo Chen said, brother, which one will you choose? Lin Feng said, the beast realm. Dong Wang is the most wounded and the beast soldiers have suffered the most casualties. Luo Qingxue said, I'll go to the demon realm. Lin Feng looked at her and said alone. Luo Qingxue said, ice element counters the power of void. I can hold them. Lin Feng said alright. Luo Chen said, brother, I'll go to the Buddha realm. Lin Feng said, you stay and guard the central region. The Void Lord may come personally. Luo Chen gritted his teeth and said yes. 3 golden talismans appeared in Lin Feng's palm. He handed one to Luo Qingxue and kept 2 for himself. Luo Qingxue took the talisman and fused it with spiritual energy, and it burned, transforming into a portal of light. She stepped through and the portal vanished. Lin Feng activated his talisman and a portal appeared. He stepped through, darkness enveloped him, and when he opened his eyes he was already at the entrance to the beast realm. The ground was covered in blood with beast soldier corpses piled like mountains. Dong Wang lay on the ground, blood still oozing from the wound on his back. Lin Feng stood before him, raising his void sword above his head, ready to strike. Lin Feng drew his sword, the golden scale sword, and a flash of gold light appeared. Lin Feng's sword was severed, and he was knocked back. Lin Feng turned, saw Lin Feng, and his expression changed. He said, Lin Feng, how did you get here? Lin Feng said, to kill you. He thrust his sword forward. The entrance to the demon realm, the ground stained with blood. The bodies of demon soldiers piled into mountains, the black void force still corroding the wounds, wisps of black smoke rising. Eastern Emperor lay prone on the ground, the wound on his back, so deep that bone was visible, his spine exposed. He gritted his teeth, refusing to let himself faint. Lin Feng stood before him, the void sword raised overhead, dark crimson light flowing along the blade. Lin Feng's sword arrived. The golden scale sword unsheathed, a flash of golden light striking Lin Feng's blade. Clang! Lin Feng's void sword shattered into 2 pieces, one half flying away and embedding in the ground before dissolving into black mist. Lin Feng was sent staggering back 5 steps, his tiger's jaw cracked open, black blood dripping down. He turned and saw Lin Feng, his expression shifting. Lin Feng, aren't you supposed to be in Zhongzhou? Lin Feng said, to kill you. Lin Feng bared his teeth and tossed aside the broken sword, drawing a second void sword from his waist. This sword was shorter, but the light on its blade was darker, like a solidified black hole. He said, do you think killing me will save the demon realm? My master has already gone to Zhongzhou personally. You won't make it back in time. Lin Feng said nothing. 4 swords simultaneously unsheathed, hovering behind him. The ultimate heaven-earth sword intent fully activated, 4-colored sword light, exploding in the darkness, illuminating the entire battlefield. The demon soldiers lay prostrate on the ground, gazing up at the 4 streaks of sword light, their eyes regaining hope. Lin Feng charged forward. His speed was like lightning, the short sword thrusting toward Lin Feng's throat. Lin Feng sidestepped the Qingfeng sword, slashing toward Lin Feng's wrist. Lin Feng withdrew his hand, switching the short sword to his left, thrusting toward Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng did not retreat, the Tianshuang's sword raised to block, sparks flying as blade met blade. Lin Feng was sent retreating. Lin Feng stood motionless. Lin Feng said, your sword is faster than the intelligence suggested. Lin Feng said, your sword is slower than I imagined. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, sheathing the short sword, his hands coming together. Black mist poured from his body, more and more growing denser. The mist coalesced into a massive black palm, with 5 fingers, each finger shaped like a sword. Lin Feng said, this move was originally reserved for the master's enemies. Have a taste first. The black palm crashed down its wind, carrying the aura of destruction. The demon soldier corpses on the ground were blown away, rocks scattering. Lin Feng did not retreat. 4 swords struck together, 4-colored sword light weaving into a net, slashing at the black palm. Boom. The black palm cracked open 5 gashes. Lin Feng let out a miserable scream, blood flowing from all 7 orifices. The black palm was condensed from his life-bound void force. When the palm was injured, so was he. He knelt on the ground, looking up at Lin Feng, and said, your sword. Lin Feng walked forward, the golden scale sword pressing against Lin Feng's throat. He said, your master will soon come down to keep you company. 1 thrust pierced through Lin Feng's throat. His body exploded, shattering into countless black fragments that dissipated into the darkness. Sign in. Special check-in location triggered. Demon Realm entrance battlefield. Check-in. Demon Realm entrance battlefield special check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Void Crystal. 10 can be used to enhance immortal swords, increase sword essence purity. 10 black crystals appeared in Lin Feng's palm. The crystals were heavy, cold to the touch, chaotic force flowing within. Lin Feng stored them in his spatial bag and walked to Eastern Emperor's side. Eastern Emperor lay prone, blood still seeping from the wound on his back. Lin Feng took a healing pill from his chest and stuffed it into Eastern Emperor's mouth. Eastern Emperor swallowed it, the wound beginning to heal, his complexion growing rosier. He said, thank you, my lord. Lin Feng said, can the demon realm still hold? Eastern Emperor said yes. As long as I still live. Lin Feng nodded and rose into the air. The entrance to the demon realm. Luo Qingxue stepped out from the portal, ice, sword in hand, cold air dripping from the blade. Qian lay on the ground, a sword wound on his chest, the bleeding stopped, but he remained unconscious. The fire demon had lost one arm, the ice demon had 3 broken ribs, half the demon soldiers were dead. The Void army continued surging forward, black mist blocking half the sky. Void General Xuanjia stood at the very front, holding a void sword, blood still dripping from the blade. He saw Luo Qingxue and sneered, "A woman. Did Lin Feng send a woman to die?" Luo Qingxue said nothing. The ice river sword heart rotated to its limit within her body, cold air pouring from her form, the surrounding air freezing solid. She slashed out the 6th move of ice river sword technique, Icebound World. Cold air exploded outward, transforming into an ice dragon that lunged at the Void army. Where the ice dragon passed, the black mist froze, solid red dots crystallized within the ice. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. The ice dragon froze over 30,000 void soldiers in one breath. The ice blocks glittered white in the darkness like countless ice sculptures. Xuanjia's expression changed. He said, your ice-type sword intent, how can it be this powerful?" Luo Qingxue gave no answer. The second slash came another ice dragon. This time the ice dragon lunged at Xuanjia. Xuanjia swung his sword to parry. The ice dragon collided with his blade, cold air exploding. Xuanjia's arm was frozen solid from fingers to elbow, all ice. He gritted his teeth, channeling void force, the ice cracking. But before he could break free, the third sword arrived. The ice dragon slammed into his chest, freezing him solid. Qian awoke. He saw Luo Qingxue standing in front, ice sword in hand, cold air radiating, behind her a field of ice sculptures. He rose and said, "Miss Luo, you." Luo Qingxue said, "Counterattack." Qian nodded, seized his flame blade, and charged forward with the demon soldiers. The void soldiers frozen in the ice were not yet dead, and the demon soldiers cut them down one by one. Xuanjia was frozen in the ice, unable to move. Qian shattered the ice with one strike, Xuanjia's body exploding into fragments that dissipated. The entrance to the Buddhist realm. The old monk sat cross-legged in the air, hands pressed together in prayer, chanting scriptures. Golden Buddhist light poured from his body, forming a barrier that covered the Buddhist realm entrance. But the barrier was covered in cracks like a spider's web. Every second more cracks appeared. The old monk's face was pale as paper, blood continuously dripping from the corner of his mouth. Void General Inning stood before the barrier, punching it again and again. His fists were not large, but each blow carried the power of destruction. The barrier trembled, cracks multiplying. Inning said, "Old monk, your barrier won't hold much longer." The old monk said nothing, his chanting growing more urgent. Inning's 7th punch fell, shattering the barrier. The old monk tumbled from the air, vomiting a large mouthful of blood. Inning walked forward, void sword raised overhead, preparing to strike. A sword light flew from the distance, striking Inning's blade. Clang! Inning was sent staggering back 3 steps. Luo Chen stepped out from the portal, long sword in hand, 5,000 alliance disciples behind him. He saw the old monk lying on the ground covered in blood, and said, "Master, I am late." The old monk said, "Not late." Luo Chen stood before the Buddhist realm entrance, long sword horizontal before him. He turned to the alliance disciples, and said, "Formation." 5,000 disciples simultaneously unsheathed their swords, sword chi interweaving into a net blocking the Buddhist realm entrance. The sword net collided with the Void army, a sizzling sound. The Void soldiers were blocked by the sword chi, unable to advance. But the sword net trembled too. With each impact, the alliance disciples' faces grew paler. Luo Chen said, "Hold. Reinforcements arrive soon." He looked at the old monk and said, "Master, can your Buddhist power purify void force?" The old monk said, "Yes. But my spiritual energy is depleted." Luo Chen took a bottle of spirit recovery pills from his chest and tossed them to the old monk. The old monk caught it, swallowed 3 pills, and his spiritual energy recovered somewhat. He sat cross-legged again, hands pressed together in prayer, chanting. Golden Buddhist light poured forth, once more shining upon the Void army. The black mist was dissolved by the Buddhist light, screams of agony rising. Zhongzhou. The sky was blue, the clouds white. Alliance battle flags flew on the city walls, golden banners embroidered with a battle character fluttering in the wind. The defending disciples stood on the city walls, swords in hand, watching the distant sky. In the distance, black mist was approaching. Not a small patch, but a vast expanse like a black ocean surging from the horizon. 50,000 void soldiers. At the very front was the Void Lord. He wore a black robe, void sword in hand, descending from the sky. The Void Lord hovered above Zhongzhou city, looking down at the alliance disciples on the walls. His eyes were black, the pupils holding no light. He said, "Lin Feng is not here. You cannot stop me." Luo Chen was not in Zhongzhou. Lin Feng was not in Zhongzhou. Luo Qingxue was not in Zhongzhou either. The city defender was an alliance deputy commander, early nascent Soul Realm, surname Zhou. He stood on the city wall, sword in hand, his hand trembling. He looked up at the Void Lord, his legs trembling too. But he did not retreat. He said, "Loose arrows." On the walls, over 1,000 spirit crossbows fired simultaneously. Arrows imbued with spiritual energy rained down like a storm toward the Void Lord. The Void Lord did not move. Arrows reaching him were blocked by void force, crumbling to dust. He slashed down once, sword chi cleaving the city wall. The wall cracked open, dozens of disciples sent flying, crashing to the ground, vomiting blood. Commander Zhou said, "Fire again." The second wave of arrows released blocked once more by void force. The Void Lord's second sword fell, the formation patterns on the wall shattering. His third sword fell, the wall splitting apart. Commander Zhou took a transmission jade slip from his chest and crushed it. He said, "Alliance leader Zhongzhou in crisis." Demon Realm. Lin Feng was preparing to leave when the transmission jade slip in his chest shattered. Commander Zhou's voice came through, "Alliance leader Zhongzhou in crisis." Lin Feng stopped, looking up at the sky. In the direction of Zhongzhou, black clouds were gathering. He said, "The Void Lord." Eastern Emperor rose and said, "My lord, go to Zhongzhou. I will hold the Demon Realm." Lin Feng nodded and rose into the air. The walls of Zhongzhou city had cracked in 3 places. The largest breach was nearly a zhang-wide, rubble piled at the city's base, dust rising high enough to blot out half the sky. The guards stationed atop the walls lay prone, some already dead, others still gasping for breath. Blood streamed down the ramparts, staining the bluestone slabs a deep crimson. Commander Zhou stood upon the wall, a gash carved open along his left arm, blood welling from between his fingers. In his right hand, he gripped his sword, the tip pointed at the Lord of Void hovering above. His hands trembled, his legs shook, yet he did not yield. Fewer than 1,000 disciples remained behind him, each gripping their sword, each fixed in gaze upon that dark silhouette in the heavens. The Lord of Void looked down upon the wall, his black eyes devoid of any light. "Lin Feng is not here," he said. "You cannot stop me. Step aside, and I will spare your lives. I seek the primordial source of the myriad heavenly realms, not your lives." Commander Zhou replied, "Our alliance leader commanded that should Zhongzhou fall, we answer with our heads. Step aside, and we die anyway. Better to fall here." The Lord of Void said, "Then die." He brought his sword down. Black sword energy slashed through the heavens like jagged lightning, bearing down upon the city wall. This single strike carried more power than the previous 3 combined. If it struck the wall, the entire section would collapse. A golden blade light came speeding from afar and collided with the black sword energy. With a thunderous boom, the black sword energy exploded apart, and the golden rays scattered as well. Lin Feng stepped through the void, 4 swords suspended behind his back, Xiao, by perched upon his shoulder. Blood from the demon realm stained his clothes, not his own, but Lai Kong's. The Lord of Void turned to regard him. "You have returned." Lin Feng said, "I have." "And Lai Kong of the demon realm?" "Dead," said Lin Feng. "And Xuanjia of the demon realm?" A streak of white light descended from the north as Luo Qingxue arrived, riding the void, ice, sword in hand, cold energy radiating outward. "Also dead," she said. "And the shadow of the Buddhist realm?" A flash of sword light came from the west, and Luo Shun rode through the void, 5,000 alliance disciples in his wake. "He escaped," he reported. But the Buddhist realm held its ground. The Lord of Void gazed upon the 3 of them. "The 3 of you cannot defeat me." Lin Feng said, "Then let us try." The Lord of Void struck down with his sword. This time he unleashed the very essence of his void power. The black sword energy thickened threefold, descending from the heavens like a colossal black dragon. Lin Feng did not retreat. All 4 swords flew forth at once. His ultimate heavenly sword intent erupted in full brilliance, 4 colored sword lights interweaving into a great net that crashed upon the black dragon's head. Luo Qingxue struck from the left, her Ice River sword technique, 7th form. Ice River shatters the void. Cold energy coalesced into an ice dragon that collided with the black dragon's neck. Luo Chun struck from the right, wielding the 7th layer of 10,000 swords returned to origin. 50,000 sword shadows shooting toward the black dragon's body. All 3 assaults struck the black dragon simultaneously. With a deafening roar, the black dragon exploded. Shards rained across the earth, burning crater after crater into the ground. The Lord of Void was driven back 3 steps. Lin Feng retreated 5. Luo Qingxue staggered back 10. Luo Chun fell to the ground outright. He struggled to his feet, a thin trickle of blood seeping from his lips. "This monster is truly difficult to fight," he panted. Luo Qingxue's face had turned ashen. The Ice River sword heart had drained her far too thoroughly. Blood also traced the corner of Lin Feng's mouth, but he did not wipe it away. The Lord of Void said, "The 3 of you withstood my first strike. Can you withstand a second?" His second sword fell. This time the black sword energy split into 3 separate dragons. 3 black dragons descended from 3 different directions. Lin Feng positioned himself in front of Luo Qingxue, and Luo Chun unleashing all 4 swords at once. 4 colored sword rays wove an even greater net enveloping the 3 black dragons. When the black dragons struck the net, Lin Feng's body convulsed violently, and more blood spilled from his mouth. Yet he did not yield, and the net did not shatter. The black dragons thrashed several times before dissolving into nothingness. The Lord of Void's expression shifted. "Your sword intent has grown even stronger." Lin Feng replied, "Your sword remains as sluggish as ever." Gritting his teeth, the Lord of Void drove the void sword into the ground before him and pressed his palms together. Black mist surged from his body, thickening and denser with each passing moment. The mist spread outward in all directions, engulfing the entire city of Zhongzhou. Citizens within the city began collapsing. The Alliance disciples felt their spiritual energy draining away at an alarming rate. He is devouring our spiritual energy. Luo Qingxue cried. Brother, what do we do? Luo Chen asked. Lin Feng said nothing. He was studying the Lord of Void's domain. The domain was pitch black, devoid of light, devoid of sound, filled only with utter nothingness. Within this domain the Lord of Void was God. A special sign-in location had been triggered. Zhongzhou City, within the Void domain. Sign-in confirmed. Special sign-in at Zhongzhou City successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained City Defense Formation Enhancement 1 capable of resisting Void domain erosion for the duration of 1 incense stick. A golden sphere of light merged into Lin Feng's forehead. He reached out and pressed his palm against the ground. Golden radiance poured from his palm, spreading outward in every direction, forming a luminous golden barrier that encased the entire city of Zhongzhou, keeping the black mist at bay. The Alliance disciples' spiritual energy ceased its rapid drain, and the fallen citizens stirred back to consciousness. The Lord of Void said, You still have hidden trump cards. Lin Feng replied, You have not yet seen all of them. He rose to his feet, 4 swords suspended behind his back, their tips aimed directly at the Lord of Void. His ultimate heavenly sword intent was pushed to its absolute limit, the 4 colored sword lights growing ever brighter, resembling 4 blazing suns. Xiaobai leaped from his shoulder to the ground below, tilted his head upward toward the sky, opened his mouth, and spat forth a white pearl. The pearl hovered in midair, radiating and dazzling white brilliance. The white radiance merged with the 4-colored sword light, illuminating the entire expanse of sky. The golden sword light slashed against the domain of Void, and the black mist dissolved like snow meeting the sun. The crack in the domain widened further, sunlight streaming through the breach to fall upon the Lord of Void. His face appeared even paler beneath the sunlight, ashen white, his lips purple as congealed blood. The Lord of Void lowered his gaze to the lacerated wound upon his chest. This wound was not inflicted by Lin Feng's blade. It was the backlash from his shattered domain. The domain was the crystallization of his primordial power. When the domain suffered injury, so too did he. Black blood seeped from the wound, dripping to the ground, and corroding holes with each drop. He said, Impossible. How could a mere sword god of the early stage possibly breach my domain? Lin Feng stood upon the city wall, 4 swords suspended behind him, their tips aimed at the Lord of Void. His garments were soaked through with blood, and fissures marred his skin, crimson, flowing from each crack. Yet his hands remained steady, his blades unwavering. Xiaobai crouched upon his shoulder, golden eyes fixed intently on the Lord of Void, its tail rigid as a drawn bow. Lin Feng declared, Your domain was forged from the power of Void. My sword intent exists specifically to counter the forces of nothingness. The Lord of Void said, You have burned your essence blood. Your cultivation will regress. Lin Feng said, Regression be damned. I'll end you first. The Lord of Void clenched his teeth, raised his sword of void, preparing to strike again. However, his blade halted midway through the air. His entire being trembled, hands shaking uncontrollably. The domain's backlash proved far more devastating than anticipated. His primordial essence was wounded, his battle prowess diminished by a full third. Continuing the battle risked his very survival. The Lord of Void sheathed his blade, saying, Lin Feng, I refuse to engage today. It's not that I cannot defeat you. My wounds remain unhealed. When my injuries have healed, I shall return to claim your life. He turned and ascended into the void, his dark robes billowing like an immense bat against the wind. The army of Void retreated alongside him, black mist receding like an ebbing tide. Crimson points of light faded into the distance. Within mere moments, 50,000 Void soldiers vanished into the direction of chaos. The ground lay strewn with ice sculptures and black fragments alongside the fallen bodies of Alliance disciples. Lin Feng stood upon the city wall, watching the Lord of Void's departing silhouette. His vision blurred as the aftereffects of burning his essence blood took hold. His body felt hollow, legs and hands trembling uncontrollably. The 4 swords plummeted from the sky, embedding themselves into the city wall, their radiant light fading. Xiaobai leapt from his shoulder, rubbing against his face and emitting an urgent, distressed cry. Lin Feng said, I'm fine. He stumbled forward 2 steps before his legs gave way, collapsing to the ground. Luo Qingxue rushed to his side. She reached for his pulse. It was faint, barely perceptible, as if on the verge of stopping. His skin had turned cold, his lips bloodless. She gathered him in her arms, crying out, Lin Feng. Lin Feng lay unresponsive, her tears falling onto his face. Luo Chun hurried over, his voice breaking, Sister Luo, brother, She cut him off, he's still alive. Find medicine. Quickly. Luo Chun sprinted away, shouting desperately for military doctors. Luo Qingxue carried Lin Feng into the city, laying him gently on and in bed. Blood saturated his clothing, staining the bedsheets crimson. She carefully cut away his garments with scissors, revealing his bare chest. No external wounds marked his torso, yet dark veins pulsed beneath his skin, spreading insidiously. These were the sequelae of burning his essence blood, his life force draining away. The military doctor arrived, a gray-haired elder at the early stage of Sword Emperor. He placed his fingers upon Lin Feng's pulse, meditating for a long while before opening his eyes, his expression grave. He said, the Alliance leader burned far too much of his essence blood. Essence blood represents a cultivator's very foundation. Burning too much destroys cultivation and shortens one's lifespan. Luo Qingsno asked, can you treat him? The doctor replied, yes, but a specific medicine is required, the 9-turn soul-reviving pill. This elixir exists only in the depths of chaos. We have none here. Luo Chen asked, the depths of chaos. The lair of the Lord of Void. The doctor confirmed yes. A white elixir materialized within Lin Feng's storage pouch. Lin Feng lay unconscious, unaware. Luo Qingsno searched his storage pouch for healing medicines and discovered the white elixir. She retrieved it and handed it to the doctor, saying, examine this. The doctor accepted it, inhaling its fragrance. His eyes brightened. He said, this is the 9-turn soul-reviving pill. How does the Alliance leader possess such a treasure? Luo Qingsno replied, he always finds a way. The doctor administered the pill into Lin Feng's mouth. Upon entering his abdomen, color returned to Lin Feng's cheeks, and the dark veins beneath his skin began to fade. The doctor said, one pill alone is insufficient. Continuous consumption for 7 days is required. 1 pill each day. Luo Qingsno asked, does he have more? She continued searching the storage pouch, but found only this single pill. Luo Qingsno secured the pill carefully, saying, I shall journey to the depths of chaos to find more. Luo Chun protested, Sister Luo, the depths of chaos belong to the Lord of Void. Your journey is far too perilous. Luo Qingsno declared, he burned his essence blood for Zhongzhou. I cannot stand by and watch him die. She rose, her ice sword materializing in hand. Lin Feng lay upon the bed unconscious, his hand dangling at the bedside. Xiaobai perched on his pillow, golden eyes gazing at Luo Qingsno. It let out a soft cry. Luo Qingsno said, stay. Guard him. Xiaobai nodded. She stepped out of the inn and ascended into the void, flying toward the direction of chaos. The wind whipped her garments as she flew, the cold energy of her ice sword leaving a white trail across the air. In the distance, the depths of chaos lay shrouded in shadow. The Lord of Void sat upon his throne, dark robes cascading to the floor. The wound on his chest still ached. Black blood had clotted, yet golden light flickered at the wound's edges. That was the lingering force of Lin Feng's ultimate heavenly sword intent, proving difficult to dispel. He murmured, Lin Feng, your sword intent indeed wounded me. But you burned your essence blood. Your days are numbered. When you perish, all worlds shall be mine. He closed his eyes and began to meditate, recovering from his injuries. Black mist surged from the depths of chaos, enveloping his body. Within those churning clouds, countless crimson lights danced, the tortured souls of devoured realms. In Zhongzhou City, Lin Feng lay unconscious for 3 endless days and nights. Luo Qingsno had ventured into the depths of chaos and had not returned. Luo Chen stood guard at the door, never straying far. Xiaobai perched on Lin Feng's pillow, refusing food or water, never sleeping. On the 3rd night, Lin Feng's eyelids fluttered. He opened his eyes, his vision swimming. He saw Xiaobai's golden eyes and Luo Chen's exhausted face, but Luo Qingsno was nowhere to be seen. He asked, where is she? Luo Chen exclaimed, brother, you're awake. Sister Luo went to the depths of chaos to find medicine. She hasn't returned yet. Lin Feng struggled to sit up. His body was weak. His sword energy depleted to merely 30%, his essence blood not yet recovered. He closed his eyes and extended his divine sense. In the depths of chaos, a faint aura moved. That was Luo Qingsno. She was alive. Yet beside her aura flickered another presence, black and formidable. The Lord of Void. In the depths of chaos there was no light. The black void stretched endlessly, devoid even of stars. Lin Feng walked through the void, 4 swords hovering behind him, their blades dim. His body had not yet recovered, his vital essence was only restored to 20%, his sword essence less than half. But he could not wait. Luo Qingxue was in the depths of chaos, discovered by the Void Lord. Xiaobai crouched on his shoulder, golden eyes fixed ahead. Its nose twitched, catching Luo Qingxue's scent, and also the scent of the Void Lord. Xiaobai let out an urgent meow. Lin Feng said, I know. She's over there. He quickened his pace. After flying for about half an hour, black mist appeared ahead. Within the mist, red specks of light flickered, void soldiers. Hundreds of void soldiers formed a circle, at the center of which stood a black cage. The cage was condensed from void power like a clot of solidified darkness. Luo Qingxue knelt inside, her ice sword thrust into the ground, her hand gripping the hilt. Her face was pale, her lips drained of color. Her spiritual energy was rapidly depleting, and the chill of the ice sword grew fainter. The Void Lord stood beside the cage, his black robe trailing to the ground. He looked at Luo Qingxue and said, your ice sword intent is not bad. Once your spiritual energy is exhausted, your ice river sword heart will be mine. Luo Qingxue remained silent. Her hands trembled, but her eyes were bright. Lin Feng drew his sword. The golden scale sword left its sheath a flash of gold and struck the nearest void soldier. The black mist exploded and the red light extinguished. He charged into the midst of the void soldiers, 4 swords unleashed simultaneously, each strike claiming a void soldier. Golden sword light, azure sword light, white sword light, black sword light. 4 colors burst in the darkness like fireworks. The Void Lord turned and saw Lin Feng. His expression changed. How did you come? You burned your vital essence. You should be lying in bed, unable to move. Lin Feng said 3 days of rest is enough. He struck at the Void Lord with his sword. The Void Lord parried. The two blades clashed with a thunderous roar, and both retreated 3 steps. The Void Lord's tiger's mouth split open, black blood dripping down. Blood trickled from the corner of Lin Feng's mouth as well, but he did not retreat. He stood before the cage blocking Luo Qingxue from the Void Lord. Luo Qingxue inside the cage looked at him, her eyes reddening. She said, Lin Feng, you shouldn't have come. Your injuries aren't healed. Lin Feng said, your injuries aren't healed either. Luo Qingxue said, I'm fine. Lin Feng said, your face is as white as paper, and you call that fine. Luo Qingxue fell silent. The Void Lord said, neither of you will escape. He struck at the cage, not to shatter it, but to strike at Luo Qingxue inside. A black sword chi passed through the gaps in the bars aimed at Luo Qingxue's chest. Lin Feng shielded her, taking the blow directly. The sword chi struck his chest, tearing his clothes, leaving a bloody gash. He grunted, but did not move. Luo Qingxue cried, Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, shut up. He turned to look at the cage. The cage was condensed from void power, black mist swirling over the bars. He reached out and grabbed 2 bars, channeling his sword essence. The bars trembled, but did not break. Void power suppressed ordinary spiritual energy. Even his sword essence was restrained. Special check-in location triggered depths of chaos before the void prison. Check-in now. Check-in. Special check-in in the depths of chaos successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Void Prison Break Technique 1 passive increases resistance to confinement type skills by 30. A black orb of light merged into Lin Feng's brow. His eyes brightened, and the sword essence on his fingers changed, now bearing black patterns. The patterns of void power. The system's break technique allowed him to simulate void power. He reached out again, grabbing the bars and channeled his sword essence. This time the bars began to melt like ice meeting fire. The Void Lord's face turned drastically. How? How can you break my prison? Lin Feng said, your prison uses void power. My sword essence can now simulate void power as well. He pulled hard, and the bars snapped. A gap opened in the cage, and Luo Qingxue crawled out. She stood up, ice sword in hand. Her spiritual energy had been drained too much. The chill of the ice sword was very faint. But she gritted her teeth and stood beside Lin Feng. She said, we'll fight together. Lin Feng said, you step back. Luo Qingxue said, I won't. The Void Lord said, both of you will die. He swung his sword down. The black sword chi transformed into a giant dragon lunging at the two. Lin Feng did not retreat. He unleashed all 4 swords. The ultimate all-heaven sword intent was activated at full power, weaving a net of 4-colored sword light to block the black dragon. Luo Qingxue struck from the side using the 7th form of the Ice River sword art. Ice River shatters the void. The chill coalesced into an ice dragon, crashing into the black dragon's neck. The 2 dragons entwined, tearing at each other. Lin Feng burned the remainder of his vital essence. His skin began to crack again, blood seeping out. But he did not stop. The light on his 4 swords grew brighter. He thrust one sword toward the Void Lord's chest. The Void Lord could not dodge. The sword pierced his shoulder. Black blood spurted out. He screamed and retreated. Luo Qingxue's ice dragon had shattered the black dragon. The ice dragon did not stop. It slammed into the Void Lord. The chill exploded, freezing half of the Void Lord's body. He struggled, and the ice cracked. But Lin Feng's 2nd sword arrived, stabbing into his thigh. The Void Lord collapsed to his knees, covered in blood. Lin Feng said, let's go. He grabbed Luo Qingxue and soared into the void. They flew out of the chaos. Behind them, the Void Lord tried to stand and give chase, but the wound on his leg was too deep. He could not catch up. He watched Lin Feng's retreating figure and said, Lin Feng, just you wait. Once my wounds heal, I will kill you. Lin Feng did not look back. He led Luo Qingxue out of the chaos and back to the myriad realms. Sunlight fell upon them, warm and comforting. His body began to grow cold. He had burned too much of his vital essence, leaving only a 10th of his sword essence. Luo Qingxue supported him. Hold on, she said. Lin Feng replied, I won't die. The 2 landed on the city wall of Zhongzhou. Luo Chun rushed over and saw Lin Feng covered in blood and Luo Qingxue pallet. Brother, senior sister Luo Yu. Lin Feng said, it's fine. The Void Lord has retreated. Luo Chun said, brother, your injuries. Lin Feng said, a few days of rest, and I'll be fine. He walked into the inn and lay down on the bed. Xiao Bai curled up on his pillow, licking the blood from his face. Luo Qingxue sat by the bedside, tending to his wounds. Her hands trembled, but her movements were gentle. She said, you burned your vital essence again. Lin Feng said, Luo Qingxue said, your cultivation will drop. Lin Feng said, let it drop. As long as you live, that's what matters. Luo Qingxue's tears fell. She said, Lin Feng, don't die. Lin Feng said, I won't die. Lin Feng lay on the bed, his entire body trembling. It was not from cold, but from the sword intense warring within him. 4 sword intense. The ferocity of the demon sword, the wildness of the monster sword, the gentleness of the Buddha sword, and the righteousness of the immortal sword. slithered through his meridians like four venomous snakes tearing at each other. Beneath his skin 4 colors of light flowed, azure, black, gold, and white, flashing in alternation. With each pulse his body convulsed. Luo Qingxue sat beside the bed, her hand pressed against his chest. Her ice river sword heart was active, sending frigid energy from her palm into his body to help suppress the rampaging sword intense. Wherever the cold energy spread, the violent sword intense temporarily stilled, only to surge back moments later. Her face grew increasingly pale. The ice river sword heart was exacting a tremendous toll. The army physician stood at the doorway, too hesitant to enter. He said, "Miss Luo, Lord Alliance leader Lin's sword intent backlash stems from the 4 sword intents clashing with one another. Forceful suppression alone will not solve this. A balance point must be found." Luo Qingxue asked, "How do we find it?" The physician shook his head. "I do not know. I have practiced medicine for centuries and never encountered such a condition." Luo Qin stood in the corridor, pacing back and forth. He gripped his sword so tightly his knuckles turned white. He said, "For 3 years senior brother has burned his essence blood to save us. This time he can no longer contain the sword intents." The physician replied, "Burning essence blood is the root cause. Essence blood is the foundation of a cultivator. When the foundation weakens, the sword intent turns against its master, like rotten roots causing branches to grow wildly." Luo Qingxue's hands trembled, yet she did not let go. The cold energy continued flowing steadily. Lin Feng's sword intents were temporarily subdued. His body ceased trembling and the light beneath his skin dimmed. He opened his eyes and saw Luo Qingxue's pallid face. He said, "Enough." Luo Qingxue replied, "Not nearly enough." Lin Feng warned, "If you keep channeling this cold energy, your ice river sword heart will shatter." "Let it shatter," she said. Lin Feng grasped her hand and pulled it away from his chest. "I said enough," he stated firmly. Luo Qingxue looked at him, her eyes reddening. Her hand grew cold and his grasp cold as ice. "Check-in." A special pill appeared in Lin Feng's palm. A sword intent stabilizer capable of suppressing the backlash for 3 days. The pill was small, no larger than a fingernail, yet 4 colors of light flowed across its surface, azure, black, gold, and white. Lin Feng swallowed it. As the pill settled in his stomach, a gentle warmth surged from his dantian, enveloping the chaotic sword intents. The 4 sword intents gradually quieted like restless children finally soothed. His body stopped trembling and the light beneath his skin vanished entirely. Luo Qingxue asked, "What kind of pill is this?" Lin Feng replied, "From the system. It will suppress the backlash for 3 days. Luo Qingxue asked, "And after 3 days?" Lin Feng said, "We will deal with that when the time comes." He sat up and leaned against the headboard. 4 swords were planted in the ground beside the bed, their blades dim. Xiaobai lay upon his lap, golden eyes half open and half closed. Lin Feng reached down and stroked the creature's head, saying, "Thank you for your trouble these past few days." Xiaobai let out a soft meow and nuzzled against his hand. Luo Qingxue asked, "What are your plans?" Lin Feng replied, "Something deep within the chaos is calling to me." Luo Qingxue paused and said, "Calling?" Lin Feng nodded. "Yes. I have felt it since my first entry into the chaos. It was faint yet persistent. During these past few days of backlash, the sensation became clearer." Luo Qingxue said, "It is the Lord of Nothingness drawing you in." Lin Feng replied, "Not him. It is something else, something far older than the Lord of Nothingness." Luo Qingxue asked, "How do you know?" Lin Feng said, "Because the Lord of Nothingness draws his power from that very thing." Luo Qingxue fell silent for a long while. She finally asked, "You intend to go?" Lin Feng said, "I must. The only way to find equilibrium among the 4 sword intents is to reach that source." "I will go with you," Luo Qingxue declared. Lin Feng refused. "No. Your ice river sword heart has already reached its limit. Pushing it further will shatter it. Even if it shatters, I can repair it," she insisted. Lin Feng said firmly, "You cannot. A shattered ice river sword heart means your cultivation is ruined." Luo Qingxue looked at him and said nothing. Lin Feng said, "After 3 days I will go alone. You remain in Zhongzhou and guard the alliance." Luo Qingxue asked, "What if you do not return?" "I will return," Lin Feng assured her. Luo Qin entered the room and said, "Senior brother, let me accompany you." Lin Feng replied, "You stay behind. Zhongzhou needs someone to defend it," Luo Qin protested. Lin Feng cut him off. "No debates." Over the 3 days, Lin Feng took the stabilizer pill each day, keeping the sword intent backlash at bay. He sat upon the city wall daily, gazing toward the chaos. Xiaobai perched on his shoulder, golden eyes fixed on the same distant direction. Luo Qingxue sat beside him in silence, simply keeping him company. On the 3rd night, Lin Feng rose. He had changed into black clothing, 4 swords hanging at his waist. Xiaobai perched upon his shoulder. Luo Qingxue stood before him, her ice sword drawn. 3 days, she said. Lin Feng nodded. 3 days. Luo Qingxue warned, "If you are not back within 3 days, I will come find you." Lin Feng replied, "Agreed." He ascended into the air, heading toward the chaos. Wind whipped his garments as the 4 swords at his waist hummed softly. Xiaobai settled on his shoulder, tail draped across his neck. Luo Qingxue stood upon the city wall, watching his figure grow smaller and smaller until it vanished into the darkness. Her fingers tightened around her ice sword's hilt until her knuckles turned white. Luochen stood beside her and said, "Senior sister, senior brother will return." Luo Qingxue replied, "I know." Her voice was calm, yet her eyes glistened. In the depths of chaos, there was no light, no sound, no direction. Lin Feng walked upon the void, four swords suspended behind his back, their blade light illuminating the surrounding 30 feet. Beyond those 30 feet lay endless darkness like a colossal maw awaiting the consumption of all things. Xiaobai perched upon his shoulder, golden eyes fixed ahead, tail rigid as a rod. It disliked this place, the white radiance upon its body flickering intermittently, as though resisting the encroachment of darkness. Lin Feng had flown for roughly 1 shurchen when a crack appeared before them. The rift was enormous, splitting from the apex to the abyss of the chaos, as if a blade had sundered the dark fabric of the void. Upon its edges flowed a dull crimson luminescence, blood-like in hue. From within the fissure blew a wind. Not warm, not cold, but void itself. It swept across his face as though some unseen force were piercing through his body, siphoning away a fraction of his spiritual energy. Lin Feng came to a halt before the rift and gazed inward. Its depths could not be fathomed. Only intertwined hues of crimson and obsidian swirled within. Xiaobai let out a shrill meow. "Let us enter," Lin Feng declared, then ascended into the rift. Within lay another world entirely. No darkness whatsoever, only that somber red luminescence suffused every contour. The radiance seeped from the rift's walls like blood welling from an open wound. The ground was littered with fragmented stones, all tinged crimson, crunching beneath each footfall. The air hung heavy with the stench of sulfur and a putrid odor reminiscent of long-decayed flesh. Lin Feng alighted upon the ground, 4 swords hovering behind him, their points directed skyward. He pressed onward, each step deliberate and measured. Xiaobai leapt from his shoulder, proceeding ahead with nose to the ground, sniffing intently. Before 100 paces had been covered, the creature halted, its white fur bristling, and emitted a low growl toward whatever lay ahead. It was not a cat's vocalization. It was the resonance of steel. From the darkness, 2 crimson eyes ignited, vast as lanterns suspended 30 feet aloft. Then came a second pair, a third, a fourth. 4 sets of eyes, 8 blazing lanterns, all fixed upon Lin Feng in the obsidian dark. From the shadows emerged a deep, rumbling roar, not from one beast, but from 4. Lin Feng drew his blade. The golden scale sword cleared its scabbard, unleashing a blast of golden radiance that shattered the surrounding gloom. 4 colossal beasts stood before him, each towering 30 feet, their bodies sheathed in obsidian scales, through which veins of crimson luminescence pulsed. Their heads resembled lions, their bodies bore the bulk of oxen, and their tails coiled like serpents tipped with bony spurs. Chaos behemoths. Mid-stage, sword deity realm. The leading beast gaped its maw, revealing a formidable row of serrated fangs. Mortal race, it rumbled, its voice like distant thunder. "This is the chaos forbidden zone. Trespassers shall perish." Lin Feng replied, "I seek something." The behemoth paused. "And what might that be?" "The source of void power." Its eyes narrowed. "That which you seek lies beyond your reach. Return." "I will not return," Lin Feng stated. The beast fell silent and longed. For all its immense size, its speed was terrifying, like a mountain collapsing upon him. Claws wreathed in black fire descended toward his head. Lin Feng did not retreat. 4 blades erupted in unison. The cyan edge aimed for its claws, the golden scale sought its head, the heaven frost descended upon its throat, and the heaven punishment slashed toward its abdomen. 4 streaks of swordlight struck the beast simultaneously. With a thunderous impact, it was driven back, 4 white marks etching its scales, yet no blood welled forth. Its defenses were formidable, ordinary strikes could not breach them. "Your blades lack sufficient edge," the beast sneered. Its tail lashed out, the bony spur at its tip aiming straight for Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng twisted aside, the spur grazing past him and parting his garment. He countered with a reverse swing strike upon its tail, channeling the ultimate myriad heaven's sword intent. 4-colored swordlight converging upon the blade. The tail was severed, black ichors spraying outward. The beast shrieked and recoiled. The remaining 3 immediately charged. Lin Feng held his ground, 4 swords flashing as the myriad swords returned to the origin. Technique reached its 8th layer. Hundreds of thousands of sword shadows materialized. The sword shadows rained upon the 3 beasts, scales flying, blood erupting. Though the barrage was relentless, each beast staggered backward under the assault, wounds multiplying across their hides. Seizing the opening, Lin Feng drove his blade straight into the lead beast's eye. The point entered the socket and emerged from the rear of its skull. The creature froze, then crashed down with a cataclysmic thud, sending shards of stone skittering across the ground. Its body began to glow, the crimson light intensifying until it detonated. Shrapnel flew in all directions, and a dark crystal soared free from the debris hovering midair. Lin Feng confirmed. The dark crystal dissolved into his brow. His frame shuddered as a new power infused his sword essence within, chaos power. Chaos power shared the same origin as void power, yet was far more primal and refined. Under its harmonizing influence, the discord between the 4 sword intents subsided somewhat. Lin Feng turned his gaze upon the three surviving beasts. Witnessing their comrades' destruction, they hesitated. With their leader slain, they dared not press the attack. Shall we continue? Lin Feng asked. The three beasts turned and fled, dissolving into the darkness. Lin Feng sheathed his swords and proceeded onward. Xiaobai hopped back onto his shoulder and meowed. Lin Feng stroked its head. Are you afraid? Xiaobai shook its head, though its tail remained taut. After roughly another shurchen, a light appeared ahead. It was not red light, but white, brilliant as the sun. Lin Feng quickened his pace and approached. Before him stood a door white and inscribed with ancient runes. These runes predated the scripts of all heavens and worlds. They were the primordial script from the dawn of chaos. Lin Feng could not read them, but the system could translate. The inscription on the door declared, "Source of chaos, beginning of void. None but the sword-bearer may enter." Behind the white light gate lay another world. No darkness, no red, only white. A white sky, a white earth, white light surging from every direction, warmly enveloping Lin Feng. There was no spiritual energy in the air, nor the power of nothingness. Only a force never before perceived, the primordial chaos origin. This power was primal, like the source of all strength. Spiritual energy had diverged from it, and so had the power of nothingness. Lin Feng stood upon the white ground, four swords suspended behind him, with Xiao Bai perched on his shoulder. He looked up at the sky. It was white with no visible ceiling. He looked down at the ground. It was white with no discernible bottom. There was no direction, no distance, only endless whiteness. Xiao Bai leaped from his shoulder and landed on the ground. It walked a few steps, stopped, tilted its head to look at the sky, and let out a meow. The sound echoed through the white space, carrying far. Lin Feng called out, "Is anyone there?" His voice reverberated for a long while before fading. No one answered. He spoke again. "I have come seeking the source of the void power." This time there was an answer. A voice came from the depths of white, ancient and slow, like wind passing through withered branches. "You have finally arrived." Lin Feng asked, "Who are you?" The voice replied, "I am the Chaos Guardian. Among the first beings born when chaos first opened. My duty is to guard the chaos source and await the arrival of the sword bearer." Lin Feng questioned, "The sword bearer?" The voice answered, "You. One who can merge four sword intents, shatter the void domain, and reach this place. That is the sword bearer." The white light began to coalesce, forming a human figure before Lin Feng. The figure grew increasingly distinct until an elderly man with white hair materialized. He wore a white long robe, his hair as white as snow, his beard cascading to his chest. His eyes were also white, devoid of light within the pupils, yet brilliantly bright. An ancient remnant soul. The Chaos Guardian. The elder gazed at Lin Feng and said, "Your sword intent is unstable. The four sword intents are in conflict." Lin Feng replied, "That is why I have come seeking a path to balance." The elder said, "The path to balance does not lie with me. It lies within your own heart." Lin Feng asked, "What do you mean?" The elder explained, "The ferocity of the demon sword is your hatred toward your enemies. The wildness of the demon beast sword is your yearning for freedom. The gentleness of the Buddha sword is your love for Luo Qingxue. The righteousness of the immortal sword is your devotion to the sword path. Four sword intents, four emotions. You cannot suppress them because you dare not face them." Lin Feng fell silent for a moment before asking, "How should I face them?" The elder said, "Acknowledge them. Hatred is hatred. There is no need for forgiveness. Yearning is yearning. There is no need for suppression. Love is love. There is no need for concealment. Devotion is devotion. There is no need to let it go." He extended his hand and traced a circle in the air. Within the circle appeared four colors: black, cyan, gold, and white. The four colors rotated within the circle, pursuing one another without colliding. The elder said, "This is balance. Not suppression, not destruction, but coexistence. Like the turning of four seasons, like the alternation of day and night. Hate when you hate, love when you love. There is no need to pretend." Lin Feng gazed at that circle for a long time. He closed his eyes. Under the elder's words, the four sword intents within his body gradually settled. Not the silence of suppression, but the tranquility of finding their proper places. The ferocity of the demon sword retreated to the left, the wildness of the demon beast sword to the right, the gentleness of the Buddha sword forward, and the righteousness of the immortal sword to the rear. The four forces ceased their conflict, circling the golden miniature sword at the center of his dantian, like four satellites. Lin Feng opened his eyes. His eyes had changed. For colors of light flickered alternately within his pupils before merging into a new hue. Neither cyan, nor black, nor gold, nor white, but a transparent radiance. Like crystal, like diamond, like sunlight passing through ice. The elder said, "You have found it." Lin Feng asked, "What is the source of the void power?" The elder replied, "When chaos first opened, two forces were born. One was light, the other darkness. Light became the chaos origin, and darkness became the void source. Light transformed into the myriad realms, while darkness was sealed within the depths of chaos. The one who sealed it was I." He pointed to his own chest. "With my life." Lin Feng asked, "Are you dead?" The elder replied, "Dead. What stands before you is merely a remnant soul. The true me has already become the seal, suppressing the void source for tens of thousands of years. Lin Feng asked, and the Lord of Void. The elder explained the Lord of Void is a wisp of breath that escaped from the Void source after the seal cracked. A single wisp cultivated to the late stage of sword deity realm. If the seal were to completely shatter, and the Void source itself escaped, all heavenly realms would be devoured within a single day. Lin Feng asked, how much longer can the seal hold? The elder replied, now that you have taken the Chaos Origin fragment, the seal will accelerate its collapse. At most 1 month. Check-in. A transparent crystal flew from the elder's hand and hovered before Lin Feng. The crystal was not large, no bigger than a fingernail, yet it contained terrifying compressed power. That was the primal force from the dawn of chaos, 10,000 times stronger than spiritual energy and 1,000 times stronger than the void power. Lin Feng reached out and grasped the crystal. It sank into his palm and merged into his body. His sword essence began to surge wildly, advancing directly from the early stage of sword deity realm to its peak. The 4 sword intents were completely stabilized. Under the harmony of the Chaos Origin, they no longer fought, but flowed together like 4 rivers converging into the sea. The elder said, you have taken the Chaos Origin fragment. You are now the new Chaos Guardian. Before the seal shatters, you must find a way to completely eradicate the void source. Lin Feng asked, what method? The elder replied, the Sword Lord of all heavens. Only by becoming the Sword Lord of all heavens can one sever the void source. Lin Feng asked, how does one become the Sword Lord of all heavens? The elder said, by collecting all sword path inheritances across the myriad realms. You already possess the Demon Beast Buddha and Immortal, 4 types. You still lack 4 more: Netherworld, Divine Realm, Wasteland, and Ancient Realm. When all 8 sword intents merge as one, you shall be the Sword Lord of all heavens. Lin Feng asked, where's the Netherworld? The elder replied, at the lowest level of all heavenly realms. Its entrance lies to the north of chaos. But you must hurry. The seal cannot hold beyond a month. Having spoken, the elder's body began to grow translucent. White light dispersed from his feet upward inch by inch. He said, my mission is complete. Lin Feng asked, what is your name? The elder smiled and replied, I have no name. Chaos Guardian is my name. His body completely dissipated, transforming into white specks of light that drifted through the white space. Lin Feng stood where he was, watching those light particles fade away. Xiaobai perched on his shoulder and let out a soft meow. Lin Feng turned and walked through the white light gate. Returning to the chaos rift, dark red light once again enveloped him. He stepped into the empty air and flew outward from the chaos. The command of the Void Lord spread through the depths of chaos. The 500,000 Void army marched simultaneously, black mist covering the sky like a moving black ocean. Of the 12 Void generals, 3 had fallen, leaving 9. Each commanded 50,000 troops advancing toward the Demon Realm, the Demon Beast Realm, the Buddhist Realm, and the Central Province. The Void Lord personally led 100,000 elite troops heading straight for the Central Province. His target was the origin core of the myriad realms. As long as he devoured the origin core, his power would return to its peak, and he could even break through the Sword God realm to reach half-step All-Heaven Sword Lord. At that time, even Lin Feng's ultimate All-Heaven Sword intent would not be able to harm him. At the Demon Realm entrance, Qi Yin stood before the entrance holding the flame blade in his hand. The flames on the blade were suppressed by the black mist, leaving only a small cluster. His severed arm had been reattached, but it had not fully healed. Every time he swung the blade, the pain was excruciating. Yan Mo stood to his left, Bing Mo to his right, and behind them were 50,000 demon soldiers. In the distance, black mist surged forward. 150,000 Void army troops, led by Void General He Tai, who was tall and covered in black armor scales. He Tai said, waste of the demon realm, you escaped last time. This time none of you will get away. Qi Yin said, try it. He struck with his blade. The flame blade swung out, and a fire dragon lunged at He Tai. He Tai shattered the fire dragon with a single sword strike, and the black sword Qi struck Qi Yan's chest. Qi Yin was sent flying, crashing to the ground and spitting a mouthful of blood. Yan Mo charged forward, but He Tai severed his other arm with one sword strike. Bing Mo charged forward, only to be sent flying by He Tai's palm. The 150,000 Void army surged forward, and the 50,000 demon soldiers retreated step by step, suffering heavy casualties. At the Demon Beast Realm entrance, Dong Huang stood before the entrance with Demon Beast soldiers arranged in a square formation behind him. His back was still injured, bandaged layer upon layer with blood seeping through the bandages. Void General Lai Kong was dead, replaced by a new general named Shuya. Shuya was small and thin, but extremely fast, like a black bolt of lightning. Shuya said, Demon Beast Emperor of the Demon Beast Realm, surrender. The master said that those who surrender will not be killed. Dong Huang said, the Demon Beast Realm has no emperor who surrenders. He punched forward. Shuya vanished and reappeared behind him, thrusting a sword into his lower back. Dong Huang screamed in agony and fell to his knees. Shuya said, if you don't surrender, you die. He swung his sword at Dong Huang's head. The Demon Beast soldiers rushed forward, shielding Dong Huang, but Shuya killed them one by one with a single sword stroke each. Dong Huang was captured and the demon beast realm's defense collapsed. At the Buddhist realm entrance, an old monk sat cross-legged before the entrance, hands pressed together chanting sutras. Golden Buddhist light surged from his body, forming a light barrier that covered the Buddhist realm entrance. The barrier was thicker than before, but also had more cracks. Void General Ning stood before the light barrier, punching it again and again. With each punch the barrier trembled, and the old monk's face grew paler. Ning said, "Old monk, your light barrier won't last much longer." The old monk did not speak, his chanting grew more urgent. And Ying's 10th punch tore a large crack in the barrier. The Void Army poured through the crack. The Buddhist soldiers charged forward only to be overwhelmed by the Void Army. The old monk stood up and walked to the crack. He turned to look back at the Buddhist realm behind him at the golden temple at the Bodhi tree. He said, "Amitabha." Suddenly the Buddhist light on his body flared up like a sun. His body was burning. His essence, blood, spiritual energy, soul, everything was burning. He sacrificed himself to the formation, and the Buddhist light transformed into a golden barrier that blocked the Void Army. Ning was blasted back by the Buddhist light, smoke rising from his body. He said, "Old monk, you've gone mad." The old monk did not answer. His body dissolved into golden specks of light, vanishing into the air. The Buddhist light barrier stood before the entrance, and the Void Army could not break through. Central Province. The Void Lord hovered above Central Province City, with 100,000 Void Army behind him. Black mist covered the entire sky, blocking the sun, turning day into night. On the city wall flew the Alliance battle flag with the character Zhan wore embroidered on the golden fabric, strikingly conspicuous against the black mist. Luo Chen stood on the wall holding a long sword with 20,000 Alliance disciples behind him. His hands were trembling, his legs were trembling, but he did not retreat. He said, "Big brother said the Central Province must not be lost." The Void Lord said, "You cannot stop me." He swung his sword down. The black sword chi struck the city wall, splitting it open, and hundreds of disciples were sent flying. Luo Chen gritted his teeth and charged forward with his disciples. 20,000 Alliance disciples against 100,000 Void Army. The disparity in numbers was too great, and the gap in combat power was also huge. A Void soldier could drain a disciple's spiritual energy with one sword strike and cripple him with 3. The Alliance disciples fell one after another, blood streaming down the city wall like a crimson waterfall. Luo Chen was covered in blood. His left arm slashed his right leg, stabbed his back, cut open. He couldn't stand steady, supporting himself with his sword. The Void Lord walked up to him and said, "Without Lin Feng, you are all ants." He swung his sword toward Luo Chen. A golden formation plate appeared in Lin Feng's storage pouch. He did not know because he was still traveling through chaos. At the edge of chaos, Lin Feng flew out from the white light gate with 4 swords floating behind him, and Xiao by crouching on his shoulder. He sensed intense spiritual energy fluctuations from the direction of the Central Province along with the aura of void power. He said, "The Void Lord has made his move early." Xiao Bai meowed, its voice urgent. Lin Feng activated his sword essence and flew at full speed toward the Central Province. His speed was twice as fast as before, and the fragments of chaos power and chaos origin made his sword essence purer and denser. But the Central Province was too far, he needed time. On the city wall of the Central Province, Luo Chen fell. The Void Lord's sword struck his chest, tearing his clothes apart, leaving a bloody wound on his chest. He crashed to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. The Void Lord raised his sword for the final strike. A white sword light flew from afar, striking the Void Lord's sword. With a clang, the Void Lord was forced back a step. Luo Qingxue strode through the air, ice, sword in hand, radiating icy cold. Her face was pale. The power of the Ice River Sword Heart had not yet recovered, but she had to come. Luo Qingxue said, "Your opponent is me." The Void Lord said, "You alone cannot defeat me." Luo Qingxue said, "Even if I cannot defeat you, I must fight." 3 fractures split the city walls of Zhongzhou. The largest gate was 1 zhang wide, with rubble piled at the foot of the wall, dust rising to blot out half the sky. The Alliance disciples sprawled along the ramparts, some already dead, others still gasping. Blood streamed down the walls, dyeing the bluestone slabs a deep crimson. Luo Qingxue stood upon the battlements, her ice sword held before her, cold mist dripping from its edge. Before her loomed the Lord of Nothingness, his black robes billowing in the wind, a dark red luminescence flowing across the blade of his sword of void. "Lin Feng is nearly here," Luo Qingxue said. "It will make no difference when he arrives," replied the Lord of Nothingness. "Last time he barely shattered my domain by burning his essence blood. This time it has not yet recovered." Luo Qingxue said nothing further. She gripped her ice sword with both hands and set the Ice River Sword Heart spinning to its utmost limit. Cold energy surged from her body, freezing the surrounding air until even the stones of the wall were sheathed in white frost. She slashed forward. A single stroke of the Ice River Sword Art's 6th form, frozen 10,000 miles. She poured the primal power of her Ice River Sword Heart into the blow, and the frost intensity more than doubled. The cold erupted, transforming into an ice dragon that charged toward the Void Army. Wherever it passed, black mist froze solid, and crimson lights became trapped within blocks of ice. In an instant, 30,000 void soldiers were encased, frozen in place like sculptures of ice. Even the Lord of Nothingness's body began to frost over the ice, creeping from his feet upward to his waist. The color drained from Luo Qingshue's face. The primal power of the Ice River Sword Heart had consumed too much. Her body trembled, and her sword shook with it. Yet she did not cease. She struck a second time, and another ice dragon soared forth. This time the ice dragon struck the Lord of Nothingness squarely in the chest. The cold detonated outward, freezing half his body from waist to shoulder in a lattice of ice. The Lord of Nothingness glanced down at the ice upon him. Your Ice River Sword Heart is indeed remarkable. Alas, you are simply too weak. He unleashed his void power, and the ice cracked and shattered to the ground. He stepped free of the fragments untouched. Despair flickered in Luo Qingshue's eyes, but she did not retreat. The Lord of Nothingness swung his sword at her. A black sword chi like a venomous serpent coiled toward her chest. Luo Qingxue raised her blade to intercept. The ice sword met the dark energy with a sharp clash, and a fracture appeared upon the blade. A second stroke from the Lord of Nothingness, another crack. A third, and the ice sword shattered. Fragments scattered in all directions. Luo Qingxue was thrown backward, stumbling to the ground, a thin line of blood tracing from her lips. The Ice River Sword Heart lay in ruins. Her spiritual power drained away rapidly, her body feeling as though hollowed out. The Lord of Nothingness strode forward, the tip of his sword pressing against Luo Qingshue's throat. Should I kill Lin Feng's woman? He mused. He would go mad, wouldn't he? Luo Qingxue replied. He would not go mad. He would kill you. The Lord of Nothingness smiled. He cannot kill me. He drove his sword downward. At that moment, Luo Chun charged in from the side and threw himself in front of Luo Qingsue. The Lord of Nothingness's blade pierced Luo Chen's chest and emerged from his back. Blood sprayed, splattering across Luo Qingshue's face. Luo Chen looked down at the sword in his chest as blood welled in his mouth. Senior Sister Luo. I blocked him. The Lord of Nothingness withdrew his blade. Luo Chun fell to the ground, a gaping wound in his chest, blood welling and spilling. His eyes half opened, half closed, his lips moved, but no sound came. Luo Qingsue crawled forward and cradled Luo Chun. Luo Chun. Luo Chun. His fingers twitched once, then went still. Tears fell from Luo Qingshue's eyes onto his face. Next it is you, said the Lord of Nothingness, raising his sword. A golden sword light streaked from the distance and struck against his blade. With a ringing clang, the sword of void was deflected, and the Lord of Nothingness retreated 3 steps. Lin Feng descended through the air, 4 swords hovering behind him, their radiance piercing. Dust from the chaos rift still clung to his clothes, exhaustion etched upon his face, yet his eyes burned bright, as though 2 newly drawn blades. Xiaobai perched upon his shoulder, golden eyes fixed upon the Lord of Nothingness, tail rigid. Try moving against her, Lin Feng said. The Lord of Nothingness sneered. You have returned. Too late, unfortunately. Your brother lies dying, and your woman's sword is shattered. Lin Feng said nothing. All 4 swords left their scabbards at once. The ultimate heavens sword intent blazed to full power, 4 colors of sword light exploding through the darkness and illuminating the entirety of Zhongzhou City. The Lord of Nothingness's expression shifted slightly. Your sword intent has grown stronger again. I found balance in the depths of the chaos, Lin Feng replied. He struck forward, and the 4-colored sword lights merged into a single colossal golden blade, slashing toward the Lord of Nothingness. The Lord of Nothingness raised his sword to parry. The golden light struck his blade, and a crack split the sword of void. He was sent flying, crashing to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He rose to his feet and gazed down at the sword in his hand, the fracture running from hilt to tip. Your blade can now wound mine, he said. Next time, Lin Feng replied, it will take yours. Gritting his teeth, the Lord of Nothingness commanded, retreat. He turned and ascended into the sky. The Void Army followed, their black mist receding like an ebbing tide. The dark clouds above Zhongzhou City dispersed, and sunlight poured down once more. Lin Feng sheathed his swords and landed upon the ramparts. Luo Qingsue held Luo Chen drenched in blood. Lin Feng approached and knelt. Luo Chen lay upon the ground, a bloody wound in his chest, having lost much blood. His face was pale as paper, his eyes closed, his breathing faint, as though it might cease at any moment. Lin Feng reached out and felt his pulse. Faint yet still beating. He lives, he said. My Ice River Sword Heart is shattered, Luo Qingsue replied. I cannot save him. Lin Feng drew a pill from his robe, a supreme healing elixir granted by his system. He pried Luo Chen's mouth open and placed the pill within. As it entered his body, the wound on Luo Chen's chest began to knit shut. The bleeding stopped, though he remained unconscious. Special check-in location triggered, Zhongzhou City Wall post-battle. Would you like to check in? Check-in. Special check-in at Zhongzhou City Wall successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Ice Sword Repair Talisman. 1 can repair a shattered ice sword. Requires the Ice River Sword Heart to be used in conjunction. A golden talisman appeared in Lin Feng's palm. He handed the talisman to Luo Qingsue. Place it upon your sword. She took it and pressed it against the broken blade. The talisman glowed and the fragments lifted from the ground, reassembling into a complete sword. The cracks upon the blade vanished and cold energy dripped once more from its edge. But the Ice River sword heart remained shattered. The sword was restored, but not its core. Lin Feng lifted Luo Chun into his arms and walked toward the city. Luo Qingxue followed behind, gripping the repaired ice sword. The blade was whole once more, yet she could no longer feel resonance with its heart. With the Ice River sword heart destroyed, her cultivation was steadily declining. From late-stage Sword Emperor realm to mid-stage still falling. Lin Feng glanced back at her. Your cultivation? What is lost, Luo Qingxue said. As long as he lives, that is all that matters. Lin Feng said nothing. He entered the inn and laid Luo Chun upon the bed. The military doctor came, took his pulse, and said his life is preserved. But he requires 3 months of rest and recuperation. Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng departed from Zhongzhou and flew northward. The netherworld lay at the lowest level of the myriad realms, its entrance situated in the northern reaches of the chaos. After flying for 3 days and 3 nights, a black fissure appeared before him. The fissure was immense, stretching from the top of the chaos all the way to its bottom, its edges shimmering with gray light. Wind blew out from within the crack. The wind was cold, not the cold of the ice element, but the cold of the dead. When it blew against his face, it felt as though something was passing through his body. The entrance to the netherworld had arrived. Rows upon rows of nether soldiers stood before the fissure. They had no physical form, merely clumps of gray mist within which burned 2 green orbs resembling eyes. In their hands they carried gray swords with death energy flowing along the blades. There were countless nether soldiers lined up from the fissure deep into the chaos. At the forefront stood a tall nether soldier, larger than the others, with denser mist and brighter green eyes. The nether soldier commander, early stage of the sword god realm. The commander said, "Living one, the netherworld is forbidden ground. Trespassers die." Lin Feng replied, "I have come for the nether sword intent." The commander said, "The nether sword intent is the supreme treasure of the netherworld. No one has claimed it for tens of thousands of years. What makes you worthy?" Lin Feng drew his sword. The golden scale sword left its sheath and golden light exploded forth. When the golden radiance fell upon the nether soldiers, their gray mist began to dissolve, and they let out piercing screams. The commander's expression changed. "Your sword, it has Buddha light." Lin Feng said nothing. The golden light on the golden scale sword grew brighter, illuminating the entire chaos. The nether soldiers retreated, their gray mist forced back by the golden light. The commander clenched his teeth and swung his sword. A gray sword aura heavy with death energy surged toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not retreat. He struck out with his sword. The golden scale sword and the gray sword aura collided with a thunderous boom. The gray aura exploded. The commander was knocked back 3 steps, his tiger's mouth split open, gray blood trickling down. He looked down at his wound and asked, "You, what realm are you?" Lin Feng replied, "Peak of the early sword god realm." The commander said, "I am also at the early sword god realm. Why is your sword stronger than mine?" Lin Feng answered, "Because your sword is dead. My sword is alive." He thrust his sword toward the commander's chest. The commander could not dodge, the sword pierced through him. Gray blood gushed out and his body began to fade, starting from his feet, dissipating into nothing. He stammered, "You," before his body exploded into countless gray fragments that vanished into the darkness. The remaining nether soldiers all fled. The gray mist receded like a tide, disappearing into the depths of the fissure. The ground before the crack was revealed, black stone slabs engraved with ancient runes. The runes were gray, pulsing with death energy. Special check-in location triggered. Netherworld entrance check-in. Check-in. Special check-in at Netherworld entrance successful. Congratulations, host. You have received Netherworld Pass 1, allows free movement in the Netherworld without death energy erosion. A gray token appeared in Lin Feng's palm. The token was heavy and cold to the touch. On the front was engraved the character Nether, and on the back a skull. Lin Feng hung the token at his waist, and gray light surged from it, enveloping his body. The death energy was blocked and his spiritual power no longer drained. Lin Feng stepped into the fissure. Inside was another world. No light, no sound, only gray. Gray sky, gray earth, gray mountains, gray rivers. The water in the rivers was also gray, flowing silently. The air was thick with the stench of decay, like a corpse long dead. In the distance a mountain rose, and atop it stood a gray palace. The netherworld had arrived. Lin Feng walked forward. Xiaobai crouched on his shoulder, its golden eyes scanning the surroundings. Its white glow was conspicuous in the gray world like a lantern. After less than 100 steps a river appeared before him. The river was wide, its opposite shore invisible. A bridge spanned the river, gray in color, and at the bridgehead stood an old woman. The old woman wore gray robes and held a bowl of gray soup. Mengpa said, "Living one, drink this bowl of soup, forget your past, and only then may you cross the bridge." Lin Feng said, "I will not drink." Mengpa said, "If you do not drink, you cannot cross." Lin Feng drew his sword and struck the bridge. The bridge broke, gray fragments falling into the river and sinking. Lin Feng stepped into the air and flew across the river. Meng Pa watched his retreating figure and said, "In tens of thousands of years you are the first to cross the bridge without drinking the soup." Lin Feng continued forward. Ahead rose a mountain with a gray palace built from its base to its summit. At the palace entrance stood 2 nether soldiers at the peak of the Sword Emperor realm. Seeing Lin Feng, they turned and fled. Lin Feng did not pursue, he entered the palace. The interior was vast and empty, filled only with gray pillars. The pillars were carved with reliefs depicting various ways of dying. Some beheaded, some pierced through the heart, some burned alive, some drowned. Each relief moved, as if replaying the moment of death. Lin Feng paid them no heed and walked on. At the deepest part of the palace stood a gray door. The door was enormous, 3 zhang high and 2 zhang wide, inscribed with a line of text. "The nether sword is buried here. Those who move it shall die." Lin Feng reached out and pushed the door. The door opened. Deep within the gray palace, the netherworld guardian beast crouched beside the nether sword. Its body was like a small mountain covered in gray scales with dark green light flowing beneath them. Its eyes were green like 2 wraith fires fixed on Lin Feng. Its breathing was heavy, and with every exhale gray mist spewed from its nostrils, carrying a foul, rotting stench. Lin Feng stood at the doorway, 4 swords floating behind his back, while Xiao Bai perched on his shoulder. He glanced at the nether sword, then at the guardian beast, and said, "Move." The guardian beast growled. "The nether sword is the paramount treasure of the netherworld. For tens of thousands of years no one has been able to take it. You are merely a living human. By what right do you claim it?" Lin Feng replied, "By the sword in my hand." The guardian beast rose to its full height, its 4 paws slamming against the ground and sending tremors through the earth. Its tail stretched long behind it, tipped with a bony spur that pulsed with green light. "Then let us see," the guardian beast rumbled. It opened its maw and spat a stream of gray flame. The fire was not hot, it was cold. Where it struck the wall, stone began to crumble and rot like timber left to decay for millennia. Lin Feng twisted aside, and the flame grazed past him, searing a hole through his robe, with gray patterns spreading along the charred edges. Lin Feng did not retreat. All 4 swords flew forth in unison. Golden scales slashed toward the guardian beast's head, azure edge targeted its neck, heavenly frost aimed at its forelegs, and heavenly punishment drove toward its belly. 4 streaks of sword light struck the guardian beast simultaneously. Scales flew and gray blood gushed forth. The beast let out a piercing cry and stumbled backwards several paces, though the wounds were shallow. Its defenses were formidable. Ordinary sword strikes could only breach the scales without reaching vital organs. The guardian beast sneered, "Your sword is not sharp enough." It brought a massive paw down like a collapsing mountain. Lin Feng had no time to dodge and met the blow head-on, crossing all 4 swords above his head to block. With a thunderous crash, he was forced to one knee and the flagstones beneath him shattered. Xiao Bai leaped from his shoulder and hit the ground, hissing at the guardian beast in a piercing cry. The guardian beast opened its mouth again and spewed gray mist. The fog spread outward, engulfing the entire chamber. Within the suffocating gray haze, Lin Feng's sword intent was suppressed, and the light upon his 4 swords dimmed. His spiritual energy began to drain away as though siphoned by something unseen. The netherworld domain was similar to the Void Lord's domain of nothingness, yet far colder and more corrosive. "Your domain is forged from death energy," Lin Feng said. "But within my sword intent lies the Buddha's radiance." He channeled the Buddhist sword intent, and golden light surged from the blade edges. The Buddha's light fell upon the gray mist, which dissolved like snow exposed to sunlight. The guardian beast squinted. "Buddha's light? Are you one of the Buddha realm cultivators?" Lin Feng replied, "No. I merely borrowed the Buddhist sword intent." The golden radiance intensified, forcing the gray fog back until the chamber became visible once more. The guardian beast's paw remained pressing down on his swords, but Lin Feng gritted his teeth and held firm. His legs trembled, his arms shook, yet he refused to fall. Xiao Bai leaped onto his shoulder and opened his mouth, spitting out a white pearl. The pearl hovered in the air, radiating pure white light. The white radiance merged with the Buddha's light, illuminating the entire chamber. The guardian beast shrieked as the light scorched its scales, sending smoke rising, and it released its grip before stumbling backward. Lin Feng rose to his feet, 4 swords floating behind him with their points directed at the guardian beast. "Your domain is broken," he said. "Now it is my turn." He unleashed a single devastating strike, channeling the ultimate heaven-transcending sword intent at full power. 4 colored sword lights converged into one colossal golden blade that slashed toward the guardian beast's head. The guardian beast could not evade in time. The sword light struck its crown, sending scales scattering as a crack split its skull and gray blood erupted from the wound. It let out a mournful cry and swayed unsteadily. A second strike followed, cleaving into the beast's neck and shattering the scales to expose raw flesh beneath. Then came a third blow, targeting its foreleg. The foreleg snapped, and the beast collapsed, unable to rise. Lin Feng approached and pressed his blade point against its eye. "Do you yield?" "I yield," the guardian beast admitted. "End my life if you must." Lin Feng said, "I will not kill you. Guarding this place for tens of thousands of years has not been easy." He sheathed his sword and turned toward the nether sword. The guardian beast lay prostrate, watching him depart, and something shifted in those green eyes. No longer hatred, but respect. Lin Feng stood before the nether sword. The nether sword was embedded in a stone pedestal, its blade gray with death energy coursing along the edge. Two characters were carved into the hilt, nether abyss. He reached out and grasped the hilt. Death energy surged up through the hilt into his arm, sending a numbing cold throughout. His skin began turning gray as dark patterns spread from his fingers to his wrist and up his arm. Xiaobai leaped onto his shoulder and cried out in alarm. Lin Feng said, "It is nothing." He channeled the Buddhist sword intent, and golden light flowed from his dantian into his arm. The gray markings retreated before the golden radiance as the Buddha light purified the death energy. He then activated the chaos origin fragment, and a transparent light burst from his dantian enveloping the nether sword intent. The nether sword intent ceased resisting and flowed along his arm into his dantian. Triggered special sign-in location Netherworld Palace before the nether sword. Sign-in. Special sign-in at Netherworld Palace successful. Congratulations host for receiving nether sword intent 1. A gray orb of light drifted into Lin Feng's forehead. His body shuddered as a new sword intent manifested in his dantian, the nether sword intent. Cold corrupting deathly. 5 sword intents now revolved within his dantian: the demon, sword's ferocity, the demon beast, sword's wildness, the Buddha, sword's gentleness, the immortal sword's righteousness, and the nether sword's death. Under the harmonizing influence of the chaos origin, they ceased their conflicts and arranged themselves in a circle, each assuming its designated position. Lin Feng drew the nether sword from the pedestal and secured it at his waist. 5 swords now. The azure edge, the golden scale, the heavenly frost, the heavenly punishment, and the nether abyss. Their scabbards chimed together with a crisp ring. Xiaobai perched on his shoulder and let out a soft mew. The guardian beast said, "Now that you have taken the nether sword, the lord of the netherworld will come for you." Lin Feng asked, "Where is he?" The guardian beast replied, "At the deepest part of the palace. He has slept for 100,000 years. Taking the nether sword will awaken him." Lin Feng said, "Let him come." He turned and walked out of the chamber, pausing at the palace entrance. In the distance from deep within the netherworld came the sound of footsteps, heavy and deliberate like a mountain in motion. Each step sent tremors through the ground. Gray mist billowed upward from the depths, thicker and colder than the guardian beast's domain. Lin Feng said, "He is here." Xiaobai let out a nervous mew. Lin Feng drew his blade, and all 5 swords floated behind him, their points aimed toward the netherworld abyss. From within the gray mist a towering figure emerged. Gray mist surged from the depths of the underworld, growing denser and colder. Within the mist, countless green specks of light flickered like ghost fires. Footsteps drew closer, each step causing the ground to tremble and dust to shower down from the palace walls. Lin Feng stood at the palace entrance, 5 swords suspended behind him. Xiaobai perched on his shoulder, his golden eyes fixed on the depths of the mist. The mist parted and a tall figure emerged. The lord of the underworld. He stood a zhang tall, clad in a gray robe embroidered with skulls. His skin was gray like stone dried for millennia. His eyes were green with 2 flames flickering in his pupils. His hair was white, draped over his shoulders like withered grass. He held a gray longsword, its blade flowing with death chi, and on the hilt were carved 2 characters, Underworld King. The lord of the underworld gazed at Lin Feng, his green eyes devoid of expression. He said, "Mortal, you took my sword and killed my guardian beast." Lin Feng said, "The guardian beast is not dead, only wounded." The lord of the underworld said, "Wounded is not allowed. Things of the underworld cannot be touched by the living." Lin Feng said, "I need the underworld sword's intent. Not your sword, but the intent." The lord of the underworld said, "The sword intent and the sword are one. If you take the intent, the sword becomes useless." Lin Feng said, "I only want the intent. The sword can be returned to you." The lord of the underworld was silent for a few seconds, then said, "You are the first person who dares to negotiate with me." He struck out with a palm. The spiritual energy of the later stage of Sword God realm was fully unleashed. The palm wind, carrying gray death chi, surged toward Lin Feng. Wherever the palm wind passed, the stone slabs on the ground turned to powder, and the moisture in the air was drained. Lin Feng did not retreat. The 5 swords shot out together. The 5 types of sword intent rotated within his dantian, harmonized by the chaos origin fragment. 5 colored sword light interwove into a net blocking the palm wind. With a booming sound, Lin Feng was knocked back 5 steps, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The lord of the underworld stood still, not moving a step. He said, "Your sword intent is not bad. To be able to fuse 5 types of sword intent like this, you are the first. But your realm is too low. Peak of early Sword God realm is nothing before me." Lin Feng wiped the blood from his mouth and said, "If my realm is insufficient, I make up with sword intent." The lord of the underworld said, "Your sword intent is also insufficient. Your 5 types of sword intent have not yet fully merged. They are pieced together, not grown together." Lin Feng said, "I know. That's why I came to the underworld, to find a 5th sword intent and make them more integrated." The lord of the underworld looked at him for a long time. He said, "You have great courage. Not strong in strength, but great in courage." Lin Feng said, "Without courage I wouldn't have come this far." The lord of the underworld laughed a cold smile. He said, "Fine. I'll give you a chance. He extended his hand, and gray mist gathered in his palm, forming a gray token. On the token was engraved a single character, death. He said, "This is the entrance token to the underworld abyss. The underworld abyss is the deepest part of the underworld where the densest death chi lies. If a living person enters, they will die within 1 incense stick's time. If you enter and survive 1 incense stick, the underworld sword's intent will be yours. If you don't survive, you die inside." Lin Feng took the token and said, "1 incense stick." The Lord of the Underworld said, "1 incense stick. It starts counting from the moment you jump down." Lin Feng said, "All right." The Lord of the Underworld waved his hand, and the ground in front of the palace split open into a gap. Below the gap was bottomless darkness. Within the darkness, gray mist rolled and countless green specks of light flickered like ghost fires. The underworld abyss. Lin Feng stood at the edge of the gap, looking down. Xiaobai meowed a sharp sound. Lin Feng said, "You stay up here." Xiaobai shook his head, leaped onto Lin Feng's shoulder, and dug his claws into his clothes. Lin Feng said, "Not afraid of death." Xiaobai shook his head. Lin Feng jumped down. The wind roared past his ears. Gray mist surged from all directions, enveloping his body. Death chi seeped into his skin, into his meridians, into his dantian. His skin began to turn gray, his nails black, his lips purple. The 5 types of sword intent within him began to stir. The underworld sword intent was the most active. It loved death chi and was absorbing it to strengthen itself. The other 4 sword intents were suppressed. The Buddha sword intent resisted desperately, its golden light flickering. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and activated the chaos origin fragment. A translucent light surged from his dantian, enveloping the 5 sword intents, preventing the underworld sword intent from devouring the others. His body continued to fall. After an unknown duration, he finally landed. The bottom of the abyss. No light, no sound, only gray death chi. The ground was covered with white bones, human bones, beast bones, piled like mountains. Lin Feng stepped on the bones, which creaked. Xiaobai jumped off his shoulder, landed on the ground, his white fur bristling, and roared around. His white light was bright in the darkness, but the death chi was eroding it, and the white light grew dimmer. Lin Feng said, "Come back." Xiaobai jumped back onto his shoulder. Lin Feng took a healing pill from his bosom and swallowed it. The pill entered his stomach and his spiritual energy recovered somewhat. But the death chi within him was still increasing, his skin growing grayer, the blood vessels on his arms turning black. Triggered special check-in location Underworld Abyss. Check-in. Check-in. Underworld Abyss special check-in successful. Congratulations host, you have obtained death chi resistance. 1 passive reduces death chi damage by 30. A gray ball of light merged into Lin Feng's brow. His body trembled. The gray lines under his skin stopped spreading, and the death chi was blocked outside his meridians. Death chi resistance. The system's reward came in handy. Lin Feng walked forward. Among the piles of bones there was a path paved with black stones hard underfoot. After less than 100 steps a skeleton appeared ahead. The skeleton was huge, twice as tall as an ordinary person, with golden runes carved into its bones. In its hand it clutched a gray pearl the size of a fist with gray light flowing within. Underworld Origin. The gray sphere rolled in the skeletal hand, its inner light flickering. The skeletal fingers clamped around Lin Feng's wrist joints, grinding with a creak, their strength immense, like iron pincers. Lin Feng's skin dented under the grip, gray patterns spreading from the skeletal fingers up his wrist. Lin Feng did not move. He looked down at the skull where 2 deep sword scars ran from the forehead to the jaw, as if cleaved by something. The chest wound was more fatal. A single thrust through the heart, the blade emerging from the back, 2 ribs broken. Whoever killed him had a sword so swift that the skeleton had no time to react. The jaw of the skeleton moved. Bones ground together, emitting a clicking sound. Then a voice emerged from the skeleton's mouth, ancient and slow like wind through dry bones. "You are not from the netherworld." Lin Feng said, "No, I am alive." The skeleton said, "A living man daring to enter the netherworld abyss. Quite bold." Lin Feng said, "You are not dead either." The skeleton said, "I am dead. Dead for 100,000 years. Only a remnant of my soul remains waiting for someone." Lin Feng said, "Who?" The skeleton said, "One who can take the netherworld origin." The skeleton released Lin Feng's wrist. Gray light rose from the bones, coalescing in the air into a phantom. The phantom was a middle-aged man in gray armor with a stern face and green eyes. He stood above the skeleton, looking down at Lin Feng. He said, "My name is Ming Yuan. 100,000 years ago, I was the lord of the netherworld." Lin Feng said, "Isn't the lord of the netherworld the one above?" Ming Yuan said, "He is the 2nd generation. I am the 1st. He killed me and took my place." Lin Feng said, "Who is he?" Ming Yuan said, "He was once my deputy, named Ming Sha. 100,000 years ago, the Lord of Nothingness invaded the netherworld. Ming Sha betrayed me and sided with the Lord of Nothingness. They joined forces and killed me. Ming Sha became the Lord of the netherworld, and the Lord of Nothingness obtained the netherworld's origin power." Lin Feng said, "Does the Lord of Nothingness's power come from the netherworld?" Ming Yuan said, "Partially. He devoured half of the netherworld origin. The other half I sealed within this skeleton, waiting for tens of thousands of years for you to claim it." Lin Feng said, why me? Ming Yuan said, because you carry the aura of chaos origin. The chaos origin is the most primal force in the myriad realms capable of suppressing the power of nothingness. Only you can slay the Lord of Nothingness. He reached out, and the gray sphere from the skeleton's hand rose floating before Lin Feng. The sphere was large fist-sized with gray light flowing inside, countless tiny runes dancing within. Half of the Netherworld Origin's power. The other half lies in the hands of the Lord of Nothingness. Lin Feng said, if I take the Netherworld Origin, Ming Sha above will sense it. Ming Yuan said he will, but he dares not descend. The Netherworld Abyss is his forbidden zone, his power is suppressed here. Lin Feng said, after I take it, how do I kill the Lord of Nothingness? Ming Yuan said, gather all 8 sword intents, merge with the Chaos Origin, and become the Lord of all swords. The Lord of all swords blade can sever nothingness. Lin Feng reached out and grasped the Netherworld Origin. The light within the sphere surged into his body, gray light spreading from his arm to his shoulder, from his shoulder to his chest, from his chest to his entire body. His skin turned gray, his eyes gray, even his hair gray. The 5 sword intents within him began to churn. The Nether sword intent frantically absorbed the Netherworld Origin, suppressing the other 4 sword intents. Xiaobai leaped onto Lin Feng's shoulder, opened its mouth, and spat out a white sphere. White light clashed with gray light, suppressing half of the Netherworld Origin's impact. Lin Feng clenched his teeth, urging the fragment of Chaos Origin. Transparent light surged from his dantian, enveloping the 5 sword intents, preventing the Nether sword intent from devouring the others. Special check-in location triggered, bottom of the Netherworld Abyss before the skeleton check-in. Check-in. Special check-in at the bottom of the Netherworld Abyss successful. Congratulations, host. Received Netherworld Origin Fusion, boost 1/5 sword intense fusion rate, increased by 20. The gray orb of light vanished into Lin Feng's brow. The 5 sword intents in his dantian began to spin faster and faster. The Nether sword intent no longer devoured the others, but rotated together with them. Under the mediation of the Chaos Origin and the Netherworld Origin, they began to fuse, not merely piece together, but growing together. The ferocity of the demon soared, the wildness of the fiend soared, the gentleness of the Buddha soared, the righteousness of the immortal sword, and the deathly aura of the Nether sword. 5 powers converged into one like 5 rivers flowing into the sea. Lin Feng's sword energy surged. The bottleneck of the early Sword God realm loosened. Mid-Sword God realm. He broke through to the Mid-Sword God realm. He opened his eyes, the gray fading, returning to black. The gray on his skin also faded, returning to normal. The 5 swords at his waist trembled, emitting a hum. Xiaobai retracted its sphere, crouched on his shoulder, and meowed. Ming Yuan's phantom gazed at him, and said, you have fused the Netherworld Origin. From now on you are the master of the Netherworld. Lin Feng said, I have no need for the Netherworld. What I need is the power to kill the Lord of Nothingness. Ming Yuan said, then you already have it. Go kill him, avenge me. His phantom began to fade, dissipating from the feet upward. Lin Feng said, your name I will carve on the tombstone of the Lord of Nothingness. Ming Yuan smiled, and said, good. The phantom dissipated. The skeleton lost its support and crumbled into a pile of dust. Lin Feng rose into the air, flying upward toward the abyss's top. The Netherworld Origin flowed within him, gray light surging from his dantian, enveloping his body. Death Chi no longer eroded him, instead it supplied him with power. Above the abyss, the Lord of the Netherworld Ming Sha stood at the edge of the rift, his green eyes staring down. He sensed the Netherworld Origin being taken and the dissipation of Ming Yuan's remnant soul. His face revealed no expression, but his fingers trembled. Lin Feng flew out of the abyss and landed opposite Ming Sha. 5 swords floated behind him, their blades glowing in 5 colors. Gold, cyan, white, black, and gray. Xiaobai crouched on his shoulder, golden eyes fixed on Ming Sha. Ming Sha said, you took the Netherworld Origin. Lin Feng said, I did. Ming Sha said, that is mine. Lin Feng said, it belongs to Ming Yuan. You killed Ming Yuan and stole his position. It is not yours. Ming Sha's expression changed. You know? Lin Feng said, I know. Ming Sha said, so what? You cannot defeat me. Mid-Sword God realm. I am Late Sword God realm. 1 small realm difference. Lin Feng said, 1 small realm difference is enough. He drew his sword. 5 swords struck together, the 5 sword intents fused into one, transforming into a 5-colored sword light that slashed toward Ming Sha. Ming Sha raised his sword to block. Gray chi collided with the 5-colored sword light. With a boom, Ming Sha was driven back 5 steps, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Lin Feng stood motionless. Ming Sha looked down at the Nether King's sword in his hand. A crack had appeared on the blade. He said, your sword. Lin Feng said, your sword cannot stop me. Ming Sha gritted his teeth. The Nether sword intent is yours. Leave. Lin Feng said, you won't kill me. Ming Sha said, I cannot. Leave now before I change my mind. Lin Feng sheathed his sword, turned, and walked toward the Netherworld's exit. Xiaobai crouched on his shoulder, looked back at Ming Sha, and meowed. Ming Sha stood in place, watching Lin Feng's retreating figure. Something new appeared in his green eyes. Not hatred, but fear. He had lived for 100,000 years, and for the first time he felt fear. In the depths of chaos, there was no direction, no distance, only endless darkness. Lin Feng emerged from the netherworld, 5 swords suspended behind his back, 5 sword intents slowly rotating within his body. The gray light of the netherworld's origin had already merged into his dantian, intertwining with fragments of the chaos origin, like 2 rivers converging into one great river. His cultivation stabilized at the mid-stage of the sword god realm, with the integration of his 5 sword intents increasing by 30%. The little white creature crouched on his shoulder, its golden eyes fixed ahead. Its white glow shone brightly in the darkness like a lamp. Lin Feng took out the map given by the Chaos Guardian. The netherworld had been traversed. The next destination was the Divine Realm. The Divine Realm sat at the highest point among the myriad worlds, its entrance located to the south of chaos. He stepped into the void and flew south. After flying for 3 days and nights, a golden light appeared ahead. The light was brilliant like the sun itself, shooting forth from the depths of chaos, tearing a gap through the darkness. Lin Feng accelerated, heading toward the light. The light grew brighter, more blinding, and he squinted while the little white creature covered its eyes with its paw. A golden light gate. The gate towered 10 zhang high and 5 zhang wide, its frame carved with ancient runes. The runes were golden, flowing with light, as if alive. 2 characters were inscribed above the gate, Divine Realm. Flanking either side of the door stood 2 stone statues. The statues stood 3 zhang tall, their bodies covered in golden scales with lion-like heads, ox-like bodies, and serpent tails. Divine Realm guardian beasts, golden-armored Qilin. Lin Feng landed before the light gate and looked up at the statues. Their eyes were closed, motionless. He stepped forward, and the statues' eyes opened. Golden eyes with 2 flames dancing within their pupils. The stone covering the statues cracked, and golden light gushed from the fissures. The stone crumbled to the ground, revealing the bodies beneath. The golden-armored Qilin came to life. The left Qilin lowered its head and looked at Lin Feng, saying, "Living soul. The Divine Realm is a forbidden zone. Trespassers die." Its voice boomed like thunder. Lin Feng said, "I come seeking the Divine Sword's sword intent." The Qilin replied, "The Divine Sword's intent is the Divine Realm's supreme treasure. No one has claimed it in tens of thousands of years. What makes you worthy?" Lin Feng drew his sword. All 5 blades slid from their scabbards simultaneously, 5 colors of sword light exploding through the darkness: gold, azure, white, black, and gray. The 5-colored sword light interwove, illuminating the entire chaos. The Qilin's eyes narrowed. 5 sword intents. You fused 5 sword intents. Lin Feng said 6. One more remains. The Divine Sword's intent is the 6th, the Qilin said. But you must prove yourself worthy. It opened its mouth and spewed a stream of golden flame. The flame was not hot, but made of pure light, burning upon the void of chaos until the very void cracked under its intensity. Lin Feng sidestepped to avoid it. The golden flame swept past his clothing, scorching a hole through the fabric, its edges pulsing with golden light. He activated the Buddhist sword intent, and golden Buddhist light surged from his blade, clashing against the Qilin's golden radiance. The Buddhist light and divine light shared the same origin, but differed in nature. Buddhist light embodied compassion, while divine light embodied majesty. The Buddhist sword intent, the Qilin asked. "Have you been to the Buddhist realm?" "I have," Lin Feng replied. "The old monk of the Buddhist realm. He fares well." "He is dead," Lin Feng said. "He sacrificed himself to form an array holding back the Void's army." The Qilin fell silent for a few seconds, then said, "He was a good man." The Qilin spat forth a golden bead from its mouth. The bead hovered in the air, radiating dazzling golden light. The divine beast's core pearl containing the full power of a mid-stage sword god. "Catch this core pearl, and I shall let you pass. Fail, and you die." The golden bead shot toward Lin Feng, swift as lightning. Lin Feng did not retreat. 5 swords flashed out at once, the 5 sword intents merging into a single beam of 5-colored sword light, cleaving the golden bead. With a tremendous impact, the bead was knocked backward, and Lin Feng himself was thrust back 3 paces, his palms going numb. The golden bead shot back faster this time. Lin Feng struck again and was driven back once more. On the 3rd attempt, he abandoned the strike and reached out with his bare hand. His palm clamped around the golden bead, and its power detonated outward. His arm trembled violently, his skin split, and blood seeped through, but he did not let go. The little white creature leaped up, landing on his shoulder, and opened its mouth to release a white bead. The white light countered the golden light, suppressing the divine beast's core energy. Gritting his teeth, Lin Feng pressed the golden bead flat against the ground. The bead stilled. The Qilin gazed at his hand and said, "You caught it." "Your core pearl," Lin Feng said. "Here it is." He threw the golden bead back. The Qilin opened its mouth and swallowed it, then said, "You are worthy to enter. But by the laws of the divine realm, no swords may be carried inside." "My swords stay with me," Lin Feng said. "Then enter on your own," the Qilin replied. "Leave the swords behind. Where my swords are, I am. Without them, I will not enter." The Qilin regarded him for a long while, then stepped aside and said, "Go inside. The Lord of the divine realm awaits you." "Is the Lord of the divine realm still alive?" "Alive. He has slept for 100,000 years. Your arrival has awakened him." A special sign-in location had been triggered at the entrance to the Divine Realm before the Light Gate. Sign-in. The special sign-in at the Divine Realm entrance succeeded. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Divine Light Bodyguard 1 resistance to darkness-type powers increased by 30% passive effect. A golden sphere of light sank into Lin Feng's brow. Beneath his skin a thin layer of golden radiance appeared, faint but perceptible. The Divine Light Bodyguard granted additional resistance to the power of nothingness. Lin Feng stepped through the light gate. Beyond it lay another world. A golden sky, golden earth, golden mountains, golden rivers. The water within the rivers was also gold, flowing with a tinkling sound as though someone were playing a zither. The air was filled with a warm aura unlike the cold of the netherworld or the emptiness of chaos. In the distance rose mountains, and upon them stood a golden palace. The Divine Realm had been reached. Lin Feng walked forward. The little white creature crouched on his shoulder, looking about curiously. Its white glow stood out vividly in the golden world, yet the golden light nourished it, making its radiance grow ever brighter. Within 100 steps a bridge appeared ahead. It was golden, spanning a golden river. Upon the bridge stood an elderly man in white robes. White hair, white beard, wielding a golden staff. He saw Lin Feng, smiled, and said, "You have come. Are you the Lord of the Divine Realm?" The man asked. "No. I am the gatekeeper of the Divine Realm. The Lord of the Divine Realm awaits you within the palace. He has slept for 100,000 years, and has now awakened because of you. He knew I was coming. He knew 100,000 years ago." The Chaos Guardian told him. The Chaos Guardian. The one who gave you the fragment of the Chaos origin. He and the Lord of the Divine Realm are friends. Lin Feng crossed the bridge. Behind him the white-robed elder's figure dissolved, scattering into golden motes of light. From the distant palace came the sound of bells. Dong, dong, dong. Slow and deep, as though counting the passage of time itself. A golden palace stood upon the mountain's summit. From the mountain's base to its peak stretched golden stone steps broad enough for 10 people to walk abreast. With each step the runes upon the stairs would flicker to life, as if breathing. Lin Feng walked upon these steps, 5 swords trembling gently at his waist. White sat upon his shoulder, golden eyes fixed upon the palace atop the summit. After approximately a quarter of an hour's ascent, they reached the peak. The palace was vast, its entrance flanked by 2 golden pillars upon which intricate bas-reliefs were carved. The bas-reliefs depicted various divine beasts, Qilin Phoenix, Dragon, and Xuanwu, each rendered with exquisite lifelike detail, light shimmering within their eyes. Lin Feng pushed open the door, which was heavy, forged from gold and iron. Its hinges emitted a hollow, resonant groan. The interior of the palace was even more expansive, utterly vacant save for the golden pillars. Golden lanterns hung from these pillars, their flames eternal and unextinguished. At the palace's deepest recesses stood a golden, elevated platform. Upon it sat a solitary figure robed in golden vestments with hair of gold, skin of gold, eyes closed. A statue, given flesh. The Lord of the Divine Realm. Lin Feng approached and stood beneath the platform, gazing upward. White let out a soft cry, the sound reverberating through the palace halls. The Lord of the Divine Realm's eyelid trembled, then opened. Golden eyes with 2 dancing flames burning within his pupils. He lowered his gaze to Lin Feng and spoke. "You have come." "I have," Lin Feng replied. The Lord of the Divine Realm asked, "Did the Guardian of Chaos send you?" Lin Feng answered, "He did. He said I require 8 types of sword intent to become the Lord of all heaven's swords." The Lord of the Divine Realm said, 8 types of sword intent. You already possess 5. 3 remain, Divine, Desolate, and Ancient. Lin Feng said, "The Divine Sword Intent is here with you." The Lord of the Divine Realm rose and descended from the platform. His movements were deliberate and slow, as if his body had not yet fully awakened from an eon of slumber. His golden robe dragged across the floor, producing a soft, rustling sound. He came before Lin Feng and examined him thoroughly. "Your sword intent is chaotic. 5 sword intents, yet they are merely assembled together, not fused as one." Lin Feng said, "I am aware. That is why I require more sword intents to harmonize them." The Lord of the Divine Realm said, "Harmony is not achieved through quantity, but through the source. You possess the chaotic origin fragment and the underworld's origin, yet you still lack the Divine Realm's origin and the origins of 2 other worlds." From within his robes, he produced a golden pearl fist-sized with golden light flowing within. "The Divine Realm's origin." He said, "This is half of the Divine Realm's origin. The other half is held by the Lord of Void. When he invaded the Divine Realm, he seized half of the origin and wounded me. I slumbered for 100,000 years before awakening." Lin Feng asked, "Just how powerful is the Lord of Void?" The Lord of the Divine Realm said, "He himself is not particularly strong, merely late-stage Sword God realm. But the origin of Void within his grasp is the first wisp of primordial darkness from the dawn of chaos. That thing is more powerful than anything you have ever encountered." Lin Feng said, "The Void Ancestor." The Lord of the Divine Realm replied, "Precisely. The Lord of Void is merely his puppet. The Void Ancestor is sealed in the deepest reaches of chaos, and that seal was purchased with the Guardian of Chaos's very life. But the seal weakens. The Lord of Void devours the origins of all worlds beneath the heavens, all to aid the Void ancestor in breaking free. Lin Feng asked, how long before the seal fails? The Lord of the Divine Realm said, 6 months. At most 6 months. Lin Feng fell silent for several heartbeats, then said, that will be enough. The Lord of the Divine Realm said, enough. You intend to gather 8 sword intents, fuse the chaotic origin, and become the Lord of all heavens, swords within 6 months. Lin Feng said yes. The Lord of the Divine Realm studied him for a long moment, and said, you are as bold as your master. Lin Feng said, you knew Feng Lao. The Lord of the Divine Realm said, I did. He was an ancient sword saint, the mightiest sword cultivator across all worlds. He too sought to gather 8 sword intents, and become the Lord of all heaven's swords. But he only gathered 7. Before he could find the 8th, he was ambushed by the Lord of Void. Lin Feng said he died. His remnant soul accompanied me for a long time until he finally offered himself in sacrifice. The Lord of the Divine Realm lowered his head silent for a moment, and said, he was a good man. He extended his hand, and golden light coalesced within his palm, taking the form of a small golden sword. The blade hovered in the air, golden runes flowing along its edge. The divine sword intent. Receive it, he said. Lin Feng reached out, and the golden sword flew into his palm, sinking into his body. Within his dantian, the 6th sword intent descended. Golden light exploded within his dantian, colliding with the other 5 sword intents. The demonic sword's ferocity, the monster sword's wildness, the Buddhist sword's gentleness, the immortal sword's righteousness, the death sword's mortality, and now added to these the divine sword's majesty. The 6 sword intents roiled within his dantian, repelling and colliding with one another. Lin Feng's body trembled, 6-colored light flowing beneath his skin. He summoned the chaotic origin fragment, and transparent light surged from his dantian, enveloping the 6 sword intents. The divine realm's origin pearl also flew into his body, golden light intertwining with the chaotic source. The 6 sword intents began to spin, their speed ever increasing until they formed a vortex. At the vortex's center rested a translucent miniature sword, the fused embodiment of all 6 sword intents. Lin Feng said, sign in. Within his dantian, the 6 sword intents stabilized completely, no longer repelling one another, but orbiting the translucent sword like 6 satellites circling a planet. Lin Feng opened his eyes, 6-colored light flickering alternately within his pupils, finally merging into a translucent radiance. His sword energy had surged dramatically, and his position at mid-stage sword god realm was firmly consolidated. 6 swords trembled at his waist, emitting resonant hums. The Qingfeng sword, the Jinlin sword, the Tianshuang sword, the Tianju sword, the Mingyuan sword. In a new addition, the Xinguang sword. A gift from the Lord of the Divine Realm. The Lord of the Divine Realm said, the Xinguang sword is the supreme treasure of the Divine Realm. It surpasses all your other 5 swords. But it possesses spiritual consciousness, and only acknowledges the master of the divine sword intent. Lin Feng drew the sword. The Xinguang sword left its sheath, its blade golden runes flowing along its edge. Upon the hilt were inscribed 2 characters, Shun Wei Divine Might. Lin Feng sheathed his sword, and said, thank you. The Lord of the Divine Realm said, no need for thanks. You are the hope of all worlds beneath the heavens. I only hope you will not meet the same fate as your master. Lin Feng turned and walked toward the exit. The Lord of the Divine Realm called out, the final 2 sword intents reside in the Wild Realm and the Ancient Realm. Those 2 worlds lie at the edge of all worlds beneath the heavens, more perilous than chaos itself. The Wild Realm harbors wild beasts, and the Ancient Realm contains temporal chaos. Tread carefully. Lin Feng said, I understand. He departed the palace and rose into the void. White perched upon his shoulder and let out a soft mew. Lin Feng departed from the Divine Realm, flying westward. The desolate realm lay at the far western edge of all heavens and worlds beyond the bounds of chaos. He flew for 5 days and 5 nights. The chaos thinned, gradually giving way to a grayish-yellow mist. The mist was dense, drawing it into his lungs felt like swallowing sand, choking him until he could barely breathe. He channeled his sword essence, forming a protective barrier around his body to repel the fog. Xiaobai burrowed into his clothes, leaving only its head peeking out. Ahead, a great crack appeared in the void, stretching from the apex of chaos to its depths, its edges grayish-yellow like parched earth. Wind blew from within the fissure, hot, dry, carrying the pungent scent of sand and dust. The entrance to the desolate realm had arrived. Lin Feng flew into the crevice. Beyond the crack lay another world entirely. The sky was grayish-yellow, the earth grayish-yellow, the mountains grayish-yellow, and even the rivers ran, with turbid, muddy water, flowing with sluggish reluctance. Nothing green grew here. No grass, no trees, no trace of life. Only fractured stones and shifting sand stretched across the desolation. In the distance, barren peaks rose, their summits scarred with enormous craters, as though something colossal had struck them down. Lin Feng alighted upon the ground, the sand beneath his feet was soft, sinking half an inch with each step. He walked forward as Xiao Bai emerged from his clothes and perched upon his shoulders, scanning their surroundings with keen curiosity. Its pale white glow stood out vividly against the monochrome wasteland, resembling a lone lamp. Before he had walked 100 paces, the ground began to tremble. It was not an earthquake. Something massive was moving beneath the earth. The tremors intensified, sending sand leaping into the air. Lin Feng halted, and 8 swords materialized behind him, their tips pointed outward. Xiao Bai let out a sharp, piercing mewl. The ground split open. From the fissure, grayish-yellow mist gushed forth, within which countless red pinpricks of light flickered like watching eyes. Then a colossal beast crawled forth from the crack. It was enormous, standing nearly 2 zhang tall, its body encased in grayish-yellow scales with crimson light pulsing beneath. Its head resembled a lizard, its body the bulk of an ox, and its tail ended in a scorpion stinger. Desolate beasts, early sword god realm. 1, 2, 3. Within the span of a single T, dozens of desolate beasts emerged from the fissure, surrounding Lin Feng completely. Their crimson eyes locked onto Lin Feng's, saliva dripping from their maws. The yellow spittle fell upon the ground, corroding holes with each impact. The largest beast among them gaped its jaws, revealing 3 rows of jagged teeth. It spoke, "Living soul, the desolate realm welcomes no living beings." Lin Feng replied, "I have come seeking the will of the desolate sword." The beast snarled, "The will of the desolate sword is the greatest treasure of this realm. For tens of thousands of years no one has claimed it. What makes you think you can?" Lin Feng drew his blade. All 8 swords sang from their scabbards simultaneously. Golden, azure, white, black, gray, divine, golden light, grayish-yellow, and transparent. 8 colors of sword radiance erupted against the grayish-yellow sky, illuminating the entire wasteland. The 8 sword wills merged into one, transforming into a colossal beam of transparent light that sliced through the horde of desolate beasts. Where the blade passed, scales flew and blood sprayed, their agonized cries rising and falling like a tide. With a single strike, over a dozen beasts fell. The survivors retreated, fear flashing in their crimson eyes. The ground trembled once more, this time with greater ferocity, the fissure widening, sand and earth thrown aside to expose the rock beneath. A far larger desolate beast emerged from the crack. It stood 3 zhang tall, its body sheathed in dark red scales, through which molten lava flowed like living veins. Its eyes were golden pupils slitted into vertical lines. A beast king, mid-stage, sword god realm. It looked down at Lin Feng and spoke, "Living one, you have slain my children." Lin Feng replied coldly, "They struck first." The beast king growled, "The law of the desolate realm is absolute. No living soul may enter and survive. You have crossed this boundary. Your life is forfeit." Its tail swept down, the venomous stinger aiming straight for Lin Feng's chest. Yellow venom dripped from its tip, a lethal poison. Lin Feng did not yield. All 8 swords launched at once. 8 colors of sword light struck the tail, scales shattering as a segment of it was severed. Yellow blood erupted, splattering onto the ground and corroding great pits into the earth. The beast king screamed and staggered backward. It looked down at its severed tail, its golden eyes burning with fury. Its jaws opened, and a stream of yellow flame erupted forth. The flame carried no heat. It was corrosive, eating through the air itself and carving holes in the atmosphere. Lin Feng sidestepped, and the stream grazed past him. His garment was burned through the edges of the wound, crawling with spreading yellow patterns. Lin Feng pressed his attack without hesitation. The 8 sword wills merged once more into a single transparent blade, slashing toward the beast king's head. It could not dodge, and the strike struck true. Scales exploded outward, a fissure splitting its skull as yellow blood gushed forth. The beast king howled in agony, its body beginning to sway. Lin Feng's second sword fell, cleaving into its neck. The scales around its throat shattered, exposing raw flesh beneath. The third strike descended upon its foreleg, severing it clean. The beast king toppled to the ground, unable to rise once more. Lin Feng walked to its side and pressed his sword tip against its eye. "Do you yield?" The beast king answered, "I yield." "Kill me." Lin Feng replied, "I will not kill you. Tell me, where is the will of the desolate sword?" The beast king whispered, "Deep within the ruins. Inside the tomb of the lord of the desolate realm. He has been dead 100,000 years, yet his sword will endures. Special check-in location triggered. Entrance to the desolate realm. Proceed with check-in. Check-in. Special check-in at the entrance to the desolate realm successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained resistance to desolate power 1. Passive reduces damage from desolate power by 30%. A grayish-yellow orb of light pierced into Lin Feng's brow. Beneath his skin, a faint grayish-yellow radiance appeared, subtle yet unmistakable. Lin Feng sheathed his swords and continued forward. The beast king lay upon the ground, watching his retreating figure, something shifting in its golden eyes. Not hatred, but respect. After approximately an hour's walk, a ruined city appeared ahead. It was vast, stretching from the base of the mountain all the way to its summit. The ground was littered with broken stones and shattered pillars carved with ancient runes. The grayish-yellow characters had long since faded into illegibility. At the deepest point of the ruins stood a stone door. The door was gray, inscribed with a single warning: "Here lies the lord of the desolate realm. Trespassers will die." Lin Feng pushed it open. It was unlocked. Beyond lay a vast burial chamber. At the chamber's center rested a stone coffin gray and etched with runes. Beside it stood a single sword, its blade a dull grayish-yellow sand drifting along its edge as though alive. The desolate sword. Lin Feng approached and reached for the hilt. From within the coffin came a voice, low resonant like sand grinding against stone. Living one, release my sword. Lin Feng's hand froze. The lid of the stone coffin stirred, melting from within as the gray stone crumbled into powder, raining down in quiet cascades. From the scattered dust a spectral figure rose, the lord of the desolate realm. There was no light in the tomb chamber of the desolate realm. A gray-yellow stone coffin lay in the center, its runes faded, but still bearing traces of ancient times. A sword was planted beside the coffin. Its blade was gray-yellow sand dust flowing along the edge. The desolate sword. Lin Feng's hand reached 3 inches from the hilt when a voice came from inside the coffin and he froze. The coffin lid moved. Not pushed open, but melted from within like ice meeting fire. Gray stone turned to powder and drifted downward. From the powder a translucent figure rose. A middle-aged man in gray-yellow armor, his features stern, his brown pupils containing flowing sand. Lord of the desolate realm. His body was faint as if the wind could scatter him at any moment, but those eyes burned bright. The lord of the desolate realm looked at Lin Feng and said, "Living soul, why do you take my sword?" "To kill the lord of nothingness," Lin Feng replied. "The lord of nothingness? He is still alive?" "Yes, and still powerful." The lord of the desolate realm fell silent for a few seconds. "When he invaded my realm, I gave everything to drive him away. My sword intent remained here. My body was destroyed, leaving only this remnant soul." "I need your sword intent," Lin Feng said. "Only by fusing all 7 sword intents can I approach the lord of all swords." "How many have you obtained?" 6. Demonic, spirit, Buddhist, immortal, nether, and divine. The lord of the desolate realm studied him for a long time. 6 sword intents. Can you truly fuse them? Lin Feng drew his sword. 6 blades flashed from their scabbards simultaneously. Golden, green, white, black, gray, and divine light. 6 colors exploded across the tomb chamber, illuminating every stone. 6 sword intents rotated within his dantian, circling the translucent miniature sword like 6 satellites. The lord of the desolate realm's eyes flared. "You have truly fused 6 sword intents. You are the first. 2 remain," Lin Feng said. "Your desolate sword and the ancient sword of the ancient realm." "The desolate sword intent can be yours," the lord said. "But you must pass a trial." "What trial, eh?" "The desolate realm illusion. Inside you will face a barrage of 10,000 beasts. Endure it, and the intent is yours. Fail, and you die within." He extended his hand, gray light condensing in his palm into a gray sphere. The sphere floated in the air, within which a desolate wasteland could be seen, countless desolate beasts running across it. "The desolate realm illusion. I will enter." "You stay outside," Lin Feng said. Xiaobai meowed and leaped onto his shoulder. "You stay," Lin Feng said. Xiaobai shook his head and dug his claws into Lin Feng's clothing. Lin Feng did not insist further. He reached out and grasped the gray sphere. Everything went dark. He opened his eyes and found himself standing in a vast wasteland. The sky was gray-yellow, the earth gray-yellow, and bare mountains lay in the distance. The air was dry as fire, each breath feeling like swallowing sand. Lin Feng stood at the center of the wasteland, 6 swords hovering behind his back, Xiaobai perched on his shoulder. Far away the ground began to tremble. Not an earthquake, a stampede of 10,000 beasts. Gray-yellow dust rose, blotting out half the sky. Within the dust, countless red points of light blinked. Those were the eyes of the desolate beasts. Thousands upon thousands of beasts surged from every direction, surrounding Lin Feng. Some stood 3 zhang tall, others barely half. Some resembled lizards, some oxen, some scorpions. Their eyes burned with madness, their mouths dripping with saliva. Lin Feng did not retreat. All 6 swords flew forth, their sword intents merging into a single 6-colored beam that slashed into the beast horde. The first strike toppled 100. The second took another 100. The third, fourth, fifth. One blade after another, each claiming hundreds of desolate beasts. But there were too many, an endless tide. The fallen were stepped over by those behind, charging onward. Xiaobai leaped from his shoulder to the ground, looked up at the sky, opened his mouth, and spat out a white sphere. The sphere hovered, emitting a blinding white radiance. Beams of light struck the beast horde. Where they touched, the desolate beasts screamed and began to melt. Xiaobai withdrew the sphere, panting. That strike had consumed most of his strength. "Enough," Lin Feng said. "The rest is mine." He activated a fragment of chaos origin, transparent light, surging from his dantian, enveloping the 6 sword intents. The 6-colored sword light grew brighter and brighter until it became a white radiance. No, a transparent light, like crystal. The 6 sword intents were fully fused, harmonized by chaos origin, no longer 6 separate forces, but one. He struck one final sword. The transparent beam swept through the horde, and desolate beasts dissolved like sand, turning to gray-yellow powder. One slash brought down 1,000. The second took another 1,000. On the third strike, the beast horde began to retreat. By the fourth, they turned and fled. The wasteland vanished. Lin Feng stood in the tomb chamber, the gray sphere in his hand. its shattered powder slipping through his fingers. Xiaobai perched on his shoulder panting. The Lord of the Desolate Realm observed him. You have passed. 6 sword intents fused into one. You are one step closer to becoming the Lord of all swords. A system prompt appeared. Special check-in location triggered. Tomb chamber of the Desolate Realm before the stone coffin. Check-in. Special check-in at the Tomb chamber of the Desolate Realm successful. Congratulations host for obtaining Desolate Sword Intent 1. A gray-yellow orb of light rose from the Desolate Sword and merged into Lin Feng's brow. His body shuddered. Within his dantian a 7th sword intent had been born, Desolate Sword Intent. Fierce Savage Primal. 7 sword intents now circled the translucent miniature sword. Under the harmonizing influence of chaos origin, they did not clash, but each took their assigned position. The demonic sword's ferocity, the beast spirit sword's wildness, the Buddhist sword's gentleness, the immortal sword's righteousness, the nether sword's deathliness, the divine sword's majesty, and the desolate sword's rage. Lin Feng opened his eyes and grasped the desolate sword. The blade was gray-yellow sand dust flowing along the edge. 2 characters were carved into the hilt desolation. He hung the desolate sword at his waist. 7 swords now. Xing Feng sword, Jin Lin sword, Tian Shuang sword, Tian Zhu sword, Ming Yuan sword, Shun Guang sword, Huang Wu sword. Their scabbards chimed together with crisp resonances. The Lord of the Desolate Realm's translucent figure began to fade, dissipating from the feet upward. The final sword intent, the ancient sword, lies in the ancient realm. It rests at the far end of the myriad worlds where temporal currents rage. Enter, and you may never return. I will return, Lin Feng said. The Lord smiled. Good. Go. The figure vanished. The stone coffin cracked and crumbled to dust. The tomb chamber dimmed. Lin Feng turned and walked out. Xiaobai perched on his shoulder and meowed. He rose into the air, leaving the desolate realm. Returning to chaos, the 7 swords hovered behind his back, 7 sword intents rotating slowly within him. At the end of chaos, there was no light, no sound, only twisted space. Lin Feng had flown for 7 days and 7 nights with 7 swords suspended behind him and 7 sword intents slowly rotating within his body. Xiaobai perched on his shoulder, golden eyes fixed ahead, its white radiance gradually dimming in the darkness. It was weary yet made no sound. A rift appeared ahead. It was not straight, but twisted like fabric wrung by human hands. Along its edges translucent light flickered, not gold, not black, not gray, but clear as water. The entrance to the ancient realm. Lin Feng flew into the rift. Inside the rift lay another world. No heaven, no earth, only endless translucence. In the transparent air, ripples spread outward like waves on water. With each wave that passed through Lin Feng's body would undergo a transformation. Sometimes accelerating, sometimes slowing, sometimes freezing entirely. This was the time turbulence. Lin Feng's left arm suddenly aged, his skin wrinkling like bark, his fingers growing stiff. After a few seconds it reverted to youth. His hair suddenly turned white, then dark again in an instant. Xiaobai leaped from his shoulder to the ground, its body swelling and shrinking as though being stretched. Time turbulence, Lin Feng said. The time here is chaotic. He activated the chaos origin fragment, and translucent light surged from his dantian, enveloping his body. The time turbulence was kept at bay and his body ceased changing. Xiaobai jumped back onto his shoulder, its white radiance reigniting. Forward he went. There was no path, only transparent ripples. Each step he took caused the ripples to spread. After roughly half an hour of walking, a figure appeared ahead. The figure was small, human-like, yet transparent as glass. Its eyes were white with no light in the pupils. The guardian of the ancient realm, the Time Beast. The Time Beast regarded Lin Feng and spoke. A living person. The ancient realm has no swords. Lin Feng replied, yes there is. An ancient sword. The Time Beast said, the ancient sword is not within the ancient realm. The ancient sword lies at the end of time itself. You cannot enter. How then do I enter? Lin Feng asked. Pass through the time turbulence and reach the end of time. The Time Beast responded. But none who have entered have ever returned. Lin Feng declared, I will be the first. He advanced, and the Time Beast stood in his path saying, if you wish to pass you must first overcome me. It extended its hand and translucent light surged from its palm, forming a transparent sword, the Sword of Time. The Time Beast slashed forward, but the sword chi did not travel straight, it spread in all directions simultaneously. Lin Feng was struck by the sword chi and his body aged instantly. Hair turning white, skin wrinkling, bones becoming brittle. He clenched his teeth, activating the Chaos Origin Fragment to disperse the temporal power and restore his youth. But the sword chi came too swiftly. A second strike followed. Lin Feng did not retreat. Instead, all 7 swords erupted at once, their 7 sword intents merging into one. Demonic, fiendish, Buddhist, immortal, netherworld, divine, and primordial. 7 forces converging into a single blade of translucent light, slashing toward the Time Beast. The Time Beast raised its sword to block, and the 2 transparent blades collided without sound or spark. Only the distortion of space itself. The impact drove the beast backward, cracks forming across its body as translucent fragments peeled away. Your sword can wound time itself, the beast questioned. It can, Lin Feng replied, driving his blade forward. The time beast could not evade. It was pierced through the chest. Its body shattered into countless transparent fragments that dissolved into the air, settling on the ground as grains of translucent sand. Lin Feng sheathed his sword and pressed onward. Within 100 steps a door emerged, translucent and etched with ancient runes. The runes flowed like water, and 4 characters inscribed above the door read, "End of Time." Lin Feng pushed it open, revealing a small chamber beyond. Within the chamber, time held no power. No past, no future, only the present. At its center floated a sword with a transparent blade, its edge shimmering with flowing light. The ancient sword. Beside it rested a stone platform bearing a translucent sphere, the origin of the ancient realm. Check-in. A translucent light orb merged into Lin Feng's brow. His body shuddered as the system announcement echoed. Special check-in successful, granted time resistance, reducing time-type damage by 30%. The time turbulence's influence upon him diminished further. This system-granted time resistance proved perfectly suited to the environment. Approaching the ancient sword, Lin Feng reached out and grasped its hilt. The sword vibrated violently, flooding his arm with translucent light, as temporal energy surged through his meridians. His body cycled rapidly through stages of life. Youth, age, infancy, old age, in an endless loop. Clenching his teeth, Lin Feng channeled the chaos origin fragment, sending translucent light from his dantian to envelop the ancient sword's intent. The 8th sword intent descended. The ancient sword's intent embodied time, eternity, and immortality. Within his dantian, all 8 sword intents rotated in harmony, with the chaos origin gradually merging together. Demonic, fiendish, Buddhist, immortal, netherworld, divine, primordial, and ancient. 8 forces converged into one like 8 rivers flowing into the sea. Lin Feng's form shifted as 8 colors of light surged beneath his skin, ultimately blending into a singular hue. Not gold, blue, white, black, gray, yellow, or transparent, but the primordial color of chaos itself. A shade older and more pure than any other, harkening back to the moment of creation's dawn. Opening his eyes, Lin Feng found 8 swords suspended behind him. Qingfeng, Jinlin, Tianshuang, Tianzhu, Mingyuan, Xinguang, Huangwu, and Guqin. Guqin, the supreme treasure of the ancient realm. With all 8 sword intents now unified within him, Lin Feng stood merely one step from becoming the sword lord of all realms. The final requirement being the integration of every origin essence across the myriad heavens. Lin Feng absorbed the ancient realm's origin pearl as well, which merged with the chaos origin, netherworld origin, and divine realm origin already within him. His sword essence surged dramatically, and the bottleneck of the mid-sword god realm loosened. He had broken through to the late stage of the sword god realm. At the edge of the ancient realm, the gate of time closed. Lin Feng opened his eyes. Deep within his pupils, a transparent miniature sword hovered, encircled by an 8-colored halo. 8 swords flew back to his waist. Xiaobai rubbed against his neck and let out a meow. The white light grew brighter. Lin Feng said, "Let's go. Back to Zhongzhou." He stepped into the air and rose. The 8 swords trailed 8 streams of color, tearing through the chaotic darkness. In Zhongzhou City, 5 cracks ran through the city wall. Piles of corpses formed a mountain, and blood trickled along the mortar joints. Luo Qingxue stood at the breach, an ice sword in hand, her cold aura as thin as mist. Her cultivation had fallen to the early stage of the Sword Emperor realm, and the glacial river sword heart was shattered by 70%. She did not retreat. Behind her remained only 5,000 disciples. Their hands trembled, their legs shook, but none fled. In the distance, black mist surged forward. 50,000 Void Army soldiers blanketed the sky and earth. The Void Lord stood at the forefront, his black robe fluttering dark red light dancing on the Sword of Void. The Void Lord said, "Lin Feng is not here. You cannot stop me." Luo Qingxue said, "Even if I cannot stop you, I will still try." He swung his sword down. The black sword Qi lunged at the city wall like a dragon. Luo Qingxue raised her sword to block new cracks forming on the ice blade. She was knocked back, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. The second sword strike came down, heavier, fiercer. A transparent sword light flew from the distance and shattered the black sword Qi. Lin Feng strode through the air, 8 swords suspended behind him, their 8-colored light illuminating the entire city. The Void Lord's expression changed. "You've gathered all 8 sword intents." Lin Feng said, 8. "That's enough." The Void Lord said, "You haven't fused them yet. You can't defeat me." Lin Feng replied, "Let's try." He landed on the city wall and stood beside Luo Qingxue. Her eyes reddened. "You're back." Lin Feng said, "I'm back." The Void Lord struck with his sword. Lin Feng drew his sword. The 8 swords flew out together. The 8 sword intents merged into a single transparent blade of light that clashed against the Sword of Void. Boom! The Void Lord was knocked back 10 paces, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The Sword of Void cracked from hilt to tip. He stared at his sword, his face dark. "You can now wound my sword." Lin Feng said, "Next time I'll wound the man." He thrust his sword forward. The Void Lord could not dodge. His shoulder was pierced, black blood spurting out. The second strike aimed for his head. The Void Lord barely evaded, the sword edge grazing his cheek, and leaving a bloody gash. The Void Army surged forward. Lin Feng swept his sword in a horizontal arc, a transparent sword light, cutting down over 10,000 in one blow. The second strike felled another 10,000. The army broke and fled, the black mist receding like a tide. The Void Lord gritted his teeth, retreat. He turned and fled. A transparent light mass sank into his brow. In his dantian, the miniature transparent sword accelerated its fusion, the 8-sword intense integration, rising from 70% to 80%. Luo Qingxue asked, should we pursue? Lin Feng said yes. If I don't kill him, the myriad realms will never know peace. Luo Qingxue said, I'll go with you. Lin Feng looked at her. Her cultivation had dropped, her ice sword shattered. He said, you stay? Guard Zhongzhou. Luo Qingxue said, okay. Lin Feng stepped into the air and chased into the depths of chaos. Xiaobai crouched on his shoulder, the 8-sword suspended behind him. In the depths of chaos, the Void throne. The Void Lord sat upon it, his wound still bleeding. He gritted his teeth. Lin Feng, you leave me no choice. He walked behind the throne and pushed open the black stone door. Inside, a black pearl floated as tall as a man with black light surging within. The Void Ancestor was sealed within. The Void Lord reached out and pressed his hand against the pearl. Master, I need your power. Black light surged and a deep voice came from inside the pearl. You have failed. The Void Lord said, Lin Feng is too strong. He's about to become the sovereign of all realms. The voice said, then let him come. My seal is also about to break. Lin Feng pursued into the depths of chaos and saw the Void throne from afar. He sensed the terrifying aura behind the throne, 10 times stronger than the Void Lord's. He stopped and said, soon. Once I've fully fused the 8-sword intense, I'll come to kill you. He turned and flew back. In Zhongzhou City, Eden and Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the bed, 8 swords embedded in the ground before him, their blades flickering with dim and bright light. Xiaobai crouched on his shoulder, its golden eyes half closed. Luo Qingxue stood at the doorway, the ice sword in her hand, emitting a faint chill. Her cultivation had fallen to the initial sword Emperor realm, and the ice river sword heart was shattered into fragments, yet she did not tend to her wounds, remaining guard at the entrance. Lin Feng closed his eyes, and within his dantian 8-sword intense spun wildly. Demon, Buddha, immortal, nether, divine, desolate, and ancient. The 8 forces under the mediation of the chaos origin were slowly merging. The transparent miniature sword grew larger, expanding from the size of a fingernail to that of a fist. The fusion of the 8-sword intense increased from 80% to 85%, then from 85 to 90%. It was not enough. Gritting his teeth, he urged the fragment of the chaos origin. A translucent radiance surged from his dantian, enveloping the 8-sword intense, accelerating their fusion. His body trembled, and beneath his skin light of 8 colors flowed. His meridians swelled with pressure, and each heartbeat felt like a drum thundering in his chest. Cultivation progress, 8-sword intense fusion at 90%, cultivation progress, 91%, 92%, 93%, deep within the chaos, the throne of nothingness. The Lord of Void stood before a black stone door, his hand pressed against a black orb. The black light within the orb grew increasingly bright, and the cracks in the seal multiplied. From within the orb, the low voice spoke again. Are you certain you wish to sacrifice yourself? The Lord of Void replied, certain. If I do not, Lin Feng will kill me. If I sacrifice, my will live on in your body, the voice said. Good. The orb exploded. Black shards scattered and thick, viscous black mist surged forth. The black mist condensed into a colossal figure. 10 feet tall, its body covered in black scales beneath, which dark red light pulsed. It had 2 curved horns on its head, blood-red eyes with vertical pupils. The ancestor of Void. Half-step, sword master of the heavens. The Lord of Void knelt, head bowed. His body began to melt like wax, meeting heat, starting from his feet, and turning into black liquid. The liquid flowed toward the ancestor of Void, who absorbed it. The Lord of Void's face bore no pain, only calm. He said, Lin Feng, kill him for me. The ancestor of Void replied, I will. The Lord of Void's body dissolved completely. His will transformed into a beam of black light that vanished into the ancestor of Void's brow. The ancestor of Void closed his eyes, then opened them. The red in his eyes was deeper. He said, Lin Feng, you killed my puppet. Now I come myself. In Zhongzhou City, Lin Feng's eyes snapped open. He sensed the terrifying aura in the depths of the chaos, 10 times stronger than the Lord of Void. Half-step, sword master of the heavens. His face paled. There's no time, he said. Luo Qingxue pushed open the door. What's wrong, she asked. Lin Feng said, the ancestor of Void has awakened. 10 times stronger than the Lord of Void. Luo Qingxue asked, how much have your sword intense fused? Lin Feng replied, 93%. 7% left. Luo Qingxue said, can you fight? Lin Feng said, I must, whether I can or not. He stood, and the 8 swords flew back to his waist. Xiaobai leaped onto his shoulder and meowed. Lin Feng walked out of the inn and stood on the city wall. In the distance from the direction of the chaos, black mist surged thicker and broader than any before. The mist obscured half the sky, turning Zhongzhou City's day into night. The Alliance disciples stood on the city wall, their hands trembling. Not from fear, but from the overwhelming pressure of the ancestor of void. Cultivators below the Sword Emperor realm could not even stand steadily. Special sign-in location triggered Zhongzhou City on the eve of the final battle sign-in. Sign-in. Zhongzhou City special sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. Obtained Sword Master of the Heavens Divine Seed Prototype Enhancement 1-8 Sword Intense Fusion increased to 95%. A translucent orb of light entered Lin Feng's brow. The transparent miniature sword in his dantian trembled violently, and the fusion of the 8 Sword Intense rose from 93% to 95%. 0.5% remained, but there was no time. The Ancestor of Void stood above Zhongzhou City, gazing down at Lin Feng on the wall. His body was vast, 10 feet tall, with black scales glinting coldly in the dark red light. His eyes were blood-red, fixed on Lin Feng like a predator eyeing its prey. The Ancestor of Void said, "Are you Lin Feng?" Lin Feng replied, "Are you the Ancestor of Void?" The Ancestor of Void said, "The first darkness at the dawn of chaos. Older and stronger than anything you have ever seen." Lin Feng said, "Old does not necessarily mean strong." The Ancestor of Void smiled a cold smile. He said, "Your sword intents are still 0.5% short of merging into the Sword Master of the Heavens. You cannot defeat me." Lin Feng drew his swords. All 8 blades left their sheaths and 8 colored sword light exploded in the darkness. He said, "Even if I cannot, I must fight." The Ancestor of Void struck down with his palm. The palm wind carried black flames scorching the air until it twisted. Lin Feng did not retreat. 8 swords struck together. The 8 sword intents merged into a single transparent sword beam, slashing into the black flames. With a thunderous crash, Lin Feng was knocked back, 10 steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The Ancestor of Void stood still, not moving an inch. He said, "Your sword can wound the Lord of Void, but it cannot wound me." Lin Feng wiped the blood from his mouth and said, "If one sword cannot, then 2. If 2 cannot, then 100. The Ancestor of Void said, "You have no chance." He struck the city wall with his palm. A huge crack split the wall, and dozens of Alliance disciples were flung into the air, landing on the ground, spitting blood. Luo Qingxue charged forward, her ice sword slashing at the Ancestor of Void. He struck her with a palm, sending her crashing to the ground. Her ice sword shattered and blood seeped from her lips. Lin Feng's eyes turned red. He said, "Your opponent is me." The Ancestor of Void said, "You are too weak." Lin Feng gritted his teeth and urged the transparent miniature sword in his dantian. The 8 sword intents spun wildly, their fusion rising from 95% to 96-97%. His body trembled, his skin split, and blood seeped out. But the fusion continued. Xiaobai leaped from his shoulder, landed on the ground, looked up at the sky, opened its mouth, and spat out a white orb. White light shot toward the Ancestor of Void, who reached out and caught the orb, crushing it. Xiaobai let out a pained cry, fell to the ground, and the white light on its body dimmed. Lin Feng cried, "Xiaobai." Xiaobai struggled to its feet, wobbled, then collapsed again. Lin Feng's eyes were completely red. He said, "I'll take your life." He charged forward, 8 swords striking together. This sword strike used all his sword essence, all his strength, all his hatred. The transparent sword beam slashed across the Ancestor of Void's chest, knocking him back 3 steps, leaving a white mark on his chest. He looked down at the wound and said, "Your sword can wound me now." Lin Feng said, "If it can wound, it can kill." The Ancestor of Void said, "You are still 0.5% short. You cannot kill me." He struck Lin Feng in the chest with his palm. Lin Feng was sent flying, crashing to the ground, spitting a mouthful of blood. The 8 swords lay scattered around him, their light dimmed. Xiaobai crawled to his side, rubbing its head against his hand, meowing weakly. Luo Qingxue ran over and helped Lin Feng up. She said, "Lin Feng, are you all right?" Lin Feng said, "I won't die." He pushed himself to his feet, and the 8 swords flew back into his hands. The light on the blades reignited, but dimmer than before. His sword essence was 70% depleted, and the fusion of the 8 sword intents was stuck at 97%, unable to rise further. The Ancestor of Void said, "Lin Feng, today is your day of death." He struck down with his palm. A beam of golden light shot from the distance, blocking the blow in front of Lin Feng. The light dissipated, revealing an old man with white hair, the Lord of the Divine Realm. He wore a golden robe and held a golden sword. He said, "Lin Feng, fuse your sword intents. I will hold him off." Lin Feng said, "You cannot defeat him." The Lord of the Divine Realm said, "I must fight even if I cannot. You are the hope of all the heavens and realms. You cannot die." A golden barrier blocked before Lin Feng. The Lord of the Divine Realm, clad in golden robes, gripped a golden sword in his hand. His hair billowed in the wind, and his golden eyes fixed upon the Ancestor of Nothingness. His body radiated light. Not ordinary light, but the blazing luminescence of a life being consumed. Essence, blood, spiritual power, soul, all were burning. "You've lost your mind," Lin Feng said. "Burning your very life. That is death itself." The Lord of the Divine Realm replied, "I have lived 100,000 years. That is enough. You are the hope of all heavens and worlds. You cannot die." He charged forward. A blade of golden light slashed toward the ancestor of nothingness, carrying with it 100,000 years of cultivation, his devotion to guarding the divine realm, and his love for all existence. The ancestor of nothingness struck back with a palm. Black flame met golden sword light in a thunderous collision, sending the lord of the divine realm recoiling, a thin trail of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. A white mark appeared on the palm of the ancestor of nothingness. "You alone cannot stop me," the ancestor declared. The lord of the divine realm replied, "I do not need to stop you. Buying time is all I require." He unleashed sword after sword, each strike fueled by every ounce of his strength. Golden sword light erupted through the darkness, illuminating the entire sky. The ancestor of nothingness found himself entangled, unable to break free momentarily. Lin Feng sat cross-legged, 8 swords planted before him. Closing his eyes, he activated the translucent sword within his dantian. The fusion of the 8 sword intents remained stuck at 97%. It was not a matter of insufficient power, but of heart. His spirit trembled, for the lord of the divine realm was risking everything for him. Xiaobai lay upon his lap, the white light emanating from its body dimmed. Though wounded, its eyes remained open, watching Lin Feng. It let out a weak meow. Luo Qingxue stood beside Lin Feng, her ice sword shattered to half its length. Her cultivation base had faltered and her ice river heart was broken, yet she refused to retreat. Her gaze fixed upon the distant battlefield where the lord of the divine realm and the ancestor of nothingness clashed, shaking heaven and earth. The lord of the divine realm's body began to grow translucent. The cost of burning his life force was immense. His spiritual power was drying up, his essence blood depleting, his soul dissipating. His strikes grew slower, his light dimmer. The ancestor of nothingness drove a palm into his chest, sending him flying through the air to crash onto the ground. A mouthful of golden blood erupted from his lips. His chest caved inward, several ribs shattered. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself upright, still gripping his sword. "You cannot hold on much longer," the ancestor of nothingness observed. "I can endure." Once more he charged. This final strike drew upon every shred of his remaining power. Golden light severed across the ancestor of nothingness, neck scales flying as black blood gushed forth. A agonized shriek tore from the ancestor of nothingness as a palm strike shattered the golden sword. Shards rained down, embedding themselves in the lord of the divine realm. He fell to his knees, his body drenched in blood. His form began to dissipate, feet turning to golden motes that drifted upward. He turned his head toward Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, avenge me." Lin Feng's eyes snapped open. They burned red, not from tears but from pure hatred. His entire body trembled, not with fear, but with rage. The translucent sword in his dantian surged violently. The fusion degree of the 8 sword intents leaped from 97% to 98, 99, then 100%. All 8 sword intents had fully merged. Demon, Yagwai, Buddha, immortal, netherworld deity, primal, ancient. 8 streams of power converged into one, manifesting as a colossal translucent sword. The complete divine title of the Lord of all swords. Special check-in location triggered. Zhongzhou City Battlefield, the Fallen Lord's location. Check-in. Special check-in at Zhongzhou City Battlefield successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining complete inheritance of the Lord of all swords 1 initial stage. A translucent sphere of light drifted into Lin Feng's forehead. His body shuddered as sword energy surged dramatically. Late sword god realm. Half-step Lord of all swords. Initial stage of Lord of all swords. He had broken through. Lin Feng rose to his feet. 8 swords flew behind him, hovering in midair, their tips pointed at the ancestor of nothingness. The light upon their blades shifted. No longer 8 colors, but something entirely new, the hue of chaos itself. The color of the primordial chaos, older and purer than any hue known. Xiaobai scrambled up from the ground and leapt onto his shoulder. Its white radiance transformed as well, shifting to that primordial chaos color. It let out a bright, clear meow. The ancestor of nothingness fixed his gaze upon Lin Feng, his expression darkening. You have become a lord of all swords." Lin Feng responded coldly, "Thanks to you." A single slash tore through the air. Chaos-colored sword light descended upon the ancestor of nothingness without sound, yet it sheared space itself, carving a 10-zhang-long rift. There was no avoiding it. The strike raked across his chest, scales and flesh flying as a massive wound split open, black blood gushing out. The impact sent him skidding backward over a dozen paces, nearly toppling him. The ancestor of nothingness looked down at the wound, his face contorted with fury and disbelief. "Your sword can kill me." Lin Feng's response was simple and absolute, yes. He thrust forward. The ancestor of nothingness spun around and fled, shrouding himself in black mist as he retreated deeper into the chaos. Lin Feng did not pursue. Half his sword energy was already spent, his new realm still unsteady. Catching him would not guarantee a kill. Sheathing his blade, he walked toward what remained of the Lord of the Divine Realm. Most of the Lord of the Divine Realm's body had already dissipated, leaving only his upper torso. His eyes were closed, his expression peaceful, free from pain. Lin Feng knelt beside him. "I will avenge you." A faint smile touched the corner of his lips. Then his body dissolved completely, transforming into golden motes that scattered into the air. Lin Feng rose, his hands empty. Not even ashes remained of the Lord of the Divine Realm. He turned and walked back toward Zhongzhou City. Luo Qingxue followed behind him, while Xiao Bai perched upon his shoulder. Upon the city walls, all the Alliance disciples knelt. They did not kneel to Lin Feng, but to the Lord of the Divine Realm. With his single self, he had held back the ancestor of nothingness, and bought Lin Feng the time he needed to break through. Standing atop the wall, Lin Feng gazed toward the chaos. His eyes were as cold as the winter wind sweeping over Sword Mountain. Ancestor of nothingness, he vowed, when my cultivation stabilizes, I will come for you. Zhongzhou City Inn. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the 8 swords planted in the ground before him. The light emanating from the blades was no longer 8 colors, but a new one, the hue of chaos. Dull and gray like the light at the dawn of chaos itself. Xiaobai perched on his shoulder, its white radiance also transformed into the color of chaos. Its wounds had not yet fully healed, yet it felt far stronger than the day before. Luo Qingxue stood at the doorway, gripping the broken sword in her hand. The ice sword had shattered into 2 halves, its frosty aura entirely dissipated. She gazed down at the fractured blade, her eyes reddening. This sword had accompanied her for over a decade, from Qingyun sect to Binghe Hall, from Zhongzhou to Shangzhou, across the myriad realms of the heavens and deep into the chaos. Where the sword stood, she stood. Where the sword broke, she bore the wound. Lin Feng opened his eyes. The sword can be repaired, he said. Luo Qingxue replied. The Ice River sword heart is shattered. It cannot be mended. Lin Feng reached into his robe and withdrew a translucent bead. An ancient realm origin fragment. One he had yet to exhaust. Use this, he said. Luo Qingxue took the bead, and its luminous essence surged into her body. Fragments of the Ice River sword heart began to coalesce. Not mere repair, but rebirth. The new Ice River sword heart proved stronger and purer than the old. Luo Qingxue's body shuddered as her cultivation began to skyrocket from the early stage of the Sword Emperor realm. Mid-stage, late stage, the peak of the Sword Emperor realm. She opened her eyes, and the broken sword in her hand rose into the air, its fragments reassembling. The new ice sword flowed with translucent light along its blade. Ice River sword heart, rebirth. Lin Feng closed his eyes and continued to stabilize his realm. Within his dantian, the translucent great sword rotated slowly. With each revolution, his sword essence grew richer and more profound. The early stage of the Heavenly Sword Master was still unsteady and required time. He drew forth 4 origin beads, Chaos, Underworld, Divine Realm, and Ancient Realm, and they hovered before him. The light from the beads flooded into his body, accelerating the stabilization of his realm. Cultivation progress, stabilizing the Heavenly Sword Master early stage, 10%, 30%, 60%. Xiaobai hopped down from his shoulder onto the ground and looked up at the 4 beads. It opened its mouth and inhaled a breath of the bead's radiance, its white light growing brighter still. Its wounds were healing rapidly, and the seal was completely lifted. It let out a clear, resonant meow. On the first day, his Heavenly Sword Master stabilization reached 60%. On the second day, 80%. On the third day, complete. Special check-in location triggered. Zhongzhou City, in seclusion, complete. Proceed with check-in. Check-in. Special check-in at Zhongzhou City, in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Heavenly Sword Master Realm Stabilization, 1 realm fully stabilized, combat power, increased by 30%. A chaotic colored orb of light merged into the space between Lin Feng's eyebrows. The translucent great sword in his dantian ceased its rotation and hung quietly in place. The Heavenly Sword Master early stage was now completely stabilized. Lin Feng opened his eyes. His eyes had changed. Deep within his pupils, a translucent great sword existed, surrounded by flowing chaos-colored light. He rose to his feet, and the 8 swords flew back to his waist. Xiaobai leapt onto his shoulder and let out a soft meow. Deep within the chaos, the Void Throne. The ancestor of Void sat upon it, the wound on his chest already healed. His strength had recovered 80% with only 20% remaining. He opened his eyes, his blood-red gaze fixed upon Zhongzhou. Lin Feng, you have become a Heavenly Sword Master. But your realm has only just stabilized. You are not yet strong enough. He rose from the throne, his black robes cascading to the ground. Assemble the entire army. All forces of the Void mobilize. This time, no dividing troops, no probing attacks. Push everything forward and seize Zhongzhou in one stroke. 9 Void generals knelt upon the ground, speaking in unison, yes. 500,000 Void soldiers surged forth from the depths of chaos, a black mist stretching across heaven and earth, bearing down upon Zhongzhou. The ancestor of Void led the vanguard, gripping his black Void sword, dark red light pulsing along its blade. Zhongzhou City. Lin Feng emerged from the inn and took his position upon the city wall. He sensed the black mist surging from the depths of chaos and the aura of the ancestor of Void. They've come, he said. Luo Qingxue stood beside him, the ice sword in hand, cold mist dripping from its edge. Her cultivation had recovered to the peak of the Sword Emperor realm, and the reborn Ice River sword heart made her even stronger. How many, she asked. 500,000, Lin Feng replied. All coming at us. We have only 20,000. That is enough. He drew his sword. All 8 blades left their scabbards, simultaneously chaotic-colored sword light, exploding through the darkness and illuminating the entirety of Zhongzhou City. Alliance disciples stood upon the city walls, gripping their swords, hands trembling, but none retreated. In the distance, the black mist surged forward. 500,000 void soldiers stretching across the horizon like a black ocean. The ancestor of void stood at the forefront, his blood-red eyes fixed upon Lin Feng. Lin Feng stepped into the void, hovering above Zhongzhou City. The 8 swords floated behind him, and Xiao Bai perched upon his shoulder. Ancestor of void, today marks your demise. You cannot kill me. Then let me try. 20,000 alliance disciples leaped from the city walls and took position behind Lin Feng. Luo Qingxue stood at the front, ice sword in hand. Luo Chun arrived from the rear. His injuries had not fully healed and bandages still wrapped his chest, yet he had come. Big brother, I'm here. Step back. Your wounds are not healed. I will not retreat. Lin Feng said nothing further. 500,000 void soldiers halted across from them, black mist churning around them. The ancestor of void raised his void sword, its tip pointed directly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, in this battle, only one will survive. That one will be me. Above Zhongzhou City, 2 forces faced off. Lin Feng hovered over the city walls, 8 swords floating behind him, their chaotic-colored light illuminating half the sky. Opposite him, the ancestor of nothingness stood within the black mist, his blood-red eyes fixed on Lin Feng, his dark void sword drawn, a crimson glow flickering along its blade. Behind the ancestor stood 50,000 formless soldiers, a dark and oppressive sea stretching to the horizon. 2,000 alliance disciples held the city walls, gripping their swords with trembling hands, but none retreated. The ancestor of nothingness sneered. Lin Feng, you have only just stabilized at the early stage of the heavenly demon sword lord realm. I have lived 100,000 years. What do you have to oppose me? Lin Feng replied, simply a sword. He swung. A blade of chaotic light tore through space and struck toward the ancestor. The ancestor raised his sword to block. The collision echoed like thunder, splitting the very fabric of reality. The ancestor stumbled back 3 steps. Lin Feng retreated 2. Looking down at his void sword, the ancestor noticed a hairline fracture along the blade. Your sword is stronger than last time, the ancestor said. Last time was half a step, Lin Feng replied. This time is real. He drew his second strike. This slash was faster, heavier. The chaotic sword light struck the ancestor's chest, scales shattering and a bloody gash tearing across his torso. Gritting his teeth, the ancestor swatted inward with a palm. Black flames roared toward Lin Feng. He did not yield. 8 swords erupted simultaneously, their chaotic light shattering the flames. Closing the distance, Lin Feng drove his blade straight at the ancestor's throat. The ancestor twisted aside. The blade grazed his neck, drawing black blood. He backed away, creating space between them. Raising his hand, he commanded, attack. 50,000 formless soldiers surged forward. The black mist churned like a raging sea, crimson lights densely packed, as if the sky itself had caught fire. Alliance disciples leaped from the walls to meet them. 20,000 against 50,000. The numbers were insurmountable. Luo Qingxue charged at the forefront. Her ice sword swept wide, unleashing the 7th form of the ice river sword art, shattering the sky with an ice river. Cold energy exploded outward, coalescing into an ice dragon that plunged into the formless horde. Where the dragon passed, the black mist froze solid crimson lights encased within blocks of ice. One slash froze thousands of formless soldiers. Another slash froze another 1,000. Her cultivation had fully recovered, and with the rebirth of her ice river sword heart, she had grown even stronger. Luo Chun led the alliance disciples in a flank assault. His wounds had not fully healed. He still wore bandages around his chest, but he fought through the pain, 1 strike, 1 kill. Alliance disciples fought 10-1, driving the formless army back step by step. But the enemy numbers were endless. For every batch fallen, another surged forward. The black mist thickened, the crimson lights multiplied. Above it all, Lin Feng and the ancestor of nothingness continued their duel, battling from the heavens to the earth, from the earth into the clouds. Sword light collided with black flames, each impact sending shockwaves through space. The ancestor's strikes grew slower, Lin Feng's grew faster. Exploiting an opening, Lin Feng slashed across the ancestor's right arm. The chaotic light sheared through scales, muscle, and bone in one clean stroke. The severed arm flew through the air and dissolved into black mist upon impact. The ancestor screamed, clutching the stump as black blood sprayed downward, corroding the ground into deep craters. The ancestor's face turned ashen, his blood-red eyes burning with fury. You have severed my arm. Lin Feng replied coldly. Next strike, I take your head. Gritting his teeth, the ancestor snarled. You leave me no choice. He ignited his life force. Black flames erupted from his body, enveloping him completely. From the stump of his severed arm, a new limb formed. Not of flesh, but of condensed black mist. His aura surged, dramatically climbing from the half-step toward the heavenly demon sword lord realm to the early stage itself. A chaotic colored orb of light flashed into Lin Feng's brow. His sword energy exploded outward, the 8 swords behind him blazing with intensified radiance. He felt his power surge to new heights in an instant. The ancestor charged, palm outstretched, aiming squarely at Lin Feng. That strike carried the full force of his ignited life blood, black flames so intense they warped the surrounding space itself. Lin Feng did not yield. 8 swords unleashed together, chaotic light meeting black flame in a cataclysmic collision. Both combatants were knocked back 5 steps. A bloody wound marred the ancestor's palm. A thin trickle of blood escaped Lin Feng's lips. "You cannot defeat me," the ancestor hissed. "You burned your life force," Lin Feng replied evenly. "You won't last long." "Enough to kill you," the ancestor retorted. They clashed once more. Sword light, black flames, and spatial fractures filled the battlefield sky in utter chaos. Below, the Alliance disciples and the formless army continued their brutal struggle. Luo Qingshue's ice sword had already frozen tens of thousands of enemies, yet hundreds of thousands more kept advancing. The ancestor's body underwent a final transformation. Black scales peeled away, revealing not flesh beneath, but swirling black mist. His entire form dissolved into a towering vortex of darkness within which countless blood-red eyes pulsed and blinked. The primordial darkness born at the dawn of creation, the true body of the ancestor of nothingness. "So this is your true form?" Lin Feng asked. "Now that you've seen it," the ancestor replied, "you must die." The body of the ancestor of nothingness transformed completely. Black scales fell away, revealing the darkness within. The black mist churned and countless blood-red eyes flickered within. Each eye stared at Lin Feng as if wanting to devour him. The first darkness born at the dawn of chaos, a monster that had lived for 100,000 years. Lin Feng stood in the air, 8 swords hovering behind him, their chaotic light illuminating the darkness. Xiaobai crouched on his shoulder, golden eyes fixed on the mass of black mist, its tail rigid with tension. The white light emanating from Xiaobai was also changing, growing brighter with chaotic hues. The ancestor of nothingness's voice emerged from the black mist, low and deep, as if rising from the depths of hell. "Lin Feng, have you witnessed the dawn of chaos? There was no light, no life, only darkness. I am that darkness. The countless realms came later. They are the invaders. I am merely reclaiming what belongs to me." Lin Feng replied. "The countless realms harbor countless living beings. They are not invaders. They lived in peace. By what right do you destroy them?" The ancestor of nothingness said, "Because I am stronger." The black mist expanded, spreading in all directions. Wherever the fog passed, space corroded and time twisted. The bodies on the ground were devoured by the black mist, leaving nothing behind, not even bones. The Alliance disciples retreated, but a few who moved too slowly were swept into the mist and vanished with a scream. Luo Qingxue swept her ice sword across, freezing a section of the black mist, but the mist surged forward once more. Lin Feng did not retreat. He closed his eyes, then opened them. The transparent great sword within his pupils shuddered violently. He spoke, "Sword domain of the myriad heavens." From his center, chaotic light radiated outward. Wherever the light reached, the black mist retreated, space was restored, and time returned to normal. The sword domain expanded. 10 zhang, 100 zhang, 1,000 zhang. Within the sword domain, 8 types of sword intent flowed through the air, every wisp carrying the sword's will. The ancestor of nothingness said, "A sword domain. How long can yours sustain?" The black mist surged from all directions, pressing against the domain's boundaries. Each tremor made Lin Feng's lips bleed a little more. Xiaobai jumped from his shoulder, landing before him, opened its mouth, and expelled a chaotic colored pearl. The pearl hovered at the sword domain's center, emanating chaotic light. The sword domain's boundaries stabilized. Lin Feng said, "Long enough to kill you." He drew his swords, 8 blades slicing down simultaneously. The chaotic sword light within the domain coalesced into a massive transparent blade. The blade stretched 100 zhang, with 8 types of sword intent flowing across its edge like intricate patterns. "The sword of the Lord of myriad heavens." The ancestor of nothingness said, "You cannot maintain this form." Lin Feng said, "I can." He struck down with his sword. The transparent giant blade cut into the black mist. The mist was split apart, blood-red eyes were pierced by the sword light, and screams echoed from within the darkness. The ancestor of nothingness said, You can harm my true form." Lin Feng replied, "What can be harmed can be slain." He struck a second time. The black mist was cleaved in two, revealing a black pearl in the center. The pearl stood as tall as a person, with black light swirling within. The core of the ancestor of nothingness. The ancestor of nothingness said, "You found my core, but you cannot shatter it." Lin Feng said, "Let's see." He sheathed 7 swords, keeping only one, the ancient dust sword. The ancient dust sword, supreme treasure of the ancient realm, wielding the power of time. He poured all his sword essence into the blade. The sword's chaotic light grew increasingly brilliant, finally transforming into transparent white radiance. He thrust forward. Not a slash, a thrust. The sword's tip pierced the black pearl, and the power of time erupted. Time around the pearl began to reverse, starting from 100,000 years ago, second by second backward. The ancestor of nothingness's voice shifted, tinged with terror. You're reversing my time." returning me to before I existed. Lin Feng said exactly. As time reversed, the black pearl's light grew dimmer. The ancestor of nothingness's power drained away, falling from the initial stage of the Lord of Myriad Heavens to half-step, then to the pinnacle of Sword God realm. Its black mist faded further, and the blood-red eyes grew fewer. The ancestor of nothingness said, "Stop. I will spare the myriad realms. I will return to the depths of chaos and never emerge again." Lin Feng said, "Too late." Time reversed to before the dawn of chaos. The black pearl vanished, the black mist dispersed, and all the blood-red eyes closed forever. The ancestor of nothingness's agonized screams echoed through the air, then abruptly ceased. Sign-in. A chaotic-colored orb of light merged into Lin Feng's brow. His sword essence surged violently, and his cultivation broke through from the initial stage to the middle stage of the Lord of Myriad Heavens. All 8 swords trembled simultaneously, emitting resonant hums. The black mist had completely dissipated. Sunlight poured through the clouds, illuminating the walls of Zhongzhou City. The Alliance disciples stood frozen, gazing at the sky, gazing at Lin Feng. Someone asked, "Did we win?" "Yes," someone answered. Some knelt on the ground, weeping. Others embraced those beside them with laughter. Luo Qingxue ran over, standing beside Lin Feng. Frost still clung to her ice, sword blood still stained her face, but she was smiling. She said, "You won." Lin Feng said, Xiaobai hopped onto his shoulder, nuzzling against his neck with a bright, powerful meow. Lin Feng descended to the city wall, the 8 swords flying back to his waist. He gazed toward the distant direction of chaos. The black mist had vanished, and the depths of chaos had fallen silent. He said, "It's over." Luo Qingxue said, "It's over." The two stood side by side as the wind blew, lifting their hair. The black mist dissipated. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, illuminating the walls of Zhongzhou City, the faces of the Alliance disciples, and the corpses scattered across the ground. Some knelt on the ground, weeping. Others embraced those beside them in joy, while some lay, gasping for breath. Of the 500,000 troops of the void, some perished, and the rest scattered to the winds. The black mist had completely vanished, even the darkness deep within the chaos growing fainter. Lin Feng stood upon the city wall, 8 swords embedded in the brickwork before him, the chaotic hue upon their blades slowly dimming. Xiaobai perched on his shoulder, its golden eyes fixed upon the distant sky, its tail draped over his neck. It was weary but remained awake. Luo Qingxue stood beside him, her ice sword in hand, the frosty aura already receded. Her garments were drenched in blood, not her own but her enemies'. She said, "It is over." Lin Feng replied, "Yes." Luo Chun climbed up from below the wall, covered in wounds, the bandages around his chest loosened, blood seeping through the gauze. He approached Lin Feng, grinning to reveal bloodied teeth. "Brother, we have one." Lin Feng said, "Your wounds." Luo Chun replied, "I shall not die." News spread throughout the myriad realms. The demon realm, the monster realm, the Buddha realm, the immortal realm, the nether realm, the divine realm, the desolate realm, and the ancient realm. All learned the same truth: the ancestor of the void had died, slain by Lin Feng. The reactions of the great factions were strikingly uniform. Qi Yin arrived from the demon realm, his severed arm reattached, though still not fully healed. He knelt before Lin Feng and said, "Lord, the demon realm pledges itself to you as its lord." Dong Huang came from the monster realm, his back wound still unhealed, walking with a limp. He knelt beside Qi Yin and said, "The monster realm as well." The new abbot of the Buddha realm arrived, a young monk disciple of the former abbot. He knelt beside Dong Huang and said, "The Buddha realm as well." The lord of the immortal realm came, the new ruler of the nether realm arrived, the acting sovereign of the divine realm appeared, envoys of the desolate realm and messengers of the ancient realm all came forward. Dozens of figures knelt upon the city wall, a dark sea of bodies. Behind them stretched disciples, soldiers, and envoys from every realm, forming a long line from the wall all the way to the city gates. Lin Feng looked down at those kneeling and said, "Rise." None dared to stand. Lin Feng repeated, "I said rise." Qi Yin rose first, and the others followed. Lin Feng declared, "The All Heavens Anti-Heaven Alliance shall be dissolved from this day forward." Silence fell across the crowd. Luo Chun, stunned, asked, "Brother, if it is dissolved, who will oversee the myriad realms from now on?" Lin Feng replied, "The sword sect." He drew the ancient dust sword and pointed its tip toward the heavens. A pillar of chaotic sword light erupted upward, illuminating the entire sky. Within the sword light, patterns of 8 distinct sword intents flowed, and the primordial essence of all realms pulsed within. He proclaimed, "From this day forth the sword sect shall govern the order of all heavens. Every realm shall present tribute to the sword sect once every century. All disputes between realms shall be arbitrated by the sword sect. If any disagree, speak now." No one spoke. A sphere of chaotic light merged into Lin Feng's brow. He could feel the fortune and destiny of all realms converging upon the sword sect. Luo Qingxue stood beside Lin Feng, gazing at those kneeling below and the distant sky. Sunlight bathed her face and light shimmered in her eyes. She said, "Lin Feng, you have accomplished it." Lin Feng replied, "We have accomplished it." Luo Qingxue lowered her head, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. She seldom smiled, but when she did it was beautiful. In the far distance the clouds parted and sunlight fell upon the ruins, the pools of blood, and the corpses. Yet upon the ruins people were rebuilding. Beside the blood-soaked earth others were planting flowers. The dead were carried away for burial. The myriad realms were recovering their vitality. Lin Feng closed his eyes and sensed into the depths of chaos. The darkness still lingered, but far fainter. With the death of the ancestor of the void the dark will had dissipated. Yet deep within the chaos a faint breath remained. It was not an enemy, it was new life. After darkness something fresh would be born. Lin Feng opened his eyes and said, "Let us depart." Luo Qingxue asked, "Where to?" Lin Feng replied, "Back to the sword sect." Luo Qingxue said, "Very well." The two rose upon the empty air and flew toward the sword sect. Xiaobai perched upon Lin Feng's shoulder, let out a soft meow. Behind them upon the city wall the alliance disciples remained kneeling. Luo Chun knelt at the forefront, his eyes red-rimmed. He called out, "Brother, take care." Lin Feng did not look back. The sword sect's entrance gate remained unchanged. Blue stone steps, a black wooden door bearing the characters "Sword Sect," carved by Lin Feng himself. The characters endured, but the door planks were cracked, the walls split, and the ground littered with rubble and dried blood. When the Void Army attacked the central continent, Sword Sect bore the brunt. Disciples held the gate to the last, many perishing in the defense. Lin Feng descended at the entrance, 8 swords hanging from his waist, while Xiaobai crouched upon his shoulder. Luo Qingxue alighted nearby, her ice sword drawn. Luo Chun burst from within his body, wrapped in bandages, a wound still visible on his face. But he was smiling. "Big brother, you're back." Behind him hundreds of Sword Sect disciples knelt with their foreheads pressed to the earth. Lin Feng said, "Rise." No one moved. Luo Chun whispered, "They won't rise until you return." Lin Feng's voice rang out, "I am back. Rise." Slowly they stood, some weeping, some laughing, others grimacing through their wounds. Lin Feng entered the main hall and took his seat upon the patriarch's throne. 8 swords were driven into the ground before him, their blades pulsing with chaotic light. Xiaobai perched on the armrest of the chair, golden eyes gazing down at the disciples below. Luo Qingxue stood to his left, ice sword in hand. Luo Chun stood to his right, a ledger in his grip. Lin Feng declared, "From this day forward Sword Sect shall serve as the sovereign of all heavens." Silence fell. Then Lin Feng continued, "Establish 8 branch sects, 1 for each realm. The demonic realm branch shall be led by Qi Yin. The demon realm branch by Dong Huang. The Buddhist realm branch by the new abbot. The immortal realm branch by its sovereign. The netherworld branch by the new lord of the underworld. The divine realm branch by its acting overseer. The desolate realm and ancient realm branches remain under Sword Sect's direct control for now." Luo Chun recorded the words in his ledger and asked, "How shall resources be allocated among the branches?" Lin Feng replied, "Each branch shall contribute 1/10 of their resources annually to Sword Sect. We shall return half of that to nourish them. The remaining half is reserved for emergencies." "Understood," Luo Chun said. Special check-in location triggered. Sword Sect main hall. Proceed with check-in. Check-in. Sword Sect main hall. Special check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Sword Sect Guardian Formation Array X1, can withstand all attacks below the level of the Lord of Swords from all heavens. A disc-shaped array plate of chaotic hue materialized in Lin Feng's palm. The array plate was large, about the size of a wash basin, its surface densely carved with runes. Lin Feng passed it to Luo Chun and said, "Bury it beneath the mountain gate." Luo Chun received it. "Yes." Lin Feng rose and walked to the window. Beyond it, far in the direction of the chaos, a faint pulse of energy flickered. "Not darkness, light. Something is being born deep within the chaos," he murmured. "Now that the ancestor of void has died, the chaos is being reborn," Luo Qingxue said. Lin Feng nodded. "I shall go see." "I'll go with you," Luo Qingxue offered. "Stay behind," Lin Feng replied. "Sword Sect needs someone to guard it." She looked at him for a long moment, then softened. "Very well." Lin Feng stepped into the air and soared toward the depths of the chaos. Xiaobai perched on his shoulder, 8 swords floating behind him. Deep within the chaos, darkness still lingered, but far thinner than before. Where once one could not see one's own hand, now faint glimmers appeared in the distance. The light was neither gold nor white, but chaotic, a murky gray glow like the sky before dawn. After roughly an hour of flight, a sphere of light emerged ahead. Not large, like a lantern, suspended in the void. At its center stood a seedling. Tiny, no more than 3 inches tall, with 2 leaves of chaotic hue. Its roots were embedded in the void itself, drawing sustenance from the remnants of chaos. A seedling of chaotic origin. Lin Feng landed beside it and crouched down. Xiaobai leapt from his shoulder, standing by the seedling as it looked up and let out a soft meow. The seedling's leaves trembled slightly, as if responding. Lin Feng reached out his fingertips, brushing a leaf. A wave of warmth surged from the seedling into his body, resonating with his godhood as Lord of Swords from all heavens. The seedling was acknowledging its master. It lifted from the void and floated before Lin Feng, hovering above his palm. The 2 leaves swayed gently as if beckoning. "You wish to follow me?" The leaves nodded. Lin Feng absorbed the seedling into his dantian. It hovered beside the translucent great sword within absorbing sword essence, while releasing primal chaotic power. His sword energy surged once more, stabilizing his cultivation at the mid-stage of Lord of Swords. Lin Feng rose and turned back, flying homeward. Xiaobai leapt onto his shoulder and meowed again. Far in the distance, toward the myriads of realms, sunlight bathed the ruins. Some were rebuilding homes, others tending crops, still others practicing their sword forms. The war had ended. A new era had begun. The reconstruction of Jian's sect took 7 days. The mountain gate was restored, the walls mended, and the disciples' injuries had largely healed. Luo Chun led his people to bury the great protective formation array beneath the mountain gate. Once the formation patterns were activated, the entire mountain was shrouded in a layer of chaotic-colored light. Attacks from below, the heavenly sword master could not breach it. Lin Feng stood atop the mountain peak, 8 swords planted behind him, with Xiaobai perched on his shoulder. He gazed toward the distant sky. The clouds were white, the heavens a profound blue. On the 10th day after the war ended, the myriad worlds began to revive. Grass sprouted from the ruins and flowers bloomed beside pools of blood. He rose into the air, surveying the heavens and all creation. In the demon realm, Qi Yin led demonic soldiers in rebuilding the city walls. Upon seeing Lin Feng soar across the sky, they dropped to their knees and bowed. In the demon spirit realm, Dong Huang lay upon a stretcher, directing demonic troops to move stones. When he caught sight of Lin Feng, he struggled to rise. Lin Feng waved his hand, and Dong Huang lay back down. In the Buddhist realm, the new abbot led his monks in chanting sutras to liberate restless souls, while golden Buddhist light enveloped the entire mountain. In the immortal realm, immortal soldiers were repairing the heavenly river dam, and the river waters flowed once more. In the netherworld, the new Lord of the Dead was settling the departed, and the gray mist had thinned considerably. In the divine realm, the acting sovereign oversaw the reconstruction of the palace, with golden pillars of light shooting from the mountain peak toward the sky. Lin Feng did not visit the desolate realm or the ancient realm. They were too far away, but reports indicated that rebuilding was underway there as well. Upon reaching the edge of the chaos, Lin Feng paused. Deep within the chaos there were ripples. Not the dark fluctuations of before, but something new, something unfamiliar. It resembled a heartbeat, slow, rhythmic, yet profoundly powerful. Lin Feng closed his eyes and extended his perception. The source of the fluctuations lay deep within the chaos, at the place where the primordial void had fallen. Something is awakening. Xiaobai let out a sharp meow. Check in. A talisman the color of chaos appeared in Lin Feng's palm. He channeled his spiritual energy, and the talisman ignited, transforming into a beam of light that merged into his forehead. His perceptual abilities surged, and every subtle ripple in the chaotic depths became crystal clear to him. Lin Feng turned and flew back to Jian's sect. In the courtyard, Luo Qingxue practiced her sword forms. The cold aura upon her ice blade had grown denser than before. After her ice river sword heart was reborn, her combat strength surpassed what it had been even before the war. Seeing Lin Feng return, she sheathed her sword and asked, "What is it?" Lin Feng said, "Something is awakening in the chaotic depths. It is not the primordial void. It is something else. I will go with you." Lin Feng said, "No. Your cultivation is insufficient. The chaotic depths are far too dangerous. Since my ice river sword heart was reborn, I can withstand the power of nothingness." Lin Feng said, "It is not the power of nothingness. It is something else. I am not even certain what it is, and I cannot take you along." Luo Qingxue looked at him for a long while. Then she said, "Very well. Be careful." Lin Feng rose into the air and flew toward the chaotic depths. Xiaobai perched on his shoulder, and the 8 swords hovered behind him. The darkness still lingered deep within the chaos, but it had faded considerably. Once one could not see one's own hand at arm's length. Now faint glimmers of light could be discerned in the distance. After flying for approximately 2 hours, a cluster of dark light appeared ahead. The light was not black. It was dark red, resembling coagulated blood. At the center of the light cluster, several fragments floated. Each fragment was small, no larger than a fingernail, yet there were numerous of them. Over 100 in total. The fragments rotated slowly, drawing closer to one another, as if piecing together a puzzle. Core fragments of the primordial void. It had not completely dispersed, instead it was reassembling itself. Lin Feng frowned, and said, "Still not dead, are you?" The fragments ceased their rotation, all orienting toward Lin Feng simultaneously. A voice emerged from within them. Faint, but unmistakably clear, "Lin Feng, you cannot kill me. I am the first wisp of darkness from the dawn of chaos. As long as chaos endures, I shall never perish." Lin Feng said, "Then I will kill you once more." He drew his sword, and goodness descended from its scabbard. The power of time flowed along the blade's edge. The fragment spoke, "If you kill me, chaos will lose its balance. Light and darkness are both indispensable. Without darkness, even light will perish." Lin Feng's hand faltered for a moment. The fragments continued, "I am not your enemy. I simply exist." Deep within the chaos, black fragments hovered suspended in the air. Over 100 pieces rotated slowly, drawing near one another, yet never fully aligning. They halted, arrested by the blade pointed at them from Lin Feng's hand. Upon the Guqian's sword, the power of time flowed like a river with translucent light dancing along the blade's edge. With but a single strike, these fragments would be sent back through the river of time until they dissolved into nothingness. A voice echoed from within the fragments, once more faint and flickering like a candle in the wind. Lin Feng, you cannot kill me. Not because I am strong, but because I cannot die. Lin Feng asked why. The fragments replied, at the dawn of chaos, light and darkness were born in tandem. Light became the myriad worlds, darkness became the void. Light and darkness are interdependent. Without light, darkness would consume all. Without darkness, light would scorch everything to ash. If I perish, darkness ceases to exist. Light would spiral out of control, reducing the myriad worlds to cinders. Lin Feng fell silent for several moments, recalling the words of the Chaos Guardian and the Sovereign of the Divine Realm, as well as the sensations he experienced when integrating the 8 sword intentions. Light and darkness, yin and yang, life and death, all existed as opposing yet unified forces. He sheathed his sword, returning the Guqian to his waist. The fragment spoke again. You won't kill me. Perhaps what you say is true, Lin Feng replied. But how do I know you're not deceiving me? You may test me with the heavenly sword intent, the fragment said. You'll know whether malice resides in my will if you try. Lin Feng closed his eyes and channeled the heavenly sword intent. A chaos-hued light surged from his body, enveloping the fragment. The fragment offered no resistance, allowing the sword intent to permeate through it. Lin Feng sensed the will within, free from anger, free from hatred, free from greed. There was only exhaustion and a deep yearning to exist. Opening his eyes, Lin Feng said, You harbor no malice. Yet I cannot allow you to reassemble. If you were to reform into the ancestor of nothingness, you would return. After reassembly, I would no longer be the ancestor of nothingness, the fragment responded. The will of the ancestor of nothingness has perished, leaving only this core fragment. Upon reassembly, I would become a new darkness will, devoid of memory and hatred like a newborn infant. Lin Feng asked, How can I trust you? You could seal me away, the fragment said. With your heavenly sword domain, entomb me in the depths of chaos. When my reassembly completes, your seal will still hold. Should I emerge and cause harm, you may slay me then. Seal it. A special sign-in at the Deep Chaos location activated. Sign-in successful at the Deep Chaos. Lin Feng's comprehension of the Chaos law deepened, granting him a modest increase in combat strength. A chaos-hued orb of light merged into his forehead. Knowledge of chaos balance filled his mind. Light and darkness, life and death, yin and yang, all were integral to chaos. Destroy darkness and light itself perishes. This is not compromise but law. Very well. I shall seal you, Lin Feng declared. He unleashed his heavenly sword domain as a chaos-hued light surged from his form, enveloping the fragment. Within the domain, the 8 sword intentions flowed and converged into a sealing array. The seal was transparent, resembling a membrane wrapping the fragment. The fragment ceased its rotation, floating motionless at the center. Reaching out, Lin Feng guided the seal deeper into the chaos void. It sank farther and farther until it vanished from sight. The darkness grew somewhat lighter, though it did not disappear entirely. A new darkness would be born within the seal, bereft of hatred, yet simply existing. Perched on Lin Feng's shoulder, Xiao Bai stared golden-eyed toward where the seal had vanished and let out a soft meow. Let us depart, Lin Feng said, turning and flying homeward. The chaos depths grew still once more. No tremors, no heartbeat. Only the equilibrium between darkness and light. Emerging from the chaos, sunlight warmed his face. Drawing a deep breath, he smelled only the fragrance of vegetation, not blood. The fortune of the myriad worlds was rising, and he could feel it. The sword sect's fortune was waning and vitality was returning to the myriad worlds. In the distance, the sect's mountain gate gleamed beneath the sun. Luo Qingxue stood at the entrance, ice sword in hand, awaiting him. Lin Feng landed and said, It is resolved. Did you kill it, eh? Luo Qingxue asked. I sealed it instead, Lin Feng replied. Darkness cannot be eradicated, for if darkness perishes, so too shall light. Luo Qingxue regarded him and said, You have changed. I have not changed, Lin Feng replied. I have only come to understand. Together they walked through the mountain gate. Lin Feng flew back from the depths of chaos and landed at the gate of Sword Sect. 8 swords hovered behind him as the chaotic light gradually dimmed. White Little crouched on his shoulder, golden eyes half open, its tail draped across his neck. It had consumed considerable power in the depths of chaos and would need time to recover. Luo Qingxue stood at the mountain gate, ice sword in hand, cold mist dripping from the blade. She looked at Lin Feng and asked, Is it settled? Lin Feng replied, Sealed. Luo Qingxue asked, Will it emerge again? Lin Feng said yes. But what emerges won't be the ancestor of nothingness. It will be a new dark will. Without memory, without hatred. Luo Qingxue asked, Do you trust it? Lin Feng said, I trust it. Not the entity itself, but the law of chaos. Luo Chun rushed out from inside, clutching a booklet, his face covered in sweat. His injuries had mostly healed, the bandages removed, though a scar remained on his chest. He said, Big brother, you're back. Something major has happened. Lin Feng asked, What happened? Luo Chun replied, All the realms across the heavens have sent envoys. They say they want to pay tribute to you. There are too many people, a line stretching 2 li at the mountain gate. Lin Feng said, let them in. I'll receive them in the main hall. Luo Chen nodded and ran off to deliver the message. Lin Feng walked into the main hall and sat in the sect master's seat. The 8 swords were planted in the ground before him, their chaotic light flickering. Luo Qingxue stood to his left, ice sword in hand. White Little crouched on the armrest, eyes closed, appearing to doze. The envoys from all realms entered in succession. Qi Yin walked at the front wearing black armor from the demon realm. His severed arm had been reattached, but hadn't fully healed, causing him to limp as he walked. He knelt in the center of the main hall and said, My lord, the demon realm congratulates you on bringing peace to all realms. He drew a black pearl from his chest, holding it with both hands. The demon realm origin fragment presented to my lord. Eastern Emperor followed behind, his injuries from the demon realm, yet to heal, also limping. He knelt beside Qi Yin and produced a cyan pearl. The demon realm origin fragment presented to my lord. The new Buddhist sect leader knelt beside Eastern Emperor, presenting a golden pearl. The immortal realm lord knelt beside the Buddhist leader, presenting a white pearl. The new nether realm lord, the acting divine realm lord, the wilderness realm representative, and the ancient realm envoy knelt in turn, each producing a pearl. 8 pearls, 8 colors hovering in the air. Lin Feng gazed at the 8 pearls and asked, You've given me your origin fragments. What will happen to your realms? Qi Yin said, My lord, without you all realms would have ceased to exist long ago. This offering means nothing in comparison. Eastern Emperor said, Indeed. My lord, please accept it. Lin Feng reached out, and the 8 pearls flew into his palm, merging into a single chaotic colored pearl. The origin of all realms, a fusion of 8 powers. He stored the pearl in his spatial bag and said, I've accepted it. Rise. The envoy stood and retreated to both sides. Special signing location triggered. Sword Sect main hall opening. Sign in now. Sign in. Sword Sect main hall special signing successful. Congratulations to the host. Sword Dao Inheritance Monument X1 contests Sword Dao talent grades from mortal to divine. A gray monument appeared at the entrance of the main hall. The monument stood 1 zhang tall and 3 qi wide, inscribed with ancient runes. Lin Feng said, From today Sword Sect opens its mountains to recruit disciples. Open to all realms across the heavens. No restrictions on origin, no restrictions on background. As long as one Sword Dao talent is sufficient, they will be accepted. The news spread, and the entire heavens exploded. Sword Sect, the sect of the supreme ruler of all realms, opening its mountains to recruit disciples. Who wouldn't want to enter? On the first day, a long queue formed at the mountain gate, stretching from the mountaintop to the foot of the mountain, and from there to the official road beyond. The line twisted and turned like a long dragon. Luo Chun led several elders sitting at the mountain gate, testing each person one by one. If the monument glowed, they could stay. If it didn't glow, they were sent away. The first to be tested was a young boy 15 or 16, dressed in torn clothing with toes poking through his worn shoes. He walked up to the monument and placed his hand on it. The monument glowed, cyan white light, not dazzling but steady. Luo Chun said, Superior Sword Dao talent. You may stay. Go over there to register, receive your token, and get your quarters assigned. The boy's eyes reddened as he knelt and kowtowed. Luo Chun said, Don't thank me. Thank the sect master. The second, third, fourth applicants followed. By the end of the day, 3,000 had been tested with 300 qualifying. Lin Feng stood atop the mountain, watching the line of people at the gate below. Luo Qingxue stood beside him, ice sword in hand. The wind blew, lifting her hair. She asked, What are you looking at? Lin Feng said, The future. Luo Qingxue asked, What does the future look like? Lin Feng said, I don't know, but it will be better than the past. At the mountain gate, a young man stepped out from the crowd. He wore white robes, his hair tied with a cloth strip, and carried a wooden sword at his waist. He walked up to the monument and placed his hand on it. The monument erupted with blinding light, not cyan white, but chaotic. 8 colors danced within the pillar of light, like a rainbow. Luo Chun was stunned. What kind of talent is this? The elders were also stunned. No one had ever seen such light before. Lin Feng sensed it. He turned and looked at the young man at the mountain gate. Within the boy lay the potential of 8 different sword intents. Demon, Buddhist, immortal, nether, divine, wilderness, ancient. The 8 powers slumbered within him, not yet awakened. Lin Feng asked, What is his name? Luo Chun rushed up and said, Big brother, he says his name is Lin Xiaojian. He came from the lower realms and traveled for 3 months. Lin Feng said, Bring him up. Lin Xiaojian was led to the mountaintop. When he saw Lin Feng, he knelt, his forehead touching the ground. He said, Sect Master, I wish to become your disciple. Lin Feng asked why. Lin Xiaojian said, Because I want to become a sword cultivator like you. Lin Feng gazed at him for a long moment. He said, Very well. From today you are my personal disciple. Lin Xiaojian raised his head and tears fell down his cheeks. Atop Sword Sect Mountain, Lin Feng stood before the stone stele. Lin Xiaojian knelt before him, his forehead pressed to the ground, shoulders trembling. He had walked from the lower province to the middle province over 3 months, shoes worn through, feet covered in blood blisters. His cultivation was merely at the chi refining third layer inferior even to an outer sect disciple. Yet the 8 sword intent potentials within his body astonished even Lin Feng. Lin Feng said rise. Lin Xiaojian rose keeping his head lowered, daring not meet Lin Feng's gaze. Lin Feng asked, have you trained with a sword before? Lin Xiaojian replied, I have. My father taught me the basic sword techniques. He was once a disciple of Qingyun sect before injuries forced him to return home. He instructed me for 3 years, but passed away last year. Lin Feng inquired, what was your father's name? Lin Xiaojian answered, Lin Yuanshan. Lin Feng paused momentarily. Lin Yuanshan, that was the name of his own father. Wait, my father is named Lin Yuanshan too, but he is still alive. Could they share the same name? Lin Feng pressed, was your father from Qingyun sect? Lin Xiaojian confirmed yes. He told me he was once an outer sect disciple, but had to return to the lower province after sustaining injuries. On his deathbed, he instructed me to come to the middle province, seek out Jiangzhong, and find Lin Feng. Lin Feng fell silent for several seconds. Had they the same name by mere coincidence, or was this fate orchestrating events? Lin Feng asked, where did your father's sword instruction leave off? Lin Xiaojian replied, the 13 basic forms. I've mastered them all. Lin Feng commanded, demonstrate them for me. Lin Xiaojian drew the wooden sword from his waist and walked to the center of the open space. He took a deep breath and began his practice. The 13 basic forms represented the foundational sword techniques that even outer sect disciples at Qingyun sect learned upon entering. Yet his sword movements carried something extraordinary. With each thrust a subtle tremor rippled through the surrounding air. This wasn't merely spiritual energy, it was sword intent. At the chi refining third layer, he had already cultivated a rudimentary sword intent and achievement. Lin Feng himself hadn't reached at that stage. Lin Feng ordered, enough. Place your hand on the stone steel. Lin Xiaojian approached the steel and pressed his palm against it. The stone flared to life with an unusual primal-colored radiance. 8 distinct colors danced within the pillar of light. The ferocity of demonic soared, the wildness of demon soared, the gentleness of Buddhist soared, the righteousness of immortal soared, the deathly aura of nether soared, the majesty of divine soared, the recklessness of desolate sword, and the temporal power of ancient sword. All 8 sword intent potentials were present within him. Luo Qingxue standing nearby remarked, he's like you. Lin Feng corrected her, not quite. His is innate. Mine was cultivated through external means. System notification triggered, special check-in location. Sword sect, forbidden ground, disciple recruitment. System notification, proceed with check-in. Check-in. Special check-in at sword sect, forbidden ground successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Master Disciple Seal 1, enables remote sensing between master and disciple, allows teleportation to each other in dire situations. A primal colored seal materialized in Lin Feng's palm. He raised his hand, and the seal shot toward Lin Xiaojian's forehead. Lin Xiaojian's body shuddered as an invisible connection formed between them and Lin Feng. Lin Feng declared, from this day forward you are my direct disciple. I shall teach you the Heavenly Swords Manual. This technique was born from my fusion of the 8 sword intents. It covers everything from chi refining to Heavenly Sword Sovereign. Begin at the first level, no skipping ahead. Lin Xiaojian knelt and bowed 3 times. His forehead struck the stone floor with audible thuds. Master, I will practice diligently, he vowed. Luo Qingxue approached and observed his ice-aligned sword potential is equally formidable. Lin Feng agreed, very well. You'll instruct him in the fundamentals of ice-aligned swordsmanship. Lin Xiaojian greeted her respectfully, greetings, master's wife. Luo Qingxue paused, then blushed. Who told you to call me that, she asked. I addressed you as such on my own, he replied. Luo Qingxue remained silent. Lin Feng led Lin Xiaojian to the cultivation chamber. The cultivation room sat in the rear mountains of Sword Sect, where Lin Feng typically entered seclusion. Its walls bore countless sword marks, each radiating a distinct sword intent. Lin Xiaojian stepped inside, trembling throughout his body, not from fear, but from the resonating sword intents. Lin Feng instructed, sit cross-legged. Lin Xiaojian took his seat. Lin Feng directed, close your eyes and sense your dantian. Lin Xiaojian obeyed. Lin Feng placed his hand upon his head, channeling sword essence into Lin Xiaojian's body to guide the circulation of his spiritual energy. His body shook and sweat beaded on his forehead, yet he remained silent. After a period equivalent to 1 incense stick's burn, Lin Xiaojian opened his eyes. His aura had transformed. He had broken through from the chi refining 3rd layer to the 5th layer. Master, I've broken through, he said. This is merely the beginning. The path ahead is long, Lin Feng responded. That night Lin Xiaojian sat in meditation within the cultivation chamber. Suddenly his body began to radiate light. 8 colored beams surged from his dantian, illuminating the entire cultivation room. A pillar of light shot skyward, piercing through the clouds and bathing the whole Sword Sect mountain in its glow. Disciples poured out from everywhere, gazing at the luminous column and murmuring in astonishment. Luo Chun sprinted to the mountain peak. Brother, what's happening? Lin Feng stood at the entrance of the cultivation room, watching Lin Xiaojian within. It's nothing. He's awakening, he replied. Awakening of what? The 8 sword intents. The light pillar persisted for another instant stick span before gradually dimming. When Lin Xiaojian opened his eyes, 8 colors of light flickered within his pupils. His cultivation had surged from the qi refining 5th layer straight to the foundation establishment stage. 5 breakthroughs achieved in a single night. Lin Feng remarked, his talent surpasses yours. Luo Qingxue added, even surpasses mine. Lin Feng remained silent. Lin Xiaojian leaped from the 3rd layer of qi refinement to foundation establishment, overnight awakening 8 sword intents within his body. His physique was like a freshly forged blade, sharp yet fragile. The next morning Lin Feng entered the cultivation chamber and found Lin Xiaojian sitting cross-legged on the ground, trembling violently. It was not from the cold. The sword intents within him were fighting among themselves. 8 hues of light flickered beneath his skin: cyan, black, gold, white, gray, divine, gold, grayish yellow, and translucent. His face flushed red, then paled, then turned cyan. Veins bulged on his forehead, and he gritted his teeth, refusing to cry out. Lin Feng crouched down, placing his hand on the boy's back. Sword essence surged into Lin Xiaojian's body, probing his meridians. The meridians were in utter chaos. The 8 sword intents each acted independently, clashing against one another. The ferocity of the demon sword devoured other intents. The wildness of the demon beast sword rampaged. The gentleness of the Buddha sword retreated. The righteousness of the immortal sword resisted. The deathly aura of the nether sword corroded. The majesty of the divine sword suppressed. The madness of the primordial sword destroyed, and the time-warping power of the ancient sword twisted. Lin Xiaojian's body could not bear it. His skin began to crack, blood oozing out. Lin Feng said, don't move. He channeled the all-heavens sword intent, and a chaotic colored light surged from his palm, enveloping Lin Xiaojian. The 8 sword intents were suppressed, ceasing their rampage. Lin Feng guided them back to the dantian, circling around the tiny sword embryo at its center. Just as he had once merged 8 sword intents himself, he made each occupy a position without fighting. Lin Xiaojian's trembling stopped, and the light beneath his skin dimmed. He opened his eyes and said, Master, I almost died. Lin Feng replied, you won't die? I'm here. Luo Qingxue stood at the door holding a bowl of medicine. She said, there are too many sword intents in his body. His physique can't hold them. Lin Feng said, it's not about holding them, it's about balance. It's like 8 horses pulling a chariot in 8 directions. The chariot would be torn apart. Lin Xiaojian asked, Master, what should I do then? Lin Feng replied, first learn to walk, then run. You tried to swallow 8 at once, no wonder you're overwhelmed. He rose, walked to the wall, picked up a wooden sword, and tossed it to Lin Xiaojian. The boy caught it and asked, Master, this is? Lin Feng said, from today on you will practice 1 sword intent each day. First day the demon sword, second day the demon beast sword, third day the Buddha sword. Practice 1 by 1 until you master it, then move to the next. After all 8 are mastered, try to merge them. Lin Xiaojian asked, Master, how long will it take? Lin Feng said, I took half a year. You have better talent, maybe faster. Lin Xiaojian said, all right. Sign in. A chaotic colored elixir appeared in Lin Feng's palm. He handed the elixir to Lin Xiaojian and said, eat this. Whenever the sword intends conflict, take 1. Lin Xiaojian took it and swallowed. As the elixir entered his stomach, a gentle force enveloped his dantian, and the 8 sword intents fell completely silent. Luo Qingxue approached and said, his ice-type sword path potential is the strongest. He could start with ice. Lin Feng said, listen to your master's wife. Lin Xiaojian said, yes, master's wife. Luo Qingxue's face reddened again, but she did not refute. Lin Xiaojian sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. Following Lin Feng's guidance, he activated only the ice sword intent. In his dantian, the other 7 sword intents slept, while only the ice sword intent flowed. White light surged from his body, and cold air spread through the cultivation chamber. A thin layer of ice formed on the ground, and the sword scars on the walls were frozen. Lin Xiaojian opened his eyes and said, Master, I can freeze things. Lin Feng said, sword intent is not for freezing things, it's for killing. When you can freeze an enemy's spiritual power with a single strike, you'll have just begun. Lin Xiaojian said, I'll continue practicing. Lin Feng walked out of the cultivation chamber and stood on the mountain peak. Little White crouched on his shoulder, meowing. In the distance, sunlight shone on the sword sect mountain, on the newly built palaces, and on the disciples queuing to pay homage. The myriad worlds were regaining vitality. Luo Qingxue stood beside him and said, you are strict with him. Lin Feng replied, strictness ensures survival. Without it he would die on the battlefield. Luo Qingxue asked, did you go through the same back then? Lin Feng said, I had it harder. No one taught me. I learned everything on my own. Luo Qingxue said, nothing, reaching out to hold his hand. Lin Feng did not pull away. In the cultivation chamber, Lin Xiaojian stood up, gripping the wooden sword. He took a deep breath and thrust the sword with all his might. 8 sword intents surged forth simultaneously. Though each was weak, they were pure. The ferocity of the demon soared, the wildness of the demon beast soared, the gentleness of the Buddha soared, the righteousness of the immortal soared, the deathly aura of the nether soared, the majesty of the divine soared, the madness of the primordial sword and the time-twisting power of the ancient sword. 8 faint beams shot from the sword tip, striking the wall. 8 white spots appeared on the wall. Lin Xiaojian stood frozen, staring at the marks. He smiled and said, "Master, I did it." The voice reached the mountain peak. Lin Feng heard it, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. The voice reached the mountain peak. Lin Feng heard it, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. 1 month after Sword Sect opened its doors to accept disciples, the student body grew from 300 to 3,000. Prodigies from all realms swarmed towards Sword Sect. From the demon realm, the demon beast realm, the Buddha realm, the immortal realm, the nether realm, the divine realm, the desolate realm, and the ancient realm. People of every skin tone, every eye color, and every hair color crowded the sect's mountain gates. Luo Chun was busier than a bee, his feet hardly touching the ground. Registration, assigning lodgings, distributing resources, arranging masters. He slept only 2 hours each night, his dark circles rivaling a panda's. Yet he was joyous, for Sword Sect grew stronger day by day. Lin Feng stood atop the mountain peak, gazing at the queue of seekers at the entrance. Little White crouched on his shoulder, golden eyes half closed in lazy repose. Luo Qingxue stood beside him, her ice sword at her side. She said, 3,000 disciples. You alone cannot teach them all. Lin Feng replied, that is precisely why we need an academy. He walked into the main hall and summoned all the elders. Luo Chun, Luo Qingxue, Qi Yin, Patriarch of the Demon Realm Branch, Dong, Huang, Patriarch of the Demon Beast Realm Branch, the new Abbot, Buddha Realm Branch, the Lord of the Immortal Realm, the new Lord of the Nether, the Acting Master, along with representatives from the Desolate Realm and the Ancient Realm. Everyone had arrived. The main hall was packed to the brim. Lin Feng said, from this day forward, Sword Sect shall establish the Sword Academy. The academy is divided into 3 grades. The first year teaches fundamentals, the second year teaches sword intent, and the third year teaches combat. Only upon passing the graduation examination may one become a formal disciple of Sword Sect. Luo Chen asked, elder brother, who will teach? Lin Feng said, you shall be the dean, responsible for daily instruction. Luo Chen paused, then said, elder brother, I cannot do it. I am merely at the peak of the sword venerable realm. Lin Feng said, you can teach the foundational courses of the first and second years. The third year I shall handle myself. Yes. Special check-in location triggered, main hall of Sword Sect Academy establishment. Proceed with check-in. Check-in. Special check-in at the main hall of Sword Sect successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving 100 Sword Dao Inheritance Jade Slips, containing sword comprehension from Qi Refining to Sword Venerable Realm copyable. 100 Jade Slips materialized in Lin Feng's palm. He handed them to Luo Chun and said, these are the teaching materials. From Qi Refining to Sword Venerable, every level is covered. Distribute them to each disciple. Luo Chun took the Jade Slips, his eyes lighting up. Elder brother, this is too comprehensive. The academy is located on the rear mountain of Sword Sect. The original training ground was expanded threefold with 10 new cultivation chambers, a scripture pavilion, and an alchemy pharmacy built. Luo Chun led the disciples in moving stones, chopping timber, and laying walls. In half a month construction was complete. Lin Xiaojian was among the first batch of academy disciples. His cultivation had stabilized at the peak of foundation establishment, and he had mastered 30% of each of his 8 sword intentions. Luo Chun placed him in the second year, for his sword intent foundation was firmer than any other student's. On the first day of class, Luo Chun stood upon a raised platform before 500 first-year disciples. He declared, from today onward you are disciples of Sword Sect. Our rules have but one: do not bully the weak, do not betray your fellow disciples. Those who violate this rule shall be put to death. No one spoke. Luo Chun continued, today's first lesson, the 13 basic sword forms. You shall not eat until you have mastered them. The disciples picked up their wooden swords and began practicing. Some learned quickly, others slowly, and some could barely grip their swords. Lin Xiaojian was among them, yet his sword was different. With every thrust a subtle tremor rippled through the air. Beside him a disciple from the demon realm watched, and asked, how do you manage that? Lin Xiaojian answered, practice. The other disciple said, I have trained for 3 years and never achieved such steadiness. Lin Xiaojian replied, you practice forms. I practice the mind. In the afternoon, Lin Feng personally taught the third-year class. Only 50 disciples were present, all at the Sword Emperor realm or above. Upon seeing Lin Feng, they all rose to their feet and straightened their posture. Lin Feng said, be seated. Today we shall not discuss sword forms, but sword intent. He drew his sword. Gu Chun and chaos-colored sword light erupted through the classroom. The 50 disciples were crushed by the sheer weight of his sword intent. Some collapsed onto their desks, some sat upon the floor, others paled viscerally. Lin Feng said, this is sword intent. When you can stand firm before me, you shall have graduated. A month later, the academy held its first competition. First years fought first years, second years fought second years, and third years fought third years. Lin Xiaojian represented the second year in battle against a third-year disciple at the early stage of the Sword Emperor realm. The opponent sneered, you are at the peak of foundation establishment. I am at the early stage of Sword Emperor. You cannot defeat me. Lin Xiaojian replied calmly, let us try. Both drew their blades in unison. The opponent's sword was swift, wreathed in flames, lancing toward Lin Xiaojian's chest. Lin Xiaojian did not retreat. He thrust forward, invoking all 8 sword intentions. The demon sword's ferocity suppressed the opponent's killing intent. The beast sword's wildness disrupted his rhythm. The Buddha sword's softness dissipated the flames. The immortal sword's righteousness stabilized his own blade path. The nether sword's death corroded the opponent's spiritual energy. The divine sword's majesty shook the opponent's heart and mind. The desolate sword's frenzy amplified his own strength. The ancient sword's manipulation of time slowed his opponent's movements. All 8 forces acted simultaneously. The opponent's sword halted at Lin Xiaojian's chest, unable to advance another inch. Lin Xiaojian's blade rested against the youth's throat. Silence fell over the arena. Standing upon the raised platform, Luo Qingxue watched Lin Xiaojian. Her ice-blue eyes shimmered with light. She whispered to Lin Feng, "His 8 sword intentions. They are beginning to merge." Lin Feng replied, "Faster than I anticipated." Luo Qingxue said, "He surpasses you at the same age." Lin Feng nodded. Indeed. Lin Xiaojian wreathed his sword and returned to rank. The defeated disciple stood frozen in place, his hands still trembling. The day after the academy competition concluded, Lin Feng summoned Lin Xiaojian to the mountain peak. Dressed in the sword sect disciple uniform with a wooden sword hung at his waist, Lin Xiaojian stood before his master back straight. His cultivation still rested at the peak of foundation establishment, yet his mastery in blending the 8 sword intents had improved significantly compared to a month ago. Lin Feng asked, "How have your training sessions been at the academy?" Lin Xiaojian replied, "Master, I've practiced the 13 basic forms over 10,000 times. I can reliably channel sword intent, but it all falls apart in actual combat. Because you've never fought a real battle," Lin Feng said. "Theoretical practice is worthless." "Then what should I do, Master?" Lin Xiaojian asked. Lin Feng responded, "Go into actual combat." He stepped into the air and commanded, "Keep up." Lin Xiaojian couldn't fly, so Lin Feng grabbed him by the collar and carried him toward the desolate realm. Xiaobai perched on Lin Feng's shoulder, golden eyes gazing ahead. The desolate realm, a landscape of ashen yellow sky, earth, and wind. Lin Feng landed on the ruins with Lin Xiaojian following close behind, his boots sinking half an inch into the sandy soil. The air burned dry, each breath feeling like swallowing sand. Xiaobai leaped from his shoulder and shook his fur. "Master, where is this place?" Lin Xiaojian asked. "The desolate realm," Lin Feng replied. "When the army of nothingness invaded, many perished here. The desolate beasts survived and now breed within these ruins." "Are the desolate beasts strong?" Lin Xiaojian questioned. "Golden core stage," Lin Feng answered. "2 major realms above yours." Lin Xiaojian swallowed hard. In the distance, the ground began to tremble. This wasn't an earthquake. Something was moving underground. The tremors intensified, sending sand jumping into the air. Lin Xiaojian gripped his wooden sword tighter, palms growing slick with sweat. Lin Feng remained still. A fissure split the ground and a desolate beast emerged. 2 zhang tall, its body sheathed in ashen yellow scales with crimson light pulsing beneath. Its head resembled a lizard torso, that of an ox, and a scorpion's tail. It opened its maw to reveal 3 rows of serrated teeth as saliva dripped onto the ground, eating away at craters. "One target. You're up," Lin Feng said. "Master, if you can't defeat it, I'll intervene," Lin Feng replied. Lin Xiaojian gritted his teeth and charged forward. His wooden sword struck toward the beast's eye, but a massive paw swept down, larger than his entire body. He couldn't dodge and was sent flying, crashing into the ground and rolling several times. He rose with blood at the corner of his mouth, wooden sword still intact. The beast charged again, but this time Lin Xiaojian stood his ground and thrust his sword. All 8 sword intents surged forth simultaneously. The demon sword's ferocity, the spirit sword's savagery, the Buddha sword's gentleness, the immortal sword's righteousness, the underworld sword's death, the divine sword's majesty, the desolate sword's frenzy, and the ancient sword's temporal power. 8 beams of light struck the beast, sending scales flying as it screamed and retreated. But the wounds ran shallow. Enraged, the creature opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of yellow flame. Unable to evade, Lin Xiaojian's left arm caught the flames. His clothes burned away and his skin blistered, yet he bit his lip and stayed silent. Lin Feng stood beside him, unmoving. Xiaobai perched on his shoulder, golden eyes fixed on him. Lin Xiaojian rose and tightened his grip on the wooden sword, remembering Lin Feng's words, "Don't use them all at once. Use them as the situation demands." He closed his eyes and opened them again. The beast lunged and Lin Xiaojian sidestepped, driving his sword into its right leg. This time he channeled only 2 intents, the spirit sword's wildness and the desolate sword's ferocity. The spirit sword sharpened his speed, while the desolate sword amplified his strength. The wooden blade pierced deep into the beast's leg, spraying blood as it cried out and collapsed. Lin Xiaojian leapt onto the beast's back and drove his sword into its neck. 1 strike, 2, 3. The creature went still. He sat atop the carcass, gasping for breath. His left arm bore burns, his clothes were torn in several places, and blood still trickled from his lip, yet he was smiling. The ground shook again, more violently this time. More desolate beasts surged from the fissures, not one but a horde. Dozens of beasts emerged from underground and surrounded Lin Xiaojian. His face drained of color as his sword energy neared depletion. Lin Feng drew his sword and struck. A sweep of chaotic-hued sword light felled them all in a single strike. Staring at Lin Feng's back, Lin Xiaojian asked, "When will I be able to fight like you, master?" "When you've trained until you reach my age," Lin Feng replied. Lin Xiaojian stood and looked down at his wooden sword. "Master, I understand now. The 8 sword intents aren't meant to be used together. They must be applied based on circumstances. Against the swift, use temporal intent. Against the powerful, apply desolate ferocity. Against the cunning, channel Buddha light. Once you truly understand, return and practice," Lin Feng instructed. The two rose into the air and headed toward the sword sect. Xiaobai perched on Lin Feng's shoulder and let out a soft meow. When Lin Feng and Lin Xiaojian returned to the sword sect, night had already fallen. Lin Xiaojian's left arm was burned by the flames of a wasteland beast, blisters rising on the scorched flesh, half his clothes burned away. But he endured the pain in silence, teeth clenched all the way. Luo Qingxue waited at the mountain gate. When she saw Lin Xiaojian's wound, her brows furrowed slightly. "How did you get hurt?" "Burned by a wasteland beast," he replied. Luo Qingxue retrieved a jar of ointment from her sleeves. "Come inside. Let me treat it." "Thank you, master's wife," he said. Luo Qingxue made no objection, turning to lead the way inside with Lin Xiaojian following behind. In the courtyard, Lin Feng stood with Xiaobai perched on his shoulder. Watching the boy's retreating figure, he remarked, "That lad's got a tough spine." Xiaobai gave a soft meow. Luo Qingxue applied the cooling ointment to his burned arm, the chill quickly soothing the burning pain. "Don't use this hand for 3 days, or the wound will split open." "Master's wife, I still need to practice swordplay." "There will be time for that after the healing is done." Lin Xiaojian fell silent. The next morning, Lin Feng summoned him to the cultivation chamber, a room on the back hill where the walls were etched with sword marks, and 8 distinct sword intents circulated through the air. As Lin Xiaojian entered, his body trembled, not from fear, but from the resonance of the sword intents within him. "Sit," Lin Feng instructed, and Lin Xiaojian settled into a cross-legged position. Lin Feng took a seat across from him, 8 swords planted in the ground between them. "You have learned to shift between sword intents in the wasteland realm, but that is merely the beginning. A true master of sword intent does not switch between them. He merges them." "Master, how do I merge them?" "The 8 sword intents are like 8 rivers. First let them flow independently without interference. Then carve channels so they converge into one. Finally forget they were ever 8. Remember only the single river." Lin Feng placed his hand on Lin Xiaojian's crown, channeling sword essence into his body to guide the 8 sword intents through his meridians, each power claiming its own pathway. He led them all toward the Dantian, where they converged at its center. The demon sword's ferocity met the demon beast sword's wildness without conflict. The Buddha sword's gentleness encountered the immortal sword's righteousness without struggle. The underworld sword's death faced the divine sword's authority without opposition. The wasteland sword's frenzy touched the ancient sword's time without distortion. They orbited the Dantian's center like 8 stars. Lin Feng withdrew his hand and said, "I have smoothed the sword intents within you. Now you must maintain this balance on your own. When they cease their rotation and begin to merge, your sword embryo will be nearly formed." "Master, I shall enter seclusion." "Very well." For 3 days and 3 nights, Lin Xiaojian sat in meditation within the cultivation chamber, eating nothing, drinking nothing, sleeping no rest. The 8 sword intents swirled faster and faster within his dantian. On the first day, each intent remained separate and independent. By the second day, their boundaries began to blur. On the third day, the 8 colors started to blend together. He pushed open the door and entered the cultivation chamber. Lin Xiaojian sat cross-legged on the ground, trembling and pale, the 8 sword intents churning wildly within his dantian on the verge of escaping control. Lin Feng knelt and placed the pill between Lin Xiaojian's lips. He swallowed it, and as the medicine entered his abdomen, a gentle power enveloped his dantian. The 8 sword intents ceased their turbulence and began merging, not merely placed side by side, but growing together into one. Lin Xiaojian's body began to glow, 8 colored lights surging from his dantian and illuminating the entire chamber. A pillar of light shot skyward, piercing through the clouds. Disciples of the sword sect poured out from everywhere to witness the spectacle. Luo Chun sprinted to the mountaintop. "Brother Lin Xiaojian, he is breaking through," Lin Feng said. The light pillar held for the duration of 1 incense stick before gradually fading. Lin Xiaojian opened his eyes, the pupils swirling with chaotic colored light. His cultivation had broken through from the peak of foundation establishment to the early stage of golden core. Within his dantian, a tiny sword embryo hovered, 8 colors of light flowing across its surface. Lin Xiaojian rose to his feet, his bones cracking throughout his body. He looked down at his hands, clenched them into fists, then relaxed them. "Master, I have broken through. Early golden core stage. A nascent sword embryo. The path ahead is long," Lin Feng replied. "Master, I wish to test my sword." "Go ahead and try." Lin Xiaojian stepped out of the cultivation chamber and drew his wooden sword. Standing atop the mountain peak, he drew a deep breath and swung his sword. Chaotic colored sword light erupted from the blade, 8 distinct hues dancing within the strike. The sword light struck the distant cliff face, splitting it with a fissure. Along the crack's edges, 8 colors of light pulsed and danced. Luo Chun stood nearby, utterly transfixed. Could a golden core cultivator truly unleash such a strike? He has reached golden core, but his sword intent transcends such limitations, Lin Feng said. The news of Lin Xiaojian's breakthrough to golden core had spread throughout the sword sect. All 3,000 disciples were in an uproar, saying the sect master's direct disciple had gone from chi refining to golden core in just 3 months, shattering the sword sect's record. When Luo Chun told Lin Feng about this, Lin Feng was drinking tea atop the mountain peak. He said, "Records are meant to be broken." Luo Chun asked, "Brother, aren't you going to praise him?" Lin Feng replied, "Praise him and he'll get cocky." "No praise." Lu Qingxue walked up from the foot of the mountain, an ice sword in hand. She said, "The young generation across all heavens and realms are making progress. Training solely within the sword sect won't be enough. Then let us have a contest." He rose to his feet and decreed, "Issue the order. The sword sect will host the first inter-realm swordsmanship tournament. Disciples from all branch sects may enter, those under 20 years of age, with no cultivation restriction. The champion's prize, 1 comprehension fragment of the sword intent spanning all heavens and realms." Luo Chen's eyes lit up. "Brother, isn't that reward far too heavy?" Lin Feng responded, "Only an enticing reward will draw people in." The news spread across all heavens and realms. From the demon realm, demon, beast realm, Buddhist realm, immortal realm, netherworld, divine realm, desolate realm, and ancient realm, each branch sect sent disciples. Qi Yin personally led 10 disciples from the demon realm branch to arrive at the sword sect, while Dong Huang brought the disciples from the demon beast realm branch. In the square before the sword sect's main gates, 3 fighting platforms had been erected. Lin Xiaojian stood at the registration desk while Luo Chun was recording entries. Luo Chun asked, "You're entering as well?" Lin Xiaojian replied, "Master said I should give it a try." Luo Chun glanced at Lin Feng, who nodded. Luo Chun said, "Very well." Early golden core stage placed in Group B. Lu Qingxue summoned Lin Xiaojian to the rear mountain and said, "Your integration of the 8 sword intents is quite good, but still lacks stability in actual combat. When facing opponents stronger than you'll panic." Lin Xiaojian asked, "Annie, how do I stop panicking?" Lu Qingxue replied, "The more you fight, the less you'll panic." She drew her sword, the ice sword sliding from its scabbard with a burst of chilling energy. She said, "I'll be your opponent. Attack me with all your strength." Lin Xiaojian drew his wooden sword and charged forward. Lu Qingxue swept him away with a single strike, and Lin Xiaojian crashed to the ground. He got back up and charged again, only to be sent flying once more. 3rd time, 4th time, 5th time. After being thrown down more than 10 times, Lin Xiaojian was covered in mud, yet his eyes grew brighter with each attempt. "That's enough," Lu Qingxue said. "Your reflexes have improved considerably." Lin Xiaojian asked, "Annie, when will you use your full strength?" Lu Qingxue replied, "When you can block one of my strikes." The preliminary rounds began. 3 arenas hosted matches simultaneously, 5 per day. Lin Xiaojian was scheduled for Group B's 3rd match, facing a disciple from the Demon Beast Realm branch at mid-golden core stage wielding the fiendish sword intent. Lin Xiaojian stepped onto the arena, wooden sword in hand. His opponent towered a head above him, all corded muscle gripping a black longsword. He said, "You're the sect master's direct disciple. You don't look like much." Lin Xiaojian remained silent. The referee signaled the start. The demon beast disciple slashed downward, their black sword intent crackling with primal ferocity as it bore down on Lin Xiaojian. Lin Xiaojian didn't retreat. His wooden sword thrust forward. He deployed only 2 sword intents, the wildness of the fiendish sword and the madness of the desolate sword. Fiendish met fiendish, primal forces colliding. The desolate sword amplified his strength as wooden steel clashed against black. A sharp clang echoed as the demon beast disciple was driven back 3 steps, while Lin Xiaojian retreated 1. The demon beast disciple's expression shifted. "You." But Lin Xiaojian gave him no chance to recover, striking again with his second thrust. This time he channeled the divine sword's majesty and the ancient sword's temporal power. The divine pressure overwhelmed his opponent, while time itself slowed their movements. The wooden sword struck the demon beast disciple's wrist, sending the black blade clattering to the ground. The referee declared Lin Xiaojian wins. For a moment the crowd fell silent before erupting into applause. 1st match, 2nd match, 3rd match. Lin Xiaojian won 3 consecutive bouts, each concluding in under the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. His 8 intense sword techniques created a sensation, with disciples from every branch sect buzzing with discussion. Some claimed he was Lin Feng reborn, others insisted he surpassed Lin Feng's prowess at the same age, while a few dismissed it as mere luck. In the semifinals, Lin Xiaojian faced a prodigy from the Demon Realm branch, an early nascent soul cultivator named Qi Yin. Qi Yin was the son of Qi Yin, having cultivated the demon sword intent since childhood, with formidable combat power. Standing on the platform, he wielded a crimson longsword with black flames dancing along its edge. You must be Lin Xiaojian. My father says you're strong. I don't believe it. You'll believe it after we finish, Lin Xiaojian replied. The referee called for the match to begin. Qi Yan's strike came fast, black flames wreathing the sword intent and warping the surrounding air. Lin Xiaojian sidestepped the flames grazing past him and singeing a hole in his garment. He countered with a reverse thrust aimed at Qi Yan's ribs, channeling the nether sword's death and the fiendish sword's wildness. The nether intent corroded his opponent's protective spiritual energy, while the fiendish intent accelerated his own movement. Qi Yan raised his blade to parry sparks erupting from the clash as both fighters stepped back. Interesting, Qi Yan remarked, drawing a deep breath as the black flames on his sword surged upward. The demon sword intense fourth layer, heaven burning, earth destroying. A single slash sent the flames coalescing into a black dragon charge. Lin Xiaojian refused to yield an inch. He closed his eyes and opened them again. All 8 sword intents surged forth simultaneously, yet instead of wielding them together, he cycled through them in rapid succession. The ancient sword's temporal power slowed the black dragon's advance. The divine sword's overwhelming presence shattered its head. The Buddhist sword's gentleness dissipated the flame's heat, and finally the desolate sword's fury cleaved through the beast. Shards scattered as Qi Yan staggered backward, blood trickling from his mouth. Lin Xiaojian's wooden sword pressed against his throat. The referee declared Lin Xiaojian wins. Qi Yan looked at the wooden blade at his throat and admitted defeat. He sheathed his sword and descended from the platform. Passing Lin Xiaojian, he said, "You're strong. Don't lose in the finals." A chaotic colored pill materialized in Lin Feng's palm. He glanced at it and stored it away in his storage bag. The finals took place the following day. Lin Xiaojian's opponent was the Divine Realm Branch sect's holy maiden named Shen Wuyue. At 17 years old with mid-nascent soul cultivation, she wore white robes and carried a golden sword at her waist. Standing on the platform, wind lifting her long hair, her gaze was cold. Lin Xiaojian stepped onto the arena and observed her. He sensed that her body harbored the potential for 5 sword intents. Divine, immortal, Buddhist, ancient, and desolate. Though not as many as his own 8, still an exceedingly rare combination. You must be Lin Xiaojian. Shen Wuyue asked. Are you the Divine Realm's holy maiden? Lin Xiaojian replied. Indeed. I'd like to experience your 8 sword intents firsthand. Very well, Lin Xiaojian said. They locked gazes, and the very air seemed to freeze between them. Finals day. The plaza before the sword sect's main gate was packed. 3,000 sword sect disciples, representatives from various branches, and cultivators who had come from all realms to watch the competition formed a dark sea of people. Of the 3 arenas, 2 were dismantled, leaving only the largest one in the center. The arena stood 3 feet high and spanned 100 zhang in diameter, with formation flags planted around to prevent spiritual energy from leaking out. Lin Xiaojian stood on the left side of the arena, gripping a wooden sword. His clothes had been changed to new ones. The sword sect disciple uniform with the sect's emblem embroidered on his chest. Shen Wuyue stood on the right side of the arena, clad in white, like snow, a golden sword hanging at her waist, the wind stirring her long hair. Luo Chen stood at the edge of the arena, a brass gong in hand. He glanced at Lin Feng, who gave a nod. Luo Chen struck the gong, its resonant clang echoing through the crowd. The finals began. Shen Wuyue moved first, drawing her sword as golden blade light erupted in the sunlight. 5 sword intentions surged forth simultaneously. Divine, immortal, Buddha, ancient, and desolate. 5 colored sword light intertwined and transformed into a blade energy of pure gold slashing toward Lin Xiaojian. Spiritual power at the mid-nascent soul stage was fully unleashed. The blade energy carried the formidable pressure of the divine realm, cracking the stone tiles beneath the arena. Lin Xiaojian did not retreat. His wooden sword thrust forward, and 8 sword intentions erupted in unison. But against 8 versus 5, he held no advantage. Shen Wuyue's integration of sword intentions surpassed his. Her 5 sword intentions acted as one hand, 5 fingers curling into a single fist. Lin Xiaojian's 8 sword intentions were like 8 separate fingers, each acting on its own. The blade energies collided with a thunderous boom. Lin Xiaojian was shaken back 5 paces, cracks appearing on his wooden sword. Shen Wuyue remained rooted, not yielding a single step. She said, "Your 8 sword intentions have not yet been properly fused. You cannot defeat me." Lin Xiaojian said nothing and charged forward again. This time he employed a switching tactic. The ancient sword slowed her speed. Through time manipulation, the divine sword suppressed her aura with overwhelming might, and the fiend's sword accelerated his movements with wild ferocity. The wooden sword struck toward Shen Wuyue's shoulder. She sidestepped, then swiftly countered, her blade cutting across Lin Xiaojian's back. He was sent flying, crashing onto the edge of the arena, blood gushing from his mouth. Luo Qingxue stood at the sidelines, an ice sword in hand. She said, "Lin Xiaojian, do not let her rhythm drag you along. Your 8 sword intentions are not meant to be switched between. They are meant to be fused. Forget they are 8, remember they are 1. Lin Xiaojian climbed to his feet and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the wooden sword in his hand. its surface riddled with cracks on the verge of shattering. He closed his eyes and recalled the words Lin Feng had spoken, 8 rivers merge into one. Forget there are 8, remember only one. He opened his eyes. The sword embryo within his dantian began to vibrate. The 8 sword intentions ceased their independent operation and instead converged toward the center. The ferocity of the demons soared, the wildness of the fiends soared, the gentleness of the Buddha soared, the righteousness of the immortals soared, the death of the nether soared, the authority of the divine soared, the madness of the desolate sword, and the time of the ancient sword. All 8 colors merged together, transforming into a single new hue, the color of chaos. Shen Wuyue struck again. This time Lin Xiaojian did not retreat. He thrust his sword forward, and the chaotic-colored light on his wooden blade erupted. Not 8 colors, but 1. The chaotic-colored sword light collided with the golden blade energy in a thunderous crash. Shen Wuyue was shaken back, 10 paces, a thin trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Lin Xiaojian stood firm, his wooden sword broken in half, yet the sword light did not dissipate. Shen Wuyue's expression shifted. She said, You fused them? Lin Xiaojian replied, just now. He discarded the broken sword and drew another blade from his waist. The iron sword Lin Feng had gifted him. Though not a magical artifact, it was sturdy enough. He gripped the iron sword tightly as chaotic-colored sword light flowed along the blade. Shen Wuyue gritted her teeth, pushing her 5 sword intentions to their utmost limit. The golden sword light transformed into a golden dragon lunging toward Lin Xiaojian. Lin Xiaojian did not retreat. He swung his sword. The chaotic-colored light struck the golden dragon on its crown, and the dragon shattered its fragments, scattering in all directions. Shen Wuyue was sent flying, tumbling off the arena. The entire crowd fell silent. Luo Chun stood stunned for several seconds before striking the gong. Lin Xiaojian wins. Cheers, applause, and whistles erupted simultaneously. All 3,000 disciples rose to their feet, chanting Lin Xiaojian's name. Representatives from every branch stood and applauded. Qi Yin said, This kid is even fiercer than his master was in his prime. Dong Huang said, The sword sect has a worthy successor. Sign-in. Congratulations to the host for receiving 8 intentions. Sword Manual 1, an exclusive cultivation method for Lin Xiaojian, charting the path from Qi condensation to Supreme Sword Sovereign through 8 intention fusion. A chaotic-colored jade slip appeared in Lin Feng's palm. He stored it in his storage pouch. It was a reward for Lin Xiaojian. Lin Xiaojian stood on the arena, wounded all over, his clothes torn and blood still staining the corner of his mouth. Yet he stood tall. He looked toward Lin Feng and said, Master, I won. Lin Feng replied, Yes. Come down. Lin Xiaojian leaped off the arena and walked toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng took out a chaotic-colored pill from his robe, an intention explosion elixir, and handed it to him. Take it. It will restore your sword essence. Lin Xiaojian accepted it and swallowed. As the pill reached his stomach, his sword essence recovered rapidly. Lin Feng then retrieved the chaotic-colored jade slip and handed it to Lin Xiaojian, saying, This is the 8 intentions sword manual. From Qi condensation to Supreme Sword Sovereign, it contains the complete path of 8 intention fusion. Practice it. Lin Xiaojian accepted the jade slip, his eyes reddening. He said, Master, Lin Feng said, Do not cry. You are the champion. Lin Xiaojian wiped away his tears and said, Yes. Lin Feng turned and faced the crowd. He said, From this day forward, Lin Xiaojian shall be the young master of the sword sect. The crowd erupted once more. Luo Chun led the chant, Young master. Young master. Young master. Lin Xiaojian stood frozen, watching Lin Feng's retreating figure, tears streaming down his face once again. The Sword Dao Grand Assembly concluded, and disciples from various branches departed one after another from the sword sect. The mountain gate was thronged with people, a cacophony of farewells, challenge invitations, and exchanges of tokens. As Qi Yin departed, he glanced back at Lin Xiaojian and said, Next time I will defeat you. Lin Xiaojian replied, I await. Qi Yin snorted, leading his disciples from the Demon Realm branch as they soared into the sky. Shen Wuyue left without a word. She stood at the mountain gate clad in white robes like snow, a golden sword hanging at her waist. She cast a glance at Lin Xiaojian, then turned and walked away. Lin Xiaojian stared at her retreating figure, frozen for a few seconds. Luo Chun patted him and said, What are you looking at? Lin Xiaojian replied, Nothing. Luo Chun chuckled, saying, You rascal, there's hope. Lin Xiaojian blushed and retorted, Senior Uncle Luo, don't speak nonsense. Luo Chun burst into laughter. Lin Feng stood atop the mountain peak, gazing at the crowd by the mountain gate. 8 swords were arrayed behind his back, and Xiao Bai crouched on his shoulder, its golden eyes half open, half closed. The wind carried the clamor from the foot of the mountain. Luo Qingxue ascended and stood beside him, her ice sword in hand. She said, The excitement is over. Lin Feng said, Luo Qingxue asked, What's next? Lin Feng replied, Cultivation. Neither spoke again. They simply stood there, watching the disciples below depart one by one. The sun slowly descended westward, dyeing the clouds on the horizon crimson. By evening the sun had set. The sky was a blaze of red clouds like burning flames. Lin Feng remained on the mountaintop, and Luo Qingxue did not leave either. The wind lifted her hair, brushing against Lin Feng's shoulder. She did not move, nor did he. Xiaobai leaped off Lin Feng's shoulder and ran down the mountain. It knew when to be discreet. After a long while, Luo Qingxue said, "Lin Feng, what do you plan to do from now on?" Lin Feng replied, "Guard the sword sect and watch Lin Xiaojian grow." Luo Qingxue asked, "And then?" Lin Feng said, "Then wait for you." Luo Qingxue turned her head to look at him and asked, "Wait for what?" Lin Feng said, "Wait for you to break through to the sword god realm. Wait for your ice river sword heart to reach perfection. Wait until you are willing." Luo Qingxue lowered her head, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. The setting sun illuminated her face and a blush crept across her cheeks. She said, "When did you learn to say such things, eh?" Lin Feng replied, "Just now." Luo Qingxue asked, "Who taught you?" Lin Feng said, "No one. I wanted to say it myself." Luo Qingxue reached out and took Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng did not pull away. Her hand was ice cold. The ice river sword heart made her body temperature lower than normal. Lin Feng's hand was warm sword essence flowing through his palm, transferring warmth to her. The two stood there hand in hand, watching the sun set and the stars emerge. Night fell. The moon rose from the east, bright and brilliant, casting a layer of frost over the stone slabs on the mountaintop. In the distance, the silhouettes of the mountains were pitch black, like crouching behemoths. The sword sect disciples below had already returned to their quarters. Only the patrolling disciples still moved about, their torches flickering in the night. Luo Qingxue said, "I'm going back." Lin Feng replied, She released his hand, took a few steps, then stopped, and turned back. "Lin Feng," she said. Lin Feng answered. Luo Qingxue said, "What you said, I remember it." She walked away. Lin Feng watched her figure disappear into the darkness. He turned back and looked at the distant sky. In the direction of chaos, the heavens were black, devoid of stars. He closed his eyes, sensing the depths of chaos. Ever since sealing the fragment of the void ancestor, the depths of chaos had remained calm. But tonight there was a fluctuation, faint like a heartbeat pulsing rhythmically. It was not the aura of darkness, but another power, unfamiliar, yet carrying a hint of familiarity. Triggered special check-in location: Sword Sect Mountaintop, deep night, check-in now. Check-in. Sword Sect Mountaintop special check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Chaos Monitoring Talisman. One can monitor fluctuations in the depths of chaos, range 500,000 li. A talisman paper of chaotic color appeared in Lin Feng's palm. The talisman paper was small, only 3 inches long, covered with intricate runes that glowed with chaotic light. Lin Feng infused his spiritual energy, and the talisman burned, transforming into a beam of light that merged into his brow. His perception was further enhanced, like a vast net cast into the depths of chaos. Every fluctuation in the depths of chaos became vividly clear. The flow of darkness, the twisting of space, the distortion of time. The source of the fluctuation was in the extreme depths of chaos. 1,000 li below the place where the void ancestor fragment was sealed, there was a crack. The crack was very small, only a foot long and 2 fingers wide. But it was slowly opening, like an eye gradually awakening. Golden light flickered at the edges of the crack. It was not the gold of the divine realm, but a more ancient gold, the gold of the dawn of chaos. The light held neither malice nor benevolence. It simply existed. Lin Feng opened his eyes. He stared at the direction of chaos, his brow furrowing slightly. He said, "It's not the void ancestor. It's something else." Xiaobai ran back, leaped onto his shoulder, and meowed. Its eyes were also fixed on the direction of chaos, its tail stiff as a rod. Lin Feng said, "You sensed it too?" Xiaobai nodded. Lin Feng was silent for a few seconds. He said, "Let's not act first. Let's see what it wants." Xiaobai meowed as if saying, "Okay." In the depths of chaos, 1,000 li below the sealed void ancestor fragment, a crack slowly opened. The edges of the crack were black, as if torn by something. Inside the crack, golden light flickered. The light was bright, illuminating the surrounding darkness like a lantern. The crack continued to grow very slowly, expanding by a mere thread over the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Something inside the crack was looking out. It was not an eye, but a consciousness, formless, soundless, yet present. It was observing the myriad realms, the sword sect, and Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood on the mountaintop, hands clasped behind his back, 8 swords arrayed behind him. He sensed that consciousness. He said, "You are watching me." The consciousness did not respond. Lin Feng said, "Whoever you are, do not provoke the myriad realms." The consciousness still did not respond, but the crack stopped expanding. Lin Feng turned and walked down the mountaintop. Xiaobai crouched on his shoulder, looked back once at the direction of chaos, and meowed. The next morning, Lin Feng summoned everyone to the main hall. Luo Qingxue, Luo Chen, Lin Xiaojian, along with several core elders, all gathered. The main hall was silent. No one spoke, for Lin Feng's expression was dark. 8 swords were planted in the ground before him, and Xiaobai perched on his shoulder, golden eyes fixed upon each person. Lin Feng said, "There has been unusual activity deep within the chaos." Luo Chen asked, "Brother, what manner of disturbance?" Lin Feng replied, "A rift. 10,000 li beneath the place where the void ancestor's fragment is sealed. The rift is widening, and within it an unknown consciousness observes the myriad realms." Luo Chen's face changed, saying, "Has not the void ancestor died?" Lin Feng said, "Not the void ancestor. Something else." Lin Xiaojian said, "Master, I will go with you." Lin Feng said, "You stay behind. Your cultivation is insufficient." Lin Xiaojian said, "But." Lin Feng said, "No, but." Luo Qingxue rose, ice sword in hand. She said, "I will go with you." Lin Feng looked at her and said, "This may be perilous." Luo Qingxue said, "When has it ever been safe?" Lin Feng was silent for a few moments, then said, "Very well." Luo Chen said, "Brother, let me go too." Lin Feng said, "You stay? The sword sect needs someone to guard it. Lin Xiaojian also needs instruction." Luo Chen gritted his teeth and said yes. Lin Feng stood, and the 8 swords flew back to his waist. Xiaobai leaped onto his shoulder. He said, "Let us go." The two walked out of the main hall, rising upon empty air, flying toward the chaos. Deep within the chaos, darkness stretched endlessly. Lin Feng and Luo Qingxue flew side by side, the 8 swords hovering behind Lin Feng, the ice sword in Luo Qingxue's grip. Chaos-colored light and white cold energy intertwined, illuminating the path ahead. After approximately 2 hours of flight, a rift appeared before them. The rift was not large, only a foot long and 2 fingers wide. Golden light flickered along its edges, bright as a lantern, casting glow upon the surrounding darkness. Lin Feng halted and said, "We have arrived." Luo Qingxue gazed at the rift and asked, "What lies within?" Lin Feng said, "I do not know, but it watches me." He reached out, pressing his hand against the void beside the rift. Sword essence surged forth, probing the interior of the rift. The rift was deep, unfathomably so. Within lay a space containing ancient structures, ruined stone pillars, shattered walls. Lin Feng said, "There is a relic within." Luo Qingxue asked, "Can we enter?" Lin Feng said, "We can, but the rift is too small to pass through." He drew his sword Gu Chun, leaving its scabbard with the power of time flowing along the blade. He struck the rift with one swing, and it doubled in size. Another strike enlarged it twofold again. On the third blow, the rift transformed into an opening large enough for one person to pass through. Lin Feng said, "I will enter first. Follow me." He flew into the opening. Luo Qingxue followed behind. Within the opening lay a vast space. There was no darkness. Golden light pervaded everywhere. Light seeped from the runes upon the walls, illuminating the entire space. The space was immense, spanning 1,000 zhang in radius, the ground paved with bluish-green stone slabs inscribed with countless runes. The runes were extraordinarily ancient, older than any script across the myriad realms. Ruined stone pillars and broken walls were scattered about. At the farthest depth stood a door. The door was golden, 3 zhang tall, and 2 zhang wide, carved with 4 characters, Chaos Divine Temple. A golden sphere of light entered Lin Feng's glabella. His mind was imbued with new knowledge. The runes of the chaoses beginning, each rune representing a fundamental law of chaos: light, darkness, time, space, life, death, creation, destruction. He opened his eyes. The runes on the walls were no longer unfamiliar, for he could now understand them. Luo Qingxue asked, "What do these runes say?" Lin Feng said, "Records of the Chaos Divine Temple's construction. It says that when the chaos first opened, the first beings built this temple to suppress the source of chaos." Luo Qingxue said, "Is not the source of chaos within your body?" Lin Feng said, "That is but a fragment of the chaos origin. The true source of chaos lies here." He looked toward that door. From the crack beneath the door, golden light pulsed. The light was brilliant, shining upon Lin Feng's face. He walked forward and pushed the door. It was heavy but unlocked. The door opened a crack and golden light poured forth, washing over him. Within the light was both warmth and cold, 2 sensations intertwining. Luo Qingxue asked, "Shall we enter?" Lin Feng said yes. The golden door swung open, and Lin Feng and Luo Qingxue stepped inside. Beyond the entrance lay an immense space, 10 times larger than the ruins outside. The chamber was circular, spanning 1,000 zhang in diameter and 100 zhang in height. The surrounding walls were golden, engraved with runes that shimmered with flowing light, as though alive. At the center of the space stood 12 stone pillars, each so thick that 3 men could barely encircle it, with their arms rising from the floor to the ceiling. The pillars were carved with reliefs depicting the dawn of chaos, the separation of light and darkness, the birth of stars, and the formation of realms. Lin Feng stood at the threshold, 8 swords hovering behind him, with Xiao Bai perched on his shoulder. Luo Qingxue stood beside him, holding her ice sword, its cold mist dripping from the blade. They walked deeper into the hall, their footsteps echoing loudly in the empty vastness. When they reached the center, a statue appeared before them. It was towering, 30 zhang tall, carved from golden stone, depicting a middle-aged man. He wore a long robe, his hair cascading over his shoulders, his face resolute, his eyes closed. In his right hand, he held a sword, its blade transparent, with chaotic colored light flowing along the edge. At the base of the statue were 4 engraved characters: Chaos Sword Lord. Lin Feng halted, looked up at the statue, and said, "Chaos Sword Lord." Luo Qingxue asked, "Do you know him?" Lin Feng replied, "No, but his sword intent shares the same origin as the all-heavens sword intent within me." He reached out and pressed his hand against the statue's pedestal. Sword essence surged forth, and the statue's eyes opened. Golden light shot from its gaze, coalescing into an ethereal figure in the center of the hall. The phantom bore the exact likeness of the statue, but its body was translucent, as if formed from light. It wore a golden robe with hair falling over its shoulders, and its eyes were golden, devoid of pupils yet radiant. It was the remnant soul of the Chaos Sword Lord. He looked down at Lin Feng and said, "You have come." His voice was soft, yet the entire hall trembled, and the runes on the walls flickered faster. Lin Feng said, "Who are you?" The phantom replied, "The Chaos Sword Lord, the creator of the all heavens and myriad realms." Lin Feng asked, "Were the all heavens and myriad realms not created by Ditian Hongming and Hundan?" The phantom smiled faintly. He said, "Ditian Hongming and Hundan are the three supreme gods I created. They govern the all heavens and myriad realms on my behalf. Later Ditian was corrupted by the void ancestor and betrayed me." Lin Feng fell silent for a few seconds. He thought of Ditian, of the void ancestor, of everything he had experienced along his journey. He said, "Did you create the void ancestor?" The Chaos Sword Lord replied, "No. The void ancestor was my adversary. When chaos first dawned, light and darkness were born simultaneously. I am light, and he is darkness. We fought for countless eons, neither able to slay the other. In the end, I sealed him in the depths of chaos, using my own body as the seal. My physical form transformed into the all heavens and myriad realms, and my sword intent fragmented into 8 types scattered across the realms." Luo Qingxue said, "So the 8 sword intents Lin Feng collected were originally yours?" The Chaos Sword Lord said, "Yes. Those 8 sword intents are the fragments left behind when I shattered my own sword intent. Whoever gathers all 8 becomes my successor." The Chaos Sword Lord extended his hand, and the transparent sword from the statue flew up, hovering before Lin Feng. Its blade was translucent, with chaotic-colored light rippling along the edge. Engraved on the hilt were 2 characters, Chaos. He said, "This is the Chaos Sword Heart. It is not a sword but a sword heart. Fuse with it, and your all heavens sword master realm will break through to the late stage. Only the late stage qualifies you to contend against the primordial darkness." Lin Feng said, "Primordial darkness?" The Chaos Sword Lord replied, "The void ancestor is merely a wisp of the primordial darkness's aura. The true primordial darkness is the dark will born alongside me at the dawn of chaos. I sealed it in the deepest reaches of chaos, a seal 1,000 times stronger than that of the void ancestor. But now the seal is loosening. The rift you sensed in the depths of chaos is the primordial darkness awakening." A chaotic-colored orb of light flew out from the transparent sword and merged into Lin Feng's brow. His body trembled, and the massive transparent sword in his dantian suddenly expanded by a full circle. The 8 sword intents began to accelerate their fusion, and the bottleneck of the mid-stage All Heavens Sword Master loosened. But he had not yet broken through. It needed time to digest. Lin Feng opened his eyes and said, "How long until the primordial darkness awakens?" The Chaos Sword Lord said, "At best 3 months, at worst half a year. You must break through to the late stage of All Heavens Sword Master before it awakens. Otherwise, the all heavens and myriad realms will be devoured just as it devoured countless chaos worlds long ago." Luo Qingxue said, "Countless chaos worlds?" The Chaos Sword Lord replied, "Before the all heavens and myriad realms, there were even earlier worlds. All those worlds were consumed by the primordial darkness. I alone survived. I created the all heavens and myriad realms and sealed it away. But my power is waning and the seal grows weaker. You are my last hope." The Chaos Sword Lord's phantom began to fade, dissipating from the feet upward. Golden specks of light rose like fireflies. He looked down at Lin Feng and said, "Your name is Lin Feng?" Lin Feng replied, "Yes." The Chaos Sword Lord said, "Lin Feng, the fate of the all heavens and myriad realms is entrusted to you." His phantom completely dissolved. The golden specks scattered through the hall and slowly dimmed. The statue's eyes closed, and the sword in its hand vanished. The light in the hall grew much dimmer, leaving only the runes on the walls still glowing. Lin Feng stood before the statue silent for a long time. Xiaobai crouched on his shoulder and let out a soft meow. Luo Qingxue walked over and stood beside him, saying, "What are you thinking?" Lin Feng replied, "I'm wondering if 3 months is enough." Luo Qingxue said, "It is. You went from a useless waste to the All Heavens Sword Master in less than 2 years. 3 months is enough to break through to the late stage." Lin Feng turned to look at her and said, "Since when did you learn to comfort people?" Luo Qingxue said, "Just now." The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. Lin Feng and Luo Qingxue exited the Chaos Temple and returned to Sword Sect. The sky had brightened, sunlight illuminating the mountain gate, where the characters Sword Sect shimmered with golden light in the morning glow. Luo Chun awaited at the mountain gate, having stayed up the entire night with dark circles beneath his eyes. Upon seeing Lin Feng and Luo Qingxue return, he rushed over and asked, "Brother, how did it go? What lies within it?" "The remnants of the Chaos Sword Lord." "Who is the Chaos Sword Lord?" "The creator of all heavens and myriad worlds." Luo Chen froze. "The creator? Stronger than Emperor Heaven?" Emperor Heaven was created by him. Luo Chen swallowed hard. Brother, what did you obtain inside? Lin Feng withdrew a chaotic-colored orb from his robes, letting it hover in his palm. The Chaos Sword Heart, not yet fused. The Chaos Sword Heart, he said. Once fused, it will allow me to break through to the later stage of Heavenly Sword Lord. Luo Chen urged, then fuse it quickly. I need time, Lin Feng replied. The primordial darkness is about to awaken. And what is this primordial darkness? An existence older than the ancestor of nothingness. The first darkness that emerged when chaos first opened. The ancestor of nothingness is merely a wisp of its aura. Luo Chen's face paled. Brother, can you defeat it? Once I break through to the later stage, I can fight it. Lin Feng entered the main hall and took his seat upon the patriarch's throne. 8 swords stood planted in the ground before him, while Xiaobai perched on his shoulder. Luo Qingxue stood to his left, ice sword in hand, and Luo Chen to his right, holding a register. Lin Xiaojian came running in from outside. Master, you're back. Yes. Sit down. Lin Xiaojian took his seat on the chair below, sitting straight-backed. From today onward, Sword Sect enters maximum combat readiness. No disciples may leave, take time off, or grow lax. Cultivate for 8 hours daily, engage in combat drills for 2 hours. Resources will be supplied without limit. Brother, do we have enough resources? Yes. The various branch sects just paid tribute. A supply sufficient for 6 months. Master, when the primordial darkness comes, I want to fight too. Lin Feng looked at him. You're only at early golden core stage. Even early golden core can slay enemies. We'll see when the time comes. Master, I won't bring shame to you. Lin Feng said nothing further. Special check-in location triggered. Sword Sect main hall combat readiness. Proceed with check-in. Check-in. Sword Sect main hall special check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Primordial Darkness Monitoring Talisman 1 can monitor the awakening progress of the Primordial Darkness. A black talisman appeared in Lin Feng's palm. Its surface was inscribed with dark red runes that pulsed with a blood-like luminescence. Channeling his spiritual power, Lin Feng set the talisman ablaze. It dissolved into a streak of black light that vanished into his forehead. A countdown materialized in his mind, 3 months. The seal on the Primordial Darkness had only 3 months remaining. Lin Feng closed his eyes and extended his divine sense into the depths of chaos. The fissure continued to widen, now 3 feet long and half a foot wide. The golden light within grew brighter, yet along its edges threads of black patterns were spreading. The power of the Primordial Darkness was eroding the seal. He opened his eyes. 3 months. 3 months remain. Is that enough? Enough. I'll meditate in seclusion for 1 month to break through to the later stage. The remaining 2 months will be for preparation. Lin Feng rose. Luo Chen, you oversee the preparations. Luo Qingxue train Lin Xiaojian. I shall enter seclusion. No one is to disturb me. The 3 responded in unison, yes. Lin Feng entered his cultivation chamber and closed the door. 8 swords stood planted before him. Xiaobai perched on his shoulder. Sitting cross-legged, he withdrew the Chaos Sword Heart from his robes. The chaotic-colored orb hovered in his palm, radiating such intense light that the entire room was bathed in its hue. Xiaobai, guard the perimeter, he said. Xiaobai hopped down and took position at the entrance, golden eyes fixed on the door. Lin Feng closed his eyes and pressed the Chaos Sword Heart against his chest. The orb sank into his body, spreading chaotic light throughout him. His skin, hair, and eyes all shifted to that same chaotic hue. The translucent great sword in his dantian shuddered violently, beginning to absorb the power of the Chaos Sword Heart. Cultivation progress, Heavenly Sword Lord, middle stage, later stage, fusing Chaos Sword Heart. 10. 20. The power of the Chaos Sword Heart was overwhelming. Lin Feng's body trembled as his meridians swelled with pressure. His skin cracked, blood seeping through, but he did not stop. Gritting his teeth, he channeled the will of the heavenly swords, guiding the Chaos Sword Heart's power through his meridians. Wherever the power flowed, his meridians widened, and his sword essence purified. The translucent great sword grew larger, first the size of a fist, then a head, then a wash basin. On the first day, fusion progress reached 30%. The second day, 50%. The third, 70%. The fourth, 90%. On the 5th day, 100%. Cultivation progress, Heavenly Sword Lord, middle stage, Heavenly Sword Lord, later stage. Congratulations, host, on your breakthrough. Lin Feng opened his eyes. They had changed. Deep within his pupils, a translucent great sword circled with chaotic light, flowed and pulsed. His sword essence was as vast and deep as an ocean, 5 times stronger than before his breakthrough. All 8 swords trembled in unison, humming with resonance, their blades glowing brighter. Xiaobai trotted from the doorway, leaped onto his shoulder, and rubbed its head against his neck, letting out a meow. Lin Feng rose, his bones crackling. He clenched his fist and released it, feeling the power surging within. Heavenly Sword Lord, later stage. 1 step away from the pinnacle. Enough, he said. He pushed open the door and stepped outside. The sunlight was blinding, and he squinted. Luo Qingxue stood at the entrance holding a bowl of kanji. Her cultivation had already recovered to the peak of the Sword Emperor realm, and her Ice River Sword Heart had grown even more stable after its rebirth. She looked at Lin Feng. Your aura has changed. Later stage now, he replied. Is that enough? Enough to fight the primordial darkness. She handed him the bowl. Drink. Lin Feng took the bowl and finished it in several gulps. Luo Chun came sprinting over. Brother, you've exited seclusion. The preparations are complete. Sword sect has 5,000 disciples, and the various branch sects can mobilize 200,000 troops. All resources have been distributed, and every defensive formation has been activated. Enough, Lin Feng said. We wait for the primordial darkness to come. Lin Xiaojin approached. His cultivation had already broken through from early golden core to late golden core, leaping 2 full stages in a single month. Master, I've broken through 2. Late golden core stage, and I've merged 5/10 of the 8 sword intentions. Lin Feng regarded him. Not bad. Lin Xiaojin smiled. Suddenly a deafening roar echoed from the depths of chaos. It was not sound, but vibration shaking directly within Lin Feng's consciousness. His expression shifted. The seal has shattered. The primordial darkness. It's awake. 2 months earlier than expected. He stepped into the air and flew toward the chaos realm. 8 swords hovered behind him, Xiaobai perched on his shoulder. Luo Qingxue followed her, ice sword drawn. Deep within the chaos, a fissure split the darkness like a colossal wound. 100 zhang in length and 10 zhang in width, its edges were corroded by black veins, the golden light being devoured like rotting flesh. From within the fissure, black mist surged outward, growing denser and colder with each passing moment. Countless blood-red eyes swam within the fog, each one fixed upon Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood before the fissure, 8 swords suspended behind his back, the chaotic-colored sword light illuminating the surrounding darkness. Xiaobai perched on his shoulder, golden eyes locked onto the fissure, its tail rigid and taut. Luo Qingxue stood at a distance, her ice sword in hand, cold aura dripping from the blade. She had not approached, for Lin Feng had commanded retreat. The voice from within the fissure spoke again. Lin Feng, you have slain a wisp of my presence. Now I come myself. Lin Feng replied, come. Black mist poured forth from the fissure, coalescing into a towering figure. 10 zhang in height, its body was sheathed in black scales through which dark red light flowed. 12 horns crowned its head, its eyes a blood-red void devoid of light. Primordial dark. The primordial dark gazed down at Lin Feng, those blood-red eyes utterly expressionless. It said, Sword Lord of the myriad heavens, late stage. You have absorbed the inheritance of my opponent. Lin Feng said, the Chaos Sword Lord. That is who he was called. The primordial dark replied, names hold no significance. He sealed me away for countless ages, and you shall die with him. It brought its palm crashing down. The palm's strike carried black flames. Not burning heat, but an icy cold that seared the chaotic void, cracking the very fabric of space itself. Lin Feng did not yield. All 8 swords struck as one. The chaotic-colored sword light clashed against the black flames with a thunderous boom, and both adversaries retreated 3 steps. A white mark appeared on the primordial dark's palm, while a trace of blood welled from the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. The primordial dark said, your sword can wound me. Lin Feng said, if it can wound, it can kill. The primordial dark said, you cannot kill me. I am the first darkness born when chaos first opened. As long as light endures, darkness endures. Lin Feng said, then I shall seal you away once more. The primordial dark laughed a cold and bitter sound. It said, seal me. The Chaos Sword Lord barely contained me at the cost of his own life. What do you have to seal me with? It opened its maw and unleashed a pillar of black light. The pillar was not straight, but writhing and distorted, slowing time and warping space wherever it passed. The primordial dark's core ability, devouring time. Lin Feng did not retreat. He drew the ancient dust sword, temporal energy flowing along its blade. The ancient sword's intent fully unleashed, chaotic-colored light collided head-on with the black pillar. Time against time, distortion clashing with distortion. Where the 2 forces met, space shattered into dust, and time spiraled into utter chaos. Past, present, and future interwove before Lin Feng's eyes. He saw himself practicing sword forms as a child, witnessed his past life pierced through the heart by Su Shue's sword, and beheld Luo Qingxue suffering within the ice prison. Gritting his teeth, he channeled the sword intent of the myriad heavens. Chaotic-colored light surged from his dantian, enveloping his entire body. The past, present, and future were severed, his consciousness snapping back to the present moment. The chaotic glow upon the ancient dust sword intensified until a single strike shattered the black pillar. The primordial dark recoiled from the impact, a sword scar opening across its chest as black blood gushed forth. The primordial dark looked down at the wound upon its chest and said, your power over time exceeds my expectations. Lin Feng said, your ability to devour time falls short of what I imagined. The primordial dark said, that is because my full strength has not yet returned. The seal drained much of my power. Once I recover, your time abilities will be useless against me. Special check-in location triggered. Chaos Battlefield before the primordial dark. Proceed with check-in. Check-in. Special check-in at Chaos Battlefield succeeded. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Time Resistance Upgrade X1, enhanced resistance to time-based attacks, permanent passive. A translucent sphere of light entered Lin Feng's glabella. His body shuddered, his perception of temporal energy sharpening immeasurably. The primordial dark's devouring of time no longer held mystery before him. The primordial dark turned and walked toward the fissure. It said, "In 3 days my strength shall recover by 3/10. By then all heavens and worlds shall be reduced to nothingness. You cannot stop me." Its body dissolved into black mist and contracted back into the fissure. The fissure began to shrink from 100 zhang down to 10, from 10 down to 1, and finally narrowed to a thin black line before vanishing into the depths of chaos. Lin Feng stood in the chaotic void, 8 swords suspended behind his back. Xiao Bai perched on his shoulder and let out a meow. Luo Qingxue flew over and said, "It has left." Lin Feng said, "It will return in 3 days." Luo Qingxue said, "Can you defeat it?" Lin Feng said, "Not now. In 3 days I do not know." The two returned to the sword sect. Luo Chun waited at the mountain gate. Upon seeing Lin Feng covered in blood with a pale complexion, he asked, "Big brother, you are injured." Lin Feng said, "Superficial wounds. The primordial dark has retreated but will return in 3 days." Luo Chun said, 3 days. So soon? Lin Feng said, "It only needs 3 days to recover 3/10 of its strength. 3/10 is enough to destroy all heavens and worlds." Lin Feng entered the main hall and seated himself upon the sect master's throne. The 8 swords were planted in the ground before him. Xiao Bai perched on his shoulder. He commanded, "Issue orders to all branch sects within 3 days. Assemble all forces at the sword sect. All disciples are to prepare for battle. Distribute all resources. Activate all defensive arrays." Luo Chun said, "Yes," and turned to rush off and deliver the orders. Luo Qingxue asked, "In 3 days what is your plan?" Lin Feng said, "Engage him head-on. His strength is not yet restored. When an enemy is weak, press the advantage." Luo Qingxue said, "He just said you cannot kill him. As long as light endures, darkness endures." Lin Feng said, "If I cannot kill him, I shall seal him." The Chaos Sword Lord sealed him, and so can I. Lin Xiaojian entered and said, "Master, I wish to fight as well." Lin Feng looked at him and said, "Golden Core late stage facing the primordial dark. You could not withstand a single strike." Lin Xiaojian said, "Even if I cannot withstand it, I must still face him. I am the young master of the sword sect. I cannot hide behind others." Lin Feng was silent for a few moments and then said, "Very well. Follow me and do not stray too far." Lin Xiaojian said yes. On the square before the sword sect's mountain gate, a dense crowd of people stood in black. The black banners of the Mo realm, the cyan banners of the Yao realm, the golden banners of the Fo realm, the white banners of the Xian realm, the gray banners of the Ming realm, the golden banners of the Shun realm, the yellow banners of the Huang realm, and the transparent banners of the Gu realm. 8 colored banners fluttered noisily in the wind. Qi Yin led the 5,000 demon soldiers of the Mo realm branch, standing at the far left. His severed arm had been reattached, but was still not very agile. He held a flame blade in his hand with flames dancing on its edge. Dong Huang led the 5,000 demon beast soldiers of the Yao realm branch, standing beside Qi Yin. The wound on his back had healed, but he still limped a little. He held a bone sword in his hand with a cyan light flowing on its blade. The new abbot led the 5,000 Buddhist soldiers of the Fo realm branch, standing beside Dong Huang. He held a golden staff in his hand, chanting scriptures. The Lord of the Xian realm led the 5,000 immortal soldiers of the Xian realm branch, standing beside the new abbot, holding a white longsword. The new Nether Lord led the 5,000 Nether soldiers of the Ming realm branch, standing beside the Lord of the Xian realm, holding a gray sword. The acting Lord led the 5,000 divine soldiers of the Shun realm branch, standing beside the new Nether Lord, holding a golden sword. The representatives of the Huang realm and the Gu realm each brought 3,000 people standing at the back. The allied forces of the 8 realms, 46,000 people, plus the 5,000 disciples of the sword sect's headquarters, totaled 51,000 people. Luo Chen stood on the high platform holding a booklet calling out names one by one. After finishing the roll call, he ran to Lin Feng and said, "Big brother, everyone is here." 51,000 people, including 8,000 above Sword Emperor realm, 500 above Sword Venerable realm, and 50 half-step sword gods. Lin Feng said, "That's enough." Luo Chen said, "Big brother, it's just the primordial darkness alone. Are we 50,000 enough?" Lin Feng said, "Even if it's not enough, we must make it enough." Lin Feng stepped onto the high platform and looked down at the more than 50,000 people below. 8 swords hung behind him, and Xiao Bai squatted on his shoulder. The chaotic colored sword light illuminated the entire square. He said, "The primordial darkness will come in 3 days. It wants to devour all the myriad realms. Behind you are your homes, your loved ones, your sects. This battle is not fought for me, but for yourselves." No one spoke. Lin Feng said, "Are you afraid?" Still no one spoke. Lin Feng said, "It's right to be afraid. But fear is useless. The primordial darkness won't stay away because you're afraid. So fight." Qi Yin shouted, "Fight." Dong Huang shouted, "Fight." The new abbot shouted, "Fight." The more than 50,000 people shouted in unison, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" The sound echoed in the valleys, startling a flock of birds. A huge banner appeared in Lin Feng's hand. The banner was chaotic colored, embroidered with the character Zhan wore, its strokes sharp and imbued with sword intent. Lin Feng planted the banner on the high platform, and it fluttered without wind, making a rustling sound. The morale of the more than 50,000 people soared, and the light in their eyes grew brighter. Lin Feng stepped down from the platform and returned to the main hall. Luo Qingxue followed him in, and said, "How do you plan to fight?" Lin Feng said, "The core of the primordial darkness's power is devouring time. My Guqian sword can counter it, but it needs time to charge. During the decisive battle, you help me block its attacks to give me time to charge." Luo Qingxue said okay. Lin Feng took out a chaotic-colored bead from his bosom, the primordial source of all realms, a fusion of 8 powers. He said, "Take this. At a critical moment, crush it, and it can block the full-force strike of the primordial darkness." Luo Qingxue took the bead and put it into her bosom. Lin Xiaojian ran in from outside drenched in sweat. He had been practicing swordsmanship, and the 8 sword intents had merged by 60%. He said, "Master, I have broken through. Nascent soul, early stage." Lin Feng looked at him and said, "Breaking through 2 levels in 3 days. Lin Xiaojian said, "At a life-and-death moment, if you don't break through, you die." Lin Feng said, "Good. During the decisive battle, you follow Luo Chun and guard the Sword Sect's mountain gate." Lin Xiaojian said, "Master, I want to go with you to fight the primordial darkness." Lin Feng said, "You can't even withstand one of its moves." Lin Xiaojian said, "Even if I can't withstand it, I still have to try." Lin Feng looked at him for a long time and said, "Okay, you follow me, don't go too far." Lin Xiaojian said yes. The next day before dawn, Lin Feng stood on the mountaintop looking toward the direction of chaos. He sensed the crack expanding and the power of the primordial darkness surging. Originally said 3 days, but now it seemed it couldn't wait. Suddenly the sky darkened. It wasn't nightfall, the power of the primordial darkness had blocked out the sun. Black mist surged from the horizon like a black ocean. Within the mist were countless blood-red eyes, more numerous and brighter than before. The primordial darkness had descended a day early. Lin Feng said, "It's here." He stepped into the air and flew toward the mountain gate. 8 swords hung behind him, and Xiao Bai squatted on his shoulder. Luo Qingxue followed behind ice, sword in hand. Lin Xiaojian followed at the rear, holding an iron sword. Outside the mountain gate, the black mist condensed into the figure of the primordial darkness. It was taller than last time, 15 zhang, about 50 meters. Its body was covered in black scales with dark red light flowing beneath them. The horns on its head had increased from 12 to 16, and its eyes were redder. It looked down at Lin Feng and said, "I can't wait any longer." "Today, right now?" Lin Feng said, "Today you die." The primordial darkness struck down with its palm. Yuan Chu Ji and struck down with the palm. The palm wind carried black flames. Flames that were not hot, but cold, burning the air until it froze. Before the palm wind even arrived, the ground had already cracked, shards of stone flying in all directions. Lin Feng did not retreat. All 8 swords struck at once. Chaotic colored sword light sliced into the black flames with a thunderous boom. Lin Feng was forced back 5 steps, and a white mark appeared on Yuan Chu Jian's palm. "Your power is stronger than last time," Lin Feng said. "I have recovered 3/10, Yuan Chu Jian replied. "Enough to kill you." He threw a punch. The fist carried the power to devour time. Its trajectory was not straight, but twisted. Lin Feng sidestepped, and the fist grazed past his clothes, tearing a gash. The exposed skin aged, instantly wrinkling like tree bark. Time energy was eroding his body. Lin Feng activated the intent of the heavenly swords, and chaotic colored light surged from his dantian, wrapping around his entire body. The aged skin regained its youth as the time energy was driven away. He drew his sword. Gu Chun left its scabbard, and time energy flowed along the blade. The ancient sword's intent was fully unleashed, and chaotic-colored sword light slashed into Yuan Chu Jian's fist. Time collided with time. The 2 forces crashed together, shattering space into powder and sending time into chaos. Luo Qingxue charged in from the side, her ice sword aimed at Yuan Chu Jian's neck. 8th form of the Ice River Sword Art. Ice River shatters the void. Cold energy exploded, transforming into an ice dragon that lunged at Yuan Chu Jian. The ice dragon struck its neck, scales flying, black blood gushing forth. Yuan Chu Jian turned its head, blood-red eyes locking onto Luo Qingxue. "Ant," it said, and struck a palm at her. Lin Feng stepped in front of her, absorbing the blow. With a thunderous impact, he was sent flying and crashed to the ground, spitting a mouthful of blood. The 8 swords scattered around him, their light dimmed. Xiao Bai leaped from his shoulder, stood before him, and snarled at Yuan Chu Jian. The sound was not loud, but piercing, laced with sword intent. "Your sword spirit is fiercely loyal," Yuan Chu Jian said. "But useless." It struck a palm toward Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai leaped to dodge, but was swept aside by the palm wind and tumbled to the ground, rolling several times. It scrambled up, its white fur bristling, and charged again. "Xiao Bai, retreat!" Lin Feng shouted. Xiao Bai did not retreat. Luo Qingxue rushed over and helped Lin Feng to his feet. "Are you alright?" she asked. "I won't die," Lin Feng said. He pushed himself upright, and the 8 swords flew back into his hands. The light on the blades reignited, though dimmer than before. His sword energy had been depleted by half. Yuan Chu Jian's power was simply too overwhelming. A chaotic-colored sphere of light merged into Lin Feng's forehead. A secret technique now resided in his mind: blood burning. By igniting his essence blood, he could double his combat effectiveness for a short time. But the price was cultivation regression and a shortened lifespan. Without hesitation, he activated the blood-burning secret art. His essence blood ignited and sword energy surged dramatically. The chaotic colored light on all 8 swords grew ever brighter. Lin Feng's eyes changed. The translucent great sword in his pupils turned blood red. Beneath his skin red light pulsed and flowed like magma. He rose to his feet, the 8 swords hovering behind him, their tips pointed at Yuan Chujian. Come again, he said. You have burned your essence blood. Your cultivation will regress, Yuan Chujian said. Let it regress, Lin Feng replied. First I'll kill you. He charged forward, all 8 swords striking at once. This time he poured everything into it. Chaotic colored sword light slashed into Yuan Chujian's chest, scales flying, a massive wound splitting open as black blood sprayed out. Yuan Chujian let out a shriek and staggered backward. It looked down at the wound on its chest, and fear flickered in those blood-red eyes. You've lost your mind, it said. Burning your essence blood. Do you not care for your life? If the myriad heavens and worlds are gone, Lin Feng replied, what use is my life? His second sword strike came. Yuan Chujian could not dodge. The blade severed its shoulder, and its right arm fell off. Black blood erupted, and the severed limb dissolved into black mist dispersing into the air. Yuan Chujian turned and fled, transforming into black mist as it retreated into the depths of chaos. Lin Feng tried to pursue, but his legs gave way, and he fell to his knees. He had burned too much essence blood. His cultivation plummeted. From late-stage heavenly swords lowered to mid-stage, and from mid-stage down to early stage. Xiaobai ran over and nuzzled his hand, letting out an urgent meow. Luo Qingxue rushed over and supported him. Lin Feng, your cultivation. It dropped, Lin Feng said. But Yuan Chujian is injured as well. It will return, Luo Qingxue said. When it returns, my cultivation will have recovered, Lin Feng replied. Luo Chun came running over. Brother Yuan Chujian fled. We won. We haven't won, Lin Feng said. It only retreated. It will return. Then what do we do? Luo Chen asked. Prepare for battle, Lin Feng said. Wait for it to return. The allied forces from each branch sect cheered in victory, but Lin Feng knew this was only temporary. Yuan Chujian had suffered grave injuries and needed time to recover. By the time it recovered, it would be even stronger. He had to restore his cultivation before then. The primordial darkness fled. The black mist receded and the sky returned to blue. The sunlight shone on the stone slabs of the Jinzong sect's mountain gate, on the bloodstains covering the ground, and on the faces of the allied disciples. Some knelt on the ground, weeping, some embraced those beside them, laughing, some lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Of the 50,000 allied soldiers, 3,000 were dead and 10,000 wounded. But the primordial darkness had retreated, and they had won. Lin Feng knelt on the ground, 8 swords thrust before him, their blades dimly glowing. His clothes were soaked with blood, not his enemies', but his own. The after-effects of burning his vital blood set in. His cultivation dropped from the late-stage Jutian sword lord to the mid-stage, and then to the early stage. The transparent great sword in his dantian dimmed like a lamp about to go out. Xiaobai crouched on his shoulder, rubbing its head against his neck, mewing softly. Luo Qingxue knelt beside him, her hand on his back. The Binghe sword heart activated, sending a surge of cold qi into his body to help suppress the rampaging sword energy within him. Her face was pale, though she had also been struck by the primordial darkness earlier, breaking 2 ribs, but she did not cry out in pain. She said, your cultivation has dropped. Lin Feng said, It dropped to the early stage. Luo Qingxue said, can you recover it? Lin Feng said yes. Lin Feng continued, but it will take time. Luo Chun ran over, covered in blood, with a wound on his left arm that was deep enough to see bone. He said, big brother, the primordial darkness has fled. Luo Chun said, we won. Lin Feng said, we haven't won. It just ran away. It was severely wounded and needs time to recover. When it recovers, it will be stronger. Luo Chun said, what should we do then? Lin Feng said, I will train my cultivation back before it recovers. Lin Xiaojian ran over from afar, his iron sword covered in black blood. His clothes were torn in several places and a gash was cut open on his left shoulder, but he was still smiling. He said, Master, I killed a void general. Lin Feng looked at him and said, early nascent soul killing a half-step sword god. Lin Xiaojian said, I used 8 kinds of sword intent simultaneously and it couldn't withstand them. Lin Feng said, not bad. Lin Xiaojian smiled. Lin Feng braced himself and stood up. The 8 swords flew back to his waist. Xiaobai jumped onto his shoulder. He said, let's return to Jinzong. The 3 of them walked toward the mountain gate. Behind them the allied disciples were still cheering, but there was no smile on Lin Feng's face. He knew that this was only the beginning. Sign-in. A chaotic-colored pill appeared in Lin Feng's palm. The pill was small, only the size of a fingernail, but golden patterns flowed on its surface. He swallowed the pill. As it entered his stomach, a gentle force surged from his dantian and enveloped the dimmed, transparent great sword. The great sword lit up again, though not as bright as before, but much better than just now. His cultivation recovered from the early Zhutian Sword Lord to the mid-stage, but was still far from the late stage. Lin Feng entered the cultivation chamber and closed the door. The 8 swords were thrust into the ground before him, while Xiao Bai crouched at the door, its golden eyes fixed on the door. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. The transparent great sword in his dantian slowly rotated, and with each rotation the sword energy grew denser. But the speed was very slow, half of what it was before. The cost of burning his vital blood was too great. His meridians were damaged and his sword energy had leaked away. It would take time to repair. Luo Qingxue stood at the door, not going in. She leaned against the wall, holding her ice sword in her hand, cold qi dripping from the blade. Her wounds were not yet healed. Her ribs were broken, but she did not go to rest. She said, "I'll keep watch." Xiao Bai mewed as if saying, "Together." Deep in the chaos, the primordial darkness cowered in the fissure. There was a sword scar on its chest deep enough to see bone, and black blood was still seeping out. Its right arm was broken, and its left arm was also injured. It closed its eyes, black mist enveloping its body to repair the wounds. Its power was slowly recovering, but the speed was very slow. It muttered softly, "Lin Feng, you wounded me. But you burned your vital blood, and your cultivation has also dropped. When I recover, what will you use to stop me, eh?" In the Jinzong cultivation chamber, Lin Feng sat for 3 days and 3 nights. On the first day, his cultivation recovered to the mid-stage Yutian Sword Lord. On the second day, it recovered to the peak of the mid-stage. On the third day, it reached the edge of the late stage. But it was still far from the peak. He opened his eyes. The transparent great sword in his dantian was much brighter, but there were still cracks on the blade. The damage from burning his vital blood could not be repaired in a day or two. He stood up and pushed open the door. Luo Qingxue stood at the entrance, her face still pale. She had not slept for 3 days and her ribs had not yet healed. She said, "How is the recovery?" Lin Feng said, "At the edge of the late stage. 1 step away from the peak." Luo Qingxue said, "Is that enough?" Lin Feng said, "No. The primordial darkness is recovering faster than I am." Luo Qingxue said, "What should we do?" Lin Feng said, "Go to the Chaos Divine Temple. The Chaos Sword Lord left something for me." Luo Qingxue said, "I'll go with you." Lin Feng said, "You're wound." Luo Qingxue said, "I won't die." The two of them rose into the air and flew into the depths of chaos. Xiao Bai crouched on Lin Feng's shoulder, and the 8 swords hung behind him. Luo Qingxue followed beside him, ice sword in hand. They flew for 3 hours and reached the location of the fissure. The fissure was still there, but smaller than before, only 1 zhang long and half a zhang wide. The primordial darkness was huddled inside, healing its wounds. Sensing Lin Feng's presence, it opened its eyes. Its blood-red eyes stared outside the fissure and said, "You still dare to come?" Lin Feng said, "I'm not here for you. I'm going to the Chaos Divine Temple." The primordial darkness said, "The Chaos Divine Temple has already been destroyed by me." Lin Feng said, "Even if it's destroyed, I can still enter." He ignored the primordial darkness and flew deeper into the fissure. The primordial darkness wanted to chase after him, but its wounds still hurt, and it could not catch up. It gritted its teeth and said, "When my wounds heal, I will surely kill you." The ruins of the Chaos Temple still stood. The golden walls were cracked, several stone pillars lay broken, and half of the ceiling had collapsed. The ground was littered with rubble and dust, while the runes on the walls had dimmed, no longer emitting any light. The primordial darkness claimed it had destroyed the temple, and indeed it had razed most of it, but not completely. The door at the deepest point remained intact, with the 4 characters, Chaos Temple, still carved upon it, and golden light still flickering from the seam beneath. Lin Feng descended onto the ruins, 8 swords hovering behind his back, and Xiao Bai perched upon his shoulder. Luo Qingxue landed beside him, ice sword in hand. The two pressed onward, their footsteps echoing through the vast emptiness of the ruin. Black streaks marred the ground, traces left by the primordial darkness like scorched scars. At the deepest point, the door still stood. Its golden light was far dimmer than before, but it persisted. Lin Feng reached out and pushed the door open. Beyond lay a chamber no larger than 3 zhang on each side. At its center, suspended in midair, was a golden orb. The orb was modest in size, roughly that of a fist, with liquid golden light swirling within. The final inheritance of the Chaos Sword Master. Lin Feng approached and grasped it. The light within the orb surged into his body, and an image unfolded within his mind. The Chaos Sword Master stood there covered in wounds, while the primordial darkness crashed against the seal outside. He glanced back at the myriad realms and said, "Whoever comes after me, if you have reached this place, it means the primordial darkness has awakened. My strength wanes. I can no longer seal it alone. But I have one final technique, a mutual destruction." In the vision, the Chaos Sword Master began burning his sword heart. His body glowed, growing ever brighter like a sun. He spoke, "This technique is called Chaos Return to Ruins. By burning one's sword heart and detonating the Chaos Origin, one can obliterate both the primordial darkness and oneself into nothingness. This is the last resort. If you employ it, the myriad realms shall be preserved, but you yourself will vanish." The vision faded. Lin Feng opened his eyes. The golden orb in his hand had shattered, its powder slipping through his fingers. "What did you see inside?" Luo Qingxue asked. A forbidden technique of mutual destruction, Lin Feng replied. Burn the sword heart, detonate the chaos origin, and exterminate both the primordial darkness and myself. Luo Qingxue's face drained of color. You must not use it. Lin Feng said, not unless all else fails. Check-in. Special check-in at the Chaos Temple Ruins succeeded. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the complete Chaos Return to Ruins technique. Burn sword heart, detonate chaos origin power sufficient to slay the primordial darkness. A chaotic-colored orb of light merged into Lin Feng's brow. A forbidden art now resided within his mind, its price being death itself. He said nothing, turned, and walked out of the chamber. Luo Qingxue followed close behind. Lin Feng, promise me. You will not use it until the very end. I promise, he replied. The two emerged from the ruins and returned to the chaos beyond. The rift still churned, and within it the primordial darkness continued to heal its wounds. Its aura had strengthened somewhat, though it had not fully recovered. Lin Feng extended his divine sense and said, it has restored 2/10 of its strength. At this rate, in 10 days it will reach 5/10. At 5/10 it could destroy the myriad realms. Luo Qingxue asked, will 10 days suffice for your recovery? Lin Feng replied, no. My cultivation has only returned to the edge of the late stage, far from the peak. The two returned to the sword sect. Luo Chun waited at the mountain gate. Elder brother, the allied forces from all branches have withdrawn, leaving 30,000 elite troops to garrison the sect. All defensive arrays are activated and resources will last 3 months. 10 days, Lin Feng said. The primordial darkness will come in 10 days. Luo Chen's face paled. 10 days. Already. Therefore I will enter seclusion. For these 10 days none are to disturb me. Lin Feng entered the cultivation chamber and closed the door. 8 swords were planted upright in the earth before him, and Xiao Bai took position at the entrance. He sat cross-legged, withdrawing all his resources from within his garment. Chaos origin fragments, the pearl of the myriad realms, and the spirit stones and pills offered by each branch. The resources were piled before him like a small mountain. 10 days, he murmured. I must break through to the peak. He closed his eyes and began to cultivate. On the first day, his cultivation recovered to the late stage of the myriad sword lord. On the second day, the late stage stabilized. On the third day, he reached the peak of the late stage. By the fourth day, the bottleneck had begun to loosen. Days 5, 6, and 7 passed in silence. The bottleneck grew progressively looser, yet he could not break through. On the 8th day, Lin Feng opened his eyes. The translucent great sword within his dantian blazed brighter than ever before. The peak of the myriad sword lord achieved. He rose to his feet. The 8 swords flew back to his waist, their chaotic golden radiance piercing to behold. Xiao Bai darted forward and leaped onto his shoulder, letting out a single meow. 10 days have not yet passed, yet I have broken through, Lin Feng said. He pushed open the door and stepped out. The sunlight was blinding, and he narrowed his eyes. Luo Qingxue stood at the threshold. You've broken through? To the peak, Lin Feng replied. Is it enough? She asked. Yes, he answered. Suddenly the heavens darkened. It was not nightfall. It was the power of the primordial darkness blotting out the sun. Black mist surged from the horizon, denser and vaster than before. Within the mist swarmed countless blood-red eyes, far more numerous and brilliant than before. The primordial darkness had arrived ahead of schedule. It could not wait any longer, Lin Feng said. He trod upon empty air and soared toward the mountain gate, 8 swords orbiting behind him, and Xiao Bai perched upon his shoulder. Luo Qingxue followed close behind, ice sword in hand. Lin Xiaojian rushed out from the cultivation chamber, as well, iron sword gripped tightly, bringing up the rear. Outside the mountain gate, the primordial darkness hovered midair. Its wounds had fully healed. The sword scar on its chest was gone, its severed arm had regrown. Its body towered higher, reaching 20 zhang, its frame armored in black scales with dark red light flowing beneath. Its horns had multiplied from 16 to 20, and its eyes burned a deeper crimson. It looked down upon Lin Feng and said, You have broken through to the peak. I have been waiting for you, Lin Feng replied. The peak is still no match for me, the primordial darkness sneered. My strength has recovered 5/10. I am stronger than you. Let us try, Lin Feng said. The primordial darkness stood in midair, its 60-meter-tall form blotting out the sun. Dark red light flowed across its black scales, and its 20 horns formed a crown-like silhouette. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Lin Feng as if he were prey. With half its power restored, it was twice as strong as before. Lin Feng stood before the mountain gate, 8 swords suspended behind him, their chaotic sword light illuminating the surrounding darkness. Xiao Bai crouched on his shoulder, golden eyes fixed on the primordial darkness, tail ramrod straight. Luo Qingxue stood to his left, ice sword in hand, cold air dripping from the blade. Lin Xiaojian stood to his right, iron sword in hand, palm slick with sweat. The primordial darkness spoke. Lin Feng, you are at the peak of the sword lord of all realms. I have half my power. You cannot defeat me. Lin Feng replied, We'll see after we fight. He swung his sword, and all 8 swords shot forth. The chaotic sword light tore through space and struck the primordial darkness's chest. Scales flew, leaving a white mark on its chest, but no blood. The primordial darkness glanced down and said, "Your sword can no longer harm me." It struck down with a palm. The palm wind carried black flames, and within those flames surged the power of time. Lin Feng did not retreat. He met the blow with all 8 swords. With a thunderous crash, he was forced back 10 paces, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The primordial darkness stood rooted, not a step back. It said, "I told you, you cannot defeat me." Luo Qingxue charged forward, her ice sword slashing at the primordial darkness's neck. The 9th form of the ice river sword art, eternal glacial freeze. Cold energy erupted, forming an ice dragon that lunged at the primordial darkness. The ice dragon struck its neck, coating the scales in a layer of ice. The thick ice froze its neck, slowing its movements by half a beat. Lin Xiaojian rushed in from the side, his iron sword stabbing at the primordial darkness's knee. 8 sword intents surged simultaneously, and a chaotic sword light sliced into the knee. Scales scattered, leaving a wound on the knee from which black blood oozed. The primordial darkness lowered its head, blood-red eyes fixed on Lin Xiaojian. And it said, "It kicked him." Lin Xiaojian couldn't dodge. He was sent flying, crashing to the ground with a mouthful of blood. Lin Feng seized the opportunity, unleashing all 8 swords at the primordial darkness's neck. The wound deepened and black blood gushed out. The primordial darkness let out a pained roar, stumbling back a few steps. It clutched its neck, blood-red eyes blazing with fury. It said, "All 3 of you must die." It opened its mouth and blasted out a black beam of light. The beam was not straight, but twisted, devouring the power of time. Lin Feng stood in front of Luo Qingxue and Lin Xiaojian, all 8 swords meeting the beam with chaotic sword light. But the beam was too powerful. He was pushed backward, his feet carving 2 furrows into the ground. Xiaobai leaped from his shoulder, landed on the ground, looked up at the sky, opened its mouth, and spat out a chaotic-colored pearl. The pearl floated in the air, radiating chaotic light. The beam was blocked, and Lin Feng stopped. Xiaobai retracted the pearl, panting. Its eyes dimmed, and the white light on its body faded. Lin Feng said, "Enough." He closed his eyes, sensing the myriad realms. The disciples of the sword sect were watching him. The soldiers of the various branches were watching him. The beings of all realms were watching him. Their faith, their hope, their fear, their courage. All emotions converged into a single force, surging into his body. Special check-in location triggered. Sword Sect Mountain Gate. Final battle check-in. Check-in. Special check-in at Sword Sect Mountain Gate successful. Congratulations, host. You have received Myriad Realms Faith Boost 1. Battle power temporarily increased by 50. Duration 1 incense stick. A chaotic-colored light orb merged into Lin Feng's brow. His sword energy surged, and the chaotic light on the 8 swords blazed brilliantly. He opened his eyes, and within them were reflections of the myriad realms. "The primordial darkness," said you. "What have you done?" Lin Feng replied, "I borrowed the power of the myriad realms." He swung his sword. This sword was not his alone, it was the sword of every being in all realms. The chaotic sword light struck the primordial darkness's chest, shattering scales, and splitting open a large gash from which black blood erupted. The primordial darkness was sent flying, crashing into the ground, and creating a huge crater. The primordial darkness climbed to its feet, blood-red eyes now filled with fear. "Impossible," it said. "How could you, one person, gather the power of all realms?" Lin Feng said, "Not one person. It is every being in all realms. They want you dead." He swung his second sword. The primordial darkness could not dodge. The blade struck its shoulder, severing its right arm. The third sword cut off its left arm. The fourth sword severed its leg. The primordial darkness knelt, drenched in blood. Its power was draining. From half to 40%, from 40 to 30%. The primordial darkness said, "Lin Feng, you cannot kill me. Light is eternal, and so is darkness. If you kill me, the myriad realms will also be destroyed." Lin Feng replied, "I will not kill you. I will seal you." He sheathed 7 swords, leaving only the ancient dust sword. On that sword the power of time flowed. He activated the sword intent of all realms, and chaotic light enveloped the primordial darkness. Time reversed. The primordial darkness's body began to shrink. From 60 meters to 30, from 30 to 3, from 3 to the size of a fist. It reverted to its original form, a black pearl. The pearl floated in the air with a blood-red light pulsating within. Lin Feng reached out and grasped the pearl. Chaotic light wrapped around the pearl, sealing it. The pearl ceased to struggle, lying quietly in his palm. Lin Feng turned and looked at Luo Qingxue and Lin Xiaojian. Luo Qingxue was covered in wounds, her ice sword broken in half. Lin Xiaojian lay on the ground, blood still at the corner of his mouth, but he was smiling. Lin Feng said, "It's over." Luo Qingxue said, "You sealed it." Lin Feng nodded. "Yes. How long the seal will hold I don't know. But at least for now the myriad realms are safe." He stored the black pearl in his storage pouch. Xiaobai jumped onto his shoulder, rubbed its head against his neck, and meowed. Lin Feng patted its head and said, "You worked hard." The primordial darkness had been sealed. Black mist completely dissipated, and the sky returned to its blue. Sunlight fell upon the stone slabs at Sword Sect's entrance, onto bloodstains covering the ground, and upon the faces of the Alliance disciples. 50,000 soldiers in the Alliance, 8,000 slain, 20,000 wounded. Yet they had won. Had the primordial darkness retreated? No. It had not fled but been sealed. The black bead in Lin Feng's hand was the very essence of the primordial darkness itself. Lin Feng stood before the mountain gate, 8 swords planted in the ground before him, their chaotic hue slowly fading. Xiaobai perched on his shoulder, golden eyes, half-lidded tail draped across his neck. It was exhausted. From the decisive battle until now it had been draining its strength continuously. Luo Qingxue stood beside him, her ice sword broken in half, the remaining portion still radiating cold energy. Her injuries remained untreated, 2 broken ribs, a wounded left arm, yet she paid them no mind. Lin Shaojian rose from the ground, his iron sword shattered, only the hilt left. His clothes were torn in several places, his left shoulder slashed open, blood still flowing. Yet he walked to Lin Feng, grinning broadly to reveal blood-stained teeth. "Master, we have one," he said. Lin Feng replied, "Yes, we have one." Lin Shaojian then asked, "Master, will the primordial darkness emerge again?" Lin Feng answered, "It will. I do not know how long the seal can hold, but at least for now the myriad worlds are safe." Luo Chun ran over, covered in blood, a deep wound on his left arm that exposed bone. "Brother," he said, "the casualty report is in. The Alliance lost 8,300 men with 21,000 wounded. Sword Sect suffered 500 dead and 1,200 injured." Lin Feng ordered, "Distribute the compensation. For the fallen, 1,000 spirit stones to each family. For the severely wounded, healing pills. For minor injuries, spiritual recovery pills." Luo Chun replied, "Yes." Lin Feng turned and walked into Sword Sect. Luo Qingxue followed behind with Lin Shaojian, bringing up the rear. The 3 entered the main hall where Lin Feng took his seat upon the patriarch's throne, 8 swords planted in the ground before him. Xiaobai hopped down from his shoulder, curled up on the armrest, eyes closed and asleep. Luo Qingxue sat in a chair beside him, her ice sword resting across her knees. Lin Shaojian stood below, posture straight and tall. Lin Feng declared, "From this day forward, Sword Sect enters a period of rest and recovery. All disciples will tend to their wounds, cultivate and restore their strength. As for the allied forces from each branch sect, disband. Return to your homes and begin rebuilding." Luo Chen stood at the doorway and asked, "Brother, how long will the seal on the primordial darkness hold?" Lin Feng replied, "I do not know. Perhaps 100 years, perhaps 1,000. But someday it will break free." Luo Chen asked urgently, "Then what shall we do?" Lin Feng said, "When that time comes, a new sword master will arise." He glanced at Lin Shaojian. Lin Shaojian paused, then asked, "Master, do you mean?" Lin Feng continued, "Not me. You. Or your own disciple. The inheritance of the sword path must never be severed." Lin Feng closed his eyes, sensing the surroundings. When he opened them again, a trace of understanding flashed within. "Sign in." A notification appeared. The special check-in at Sword Sect's main hall had succeeded. He had received the mark of the Sword Master of all heavens, capable of perceiving the location of every sword Dao genius across the myriad worlds. A chaotic colored light sphere merged into Lin Feng's forehead. A map appeared in his mind, clearly showing the locations of all sword Dao prodigies across the myriad worlds, some bright indicating those already awakened, others dim representing those yet to awaken. Lin Feng closed his eyes and sensed. Lin Shaojian was the brightest, like the sun. Lin Feng opened his eyes and called out, "Luo Qingxue." She responded, "I am here." Lin Feng said, "Your ice sword is broken, I will help you repair it." He took out a transparent bead from his robe, a fragment of the ancient realm's origin still remaining. He activated his spiritual power, and the bead melted into a transparent liquid that enveloped the broken sword. The fragments reassembled, cracks vanished, and the cold aura on the blade intensified. The new ice sword was even more powerful than before. Luo Qingxue took the blade, feeling the cold energy dripping from its edge. She said, "Thank you." Lin Feng replied, "You need not thank me." Lin Shaojian then spoke up, "Master, my sword is also broken." Lin Feng looked at him and said, "Your sword is an iron blade, not a magical artifact. When it breaks, simply replace it." He retrieved a cyan long sword from his storage pouch, an upper-grade magical artifact, and handed it to Lin Shaojian. "This is the cyan edge sword, my former blade. It has accompanied me for many years. Now it is yours." Lin Shaojian took the cyan edge sword, his eyes reddening. "Master, this is too precious." Lin Feng responded, "Swords are meant to be wielded, not revered." Lin Shaojian knelt and bowed 3 times. "Thank you, master." Lin Feng told him to rise. Lin Shaojian stood up and hung the cyan edge sword at his waist. The scabbard clinked with a crisp sound. At dusk, as the sun set, Lin Feng stood atop the mountain peak, gazing at the distant sea of clouds. 8 swords were planted behind him, and Xiaobai sat on his shoulder, still asleep. Luo Qingxue approached and stood beside him, her ice sword in hand. The wind lifted her hair, drifting across Lin Feng's shoulder. "The myriad worlds have been restored," Lin Feng said. Luo Qingxue nodded. "Yes." Lin Feng continued, "The seal on the primordial darkness will inevitably break in time." She asked, "Will you still be here when that happens?" Lin Feng replied, "I will. I will wait for you to break through to the sword god realm, for your ice river sword heart to reach perfection, and for you to be willing." Luo Qingxue lowered her head, a slight smile touching her lips. She murmured, "You say such things again." Lin Feng responded, "If I wish to say it, I will." Luo Qingxue reached out and took his hand, and he did not pull away. The two stood their hands clasped, watching the sun descend and the stars emerge. In the distance at the square before Sword Sect's mountain gate, disciples were clearing the battlefield. Some carried the dead, others bandaged wounds, and a few worked on repairing the city walls. Lin Shaojian helped move stones, the cyan-edged sword at his waist clinking with each step. A new era had begun. On the 7th day after the war, the Sword Sect's mountain gate was repaired. The cracked walls were mended, the rubble cleared, and the bloodstains washed away. The characters Sword Sect on the gate were retraced in gold, gleaming under the sunlight. The disciples' injuries had mostly healed. Those gravely wounded still lay in bed, while the lightly injured had already resumed sword practice. Luo Chun finished his tally and rushed to the main hall to report to Lin Feng. "Big brother, the Sword Sect currently has 5,300 disciples, with 20,000 stationed troops across the branches and resources sufficient for half a year. All defensive formations are fully activated, monitoring the entire area within 100 miles. Lin Feng said. "Enough." Luo Chun added, "Big brother, the subsects have sent congratulatory gifts saying they want to celebrate the peace of the myriad realms. What should we do?" Lin Feng replied, "Accept them. Send return gifts. Tell them the Sword Sect will not hold a celebration. Let them focus on rebuilding." Luo Chun nodded and left to deliver the message. Lin Feng sat on the sect leader's throne with 8 swords thrust into the ground before him. Xiao Bai crouched on his shoulder, already awake, its golden eyes fixed on the entrance. Luo Qingxue sat on a nearby chair, her ice sword resting across her knees, cold mist dripping from the blade. Her wounds were nearly healed. After the rebirth of the Ice River Sword Heart, her recovery speed had doubled. Lin Shaojian ran in from outside, the green-edged sword hanging at his waist, clinking as he moved. His cultivation had stabilized at the mid-nascent soul stage, and he had fused 7/10 of the 8 sword intents. He rushed to Lin Feng and said, "Master, I've broken through." "Mid-nascent soul." Lin Feng said, "I know." Lin Shaojian said, "Master, won't you praise me?" Lin Feng said, "Praise will make you arrogant." Lin Shaojian grinned and said, "Master, I won't get arrogant." Lin Feng stood up and walked to the window. Outside the window at the Sword Sect's mountain gate, disciples were practicing swordsmanship. Sword light interwove, sword energy surged, and battle cries shook the sky. He said, "Lin Shaojian, come here." Lin Shaojian walked over and stood beside him. Lin Feng said, "Look at those disciples below. Do you recognize any of them?" Lin Shaojian said yes. "The one in white, called Zhou Qing, entered the sect on the same day as me. He has top-tier sword talent and has already reached the foundation establishment peak. The one in black, called Zhao Tai, is at the Qi refinement 9th layer, but he has great strength and can shatter rocks with a single sword strike." Lin Feng said, "Remember their names. From now on they are your fellow disciples." Lin Shaojian said, "Master, I've already memorized them." Sign in. A chaotic-colored light orb merged into Lin Feng's brow. The Sword Sect's fortune had changed. The disciples' cultivation speed would accelerate. Lin Feng said, "Issue an order. The Sword Sect's Sutra Depository will open all techniques regardless of rank or identity. As long as one has enough contributions they can exchange." Luo Chun was stunned for a moment and said, "Big brother, all techniques, including the Zhutian sword cannon?" Lin Feng said no. The Zhutian sword cannon is only passed down to the sect leader and the young sect leader. Luo Chun said, "Understood." As evening fell, the sun set. Lin Feng stood on the mountain top, gazing at the distant sea of clouds. Luo Qingxue walked up and stood beside him, ice sword in hand. The wind lifted her hair, brushing against Lin Feng's shoulder. Neither spoke, they simply stood there. After a long silence, Luo Qingxue said, "Lin Feng, how long can the seal of the primordial darkness hold?" Lin Feng said, "Perhaps 100 years, perhaps 1,000. But one day it will break free." Luo Qingxue said, "Will you still be here then?" Lin Feng said, "I will. I'll add another layer to the seal, making it last longer." Luo Qingxue said, "With one more layer, how long will it hold?" Lin Feng said, "I don't know, but it will hold until I die." Luo Qingxue turned to look at him and said, "If you die, what will happen to the myriad realms?" Lin Feng said, "There's Lin Shaojian and his disciples." Luo Qingxue said, "You've planned everything." Lin Feng said, "I have to." Lin Feng took out the black orb from his bosom, the essence of the primordial darkness. The orb floated in his palm with a blood-red light pulsing within. The seal was weakening slowly but surely. He activated the Zhutian sword intent, and a chaotic-colored light enveloped the orb, adding another layer to the existing seal. The orb trembled, and the blood-red light dimmed slightly. Lin Feng put the orb back into his storage pouch. Luo Qingxue said, "Added." Lin Feng said, "Added. It can hold for another 100 years." Luo Qingxue said, "And after 100 years?" Lin Feng said, "In 100 years Lin Shaojian should be able to break through to the Zhutian Sword Lord." Luo Qingxue said, "You have that much faith in him?" Lin Feng said, "He's stronger than I was back then." Suddenly the orb in the storage pouch trembled. Lin Feng frowned and took it out to examine. The blood-red light within the orb was pulsing faster than before. From deep inside the orb came a low, deep sigh. It was not a sound but a wave of consciousness. The primordial darkness said, 100 years. I can wait. Lin Feng gripped the orb tightly and said, in 100 years someone will kill you. The orb stopped trembling and the blood-red light dimmed. But Lin Feng knew it had heard. Luo Qingxue said, what did it say? Lin Feng said, it said it can wait. Luo Qingxue said, are you afraid? Lin Feng said no. 100 years is enough for Lin Xiaojin to grow. The sigh of primordial darkness faded into the night wind. Lin Feng put the black bead back into his storage pouch, his fingers pausing at the opening for a moment before he drew it tight. Luo Qingxue stood beside him, ice sword in hand, cold mist dripping from the blade. Moonlight spilled over the stone slabs atop the mountain like a layer of frost. Lin Feng said, 100 years. Not long, not short. Luo Qingxue said, enough for Lin Xiaojin to grow. Lin Feng said enough. But merely being enough is not enough. He needs someone to teach him, needs trials, and needs to walk through the edge of life and death. Luo Qingxue said, how do you plan to teach him? Lin Feng said, the way old man Feng taught me back then. Give him the road and let him walk it himself. The two walked down from the mountain peak. Lin Xiaojin was still practicing swordsmanship in the training room, the Qing Feng sword in hand, 8 kinds of sword intent swirling in his dantian. He kept his eyes closed, a wisp of chaos-colored light dancing on the tip of the sword. His fusion rate had risen from 70% to 75%. Hearing footsteps, he opened his eyes, sheathed his sword, and said, Master, Mistress. Lin Feng said, from tomorrow you will train across the all heavens and myriad worlds. Lin Xiaojin was startled. Master, I'm going alone. Lin Feng said, alone. Start from the lower province, then the middle province, the upper province, and each branch sect. Stay 1 month in every place. Return after a year. Lin Xiaojin said, Master, if I leave, who will protect you? Lin Feng said, I don't need protection. What you need is experience. Lin Xiaojin was silent for a few seconds, then said, Master, I will come back alive. Lin Feng said, you must come back alive. Lin Xiaojin knelt and kowtowed 3 times. His forehead struck the stone floor with heavy thuds. He said, Master, Mistress, I'm leaving. He rose, turned, and walked out of the training room. The Qing Feng's sword hung at his waist, its scabbard clinking softly. Luo Qingxue watched his retreating figure and said, can you bear to let him go? Lin Feng said, I can't bear it. But I can't keep him. If he stays by my side, he will never grow up. Special sign-in location triggered, sword sect training room inheritance moment. Sign-in. Sign-in. Special sign-in at the sword sect training room successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Master Disciple 1000 Mile IX1 allows you to check Lin Xiaojin's location and status at any time. A ball of chaos-colored light sank into Lin Feng's brow. In his mind, Lin Xiaojin's location appeared on the official road of the lower province heading south. His condition was good and his sword essence was abundant. Lin Feng walked out of the training room and stood on the mountain peak. In the distance toward the lower province, Lin Xiaojin's figure grew smaller and smaller until it vanished into the night. Luo Qingxue stood beside him and asked, where is his first stop? Lin Feng said, the lower province. Qingyun sect. Luo Qingxue said, what is he going to Qingyun sect for? Lin Feng said, to see the place where his father once stayed. The next morning, Luo Chun hurried into the main hall with a grim expression. He said, big brother, has Lin Xiaojin left? Lin Feng said, he's gone. Gone to train. Luo Chun said, why didn't you tell me? I would have seen him off. Lin Feng said, no need. He is the young sect master of the sword sect, not a child. Luo Chun fell silent. Lin Feng stood up and said, send word to every branch sect Lin Xiaojin is traveling through the all heavens and myriad worlds, and no branch sect may give him special treatment. No one may be sent to protect him, no resources may be sent to him, and no special favors may be granted. Let him make his own way. Luo Chun said, big brother, what if he runs into danger? Lin Feng said, if he runs into danger, he solves it himself. If he can't solve it and dies, that's his fate. Luo Chun gritted his teeth and said yes. Luo Qingxue said, you're really hard on him. Lin Feng said, being hard on him is being good to him. Luo Qingxue said, did you get through it the same way back then? Lin Feng said, I had it harder than him. No one taught me, I relied entirely on myself. At least he still has the 8 intense sword cannon. Lin Feng walked to the window and looked at the distant sky. Clouds drifted in the direction of the lower province. He closed his eyes and sensed Lin Xiaojin's location. On the official road of the lower province, heading south, still 300 li from Qingyun sect. His condition was good and his sword essence was abundant. He opened his eyes and said, let's go reinforce the seal. Luo Qingxue said, the seal on primordial darkness. Lin Feng said, add another layer. The two rose into the air and flew toward the depths of chaos. Xiaobai crouched on Lin Feng's shoulder, its golden eyes fixed on what lay ahead. Deep in chaos, the rift was still there. It was smaller than before, only 1 zhang long and half a zhang wide. Primordial darkness had retreated inside, and a black bead hovered at the center of the rift. Lin Feng landed before the rift, 8 swords suspended behind him. He reached out and took the black bead from his storage pouch, the blood-red light inside it pulsing. The consciousness of primordial darkness came through from the bead you've come again. Lin Feng said, I've come to reinforce the seal. Primordial Darkness said, add another layer. How long can it hold? 100 years. 200. I can wait. Lin Feng said, 100 years is enough. 100 years from now someone will come to kill you. Primordial Darkness said, you mean that child? He is only at the mid-nascent soul stage. Lin Feng said, in 100 years he won't be a child. Lin Feng activated the All Heavens sword intent and chaos-colored light wrapped around the bead. He added another layer over the original seal, the second layer. The bead trembled and its blood-red glow dimmed. Lin Feng placed the bead back at the center of the rift. The 8 swords struck out together, carving new runes into the rift with chaos-colored sword light. The runes flowed with light, and the seal was reinforced. Primordial Darkness's voice grew weaker and weaker. 100 years. I can wait. The rift closed and vanished into the depths of chaos. Outside Qingyun sect in the lower province he encountered the first challenge. Several outer disciples were bullying a youth, and he drew his sword. Completed. Lin Feng returned to the sword sect and stood atop the mountain. He closed his eyes and sensed Lin Xiaojian's location, the lower province outside Qingyun sect's mountain gate. Lin Xiaojian stood there looking at the 3 characters, Qingyun sect, on the gate. His father had walked out of this place back then. A few outer disciples approached. Seeing the Qingfeng sword at Lin Xiaojian's waist, their eyes gleamed. The leader said, kid, that's a nice sword. Let us have some fun with it. Lin Xiaojian said no. The leader's face darkened. Since you won't drink a toast, you'll have to drink the forfeit. He threw a punch. Lin Xiaojian drew his sword. One strike. The Qingfeng's sword left its sheath, and sword light flashed. The man's fist stopped midair, and a red mark appeared on his wrist. Lin Xiaojian sheathed his sword, and said, I don't want to hurt anyone. Move aside. The group was stunned, and made way. Lin Xiaojian walked in. Lin Feng opened his eyes, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He said, that's more like it. Lin Xiaojian walked into Qingyun sect. The mountain gate was unchanged, green stone steps, a black gate, and the 3 characters, Qingyun sect, on the door glinting in the sunlight. His father Lin Yuanshan had once gone out from this very place. An outer sect disciple of ordinary talent, who after more than 10 years of cultivation was still at the qi refining stage. Later, after being injured, he returned to Xiazhou, married, had a son, and taught him swordsmanship. He died last year. On his deathbed, he told him to go to Zhongzhou, find the sword sect, and find Lin Feng. He found them. He became Lin Feng's personal disciple and the young sect master of the sword sect. But he still wanted to see the place where his father had once lived. An outer sect steward walked over and looked him up and down. Lin Xiaojian wore the sword sect disciple robes, the Qingfeng sword hanging at his waist, and his cultivation was at the mid-nascent soul stage. The steward's face went pale. Senior, you are. Lin Xiaojian said, I'm looking for someone. My father was once an outer sect disciple here, named Lin Yuanshan. The steward thought for a moment. Lin Yuanshan, I seem to remember. An outer sect disciple from 20 years ago, average talent, who later left after an injury. Lin Xiaojian said, where did he live? The steward said, the outer sect disciples' dormitory area, room C3. After all these years it might have been demolished already. Lin Xiaojian walked over. Room C3 was still there and had not been torn down, but no one lived in it anymore. The door panels were broken, the window paper was rotten, and clutter was piled up inside. He pushed the door open and stepped in. The room was very small, with only 1 bed, 1 table, and 1 chair. Characters were carved on the wall. Lin Yuanshan was here. The writing was crooked, but carved with great force. Lin Xiaojian reached out and touched that line of characters. He closed his eyes as if he could see his father in his youth sitting on this bed, cultivating, sitting at the table reading, and standing by the window lost in thought. He opened his eyes and said, Father, I'm here. I found the sword sect, and I found Lin Feng. He is my master. He is powerful, the strongest sword cultivator in all the heavens and myriad worlds. I will become as strong as he is. Special check-in location triggered, Qingyun sect, outer sect, dormitory room C3. Do you wish to check in? Check in. Special check-in at Qingyun sect, outer sect, dormitory successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Lin Xiaojian's Sword Heart Enhancement X1. Lin Xiaojian's Sword Intent Fusion increased to 80%. A chaotic colored orb of light flew out from that line of characters on the wall and merged into Lin Xiaojian's brow. His body jolted. The 8 sword intents in his dantian spun faster, and their fusion rose from 75% to 80%. He opened his eyes, looked down at his hand, clenched his fist, and then released it. He said, Father, is that you? The characters on the wall dimmed and no longer glowed. Lin Xiaojian walked out of the room and closed the door. Standing at the doorway, he bowed. He turned and walked away. As he reached the mountain gate, he ran into a person coming toward him. White hair, white beard, wearing a blue robe and leaning on a staff. The Qingyun sect master. Looking at the Qingfeng sword at Lin Xiaojian's waist, his expression changed. This sword. Are you from the sword sect? Lin Xiaojian said, young sect master of the sword sect Lin Xiaojian. The sect master was stunned. Lin Xiaojian. Lin Feng's disciple. Lin Xiaojian said yes. The sect master knelt down. Young sect master Qingyun sect is willing to submit to the sword sect. Lin Xiaojian said no need. The sword sect does not require Qingyun sect submission. My master said that every sect governs itself, and none may infringe upon another. Get up. The sect master stood up, his eyes red. He said sect master Lin Feng said exactly the same thing back then. Lin Xiaojian said, did my master once stay at Qingyun sect? The sect master said he did. He was an outer sect disciple of Qingyun sect, a good-for-nothing looked down on by everyone. Later he awakened and rose all the way to become the #1 figure of Qingyun sect. When he left, the sect master knelt to send him off. At that time, I was still an elder kneeling among the crowd. Lin Xiaojian was silent for a few seconds. My master never mentions any of this. The sect master said, he doesn't mention it because he has let it go. But we cannot forget. Lin Xiaojian said, I'm leaving. Qingyun sect, take care. He stepped into the void and flew toward Zhongzhou. The sect master stood at the mountain gate watching his receding figure and murmured, the sword sect has a successor. At the summit of the sword sect, Lin Feng opened his eyes. Through the master-disciple 1,000-mile eye, he had seen everything Lin Xiaojian did at Qingyun sect, his insight at his father's old residence, and his conversation with the sect master. He said this kid is stronger than his father. Luo Qingxue stood beside him. Was Lin Xiaojian's father a Qingyun sect disciple? Lin Feng said, an outer sect disciple at the Qi refining stage. He was injured, went home, and taught his son swordsmanship. He died last year. Luo Qingxue asked, have you seen him? Lin Feng said no, but Lin Xiaojian has mentioned him. Lin Feng stood up and walked to the window. In the distance in the direction of Zhongzhou, Lin Xiaojian was flying. His speed was tremendous. The sword essence of his mid-nascent soul stage fully unleashed 8 sword intents, trailing 8 streams of light behind him. Lin Feng asked, where's his next stop? Luo Qingxue said Zhongzhou, Ice River Palace. Lin Feng asked, what is he going to Ice River Palace to do? Luo Qingxue said, to see my old residence. Lin Feng turned to look at her. You told him? Luo Qingxue said, I told him that on the back mountain of Ice River Palace, there is an ice bamboo forest, the place where I practiced swordsmanship as a child. Lin Xiaojian flew for 3 days and arrived in Zhongzhou. Ice River Palace stood on an ice mountain north of Zhongzhou city. The mountain was high and the path was steep. He landed at the mountain gate, where 2 Ice River Palace disciples stood, both at the early Sword Emperor stage. Seeing the Qingfeng sword at Lin Xiaojian's waist, their expressions changed. Someone from the sword sect. Lin Xiaojian said, young sect master of the sword sect Lin Xiaojian. Just taking a look at the back mountain. The disciples stepped aside. Please enter. Lin Xiaojian walked into Ice River Palace, crossed the main hall, and headed toward the back mountain. There was an ice bamboo forest there. The bamboo was translucent, as if made of ice, glittering in the sunlight. When the wind blew, the bamboo leaves tinkled like wind chimes. Luo Qingxue had practiced her sword here when she was little. Lin Xiaojian walked in. The chill from the bamboo leaves seeped into his skin. Cool, but not freezing. He walked deeper into the bamboo forest and saw a figure. White clothes, long hair, a sword held in hand. She was practicing swordplay. The sword light was dazzling, carrying 5 colors. Divine, immortal, Buddhist, ancient, primordial. The 5 sword intents had fused stronger than at the last Sword Dao convention. Shen Wuyue. Shen Wuyue put away her sword and turned to look at him. Her eyes were cold like the chill of the ice bamboo forest. She said, why are you here? Lin Xiaojian said, to see the place where my master's wife practiced swordsmanship as a child. Shen Wuyue said, Luo Qingxue. Lin Xiaojian said, Shen Wuyue said, she also practiced sword here as a child. Lin Xiaojian said, my master's wife told me. Shen Wuyue was silent for a few seconds. I also practiced here. The back mountain of Ice River Palace is forbidden ground of the Divine Realm Branch sect. Lin Xiaojian said, are you also a member of Ice River Palace? Shen Wuyue said, I am the holy maiden of the Divine Realm Branch sect, but I lived at Ice River Palace for a few years as a child. The two stood in the ice bamboo forest as the wind passed through and the bamboo leaves tinkled softly. In the ice bamboo forest, the leaves clinked softly against one another. Lin Xiaojian and Shen Wuyue stood facing each other, separated by several ice bamboos. Wind swept up from the mountain's base, carrying a biting chill that made their robes flutter and snap. Shen Wuyue's sword remained in her grasp, the 5-colored light upon its blade still undiminished. Lin Xiaojian's azure edge sword hung unsheathed at his waist. Shen Wuyue spoke. You came to the Ice River Palace just to see the bamboo forest. Also to see you. Lin Xiaojian's reply was casual. Shen Wuyue paused, then asked, what for? Lin Xiaojian said, last time at the Sword Dao Assembly you lost. I wanted to see if you've made progress. Shen Wuyue's eyes narrowed slightly. And, did you see? Lin Xiaojian said, I did. Your 5 sword intents have fused more completely, but it's still not enough. Shen Wuyue said, not enough? Then try it yourself. She thrust her sword forward. 5-colored sword light exploded through the ice bamboo forest. The sword energy carried biting cold, shaking the frost crystals from the bamboo, leaves which tinkled as they fell. Lin Xiaojian did not retreat. He drew his sword. The azure edge left its sheath. 8-colored sword light surged forward to meet her strike. The 2 blades collided with a sharp clang, and both fighters retreated 3 steps. Bamboo leaves carpeted the ground. Your 8 sword intents have fused even more completely, Shen Wuiyue observed. Lin Xiaojian said, mine is at 80%. What's your 5 sword intents at? Shen Wuiyue replied, 90%. Lin Xiaojian said, your 90 can't beat my 80. Because your cultivation level is lower than mine, Shen Wuiyue said. Nascent soul middle stage against nascent soul late stage, you can't defeat me. Lin Xiaojian said, let's try. The two clashed again. Sword lights, intertwined bamboo leaves flew in all directions, and cold energy overflowed the grove. After 30 exchanges, neither had gained the upper hand. Shen Wuiyue sheathed her sword. No more. If we continue, we'll destroy the entire ice bamboo forest. Lin Xiaojian also sheathed his sword. Who taught you that sword technique? Shen Wuiyue said, my master. The Lord of the Divine Realm. Lin Xiaojian said, isn't the Lord of the Divine Realm dead? Shen Wuiyue said, dead. But the inheritance remains. The two walked side by side through the ice bamboo forest, its leaves rustling softly above their heads. You came to Central Zhou just to see the bamboo forest? Shen Wuiyue asked. Lin Xiaojian said, training. My master ordered me to travel through the myriad realms of heaven and earth for 1 year, staying 1 month at each place. Lower Zhou is the first stop, Central Zhou the second. Where to next? Shen Wuiyue asked. Lin Xiaojian said, Upper Zhou. The sword spirit sacred land. I'm coming too. Lin Xiaojian looked at her. What for? Shen Wuiyue said, training too. The Divine Realms branch sect is too dreary. Lin Xiaojian fell silent for a few seconds, then said, all right. Together. Check in. Check in at the Ice River Palace Back Mountain Ice Bamboo Forest successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Lin Xiaojian Shen Wuiyue Dual Sword Fusion Comprehension X1 combat power increases by 30% when the two fight in unison. A chaos-colored sphere of light flew from the depths of the bamboo grove and vanished into Lin Xiaojian's brow. In his mind appeared an image. He and Shen Wuiyue, standing shoulder to shoulder, their dual swords fused as one sword, lights intertwining power multiplied infinitely. He opened his eyes. Did you feel that? Feel what? Shen Wuiyue asked. Lin Xiaojian said, just now there was a beam of light that entered my brow. Shen Wuiyue shook her head. No, only you felt it. The two walked out of the ice bamboo forest. Night had fallen. The moon was bright, its light coating the ice mountains like a blanket of silver. Where are we staying tonight? Shen Wuiyue asked. Lin Xiaojian said, the Ice River Palace has guest rooms. Shen Wuiyue said, I don't like guest rooms. Then where? Shen Wuiyue said, the ice bamboo forest. I lived here when I was young. She walked to the forest's edge and sat down on a blue stone. Lin Xiaojian sat beside her. At the Sword Sect's mountain summit, Lin Feng opened his eyes, and through the master-disciple thousand-mile vision, beheld Lin Xiaojian and Shen Wuiyue, sparring, walking side by side, sitting on the blue stone. The corner of his mouth twitched. This kid, there's something brewing. Luo Qingxue stood nearby. What's wrong? Lin Feng said. Lin Xiaojian met Shen Wuiyue at the Ice River Palace. The Divine Realms Saint. Luo Qingxue asked. Lin Feng replied, The two of them are training together now. Luo Qingxue said, you don't interfere. Lin Feng said, why would I? Why not let them handle things themselves? Young people's affairs should be settled by young people. Luo Qingxue said, why didn't you think that way back then? Lin Feng said, it was different then. How was it different? Luo Qingxue asked. Lin Feng said, back then I had no time to think about such things. Every day I was either killing someone or being hunted by someone. Luo Qingxue said nothing. She reached out and took his hand. Lin Feng did not pull away. In the ice bamboo forest, the moon rose to its zenith. Shen Wuiyue leaned against the blue stone, eyes closed as if asleep. Lin Xiaojian sat beside her, gazing at her profile. Moonlight fell upon her face. Her skin was pale as frost upon the ice bamboo. Her lashes were long, trembling subtly. He turned his gaze to the distant sky. The stars were bright one by one like scattered sword lights. What are you looking at? Shen Wuiyue asked. Lin Xiaojian said, the stars. Shen Wuiyue said, what's so beautiful about stars? Lin Xiaojian said, they are beautiful. Shen Wuiyue opened her eyes and gazed at the sky as well. The two sat like that, watching the stars, feeling the breeze, listening to the rustle of bamboo leaves. After a long while, Shen Wuiyue asked Lin Xiaojian, why do you practice the sword? Lin Xiaojian said, to become stronger. Shen Wuiyue asked, and after becoming stronger? Lin Xiaojian said, to protect the people I want to protect. Who are the people you want to protect? Lin Xiaojian said, my master, my mistress, the fellow disciples of Sword Sect, and, he paused then said, and you? Shen Wuiyue said nothing. The wind rose, lifting her hair. She lowered her head, a faint smile curving her lips. The night grew late. Silence settled over the ice bamboo forest, broken only by the wind whispering through the leaves. Lin Xiaojian leaned against the blue stone, eyes closed, his breathing slow and even. Shen Wuiyue turned to look at him, studying him for a long moment, then turned away and closed her eyes. The two sat shoulder to shoulder beneath the moonlight. Lin Xiaojian and Shen Wuiyue spent a night in the ice bamboo forest. At dawn, the frost on the bamboo leaves melted and water dripped onto the blue stone with a soft drip drop. Shen Wuiyue's eyes opened to see Lin Xiaojian already standing at the edge of the bamboo grove, the Qingfeng sword at his waist, facing east to watch the sunrise. Sunlight fell across his face, and there was light in his eyes. Shen Wuiyue stood up and said, "Let's go." Lin Xiaojian asked where. Shen Wuiyue said, "Shangzhou, the sword spirit holy land." Lin Xiaojian asked, "Do you know the way?" Shen Wuiyue said, "I do. The divine realm has a branch sect in Shangzhou, and I've been there a few times." The two rose into the air and flew toward Shangzhou. They flew for 3 days and reached Shangzhou. The sword spirit holy land lay north of Tianke City, a towering mountain, with its peak hidden in the clouds. At the foot of the mountain stood a stone tablet inscribed with the words, "Sword Spirit Holy Land." The characters were in ancient seal script, their strokes sharp and fierce, every stroke was like a sword thrust. Lin Xiaojian stood before the tablet and said, "We're here." Shen Wuiyue asked, "What is inside?" Lin Xiaojian said, "An ancient sword spirit. My master captured it, and it now resides in the Zhantian sword." Shen Wuiyue asked, "Then why have we come?" Lin Xiaojian said, "To see the ruins. My master said the sword spirit holy land holds an ancient sword formation left by the chaos sword master." The two set off up the mountain. The stone steps were old and moss-covered, some of them broken. Dense forest flanked the path, the trees so tall they shut out the sunlight. The air was thick with the damp smell of grass and wood, and from time to time a bird call came out of the woods. After an hour's climb, they reached the mountainside. A terrace appeared ahead, and on it stood several white-robed cultivators, all at the early Sword Emperor realm. They were the guardians of the sword spirit holy land. At their head was a white-haired elder of the mid-Sword Emperor realm leaning on a bamboo staff. When he saw the Qingfeng sword at Lin Xiaojian's waist, his expression changed. "Someone from the sword sect." Lin Xiaojian said, "Young sect master of the sword sect Lin Xiaojian." The old man asked, "What business do you have here?" Lin Xiaojian said, "To see the ancient sword formation." The old man said, "The sword spirit holy land is not open to outsiders. The sect master has ordered that no one may enter the forbidden ground." Lin Xiaojian drew a token from his robe, the young sect master's token of the sword sect. The old man looked at it, and his face darkened further. He said, "Young sect master, it is not that I refuse to let you in. The forbidden ground is dangerous. The ancient sword formation is still running, and whoever goes in does not come out." Lin Xiaojian said, "I will come out." The old man gritted his teeth, moved aside, and said, "Please." The two entered the forbidden ground. It was a vast open space covered with carved runes. The runes were golden light flowing through them like living things. At the center of the open space floated a transparent sword with chaos-colored light rippling along its blade. This was the core of the ancient sword formation. As Lin Xiaojian stepped in, the runes lit up, golden light rose from the ground, and turned into sword shadows that shot toward him. Lin Xiaojian drew his sword. The Qingfeng sword left its sheath, and an 8-colored sword light burst out. The sword shadows shattered, but more rose from the ground, dense as raindrops. Shen Wuiyue also drew a sword, and a 5-colored sword light slashed into the sword shadows. The two stood back to back, their sword light interweaving, keeping the shadows at bay. Shen Wuiyue said, "This formation can mass-produce sword shadows. There's no end to them," Shen Wuiyue said. Lin Xiaojian said, "Find the core and break it." He closed his eyes and sensed the formation's core, the direction in which the runes flowed, the place where the sword shadows formed the source of the energy. It all lay in the transparent sword at the center of the open space. He said, "The core is on that sword." Shen Wuiyue asked, "How do we break it?" Lin Xiaojian said, "Twin Sword Union. Special check-in location triggered, Sword Spirit Holy Land, Forbidden Ground before the ancient sword formation. Do you wish to check in? Check-in. Special check-in at the Sword Spirit Holy Land, Forbidden Ground successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Twin Sword Union proficiency for Lin Xiaojian and Shen Wuiyue increased by 1, with combined strike power increased by 30. An orb of chaos-colored light flew out of the transparent sword and sank into Lin Xiaojian's brow. A vision appeared in his mind. He and Shen Wuiyue performed the Twin Sword Union, their sword light merging into a single chaos-colored sword light that slashed at the core. He opened his eyes and said, "Shen Wuiyue, strike with me. Fuse the 8 intense and the 5 intense. Let our sword intense become one." Shen Wuiyue said, "All right." The two struck at the same time. Lin Xiaojian's 8-colored sword light and Shen Wuiyue's 5-colored sword light intertwined in the air and merged into a single chaos-colored sword light. The sword light struck the transparent sword at the center of the open space. With a thunderous crash, the transparent sword exploded, and shards flew in all directions. The runes on the ground dimmed, and the sword shadows dispersed. The sword formation was broken. Lin Xiaojian sheathed his sword and said, "It's broken." Shen Wuiyue sheathed the sword and said, "Your 8 intense and my 5 intense when combined are 3 times as powerful as when used alone." Lin Xiaojian said, "When we meet a powerful enemy later, we can use it together." Shen Wuiyue said, The two walked out of the forbidden ground. The white-haired elder stood at the entrance. When he saw them, his face turned pale. He said, "You broke the ancient sword formation." Lin Xiaojian said, "It's broken." The elder said, "The sword spirit holy land has stood for thousands of years, and no one has been able to break this formation. You are only at the nascent soul stage." Lin Xiaojian said, "A formation is dead, but people are alive." The elder said nothing more. The two headed down the mountain. Shen Wuiyue asked, "Where's the next stop?" Lin Xiaojian, said the Sword God Temple. Shen Weiyue asked the Sword God Temple in Zhongzhou. Lin Xiaojian said Lin Xiaojian went on. Master, said the Sword God Temple contains the inheritance of 8 sword intents. I want to go and see it. Shen Weiyue said I'll go with you. Lin Xiaojian said alright. At the peak of the sword sect, Lin Feng opened his eyes. Through the master-disciple 1,000-mile eye he saw Lin Xiaojian and Shen Weiyue breaking the formation at the sword's spirit holy land. He said this kid has learned to use a combined strike. Luo Qingxue stood beside him and said, can Shen Weiyue's 5 sword intents and Lin Xiaojian's 8 sword intents really merge? Lin Feng said they can. The Chaos Sword Master also had 8 sword intents back then. His disciple had 5. 8 and 5 make 13. But 13 is not chaos, it is a shard of chaos. Shards can still be fused into a whole. Luo Qingxue said you knew this all along. Lin Feng said I guessed. Lin Xiaojian and Shen Weiyue flew from Shang Prefecture to Zhong Prefecture, a journey of 2 days. The Sword God Temple stood to the west of Zhong Prefecture City, an ancient stone sanctuary. The temple was vast with 2 white-haired elders stationed at its gates, both at the half-step Sword Emperor realm. Catching sight of the Qingfeng sword at Lin Xiaojian's waist, their expressions shifted dramatically. Someone from the sword sect, they asked. Lin Xiaojian replied, Lin Xiaojian, young sect master of the sword sect. I've come to comprehend sword intent. The elder spoke. The Sword God Temple belongs to the sword sect. Young sect master, please enter. Lin Xiaojian stepped inside with Shen Weiyue following behind. Inside the stone temple was dim. Countless sword marks covered the walls, each containing the sword intent of ancient sword cultivators. The first floor held basic sword intent, the second minor completion, the third greater completion, and the fourth perfection. Lin Xiaojian ascended floor by floor, Shen Weiyue trailing behind. Upon reaching the 5th floor, the initial stage of Sword Dao True Intent, Lin Xiaojian halted. He closed his eyes, contemplating the sword marks on the walls. 8 types of sword intent whirled within his body, absorbing the sword intent from the walls. His sword intent fusion rate rose from 80% to 85%. Shen Weiyue also paused, contemplating. Her 5 types of sword intent fusion rate climbed from 90% to 92%. The 6th floor held the intermediate stage of Sword Dao True Intent. The 7th floor held the advanced stage. The 8th floor held the perfection of Sword Dao True Intent. Lin Xiaojian comprehended level by level his 8 types of sword intent fusion rate, rising from 85% to 90%. Shen Weiyue's 5 types of sword intent fusion rate increased from 92% to 95%. Upon reaching the 9th floor, a guardian stood at the entrance, a peaked sword emperor. Spotting Lin Xiaojian, he inquired, young sect master of the sword sect? Lin Xiaojian confirmed yes. Only the sect master and young sect master may enter the 9th floor. Please go ahead. Lin Xiaojian pushed open the door and stepped inside. Shen Weiyue attempted to follow, but was stopped. Outsiders are not permitted. Shen Weiyue stood motionless at the entrance. The 9th floor was a small chamber containing only a single sword. The blade was translucent crystalline like ice with 2 characters engraved on the hilt, Tianju, an ancient divine artifact. Lin Feng had once taken it from here, leaving behind a replica for future generations to comprehend. Lin Xiaojian approached, extending his hand to grasp the hilt. The blade trembled, emitting a humming sound. A surge of sword intent flowed from the blade into his body, resonating with his 8 types of sword intent. The 8 types of sword intent whirled madly within his dantian, the fusion rate climbing from 90% to 95%. Sign-in. A chaotic colored orb merged into Lin Xiaojian's brow. His body shuddered as his cultivation advanced from the nascent soul middle stage to the nascent soul late stage. The 8 types of sword intent fusion rate reached 95%, merely 0.5% short of perfect fusion. Lin Xiaojian opened his eyes, releasing the sword hilt. The Tianju sword's radiance dimmed, quietly resting upon the stone altar. He turned and exited the 9th floor. Shen Weiyue stood at the entrance, gazing at him. Your aura has changed, she observed. Lin Xiaojian said, nascent soul late stage. 8 intent fusion at 95%. Shen Weiyue remarked, you're ahead of me now. Lin Xiaojian said, your 5 types of sword intent are close to perfection as well. Shen Weiyue replied, still 0.5% short. The 2 emerged from the Sword God Temple. The sunlight was blinding, causing Lin Xiaojian to squint. Shen Weiyue asked, where to next? Lin Xiaojian replied, Ice River Pavilion. Master's wife said the Ice River Sword Heart that would aid Ice Attribute Sword Dao. Do you have any Ice Attribute Sword intent among your 5? Shen Weiyue answered no. But I can learn. Lin Xiaojian said, Master's wife will teach you. Shen Weiyue asked, is your master's wife kind? Lin Xiaojian replied yes. Cold on the outside, warm within. She treats master well, and me as well. The 2 soared into the sky, heading toward the Ice River Pavilion. Atop Sword Sect Mountain, Lin Feng opened his eyes, having witnessed through the master-disciple 1,000-mile eye the scene of Lin Xiaojian's breakthrough on the 9th floor of the Sword God Temple. He spoke, nascent soul late stage. 8 intent fusion at 95%. Luo Qingxue remarked, faster than you were in your youth. Lin Feng agreed. His talent surpasses mine. Luo Qingxue asked, are you jealous? Lin Feng replied, no. I'm happy. Luo Qingxue asked, where are they headed next? Lin Feng said, Ice River Pavilion. Shen Weiyue wishes to learn Ice Attribute, Sword Dao. You teach her. Luo Qingxue agreed, alright. In the ice bamboo grove behind the Ice River Pavilion, Luo Qingxue stood within the bamboo grove, ice, sword in hand, cold qi dripping from the blade's edge. The frost on the bamboo leaves was frozen solid by the chill, utterly motionless. Lin Xiaojian and Shen Weiyue descended at the grove's edge. Lin Xiaojian called out, Master's wife, we've arrived. Luo Qingxue acknowledged, Shen Weiyue, I've observed your 5 types of sword intent. You're lacking Ice Attribute. Once you learn Ice Attribute, 5 becomes 6, and the fusion rate will increase significantly. Shen Weiyue spoke, please Master's wife teach me. Luo Qingxue said, call me Sister Luo. Shen Weiyue persisted, Master's wife. Luo Qingxue fell silent. Behind the Ice River Hall in the ice bamboo forest, Luo Qingxue stood at the center of the grove, an ice sword in her hand, cold energy dripping from its blade. The frost on the bamboo leaves was frozen rigid, utterly still. Lin Xiaojian and Shen Weiyue stood opposite her, the Qingfeng sword and Xingguang sword hanging at their waists. Luo Qingxue said, the core of the ice element sword path is not coldness, but stillness. When water grows still, it becomes ice. When the heart grows still, it becomes a sword. Your 5 sword intents, divine, immortal, Buddha, ancient, and desolate, are all too restless. The divine sword's pressure weighs too heavily, the immortal sword's righteousness burns too fiercely, the Buddha sword's compassion is too dense, the ancient sword's temporal flow is too chaotic, and the desolate sword's fury runs too wild. You need a still sword intent to bring balance. Shen Weiyue asked, how do I practice it? Luo Qingxue replied, watch me. She drew her sword and executed the first form of the Ice River sword technique, the stirring of the frozen river. The sword's light moved slowly like water flowing. The cold energy did not explode or spray outward. It simply expanded gently. The frost on the bamboo leaves grew thicker and moisture in the air condensed into ice crystals that hung suspended like stars. Shen Weiyue closed her eyes and reached out with her spiritual sense. Luo Qingxue's sword intent was still, profoundly still. There was no killing purpose, no oppressive force, only pure presence. She drew her sword and imitated Luo Qingxue's motion, striking in the same way. The 5-colored radiance atop the Xingguang sword remained unchanged. It had not transformed into ice element sword intent. Furrowing her brows, she said, I cannot do this. Luo Qingxue replied, because you are still thinking. Stillness is not something fabricated, it must be released. Let go of divine might, let go of righteous energy, let go of compassion, let go of time, let go of fury. Think of nothing, and the sword is simply a sword. Shen Weiyue closed her eyes and drew a deep breath, attempting to let go. The first time the sword light remained 5-colored. The second time the 5 colors dulled. The third time only 3 remained. The fourth time 1 color. The fifth time none. The sword light vanished and only cold energy remained on the blade. The ice element sword intent had formed. Luo Qingxue said, not bad. You now possess 6 sword intents. The fusion rate has dropped from 95% to 80% because the new intent has not yet integrated. You will need time. Shen Weiyue said, thank you, Master's wife. Luo Qingxue made no further correction to the title. Lin Xiaojian stood nearby watching Shen Weiyue practice. Her ice element sword intent was still rough, but the foundation had begun to take shape. He closed his eyes and sensed his own 8 sword intents. He also possessed the ice element intent nestled between the nether sword's death and the ancient sword's time. His 8 sword intents sat at 95% fusion, with the ice component occupying part of it. Opening his eyes, he said, Master's wife, I would like to practice as well. Luo Qingxue replied, your 8 sword intents are already balanced. You need not cultivate the ice element separately, but you may observe. Lin Xiaojian nodded. Special sign-in location triggered behind Ice River Hall, Ice Bamboo Forest. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Special sign-in at behind Ice River Hall successful. Congratulations, host. Lin Xiaojian's 8 intent fusion rate has risen to 96%, and Shen Weiyue's 6 intent fusion rate has risen to 85%. A chaotically colored orb of light flew out from deep within the bamboo forest, dividing into 2 halves, one embedding into Lin Xiaojian's forehead, the other into Shen Weiyue's. Both of their bodies trembled simultaneously. Lin Xiaojian's 8 intent fusion rate rose from 95% to 96%. Shen Weiyue's 6 intent fusion rate rose from 80% to 85%. Luo Qingxue asked, did you both feel it? Lin Xiaojian replied, my 8 intent fusion rate increased. Shen Weiyue said, mine has increased as well. Luo Qingxue said, this bamboo forest carries the sword intent left behind by the chaotic sword lord. Your karma connected you, allowing you to absorb it. She sheathed her sword and said, you have now entered the ice element sword path. The rest you must practice on your own. Shen Weiyue asked, Master's wife, where do we go next? Luo Qingxue replied, to the Buddha realm. The Buddha sword intent will aid your 6 sword intents. The compassion of the Buddha sword can harmonize the divine sword's might, the immortal sword's righteousness, the ancient sword's time, the desolate sword's fury, and the ice sword's stillness. Shen Wuyue said, understood. Lin Xiaojian asked, Master's wife, won't you come with us? Luo Qingxue replied, I am returning to the sword sect. I am uneasy leaving your master alone on the peak. Lin Xiaojian said, Master's wife, you treat master so well. Luo Qingxue did not respond, instead stepping onto empty air and flying toward the sword sect. Lin Xiaojian and Shen Wuyue likewise took to the sky, heading toward the Buddha realm. To the west of Shangzhou lay a passage hidden within a vast desert. The sand was golden, and beneath the sun it blazed so brightly it was difficult to keep one's eyes open. After 3 days of flight, they arrived above the desert. Shen Wuyue said, the entrance to the Buddha realm lies below. Lin Xiaojian said, let us go. The two descended onto the sands. Ahead a luminous gateway appeared, golden in color, its edges rippling with white light. The entrance to the Buddha realm. Lin Xiaojian stepped inside, and Shen Wuyue followed behind. Darkness engulfed them for a moment. When they opened their eyes again, they stood within a bamboo forest. The bamboo stalks were golden, the leaves green, and the wind rustled through them with a soft whisper. The air was filled with the fragrance of sandalwood. In the distance, temple bells tolled, one strike after another, slow and deliberate, as though resonating with the human heart. They had arrived at the Buddha realm. A young monk approached, dressed in gray robes, Buddhist prayer beads in hand. He was the newly appointed abbot of the Buddha realm's branch sect, a disciple of the elder monk. Joining his palms together, he said, Young sect master, holy maiden Shen Wuyue, the Buddha realm welcomes you. Lin Xiaojian said, Venerable master, we have come to comprehend the Buddha sword intent. The new abbot replied, the Buddha sword intent resides within Thunder Sound Temple. Please follow me. The two followed the new abbot through the bamboo forest, across a stone bridge, and up the hillside. Thunder Sound Temple sat upon the mountain peak, a golden temple whose roof shimmered brilliantly beneath the sunlight. 2 monks guarded the entrance, both in the early stage of the Sword Emperor realm. Upon seeing the new abbot, they stepped aside. Lin Xiaojian entered. The interior of the temple was vast, and at its center stood a Buddha statue before which lay a meditation cushion. Above the cushion hovered a golden orb, the Buddha sword intent. The new abbot said, Young sect master, holy maiden Shen Wuyue, please. Shen Wuyue approached, sat cross-legged upon the cushion, and reached out to grasp the golden orb. The orb sank into her palm. Her body trembled as her 6 sword intents churned within her dantian. The Buddha sword intent merged with them. Golden light began to radiate from Shen Wuyue's body, surging from her dantian and clashing with the 5 other sword intents: divine, immortal, ancient, desolate, and ice. The 6 sword intents warred against one another. Her face turned pale, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. Lin Xiaojian rushed forward, pressed his hand against her back, and surged his 8 sword intents into her body to help suppress the rampaging intents. Do not rush, Lin Xiaojian urged. Take your time. Shen Wuyue gritted her teeth, guiding the Buddha sword intent to merge with the other 5. The compassion of the Buddha sword flowed like a river, linking the remaining 5 sword intents together. Divine might, immortal righteousness, ancient time, rampant fury, and icy stillness. All ceased their conflict under the harmonizing influence of the Buddha light. Her 6 sword intents had become 7. The fusion rate rose from 85% to 90%. In the Thunder Sound Temple, sandalwood incense curled upward in fragrant spirals. Shen Wuyue sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion as the golden radiance surrounding her body gradually dimmed. 7 sword intentions rotated within the dantian. The 6 types, divine, immortal, Buddhist, ancient, desolate, and ice, had merged into 7, with the Buddhist sword intention acting as a binding agent, gluing the others together. The fusion rate climbed from 90% to 92%. She opened her eyes and said, the Buddhist sword intention truly can harmonize them. Lin Xiaojian withdrew his hand and stood by. His 8 sword intentions had consumed some energy, but not much. He remarked, your 7 sword intentions are still missing 1. Shen Wuyue asked, missing 1? Lin Xiaojian replied, the demonic sword. Shen Wuyue said, the demonic sword is too ferocious, I cannot suppress it. Lin Xiaojian said, no rush. Practice the 7 well first. The new abbot approached, clasping his palms together. Saintess Shen Wuyue, the fact that the Buddhist sword intention acknowledges you as its master indicates a karmic bond with the Buddha. Shen Wuyue said, I am not a Buddhist cultivator. The abbot replied, a sword cultivator can also possess a Buddhist heart. Being Buddhist is not about leaving home, it is about compassion. Your sword holds compassion, and that is enough. Lin Xiaojian asked, Master, are there any places for tempering practice in the Buddhist realm? The abbot said yes. Behind the mountain lies a sword cliff, its cliff walls carved full of traces of Buddhist sword intentions. If one comprehends them thoroughly, it will benefit the sword Tao. Lin Xiaojian said, let us go take a look. The two walked to the back mountain. The sword cliff was towering 100 zhang high, its walls etched with countless sword marks. The sword marks were golden, each one carrying the Buddhist sword intention. Lin Xiaojian sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to comprehend. His 8 sword intentions rotated within his body, absorbing the Buddhist sword intentions from the cliff wall. The fusion rate rose from 96% to 97%. Shen Weiyue also sat down to comprehend. The fusion rate of her 7 sword intentions increased from 92% to 94%. Triggered special sign-in location Buddhist Realm Back Mountain Sword Cliff. Do you want to sign in? Sign in. Special sign-in at Buddhist Realm Back Mountain successful. Congratulations host on obtaining Lin Xiaojian's 8 intentions fusion rate increased to 98%. Shen Weiyue's 7 intentions fusion rate increased to 95%. A golden ball of light flew out from the cliff wall, splitting into 2 halves and merging into the foreheads of the 2. Their bodies shook simultaneously as the sword intention fusion rate improved once more. Lin Xiaojian opened his eyes and said, "It's at 98% now." Shen Weiyue said 95%. Lin Xiaojian said, "We are still short by a little." Shen Weiyue replied, "A little is a little. It might take a year or 10 years. Lin Xiaojian said, "Master once said that sword intention fusion cannot be rushed." Suddenly a tremor resonated from deep within the Buddhist realm. It was not an earthquake, but a vibration of space itself. Lin Xiaojian stood up and asked, "What is happening?" The new abbot ran over, his face pale, and said, "There is abnormal activity in the direction of the chaos." Lin Xiaojian asked, "The primordial darkness?" The abbot replied, "I do not know, but the seal seems to have loosened." Lin Xiaojian closed his eyes to sense. He was not Lin Feng, and did not possess the master-disciple 1,000-mile. He could not sense the depths of the chaos. However, he could feel that the spiritual energy of the Buddhist realm was dissipating, as if being sucked away by something. He said, "Shen Weiyue, let us go. Return to the sword sect." The 2 rose into the air and flew toward the sword sect. The new abbot stood beneath the sword cliff, watching their retreating figures, clasped his palms, and chanted a Buddhist invocation. At the summit of the sword sect, Lin Feng opened his eyes. He had also sensed it. The seal deep within the chaos had loosened by a slight margin. The consciousness of the primordial darkness was assaulting the seal. He stood up with 8 swords hovering behind his back and Xiao Bai perched on his shoulder. Luo Qingxue walked over and asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Feng said, "The seal has loosened." "I'll go take a look." Luo Qingxue said, "I'll go with you." Lin Feng replied, "No need. You stay here." He stepped into the void and flew toward the depths of the chaos. 8 trails of light trailed behind the swords, illuminating the dark chaos. Deep within the chaos, the crack remained. It had grown larger than before, expanding from 1 zhang in length to 1.5 zhang. The black bead of the primordial darkness hovered in the center of the crack, with blood-red light pulsating within. Lin Feng landed before the crack, 8 swords suspended behind his back. He reached out, retrieved the black bead. The blood-red light inside was bright, and the consciousness of the primordial darkness was restless. A voice emerged from the bead, "Lin Feng, you have come." Lin Feng said, "I came to reinforce the seal." The primordial darkness replied, "Reinforce it once, and it can hold for 100 years. After 100 years I will come out again." Lin Feng said, "In 100 years someone will kill you." The primordial darkness said, "You mean that kid? He hasn't broken through to the heaven-soaring sword master yet." Lin Feng said, "Soon." Lin Feng activated the sword intentions of all heavens, and a chaos-colored light enveloped the bead. He added a layer to the original seal, creating a 3rd layer. The bead vibrated and the blood-red light dimmed slightly. He placed the bead back into the center of the crack. With a simultaneous slash of the 8 swords, chaos-colored sword light carved new runes onto the crack. The runes flowed with light, and the seal was reinforced. The crack closed and vanished into the depths of the chaos. Lin Feng turned to return, but suddenly he stopped. Deep within the seal there was a faint aura. It was not the primordial darkness, but another power. It was weak, yet extremely ancient, more ancient than the primordial darkness. Lin Feng frowned and asked, "Is there something else?" The voice of the primordial darkness came from deep within the seal, weak as a candle in the wind. "You sensed it. That is another power born simultaneously with me when chaos first opened. Beyond light and darkness there is a 3rd force. It has slept for countless years and is about to awaken." Lin Feng asked, "What power?" The primordial darkness replied, "Chaos. Not the chaos of the Chaos Sword Lord, but primordial chaos. Disorderly, without rules, neither life nor death. If it awakens, the myriad worlds will return to chaos more thoroughly than if devoured by me." Lin Feng said, "You are lying to me." The primordial darkness replied, "Believe it or not, it is up to you." Lin Feng fell silent for a few seconds, then turned and flew back toward the sword sect. Lin Feng flew back from the depths of chaos and landed on the peak of the sword sect. 8 swords hung behind him, the chaos-colored light on their blades dimmed. Xiao Bai crouched on his shoulder, golden eyes staring toward chaos, tail held taut. It also sensed that faint aura. Luo Qingxue walked over and asked, "What about the seal?" Lin Feng replied, "I've reinforced it. It can hold for another 100 years. Luo Qingxue said, "You look pale." Lin Feng said, "There is something else deep in the seal." Luo Qingxue asked, "What?" Lin Feng said, "According to the primordial darkness, it is the 3rd power born from the dawn of chaos. Orderless, lawless, without life or death. If it awakens, all worlds across the heavens will return to chaos. Luo Qingxue was silent for a moment, then asked, "Do you believe it?" Lin Feng said no, but I did sense it. Very faint, yet truly present. They walked into the main hall. Lin Feng sat in the sect leader's seat, 8 swords thrust into the ground before him. Xiaobai crouched on the armrest, eyes shut, as if deep in thought. Luo Qingxue sat on a nearby chair, her ice sword resting across her knees. Lin Feng said, "The primordial darkness said the third power is chaos. Primordial chaos more ancient than the chaos of the Chaos Sword Lord. It has slumbered for countless ages and is about to wake." Luo Qingxue asked, "What will happen when it wakes?" Lin Feng said, "All worlds across the heavens will return to chaos. Everything will dissolve into nothingness." Luo Qingxue asked, "Can it be sealed?" Lin Feng said, "I don't know. Even the primordial darkness is afraid of it, which means it is stronger than the primordial darkness." Luo Chun dashed in from outside saying, "Big brother Lin Xiaojian and Shun Wuyue have returned." Lin Feng said, "Let them in." Lin Xiaojian and Shun Wuyue entered the main hall. Lin Xiaojian asked, "Master, what about the seal?" Lin Feng said, "It had loosened, so I reinforced it." Lin Xiaojian asked, "What else?" Lin Feng said, "Deep within the seal there is something else." Lin Feng said, "It is stronger than the primordial darkness, and it is called chaos." Lin Xiaojian said, "Chaos. The Chaos Sword Lord." Lin Feng said, "No, the original chaos. Orderless, lawless. Once it awakens, all worlds across the heavens will return to chaos." Shin Wuyue asked, "Can it be sealed?" Lin Feng said, "I don't know. Even the primordial darkness fears it." Shin Wuyue asked, "Then what do we do?" Lin Feng said, "Become stronger. Strong enough to seal it. Sign-in." A ball of chaotic light merged into Lin Feng's forehead. His perception was further elevated, and every fluctuation within the depths of chaos became clearly visible. Deep within the seal he could now sense that faint aura more distinctly. It was not darkness, not radiance. Only gray, the gray that existed when chaos first opened. Lin Feng said, "The third power is still sleeping, but its aura is growing stronger. When the primordial darkness's seal breaks, it will also awaken." Lin Xiaojian asked, "How long will it be?" Lin Feng said, "I don't know. Perhaps 100 years, perhaps less." Lin Feng rose and walked to the window. Outside in the square before the sword sect's mountain gate, disciples were practicing their sword arts. Sword light interweaved, sword chi crisscrossed. He said, "From today onward the sword sect will open its gates to recruit disciples from all worlds across the heavens. No restrictions on birth or origin. As long as one has sufficient talent in the sword Dao, they will be accepted." Luo Chen said, "Big brother, the sword sect already has 5,000 disciples." Lin Feng said, "Not enough. We need 50,000. Luo Chen asked, "What about resources?" Lin Feng said, "The tributes offered by the branch sects are sufficient." Lin Xiaojian said, "Master, I'll go recruit disciples as well." Lin Feng looked at him and said, "You?" Lin Xiaojian said, "I'll go to the lower state, the middle state, and the upper state to find gifted disciples." Lin Feng said, "Your journey of tempering isn't finished yet." Lin Xiaojian said, "Tempering and recruiting disciples do not conflict." Lin Feng was silent for a few seconds, then said, "All right. Take Shin Wuyue with you." Lin Xiaojian said, "Yes." Shin Wuyue then said, "Master's wife, I'm going too." Luo Qingxue said, "I'm not your master's wife." Shin Wuyue said, "You are." Luo Qingxue said no more. Lin Xiaojian and Shin Wuyue walked out of the main hall, rose into the air, and flew off toward the lower state. The Qingfeng sword and the Xinguang sword gleamed under the sun. Lin Feng stood on the peak, watching their receding silhouettes. Luo Qingxue stood beside him, ice sword in hand. Lin Feng said, "How many disciples do you think they'll recruit?" Luo Qingxue said, "I don't know, but the future of the sword sect rests on them." Lin Feng said, "And on us as well." Luo Qingxue asked, "How do you intend to deal with the third power?" Lin Feng said, "Become stronger. Strong enough to seal it." Luo Qingxue said, "You are already at the pinnacle of the sword lord of all heavens. Can you still become stronger?" Lin Feng said, "Yes. Above the sword lord of all heavens there is yet another realm." Luo Qingxue asked, "What realm?" Lin Feng said, "The Chaos Sword Lord." The Chaos Sword Lord stood at that very realm back then. He sealed the primordial darkness, but he also died. Luo Qingxue said, "You intend to break through to the Chaos Sword Lord realm?" Lin Feng said, In the distance from the depths of chaos came a low rumble, not a sound but a tremor that struck directly against Lin Feng's consciousness. The third power was awakening. Lin Xiaojian and Shin Wuyue left the sword sect and flew toward the lower province. The sea of clouds churned beneath their feet, and sunlight glinted off the hilt of the Qingfeng sword, casting a gleam. Shin Wuyue flew to his left, her white robes like snow, the Xinguang sword hanging at her waist. The golden patterns on the scabbard shimmered in the sunlight. After 3 days of flight, they arrived at the lower province. The sky over the lower province hung lower than in the central province, its clouds thicker and spiritual energy thinner. Villages dotted the land sparsely, with occasional small towns whose low walls resembled children's blocks. The lower province is the weakest region among the myriad heavens and worlds, Lin Xiaojian said. But our master once walked out from here. Shin Wuyue asked, Did your master stay in the lower province? Qingyun sect, the foremost sect in the lower province, Lin Xiaojian replied. Master was an outer disciple back, then looked down upon by everyone. But he awakened and rose through the ranks to become the #1 person at Qingyun sect. You've told me your master's story before, Shen Wuyue said. I don't mind telling it again, Lin Xiaojian replied. The two of them descended at the mountain entrance of Qingyun sect. The mountain entrance remained unchanged. Bluestone steps, a black door, and the characters, Qingyun sect, gleaming in the sunlight. Two outer disciples stood at the entrance, both at the qi condensation stage. When they saw Lin Xiaojian and Shen Wuyue descend from the sky, their legs grew weak. One stammered, Senior, who are you looking for? Your sect leader, Lin Xiaojian said. The sect leader came running out from within, his white hair and beard flowing, dressed in a cyan robe and leaning on a cane. When he spotted the Qingfeng sword at Lin Xiaojian's waist, his expression shifted. Young master of the sword sect. Lin Xiaojian nodded. Yes, here to recruit disciples. The sword sect opens its mountains to recruit disciples, welcoming all realms and worlds, Lin Xiaojian explained. Any talented disciples from Qingyun sect may be recommended. The sect leader replied. Young master, our disciples' talents are merely average. I fear they won't meet the sword sect standards. Average talent can be trained through practice, Lin Xiaojian said. But those without the right disposition cannot be accepted. The sect leader responded. We have several disciples with good character and disposition. I'll have them come over. Soon a dozen or so disciples stood before Lin Xiaojian, ranging from 12 to 18 years of age. They were both boys and girls, their cultivation ranging from the third layer of qi condensation to early foundation establishment. Take turns placing your hands on this stone steely, Lin Xiaojian instructed, pulling out a small stone tablet. A miniature version of the sword path talent testing steel that Lin Feng had given him. The first disciple at the 5th layer of qi condensation placed his hand on the steel, and it glowed with a faint light. Low talent, Lin Xiaojian noted, but what about your heart and mind? This child practices extremely hard training with the sword for 8 watch periods each day, the sect leader replied. Keep him, Lin Xiaojian said. Then the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th disciples came forward. Out of 12 disciples, 6 were selected, none with exceptional talent, but all with good character. A chaotic colored light sphere merged into Lin Xiaojian's forehead between his brows. Knowledge about recruiting disciples now filled his mind. How to assess their character, measure their talent, and guide them on their path. Shen Wuyue stood nearby watching as he tested and questioned each one. A slight smile touched her lips. You remind me of your master, she said. Do I? Lin Xiaojian asked. Indeed. Your way of speaking, the way you look at people, it all reminds me of him. My master is my role model, Lin Xiaojian said. The 6 disciples stood beside him. The eldest, 16 years old, was named Zhang Tai, at the early stage of foundation establishment with calluses on his hands from gripping the sword. He stepped forward and knelt before Lin Xiaojian. Young master, I wish to learn the sword from you. Not from me alone, Lin Xiaojian replied. You will go to the sword sect and train alongside your fellow disciples. The sword sect has its academy, instructors, and cultivation techniques, Lin Xiaojian continued. As long as you work hard enough, you will grow stronger. How strong can I become? Zhang Tai asked. Strong enough to protect those you care about. Zhang Tai's eyes welled up. I want to protect my mother. She is ill, but we have no money for treatment. Lin Xiaojian took out a healing pill from his robes and handed it to him. Give this to your mother. Once she recovers, bring her to the sword sect. Zhang Tai accepted the pill and knelt, bowing 3 times. Shen Wuyue watched Lin Xiaojian, her gaze softening from cold to warm. You're too soft-hearted, she remarked. It's not weakness, Lin Xiaojian replied. If I can help, I will. My master taught me that a sword cultivator must not only hone their blade, but also cultivate their heart. What else has your master told you? Shen Wuyue asked. Many things, Lin Xiaojian answered. I'll share them with you when you're ready to listen. The two ascended into the sky with the 6 disciples heading toward the sword sect. For most of the disciples, this was their first time flying. Some kept their eyes shut in fear, others shouted with excitement, and a few clung tightly to Lin Xiaojian's robes, unwilling to let go. After 3 days of flight, they reached the sword sect. In the plaza before the mountain entrance, Luo Chun was already waiting with a register in hand. Upon seeing the 6 disciples, he asked, Only 6? These are the ones with good character, Lin Xiaojian explained. Talent can be cultivated, but character cannot. Luo Chun replied, Your master used to say the same thing. The 6 disciples were then assigned to the first year of the academy, with living quarters, resources, and instructors provided. Zhang Tai sent the healing pill back to the lower province through a messenger and stayed behind to begin his training. On the first day, his hand trembled as he gripped the sword, but he refused to let go. Lin Feng stood at the mountain peak, using the master-disciple connection to observe the entire recruitment process at Qingyun sect. This kid reminds me of myself, he said. Luo Qingxue stood beside him. Just as soft-hearted as you were, she said. It's not softness, Lin Feng corrected. If I can help, I help. You were the same back then, she replied. No one helped me back then, Lin Feng said. That's why you want to help others now, Luo Qingxue observed. Lin Feng closed his eyes and reached his perception into the depths of chaos. Deep within the seal, that gray aura was intensifying. The seal of the primordial darkness still had 3 layers, but the third power lay beyond the seal itself, hidden in the very origin of chaos. It was nearly awake. Lin Feng opened his eyes. We're running out of time. What do you mean? Luo Qingxue asked. The third power is awakening faster than we anticipated. Lin Xiaojian and Shun Weiyue rested for a night at the Sword Sect and set out again at dawn the next day. This time their destination was the Central Province. The Central Province was 10 times larger than the Lower Province, rich in spiritual energy, 3 times as dense, and home to far more prodigies. After a day of flight, they arrived at the city of the Central Province. Tianke City, the grandest metropolis in the Central Province, had once served as the headquarters of the All Heavens Alliance, and now stood as the site of the Sword Sect's branch. Lin Xiaojian landed at the city gate, with Shen Weiyue following behind. A long line stretched before the gate, as a steady stream of people entered the city. When the guarding soldier caught sight of the azure-edged sword at Lin Xiaojian's waist, his expression shifted, and he said, "The young sect master of the Sword Sect. Please enter." Lin Xiaojian stepped inside, Shen Weiyue trailing after him. The streets were bustling with shops lining both sides, selling pills, magical artifacts, and cultivation techniques. Everything one could imagine. Among the cultivators on the road, the weakest were at least at the Golden Core stage, and nascent soul cultivators could be seen everywhere. Lin Xiaojian said the Central Province and the Lower Province are not the same world. Shen Weiyue said the Upper Province and the Central Province are not the same world either. Lin Xiaojian asked, "Have you been to the Upper Province?" Shen Weiyue replied, "The Divine Realms branch sect is in the Upper Province. I lived there for a few years when I was young." The two arrived at the Central Province branch sect. The branch sect master was a middle-aged woman at the peak of the Sword Emperor realm, surnamed Zhou. Seeing Lin Xiaojian, she clasped her fists and said, "Young sect master, have you come to take disciples?" Lin Xiaojian said yes. Any talented young people in the Central Province can be recommended. Branch Master Zhou said, "There are a few. I'll have them come over." Before long, dozens of young people stood before Lin Xiaojian. The oldest was 20, the youngest 15. Their cultivation ranged from early Golden Core to early Nascent Soul. Lin Xiaojian said, "One by one, press your hand against the stone steel." He took out the testing steel and placed it on the ground. The first, a mid-Golden Core cultivator, pressed his hand down, and the steel lit up with a pale blue-white light. Lin Xiaojian said, "Above average talent." "And how is his character?" Branch Master Zhou said, "This child is named Li Qing, a rogue cultivator. He lost both parents at a young age and cultivated by picking through trash. His will is unyielding." Lin Xiaojian said, "Keep him." The second, an early Nascent Soul cultivator, pressed his hand down, and the steel lit up with a golden light. Lin Xiaojian said, "Peerless talent. What is your name?" The man replied, "Zhao Wuji." Shen Weiyue frowned and said, "Zhao Wuji. The Zhao Wuji of the All Heavens Alliance." The man said, "No, just the same name. I'm a rogue cultivator and have never joined the All Heavens Alliance." Lin Xiaojian said, "Keep him." The third, the fourth, the fifth. From dozens, 15 were kept. 10 had above average talent or higher, and 5 had peerless talent. Special check-in location triggered. Central Province Branch Sect taking disciples. Check-in now. Check-in. Special check-in at Central Province Branch Sect successful. Congratulations, host. You have received Lin Xiaojian's Leadership Enhancement 1. When leading disciples in the future, their cultivation speed increases by 10%. A chaotic colored ball of light sunk into Lin Xiaojian's brow. His mind gained knowledge about leadership, how to manage people, how to use people, and how to make people follow you. Zhao Wuji walked up to Lin Xiaojian and said, "Young sect master, I want to duel swords with you." Lin Xiaojian looked at him and asked, "Why?" Zhao Wuji said, "I want to see just how fast the young sect master's sword is." Lin Xiaojian said, "All right." The two stood in the open space. Zhao Wuji drew his sword, unleashing the full force of his early nascent soul power. The sword light blazed with flames so scorching that the very air twisted and warped. Lin Xiaojian did not move. Zhao Wuji thrust his sword forward, the tip aimed straight at Lin Xiaojian's chest. Lin Xiaojian sidestepped the azure-edged sword, leaving its sheath as the flat of the blade struck Zhao Wuji's wrist. Zhao Wuji's hand went numb and his sword dropped. Zhao Wuji stood there stunned, saying, "Your sword. I never even saw it." Lin Xiaojian said, "Once you train to the Sword Emperor realm, you'll be able to move just as fast." Zhao Wuji picked up his sword and said, "I'm convinced." Shen Weiyue stood nearby watching Lin Xiaojian. A faint smile curved at the corner of her lips as she said, "You are becoming more and more like your master." Lin Xiaojian said, "I'm still far behind." Shen Weiyue said, "At your age, your master was still a useless nobody at Qingyan sect." Lin Xiaojian said, "That's why I have to be stronger than him." The 15 disciples stood off to the side, some gazing at Lin Xiaojian with admiration, some gripping their swords in excitement, and some already lost in fantasies of the powerful figures they would one day become. Lin Xiaojian said, "The sword sect is not paradise. Once you go there, you will endure hardship, train relentlessly, and be scolded. Anyone who cannot bear it may leave now." No one left. Lin Xiaojian led the 15 disciples into the air, flying back toward the sword sect with Shen Weiyue at his side. Zhao Wuji flew at the very front, moving swiftly, eager to show off. Lin Xiaojian said slow down. Some people behind can't keep up. Zhao Wuji slowed down, smiling awkwardly. After flying for 3 days they reached the sword sect. Luo Chun was waiting at the mountain gate. Seeing the 15 people Lin Xiaojian had brought back, he said, "That's more this time." Lin Xiaojian said, "The central province has many prodigies." Luo Chun said, "At your age your master was still being hunted down." Lin Xiaojian said, "That's why I have to have a smoother path than him." Lin Xiaojian walked into the main hall, where Lin Feng sat upon the sect master's throne, 8 swords thrust into the ground before him. Xiao Bai crouched on the armrest of the chair, its golden eyes fixed on him. Lin Feng said, "How many disciples did you take?" Lin Xiaojian said, 6 from the lower province, 15 from the central province, 21 in total. Lin Feng said, "Not enough." Lin Xiaojian said, "I haven't gone to the upper province yet." Lin Feng said, "The upper province has even more prodigies. But the upper province is also dangerous. Be careful when you go." Lin Xiaojian asked, "Master, when will the third power in the depths of chaos awaken?" Lin Feng said, "Soon. Perhaps a year, perhaps even sooner." Lin Xiaojian asked, "Will we make it in time?" Lin Feng said, "We will. You train your way, and I'll train mine." Lin Xiaojian and Shun Weiwei rested for 2 days at the sword sect, then set out again at dawn on the 3rd day, this time bound for Shangzhou. Situated at the northernmost edge of the myriad heavens, Shangzhou boasts the densest spiritual energy, the most prodigies, and the greatest perils. After 5 days of flight, they arrived in Shangzhou. Tianke City, the largest metropolis in the region, housed both the Sword Spirit Holy Land and the headquarters of the All Heavens Alliance. It now served as the Sword Sect's branch seat, directly governed by the sect. Lin Xiaojian descended at the city gate, with Shen Weiyue following behind. Spotting the azure edge sword at his waist, the gate guards knelt and said, "Young sect master." Lin Xiaojian said, "Rise. Take me to the branch sect." The guard stood and led the way. The branch master of Shangzhou was a white-haired old man at the pinnacle of the sword venerable realm, surnamed Wang. Seeing Lin Xiaojian, he clasped his fists and said, "Young sect master, have you come to accept disciples?" Lin Xiaojian replied, "Yes. You may recommend talented youths from Shangzhou." Branch master Wang said, "We have many. But the young people of Shangzhou have fiery tempers too. Hard to manage." Lin Xiaojian said, "Then we do not want the unmanageable ones." Before long, over 100 young people stood before Lin Xiaojian. The eldest 25, the youngest 16, their cultivation ranging from peak golden core to peak nascent soul. Lin Xiaojian said, "One by one press your hand upon the stone steel." He produced the testing steel and set it on the ground. The first was a mid-phase nascent soul cultivator. As his hand touched the stone, it blazed with a brilliant golden light. Lin Xiaojian said, "Extraordinary talent. What is your name?" The youth answered, "Zhou Tian." Lin Xiaojian said, "Stay." The second at peak nascent soul pressed his hand to the stele, which radiated a chaotic, formless light. Lin Xiaojian said, "Talent. God great." Branch Master Wang's expression shifted as he said, "This boy is named Chen Fan. A rogue cultivator orphaned, he has cultivated at the edge of the chaos since childhood. His sword intent carries the aura of primordial chaos." Lin Xiaojian looked at Chen Fan and asked, "Are you willing to join the sword sect?" Chen Fan answered yes. The third, the fourth, the fifth, of more than 130 were accepted, 10 of extraordinary talent, and 1 of God great. Special check-in location triggered. Shangzhou Branch Sect, disciple recruitment check-in. Check-in. Special check-in at Shangzhou Branch Sect successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Lin Xiaojian's sword formation command ability 1. When leading disciples in deploying sword formations, their power is increased by 20. A chaotic light orb sank into Lin Xiaojian's brow. His mind swelled with knowledge of sword formations, how to arrange them, how to command them, and how to maximize their destructive might. Chen Fan approached Lin Xiaojian and said, "Young sect master, I wish to try a sword formation." Lin Xiaojian asked, "Do you know sword formations?" Chen Fan replied, "No, but I want to learn." Lin Xiaojian said, "Good. Once we reach the sword sect, I will teach you." Shen Weiyue stood to the side watching Chen Fan. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she said, "His sword intent carries the aura of chaos." Lin Xiaojian said, "Yes. His talent may even surpass mine." Shen Weiyue asked, "Are you afraid he will surpass you?" Lin Xiaojian said, "No. The sword sect needs strong cultivators, the more the better." The 30 disciples stood nearby. Some gripped their swords in excitement, some wept with joy, and others had already begun asking about the sword sect's affairs. Lin Xiaojian said, "The sword sect is no paradise. Once there you will endure hardship, relentless cultivation, and scolding. Anyone who cannot bear it may leave now." No one moved. Chen Fan said, "Young sect master, may I ask you a question?" Lin Xiaojian said, "Ask." Chen Fan said, "Your master, sect master Lin Feng. How strong is he?" Lin Xiaojian said, "The strongest in all the myriad heavens." Chen Fan asked, "Can I become as strong as him?" Lin Xiaojian said, "Yes. As long as you work hard enough." Chen Fan knelt, kowtowed 3 times and declared, "Young sect master, I will work hard." Lin Xiaojian then rose into the air with the 30 disciples flying toward the sword sect. Shen Weiyue followed alongside. Chen Fan flew at the front, swift, but never overtaking Lin Xiaojian. He was clever enough to know his place. After 5 days of flight, they reached the sword sect. Luo Chun was waiting at the mountain gate. Seeing that Lin Xiaojian had brought back 30 people, he said, "This is the most yet." Lin Xiaojian said, "Shangzhou is full of prodigies." Luo Chun said, "When your master was your age, he was still being hunted down." Lin Xiaojian said, "Uncle Luo, could you say something else for once?" Luo Chun laughed and said no. Lin Xiaojian entered the main hall where Lin Feng sat upon the sect master's seat, with 8 swords planted before him. Little White crouched on the armrest, golden eyes fixed upon him. Lin Feng asked, "How many did you recruit?" Lin Xiaojian said, 30 from Shangzhou along with 6 from Xiazhou and 15 from Zhongzhou, 51 in total. Lin Feng said that is enough. The sword sect now has 5,500 disciples, 51 of them new. But those 51 are seeds. Only when they grow will the sword sect have a future. Lin Xiaojian said, Master Qin Fan's talent is God great. His sword intent carries the aura of chaos. Lin Feng said, I know. I sensed it. Lin Xiaojian asked, you have seen him? Lin Feng said, through the master-disciple 1,000-mile vision, yes. Lin Xiaojian asked, do you think he can surpass me? Lin Feng said he can. But you will improve as well. Lin Feng rose and walked to the window. Outside, the new disciples were assembling in the square, while Luo Chun allocated their lodgings and distributed resources. Qin Fan stood at the very front, his back ramrod straight. Lin Feng said, the future of the myriad heavens rests upon them. Suddenly, a booming tremor came from the depths of chaos. It was not a sound, but a vibration, striking directly against Lin Feng's consciousness. The entire sword sect mountain shook, disciples staggered, and some fell to the ground. Lin Feng's expression hardened as he said, the third power has grown stronger again. On the second day after the new disciples were settled before dawn broke, Lin Xiaojiang led the 51 newcomers to the back mountain to practice swordsmanship. On the back mountain lay a clearing specially designated for sword practice by the sword sect. The ground was paved with bluestone slabs, and ritual flags were planted around the perimeter to prevent sword intent from escaping. Morning mist still hung in the air, the chill seeping into their bones, dew clinging to every blade of grass. Qin Fan stood at the front, spine rigid as iron, gripping the standard longsword issued by the sword sect. The Qingfeng blade remained beyond his station. Lin Xiaojiang stood before them, the Qingfeng sword at his waist, its embroidered hem fluttering in the wind. He said, from this day forward you are probationary disciples of the sword sect. In 3 months comes the examination. Only those who pass shall be accepted as full members. The trial shall test the 13 forms of basic swordplay, foundational sword intent, and 3 bouts of combat. Someone called out, young master, how does one cultivate sword intent? Lin Xiaojiang replied, first you must practice the sword itself. Once your technique is refined, sword intent will come naturally. Another voice rose, asking how long he had practiced. 3 years, he answered. The disciple pressed further, 3 years to grasp sword intent. 3 years, Lin Xiaojiang confirmed. My aptitude is inferior to yours. The 51 disciples fell to their practice. Some advanced swiftly, others struggled. One could barely keep a firm grip on the hilt, the wood slipping through his palms. Qin Fan moved differently. Each thrust carried a subtle tremor through the air, not spiritual energy, but sword intent. It was the color of chaos, faint yet remarkably pure. The disciples beside him watched with envy, resentment, and disbelief. A tall youth said, Qin Fan, how have you cultivated your sword intent? Qin Fan replied, I do not know. I practiced until it came on its own. The tall youth snorted. Showing off. Lin Xiaojiang strode over and stood before the youth. What is your name? Zhao Tai, the man replied. Lin Xiaojiang said, Zhao Tai, if you cannot hold your tongue, you will chop stone for 3 days instead of practicing the sword. Zhao Tai fell silent. Shen Wuyue stood beside Lin Xiaojiang watching Qin Fan. Her white robes drifted in the morning breeze, the Shun Guang's sword at her hip catching the sunlight along its golden carvings. She said, his sword intent is purer than yours once was. Lin Xiaojiang replied, indeed. He is born to the sword. Shen Wuyue asked, do you not feel envious? Not at all, Lin Xiaojiang answered. The stronger the sword sect, the safer the heavens and all worlds become. Shen Wuyue gazed at him, the faintest curve touching her lips. You are becoming more like your master each day. I am far from his level, Lin Xiaojiang said. Special sign-in location triggered, sword sect back mountain sword practice ground. Sign-in. Sign-in. Sword sect back mountain special sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Chaos Sword Intent Awakening Acceleration 1. Qin Fan's Chaos Sword Intent will fully awaken within 7 days. A sphere of chaotic light detached from Qin Fan's head and flew toward Lin Xiaojiang, settling into his forehead. Lin Xiaojiang paused, closed his eyes, and reached inward. What he sensed surprised him. Within Qin Fan, a chaotic power surged like a river straining against a breaking dam. He opened his eyes. Qin Fan, come here. Qin Fan returned his sword and jogged forward, sweat beading on his brow. Young master, Lin Xiaojiang said, for the next 7 days you will practice swordsmanship for 12 hours each day. No rest. No sleep. Qin Fan's face drained of color. Young master, that could kill me. It will not kill you, Lin Xiaojiang replied. Your chaos sword intent is awakening. If you do not train, it will rupture your body and death will follow. Choose. Chun Fan's jaw tightened. I will train. From that day forward, Chun Fan practiced swordsmanship for 12 hours, each day rising before dawn and training past midnight. His hands blistered and bled, and he bound them with cloth to continue. When a blade shattered, he replaced it without pause. Exhaustion drove him to bite his tongue, the bitter taste of blood pulling him back to awareness. When sleep overwhelmed him, he doused his head with ice water and forced his eyes open once more. By the third day, his fingers swelled to the size of radishes, too numb to grip the hilt, yet he tied the sword to his palm and kept swinging. By the fifth, he had lost weight, his cheekbones prominent beneath hollow eyes, but his gaze burned brighter. On the sixth day, a faint chaotic glow began to gather at his blade's tip. On the seventh day, as the sun crested the horizon, Chun Fan stood at the center of the practice ground, soaked in sweat, his robes clinging to his frame. He raised his sword and thrust it forward. Chaos-colored sword light erupted around him, flooding the back mountain with luminescence. The chi surged skyward, piercing the clouds. Every disciple stood frozen in awe. Some dropped their weapons, others gaped wordlessly, and a few fell to their knees. Lin Xiaojiang stood at the edge, the faintest smile touching his lips. It's done. Chun Fan collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, still clutching his sword. The binding cloth had frayed to ribbons, and his palm was stained crimson. Young master, he wheezed, I've succeeded. Rise, Lin Xiaojiang said. You've only just begun. Chun Fan struggled to his feet, his legs trembling, but his eyes shone like twin lamps. Shen Wuyue approached. His chaos sword intent is far stronger than I anticipated. Indeed. He needs time to consolidate it, Lin Xiaojiang replied. What will you teach him? Shen Wuyue asked. The fundamentals, Lin Xiaojiang answered. His sword intent runs deep, but his foundation remains unstable. Mastery of the sword is not achieved overnight. Chun Fan overheard and said, Young master, I am willing to practice anything. Starting tomorrow you will train under my guidance, Lin Xiaojiang said. Chun Fan knelt and struck 3 times against the ground. Thank you, young master. The news reached the main hall. Luo Chun burst in breathless. Brother Chun Fan's chaos sword intent has awakened. It is a divine tier talent, stronger even than what you possessed at his age. Lin Feng sat upon the sect master's throne, 8 swords planted before him, while Xiao Bai perched on the armrest. He opened his eyes. I am aware. I felt it. Brother, aren't you excited? Luo Chen pressed. Excited about what? Lin Feng replied calmly. He has merely awakened. He remains far from true strength. But when you awakened you were thrilled, Luo Chen argued. That was then, Lin Feng said. This is now. Luo Qingxue stood nearby, her ice sword in hand, frost dripping from its edge. She said, Chun Fan's chaos sword intent carries an aura remarkably similar to the third power. Indeed, Lin Feng replied. Chaos sword intent originates from the chaos origin, and so too does the third power. They share a source, yet differ in nature. Chun Fan's sword intent lives, the third power is dead. Lin Xiaojiang entered from outside. Master, can it be used against the third power? It can, Lin Feng answered. But he remains too weak. He must reach the stage of Celestial Sword Lord, which will take at least a decade. Is there no time? Lin Xiaojiang asked. There is not, Lin Feng said. Therefore I shall enter seclusion. Lin Feng rose, the 8 swords flying back to his waist, and Xiao Bai leapt onto his shoulder. I am entering seclusion. The sword sect is in your care. How long? Luo Qingxue asked. I do not know, Lin Feng replied. Perhaps a month, perhaps a year. I will wait for you, she said. Lin Feng met her gaze. Very well. He entered the cultivation chamber and closed the door behind him. 8 swords stood planted before him, Xiao Bai squatting at the entrance. He settled into meditation, closed his eyes, and began his assault on the Chaos Sword Lord realm. The cultivation chamber was dim with only the chaotic colored light on the sword bodies flickering. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the meditation cushion, 8 swords planted before him, their tips pointing upward, their light pulsing between brightness and darkness. Xiao Bai crouched at the doorway, golden eyes fixed on the door, its tail resting on the ground. Its ears were perked up, listening to any sounds from outside. Lin Feng's consciousness sank into his dantian. Within his dantian, a transparent great sword rotated slowly with 8 types of sword intent flowing across its blade surface. The demonic, demon beast, Buddhist, immortal, nether, divine, wilderness, and ancient intents wove together like a rainbow. The threshold of the Chaos Sword Lord stood before him. He channeled the heavenly sword intent, the transparent great sword spinning faster as sword essence surged through his meridians. Deep within the chaos, the seal of the primordial dark trembled. Cracks appeared on the third seal, gray aura seeping from the fissures and corroding the barrier. The primordial dark's voice emanated from within the pearl, low and heavy, as if rising from the depths of hell. Lin Feng, you're in seclusion. Too late. It's nearly awake. Lin Feng ignored it. His consciousness remained in his dantian, as the transparent great sword spun ever faster, the 8 colors on its surface beginning to merge. This was not the previous merging. It ran far deeper. The Chaos Sword Lord was not about cultivating all 8 sword intents to their absolute peak, but rather forgetting the 8 and remembering only one chaos. His skin began to split, blood seeping out and dripping onto the meditation cushion. His meridians swelled from the sword essence, and each heartbeat felt like someone pounding drums against his chest. Yet he did not stop. He had touched the threshold of the Chaos Sword Lord, though still slightly beyond reach. Xiaobai crouched at the doorway, glancing back at Lin Feng. Its golden eyes reflected Lin Feng's blood-covered form, its tail tensed even tighter. It wanted to approach, but did not move. Lin Feng had said, "Do not disturb." Atop the sword sect's peak, Luo Qingxue stood at the cliff's edge, gazing toward the chaos. The wind lifted her hair, drifting across her shoulders. Her ice sword hung at her waist, the cold on its blade condensing into tiny ice crystals in the air. Lin Xiaojian walked up and stood beside her, saying, "Mother, will father succeed?" Luo Qingxue replied, "He will." Lin Xiaojian asked, "How do you know?" "Because he has never failed." Shen Weiyue also approached, standing beside Lin Xiaojian. Her white robes fluttered in the wind, and the divine light sword hung at her waist, its golden patterns gleaming in the sunlight. She asked, "When will the third power awaken?" Luo Qingxue said, "Soon. Perhaps a month, perhaps even less." Shen Weiyue asked, "Will it be in time?" "It will be," Luo Qingxue said. Lin Feng will not let anything happen to the myriad realms. Far away, deep within the chaos, gray mist churned. The seal of the primordial dark was loosening, the cracks on the third seal growing more numerous and longer. Gray aura reached out like tentacles from the fissures, caressing the edges of the seal. The primordial dark's voice rang out again, "Lin Feng, you have no time." In the cultivation chamber, Lin Feng's forehead veins bulged. The transparent great sword had reached its limit, and the 8 colors on its blade began to merge. The ferocity of the demonic sword, the wildness of the demon beast sword, the gentleness of the Buddhist sword, the righteousness of the immortals sword, the death of the nether sword, the might of the divine sword, the madness of the wilderness sword, and the time of the ancient sword. All 8 powers, harmonized by the chaos origin, gradually lost their individual hues, transforming into a single new color, gray. Not the gray of darkness, but the gray of chaos, deeper than darkness, brighter than light. Lin Feng's body trembled, blood vessels pulsing beneath his skin as his blood burned. His cultivation base, once at the peak of the heavenly sword lord, began to waver, and the threshold of the chaos sword lord started to fracture. Clenching his teeth, he forced all sword essence into his dantian. Boom! The transparent great sword shattered. Fragments splashed across his dantian before reconverging. Not a great sword this time, but a gray sphere. The sphere was tiny, no larger than a fingernail, yet it compressed terrifying power within. The godhood of the chaos sword lord had been achieved. Lin Feng opened his eyes. His eyes had changed. A gray sphere glowed at the core of his pupils, chaotic colored light flowing across its surface. He rose, the 8 swords flying back to his waist, their light shifting from chaotic hues to gray. Xiaobai ran over, leaping onto his shoulder to nuzzle his neck with a soft meow. Lin Feng said, "It's done." He pushed open the door and stepped outside. The sunlight was harsh, forcing him to squint. Luo Qingxue stood at the doorway holding a bowl of porridge. She looked at him and said, "Your aura has changed." "The Chaos Sword Lord," Lin Feng replied. Luo Qingxue asked, "Is that enough?" Lin Feng said, "It's enough." Far away, deep within the chaos, a low rumble echoed. The third power was awakening. Lin Feng stepped out of the cultivation chamber, sunlight piercing his eyes. He squinted, 8 swords hanging at his waist, the light upon their blades shifting from the hue of chaos to gray. That gray was not dull. It was profound, like the color of the world at the moment of primordial chaos. Xiaobai perched on his shoulder, golden eyes fixed upon the direction of chaos, tail rigid as a drawn bow. It too had sensed it. The third power was stirring. Luo Qingxue stood at the doorway, a bowl of porridge in her hands. The porridge had long gone cold, but she did not know how long she had stood there. She looked at Lin Feng and said, "Your aura has changed." Lin Feng replied, "I am the Chaos Sword Lord now." Luo Qingxue asked, "Is that enough?" Lin Feng said, "It is enough." Far away, a low, ominous rumble echoed from the depths of chaos. It was not sound, but pure vibration resonating directly within Lin Feng's consciousness. The entire sword sect mountain trembled, dust cascading from the walls of the cultivation chambers. Disciples staggered, some fell to the ground, others clung to walls, faces draining of color. Lin Xiaojian came sprinting from the rear mountain green edge, sword at his hip, the scabbard clattering with each stride. "Master, what is happening?" he called. "The third power," Lin Feng said, "has awakened." Lin Feng stepped into the air, 8 swords floating behind him. Xiaobai perched on his shoulder, gray sword light blazing against the darkness. Luo Qingxue followed close behind, ice sword in hand, cold mist dripping from its blade. Lin Xiaojian wanted to follow, but Lin Feng stopped him. "Stay? Defend the sword sect." Lin Xiaojian gritted his teeth and said yes. Deep within the chaos, the rift expanded. From 1 zhang to 10, from 10 to 30. Gray mist poured forth from the fissure. Not the black of primordial darkness, but a gray never seen before. Countless white light points danced within the mist like stars. At the rift's center, a black orb of primordial darkness hovered, bearing 3 layers of seal. 2 still intact, the third already shattered. The voice of primordial darkness emerged from the orb, low and grave. "Lin Feng, you have come. But it too has awakened. I cannot hold it back." "I need no aid from you," Lin Feng said. "I will handle it." The gray mist coalesced into a vague silhouette. No face, no limbs, merely a mass of gray light. Within that light swam countless white eyes, each fixed upon Lin Feng. The third power, the ancestor of chaos. Primordial darkness had spoken of it as a force born alongside light and shadow, orderless, lawless beyond birth and death. The voice of the ancestor of chaos emerged from the gray mist. Not spoken, but implanted directly into Lin Feng's mind. Chaos, Sword Lord. You have inherited the chaos legacy. Yet you are far too weak. The chaos Sword Lord of old was 10 times your strength. Even he could not slay me. What makes you think you can? I need not slay you, Lin Feng said. I will seal you. Seal me, the ancestor of chaos replied. The seal upon primordial darkness was bought with the chaos Sword Lord's life. Would you spare your life? Lin Feng did not answer. He drew his sword, all 8 blades flashing free in unison. Gray sword light slashed toward the gray mist. The two gray forces collided without sound, without spark. Only the distortion of space itself. The body of the ancestor of chaos was scattered but swiftly reformed. Your sword cannot harm me, it said. For your power shares the same origin as mine. Power of the same origin cannot destroy itself. Lin Feng sheathed his sword. He understood now. The ancestor of chaos could not be slain by blade. Only a seal would suffice. He channeled the chaos sword intent gray light surging from his dantian to envelop the rift. Upon the seal of primordial darkness he added a 4th layer. Add another layer, the ancestor of chaos said, and how long will it hold? 10 years. 20. I can wait. 20 years is enough, Lin Feng said. He turned and flew back. Luo Qingxue followed asking, what can 20 years accomplish? Enough to cultivate a generation, Lin Feng replied. Enough for Lin Xiaojian to break through to Heavenly Sovereign Swordmaster. Enough for Chen Fan to grow strong. At the peak of Sword Sect Mountain Lin Feng descended. Lin Xiaojian rushed forward. Master, what happened? Sealed, Lin Feng said. It will hold for 20 years. 20 years. Lin Xiaojian frowned. Primordial darkness's seal lasted 100 years. Why does this hold only 20? Because it is stronger than primordial darkness. 10 times stronger. Lin Xiaojian fell silent for a few seconds, then asked, Master, can I break through to Heavenly Sovereign Sword Master within 20 years? You can. But what I need of you goes beyond mere breakthrough. Lin Feng entered the main hall and took his seat upon the sect master's throne. 8 swords stood before him, Xiao, by perched on the armrest. Luo Qingxue stood at his left, ice sword in hand. Luo Chun stood at his right, a register in his grasp. Lin Xiaojian stood below, with Shen Wuyue behind him. Chen Fan had also been summoned, standing at the rear with his spine straight. From this day forward, Lin Feng declared, the sword sect enters highest combat readiness. 20 years, neither long nor short, yet sufficient. Lin Xiaojian, you will train the new disciples. Shen Wuyue, you will assist him. Chen Fan, you will follow Lin Xiaojian and practice whatever he teaches. Luo Chen, you will manage resource allocation. Luo Qingxue, you will oversee the sect's defenses. The 5 replied in unison, yes. Chen Fan stepped forward. Sect Master, how strong can I become in 20 years? Strong enough to match my current power, Lin Feng said. Chen Fan's eyes brightened. Truly, truly. But you must endure hardships others cannot bear. I do not fear hardship, Chen Fan said. Then go and train. Sword Sect entered an unprecedented state of busyness. Every day before dawn the sound of sword practice resounded from the back mountain. Sword lights interwove, sword chi crisscrossed, and battle cries shook the heavens. Lin Xiaojian led the new disciples in practicing basic sword techniques over and over again, repeating a single movement hundreds of times. Some could not bear it and left. Those who left were not kept, those who stayed continued their training. Chen Fan followed Lin Xiaojian, practicing the sword for 10 hours each day. His hands grew calloused and blistered, so he bound them with cloth strips. When a sword broke, he took another. He grew thinner, but his eyes sharpened. His chaotic sword intent continued to strengthen. From its initial faintness at awakening to the present firmness, the integration of his sword intent had already reached 30%. Lin Xiaojian taught him how to shift between sword intents, how to fuse them, and how to sense his enemies through sword intent. Shen Wuyue was also training. Her integration of the 7 sword intents had risen from 95% to 97%, leaving only one step from perfection. Luo Qingxue taught her the final form of Ice River sword technique. Ice River, Eternal Freeze. After 3 months of practice, she finally mastered it. A single slash unleashed cold so fierce it could freeze 100 zhang around, solidifying even the air itself. Lin Feng was also cultivating. As a Chaos Sword Lord at the early stage, he still had distance to the threshold of the mid-stage. Each day he sat atop the mountain peak, 8 swords planted behind him, eyes closed, sensing the Chaos Origin. The Chaos Origin lay at the deepest part of Chaos, the source of the 3rd power, and also the source of the Chaos Sword Lord strength. He needed to draw power from the Chaos Origin if he wished to break through to the mid-stage. Xiaobai perched on his shoulder, every day, golden eyes half open, half closed. It was also cultivating. The way sword spirits trained differed from sword cultivators. It absorbed the sword intent within the Chaos Origin and converted it into its own power. Its white light gradually turned gray, matching the aura of a Chaos Sword Lord. By the end of the first year, the number of new disciples at Sword Sect had grown from 51 to 300. Lin Xiaojiang recruited several batches across the upper, middle, and lower provinces, keeping only those with resilient wills. Chun Fan's cultivation breakthrough from the peak of nascent soul to the early stage of spirit transformation, while the integration of his chaotic sword intent rose from 30% to 50%. In the second year, Chun Fan broke through to the mid-stage of spirit transformation, and the integration of his chaotic sword intent reached 60%. Shun Weiyue's integration of the 7 sword intents hit 99%, leaving only a sliver away from perfection. She sought out Lin Feng and said she wanted to learn the 8th sword intent. Lin Feng asked, "Can you bear it?" Shun Weiyue replied, "I can." Lin Feng said, "Then learn the demon sword." He transmitted the demon sword intent to her. She spent 3 months integrating it, and with all 8 sword intents initially formed, her integration rate began from 80%. In the third year, Chun Fan broke through to the late stage of spirit transformation, and the integration of his chaotic sword intent reached 70%. Lin Xiaojiang's integration of the 8 sword intents rose from 98% to 99%, also 1 sliver short. He went to find Lin Feng and said, "Master, I am stuck." Lin Feng replied, "You are stuck because you are not ruthless enough. You must walk the edge of life and death." Lin Xiaojiang asked, "Where?" Lin Feng said, "The chaos boundary. There are chaos storms there that even a sword emperor cannot withstand. Go survive, and you will break through." Lin Xiaojiang said, "I will go." Shen Weiyue said, "I will go too." Lin Feng glanced at her and said, "Very well. Go together." In the fourth year, Lin Xiaojiang and Shen Weiyue spent a year at the chaos boundary. The chaos storms tore his clothes and left countless wounds upon his body. But he did not retreat. Neither did Shen Weiyue. Back to back, they used their sword intents to block the storms. On the final day, Lin Xiaojiang's integration of the 8 sword intents finally broke through to 100%. Shun Weiyue's integration of the 8 sword intents also rose to 90%. Both of them break through. Lin Xiaojiang advanced from the peak of nascent soul to the peak of spirit transformation, and Shun Weiyue also broke through to the peak of spirit transformation from the peak of nascent soul. Lin Feng, sensing it from the mountain peak, allowed the corner of his mouth to twitch. "It is done." Lin Xiaojiang and Shun Weiyue returned to Sword Sect. Both were covered in wounds, their clothes torn in several places, yet their eyes shone brightly. Lin Feng stood upon the mountain peak, looked at them, and said, "Go rest. Starting tomorrow you will teach Chun Fan." Lin Xiaojiang asked, "Master, what more is there for me to learn?" Lin Feng replied, "Learn how to be a sect master." In the 5th year, the seal in the depths of chaos loosened once more. Cracks appeared on the 4th layer of the seal, and gray mist seeped from the fissures, corroding the barrier. The voice of primordial darkness emanated from the bead. "Lin Feng, your seal cannot hold for 20 years. At most 10, it will shatter." Lin Feng stood atop the mountain peak, sensing the depths of chaos. The cracks were widening. At this rate, he indeed could not sustain it for 20 years. He said 10 years is enough. He closed his eyes and continued his breakthrough toward the mid-stage of Chaos Sword Master. The threshold from early to mid-stage required complete mastery over the Chaos Origin. He needed to merge his sword intent entirely with the Chaos Origin, making his sword a part of chaos itself. He sat cross-legged on the mountain peak, 8 swords planted behind him, with Xiao Bai perched on his shoulder. The wind blew, lifting the hem of his robes, yet he remained motionless. In the 7th year, Chun Fan broke through to the peak of soul transformation, with his chaos sword intent reaching 80% fusion. He went to find Lin Xiaojian and asked, "Young sect master, when may I learn your 8 intentions fusion?" Lin Xiaojian replied, "When your chaos sword intent reaches 100% fusion." Chun Fan asked, "How long will that take?" Lin Xiaojian said, "Perhaps 3 years, perhaps 5. Chun Fan responded, "I cannot wait that long." Lin Xiaojian said, "You have no choice but to wait. If your foundation is unstable, greater troubles will follow." Chun Fan gritted his teeth and returned to practice. His chaos sword intent fusion rose from 80% to 85%, then to 90%. He practiced swordsmanship for 12 double hours every day without interruption. Shen Weiyue sometimes came to guide him and other times sparred with him. Their sword light intertwined beyond the back mountain, where the gray chaos sword intent clashed with 8-colored sword radiance, sending sparks flying in every direction. In the 9th year, the seal in the depths of chaos had cracked halfway open. Gray mist poured from the fissure, shrouding half the sky of chaos. Luo Chun stood at the mountain entrance, gazing toward chaos, his face pale. He said, "Big brother, the seal cannot hold much longer." Lin Feng replied, "I know." Lin Xiaojin approached and reported, "Master Chun Fan's chaos sword intent fusion has reached 95%. In half a year it will reach full fusion." Lin Feng said, "We cannot wait half a year. In 3 months we will venture into the depths of chaos." Lin Xiaojin asked, "To fight the ancestor of chaos?" Lin Feng replied, "To seal it." Lin Xiaojin asked, "Master, can you defeat it?" Lin Feng said yes. On the final day of the 9th year, Lin Feng sat on the mountain peak for an entire year. His consciousness sank into the chaos origin, merging completely with it. Gray light surged from his dantian, enveloping his entire body. His body began to transform, not growing stronger, but fading as if dissolving into chaos itself. Xiaobai leaped from his shoulder onto the ground, looked up at him, and let out a sharp meow. Lin Feng opened his eyes. They had turned gray, and deep within his pupils the chaos origin flowed. The mid-stage of Chaos Sword Master had been achieved. He rose to his feet, and the 8 swords flew back to his waist, their gray light brighter than before. Xiaobai leaped onto his shoulder and nuzzled his neck with its head. Luo Qingxue approached and asked, "You've broken through." Lin Feng replied, "Mid-stage now." Luo Qingxue asked, "Is it enough?" Lin Feng said, "It is enough." In the distance deep within chaos, the fissure expanded once more. Gray mist gushed forth like a breached dam. The voice of primordial darkness came from the bead. "Lin Feng, it is breaking free. You cannot stop it." Lin Feng said, "I can stop it." He stepped into the air and flew toward the depths of chaos. 8 swords hovered behind him, their gray radiance illuminating the darkness. Luo Qingxue followed her ice sword in hand. Lin Xiaojian also came, the Qingfeng sword gripped tightly. Shen Weiyue joined them, as well the Xinguang sword ready. Chen Fan followed too, wielding a standard longsword. Lin Feng said, "You all step back. I will go alone." Lin Xiaojian insisted, "Master, I'm coming with you." Lin Feng looked at him and said, "You have not yet broken through to the Heavens Sword Master stage." Lin Xiaojian replied, "I can fight without breaking through." After a moment of silence, Lin Feng said, "Then follow me, and do not stray too far." The 5 of them flew toward the depths of chaos. Behind them, all the disciples of the sword sect stood at the mountain entrance, watching their departing figures. Some knelt, some wept, and some trembled as they gripped their swords. Luo Chun stood at the front, his eyes red, saying, "Big brother, you must come back." Deep within chaos, the fissure had widened to 100 zhang. Gray mist poured from the crack and coalesced into a colossal form. It was not humanoid. It was a mass of gray light within which countless white eyes swam. The ancestor of chaos had fully awakened. The primordial ancestor of chaos had fully awakened. Gray mist surged from the rift, coalescing into a colossal figure. It was not humanoid. It was a mass of gray light within which countless white eyes pulsed. The rift had widened to 100 zhang, with gray auras surging forth like tidal waves, swallowing the darkness deep within the chaos. Lin Feng stood before the rift, 8 swords floating behind him, their gray light illuminating the surroundings. Xiaobai crouched on his shoulder, golden eyes fixed on the gray luminescence, tail rigid. To his left stood Luo Qingxue, ice sword in hand, cold vapor dripping from its blade. Lin Xiaojian stood to his right, Qingfeng's sword drawn, its 8 hues glaring against the gray gloom. Shen Weiyue rested beside him, godlight, sword in hand, golden patterns shimmering along its length. Chun Fan stood at the rear, standard longsword in grip, gray chaotic sword intent flowing across his body. The primordial ancestor's voice did not come from a mouth, but resonated directly into each mind. "Chaos Sword Master, did you bring children here to die?" Lin Feng replied, "They are not children. They are the future of the sword sect." The primordial ancestor answered, "Future? They have none." It swung a claw downward. The gray claw held no form. It was merely a mass of gray light, yet radiating an aura of pure destruction. Lin Feng did not retreat. His 8 swords struck as one. Gray sword light clashed against the gray claw. 2 forces of identical origin collided without sound or spark. Only violent spatial distortion. Space at the rift's edge shattered into powder as chaos storms erupted from within. Lin Feng was driven back 5 steps, a trail of blood welling at the corner of his mouth. The primordial ancestor's claw split open, yet regenerated instantly. "Same origin power. You cannot harm me," it declared. Lin Feng responded, "If I cannot wound you, then I will seal you." Luo Qingxue charged from the flank, her ice sword slashing toward the primordial ancestor. Ice River Sword, Art 10th form. Eternal Ice River Freeze. Cold energy exploded outward, manifesting as an ice dragon surging toward the entity. The ice dragon struck the gray mist, frosting a layer upon it. But the ice held only a single second before shattering. Ice Element Sword Intent, the primordial ancestor scoffed. "Far too weak." Lin Xiaojian surged forward from the right, his 8 sword intents merged into a single strike, 8-colored sword light, slashing toward the primordial ancestor's other flank. Shen Weiyue followed her 8 forms, already fully realized, joining with Lin Xiaojian's sword light, doubling its power. The combined strike carved a deep gash into the gray mist, though it sealed shut moments later. 8 intents merged. "You are still far short," the primordial ancestor jeered. Chun Fan charged from behind, chaotic sword intent at full bloom, a gray sword flash aimed at the entity's rear. This strike carried the breath of primordial chaos itself, its source identical to the primordial ancestor's power. The gray light tore through the mist, and the wound did not heal. The primordial ancestor's voice shifted. You are the heir of the chaotic origin." Chen Fan replied, "I am a disciple of the sword sect." The entity continued, "Your chaotic sword intent is purer than the chaos sword master's. A pity, you are far too weak." It struck toward Chen Fan. There was no time to dodge. Lin Feng threw himself in front, taking the blow upon his chest. The gray claw slammed into him, sending him flying. He crashed to the ground and vomited a fountain of blood. Xiaobai ran over, nudging his hand with its head and letting out a soft cry. Lin Feng pushed himself up. I'm fine. He wiped blood from his lip as his 8 swords reassembled behind him. Chun Fan, your chaotic sword intent can wound it. You take the offensive, EY will support. Sect Master, can I do this? You can. Chun Fan gritted his teeth and raised his sword. Chaotic sword intent surged to its limit. Gray light erupted from the blade, 3 times brighter than before. He slashed downward. The gray sword light tore into the primordial ancestor's body, ripping open a gaping wound. The entity let out a shriek as several of its white eyes dimmed. You dare wound me. Seizing the opening, Lin Feng layered a 5th seal onto the original formation. The primordial ancestor's body contracted, from 100 zhang to 80, then to 50. But its struggles intensified. It struck again at Chun Fan. Lin Feng intercepted once more and was sent flying. This time his ribs shattered, blood gushing from his mouth. Luo Qingxue rushed to his side and caught him. Lin Xiaojian and Shun Weiyue joined forces to block the entity's next strike, but the impact sent them both sprawling to the ground. Chun Fan watched Lin Feng drenched in blood, his companions wounded and fallen. Gritting his teeth, he declared, Sect Master, I will strike again. He poured all his sword essence into the blade and pushed his chaotic sword intent to its absolute limit. The gray sword light slashed toward the entity's core, the deepest point within that mass of gray luminescence. The blade tore through mist, through light, and pierced into the core itself. The primordial ancestor's scream shook the entire chaotic void. Seizing this moment, Lin Feng expended his final reserves, activating his chaotic sword intent to impose a 6th layer upon the seal. The primordial ancestor's body collapsed inward, condensing into a single gray orb suspended at the rift's center. The rift began closing, from 100 zhang to 50, from 50 to 10, from 10 to 1, until it sealed completely. The seal was complete. Lin Feng fell to his knees, gasping for breath. His 8 swords were planted in the earth, their light dim. Xiaobai perched upon his shoulder, nuzzling his neck. Luo Qingxue crouched beside him, pressing her palm to his back, as she circulated the ice river heart, channeling cold energy into his body to heal his wounds. Lin Xiaojian pulled himself upright, battered but smiling. Shen Weiyue rose as well, blood at the corner of her mouth, yet her eyes burning bright. Chun Fan knelt on the ground, his sword broken, his hands trembling. But he lived. Sect Master, we have one. Lin Feng replied, we have one. I do not know how long the seal will hold, but at least for now the myriad realms are safe. The myriad realms fell into stillness once more. The seal deep within the chaos drew shut, the gray mist dispersed, and the sky returned to blue. In the plaza before the Sword Sect's mountain gate, the disciples knelt and rose. Luo Chun knelt at the forefront, his eyes rimmed with red. Brother, you're back, he said. Lin Feng landed at the mountain gate. 8 swords hung at his waist, their gray gleam grown dim. Xiaobai perched upon his shoulder, golden eyes half lidded with fatigue. Luo Qingxue stood beside him, ice sword in hand, its chill aura faint. Lin Xiaojian and Shun Weiyue followed in their wake, both battered, yet their eyes shining brightly. Chun Fan walked at the very rear, his sword broken, but his grip still firm upon the hilt. Lin Feng stepped into the main hall and took his seat upon the patriarch's throne. 8 swords were planted before him. Xiaobai crouched upon the armrest. Luo Qingxue stood to his left, Luo Chun to his right, a register in hand. Lin Xiaojian stood below Shun Weiyue at his back, Chun Fan at the rear. Luo Chun spoke. Brother, how long can the seal hold? I do not know, Lin Feng said. Perhaps 100 years, perhaps less. But it is enough. Enough for what? Luo Chun asked. Enough to pass the sword sect to another. Lin Xiaojian stood stunned. Master, you have not yet broken through to the position of Heavenly Sword Lord, Lin Feng said, but it draws near. Your integration of the 8 intentions is complete, what remains is but the right moment. When it arrives, the breakthrough will come naturally. Master, you could still lead for many years, Lin Xiaojian said. I could, Lin Feng replied. But I no longer wish to. I am weary. Lin Feng rose and walked to Lin Xiaojian's side. From his robe, he drew a chaos-hued pearl, a fragment of the Chaos Sword Lord's divine nature. This is a shard of the Chaos Sword Heart. Take it. When you break through to Heavenly Sword Lord and fuse with it, you shall reach its peak. Lin Xiaojian accepted the pearl, his eyes reddening. Master, do not weep, Lin Feng said. You are now Sect Master. You cannot cry. Lin Xiaojian wiped his tears. Yes. Lin Feng turned and walked to the window. Beyond it, upon the rear mountain, new disciples were practicing their sword forms. Sword light interwove, sword chi swept across the valley. From this day forth, Lin Feng declared, Lin Xiaojian shall be Sect Master of the Sword Sect. Shun Weiyue Deputy Sect Master. Chun Fan Guardian Elder. Luo Qingxue Supreme Elder. Luo Chun Chief Steward. Luo Qingxue said, Supreme Elder. Me, Lin Feng replied. You will accompany me into the depths of chaos. For what purpose? Luo Qingxue asked. To guard the seal, Lin Feng said. Should the seal break, I shall not return. Luo Qingxue gazed at him for a long while, then said, very well. At dawn the following day, Lin Feng and Luo Qingxue stood at the Sword Sect's mountain gate. 8 swords hung at his waist. Xiao Bai perched on his shoulder. Luo Qingxue stood beside him, ice sword in hand. All the disciples knelt within the mountain gate, a sea of dark figures stretching before them. Lin Xiaojian knelt at the front, his forehead pressed to the ground. Master, take care. Rise, Lin Feng said. Lin Xiaojian stood, his eyes red but dry. Master, I swear, I will govern the sword sect with utmost devotion. I know, Lin Feng replied. He turned and ascended into the void. Luo Qingxue followed close behind. The two flew toward the depths of chaos. Behind them, every disciple remained kneeling, none rose. Lin Xiaojian stood at the mountain gate, watching Lin Feng's silhouette grow ever smaller until it dissolved into darkness. Clenching his fists, he said, Master, I will not disappoint you. Deep within the chaos before the seal, Lin Feng descended beside the rift, 8 swords planted in the earth. Luo Qingxue stood at his side, ice sword drawn. Xiao Bai perched on his shoulder, golden eyes fixed upon the seal. The rift had closed, the gray mist had vanished, leaving only darkness. Yet deep within the seal the gray pearl still rested, and the chaos ancestor yet slumbered. Lin Feng said, we guard here. Until when, oi? Luo Qingxue asked. Until it breaks, Lin Feng said. And then, oi. Then Lin Xiaojian will come. The two sat beside the seal, backs pressed together. 8 swords formed a circle around them, their gray radiance piercing the darkness. Xiao Bai lay upon his lap, eyes closed, fast asleep. The depths of chaos fell silent. In the distance, sunlight fell upon the sword sect's mountain gate, gilding the characters that bore its name. Lin Xiaojian stood upon the summit, gazing toward the chaos. Shen Wuyue stood beside him and said, your master will return. He will, Lin Xiaojian answered. In the depths of chaos there was no light, no sound, no wind. Lin Feng and Luo Qingxue sat beside the seal, back to back. 8 swords were planted around them in a circle, their gray sword light illuminating a radius of 10 zhang. Xiao Bai lay on his lap, eyes closed, making tiny snores. The seal had closed, the crack was gone. But deep within the seal the gray bead remained. The ancestor of chaos was still asleep. Lin Feng opened his eyes. He inspected the seal 3 times every day. Each time he extended his sword essence into it, sensing whether the cracks had widened. Not today. The 6th layer of the seal remained stable. Stable? Luo Qingxue asked. Stable, Lin Feng replied. It can hold for a while. How long? Perhaps 10 years. Perhaps 20. It depends on how quickly it recovers. Luo Qingxue didn't press further. She placed her hand on Lin Feng's shoulder, letting the cold from the ice river sword heart gradually seep in to help soothe his meridians. Every day at this hour she would treat his injuries. The wounds from burning essence blood wouldn't heal in a day or two. There was no day or night in the depths of chaos. Time held no meaning here. Lin Feng did 3 things each day, cultivated since the seal, and spoke with Luo Qingxue. Luo Qingxue also did 3 things, practiced her sword, healed Lin Feng, and listened to him speak. They didn't speak much, but each word was soft, as if afraid to awaken whatever lay within the seal. Lin Feng. Yes. Do you regret it, eh? Regret what? Regret taking this path. Luo Qingxue's voice was barely above a whisper. You could have cultivated peacefully at Xinyan sect, married, and had children, lived an ordinary life. Lin Feng fell silent for a few seconds. He thought of his past life. Back then he'd wanted the same thing. Stable cultivation, marrying Su Shui, living an ordinary life. Then Su Shui had stabbed him. Without you, where would stability come from? Luo Qingxue said nothing, simply tightening her grip on his hand. Xiao Bai leaped from Lin Feng's lap and disappeared into the darkness, chasing something. What is it chasing? There are no living creatures in chaos. Then what's it chasing? Light. They both laughed. In the depths of chaos there was no wind, no sound. Only the breathing of 2 people and Xiao Bai's purring. Lin Feng leaned against Luo Qingxue's back, eyes closed. Luo Qingxue leaned against his back, also with her eyes closed. 8 swords stood planted around them, gray sword light illuminating their faces. It was peaceful, but they both knew this tranquility wouldn't last long. Deep within the seal the gray bead slowly rotated. Cracks covered its surface, fine and dense like a spiderweb. The cracks were widening, slowly without pause. The voice of the primordial darkness emerged from the bead, low and heavy. Lin Feng, guarding here is futile. When I emerge, the myriad realms will still be mine. Lin Feng ignored it, focusing on his cultivation. He needed to consolidate his mid-stage realm as master of chaos. He drew power from the chaos origin. Gray light surged from his dantian, enveloping his body. Luo Qingxue watched him. His form grew increasingly translucent, as if dissolving into the chaos itself. Concern flickered in her eyes, but she remained silent. She understood this was his path to walk. Far away atop the sword sect's peak, Lin Xiaojian stood at the cliff's edge. He gazed toward the chaos. Wind lifted the hem of his robe, bearing the sect's emblem, a sword thrust into the void. Shen Wuyue stood beside him. Are you watching your master? Yes. He guards there, we guard here. Are you worried about him? Not worried. He's too strong. Do you fear he won't return? Lin Xiaojian fell silent for a moment. He'll return. It's only a matter of time. Deep in the chaos, Lin Feng opened his eyes. He could sense his disciple's gaze. Their master-disciple connection remained intact, allowing him to see everything at the sword sect peak. Lin Xiaojian stood there with Shen Wuiyue beside him, and Lin Feng's lips curled slightly. That boy has grown up. Luo Qingxue asked. You saw him? Yes. Standing on the peak looking this way. He misses you. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't return. Lin Feng said, this place isn't somewhere he can come. Luo Qingxue said nothing. She rose and walked to the seal, pressing her hand against it. The ice river sword heart activated its cold energy, seeping into the barrier. This wasn't to reinforce it. She was checking. She could feel the cracks within the seal. The cracks are spreading, she said. I know. How long can it hold? At most 15 years, Lin Feng said. Perhaps less. And after 15 years? After 15 years Lin Xiaojian will come. Luo Qingxue looked at him. She knew he wasn't telling the whole truth. In 15 years Lin Xiaojian would come, but victory wasn't guaranteed. The ancestor of chaos was 10 times stronger than the primordial darkness. Lin Feng had taken 6 years to break through from the early stage to the middle stage. Moving from middle to late stage would take even longer. In 15 years, he wouldn't reach the late stage yet. What do you plan to do? Luo Qingxue asked. Teach him, Lin Feng said. Teach him everything I know. Now? He can see me and hear me. Lin Feng closed his eyes. The master-disciple connection wasn't just for sight. It could transmit sound as well. His voice traveled through chaos and across space, reaching Lin Xiaojian's ears. Lin Xiaojian. Atop the sword sect peak, Lin Xiaojian's body tensed. He heard it. Master. Starting today, I'll teach you the chaos sword intent. Every day at this time, close your eyes and listen to me. Lin Xiaojian sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. Shen Wuiyue stood beside him silent. Deep in the chaos, Lin Feng began speaking. His voice was slow and steady, like telling a story. The chaos sword intent isn't cultivated, it's comprehended. You don't need to go to the chaos boundary or endure storms. You only need to understand one thing: chaos isn't disorder. Chaos is the origin of order. Light comes from chaos, darkness comes from chaos, all things in the world come from chaos. Your 8 sword intents also originate from chaos. Lin Xiaojian kept his eyes closed, listening. The 8 sword intents in his dantian vibrated, as if understanding something. Forget the 8. Remember only 1, Lin Feng said. When you forget they were ever 8, you'll be close to the chaos sword intent. Lin Xiaojian remained silent. His consciousness sank into his dantian. The 8 sword intents spun faster and faster. Colors began to blur, boundaries began to fade. Deep in the chaos, Luo Qingxue watched Lin Feng. His voice remained steady, but his face was pale. Speaking consumed his energy, and he hadn't fully recovered. Yet she didn't interrupt. She knew he was racing against time. Deep within the seal, the gray bead completed another rotation. The cracks widened by a fraction. The primordial darkness's voice sounded once more. Lin Feng, you're teaching him. It's too late. He can't learn it. Lin Feng ignored it and continued. The core of the chaos sword intent isn't power, nor speed, nor technique. It's about inclusion. Including light, including darkness, including life, including death, including time, including space. Within your sword there must be all the heavens and myriad realms. Lin Xiaojian's forehead broke into a sweat. His 8 sword intents spun faster and faster, colors nearly indistinguishable. Deep in the chaos, Xiao Bai opened its eyes. It looked up at Lin Feng and meowed. Lin Feng stroked its head. Don't rush. Take it slow. He continued speaking, his voice growing softer and softer. Luo Qingxue sat beside him, letting him lean against her. Master and disciple, one in the depths of chaos, one atop the sword sect peak. Separated by endless void, one teaching, one learning. Deep within the seal, the cracks in the gray bead continued to spread. In the darkness far away, something was awakening. Lin Xiaojian sat on the mountain peak for a day and night. His eyes were closed, his mind filled with Lin Feng's words. Forget 8, remember only 1. He tried to compress the 8 sword intents together, but they were like 8 loaches, slippery and elusive, refusing to merge. The 8 colored light spheres in his dantian spun faster and faster until their colors became indistinguishable. But when he paused to look, there were still 8. He opened his eyes, but it was already dark. Shen Wuiyue was still standing beside him, not having left. She asked, still not working? Not working. Lin Xiaojian stood up and stretched his stiff legs. Master said it cannot be practiced, it must be comprehended. But I cannot comprehend it. Shen Wuiyue asked, how long did your master spend comprehending it? Lin Xiaojian thought for a moment. I don't think he ever specifically comprehended it. He fought his way there. Then fight. Lin Xiaojian looked at her. Fight? Who? Fight me. The two drew their swords. Qingfeng's sword and Xinguang's sword clashed under the moonlight, with a sharp clang, sparks flying in all directions. Lin Xiaojian wielded all 8 sword intents, and Shen Wuiyue wielded all 8 as well. Her 8 sword intents had a fusion rate of 90%, one notch below Lin Xiaojian's, but her strikes were steadier. Lin Xiaojian's sword was faster, yet his power was dispersed. After 30 exchanges, neither gained the upper hand. Lin Xiaojian sheathed his sword and said, enough. It's the same as before. Shen Wuiyue said, you're too rushed. Your master said to forget, not to crush. The more anxiously you seek to merge them, the more they resist. Lin Xiaojian fell silent for a few seconds. You're right. He sat down again and closed his eyes. This time he did not force the fusion, but simply watched them rotate. 8 sword intense, 8 colors. The demon sword's ferocity, the spirit sword's wildness, the Buddha sword's gentleness, the immortal sword's righteousness, the nether sword's death, the divine sword's majesty, the desolate sword's madness, and the ancient sword's time. He gazed at them as if watching the stars in the sky. Stars do not fight. They each revolve in their own course. But together the stars make up the heavens. It seemed to him that he understood something. It was not about crushing them into one, but letting them become a single entity. Like 8 rivers flowing into the sea. The sea is not a river, yet it holds the waters of every river. The 8 colored light spheres in his dantian began to transform. Not fusion, but dissolution. Boundaries vanished, colors blended together, becoming a new hue. Not chaos color, but transparency. Like water, like light, like emptiness. Lin Xiaojian opened his eyes, and his gaze had changed. Shen Wuyue asked, is it done? It's done. But one step remains. What Master said, to forget they were once 8. What I just did was fusion, not forgetting. Fusion still leaves traces, only forgetting is true. Shen Wuyue looked at him. You truly are like your master. Lin Xiaojian's lips moved slightly. Far from it. The next morning Luo Chun ran up the mountain with a ledger in hand. He said, Sect Leader, 500 new disciples have been recruited. Including the original members, we now number 1,200. Resources are sufficient, but there are not enough instructors for the academy. Lin Xiaojian said, select from the senior disciples. Those with high cultivation and strong character shall serve as teachers. Luo Chen asked, how many to select? 20. Each shall mentor 50 disciples. Yes. Chen Fan came running up from the back mountain panting heavily. His cultivation had already broken through to the peak of soul transformation stage with the chaos sword intent at 98% fusion, just one step away from perfection. Yet his left arm was wrapped in bandages, injured from practicing swordplay the day before. He said, Sect Leader, I have today mastered the 9th layer of the chaos sword intent. Lin Xiaojian said, show me. Chen Fan drew his sword, and a gray sword light slashed toward the distant sea of clouds. The sword chi split open the cloud layers, revealing the mountains and rivers below. Where the sword energy passed, fine cracks appeared in space itself, only healing several seconds later. Lin Xiaojian said, not bad. Still one step away. Chen Fan asked, how do I train for this final step? Lin Xiaojian said, go to the chaos boundary. There are chaos storms there. If you can stand firm in the storm, you will break through. Chen Fan said, I will go. Shen Wuyue said, I will accompany you. Lin Xiaojian said, no, you stay behind. The sword sect needs you. Shen Wuyue looked at him. Very well. Shen Fan went alone to the chaos boundary. Lin Xiaojian stood on the mountain peak watching his retreating figure and remembered himself from those years. He said, this kid is just like me. Shen Wuyue asked, were you like this back then too? Yes. Master sent me to the chaos boundary and I stood in the storm for 7 days and 7 nights. Were you afraid? Afraid. But I could not retreat. In the evening the sun set. Lin Xiaojian still stood on the mountain peak, unmoving. Shen Wuyue walked up and stood beside him. She asked, what can you see standing here every day? I can see the direction of chaos. Your master is deep within the chaos. Yes. He guards the seal. Do you miss him? Lin Xiaojian was silent for a few seconds. Yes. But I cannot let it show. I am the sect leader. Shen Wuyue reached out and grasped his hand. Lin Xiaojian did not pull away. The two stood thus watching the sun set and the stars appear. In the distance toward the chaos a faint gray light flickered. That was Lin Feng's sword light. He was teaching Lin Xiaojian the chaos sword intent across the boundless void. Lin Xiaojian closed his eyes and Lin Feng's voice came to his ears. Today I teach you the second lesson. The chaos sword intent is not about power, but about tolerance. Tolerating light, tolerating darkness, tolerating life, tolerating death. Your sword must contain all the heavens and myriads of worlds. Lin Xiaojian said nothing. He listened and memorized. At the chaos boundary Chen Fan stood at the edge of the storm. The gray wind cut his face like knives, blood beads seeped out only to be dried away instantly. He gripped his sword tightly, took a deep breath, and stepped inside. The storm's core was even more ferocious. The wind did not come from one direction, but surged from all sides, tearing at his body. He dropped to one knee, planting his sword in the ground. The gray light on the blade danced in the wind, flickering bright and dim. He said, I cannot die. The sect leader is waiting for me. Atop the sword sect's peak Lin Xiaojian opened his eyes. He sensed Chen Fan's aura at the chaos boundary in the heart of the storm. He said he has gone in. Shen Wuyue asked, can he hold out? Lin Xiaojian said yes. He is a disciple of the sword sect. Both of them turned their gaze toward the chaos boundary. Their gray clouds churned like a great beast. But deep within the cloud layers a gray light flickered. That was Chen Fan's sword radiance. Still faint, but unextinguished. Lin Xiaojian said he is stronger than I imagined. Shen Wuyue said, you were like this back then too. Yes. Master looked at me the same way back then. The wind blew over, carrying the aura of chaos. It was cold and dry like sand striking the face. Lin Xiaojian did not move. He stood on the mountain peak listening to Lin Feng's voice, watching the storm at the chaos boundary. He was the sect leader of the sword sect, and the future of the sword sect rested upon his shoulders. He could not retreat. At the boundary of chaos, there was neither heaven nor earth, only gray storms. The wind was no ordinary wind. It was condensed from the power of chaos itself. Where it blew upon skin, the flesh would crack open. Where it struck a sword, the blade would rust. Where it touched spiritual energy, that energy would be devoured. This was the most dangerous place among all heavens and worlds, a domain even those at the sword sovereign realm dared not approach. Chen Fan stood at the storm's edge. The gray wind sliced across his face like blades, blood wells forming only to be instantly dried away, leaving raw crimson scars in their wake. He gripped his sword tight and drew a deep breath. The center of the storm raged far worse. He stepped inside. His first step, the wind tore the bandages from his left arm. The wound split open, blood welling and flowing. His second step, the clothes were ripped apart, fragments swept into the gray and lost. His third step, the blood marks on his skin became raw splits, oozing blood that the wind quickly dried. On his fourth step, his legs buckled, and he fell to one knee, driving his sword into the ground. A gray light flickered along the blade, dancing in the gale, flashing bright, then fading dim. Like a lamp on the verge of extinction. I cannot die. The sect master is waiting for me. He clenched his teeth and channeled the last of his sword essence into the blade. The light on the sword brightened somewhat. On the first day, over a dozen cracks split his skin. Scabs formed only to be blown apart, then formed again in an endless cycle. By the second day, cracks had appeared along his sword, from hilt to tip, spreading like a spider's web. The wind seeped into these fissures, making the blade tremble violently, impossible to hold steady. He bound the sword handle to his hand, wrapping cloth strips layer after layer. On the third day, his consciousness began to blur. He saw his father. His father stood at the entrance of Qingyuan's sect, dressed in outer disciple robes, gripping a wooden sword. Father, I will grow stronger. Xiao Fan, you must become strong. Only then can you survive. Father, I have grown strong. I joined the sword sect, and the young sect master has taught me much. Not enough, his father said. You must become the strongest. How strong? Strong enough that no one can bully you. His father faded away, but the wind kept howling. On the fourth day, he saw Lin Xiaojian. Lin Xiaojian stood atop the sword sect's peak, backlit by the sun, his features obscured. Chen Fan, can you make it back? Yes. Are you certain? The storm will tear you apart. It cannot. My sword remains. Lin Xiaojian smiled. Then return. The sword sect awaits you. On the fifth day, when the storm raged with maximum fury, his sword shattered. The blade split cleanly in two, half swept away into the gray void, half still gripped in his hand. He stared down at the broken sword, frozen for a moment, then cast it aside and drew a second blade from his waist. A reserve sword forged of iron with no spiritual energy, mere iron. Rust crept along its length from tip to hilt, yet it held firm and did not break. He drove the iron sword into the ground, gripping the hilt with both hands. The wind tore at him, the blade shook, and he shook with it. But he refused to let go. On the sixth day, the storm began to weaken. The gray wind shifted from violent to fierce, from fierce to merely strong. He opened his eyes, wounded and bloodied, yet his gaze burned bright. Within his dantian, the chaotic sword intent was undergoing transformation. It was not growth and strength, but purification. The storm had stripped away all impurities, leaving only the essential core. He could now sense the primordial source of chaos itself, not perceived from the outside, but awakened from within. The final step of the chaotic sword intent had not been achieved through cultivation, but through enlightenment. At last he understood. The chaotic sword intent was not a source of power, but his very essence. He was chaos, and chaos was him. No need to merge or control, only to acknowledge. He opened his eyes as the gray light sphere in his dantian exploded outward, its fragments scattering before reforming and condensing once more. No longer a sphere of light, but a miniature sword had formed, gray in hue, etched with patterns of chaos. The chaotic sword intent had reached perfection. His cultivation broke through from the peak of soul transformation to the early stage of sword sovereign. His sword essence had grown fivefold in depth and power. He rose to his feet, body covered in blood, yet his spine remained straight and unbent. The broken sword and iron sword both stood planted in the ground. He drew the iron sword, rust still clinging to its surface, but a brilliant gray light gleaming along the blade. Raising it high, he slashed downward, sending an arc of gray sword energy cleaving toward the heart of chaos. Where the sword chi passed, space itself tore asunder, the wounds lingering for 10 full seconds before sealing shut. The storm ceased. The gray haze dissipated, revealing the black chaos beneath. It's done, he said. Far away atop the sword sect peak, Lin Xiaojian opened his eyes. He could feel it. He has broken through, Lin Xiaojian said. Shen Weiyue asked, are you happy? Indeed. The sword sect grows stronger once more. Did your master view you the same way back then? Yes. My master watched my departing figure, and now I watch Chen Fan's. One generation passes the torch to the next. Chen Fan flew back from the boundary of chaos. His body was a tapestry of wounds, clothes, and tatters draped only in animal hides. Blood seeped from wounds on his left arm, and his right leg bore injuries that made him limp as he walked. Yet his eyes burned brilliantly like twin lanterns. Upon landing at the Sword Sect's mountain gate, disciples surged forward, some crying out that Chun Fan had returned, others warning of his injuries, while some rushed to fetch physicians. Chun Fan disregarded them all and made straight for the mountain. At the summit, Lin Xiaojian waited with Shen Wuyue standing beside him. Chun Fan dropped to his knees, pressing his forehead to the ground. "Sect Master, I have broken through." Lin Xiaojian replied, "Rise. You have only just begun." Chun Fan rose to his feet, legs still trembling, yet his back remained straight. "Sect Master, what should I cultivate next?" "Practice the sword," Lin Xiaojian instructed. 12 hours daily without ceasing. Your chaotic sword intent has reached perfection, but your body has yet to catch up. Your physique needs time to adapt. "Yes." Lin Xiaojian studied him. The boy was covered in wounds, yet a smile graced his face. It was exactly as he had been in his youth. Chun Fan. "Yes, Sect Master." "What did your father once tell you?" Chun Fan paused for a moment. "He said you must grow strong to survive." "And you have." "Yes, I survived." Lin Xiaojian turned his gaze toward the chaos, looking up at the sky. A sky so blue, clouds so white. The gray mist within the depths of chaos had dissipated, but the seal remained intact. "Master, leave the sword sect in my hands, rest assured." Shen Wuyue stood beside him. "Can your master hear you?" "He can. He has always been listening." Far away, deep within the chaos, Lin Feng sat beside the seal, the corners of his mouth stirring slightly. Luo Qingxue watched him. "You're smiling." "Yes." "What for?" "Chun Fan has broken through, just like Lin Xiaojian once did." "Are you not worried?" "Worried about what?" "The ancestor of chaos. The seal won't hold forever." Lin Feng fell silent for several moments. "Worrying changes nothing. What comes will come." He closed his eyes and resumed cultivation. Gray light surged from his dantian, enveloping his entire body. Luo Qingxue leaned against his back, also closing her eyes. Xiaobai lay curled on Lin Feng's lap, purring softly. Deep within the chaos beneath the seal, the gray orb completed another rotation. A crack widened imperceptibly. 3 days after Chun Fan's breakthrough, his wounds still hadn't fully healed when he went to find Lin Xiaojian. "President, I want to take on new disciples." Lin Xiaojian looked at him. "Your wounds, they're fine." Chun Fan raised his left arm wrapped in bandages, moved it slightly, and his brows furrowed with pain, but he didn't cry out. Lin Xiaojian said, "Take 50 newcomers. Teach them from the basics. No slacking off, no cursing, no beating." "Yes." Chun Fan turned to leave, but Lin Xiaojian called him back. "While you teach them, you are learning as well. Your chaos sword intent has reached perfection, yet your foundation is not yet solid. Teaching others is precisely how one fortifies their foundation." "I understand." Chun Fan went to the sword practice ground behind the mountain. 50 newcomers stood there, the oldest 15 and the youngest 12. Some held their swords incorrectly, while others could barely stand steadily. Chun Fan stood before them with his back straight. "Starting today, I will teach you the 13 forms of basic swordsmanship." Someone whispered, "He doesn't look much older than us." Chun Fan said, "I'm 16. 4 years older than you all." Those who disagree stepped forward. No one stepped forward. "Then let's practice." He began with the first form. Thrusting sword. 1 time, 2 times, 10 times, 100 times. When someone thrust off target, he walked over and corrected their stance. When someone's hand shook, he pressed their wrist. "Stop shaking. An unsteady sword cannot kill." A youth asked, "Senior brother Chen, have you ever killed anyone?" Chun Fan said, "I have." "Killed whom?" "Enemies." The youth said nothing more. At the summit of the sword sect, Lin Xiaojian watched the practice ground behind the mountain. Chun Fan was teaching, new disciples were learning. Sunlight fell upon them as sword glints flashed and flickered. Shen Wuyue walked up and asked, "You chose him as an instructor?" "He chose to do it himself. He can teach well." "Aren't you worried he's too young to command respect?" "Our master was young once as well." Yet she still held everyone in check. Shen Wuyue said nothing, standing beside him as they both gazed toward the rear mountains. By morning's end, Chun Fan's 50 new disciples were drenched in sweat. His own hands ached and the wound had split open again, blood seeping through the bandages. But he did not stop. He continued teaching through the afternoon. The second form, third form, fourth form. By day's end, all 50 had mastered the first 3. As evening fell, the disciples dispersed. Chun Fan remained alone at the practice ground, running through the forms once more. His blade moved swiftly, the gray gleam catching the setting sun. When he sheathed his sword, the wound tore open again. He glanced down, tightened the cloth binding, and made his way up the mountain. Passing the main hall, Lin Xiaojian called out to him. "How did the teaching go today?" "Decent. A few have good foundations. After months of practice, they'll be ready to begin properly." "Your wound has split again." Chun Fan glanced down at his arm. "It's nothing. Go see the physician. You'll be teaching tomorrow." "Yes." Chun Fan departed. Lin Xiaojian watched his retreating figure and remembered when he himself was being taught by their master. She was much the same. Few in words, yet every one memorable. That night the moon shone brightly. Lin Xiaojian stood atop the peak, gazing toward the chaos. Shen Weiyue approached carrying 2 bowls of tea. She handed him a bowl. Aren't you tired of standing here every day? No. From here one can see the chaos. Your master sits just beyond guarding the seal. You look at him, and he looks back at you. They each took a sip. The tea was awakens bringing up from the lower region, bitter yet with a sweet aftertaste. Shen Weiyue, moi. Do you think I can be the kind of sect leader our master was? Hey, you already are. Not yet good enough. Master spent 10 years building the sword sect into the sovereign of all realms. I want to make it stronger in 10 years. You will. Lin Xiaojian turned to look at her. Moonlight fell across her face, her eyes shining brightly. Why do you follow me? Because you remind me of our master. Is that the only? There's also. Shen Weiyue paused. You are yourself. Lin Xiaojian said nothing. They stood together on the peak beneath moonlight, wind blowing, tea growing cold. Deep within the chaos, Lin Feng opened his eyes. He could sense the seal of the chaos ancestor. The fractures on the 6th layer of the seal had widened once more. Pale gray energy seeped from the cracks, thin and faint as smoke, spreading outward slowly but relentlessly. Luo Qingxue asked, what is it? The seal has weakened again. How long can it hold? Less time than expected. Perhaps 5 years, perhaps 3. Will Lin Xiaojian be ready in time? He will. He has Chun Fan. Luo Qingxue fell silent. She reached out, pressing her hand against the seal, channeling the cold energy of her ice river sword hard into it. Where the cold energy spread, the widening of the cracks slowed slightly, but did not halt. Lin Feng said, don't waste your spiritual energy. Your ice river sword heart was never meant to reinforce seals. It's for protecting yourself. What good is protecting myself? To stay alive. To stay alive for what? To wait for Lin Xiaojian to come for us. Luo Qingxue looked at him. Are you certain he will come? He will. He is the sect master of the sword sect. All realms need him. We need him too. Xiaobai leaped from Lin Feng's lap and darted into the darkness. It was chasing light once more. Though none existed within the chaos, it always seemed to perceive something. Lin Feng had no idea what it was pursuing, yet it always returned, a elated tail held high and chirping softly. This time it came back with a stone clamped in its jaws. The stone was small and gray, emitting a faint glow. A fragment of chaos stone crystallized from the primordial chaos itself. Lin Feng took it, and the chaotic energy within surged into his body. It was not much but pure. His cultivation advanced slightly. Where did you find it? Xiaobai glanced back at him, and meowed once as if indicating a direction. Lin Feng did not press further. He tucked the stone away and stroked Xiaobai's head. The storms at the chaos boundary had subsided for several days now, yet at their epicenter a fissure remained. The crack was narrow, no wider than a finger, yet unfathomably deep. Within it gray light flickered, remnants of the chaos origin's power. It was there that Chun Fan had achieved his enlightenment. Lin Xiaojian stood upon the mountain peak, gazing at the fissure. Though he could not sense the chaos origin, he could feel Chun Fan's sword intent lingering there. Chun Fan's sword intent remained embedded in the place, faint yet pure. Like a lantern guiding those who followed, it whispered that someone had broken through here. The following morning, Chun Fan returned to instruct the new disciples. 50 stood in neat formation. They reviewed yesterday's thrusting techniques before moving on to the 4th and 5th forms. A youth spoke up. Senior Brother Chen, could you demonstrate the full chaos sword intent for us? Chun Fan looked at him. You wish to see it? Yes. Very well. Chun Fan drew his sword. A column of gray sword light erupted skyward, illuminating the entire mountainside behind them. The sword energy sliced through the distant sea of clouds, splitting it apart to reveal the mountains and rivers below. Where the sword energy passed, the very fabric of space fractured into hairline cracks that persisted for 5 seconds before healing. All 50 new disciples stood transfixed. Some gaped with mouths agape, others' hands trembled around their sword hilts, and a few fell to their knees. Chun Fan sheathed his blade. Did you see? Once you reach this level, you can protect those you care about. How long did it take? The youth asked. 3 years. 3 years. That long. Long. It was but a blink of an eye. That evening, Lin Xiaojian stood once more upon the peak. Shen Weiyue climbed up to join him. Together they stood side by side, gazing toward the chaos. Deep within the seal, the gray orb completed another rotation. The cracks widened by a fraction once more. Gray energy seeped outward with slow, relentless persistence. The voice of the chaos ancestor echoed from within the orb. Lin Feng, you cannot hold this. Your disciples cannot hold it either. All the myriad worlds will ultimately be mine. Lin Feng paid him no mind. He opened his eyes and looked toward the sword sect. He saw Lin Xiaojian, saw Shen Weiyue, saw Chun Fan, and saw the disciples training on the rear mountain. He said, they still have a long way to go. But it is enough. Deep within the chaos, several more cracks had spread across the seal. Lin Feng opened his eyes, reached out, and pressed his palm against the seal. A gray radiance surged from his palm, seeping into the fissures. The cracks slowed their growth, but did not stop. He withdrew his hand and shook his head. Can't hold on. Luo Qingxue asked. I can still hold on. But shorter than expected, Lin Feng said. The ancestor of chaos is recovering far too quickly. It is 10 times stronger than the primordial darkness, and its recovery speed is 10 times faster. Luo Qingxue placed her hand on his shoulder. You've done your best. Not enough. Still lacking. Lacking what? Time. Lin Xiaojian still needs time. Xiaobai jumped down from Lin Feng's lap, ran to the edge of the seal, and peered down at the cracks. It let out a sharp meow. Lin Feng said, you sense it too. Xiaobai looked back at him, the gray light reflected in its golden eyes. Deep within the seal, the gray orb spun faster and faster. Cracks spread across its surface like a spiderweb from the top of the orb down to its very base. Gray aura seeped from the cracks, growing thicker and thicker. The voice of primordial darkness echoed from deep within the orb, low and heavy. Lin Feng, your seal won't hold much longer. Once I emerge, all the myriad worlds will be mine. Lin Feng ignored it. He closed his eyes and resumed his cultivation. Atop the sword sect's peak, Lin Xiaojian stood at the cliff's edge, eyes closed as Lin Feng's voice reached his ears. Today I'll teach you the third lesson. Chaotic sword intent is not a sword technique nor a cultivation art. It is a Tao. The Tao cannot be spoken of, it can only be comprehended. Comprehend it, and it becomes yours. If you cannot comprehend it, no amount of words from me will help. Lin Xiaojian said nothing. His consciousness sank into his dantian. The colors of the 8 sword intents had fully merged into a single transparent light. But he knew this was not yet chaotic sword intent. It was only fusion, not transformation. He needed to turn the transparent into gray. Shen Weiyue walked up and stood beside him. Did your master teach you again? He said chaotic sword intent is a Tao, not a sword technique. Do you understand? A little. Not enough yet. Chen Fan walked up from the back mountain, sword in hand. His wounds had mostly healed, and his chaotic sword intent was growing more and more stable. He walked up to Lin Xiaojian and said, Sect Master, the new disciples have finished learning the 13 basic sword forms. What should I teach next? Lin Xiaojian said, teach them the fundamentals of sword intent. Start from the lowest levels. Let them sense spiritual energy, sense their swords, and sense themselves. Yes. Chen Fan turned to leave. Lin Xiaojian called him back. Chen Fan. Here. Has your chaotic sword intent made progress recently? Chen Fan lowered his head and glanced at his sword. It has, but slowly. I'm stuck at the peak of the early Sword Emperor realm. You're stuck because you only practice without comprehending. Take a trip to the chaos border. No need to enter the storm, you just stand at the edge. I'll go tomorrow. Chen Fan left. Lin Xiaojian continued standing, gazing toward the direction of chaos. Shen Weiyue said, you send Chen Fan to the chaos border, yet you stand here yourself? Aren't you going? It would be useless if I went. Master said my chaotic sword intent is not trained through practice, it is awakened through enlightenment. If I can't awaken it, it's the same wherever I go. Night fell, and the sky filled with stars. Lin Xiaojian still stood on the mountaintop. Shen Weiyue stood beside him. The two said nothing, watching the stars. After a long while, Shen Weiyue said, do your master and mistress watch the stars like this deep in chaos? There are no stars in the depths of chaos. Only darkness. Then what do they look at? They watch the seal. They watch the cracks. They watch when the ancestor of chaos will come out. Lin Xiaojian's voice was calm, but Shen Weiyue heard something within it. It wasn't fear, it was urgency. There wasn't enough time. He needed to break through, to become stronger, to become the new guardian of all the myriad worlds before the ancestor of chaos broke free. Shen Weiyue reached out and took his hand. Lin Xiaojian didn't pull away. They stood under the starry sky, hand in hand. In the distance, deep in chaos, several more cracks had appeared on the seal. Gray auras seeped from the cracks, spreading like smoke. The smoke drifted beyond the seal and coalesced into a thin strand stretching into the distance. It was searching for something. Lin Feng opened his eyes and saw the gray strand. He reached out and grabbed it. Sword Yuan surged out, severing the strand. But another strand was born. It's searching for Lin Xiaojian, Lin Feng said. What does it want with Lin Xiaojian? Chaotic sword intent. Chen Fan's chaotic sword intent awakened from the source of chaos, and what Lin Xiaojian is comprehending is also chaotic sword intent. The ancestor of chaos wants to find them through chaotic sword intent and devour them ahead of time. Luo Qingxue stood up, ice sword in hand. I'll go sever those gray strands. It's useless. Cut 1 and 2 are born. Cut 2 and 4 are born. Then what should we do? Wait. Wait until Lin Xiaojian comprehends chaotic sword intent. Once his chaotic sword intent is complete, it can in turn suppress the ancestor of chaos. Lin Feng closed his eyes again. His consciousness traveled through chaos and space, landing beside Lin Xiaojian's ear. Lin Xiaojian, there is not much time left. You need to be faster. Lin Xiaojian opened his eyes. Master, how can I be faster? Let go. Let go of your position as sect master. Let go of your responsibilities to the sword sect. Let go of your feelings for Shen Weiyue, and let go of your dependence on me. Only when you are nothing can you become everything. Lin Xiaojian fell silent. He turned to look at Shen Weiyue, who looked back at him. They gazed at each other for a few seconds. Lin Xiaojian released her hand. I need to be alone for a while. Shen Weiyue nodded, turned, and walked away. Lin Xiaojian stood alone on the mountaintop. The wind was strong, making the hem of his robes flap noisily. He closed his eyes and tried to let go. Let go of the position of sect master. He thought of Luo Chun, who could manage the sword sect well. Let go of the responsibility to the sword sect. The disciples had grown. Oh, Chun Fan could teach, Shun Wuyue could defend. Let go of his feelings for Shun Wuyue. He couldn't. Shin Wuyue wasn't something to let go of, she was something to protect. He opened his eyes. The stars in the sky were very bright. Master, I can't let go. Deep in chaos, Lin Feng's mouth twitched. If you can't let go, then don't. Who said chaotic sword intent requires letting go of everything? Chaos embraces everything. Your feelings, your responsibilities, your sword sect. All are part of chaos. Lin Xiaojian was stunned. He understood. Chaos was not emptiness, it was fullness. A fullness that embraced all. In his dantian, the transparent light began to change. Not into gray, but into acceptance. Within the light appeared the sword sect's mountain gate disciples training their swords, Shun Wuyue's face, and his master's back. The transparent turned gray. Chaotic sword intent, initially formed. Lin Xiaojian opened his eyes reddened. Master, I have comprehended it. Far away deep in chaos, Lin Feng sensed it. The corner of his mouth moved, and he smiled. That kid, faster than I was back then. Lin Xiaojian practiced on the back mountain for 3 days and nights. The sword never stopped. Gray sword light slashed across the night sky one after another. His arms were swollen, his tiger mouth split, blood dripping onto the hilt and flowing down the blade. He did not stop. Shin Wuyue stood at the edge of the sword practice field, holding a bowl of rice. The rice cooled, so she took it away and returned with a fresh hot portion. On the third night, Lin Xiaojian sheathed his sword. His chaos sword intent had grown 3/10 stronger than 3 days prior. It was still unsteady, but no longer teetering like when he first formed it. He walked to Shin Wuyue, lifted the bowl, and finished it in a few drafts. Your hands are trembling, Shin Wuyue said. It's from training. They'll be fine in a few days. Did your master do the same? Yes. He trained even harder than I did. Shin Wuyue said nothing. She took a cloth from her bosom, lifted Lin Xiaojian's hand, and wrapped it around the torn tiger mouth. Her hands were cool, her movements gentle. Lin Xiaojian did not pull away. At dawn, Shin Fan descended from the back mountain. His mid-stage chaos sword intent had stabilized, and his cultivation at mid-sword emperor realm had firmly settled. He approached Lin Xiaojian. Master, the new disciples have completed their initial sword intent instruction. What shall we teach next? Practical combat. Against whom? Against you. Shin Fan paused. Master, I cannot defeat you. Even if you cannot, you must fight. If you hold back against them, they will never learn. Shin Fan considered for a moment. Very well. On the back mountain sword field, 50 new disciples stood in 2 rows. Shin Fan stood in the middle, sword in hand. Lin Xiaojian stood nearby. Shin Fan said, today begins practical combat. You will attack together. The disciples exchanged glances. The eldest was 15, the youngest 12, the highest cultivation among them was only at the foundation establishment stage. Were they to fight Shin Fan at mid-sword emperor realm? No one moved. Shin Fan said, I will not strike back. I will only dodge. If you touch the edge of my robe, you win. A boy drew his sword and charged. He thrust at Shin Fan's back. Shin Fan sidestepped and avoided it. The second, the third, the 10th. All 50 disciples rushed forward. Sword lights interwove, figures blurred. Shin Fan moved through the crowd like a fish. Not a single blade grazed him. Lin Xiaojian watched from the sidelines. An hour later, the disciples collapsed in exhaustion. Shin Fan stood unmoved, barely breathing hard. Rest for 1 incense sticks time, then resume. The youths groaned, but none withdrew. In the depths of chaos, new cracks appeared upon the seal. Gray aura seeped from the fissures, condensing into over a dozen gray threads. They extended in different directions. Some toward the myriad realms, some toward the chaos borders, some toward the sword sect. Lin Feng reached out and severed several threads. The gray filaments scattered in the darkness, but more soon sprouted. It is seeking Lin Xiaojian, Luo Qingxue said. It does not seek Lin Xiaojian. It seeks the chaos sword intent, Lin Feng replied. The ancestor of chaos wishes to devour Lin Xiaojian's chaos sword intent to replenish its strength. Can you hold it? I can, but not for long. Lin Xiaojian stood with closed eyes atop the mountain peak. Lin Feng's voice reached his ears. Lin Xiaojian, the ancestor of chaos's gray threads approached the sword sect. Your chaos sword intent can sever them. But your sword is not yet fast enough. Master, how may I grow faster? Forget the sword. Forget the techniques. Forget the enemy. Remember only one thing. You are the sword. Lin Xiaojian opened his eyes. He drew his blade. The Qingfeng sword left its scabbard. Gray sword light slashed toward the sky. No enemy lay above, only empty air. Yet where the sword light passed, the air itself tore apart with a piercing whistle. He felt something severed. Unseen, untouchable, yet undeniably cut. Far away in the depths of chaos, several gray threads were cleaved by distant sword intent. Lin Feng perceived it. That lad is severing the gray threads. Luo Qingxue asked, can he truly strike them? He can. His chaos sword intent shares the same origin as the ancestor of chaos. Shared origin means mutual resonance. Lin Xiaojian sheathed his sword and stood at the mountain peak. He did not know how many threads he had severed, but he knew he had succeeded. Shen Wuyue climbed up. What did you sever just now? Gray threads. The ancestor of chaos's gray threads. You can strike objects in the depths of chaos. I can. Master says shared origin allows mutual influence. Shen Wuyue gazed at his sword. Your sword is faster. Not fast enough yet. Master says my sword remains too slow. Your master's expectations always surpass your own reach. Lin Xiaojian's lips moved faintly. Yes. At dusk Chen Fan climbed the peak drenched in sweat. His clothes bore several tears. Not from the disciples, but from his own evasive movements. Master, today's instruction is complete. Among 50 disciples none even grazed my robe. We continue tomorrow. When someone touches you we will move to the next lesson. Yes. Chen Fan departed. Lin Xiaojian stood alone upon the peak, gazing toward the chaos. The setting sun painted the horizon crimson. He closed his eyes and Lin Feng's voice reached him. Lin Xiaojian, you severed 3 gray threads today. Not bad. Master, may I sever more? You may. But your sword is still not swift enough, nor your chaos sword intent pure enough. You must temper it. If 1 day suffices, not try 2. If 2 suffice, not try 10. Temper until the sword becomes part of you. Master, I understand. Lin Xiaojian opened his eyes and drew his blade. Gray sword light ignited in the twilight, one slash after another. He began practicing anew. Late at night stars filled the sky. Lin Xiaojian sheathed his sword and sat upon the stone slab at the peak. Shen Wuyue climbed up and seated beside him. Neither spoke for a long while. Eventually Shen Wuyue said, your sword today grew 1/10 faster than yesterday's. 1/10 is insufficient. Your master was not forged in a single day. I know, but time is short. Time will not multiply because you grow impatient. Yet your sword will grow faster because you train. Lin Xiaojian turned to look at her. Moonlight illuminated her face, her eyes shone brightly. Shen Wuyue, moi, when did you begin to understand the sword? From the moment I knew you. In the depths of chaos Lin Feng closed his eyes. New cracks appeared upon the seal, the gray aura growing denser. He pressed his hand against the seal, releasing gray sword essence. The spread of the fissures slowed, but did not cease. Luo Qingxue asked, can you no longer hold it? Able. I can endure a while longer. Will Lin Xiaojian be ready in time? He will. His sword grew 1/10 faster today. Tomorrow it will grow another 10th. And the day after. Lin Xiaojian practiced on the back mountain for 3 days and nights without pause. The gray sword light carved continuous arcs through the night, his arms swelling, his hands splitting, blood staining the blade. Shen Wuyue stood nearby, replacing cooled rice with warm bowls until he finally sheathed his sword on the 3rd night. His chaos sword intent had strengthened by 3/10, no longer on the verge of collapse. He accepted the rice without a word. At dawn Shen Fan ascended his mid-stage chaos sword intent and mid-sword emperor realm, both firmly stabilized. He asked what to teach next. Practical combat, Lin Xiaojian replied. Against whom? Against you. I cannot defeat you, Chen Fan protested. Defeat is irrelevant. If you spare them, they never learn. Chen Fan agreed. 50 new disciples aged 12 to 15 faced him on the field, their highest cultivation merely at the foundation establishment stage. Do not strike, Chen Fan instructed. Only dodge. Touching him, Lin Xiaojian trained on the back mountain for 3 days and nights without ceasing. His arms swelled, his hands split, and blood stained the blade, yet the gray sword light never stopped carving arcs through the dark. Shen Wuyue stood nearby, replacing cooled rice with fresh warm bowls until he finally sheathed his sword on the 3rd night. His chaos sword intent had grown 3/10 stronger, steadier, though not yet flawless. He took the bowl and ate without a word. At dawn Shen Fan descended from the mountain, his mid-stage chaos sword intent and mid-sword emperor realm both firmly established. When he asked what to teach next, Lin Xiaojian replied, practical combat. Against whom? Against you. Shen Fan hesitated, protest weak. You need not win. Only fight. Shen Fan agreed. 50 disciples aged 12 to 15 faced him on the training ground, their highest cultivation barely at foundation establishment. I will not strike, Chen Fan warned. Only dodge. Touch my robe. The disciples gathered at dawn, all the 50 of them standing in 2 orderly rows, their faces tight with tension. Chen Fan drew his sword. The steel sang, a clear high note that cut through the morning chill. Today, he said, you attack me. A murmur ran through the crowd. Some shifted their weight, others gripped their blades tighter, but no one stepped forward. Chen Fan's gaze swept over them. Who will go first? Silence. Then from the back row, a thin boy with a scar across his nose pushed forward. He was 13, perhaps 14, his foundation still unsteady, but his eyes burned with something fierce. He raised his sword and charged. Chen Fan did not move. The boy thrust, fast, sharp, aimed at his chest. Chen Fan stepped aside. Just a step. The blade missed by an inch. The boy stumbled past him, recovered, and turned. Chen Fan flicked his wrist. His sword tapped the boy's knee. Not hard. Just enough. The boy dropped to the ground, crying out, his leg buckling beneath him. Lin Xiaojian practiced on the back mountain for 3 days and nights without pause. The sword never stopped. Gray sword light slashed across the night sky, one after another. His arms were swollen, his tiger mouth split, blood dripping onto the hilt and flowing down the blade. He did not stop. Shen Wuyu stood at the edge of the sword practice field, holding a bowl of rice. The rice cooled, so she took it away and returned with a fresh hot portion. On the third night, Lin Xiaojian sheathed his sword. His chaos sword intent had grown 3/10 stronger than 3 days prior. It was still unsteady, but no longer teetering like when he first formed it. He walked to Shen Wuyu, lifted the bowl, and finished it in a few drafts. Your hands are trembling, Shen Wuyu said. It's from training. They'll be fine in a few days. Did your master do the same? Yes. He trained even harder than I did. Shen Wuyu said nothing. She took a cloth from her bosom, lifted Lin Xiaojian's hand, and Lin Xiaojian trained on the back mountain for 3 days and nights without ceasing. The sword never stopped. Gray sword light slashed across the night sky one after another. His arms were swollen, his tiger mouth split, blood dripping onto the hilt and flowing down the blade. He did not stop. Shen Wuyu stood at the edge of the sword practice field, holding a bowl of rice. The rice cooled, so she took it away and returned with a fresh hot portion. On the third night, Lin Xiaojian sheathed his sword. His chaos sword intent had grown 3/10 stronger than 3 days prior. It was still unsteady, but no longer teetering like when he first formed it. He walked to Shen Wuyu, lifted the bowl, and finished it in a few drafts. Your hands are trembling, Shen Wuyu said. It's from training. They'll be fine in a few days. Did your master do the same? Yes. He trained even harder than I did. Shen Wuyu said nothing. She took a cloth from her bosom, lifted Lin Xiaojian's hand in. Lin Xiaojian trained on the back mountain for 3 days and nights without pause. The sword never stopped. Gray sword light slashed across the night sky one after another. His arms were swollen, his tiger mouth split, blood dripping onto the hilt and flowing down the blade. He did not stop. Shen Wuyu stood at the edge of the sword practice field, holding a bowl of rice. The rice cooled, so she took it away and returned with a fresh hot portion. On the third night, Lin Xiaojian sheathed his sword. His chaos sword intent had grown 3/10 stronger than 3 days prior. It was still unsteady, but no longer teetering like when he first formed it. He walked to Shen Wuyu, lifted the bowl, and finished it in a few drafts. Your hands are trembling, Shen Wuyu said. It's from training. They'll be fine in a few days. Did your master do the same? Yes. He trained even harder than I did. Shen Wuyu said nothing. She took a cloth from her bosom, lifted Lin Xiaojian's hand, and in the depths of chaos, Lin Feng closed his eyes. The cracks upon the seal had multiplied further, and the gray aura thickened. Reaching out, he pressed his palm against the seal, channeling gray sword energy outward. The spreading of the fissure slowed, but did not stop. Can you hold much longer? Luo Qingxue asked. For now, Lin Feng replied. But not forever. Will Lin Xiaojian be ready in time? He will. His sword grew 1/10 faster today. Tomorrow it will grow another 10th. And the day after. On the mountain peak, Lin Xiaojian sat alone under a sky dense with stars. Shen Wuyu climbed up and took her place beside him. Silence stretched between them. Finally she spoke. Your sword today was 1/10 faster than yesterday's. 1/10 is not enough. Your master was not forged in a single day. I know, Lin Xiaojian said quietly. But time is short. Time does not stretch because you rush, Shen Wuyu replied. But your sword quickens because you practice. Lin Xiaojian trained on the back mountain for 3 days and nights without pause. The sword never stopped. Gray sword light slashed across the night sky one after another. His arms were swollen, his tiger mouth split, blood dripping onto the hilt and flowing down the blade. He did not stop. Shen Wuyu stood at the edge of the sword practice field, holding a bowl of rice. The rice cooled, so she took it away and returned with a fresh hot portion. On the third night, Lin Xiaojian sheathed his sword. His chaos sword intent had grown 3/10 stronger than 3 days prior. It was still unsteady, but no longer teetering like when he first formed it. He walked to Shen Wuyu, lifted the bowl, and finished it in a few drafts. Your hands are trembling, Shen Wuyu said. It's from training. They'll be fine in a few days. Did your master do the same? Yes. He trained even harder than I did. Shen Wuyu said nothing. She took a cloth from her bosom, lifted Lin Xiaojian's hand, and Lin Xiaojian trained on the back mountain for 3 days and nights without pause. The sword never stopped. Gray sword light slashed across the night sky one after another. His arms were swollen, his tiger mouth split, blood dripping onto the hilt and flowing down the blade. He did not stop. Shen Wuyu stood at the edge of the sword practice field, holding a bowl of rice. The rice cooled, so she took it away and returned with a fresh hot portion. On the third night, Lin Xiaojian sheathed his sword. His chaos sword intent had grown 3/10 stronger than 3 days prior. It was still unsteady, but no longer teetering like when he first formed it. He walked to Shen Wuyu, lifted the bowl, and finished it in a few drafts. Your hands are trembling, Shen Wuyu said. It's from training. They'll be fine in a few days. Did your master do the same? Yes. He trained even harder than I did. Shen Wuyu said nothing. She took a cloth from her bosom, lifted Lin Xiaojian's hand, and Lin Xiaojian trained on the back mountain for 3 days and nights without pause. The sword never stopped. Gray sword light slashed across the night sky one after another. His arms were swollen, his tiger mouth split, blood dripping onto the hilt and flowing down the blade. He did not stop. Shen Weiyue stood at the edge of the sword practice field, holding a bowl of rice. The rice cooled, so she took it away and returned with a fresh hot portion. On the third night, Lin Xiaojian sheathed his sword. His chaos sword intent had grown 3/10 stronger than 3 days prior. It was still unsteady, but no longer teetering like when he first formed it. He walked to Shen Weiyue, lifted the bowl, and finished it in a few drafts. Your hands are trembling, Shen Weiyue said. It's from training. They'll be fine in a few days. Did your master do the same? Yes. He trained even harder than I did. Shen Weiyue said nothing. She took a cloth from her bosom, lifted Lin Xiaojian's hand, and Lin Xiaojian trained on the back mountain for 3 days and nights without pause. The sword never stopped. Gray sword light slashed across the night sky one after another. His arms were swollen, his tiger mouth split, blood dripping onto the hilt and flowing down the blade. He did not stop. Shen Weiyue stood at the edge of the sword practice field, holding a bowl of rice. The rice cooled, so she took it away and returned with a fresh hot portion. On the third night, Lin Xiaojian sheathed his sword. His chaos sword intent had grown 3/10 stronger than 3 days prior. It was still unsteady, but no longer teetering like when he first formed it. He walked to Shen Weiyue, lifted the bowl, and finished it in a few drafts. Your hands are trembling, Shen Weiyue said. It's from training. They'll be fine in a few days. Did your master do the same? Yes. He trained even harder than I did. Shen Weiyue said nothing. She took a cloth from her bosom, lifted Lin Xiaojian's hand, and Lin Xiaojian trained for another 7 days behind the mountain. From dawn to dusk, his sword never ceased. Gray sword light swept across the training ground, one strike after another like streaks of gray lightning. The flesh between his thumb and index finger split and healed again. Cloth wraps were layered upon layer. Shen Weiyue brought him meals each day, cold rice replaced with hot only to grow cold once more. She did not urge him, she simply stood there. On the 7th night, Lin Xiaojian sheathed his sword. His chaotic sword intent had doubled in strength since 7 days prior. Previously, he could only sever the gray threads near the sword sect. Now his strikes reached the edges of the chaos itself. He closed his eyes and reached his senses into the depths of the chaos. Gray threads drifted through the void, dozens of them stretching toward the myriad realms. He drew his sword and struck. The sword chi moved silently, a gray blade of light piercing through the sky and the chaos, severing more than a dozen gray threads in one sweep. The gray threads snapped, scattering into the darkness. In the depths of the chaos, Lin Feng opened his eyes. He had sensed Lin Xiaojian's sword intent. That boy has severed 15 strands. His sword has grown faster, Luo Qingxue said. Still not fast enough, but it has quickened. Lin Xiaojian sheathed his sword and sat upon the stone slab at the mountaintop. Shen Weiyue walked up and handed him a bowl of porridge. He took it and drank it in a few swift gulps. Your sword has grown faster, she said. Still not fast enough. Your master always says it is not enough. He is right. With the gray threads of the chaos ancestors severed, the cracks on the seal expanded more slowly. But they did not stop. The gray aura still seeped from the fractures, gathering into new gray threads. 1 strand, 2, 3. The pace had slowed, but Lin Feng knew this was only temporary. The chaos ancestor was learning. It was adapting to Lin Xiaojian's chaotic sword intent. It is learning, Lin Feng said. Learning what? Learning Lin Xiaojian's sword. Luo Qingxue frowned. Can it learn? Yes. The chaos ancestor and the chaotic sword intent share the same origin. Those of the same origin can learn from one another. Lin Feng pressed his hand against the seal, gray sword essence surging forth to reinforce it. He did not know how long he could sustain this, but every day held would count. At the sword sect's summit, Lin Xiaojian sat cross-legged. His consciousness sank into his dantian. A tiny gray sword rotated within, spinning faster and faster. The patterns upon its blade grew ever clearer, like the rings of a tree. He tried extending his chaotic sword intent outward, reaching the sword sect's gates, then across Zhongzhou and onward to Shangzhou. He perceived Chen Fan's sword intent gray and brilliant at the boundary of the chaos. He perceived Shen Weiyue's sword intent 8-colored and unwavering behind the mountain. He perceived Luo Chen's sword intent ordinary, yet faint in the main hall. He opened his eyes. The chaotic sword intent could not only strike, it could also perceive. He could sense the sword intent of every sword cultivator across the myriad realms. Master, I can sense them. In the depths of the chaos, the corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. What have you perceived? The sword intent of all the myriad realms. And what do you see? I see Chen Fan practicing at the chaos boundary. I see Shen Weiyue teaching new disciples. I see Luo Chun tallying accounts. And anything else? I also see you, sitting beside the seal with Master at your back. Lin Feng fell silent for several moments. Your chaotic sword intent has advanced another step. Chen Fan returned from the chaos boundary, landing at the sword sect's entrance. His mid-stage chaotic sword intent had stabilized, and his cultivation at the mid-level of the Sword Emperor realm was firm as well. He walked to the mountaintop and stood before Lin Xiaojian. Sect leader, my chaotic sword intent at the mid-stage is now stable. Show me. Chen Fan drew his sword and a gray sword light slashed toward the distant sea of clouds. Where the sword chi passed, tiny cracks appeared in the very fabric of space, persisting for 7 or 8 seconds before healing. Excellent, Lin Xiaojian said. Your chaotic sword intent has grown purer than before. Sect leader, what should I practice next? Sword perception. Sword perception. Use your chaotic sword intent to sense the myriad realms. Perceive every person, every sword cultivator, every blade. Chen Fan closed his eyes and extended his chaotic sword intent outward just as Lin Xiaojian had taught him. He perceived Lin Xiaojian, gray and brilliant. He perceived Shen Wuyue, 8-colored and steady. He perceived Luo Chun, ordinary and faint. He opened his eyes and light shimmered within them. I can perceive them. Continue. Practice for one shadow every day. When you can sense the depths of the chaos, you will receive your next lesson. Yes. In the evening, Shen Wuyue carried tea up the path and handed Lin Xiaojian a bowl. The two sat side by side upon the stone slab. The tea was bitter. You are teaching Chen Fan sword perception. He has good talent. He learns quickly. Faster than you were at his age. Faster than I was. Shen Wuyue took a sip of tea. Did your master teach you the same way? He taught me sword intent, taught me to merge, taught me to perceive. But the manner in which he taught me differed from how he teaches Chen Fan. How so? When he taught me, he was deep within the chaos. Only voice transmission could bridge the endless void. When teaching Chen Fan, he stands beside them, able to watch with his own eyes. Do you envy Chen Fan? No. Master is deep within the chaos, not because he wishes not to return, but because he cannot. Shen Wuyue said nothing. She reached out and took Lin Xiaojian's hand. Lin Xiaojian did not pull away. In the depths of the chaos, Lin Feng gazed at the cracks upon the seal. They grew ever more numerous, the gray aura growing denser. He pressed his hand against the seal once more, and gray sword essence surged forth, slowing the expansion of the fractures. But his complexion grew increasingly pale. Your spiritual power is being overdrawn, Luo Qingxue said. It is fine. Lin Xiaojian is learning sword perception and Chen Fan is learning as well. Bear with it a while longer until they have grown strong enough. Lin Feng said nothing. He closed his eyes and continued channeling sword essence. Atop the mountain, Lin Xiaojian reached his senses into the depths of the chaos. He saw Lin Feng. He saw Luo Qingxue. He saw the seal, the cracks, and the gray aura seeping from the fractures. He drew his sword and struck. Gray sword chi pierced through the chaos, severing those gray threads. More than a dozen strands snapped. Sheathing his blade, he continued to perceive. In the depths of the chaos, Lin Feng perceived Lin Xiaojian's sword chi. This boy is helping me. Can he truly help? Luo Qingxue asked. Yes. His chaotic sword intent can sever the gray threads. When the threads break, the pressure upon the seal lessens. Lin Feng withdrew his hand and ceased channeling sword essence. His complexion recovered somewhat. In the distance, Lin Xiaojian struck another blow, severing yet another dozen gray threads. Master and disciple. One at the sword sect, the other deep within the chaos. Connected through sword intent across the boundless void, fighting side by side through their blades. Late into the night, stars filled the heavens. Lin Xiaojian sheathed his sword and stood at the mountaintop. His arms ached, and nearly half his sword essence had been expended, yet he did not stop. He closed his eyes and continued to perceive the depths of the chaos. He sensed Lin Feng's presence, steady yet weaker than before. He knew his master was overextending himself. Shen Wuyue walked up beside him. You should rest. Just a little longer. Your master would not wish for you to overextend yourself. Lin Xiaojian opened his eyes. He overextends himself, so shall I. He guards the seal, I guard him. Shen Wuyue did not speak further. She simply stood beside him, keeping him company. Lin Xiaojian sat atop the mountain all night. Dawn broke, yet he did not move. Shen Wuyue carried a bowl of porridge up the slope and stood beside him. The porridge turned cold, and she carried it back down. She brought it up a second time, but he still did not drink. On the third attempt, Lin Xiaojian opened his eyes, took the bowl, and drained it in a few gulps. Your eyes are red, Shen Wuyue said. I didn't sleep. Your master wouldn't let you stay up all night either. It's not that he wouldn't let me stay up. It's that he wants me to live. Shen Wuyue fell silent. At the back mountain sword training ground, Chen Fan was guiding the new disciples and sensing their swords. 50 people stood with eyes closed, their swords planted in the earth, and both hands resting on the hilts. Chen Fan walked among them. Sense it. Not with your eyes, not with your ears, but with your sword. The sword is a part of you, like your hands, like your feet. What can your sword sense? A young disciple said, I can sense the stream at the foot of the mountain. Continue. Another disciple said, I can sense the bamboo grove behind the mountain. Continue. Whoever senses the depths of chaos will pass. The young disciples closed their eyes and focused with all their might. No one could sense the depths of chaos, for it was too far away. However, faint gray specks of light appeared on the tips of a few swords. The nascent form of chaos, sword intent. Chen Fan walked up to them. You few have already developed sword intent. Keep training. The rest of you keep sensing. Deep within chaos, the seal loosened once more. Dozens of new cracks had appeared, and gray breath gushed outward like spring water. Lin Feng pressed his hand against the seal, gray sword essence surging out. The cracks slowed their expansion, but did not stop. His face grew paler, and his lips turned purple. Luo Qingshuo steadied him. You can't keep outputting your power. If I stop, the seal will break. Then let it break. If you die, who will guard it? Lin Feng looked at her. You. Luo Qingshuo shook her head. I can't hold it. My Ice River Sword Heart can seal ordinary things, but not the ancestor of chaos. It is too powerful. In the distance, Lin Xiaojian's sword Qi pierced through chaos and slashed at the gray threads. More than a dozen threads snapped. The pressure on the seal lightened slightly. Lin Feng withdrew his hand and caught his breath. That boy is helping me again. At the summit of the sword sect, Lin Xiaojian sat with his eyes closed. He sensed Lin Feng's presence. It was weak, even weaker than the day before. He drew his sword, and a gray sword light slashed toward the sky. The sword Qi cut through chaos and struck the gray threads. 20 threads, all severed. He sheathed his sword, breathing heavily. Half of his sword essence was consumed. Shen Wuiyue walked up. If you keep slashing like that, how long can you last? Until I can no longer swing the sword. And then I recover and slash again. Your master wouldn't want you to do this. Isn't he my master anymore? Shen Wuiyue fell silent. After a few seconds, she said he is. But he wants you to live even more. Deep within chaos, Lin Feng opened his eyes. He heard Lin Xiaojian's voice in his ears. It was not a sound transmission, but a resonance of sword intent. He heard Lin Xiaojian's heartbeat. He heard Lin Xiaojian's breathing. He heard the sound of Lin Xiaojian's blood flowing. The chaos sword intent of master and disciple came from the same source. When sword intent could resonate, so could heartbeats. Luo Qingshuo said, what do you hear? Lin Xiaojian's heartbeat. It's fast. He's nervous. Nervous about what? Time. He's racing against time. Chen Fan walked up from the back mountain, sword in hand. His chaos sword intent had firmly reached the mid-level, and his cultivation of the mid-sword emperor realm was also stable. He walked before Lin Xiaojian. Sect master, a few new disciples have begun to form their chaos sword intent. How many? 3. What are their names? Zhang Heng, Li Mo, and Wang Dong. Lin Xiaojian thought for a moment. Have them come to the mountaintop every day. I will teach them personally. Chen Fan was startled. Sect master, you would teach them personally? A nascent chaos sword intent needs guidance. You can't teach them. You are only at the mid-level, and those with nascent intent need high-level guidance. Yes. Chen Fan turned and ran off. Lin Xiaojian remained standing, gazing in the direction of chaos. Shen Wuiyue stood beside him. If you teach newcomers personally, what about your own sword? Teaching them is also training myself. My master once said that teaching others is how you solidify your own foundation. In the evening, 3 young disciples arrived at the summit. The oldest was 14, the youngest 12. Standing before Lin Xiaojian, their legs trembled. Lin Xiaojian said, sit down. The 3 sat down, and Lin Xiaojian sat across from them. You sense the nascent chaos sword intent. We did, the 3 replied in unison. Place your hands on the ground and close your eyes. Use your sword intent to sense the depths of chaos. The 3 followed his instructions. Gray specks of light appeared on the tips of their swords, very faint, like fireflies. Lin Xiaojian also closed his eyes, extending his own chaos sword intent to envelop the sword intent of the 3 youths. He guided it toward the depths of chaos. Deep within chaos, Lin Feng sensed it. It was not just Lin Xiaojian's sword intent alone, but 3 very weak strands of sword intent carrying Lin Xiaojian's aura. That boy is teaching disciples. Luo Qingshuo said, he's teaching disciples. Are you pleased? Pleased. Passing it down from generation to generation. At midnight, the 3 youths' chaos sword intent reached the edge of chaos. They sensed the gray mist, the cracks in the seal, and Lin Feng's presence. They opened their eyes, light shining within them. I sensed it, Zhang Heng said. Me too, Li Mo said. Me too, Wang Dong said. Lin Xiaojian said, remember this feeling. Continue again tomorrow. The 3 descended the mountain. Lin Xiaojian stood alone on the summit. Moonlight fell upon him, casting a long shadow. Shen Wuiyue walked up. Your sword intent has grown stronger again. When I teach them, my sword intent resonates with theirs. And when it resonates, I improve as well. Your master deep within chaos is also resonating with you. We are practicing the sword together across the distance. Deep within chaos, Lin Feng closed his eyes. His chaos sword intent resonated with Lin Xiaojian's. 2 streams of gray light intertwined within the chaos like 2 rivers converging into the sea. Luo Qingshuo watched the gray light, saying nothing. She sensed that Lin Feng's presence was recovering. It was not a recovery of spiritual power, but a recovery of will. Lin Xiaojian's sword intent gave him strength. In the distance, the seal was still expanding. The cracks were still increasing. But Lin Feng was no longer anxious. That boy has made it, he said. 3 youths came to the mountain peak every evening. Lin Xiaojian taught them the chaos sword intent. Zhang Heng learned the fastest, mastering the sword sense within 7 days. Li Mo and Wang Dong were a bit slower, barely sensing the edge of chaos on the 10th day. Lin Xiaojian did not urge them. His master had never urged him either. On the 11th day, Zhang Heng's nascent chaos sword intent had transformed into a gray sphere of light. Within his dantian, it was tiny like a single seed. He opened his eyes and his rims reddened. Senior, I've achieved it. Lin Xiaojian looked at him. You're only just beginning. The road ahead is long. Zhang Heng stood up, his spine rigid. I'm not afraid of long. Chen Fan walked up from the rear, mounting a booklet in his hand. He recorded the progress of the 50 new disciples each day. Walking before Lin Xiaojian, senior among the 57, have manifested the nascent form of chaos sword intent. The other 43 are still refining their sword sense. 7 is sufficient. Have them come to the peak daily, and I'll teach them together. Senior, you'll teach 7 people. Teaching 1 is teaching. Teaching 7 is also teaching. My master taught me in days of old. Chen Fan did not ask further. He turned and went to summon the 7 youths. At dusk, the 7 youths stood atop the peak. Zhang Heng took the front with Li Mo and Wang Dong beside him. The other 4 stood behind. Lin Xiaojian sat facing them. Zhang Heng, your chaos sword intent has already taken shape. From today you will teach them. Zhang Heng faltered. Senior, I teach. I've only studied for 11 days. 11 days is enough. Teaching them will consolidate your own foundation. Zhang Heng clenched his teeth. Very well. Deep within the chaos, the cracks on the seal multiplied. A gray aura surged outward like a spring, with more and more gray threads emerging. Lin Feng pressed his hand against the seal, gray sword essence surging forth, and the expansion of the cracks slowed somewhat. Yet he did not overdraw himself again. Each day Lin Xiaojian severed the gray threads, and the pressure on the seal lessened considerably. Luo Qingxue said, the cracks are still spreading. We endure one day at a time. Is Lin Xiaojian teaching disciples? Yes. 7 youths, all with nascent chaos sword intent. Aren't you worried he'll lose focus? Teaching disciples is itself a form of self-cultivation. He passed through the same path in his day. For the first time teaching others, Zhang Heng fumbled and grew flustered. Li Mo could not sense the edge of chaos, and he broke into a cold sweat with anxiety. Wang Dong's sword intent was unstable, and he did not know how to correct him. Lin Xiaojian sat nearby, saying nothing, merely watching. Zhang Heng gritted his teeth and explained again and again. Finally, a gray glimmer appeared at the tip of Li Mo's sword. I can sense it, Li Mo exclaimed. Zhang Heng breathed a sigh of relief. He cast a glance back at Lin Xiaojian. Lin Xiaojian said nothing, but the corner of his mouth twitched. Chen Fan had broken through another step at the boundary of chaos. His chaos sword intent had reached the peak of the middle stage, and the sword sovereign realm had advanced to the peak of its middle stage. Only one step remained before the higher tier. He stood at the edge of the fissure, gray light surging from his body and illuminating the entire chaos expanse. He drew his sword and slashed. The gray sword aura tore through the chaos, and the fissure persisted for over a dozen seconds before healing. He sheathed his blade and flew back. Atop the sword sect peak, Lin Xiaojian sensed Chen Fan's breakthrough. His own chaos sword intent had grown a fraction stronger. Shen Wuyue stood beside him. Chen Fan has broken through again. Yes, only one step away from the higher tier. He learns quickly. His talent is exceptional. Are you jealous? Not at all. The stronger the sword sect, the safer all the myriad realms become. Late into the night, Zhang Heng remained alone on the peak. The other 6 youths had already descended. He sat cross-legged, the gray sphere within his dantian rotating slowly. Lin Xiaojian walked up and sat beside him. Senior, can I become a sword cultivator like you? You can, but you must endure hardship. I am not afraid of hardship. Not just today. Through all the years, 3, 5, 10. Are you still unafraid? Zhang Heng fell silent for several seconds. I am afraid, but I fear becoming weak even more. Lin Xiaojian looked at him. Go then. You must teach them tomorrow. Zhang Heng rose to his feet, bowed deeply, and descended the mountain. Lin Xiaojian sat alone on the peak, gazing toward the chaos. Moonlight fell upon him, casting a long shadow. Shen Wuyue walked up and sat beside him. Did you once ask your master the same question? I did. He said yes, but you must endure hardship. Were you ever afraid? I was. Afraid of becoming weak, afraid of failing those I wished to protect. Shen Wuyue reached out and grasped his hand. You are strong now. Not enough. Deep within the chaos, Lin Feng opened his eyes. The cracks on the seal continued to spread, the gray aura growing ever denser. He sensed Lin Xiaojian and Shen Wuyue sitting together atop the sword sect peak. He sensed Zhang Heng's chaos sword intent, weak yet pure. He sensed Chen Fan's chaos sword intent, powerful and steady. Generation after generation, he murmured. At the chaos boundary, the gray storm had been still for 7 days. The rift remained widened from a finger's breadth to 3. Gray light poured from the fissure, breathing in a steady rhythm, swelling and receding. Chen Fan stood at the edge of the rift, eyes closed. His mid-stage chaotic sword intent had plateaued for half a month. His cultivation base was stable, his sword intent steady, yet breakthrough continued to elude him. Lin Xiaojian said it was a matter of waiting for the right opportunity. He did not know when that moment would arrive, so he could only wait. On the first day, the gray light within the rift dimmed slightly. On the second day, it brightened again. On the third day, the light began to pulse like a heartbeat. Chen Fan's own pulse synchronized with its rhythm. Quick, slow, quick, slow. His chaotic sword intent resonated with it, and the tiny gray sword in his dantian vibrated. On the morning of the 4th day, the gray light suddenly surged, wildly pouring from the rift like a breached dam. The light flooded into Chen Fan's body, seeping through his skin, piercing each pore. His entire frame glowed with gray radiance. Within his dantian, the small gray sword shattered its fragments, scattering in all directions. He thought his sword intent was about to dissipate, but the fragments did not drift far. Instead they reformed, not into a small sword, but into a larger one. The blade was wider, the edge thicker, and the hilt was now etched with chaotic pattern markings. High-stage chaotic sword intent, achieved. His cultivation broke through from mid-tier sword sovereign to late-tier sword sovereign, his sword essence tripling in thickness. He opened his eyes, gray light dancing within his pupils. He drew his blade and struck. Gray sword energy tore through the chaos, widening the rift from 3 fingers to 1 zhang. Where the sword chi passed, chaos storms were split asunder. The gray winds were forced back, revealing the black void beneath. The rift held open for over 10 seconds before slowly closing. He sheathed his sword and flew back, moving twice as fast as before. The journey from the chaos boundary to sword sect, which had taken half a day, now required only the time it took for 1 incense stick to burn. At the peak of sword sect, Lin Xiaojian was teaching 7 youths. Zhang Heng stood at the very front, his chaotic sword intent having matured from embryonic form to early completion. The gray light cluster in his dantian was steady like a seed. Lin Xiaojian had instructed him to strike his sword 10 times daily with full force while teaching others. Zhang Heng followed the instruction. Blisters formed on his hands, but the gray sword light grew brighter each day. Lin Xiaojian suddenly paused, gazing toward the chaos. Shen Weiyue walked up. Chen Fan has broken through. High stage. Late tier sword sovereign. Faster than you were. Twice as fast. He was born to practice chaotic sword intent. Chen Fan landed on the peak, the aura of chaos storms still clinging to him. His clothes were torn in several places by the gray winds, but he bore no injuries. His aura had changed. Deeper, more grounded, like a sword concealed within its scabbard. He walked to Lin Xiaojian and knelt. Sect Master, I have broken through. Lin Xiaojian looked at him. Rise. From today you will sever the gray threads alongside me. Yes. Chen Fan stood, turning to face the direction of the chaos. Previously he could only sense the gray threads at the edge of chaos. Now he could perceive deep within. Cracks on the seal, the gray aura, hundreds of gray threads extending like octopus tentacles toward the myriad realms. He tightened his grip on the hilt. Sect Master, I sense them. Over 300 gray threads. How many can you sever? I don't know. Let me try. Both drew their blades simultaneously. Gray sword energy shot from the peak of sword sect, piercing through the sky and the chaos, striking the gray threads. Lin Xiaojian's sword energy severed 40+ threads. Chen Fan's sword energy severed 20+ threads. Together over 60. The gray threads were like cut hair, severed only to sprout anew. Lin Xiaojian said, not enough. Your sword is not fast enough. It will be faster. Deep within the chaos, the seal had loosened considerably. Cracks spread from the edges of the seal to its center, dense as a spiderweb. Gray aura gushed from the fissures like fountains. Hundreds of gray threads extended from the gray aura, reaching toward the myriad realms. Lin Feng pressed his hand against the seal, gray sword essence surging forth. He sought to reinforce the seal, but there were too many cracks, and his sword essence was insufficient. The expansion of the cracks slowed, but did not stop. His complexion grew increasingly pale, lips turning purple. Luo Qingxue supported him. You cannot continue outputting. If I doubt the seal will break, then let it break. If you die, who will guard it? In the distance, 2 strands of gray sword energy shot toward them. One struck the gray threads, severing over 40. The other severed 20+. The pressure on the seal diminished somewhat. Lin Feng withdrew his hand and caught his breath. Lin Xiaojian and Chen Fan have arrived. At the peak of sword sect, Lin Xiaojian and Chen Fan stood side by side. Both drew their blades, strike after strike. Gray sword energy rained toward the depths of chaos like a downpour. Gray threads were severed in batches. Over half of the 300 were cut, the remainder still reaching outward. Lin Xiaojian's sword was swift, Chen Fan's was fierce. Swift strikes cleaved the fine threads, of fierce strikes hewed the thick ones. The two coordinated seamlessly without a word, as though they had practiced together hundreds of times. Shen Weiyue stood behind them, watching their backs. Her 8-sword intents resonated, not with chaotic sword intent, but with their will. She also wished to join the strike, but she did not move. Lin Xiaojian had said she only needed to guard sword sect. Zhang Hing stood on the rear hill looking up at the sky. Gray sword energy streaked through the heavens one after another like fireworks. He gripped his hilt tightly. The gray light cluster in his dantian trembled. He too wished to strike, but his sword lacked range. His chaotic sword intent could only extend to the edge of chaos, unable to reach the gray threads. I will grow stronger, he said. Deep within the chaos, the gray threads had been severed by more than half. The cracks on the seal continued to spread, but at a much slower pace. Lin Feng leaned against Luo Qingxue's shoulder, eyes closed. His spiritual energy had been consumed by 70%. He needed time to recover. Lin Xiaojian and Chen Fan fighting together can hold back the gray threads of the chaos ancestor. For how long? I don't know, but at least for now we are safe. Luo Qingxue gazed toward the chaos. Gray sword energy continued to arc through the sky one after another relentless. She took a pill from her bosom and pressed it into Lin Feng's mouth. He swallowed, and some of his spiritual energy recovered. Lin Xiaojian sheathed his sword. Chun Fan did the same. Both their arms ached, their sword essence nearly exhausted. Over 200 of the 300 gray threads had been severed. Only dozens remained, still reaching outward. Lin Xiaojian said, "Enough. We return tomorrow." Chun Fan nodded. Shen Weiyue brought 2 bowls of tea. Lin Xiaojian took one and drank it in several gulps. Chun Fan took the other and finished it likewise. "Sect Master, tomorrow I can sever 40 threads." "Good." Late at night, Zhang Heng practiced sword techniques alone on the peak. Gray sword light carved through the night sky stroke after stroke. He trained for an entire night. By dawn, his chaotic sword intent had advanced from embryonic form to early completion. The gray light cluster in his dantian was no longer a seed, but a small sword. Early completion made it 5 times stronger than its embryonic state. He knelt and bowed 3 times toward the direction of the chaos. "Master, I have achieved it." Lin Xiaojian stood on the rear hill watching Zhang Heng's silhouette, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. He recalled those days when he too had practiced sword techniques alone on the peak until dawn, then knelt and bowed toward the chaos. Back then his master had watched him from deep within the chaos in exactly the same way. Generation after generation the torch was passed on. The seal deep within the chaos held firm, if only temporarily, but it lasted merely 3 days. On the dawn of the 4th day, before the sky had even lightened the heavens beyond the sword sect's main gate suddenly darkened. It was not storm clouds, but a pallid gray mist. It surged from the direction of the chaos with terrifying speed, like a rising tide. Woven within the gray fog were countless filaments, pale as hair, tangled as spider webs. They extended from the shroud, reaching toward the myriad realms of the heavens and earth. In Zhengzhou, within Tianke City, the garrison soldiers at the city gate were the first to spot the gray threads. A single gray filament descended from the heavens like a lone strand of hair. A soldier reached out to touch it. The moment his fingertip brushed the thread, his skin began to turn ashen, hardening like stone. He let out a blood-curdling scream as his entire arm turned gray. The soldier beside him drew his blade and slashed, but the sword shattered upon striking the filament. In Shangzhou, at the sacred ground of the sword spirits, the gray threads slithered into the pavilion of stored swords, coiling around those ancient celestial blades. The swords trembled as their radiance was devoured by the filaments, dulling to ash. The elder guardian of the pavilion severed several threads with a single stroke, but more erupted from the earth below, wrapping around his ankles. In the Buddhist realm within Lane Temple, a golden aura of Buddha light enveloped the entire temple, keeping the gray threads at bay. Yet the sacred light was dimming, the filaments corroded it like acid seeping into cloth. The new abbot sat cross-legged before the Buddha statue, his chanting growing increasingly frantic. In the demon realm, within Cheyenne palace, gray threads seeped through the windows and coiled around his flame saber. The flames upon the blade were smothered by the gray threads, transforming into dead, ashen fire. Qian struck them apart with a palm blast, but more filaments poured in from all directions. In the Yao realm, upon the sacred mountain of the Donghuang, the gray threads strangled the ancient trees. Leaves turned gray and fell like rain. The Donghuang cleaved the infested branches, but the roots had already been corrupted. Within the nether realm, the gray river churned as threads erupted from the depths, ensnaring the ferry boats. The souls aboard were wrapped in the filaments, screaming in silent agony. Every realm under the heavens raised its alarm simultaneously. Upon the peak of the sword sect, Lin Xiaojian opened his eyes. He could feel the sword intent of the myriad realms trembling in fear. It was not a single blade, but tens of thousands. Their terror, despair, and desperate struggles were channeled through the chaotic sword intent straight into his consciousness. His countenance darkened. Shen Weiyue, relay orders to all branch sects. The gray threads have invaded. Shen Weiyue did not ask questions. He simply turned and transmitted the command. Lin Xiaojian rose and drew the Qingfeng sword. Gray sword light danced upon the edge, brilliant and sharp. He closed his eyes, extending his chaotic sword intent to sense the origin of the gray threads. Deep within the chaos, the fractures upon the seal had widened manifold. A gray aura erupted outward like a geyser. Countless threads resembling the tentacles of a primordial beast stretched toward every corner of the myriad realms. He opened his eyes and gripped his hilt tightly. Chun Fan sprinted up from the rear mountain, drenched in sweat. His practice just concluded. Patriarch, I felt it. Where are the gray threads? Everywhere. Zhengzhou, Shangzhou, the Buddhist realm, the demon realm, the Yao realm, the nether realm. They are all struck. And the sword sect? Lin Xiaojian looked up. The sky beyond the main gate had already turned the color of burial ash. Gray threads hung from the fog like a dense curtain of rain. One filament was already lunging toward the gate at great speed. Chun Fan drew his sword and slashed. An arc of gray sword chi met the thread, severing it. Gray smoke curled from the severed tip, coalescing in the air before reforming into a fresh thread. Chun Fan frowned. It cannot be permanently cut. It can be severed. But it reforms instantly. We must find the source. Lin Xiaojian closed his eyes, extending his chaotic sword intent. He pinpointed the origin, the heart of the chaos within the crack of the seal. Within that rift lay a colossal sphere of baleful light, continuously spewing the filaments. He saw the radiance, and within it countless eyes stared back at him. Deep within the chaos beside the seal, Lin Feng leaned against Luo Qingshue's shoulder, his face pale. His spiritual energy had not yet recovered, yet the seal's fractures had widened again. He pressed his hand against the artifact, channeling gray sword essence to reinforce it, but his reserves were insufficient. The cracks continued to spread. Luo Qingxue spoke, "Rest now. Let me handle this." She placed her palm upon the seal and activated her ice river sword heart. Bitter cold surged forth, freezing the fractures solid. Encased in ice, the gray aura stagnated, and the thread's growth slowed. Yet the ice layer soon developed its own fissures, the gray power relentlessly corroding it. "I cannot sustain this much longer," Luo Qingxue said. "Merely hold out until Lin Xiaojian arrives." Back on the sword sect peak, Lin Xiaojian opened his eyes. Through his perception, he saw Master Lin Feng and Master Luo Qingxue by the seal. His Shifu's face was ashen, and his Shenyang bit her lip in grim endurance. His grip tightened on the hilt, the gray light upon the blade intensifying. "Chun Fan, you defend the sword sect. I am going into the heart of the chaos. Patriarch, I shall accompany you. You remain. The sect requires your presence." Lin Xiaojian stepped into the void and soared toward the chaos. 8 swords orbited his back, their gray radiance exploding through the fog and illuminating the path ahead. Gray threads lunged from every direction, seeking to entangle him. He slashed through one cluster then another. Though the filaments multiplied endlessly, they could not match his pace. A voice resonated from the gray fog, low, primordial, pouring directly into his mind. "Your sword intent is most delectable." Lin Xiaojian halted. The voice of the chaos ancestor. A sharp pain pierced his skull, yet he did not retreat. "You shall not feast upon it. Wait until you arrive, and I shall taste you in truth." Back at the sword sect peak, Chun Fan led the disciples in holding the gate. Zhang Heng, Li Mo, and Wang Dong stood at the vanguard, swords drawn. Their grasp of the chaotic sword intent was still rudimentary, but their eyes blazed with fierce determination. Shen Weiwei stood in their rear, the divine radiance, sword in hand, 8 distinct sword intentions flowing across its edge. From the fog, hundreds and thousands of gray threads surged forward. They no longer crept slowly, but rained down like arrows. Chun Fan severed dozens with a single stroke, but more filled the gaps. Zhang Heng charged ahead, his gray sword light cleaving through 3 threads before him. His hands trembled, his sword quivered, yet he yielded not an inch. Li Mo and Wang Dong joined the fray. The 3 locked backs, forming a modest sword formation that braced against the initial barrage. "Senior brother Chen, we can hold," Zhang Heng shouted. Chun Fan glanced at them, the faintest ghost of a smile touching his lips. "Hold fast. The patriarch will return." Deep within the chaos, Lin Feng opened his eyes. He sensed his disciple approaching. "The boy is here. Can your condition sustain another strain?" Luo Qingxue asked. "It will suffice." Lin Feng rose. The 8 swords planted near the seal flew into his grasp. Gray sword radiance surged from the blade, diminished yet unbroken. He drew a deep breath and struck the seal, not to reinforce it, but to carve an opening. The ancestor's voice boomed from the abyss below. "You have forsaken your sanity. Open a passage, and I shall spill forth far sooner. You need not come out. My disciple enters instead." Lin Xiaojian arrived before the fracture. Lin Feng stood, sentinel sword drawn, his complexion pale, but his gaze sharp as ever. Lin Xiaojian knelt. "Master, rise. Time is of the essence." Lin Xiaojian stood. He gazed upon the weeping seal, the spewing gray miasma, the myriads of threads outstretching toward all creation. His blade trembled, not from fear, but from incandescent wrath. "Master, I shall enter. Once within, use your chaotic sword intent to locate his core. Sever it. Can it be done? Sever it, even if you cannot. Fail, and the myriad realms shall perish." Lin Xiaojian nodded. He stepped forward toward the rift. Lin Xiaojian. "Yes, master. Return to me alive." Without looking back, Lin Xiaojian walked into the seal. Lin Xiaojian walked into the seal. Everything turned black before his eyes, and when he opened them again, he found himself standing in a gray void. There was no sky, no ground, only gray mist. Countless blood-red eyes watched him from within the mist. Beneath his feet lay a gray nothingness that felt like walking on cotton. The core of the chaos ancestor lay deep within, unseen yet palpable. He pressed onward. Gray threads extended toward him from all directions, attempting to ensnare him. One sword stroke severed them, only for new ones to sprout forth. Again he struck, again they grew. The gray threads multiplied, endlessly surging like a tidal wave, cascading like a waterfall. Lin Xiaojian's sword energy depleted rapidly, yet he did not falter. Deep within the chaos, Lin Feng stood beyond the seal with his eyes closed. Through the master-disciple thousand-mile sight, he watched Lin Xiaojian as the gray threads coiled around his ankles, arms, and waist. Lin Xiaojian cleaved through one strand, but fresh threads immediately filled the gaps. "He cannot hold much longer," Luo Qingxue remarked. "Then he must endure regardless." Lin Feng opened his eyes. Send orders to all branch sects. The gray threads are invading the myriad worlds. Everyone is to defend with their full strength. He channeled the chaos sword intent, his voice piercing through chaos and space, alike reaching the ears of each branch sect master. The gray threads are encroaching. If you cannot hold the line, fall back. If retreat is impossible, stall for time until Lin Xiaojin returns. In Zhongzhou Tianke City, gray threads descended from above like rain curtains, dense and unbroken. Soldiers at the city gates had already been entangled by gray threads transformed into stone statues of ashen hue. Citizens fled through the streets, their cries and wails echoing as the threads pursued them, a single strand coiling around a child's ankle as they fell and screamed. A streak of gray sword light flashed from a distance, severing that very thread. Lin Xiaojin landed before the child scooped him up and tossed him toward a nearby soldier. Get him out of here. The soldier fled with the child. Lin Xiaojin turned to face the wall of gray threads that clung thick and fast to the city ramparts. Drawing his blade, he unleashed a sweep of gray sword energy that exploded against the fortifications. One strike cleaved through over 100 strands. A second blow cut another 100. Yet the gray threads kept regenerating, from beneath the earth, from cracks in the walls, from the very air itself. He was but one man. He could not slay them all. Shen Wuiyue Zhongzhou needs you. Atop the sword sect's highest peak, Shen Wuiyue closed her eyes and sensed the gray threads encroaching upon Zhongzhou. She opened her eyes and looked at Chen Fan. Zhongzhou is in critical danger. I will go. And the sword sect. You hold it. Shen Wuiyue stepped into the air and flew toward Zhongzhou. Her divine light sword was in hand, 8 sword intentions flowing along its blade. Upon reaching the skies above Zhongzhou City, she saw the entire metropolis wrapped in gray threads like a massive cocoon. Citizens within the city were chased by gray threads, some were ensnared and turned to stone. She drew a deep breath and raised her sword. All 8 sword intentions erupted simultaneously. The divine might of the gods, sword the righteousness of the immortal, sword the compassion of the Buddhist, sword the temporal power of the ancient, sword the wild ferocity of the desolate, sword the serene stillness of the ice, sword the demonic malice of the demon, sword the untamed savagery of the fiend's sword. 8 hues of sword light wove through the sky like a rainbow as she brought her blade down. The strikes severed the gray threads, though destruction alone was not her aim, for the true purpose was to seal. She poured all her strength into the ice sword intention, unleashing its freezing power. Cold energy surged from her blade across the entire city. The gray threads on the walls, upon the ground, and in the air alike were all encased in ice. Zhongzhou City became a frozen citadel. A white ice crust enveloped everything, the gray threads struggling fruitlessly within their crystalline prison. Shen Wuiyue sheathed her sword, breathing heavily. Her face had gone pale. The 8 sword intentions had consumed 70% of her strength. The ice seal will hold for one day. After that, the gray threads will break through. In Shangzhou, at the sacred grounds of the sword spirit, gray threads burrowed into the hidden sword pavilion, coiling around ancient, immortal swords. The weapons trembled as their luminous energy was devoured by the encroaching darkness. The elderly guardian, ensnared by the threads, transformed into a gray stone statue. Zhang Heng arrived with over a dozen disciples of the sword sect, and upon seeing the petrified figure, his eyes reddened. Cut them down. His blade flashed gray sword light, striking against the gray threads. Though newly formed, the chaos sword intent proved precise. Each strike found the vital points within the threads, severing them and freeing the ancient swords. Behind him, the other disciples pressed forward, clearing the infection one cut at a time. Hurry, get the immortal swords out. The disciples carried the weapons toward the exit as gray threads surged from the ground in pursuit. Zhang Heng held the rear, his blade striking again and again. Blood from his split hand dripped onto the hilt, yet he did not cease. Senior brother, fall back. With a final strike, severing the pursuing threads, Zhang Heng turned and sprinted from the pavilion. As the pavilion door sealed shut, gray threads squeezed through the gaps and coiled around the frame. Zhang Heng cleaved through the frame with his sword, with splinters flying. Burn it. Disciples unleashed fire sword intent upon the hidden sword pavilion. The gray threads writhed and shrieked as flames consumed the structure, illuminating the entire mountain. In the Buddhist realm at Lin Temple, the golden Buddhist light shield had been corroded by gray threads, leaving a great breach. From the opening, gray tendrils crept inside and wrapped around the Buddha statue. The newly appointed abbot sat cross-legged before it, his chanting growing increasingly desperate. Blood seeped from the corners of his mouth as the Buddhist light faded. A streak of gray sword light descended from above, striking the threads. Lin Xiaojin landed at the entrance of Lin Temple. His garments were torn by gray threads, and his body bore wounds, yet he did not pause. Master, step back. The abbot rose and retreated beyond the temple grounds. Lin Xiaojin drew his blade and slashed toward the breach. Not at the gray threads themselves, but at the space they had torn open. Where his sword light passed, reality was rent asunder and the gap sealed shut. The gray threads were barred from entering, struggling against the spatial rift they could not cross. The abbot pressed his palms together. Thank you, Sectmaster. Hold the Buddhist realm. I will go to other places. Lin Xiaojian stepped into the air. He needed to reach the demon realm, the fiend realm, the netherworld. Every realm was crying out for aid, every plane required his presence. He was but one man, unable to be everywhere at once. Chen Fan, take the demon realm. Shen Wuyue, take the fiend realm. Zhang Heng, take the netherworld. All branch sects must support one another. Hold firm. The myriad worlds erupted into war simultaneously. Deep within the chaos, a massive crack appeared across the seal. Not the slender fissures of before, but a great maw as though carved by a blade. Gray aura poured from the rift, like a waterfall. Within the mist, a colossal gray eye opened. Devoid of pupils, filled entirely with gray. Countless tiny points of light flickered within that gray expanse. Then the voice of the Chaos Ancestor resonated across all the myriad worlds. Lin Xiaojin, you cannot save everyone in time. Lin Xiaojin, en route to the demon realm, heard the words and halted. He turned back toward the chaos, gazing at that immense gray eye. His sword trembled, not from fear, but from rage. It is enough time. In the depths of chaos, the cracks upon the seal widened ever further. Once those gray eyes opened, the gray mist thickened, and the gray threads surged forth tenfold faster than before. Lin Feng stood before the seal, 8 swords planted behind his back, their gray radiance fading with each passing moment. Beside him, Luo Qingxue gripped her ice sword as cold vapor dripped from its blade. Her complexion was ashen. The ice river sword heart she had invoked to seal the cracks had drained her of nearly all spiritual energy. Lin Feng, the seal cannot hold. I know. Lin Feng pressed his palm against the seal. Gray sword essence surged forth, slowing the crack's expansion. Yet his sword energy ebbed like sand slipping through an hourglass. His face grew increasingly pallid, lips tinged purple, fingers trembling. Luo Qingxue seized his hand. Continue expending your energy and you'll perish. I won't. Xiao Jian hasn't yet broken through. Far away, Xiao Jian hacked through gray threads in the demon realm. He felt the tremors emanating from chaos's depths and sensed his master's sword essence dissipating. He yearned to return, but gray threads swarmed densely throughout the demon realm. Crimson Flame's left arm was entangled, her flame blade's fire extinguished. With one strike, Xiao Jian severed the threads binding Crimson Flame and tossed her toward a nearby demon soldier. Take him away. Xiao Jian turned toward chaos, gripping his sword hilt as gray light flickered along the blade. Master, hold on. Deep within chaos, Lin Feng withdrew his hand. 80% of his sword essence was already spent. The cracks on the seal continued widening, slower now yet unceasing. Gray mist poured from the fissures, coalescing into a colossal hand reaching toward him. Lin Feng drew his sword and cleaved through it. The gray hand dissolved only to reform moments later, incapable of being severed or destroyed. Your sword essence isn't sufficient, Luo Qingxue observed. It is. Lin Feng retrieved a pill from his robes and swallowed it. The blood ignition pill, a forbidden medicine that doubled his combat prowess temporarily, but at the cost of regressed cultivation and shortened lifespan. His body began radiating a gray light. Veins pulsed beneath his skin as blood burned within. Luo Qingxue's expression shifted. What did you consume? The blood ignition pill. You've lost your mind. I'm perfectly sound. Lin Feng gazed at her. Help me hold this for a moment. Luo Qingxue gritted her teeth and pressed her hand against the seal. The ice river sword heart operated at its limit, unleashing cold energy that encased the seal's cracks in ice. The gray aura became trapped within the thick ice layer, unable to escape. Her complexion grew increasingly pale as the ice river sword heart pushed her beyond her limits. Lin Feng closed his eyes, his consciousness piercing through chaos and space to reach Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian, listen. I'm transmitting the final insight of chaos sword intent to you. From this moment forward, speak not a word, let no distractions enter your mind. Simply listen. In the demon realm, Xiao Jian slashed through gray threads when he heard Lin Feng's voice. He paused and closed his eyes as threads wrapped around his ankles from every direction. He remained motionless. Sectmaster. Crimson Flame called out, but Xiao Jian offered no response. His consciousness sank into his dantian, where only Lin Feng's voice resided. Deep within chaos, Lin Feng's voice moved slowly and steadily, as though recounting a tale. Yet his body trembled as the blood ignition pill's side effects took hold. The essence of chaos sword intent lies not in the sword nor the intent, but in the heart itself. The magnitude of your heart determines the strength of your sword. Should your heart embrace all heavens and worlds, your sword shall cleave through anything. Xiao Jian's body radiated gray light as the miniature sword within his dantian vibrated, its patterns growing ever more distinct. Gray threads coiled around his waist and arms, yet he remained unmoving. Crimson Flame rushed forward to assist, but was repelled by the threads. Do not touch him. Do not touch him. Crimson Flame cried out. The demon soldiers formed a circle around Xiao Jian, shielding him with their bodies against the gray threads. Lin Feng continued. I have no time remaining. Walk the path of the chaos, sword lord, in my stead. Remember, the sword exists not for killing, but for protection. The more souls you safeguard, the greater its power becomes. The gray sword in Xiao Jian's dantian shattered. Its fragments danced through the air before reconstituting into a broader, heavier blade. The blade widened, its edge thickened, and chaos-colored patterns emerged along the hilt, marking the later stage of Chaos Sword Intent. His cultivation broke through from the early stage to the middle stage of All Heaven's Sword Lord. Sword energy surged outward in a gray explosion that shattered the gray threads binding him. Crimson flame was thrown backward by the shockwave and fell to the ground. He rose to see Xiao Jian standing wreathed in gray light, the threads dissolving like snow in warmth. Sectmaster. Xiao Jian opened his eyes, now entirely gray with a pulsing dot of chaos-colored light deep within his pupils. He drew his sword and struck. Gray sword energy swept across the entire demon realm battlefield, severing countless gray threads that fell like wheat before a scythe. The sky above the demon realm regained its color, no longer gray but a dark crimson. He turned toward Chaos. Master, I've done it. Deep in chaos, Lin Feng felt it. The corners of his mouth moved slightly. That boy. He made it. He pressed his hand against the seal, channeling his remaining strength into it. Gray sword essence flowed from his palm, repairing the cracks. They narrowed, slowly but assuredly. Luo Qingxue watched him. Your face. Lin Feng touched his own cheek. His skin had grown dry and weathered like bark. The blood ignition pills told he was aging. It's nothing. He closed his eyes, condensing the final insight from his Chaos Sword Lord divinity into a beam of light that pierced through chaos to reach Xiao Jian. The moment Xiao Jian received that light, Lin Feng's figure appeared before him. Not an illusion, but the genuine Lin Feng standing before the seal, 8 swords planted behind his back, a smile gracing his features. Master, Xiao Jian, the myriad realms are now entrusted to your care. Lin Feng's voice faded. His form grew translucent, not vanishing, but succumbing to age. His hair turned white, his skin wrinkled, his posture bent. Luo Qingxue caught him, her ice sword driven into the ground. Lin Feng, cease your cries. I shall not perish. Lin Feng rested his head against Luo Qingxue's shoulder, eyes closed. When I awaken, it shall be the day of final confrontation. He fell unconscious. The cracks upon the seal ceased their expansion, the gray light dimming. Luo Qingxue held him close, seated beside the seal. Her ice river sword heart was shattered, her spiritual energy entirely depleted, yet she refused to release him. Xiaobai emerged from Lin Feng's embrace, perching upon his chest and nuzzling his face. In the distance across the demon realm battlefield, Xiao Jian sheathed his sword and gazed toward chaos. His eyes reddened. Master, wait for me. News of Lin Feng's collapse spread across all the heavens and myriad worlds. The disciples of the sword sect fell silent. The warriors of every branch sect fell silent. Even the gray threads of the chaos ancestor receded somewhat. They were not afraid, they were waiting. Waiting for Lin Xiaojian to break through, waiting for the final battle to come. Lin Xiaojian flew back from the demon realm to the sword sect and landed on the mountaintop. His late-stage chaos sword intent had just stabilized, and the great gray sword within his dantian was still trembling. The last insight Lin Feng had passed to him replayed in his mind again and again. The core of chaos sword intent is not the sword, not the intent, but the heart. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. In his dantian, the great gray sword began to rotate slowly. The chaos-colored patterns on the blade emitted a faint but steady light. He knew that one step remained. That step was not something to be trained, it had to be comprehended. Shen Wuyue stood beside him, 8 sword intents circulating within her body. Her spiritual power and sword essence had fully recovered. The strength she had expended in sealing Zhongzhou beneath ice had been restored. She looked at Lin Xiaojian, at the sweat on his forehead, at his clenched fists. Chen Fan, guard the summit. No one is to disturb us. Chen Fan drew his sword and stood at the mountain gate. Zhang Heng, Li Mo Wang Dong, and the other young disciples stood behind him. Gray sword light leaped along the blade edges. 50 people, 50 swords. Deep within chaos, the cracks on the seal widened by another trace. The gray eyes coldly surveyed all the heavens and myriad worlds. The chaos ancestor's voice was low, heavy, as if it came from the depths of hell. Lin Feng has fallen. Lin Xiaojian all alone. How long can you last? Lin Xiaojian heard it. He ignored it. His consciousness sank into his dantian, and the great gray sword spun faster and faster. Shen Wuyue crouched down, reached out, and pressed her hand against Lin Xiaojian's back. Activating the glacial river sword heart, cold energy surged into his body to help stabilize his sword essence. It was not freezing, it was gentle nurturing. Lin Xiaojian, your master gave you everything. You will not disappoint him. Her voice was very soft. Lin Xiaojian's body jolted. In his dantian, the great gray sword suddenly accelerated. The chaos-colored patterns on the blade burst open, transforming into countless tiny gray specks of light that spread outward. The specks of light sank into his meridians, his flesh, his bones. It was not his power dispersing, it was merging. His body began to glow with gray light. The heaven and earth phenomenon began. At the summit of the sword sect, a gray pillar of light shot into the sky. It was so thick that 10 people linking arms could not encircle it. The pillar pierced the clouds and soared through the 9 heavens. The clouds were ripped apart, revealing the starry sky above. The starry sky was changing too. Stars turned gray, the moon turned gray, the sun turned gray. Across all the heavens and myriad worlds the sky turned gray at the same time. It was not the gray of the Chaos Ancestor. It was the gray of Chaos Sword Intent. The pillar of light lasted for an entire incense stick's worth of time. All sword sect disciples knelt down. Some cried, some laughed, some gripped their swords with trembling hands. Chun Fan knelt on the ground, his eyes red. Sect Master, you've finally done it. On the back mountain, Zhang Heng was practicing his sword. When the gray pillar surged upward, the sword in his hand began to glow too. Not gray, but the color of chaos. The small gray sword in his dantian trembled, and the patterns on the blade grew clearer and clearer. His Chaos Sword Intent broke through from initial success to the intermediate level. His cultivation broke through from the early Sword Emperor realm to the mid-stage. He froze for a moment, then knelt and kowtowed toward the mountaintop. Thank you, Sectmaster. Liemo and Wang Dong were breaking through as well. Their embryonic Chaos Sword Intent became initial success, and their cultivation broke through from the peak of spirit transformation to the early Sword Emperor realm. Other disciples were also breaking through, some by one minor realm, some by two. Lin Xiaojian's breakthrough triggered a resonance in Sword Intent, and every disciple who cultivated Chaos Sword Intent advanced. Shen Wuiyue sensed it too. Her 8 sword intents were fusing from 99% to a full 100. 8 sword intents, perfected. She opened her eyes and looked at Lin Xiaojian's back. You helped me break through too. Deep within Chaos, the seal shook violently. The gray eyes narrowed. The Chaos Ancestor's voice was no longer scornful, it was excited. Finally, some proper food. Mid-stage Sword Sovereign of the Myriad Heavens, late-stage Chaos Sword Intent. Weaker than Lin Feng, but fresher than Lin Feng. Lin Xiaojian opened his eyes. His eyes had turned pure gray, and deep within his pupils a speck of chaos-colored light pulsed. He stood up, 8 swords floating behind him, their gray light blinding. He looked toward the direction of chaos, and the corner of his mouth twitched. You want to eat? Come and try. At the summit of the sword sect, Lin Xiaojian extended his right hand. A gray sword condensed from the void and landed in his palm. It was not the Qing Feng sword, nor any sword he had used before. It was the life-bound sword condensed from Chaos Sword Intent, the Chaos Sword. The blade was gray and patterns of chaos flowed along its edge. On the hilt, there were no characters, only the primordial runes from when chaos first opened. He gripped the hilt. The sword hummed, and its light soared into the heavens. From today on I will call you Chaos. The Chaos Sword trembled in his hand, as if responding. Chen Fan ran over and knelt before Lin Xiaojian. Sect Master, you've broken through. Rise. Lin Xiaojian looked at Chen Fan. Has your Chaos Sword Intent also broken through? Intermediate level. Mid-stage, Sword Emperor realm. Not enough. You need to be stronger. I will. Shen Wuiyue walked over and stood beside Lin Xiaojian. Your Chaos Sword Intent has reached late-stage perfection, and you are a mid-stage Sword Sovereign of the Myriad Heavens. Can you fight the Chaos Ancestor? I can, but I need your help. How? Wait until I cut open its core, then all of you attack. Drive your sword intents into the crack. The more the better. Chen Fan drew his sword. Sect Master, my sword is ready. Zhang Heng ran up panting. Sect Master, I'm ready too. Liemo and Wang Dong ran up as well. All 50 young disciples ran up. Lin Xiaojian looked at them, at the swords in their hands, at the light in their eyes. He remembered how his master had once looked at him exactly like that. Good. In 3 days we attack the depths of chaos. In the distance the Chaos Ancestor's voice came again. 3 days? I can't wait that long. Come now. The cracks on the seal suddenly widened, and gray energy surged out like floodwater from a burst levee. The gray threads no longer scattered, they gathered into a giant hand, and reached toward the sword sect. The Chaos Ancestor had moved ahead of time. Lin Xiaojian drew the Chaos Sword from its sheath. Gray sword light slashed across the hand. The hand was severed and gray fragments scattered everywhere. But the hand quickly formed again. Useless. Your sword cannot cut me. I am chaos and chaos is me. You cannot kill me. Lin Xiaojian withdrew his sword. If I cannot cut it, I will seal it. He raised his head and looked toward the direction of chaos at that gray eye. Master, watch. I will not disappoint you. 3 days after Lin Xiaojian broke through to the mid-stage of the Myriad Heavens Sword Master realm, the main hall of the sword sect was packed to capacity. The sovereigns of every subsect had arrived. Qi Yin of the demon realm, Dong Huang of the monster realm, the new abbot of the Buddhist realm, the lord of the immortal realm, the new nether lord of the nether realm, the acting lord of the divine realm, the representative of the barren realm, and the envoy of the ancient realm. The sword sect's own ranks were even larger. Luo Chun, Shen Fan, Shen Wuiyue, Zhang Heng, Li Imo, Wang Dong, and more than a dozen core elders. The main hall was immense, yet today it was packed to bursting. Lin Xiaojian sat in the sect master's seat, 8 swords planted before him, and the chaos sword resting across his knees. Shen Wuiyue stood at his left, ice sword in hand. Luo Chun stood at his right holding a register. Chen Fan stood below, his posture ramrod straight. Luo Chun spoke first. Sect master, the troop strength of all subsects has been tallied. 80,000 in total, 30,000 above the sword Emperor realm, 5,000 above the sword Venerable realm, 300 half-step sword gods, and 20 at the sword god realm. Lin Xiaojin said that is enough. Luo Chun said, Sect Master, the Chaos Ancestor is but a single being. Do we really need 80,000? Lin Xiaojin said, numbers mean nothing. What matters is strength. He turned his gaze to the sub-sect masters. The forces you brought, are they all your strongest? Qi Yin rose. 5,000 demon warriors from the demon realm, every one above the sword Emperor realm. I lead them personally. Dong Huang said 5,000 from the monster realm, I lead them personally. The new abbot said 3,000 from the Buddhist realm, this humble monk leads them personally. The lord of the immortal realm, the new nether lord, and the acting lord reported in turn. Lin Xiaojin nodded. Good. A white-haired elder rose, an elder of the divine realm subsect at the early sword god realm. His name was Zhou Yuan, and he had served in the divine realm subsect for over 1,000 years. He fixed Lin Xiaojin with a look of skepticism. Sect master, just how old are you? When your master Lin Feng was here we followed him. Now that he is gone, why should we follow you? The main hall fell silent. Every eye was fixed on Lin Xiaojin. Some were tense, some expectant, some waiting to watch a farce unfold. Luo Chen's expression hardened, and he moved to speak. Lin Xiaojin raised a hand, cutting him off. He gazed at the elder, saying nothing. He rose and drew his sword. The chaos sword left its sheath, and a gray blade light detonated through the main hall. The sword pressure crushed the breath from every chest. Those below the sword Emperor realm went pale. The elder's face blanched, as well as legs trembling. Lin Xiaojin swung once. Not at the elder, but at the pillar beside him. The azure stone pillar was as thick as a full embrace, etched with dense runes capable of withstanding a full-strength blow from an early sword god. The sword light flashed, and a corner of the pillar was carved away. The severed surface was as smooth as a mirror. The runes were broken, their glow extinguished. Lin Xiaojin sheathed his sword and sat back down. Any further questions? The elder knelt. Sect master, I am convinced. The other elders knelt, one and all. Qi Yin knelt, Dong Huang knelt, and the new abbot pressed his palms together in reverence. Chun Fan stood off to the side, the corner of his mouth twitching. Shen Weiyue stood with her ice sword in hand, unmoving. Lin Xiaojin said, rise. We have matters to discuss. He rose and walked to the map. The map lay spread across the long table, a complete chart of the myriad heavens and countless worlds. The depths of chaos were marked as a gray expanse shrouded in rolling mist. He pointed into that gray. The Chaos Ancestor's true body lies beneath the seal. The seal is on the verge of collapse. We will not wait for it to come. We will strike first. Qi Yin said, Sect Master, take the offensive. The depths of chaos are its home ground. Lin Xiaojin said, even on home ground it can be fought. If it breaks free, the myriad heavens become the battlefield. If we fight on its turf, at least the heavens will not be caught in the blast. Dong Huang said, Sect Master, how do you intend to fight? Lin Xiaojin said, I will lead the main force in a frontal assault. Chen Fan will take a squad to strike from the flank. Shen Weiyue will lead a squad to hold the rear. The subsect forces will spread out to contain the gray threads. He turned to Chen Fan. Chen Fan, can your chaos sword intent sense the Chaos Ancestor's core? Chen Fan stepped forward. Yes, but I must be close. Leave the getting close to me. Chen Fan drew his sword. Gray chaos sword intent danced along the blade as it sang with a low hum. He walked to the entrance of the main hall beyond which lay the training ground. He drew a deep breath, raised his sword, and slashed down. Gray sword chi rent the earth, splitting open a gash 3 zhang long, 1 zhang deep, and half a zhang wide. Stone shards flew and dust billowed upward. The training ground's flagstones were cloven in half, the cuts smooth as glass. Wherever the sword chi passed, the air was torn asunder with a piercing shriek. Every elder stared in stunned disbelief. Qi Yin said, this lad, late sword Emperor realm, can unleash such power. Dong Huang said, his chaos sword intent is 10 times stronger than my monster sword intent. The new abbot pressed his palms together and chanted a Buddhist invocation. Chen Fan sheathed his sword, walked back into the hall, and knelt. Sect Master, my sword is ready. Lin Xiaojin regarded him. Rise. Your sword is sufficient, but you yourself are not yet strong enough. The Chaos Ancestor's core must be severed by many blades at once. He turned to Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng, your chaos sword intent is at the mid-tier. How deep can you cut? Zhang Heng rose. Sect Master, I can cut to the edge of chaos. Lin Xiaojin said, not enough. 3 days from now you must cut into the depths of chaos. Zhang Heng gritted his teeth. I can. Luo Chun rushed in from outside. He had gone to receive a transmission from the depths of chaos and now held a message jade slip in his hand. The slip was glowing. The light pulsed urgently, flickering like a heartbeat. He ran to Lin Xiaojin, his face pale. Sect Master, a message has arrived from the depths of chaos. Lin Xiaojin took the jade slip and channeled his spiritual power into it. Lin Feng's voice came through the slip, faint yet crystal clear. The seal will collapse within 7 days. Strike swiftly. The main hall fell deathly silent. No one spoke, even their breaths were held. 7 days. The Chaos Ancestor seal could hold for only 7 more days. Lin Xiaojin clenched the jade slip. The slip shattered powder sifting through his fingers. Did you hear that? 7 days. When the seal breaks in 7 days the chaos ancestor will come forth. No one spoke. Lin Shaojian said, 3 days of preparation. We march on the 3rd day. Qi Yin rose flame blade in hand, the fire along its edge surged skyward in a sudden flare. Sect Master, the demon realm is ready. Dong Huang rose as well, bone sword in hand. The monster realm is ready. The new abbot pressed his palms together. The Buddhist realm is ready. The lord of the immortal realm rose, the new nether lord rose, the acting lord rose. The representative of the barren realm rose, and the envoy of the ancient realm rose. Every subsect master was on their feet, swords already drawn or fists already clenched. Lin Shaojian looked at them, then at Xun Fan, at Shun Weiyue, at Zhang Heng, at Luo Chun. Dismissed. Gather at the Sword Sect's mountain gate in 3 days. Any who are late need not come. Deep in the night the moon blazed bright. In the direction of chaos gray mist surged and churned like the sea before a tsunami. Lin Shaojian stood alone atop the mountain, 8 swords planted behind him, the chaos sword in his grasp. He closed his eyes and extended his chaos sword, intent to sense the depths of chaos. He could perceive the cracks in the seal, 7 major fissures, and dozens of hairline fractures spreading like a spider's web. They were widening slowly yet ceaselessly without a single pause. Shen Weiyue walked up and stood beside him. The wind lifted her hair, brushing it against Lin Shaojian's shoulder. What are you thinking about? How to fight? Have you decided, Oi? Yes. I strike head-on. Oh, Chun Fan ambushes, you guard the rear. Zhang Heng and the rest defend the sword sect. You're not taking Zhang Heng. He's too weak. He would only be throwing his life away. Shen Weiyue looked at him. You were weak too back then. Your master took you anyway. Lin Shaojian was silent for a moment. In those days his master had indeed done the same. Taking him to the chaos border, into chaos storms, to the very brink of life and death. His master had never scorned his weakness. My master is my master. And I am me. Shen Weiyue said nothing more. She reached out and took Lin Shaojian's hand. His hand was cold. His sword essence had been depleted too heavily and had yet to recover. Her hand was no warmer. Her ice river sword heart left her body temperature lower than most. 2 icy hands clasped together, and both grew warm. Lin Shaojian did not pull away. In the far distance, deep within chaos, the cracks on the seal widened by another hair's breadth. Gray mist seeped through the fissures and coalesced into an eye. That eye had no pupil, only grayness. It gazed toward the sword sect at the 2 figures standing shoulder to shoulder on the peak. Lin Shaojian, 3 days it is then. I can wait. The chaos ancestor's voice was barely a whisper, yet Lin Shaojian heard it. He opened his eyes and looked toward chaos, toward that gray eye. The chaos sword trembled in his hand, its gray light flaring bright, before dimming once more. 3 days from now, I will come to slay you. In 3 days the sword sect's mountain gate had been transformed into a military camp. Tents covered the mountainside, stretching from the foot of the mountain all the way to the midpoint. The banners of each subsect fluttered in the wind, the black banners of the demon realm, the cyan banners of the demon beast realm, the golden banners of the Buddha realm, the white banners of the immortal realm, the gray banners of the nether realm, the gold banners of the divine realm, the yellow banners of the desolate realm, and the translucent banners of the ancient realm. 8 colors of banners, 80,000 troops. Lin Shaojian stood atop the peak, gazing down at the dense sea of tents and figures below. Shen Weiyue stood beside him, the ice sword in her hand. Luo Chun ran up a ledger in hand, panting heavily. Sect Master, all subsects have arrived. 80,000 people, all present. 5,000 from the demon realm, 5,000 from the demon beast realm, 3,000 from the Buddha realm, 5,000 from the immortal realm, 3,000 from the nether realm, 5,000 from the divine realm, 3,000 from the desolate realm, and 3,000 from the ancient realm. The sword sect's main force numbers 20,000. With reinforcements from the subsects, that makes 83,000 in total. Lin Shaojian said 3,000 extra. The subsects added them on their own. They said 1 more person means 1 more bit of strength. Lin Shaojian said nothing. He walked down from the peak to the square before the mountain gate. 83,000 people stood in the square, stretching from the mountain gate down to the foot of the mountain, an immense dark mass, sword light glinting under the sun. He stood on the high platform, 8 swords suspended behind him, the chaos sword held in his hand. Shen Weiyue stood to his left, Qin Fan to his right. Today is the 8th day, for days remain. Lin Shaojian's voice was not loud, yet every person heard him clearly. The seal of the ancestor of chaos can hold for 4 more days. After that it will break free. But we will not wait for it to come out. We will go in first. No one spoke. Are you afraid? Yes, I am afraid too. But fear is useless. The ancestor of chaos will not stay sealed just because you are afraid. Lin Shaojian raised his sword. A gray beam of sword light shot into the sky, piercing the clouds and illuminating the entire mountain. So we fight. 83,000 people drew their swords in unison. The interweaving sword light illuminated the entire sky. They shouted in unison, fight, fight, fight. Qi Yin stood at the very front of the demon realm formation, flame blade in hand. The fire on the blade leaped abruptly, warping the air itself. Dong Huang stood at the front of the demon beast realm formation, bone sword in hand, cyan light dancing along the edge, casting a pale glow upon his face. The new abbot stood before the Buddha realm formation, staff in hand, golden Buddha light surging from its head like a lantern. The Lord of the Immortal Realm, the new Nether Lord, the acting sovereign, the desolate realm representative, and the ancient realm envoy all stood at the front of their respective formations, swords already drawn. Lin Xiaojian looked at them, at those sword glints, at those eyes. There was no fear, only resolve. All subsects return to camp and prepare for battle. We depart tomorrow. The 83,000 dispersed. The square quickly emptied, leaving only footprints and sword marks behind. Lin Xiaojian walked back to the summit. Shen Wuyue followed behind him. She suddenly halted and called out to him. Lin Xiaojian. Moi. There's something I want to tell you. Lin Xiaojian turned to face her. Shen Wuyue's face was slightly flushed, not from shyness but from nervousness. She rarely showed such an expression. From her bosom, she produced a jade pendant, ice blue, engraved with the emblem of the Ice River Hall. It was the saintest token of the Ice River Hall. The jade pendant gleamed in the sunlight, cold auras seeping from its surface and condensing into tiny beads of frost. This was given to me by my master's wife. She said when I find the one I wish to entrust it to, I should give it away. Lin Xiaojian looked at the jade pendant in her hand, then looked at her. I found that person, Shen Wuyue said. Lin Xiaojian took the jade pendant. It was cold, the frigid aura of the Ice River sword heart flowing across its surface, yet it did not feel cold in his grasp. He clenched it and looked up at her. After the battle is over. After the battle is over, we shall marry, Shen Wuyue said. Lin Xiaojian nodded. Good. The news spread throughout the sword sect. The sect master and Shen Wuyue were to be married after the war. The disciples' morale soared. If the sect master had something to live for, he would not die. If the sect master did not die, they would not lose. Luo Chun was distributing supplies in the camp when he overheard the disciples discussing. The sect master and vice sect master Shen Wuyue are getting married. I heard it's after the battle. Then the sect master will definitely win. Nonsense, the sect master has never lost. Luo Chen's lips twitched slightly, but he said nothing and continued handing out supplies. Chen Fan stood at the edge of the chaos boundary all night. His chaos sword intent had not yet recovered from its peak mid-stage decline, having fallen 3 levels from the high stage to the peak mid-stage. But he had no time to recover. He needed to know the movements of the ancestor of chaos. He stood at the edge of the gray mist, eyes closed, using his chaos sword intent to sense the depths of chaos. The cracks on the seal, 7 major cracks and dozens of minor fissures. He sensed them all. The seal was on the verge of collapse. But that was not the most important thing. Beneath the seal, he sensed something coalescing. Not gray threads, not mist, but a physical form. The true body of the ancestor of chaos. Chen Fan opened his eyes, his face pale. He turned and flew toward the sword sect at tremendous speed, his gray sword light carving a straight line through the gray mist. A quarter of an hour later, he landed on the mountaintop. Lin Xiaojian was standing at the edge of the cliff, gazing in the direction of chaos. Sect Master, the true body of the ancestor of chaos, is condensing. What does it look like? A colossal gray sphere of light. Its surface is covered with countless eyes. Every single eye is gazing upon the myriad worlds. The smallest are the size of a fist, the largest bigger than a person. Some are open, some half-closed, some blinking. Lin Xiaojian closed his eyes and used his chaos sword intent to sense it. He sensed it. That sphere of light was larger than a mountain, suspended in the depths of chaos like a gray sun. Its surface was densely packed with eyes like a honeycomb. Every eye was different. Some large, some small, some round, some flat, some resembling human eyes, some beast eyes, some insect eyes. They were all gazing at the myriad worlds, at the sword sect, at Lin Xiaojian. He opened his eyes. I've seen it. Sect Master, can we win? We can. Lin Xiaojian gripped the chaos sword tightly. The gray light on its blade blazed brightly. He looked toward chaos, toward that gray sphere of light, toward those eyes. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Tomorrow we depart. Night deepened. Deep within chaos, the cracks on the seal widened a little more. The gray sphere of light slowly ascended, floating up from beneath the seal. All the eyes on its surface opened wide, all staring at the myriad worlds at once. The voice of the ancestor of chaos was low and deep, as if rising from the very core of the earth, making the entire chaos space tremble. Lin Xiaojian, you said 3 days. I can wait. On the summit of the sword sect, Lin Xiaojian stood alone. 8 swords were planted behind him, the chaos sword held in his hand. Moonlight fell upon him, casting a long shadow. He listened to the voice of the ancestor of chaos and made no reply. In 3 days I will come to kill you. In the early morning before dawn, 83,000 people stood in perfect formation on the plaza before the sword sect's mountain gate. No one spoke. No one moved. Only the wind blew, making the banners snap and rustle. Lin Xiaojian stood on the high platform, 8 swords suspended behind him, the chaos sword in his hand. Shen Wuyue stood to his left, Chen Fan to his right. Lin Xiaojian gazed down at the crowd below, looking into their eyes. There was no fear in those eyes, only resolve. Move out. He rose into the air and flew toward the chaos. 83,000 people followed behind him, a vast dark tide, like a colossal dragon. Gray sword light flared in the darkness, one streak after another, like a river of stars. At the chaos border, dense gray mist churned. Gray tendrils reached out from the mist, resembling the tentacles of an octopus in their tens of thousands. Sensing the presence of living beings, they surged over madly. Lin Xiaojian drew his sword, the chaos sword leaving its sheath. Gray sword light slashed into the tendrils, severing over 1,000 strands with a single strike. A second strike cut down another 1,000 strands. But he alone could not cut them all. There were too many. Chun Fan charged in from the flank, unleashing his chaos sword intent at full power. Gray sword light exploding among the tendrils. Shen Weihua charged in from the other side, fusing 8 kinds of sword intent, sweeping out an ice sword that froze vast swaths of the gray tendrils. Qi Yin rushed up with the demon soldiers, his flame blade cleaving through the tendrils, setting them ablaze and filling the air with acrid smoke. Dong Wang charged forward with the demon troops, his bone sword severing the gray tendrils, while cyan light flickered within the gray mist. All the branch sects struck simultaneously, sword light, blade gleams, flames, and frost. 83,000 warriors attacking as one. The gray tendrils were slashed apart in swaths, frozen in swaths, and burned in swaths. The gray mist was forced back, revealing the dark void deep within the chaos. Lin Xiaojian turned and looked at the people behind him. Keep moving. Don't stop. Deep within the chaos, the seal had already cracked open by more than half. A gray orb rose from beneath the seal, enormous, larger than a mountain. Countless eyes covered its surface, every one of them blinking. They gazed upon all the realms, upon the sword sect's great army, upon Lin Xiaojian. The voice of the ancestor of chaos emerged from the orb, low and deep, rattling everyone's ears. Lin Xiaojian, you brought 80,000 people here to throw their lives away. Lin Xiaojian stood before the seal, 8 swords hanging behind him. This isn't throwing away their lives. It's killing you. The ancestor of chaos laughed. Killing me. Even your master couldn't kill me. My master is my master. I am me. Lin Xiaojian closed his eyes. His chaos sword intent stretched outward, piercing through the seal and into the orb. He sensed the structure inside the orb. The core lay at its center, a smaller gray orb the size of a fist. A crack ran across the core's surface, an old wound left behind by Lin Feng's sealing so many years ago. That was the weak point. He opened his eyes. Chaos sword intent condensed into a gray sword that stabbed through the void toward the ancestor of chaos's core. The sword intent projection pierced through the seal, through the mist, through the orb, striking straight at the core. The ancestor of chaos narrowed its eyes. It felt pain. Not pain in the body, but in the soul. You can actually hurt me. Lin Xiaojian's projected sword intent struck the core. The core trembled, and dozens of eyes on the orb's surface snapped shut. The ancestor of chaos retracted some of its gray tendrils, and the crack in the seal began spreading more slowly. It was retreating, not out of fear, but because it was not ready. When you come, I will show you true despair. The ancestor of chaos's voice had changed. It was no longer mockery, but a warning. Zhang Heng stood atop the sword sect's mountain, staring toward chaos. He sensed Lin Xiaojian's sword intent projection, sensed the ancestor of chaos retreating. He gripped his sword tightly, gray sword light leaping along the blade. The sect master is fighting. Liamo said, aren't we going? We are. The sect master wouldn't allow it. He wouldn't allow it, so we just don't go. Wang Dong said. Zhang Heng was silent for a few seconds. He looked at the training ground on the back mountain, where 50 young disciples stood, swords in hand, watching him. They wanted to join the battle too. He turned and looked toward chaos. Let's go. To the mountain gate. The 50 young disciples followed Zhang Heng and arrived at the sword sect's mountain gate. Luo Chun stood there, command flag in hand, directing the formation. He saw Zhang Heng and frowned. Where are you going? Into the depths of chaos. To help the sect master, Zhang Heng said. Luo Chun looked into his eyes, then into the eyes of the 50 youths behind him. They were all bright. They were all resolute. He stepped aside. Come back alive. Zhang Heng rose into the air with the 50 young disciples and flew toward chaos. Gray sword light trailed behind them like a long tail. Deep within chaos, Lin Xiaojian sensed the sword intent of Zhang Heng and the others. He frowned. Nonsense. Chen Fan said, Sect Master Zhang Heng and the others are here. I know. Should we send them back? It's too late. Let them follow. Don't let them get too far away. Chen Fan nodded. The ancestor of chaos spoke again. This time it was not addressed to Lin Xiaojian, but to the sword. Lin Xiaojian, your people are here. Perfect. We'll devour them all together. All the eyes on the orb's surface opened wide, every one of them fixed on the direction of Zhang Heng and his group. Gray tendrils burst forth from the orb's surface, reaching for Zhang Heng. They moved faster than lightning. Lin Xiaojian shot forward, chaos swords slashing the tendrils apart. He planted himself in front of Zhang Heng, 8 swords suspended behind him, the chaos sword in hand. Fall back. Don't come closer. Zhang Heng gritted his teeth. Sect Master, I can fight. Fall back. Zhang Heng retreated, the 50 young disciples following behind him. They stood in the distance watching Lin Xiaojian face the ancestor of chaos alone. Gray sword light blazed within the gray mist, illuminating his silhouette. The voice of the ancestor of chaos emerged from the orb. When you come, I will show you true despair. Lin Xiaojian did not answer. He raised the chaos sword. Gray sword light pierced the chaos, illuminating the road ahead. Keep moving. 83,000 people halted at the edge of chaos. Beyond lay the domain of the chaos ancestor. Gray mist churned and gray threads wove through the fog like serpents. Lin Xiaojian stood at the very front, 8 swords suspended behind him, the chaos sword in his hand. He closed his eyes and used his chaos sword intent to sense the depths of chaos. The gray orb of light was larger than before, and more eyes covered its surface. The cracks on the seal had spread to its very edges, ready to shatter at any moment. He opened his eyes. Set up camp. Rest here. Lin Feng led the others in forming a sword array at the edge of the gray mist, gray sword light weaving into a net that held back the gray threads. Shen Weiyue sealed the surrounding space with ice, and the chill pervaded the air as the gray threads dared not approach. Zhang Heng led 50 young disciples in guarding the outermost perimeter, swords already drawn. In the camp, the masters of the branch sect sat in a circle around Lin Xiaojian. Qiyan asked, "Sect master, when do we attack?" Lin Xiaojian said, "We wait. Until resources arrive, until everyone breaks through." Dong Huang said, "What can be broken through in 3 days?" Lin Xiaojian said, "A minor realm can be broken through." He rose and walked to the center of the camp. All 83,000 people watched him. From today, the sword sect opens all its resources. Spirit stones, pills, and cultivation techniques will be supplied without limit. How much you manage to break through depends on yourselves. Luo Chun poured out a mountain-like pile of spirit stones from his storage bag. Mid-grade, high-grade, and supreme-grade stones were piled together, glinting. Then he poured out another heap of pills, wound-healing pills, spirit-restoring pills, and realm-breaking pills, bottles and jars rolling across the ground. The branch sect masters also brought out all the resources they had carried. Qi Yin poured out demonic crystals from the demonic realm, Dong Huang poured out Yao cores from the Yao realm, and the new abbot poured out Buddhist relics from the Buddhist realm. The resources formed 3 small mountains. Zhang Heng was the first to walk over, pick up a realm-breaking pill, and swallow it. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. As the pill entered his belly, spiritual power surged wildly. The small gray sword in his dantian trembled, and the patterns on its blade grew increasingly clear. An hour later, he opened his eyes. Chaos sword intent at the middle stage peak, sword emperor realm at the mid-stage peak. He stood up and gripped his sword. "Sect master, I've broken through." Liamo and Wang Dong also walked over and took what they needed. Other disciples followed, and the camp was filled with people sitting cross-legged in cultivation. Gray light, cyan light, golden light, and white light. Lights of every color blazed in the gray mist like stars. Lin Feng did not go to take resources. He sat alone at the edge of the camp, sword lying across his knees, eyes closed. His chaos sword intent had been stuck at the middle stage peak for a long time. The only thing he lacked was resources. But he did not want to break through by relying on pills. Lin Xiaojian walked over, stood before him, and tossed him a gray pill. "Eat it." Lin Feng caught it and glanced at it. "Sect master, what is this?" "A chaos pill. Master left it for you." "Sect master Lin Feng." "Yes. He said to give it to you when you were stuck at the middle stage peak." Lin Feng's eyes reddened. He swallowed the chaos pill. As the pill entered his stomach, a gray power exploded and surged into his meridians. The small gray sword in his dantian spun madly. The patterns on the blade burst apart and recondensed. It was no longer a small sword. It was a much larger sword. The blade was broader, the edge thicker, and the hilt bore additional chaos-colored patterns. Chaos sword intent at the high stage peak, sword emperor realm at the late stage peak. He opened his eyes, stood up, and slashed out with his sword. Gray sword, Qi tore through the gray mist, cleaving a passage 100 zhang long. The gray threads dissolved in the sword, Qi like snow before heat. He knelt down. "Sect master, I've broken through." Lin Xiaojian said, "Rise. There is still one step. You are one step away from the sword god realm. I will break through." Shen Weiyue was also cultivating. Her 8 sword intents had fused to 99%, leaving only a thread between her and perfection. That thread could not be trained into place, it had to be comprehended. She closed her eyes and released all 8 sword intents: the might of the divine, sword the righteousness of the immortal, sword the gentleness of the Buddhist, sword the time of the ancient, sword the frenzy of the desolate, sword the stillness of the ice, sword the ferocity of the demonic, sword, and the wildness of the Yao sword. 8-colored sword light interwove within the gray mist like a rainbow. Lin Xiaojian stood beside her, watching the 8-colored glow. His chaos sword intent resonated, and the gray light intertwined with the 8-colored light. Shen Weiyue's body trembled. The fusion of her 8 sword intents rose from 99% to 100%. Perfection. The 8-colored sword light merged into a single new color, gray. It was not the gray of chaos, but the gray of ice. She opened her eyes and looked at Lin Xiaojian. "Thank you." Lin Xiaojian said, "You comprehended it yourself." On the night of the 3rd day, Lin Xiaojian was cultivating. The chaos sword lay across his knees, gray light dancing along its edge. Suddenly he opened his eyes. From the depths of chaos came a thunderous boom. It was not a sound, but a tremor that struck directly against his consciousness. The seal had broken. He stood up, 8 swords suspended behind him. Chun Fan, assemble everyone. The seal is broken. Chun Fan's expression changed. The third day? Wasn't it supposed to be 7? It arrived early. The camp erupted into an uproar. The branch sect masters rushed out of their tents, disciples grabbed their swords, and the resources were left abandoned on the ground with no time to collect them. 83,000 people formed their battle formation, swords drawn. Deep within chaos, gray mist surged out like floodwater from a breached levee. The gray threads were no longer fine filaments, but thick tentacles, thousands upon thousands, reaching toward all the heavens and myriad worlds. The seal shattered completely. The gray orb of light rose from the depths of chaos, larger than a mountain. Countless eyes on its surface, all snapped open. The voice of the chaos ancestor spread across all the heavens and myriad worlds. Lin Xiaojin, I have come. A thunderous roar from the depths of chaos spread throughout all the myriad realms. It was not a sound, but a vibration that struck directly into everyone's consciousness. Disciples at the Sword Sect's mountain gate crouched on the ground, covering their ears. Soldiers from various branches paled in complexion, while the common folk of Zhongzhou City woke from their dreams. The heavens and earth shifted color as a gray mist surged toward them like a breached dam. Lin Xiaojian stood at the edge of chaos, 8 swords suspended behind him, the chaos sword held in his hand. He watched the broken seal and saw that gray sphere of light rising from the depths. Larger than a mountain, its surface was covered with countless eyes, all open. Form ranks. Meet the enemy. 83,000 people drew their swords simultaneously, gray sword light igniting within the gray mist. But the power of the chaos ancestor was too great. The gray mist surged forward like a tidal wave, scattering the formation. Some were swallowed by the gray mist, others entangled by gray threads, and some turned to flee. Lin Xiaojian stepped into the air and charged ahead. The chaos sword cleaved through gray light, splitting the mist and carving out a passage. At the end of the passage lay the Sword Sect mountain gate. The gray mist had already reached its doors, and the protective array's barrier vibrated as cracks multiplied. He glanced back at the collapsing army behind him. Follow me. Defend the mountain gate. Shun Wuyu followed close behind, his ice sword sweeping wide the cold, energy freezing patches of the gray mist. Chun Fan followed, unleashing the full force of his chaos sword, intent to sever the incoming gray threads. Qi Yin Dong Huang, the new abbot and leaders of each branch sect, 83,000 people altogether, rushed behind him toward the Sword Sect's mountain gate. At the Sword Sect mountain gate, the gray mist had already engulfed half the mountain. The protective array's barrier was split with countless fractures, gray threads slipping through the cracks to wrap around the disciples' ankles. Luo Chen stood at the main hall's entrance, flag in hand, his voice hoarse from shouting. First team, seal the left wing breach. Second team, the right wing. Third team, the front. The disciples moved into position, forming a sword array where gray light interwove into a net. Yet the gray threads were too numerous to sever. One disciple was dragged toward the crack by gray threads. A companion grabbed his hand, while another severed the threads with a single sword strike. The disciple was pulled free, but a ring of gray marks remained on his leg. Lin Xiaojian landed before the mountain gate. The chaos sword in his hand, gray light dancing along its blade. He surveyed the advancing gray mist, the gray threads, and the growing cracks on the defensive array. He took a deep breath and raised the chaos sword. One strike. The gray blade light was not aimed at the threads, but at the mist itself. Wherever it passed, the gray fog split in two as though cloth being cut by a blade. The gray mist recoiled to either side, revealing a passage. It stretched from the mountain gate deep into the chaos, and far in the distance a gray sphere of light could be seen. Lin Xiaojian stood at the center of the passage, 8 swords suspended behind him, the chaos sword in hand. His robes bore holes corroded by the gray mist, his face was marked with blood, but his eyes burned bright. Everyone fall back to the mountain gate. Activate the defensive array. Luo Chun organized the disciples to retreat into the main hall. The wounded were carried inside, supplies were moved, and the sword formation was repositioned. The barrier of the defensive array reignited, runes flowing with light. An elder rushed down from the mountains covered in blood, his left arm gone. He was the elder guarding the scripture pavilion. When the gray threads invaded, he had held them off alone for half an hour. He ran to Luo Chun and knelt. Elder Luo, the scripture pavilion is lost. The disciples are all. Luo Chen's tears fell. But he had no time to weep. He helped the elder rise. Go to the rear. Tend your wounds. The elder did not move. I will not leave. I can still fight. He picked up his sword with his remaining right hand and walked to the main hall entrance. An elder stood in the gray mist, sword in hand, its light dim but unextinguished. Zhang Heng led 50 young disciples to retreat to the main hall entrance. His palm split open, blood dripping onto the hilt. Limo's arm bore gray marks from the threads. Wang Dong's sword had broken, and he picked up a spear from the ground. 50 individuals wounded through, and through, yet none retreated. Hold the main hall. The sect master is outside, Zhang Heng said. Lin Xiaojian stood alone before the mountain gate, facing the entire expanse of gray mist. Behind him lay the defensive array, the sword Sex Mountain Gate, and the lives of 83,000 souls. The true form of the Chaos Ancestor rose from within the gray mist. That gray sphere of light was larger than a mountain, floating in midair and blotting out the entire sky. Its surface swarmed with eyes, some large, some small, some round, some flat, some resembling human eyes, others beast-like. They all gazed upon Lin Xiaojian. The voice of the Chaos Ancestor emanated from within the sphere, low and deep, shaking the mountain gate itself. Lin Xiaojian, can you hold the line alone? Lin Xiaojian looked up at it. Even if I cannot, I will hold it. Your master could not defend, so what gives you the right? Because I am his disciple. The Chaos Ancestor laughed. The sound was immense, like thunder cracking the defensive barrier anew. Then let me see what you're capable of. Every eye on the surface of the sphere flung open. From within the gray mist, countless tendrils emerged, lashing toward the defensive array. Lin Xiaojian did not retreat. He stepped into the air and charged toward the Chaos Ancestor's glowing sphere. 8 swords floated behind his back, and the Chaos sword gripped in his hand. A gray sword light ignited within the gray fog like a shooting star. The Chaos Ancestor's tentacles whipped down, dozens upon dozens like lashes of lightning, impossibly fast. Lin Xiaojian dodged the first, severed the second, but was struck on the shoulder by the third. He let out a stifled groan, his body jerking sideways, but he did not halt. The Chaos sword carved a deep gash across the sphere's surface, and gray blood sprayed out, splattering across his body. Dozens of eyes on the sphere's surface closed, but they reopened almost instantly. The Chaos Ancestor spoke. Your sword is weaker than your master's. Lin Xiaojian said nothing and struck again. This time his blade fell upon the same wound, carving it deeper, and more gray blood erupted forth. More eyes closed, over 100. The Chaos Ancestor's voice shifted. Your Chaos sword intent, is it purer than Lin Feng's? Lin Xiaojian replied, innate. He had found the largest eye, the one at the very center of the sphere, 10 times larger than the rest, its pupil a pure, lightless gray. The core lay hidden behind it. Lin Xiaojian surged forward and drove the Chaos sword straight into the great eye. The sword intent pierced through the eyeball and struck the core beneath. A crack widened upon the core. The Chaos Ancestor let out a wailing scream that shook the entire chaotic void. How dare you wound my core? Tentacles swarmed wildly from all directions, hundreds then thousands, closing in on Lin Xiaojian from every side. He could not dodge them all and endured over a dozen strikes. His ribs cracked and blood traced from the corner of his mouth. His clothes were torn to shreds, his body covered in bloody gashes. Yet he did not yield. Chun Fan charged in from the flank. Chun Fan unleashed his Chaos sword intent in full force, driving his blade into the opposite side of the sphere and tearing open a wound. Gray blood sprayed out, staining his face. The Chaos Ancestor's voice changed. Your sword intent, I have tasted it before. It does not please me. Chun Fan's sword intent had become familiar to it. Several wisp-like gray threads extended from the sphere's surface, coiling around Chun Fan's sword. They crawled upward along the blade, wrapping tightly around his hand. His sword intent began to dissipate, consumed by the Chaos Ancestor. Chun Fan's face turned pale. Sect Master, my sword intent. Lin Xiaojian rushed over and sliced through the gray threads with a single strike, gripping Chun Fan and dragging him backward. Fall back. Over a third of your sword intent has been devoured. You cannot continue fighting. Chun Fan gritted his teeth and retreated. His Chaos sword intent had dropped from high stage to peak mid-stage. The gray radiance upon his blade dimmed significantly. The Chaos Ancestor's voice resounded once more. This time it carried no anger, only excitement. Thank you for your sword intent. Your Chaos sword intent is purer than Lin Feng's. By consuming you, I shall return to my prime. All the eyes on the sphere's surface blazed to life. The gray threads ceased their advance toward Lin Xiaojian and instead stretched toward Chun Fan. They came faster now in greater numbers. Lin Xiaojian positioned himself before Chun Fan, his Chaos sword sweeping horizontally to sever the threads. But his sword origin was nearly depleted, his arms trembling, the sword quivering in his grip. Shen Weiyue charged forward, her ice sword striking the sphere. All 8 sword intentions flared to full power, freezing a vast portion of the sphere's surface. The eyes trapped within the frost sealed shut, rendered unable to reopen. Lin Xiaojian stepped back. I will handle this. Lin Xiaojian did not retreat. He stood firm before Chun Fan and Shen Weiyue, facing the Chaos Ancestor's sphere. 8 swords hovered behind him, the Chaos sword held in his hand. The gray sword light blazed brilliantly, illuminating his face and the bloody scars upon it. You step back, he said. Shen Weiyue stared at him. You cannot defeat it alone. Even if I cannot, I will still fight. The Chaos Ancestor's laughter grew louder. All the eyes upon the sphere were wide open, every single one fixed upon Lin Xiaojian. Lin Xiaojian, I have devoured your disciple's sword intent. Now I shall devour yours as well. Lin Xiaojian raised the Chaos sword. The gray radiance upon its blade danced and intensified, growing brighter and brighter like a newborn sun. You will never taste me. He charged forward. After the Chaos Ancestor devoured 30% of Chun Fan's sword intent, the eyes upon the sphere's surface grew brighter still. The gray tentacles thickened, and the gray mist spread with greater speed. Chun Fan retreated to the rear, gasping for breath. His chaos sword intent had fallen from the high stage to the peak of the mid-stage, and the gray luminescence upon his blade dimmed. He cast his gaze downward upon his sword, gripped the hilt tightly, his fingers trembling. Lin Shaojian stepped before him, the chaos sword in hand, its gray aura flickering. Step back. Do not come any closer. Chun Fan clenched his teeth, wishing to speak, yet remained silent. He withdrew beside Shen Wuiyue. She glanced at him, the ice sword in her grasp, cold aura rippling along its edge. Then the voice of the chaos ancestor emerged from within the light sphere. Your sword intent is most delicious. Do you have more? Lin Shaojian offered no reply. He surged forward, and the chaos sword cleaved into the sphere. Sword energy pierced deep into its core, widening the cracks, yet a fraction more. A tentacle from the chaos ancestor lashed out, but he sidestepped and reversed his grip, severing it in one stroke. Gray blood sprayed forth like rain. Yet this time the chaos ancestor let out no wail of agony. It laughed. Your sword intent. I have already tasted it. It was not to my liking. Lin Shaojian's intent had grown familiar to it. It now knew how to counter it. The tentacles no longer lashed about blindly. Instead, they moved with calculated rhythm, like nodes within a formation array. Each tentacle followed a fixed trajectory, working in concert with the others, sealing off every path of retreat from Lin Shaojian. Lin Shaojian found himself trapped within the tentacle formation. He charged left and right, but could break free. A tentacle swept at him from the front. He dodged, yet another coil wrapped around his ankle from behind. With a single stroke, he severed the bind, but the tentacle to his left whipped against his shoulder. He grunted in pain, and the one to his right coiled around his wrist. Shen Wuiyue tried to rush in to aid him, only to be halted by the writhing mass of tentacles. Her ice sword swept across, freezing several tentacles, but new ones immediately filled the gaps. Chun Fan stood at the rear, gazing at his sword. The gray luminescence upon its blade pulsed, flickering between light and shadow. 30% of his chaos sword intent had been devoured, but 70% remained. He tightened his grip upon the hilt, yearning to charge forward, yet his legs would not obey. It was not fear, but the will of the chaos ancestor that weighed upon him. A voice echoed in his mind, soft, gentle, like the whisper of wind. Chun Fan, are you weary? If you are, then rest. Your sword is already swift enough. Your sword intent is already powerful enough. Lay down and rest. Chun Fan shook his head. I am not weary. He forced his chaos sword intent to stir, and gray light surged from the blade's edge. Yet the glow was faint, so dim it seemed on the verge of extinguishing. His consciousness began to blur, and double images swam before his eyes. The voice of the chaos ancestor grew ever clearer. Is it not your desire to grow stronger? Let me grant that strength unto you. Give me your sword intent, and I shall give you power. Chun Fan's grip loosened. His sword fell to the ground. His knees buckled, and he knelt, bowing his head. His body began to radiate light, gray light. Not the glow of his chaos sword intent, but the power of the chaos ancestor pouring into his flesh. His eyes turned gray, devoid of any light within the depths of his pupils. Shen Wuiyue turned her head and saw Chun Fan kneeling upon the ground, his face ashen, his eyes a lifeless gray. Her expression shifted. Chun Fan. There was no response. Gray threads coiled around his body like spider silk, sprouting from beneath his skin. The gray filaments emerged from his arms, his neck, his back, binding him utterly. He struggled, but could not. The voice of the chaos ancestor reverberated through his mind. You are mine. Your sword intent is mine. Your body is mine as well. Shen Wuiyue charged forward, her ice sword cleaving at Chun Fan. She did not strike the person, but the gray threads. The blade sliced through, severing more than a dozen strands. Yet new ones immediately sprouted, even faster than before. She pressed her palm against Chun Fan's forehead and activated the ice river sword heart. Cold aura surged forth, flooding into his body from her hand. His flesh began to freeze. The ice spread from his brow to his face, from his face to his neck, and from his neck across his entire body. The chilling aura froze the gray threads in place. They writhed within the ice, producing faint cracking sounds. Chun Fan lay encased in ice, motionless. Yet his eyes still blinked, gray eyes devoid of light within his pupils. Shen Wuiyue withdrew her hand, breathing heavily. Her complexion was pale. Most of her spiritual power had been expended. Lin Shaojian. Chun Fan has been controlled. Within the tentacle formation, Lin Shaojian heard her call. He sliced through the tentacle before him and glanced back. Seeing Chun Fan encased in ice and Shen Wuiyue's ashen face, his gaze shifted, not with fury, but with cold resolve. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed his chaos sword intent. A surge of gray sword aura exploded from his blade, shattering the surrounding tentacles. He broke free of the formation and landed beside Chun Fan. Chun Fan struggled within the ice, the gray light seeping through from beneath. The voice of the chaos ancestor drifted from the light sphere, tinged with amusement. He is already mine. Your sword intent and your disciple's sword intent. Both belong to me now. Lin Shaojian paid it no mind. He pressed his hand upon the ice, channeling his chaos sword intent. Gray light seeped into the ice and into Chun Fan's body, seeking the source of the gray threads. Within Lin Feng's dantian, a single filament extended from the core of the Chaos Ancestor coiled tightly around his miniature gray sword. The tiny sword trembled, its radiance dimming. Lin Xiaojian's Chaos Sword intent transformed into a miniature blade, which he drove into Lin Feng's dantian, severing the gray filament. The gray thread snapped. Lin Feng's body shuddered, and the gray hue in his eyes faded to normal. He gasped for air as the ice cracked and shattered, sending fragments flying in all directions. He knelt upon the ground, supporting himself with his hands, sweat dripping onto the stone floor. Sectmaster, I say nothing. 30% of your sword intent was consumed, but you can cultivate it back. Shen Wuyue dispelled the ice. Lin Feng rose to his feet, his legs still trembling though his gaze had cleared. He looked down at his sword. The gray light upon its blade was dim, but it still burned. He tightened his grip upon the hilt. Sectmaster, I can still fight. Withdraw. Your sword intent is unstable. If you are controlled once more, I cannot save you. Lin Feng clenched his teeth and retreated to the rear. The voice of the Chaos Ancestor shifted, not mockery now, but rage. You dare to sever my connection. He is mine. Lin Xiaojian replied. He belongs to the Sword Sect. The Chaos Ancestor fell silent. All the eyes upon the surface of the light sphere closed, then opened once more. This time, every eye fixated upon the direction of the Sword Sect. Gray threads surged from the sphere's surface. Not a few, but thousands upon thousands. They no longer reached toward Lin Xiaojian, but extended across the myriad worlds. Over half of them stretched toward the Sword Sect's mountain gate. The voice of the Chaos Ancestor echoed throughout all the heavens and worlds. You may save one, but you cannot save them all. The Sword Sect's main gate. Gray fog had already swallowed half the mountain. The protective barrier of the defense array was riddled with countless fissures, and gray threads seeped through the cracks like snakes, like tentacles moving with terrifying speed. A disciple was ensnared by gray threads around his ankle, screaming as he was dragged toward a fissure. A fellow disciple grasped his hand tightly, while another drew his sword and severed the gray threads in a single stroke. The man was rescued, but a ring of gray marks remained around his ankle. Luo Chun stood at the entrance of the main hall command banner and hand, his voice hoarse from shouting. First team left flank. Second team right flank. Third team center front. Fourth team fill the gaps. The disciples moved into position, deploying their sword formation as gray sword light wove into a net to block the gray threads. Zhang Heng led 50 young disciples at the forefront. The moment the protective barrier cracked, he charged forward first. Gray sword light struck the gray threads, severing 3 of them. The disciples behind followed, striking sword after sword. 50 warriors, 50 blades, forming a compact sword formation that repelled the first wave of gray threads. Zhang Heng's sword moved with remarkable speed, the mid-level chaos sword intent driving each strike. Every blade found its mark at the junctions of the gray threads, severing them as gray blood erupted. His face, hands, and robes were splattered with gray blood, yet he did not falter. Liamo stood to his left, Wang Dong to his right. The 3 fought back-to-back, just as they had in the days when they practiced swordplay at the rear mountain. Senior brother left. Liamo shouted. Zhang Heng pivoted, slicing through the gray threads on the left in one fluid motion. Wang Dong seamlessly filled his former position, cleaving the gray threads ahead. The trio moved in seamless coordination as though they had rehearsed these maneuvers hundreds of times. A young disciple was caught by gray threads wrapping around his arm, constricting tighter with each passing moment as his limb turned gray. Zhang Heng rushed over, severing the gray threads with a single stroke, then dragged the disciple to safety. Relieve him. Your hand is ruined. Fall back. The disciple gritted his teeth and retrieved his sword with his left hand. I can still fight. That's an order. Fall back. The disciple retreated to the main hall entrance, where Luo Chen administered an antidote pill, and the gray marks gradually faded. The gray threads grew more numerous. The fissures widened. The protective barrier of the defense array could barely hold. Luo Chen's command banner moved frantically through the air, his voice completely spent, forcing him to direct solely through gestures. Hold the line. The sect master will return. Zhang Heng's thumb split open, blood dripping onto his sword hilt. Li Imo bore gray marks where the threads had wound around his arm. Wang Dong's blade snapped, and he retrieved a spear from the ground. 50 fighters wounded and battered, yet none retreated. From the depths of the chaotic void, Shen Wuyue returned. She landed atop the Sword Sect's peak, ice sword in hand, surveying the fortress below, surrounded by gray threads. Her face was pale, her spiritual energy nearly depleted, yet she did not pause. She raised her ice sword, and 8 sword intents erupted simultaneously. The majesty of the divine sword, the righteousness of the immortal sword, the grace of the Buddhist sword, the temporal power of the ancient sword, the ferocity of the wild sword, the tranquility of the ice sword, the malevolence of the demonic sword, and the primal savagery of the demon sword. 8 colors of sword light interwove across the sky like a rainbow. She brought her blade down, not to sever the gray threads, but to seal them. A freezing aura erupted from the blade and enveloped the entire mountain. The gray threads froze solid. The gray fog crystallized. Even the air itself became still. A thick ice layer formed from the mountain base to its peak, sealing everything from the main gate to the rear grounds. The gray threads writhed beneath the ice in silent desperation. The disciples stared at the frozen formation and the immobilized threads, stunned into silence. Zhang Heng turned and saw Shen Wuyue, standing at the summit, her ice sword planted in the ground before her face as pale as paper. Vice Sect Master Shen Wuyue. She offered no reply. Her spiritual energy had been completely drained. Kneeling on one knee with her ice sword braced against her body, the 8-colored sword light faded as cracks appeared in the ice. Zhang Heng sprinted up the mountain to catch her. Vice Sect Master, rest. No need. The gray threads will shatter this ice. Shen Wuyue gazed at the spreading fractures. At most the time it takes for one incense stick to burn. The fissures crept from the ice's edges toward its center, cracking like breaking bones. Gray threads emerged from the cracks, thicker and faster than before. Luo Chun stood at the main hall entrance, his command banner planted in the ground, drawing his own sword. His gray sword light flickered weakly but held firm. He could no longer direct the battle, his voice spent. He moved to Zhang Heng's side and raised his blade. We hold this ground no matter what. The sect master will return. A core elder came running down the mountain, drenched in blood with his left arm torn away. He was the elder guarding the scripture pavilion, having held off the gray thread invasion alone for half an hour. Reaching the main hall entrance, he retrieved his sword with his remaining right hand and took position beside Luo Chun. I will not retreat. I can still fight. The ice shattered. Gray threads cascaded downward like a waterfall, tens of thousands of strands blotting out the sky. The disciples had nowhere left to fall back to. The main hall lay directly behind them. Zhang Heng stepped forward, unleashing his mid-level chaos sword intent at full strength. Gray sword light sliced through a dozen gray threads. But there were too many to sever. One gray thread wrapped around his ankle, tightening until his joints creaked. He gritted his teeth through the pain. Then shadows emerged from the gray fog. These were not sword sect disciples, nor warriors from the various branch sects. They were the dead, remnants of the Heavenly Alliance resurrected by the ancestor of chaos. Their eyes were gray, their skin was gray, and their swords were gray. They stepped from the gray fog, advancing one deliberate pace at a time toward the mountain gate. Zhang Heng's expression shifted. It's the Heavenly Alliance. Those dead showed no expression, made no sound. They simply walked, swords raised, advancing upon the sword sect disciples. Gray threads coiled around their bodies, controlling every movement. Luo Chun watched the undead, his grip tightening on his sword. Prepare for battle. If the living do not fear, what should the dead fear? The dead, emerging from the gray mist, grew ever more numerous. Those remnants of the All Heavens Alliance who had been slain by Lin Feng in days of old. All had been dragged back from death by the ancestor of chaos. Their eyes were gray, their skin was gray, and their swords were gray as well. No expression, no voice, only killing intent. Gray filaments writhed like maggots from their eye sockets, mouths, and ears, controlling their bodies. Walking at the very front was Zhao Wuji, the deputy leader of the All Heavens Alliance headquarters, slain by Lin Feng's sword in years past. A sword scar ran across his chest, splitting from shoulder to waist, with gray blood seeping from the wound, not dripping downward, but crawling across his skin like insects. He carried that broken sword in his hand, its blade covered in gray filaments, its hilt blooming with gray mold. Zhang Heng watched him and tightened his grip on his sword. Zhao Wuji, aren't you dead? Zhao Wuji did not answer. He was no longer human. He was a puppet. The will of the ancestor of chaos flowed within him, controlling his body. He raised his broken sword, gray sword light dancing upon the blade, countless tiny eyes blinking within the light. Zhang Heng charged forward first. Chaos sword intent at the mid-stage surged forth in full. Gray sword light slashed toward Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji sidestepped, thrusting the broken sword toward Zhang Heng's throat, the gray filaments on the tip fluttering like hair. Zhang Heng retreated, the blade grazing his neck, severing a few strands of hair, leaving a thin bloody scratch. The gray filaments touched the blood and immediately burrowed into the wound. Zhang Heng slapped his neck, crushing several gray filaments. Liu Mo charged in from the left, driving his sword toward Zhao Wuji's ribs. Zhao Wuji parried with a reverse strike, deflecting Li Mo's sword. The gray filaments on the blade wrapped around Li Mo's wrist. Liu Mo felt numbness spread up his wrist, gray markings crawling upward. He clenched his teeth, grabbed the gray filaments with his left hand, and tore them off. The skin was torn away, bleeding freely. Wang Dong charged in from the right, slashing his sword at Zhao Wuji's legs. Zhao Wuji leaped, evading the strike, and kicked Wang Dong squarely in the chest. Wang Dong was sent flying, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. A gray boot print marked his chest, gray filaments spreading outward from the edges. 3 against 1, yet they could not prevail. When alive, Zhao Wuji had been at the peak of the sword venerable realm. After death, strengthened by the ancestor of chaos, his combat power approached half a step beyond the sword god. Zhang Heng and the other two were merely at the sword emperor realm, a gap of 2 major realms. Gray filaments extended from Zhao Wuji's body, dancing through the air like tentacles, forcing Zhang Heng and the others to continuously retreat. Chen Fan charged in from behind. His chaos sword intent had dropped by 3/10, but he remained at the peak of the mid-stage. He stepped in front of Zhang Heng and swung his sword at Zhao Wuji. Two swords collided with a ringing clang, sparks flying in all directions. Gray filaments exploded from the point of impact like fireworks. Chun Fan retreated 3 steps, Zhao Wuji retreated 1. Chun Fan's palm split open, blood dripping onto the ground. Cracks appeared on Zhao Wuji's broken sword as well. Fall back. You cannot defeat him, Chun Fan said. Zhang Heng pulled Li Mo and Wang Dong to the rear. All 3 bore wounds. Wang Dong had a broken rib, Li Mo's wrist was bleeding, and Zhang Heng's neck bore black marks left by the gray filaments. In the depths of chaos, Lin Xiaojian was entangled by the tentacle formation. He saw what was happening at the sword sect entrance, Zhao Wuji and those resurrected dead. He wanted to return, but too many tentacles barred his way. They surged from every direction like the arms of an octopus, each as thick as a barrel. They intertwined, weaving into a vast net that trapped Lin Xiaojian at its center. He slashed through the tentacle before him with one stroke, but the ones behind immediately filled the gap. He turned to sever those behind, but one lashed across his back. He grunted in pain. Another wrapped around his ankle. He bent to cut it away, but one from above struck down. He raised his sword to block, but was forced to one knee. His sword energy was depleting rapidly, his arm trembling. The voice of the ancestor of chaos echoed from within the light sphere. Lin Xiaojian, your people are dying. Watch. Lin Xiaojian said nothing. Chaos sword intent erupted. Gray sword light exploded from the blade, shattering the surrounding tentacles. He broke through the tentacle formation, flying toward the sword sect. His speed was like a meteor, a straight line of gray sword light cutting through the gray mist. But the ancestor of chaos's tentacles were faster. Dozens of tentacles extended simultaneously from the gray mist, wrapping around his ankles, wrists, waist, and neck. He was dragged to a halt, unable to move. The tentacles tightened, his joints creaking. He gritted his teeth and unleashed chaos sword intent once more, but this time it failed to shatter them. The ancestor of chaos had grown stronger. You cannot escape. Watch them die. Chun Fan fought fiercely with Zhao Wuji at the sword sect entrance. His sword energy had been nearly depleted, his sword intent wavering, his arm trembling. Zhao Wuji's strikes grew ever faster, gray filaments extending from the blade and wrapping around Chun Fan's sword. Chun Fan could not pull free. Zhao Wuji kicked him in the chest. Chun Fan was sent flying, crashing to the ground and sliding several zhong before colliding with the steps of the main hall. His back shattered, 3 stone steps, blood welling from his mouth. Zhao Wuji raised his broken sword, preparing to thrust downward. The blade tip halted midair. A gray sword light streaked in from the distance, severing Zhao Wuji's sword. The broken sword flew outward, embedding itself in the wall, its hilt still trembling. Lin Feng emerged from the gray mist. 8 swords hovered behind him, their gray light illuminating the entire mountain. His hair had turned completely white, the wrinkles on his face carved like knives, his posture slightly stooped. But his eyes burned bright as 2 drawn swords. Chaos Sword Master at the mid-stage, fully unleashed. His sword energy was as vast as the sea, his sword intent pressing the gray mist itself into retreat. The disciples at the mountain gate stood frozen in astonishment. Someone cried out, "Sect leader Lin Feng." It is sect leader Lin Feng. Some fell to their knees, some wept, some gripped their swords with trembling hands. Lin Feng looked at Zhao Wuji, at those resurrected dead, and at the ancestor of chaos within the gray mist. He drew his sword and struck. A sweep of gray sword light, and over 100 corpses were cleaved apart, their bodies exploding into gray powder. Zhao Wuji was struck by the sword light. A hole burst open in his chest, gray blood gushing forth. He fell to his knees, his body beginning to dissipate, from feet to head like sand scattered by the wind. Lin Feng sheathed his sword and stood at the mountain entrance. 8 swords were planted in the ground behind him, their blades gleaming with gray light. He looked at Zhang Heng, at Li Mo, at Wang Dong, and at the 50 young disciples covered in blood. Sword sect disciples, retreat into the main hall. Leave the outside to me. Lin Feng stood at the mountain gate, facing an expanse of gray fog. Behind him lay the defensive formation, the entrance to sword sect, and the lives of 83,000 souls. Luo Qingxue emerged from the gray fog, her ice sword in hand, cold mist dripping from the blade. Her ice river sword heart had advanced. The sword was now etched with chaotic gray patterns, its coldness more pure, more biting. Frost coated her hair and whitened her brows, yet her eyes shone bright. She walked to Lin Feng's side, her ice sword standing parallel to his chaotic sword. Gray sword light and icy brilliance interwove like 2 rivers converging into the sea. "You cannot hold them back alone," she said. "Then you have come as well." Luo Qingxue said nothing. She gazed at the ancestral chaos within the gray fog, at that sphere of gray light, at the countless eyes clustered upon its surface. Her grip on the ice sword was steady. They struck in unison. The chaotic sword intent and the ice river sword intent merged their energy, slashing through the gray fog, through the gray threads, toward the ancestral chaos's light sphere. Where the sword energy passed, the gray fog split asunder, the gray threads were severed, and rows of eyes upon the sphere's surface closed shut. The energy pierced into the sphere into the core, and the cracks within the core widened by a fraction. The ancestral chaos let out a scream. Lin Feng, you are not dead. Lin Feng replied, I will not die. Not while you still draw breath. The ancestral chaos lashed out with tentacles, hundreds then thousands. Each was as thick as a water barrel moving with the speed of lightning cracking through the air with explosive force. Lin Feng did not retreat. 8 swords erupted at once. Gray sword light detonated within the fog, severing tentacles as easily as chopping vegetables. The fallen limbs continued to writhe upon the ground, spewing gray blood that corroded massive craters into the earth. Luo Qingxue swept her ice sword horizontally, unleashing a surge of cold that froze the advancing fog. The gray mist solidified into crystalline ice, shattering upon impact. She pivoted her ice sword, striking at tentacles on the other flank. Cold energy exploded outward, freezing over a dozen of them. The trapped limbs thrashed within the ice as it cracked, but her second strike was already upon them. Their coordination was seamless, as though they had practiced this hundreds of times. Lin Feng pressed the left, Luo Qingxue held the right, Lin Feng struck forward, Luo Qingxue covered their rear. Gray and icy sword light flashed in alternation, painting the fog like fireworks. Chen Fan stood behind, watching the backs of Lin Feng and Luo Qingxue. His eyes reddened. His master had returned, and his master's wife had returned with him. He tightened his grip on his sword, wanting to charge forward, but his legs would not obey. It was not fear, it was injury. 2 ribs were broken, his left arm had yet to heal, and his chaotic sword intent had waned by 3/10. Lin Feng glanced back at him. Retreat. Your sword intent has weakened by 3/10. Continue fighting, and you will be ruined. Master, I retreat. Chen Fan grit his teeth and fell back to the entrance of the main hall. Zhang Hing caught him. Senior brother Chen, rest. Chen Fan shook his head, leaning against the wall, his eyes never leaving Lin Feng's figure. The ancestral chaos's voice changed. No longer filled with rage, but with fear. Your chaotic sword intent is stronger than last time. Lin Feng replied, I have been waiting for you for a long time. He rose upon the air and surged toward the light sphere. 8 swords hovered behind him, the chaotic sword in his hand. He reached the sphere and drove his blade into its largest eye. Sword energy pierced through the eyeball, striking the core. The cracks within the core widened significantly. Gray blood erupted from the wound, splashing onto Lin Feng and corroding his garments, yet he did not flinch. The ancestral chaos shrieked, the sound shaking the very chaos space. Rows of eyes upon the sphere's surface closed shut and tentacles lashed wildly, but Lin Feng had already breached the interior of the sphere. Luo Qingxue followed her ice sword, striking the sphere. The cold froze the eyes upon its surface, closing over 100 of them. She turned to look at Lin Feng. Your sword is still as fast as ever. Lin Feng replied, yours has grown colder than before. They struck together. The second, the third, the fourth. Each strike pierced the core, and the fractures grew ever wider. Gray blood gushed forth like a waterfall. The ancestral chaos's sphere contracted, its surface eyes dwindling with each passing blow. The ancestral chaos's voice grew low and heavy, as though rising from the deepest pits of hell. You cannot kill me, but your disciple can. Lin Feng's sword paused for a moment. The ancestral chaos continued. Your disciple Lin Xiaojian. His chaotic sword intent is purer than mine. He can slay me. Can you? You cannot. Your chaotic sword intent was forged through cultivation, his was born within him. Lin Feng said nothing. He gazed at the ancestral chaos's sphere, at those closing eyes, at the shrinking core. He believed the words. Lin Xiaojian was a natural-born chaotic sword cultivator, purer than him, stronger than him. Yet he did not retreat. Then let him come and deliver the final strike. I will hold you here. Lin Feng sheathed his sword, 8 blades hovering behind him. He turned to gaze at the sword sect's entrance, watching the disciples arrayed within the defensive formation. Zhang Heng stood at the forefront, drenched in blood, his tiger's mouth split, the hilt of his sword slick with crimson. Gray markings crept across Li Mo's arms, spreading steadily. He clenched his teeth in silence. Wang Dong's sword had shattered. He gripped only a jagged remnant, its blade riddled with notches. 50 young disciples, all accounted for, though every last one bore wounds. And then he saw Lin Xiaojian returning from the depths of chaos. Lin Xiaojian was covered in injuries, his garments rent by gray filaments. A deep gash marred his left arm bone, visible blood dripping in steady falls. His face bore a wound too. A ragged split from brow bone to jaw, flesh turned outward. He alighted before Lin Feng and knelt. Master, you have awakened. Lin Feng studied him. Your chaos sword intent has reached its latter stage. You are mid-stage in the sovereign of swords, adequate. Lin Xiaojian rose to his feet. Master, we fight together. No. Take the others and withdraw. Lin Xiaojian froze. Withdraw. To where? Back to the sword sect. Activate the defensive formation. Wait for my return. Lin Feng met his gaze. Your chaos sword intent can kill it, but not yet. You need time. Your sword is not fast enough, your intent is not stable enough, and your cultivation is not high enough. You must seclude yourself, temper your blade, and bring the chaos sword intent to its zenith. Master, I will stay behind. I alone can hold it. If you remain, you will die. If you die, the myriad worlds perish. If I die, there is still you. Lin Xiaojian shook his head. No, I stay. We fight together. Lin Feng fell silent. With a palm strike to Lin Xiaojian's chest, modest and forced, yet Lin Xiaojian did not dodge. He was sent flying crashing to the ground. He climbed to his feet, blood welling at his lips. If you stay, you die? Go. Lin Xiaojian stared at Lin Feng. At the white hair, the lined face, the stooped spine. He opened his mouth to speak, but the words died unborn. He knew his master was right. He would die here. His master, perhaps not. Lin Feng was mid-stage chaos sword lord, his cultivation and experience far surpassing his own. And yet Lin Xiaojian still wanted to stay. Lin Feng turned facing the luminous sphere of the chaos ancestor. 8 swords hovered behind him, gray radiance illuminating his back. His spine curved slightly, but his stance was unwavering. Luo Qingxue approached and took her position beside Lin Feng. I remain. Lin Feng glanced at her. You too? You cannot hold alone for long. Lin Feng was silent for a heartbeat. Very well. Lin Xiaojian watched his master and his master's wife walk away, the white hair, the ice blue sword at her side. His eyes reddened. He gripped the chaos sword tighter, the gray light upon its blade flickering like a heartbeat. Xin Fan approached. Sect master, withdraw. Xin Wuyue came forward. Your master buys you time. Zhang Heng stepped up. Sect master, we will return. Lin Xiaojian gritted his teeth. Retreat. Back to the sword sect. He turned and led the 83,000 toward the sect. He walked at the rear, glancing back with every step. Lin Feng and Luo Qingxue stood amid the gray mist, their gray and ice blue sword radiance weaving together, intercepting every tendril of the chaos ancestor. Countless tendrils lashed out from the fog, thousands upon thousands striking toward them. Lin Feng unleashed 8 swords at once, severing those ahead. Luo Qingxue swept her ice sword across the flanks, freezing them solid. The two held the mountain gate like twin bulwarks. Lin Xiaojian grew more distant with each step. The figures of Lin Feng and Luo Qingxue shrank further and further. At last, only 2 lights remained, gray and white, flashing within the gray mist. He returned to the sword sect's entrance, and the defensive formation reignited. A golden dome enshrouded the entire mountain, thicker than before, runes flowing with luminescence. Luo Chun came sprinting toward him, his body smeared with blood, his command banner snapped in half. Sect master, how long can the formation hold? I do not know. Long enough for master to return. Lin Xiaojian stood atop the peak, gazing toward the chaos. In the gray haze, the sword radiance of Lin Feng and Luo Qingxue still shone. He clenched the chaos sword and closed his eyes. Master, wait for me. Master, wait for me. Lin Xiaojian retreated into the sword sect's mountain gate with 83,000 people. The defensive grand formation was reactivated, a golden light shield covering the entire mountain, thicker than before. Runes flowed across the surface of the light shield as if alive. Luo Chun stood beside the formation core, both hands pressed upon the formation disk, spiritual power surging out, making the light shield shine even brighter. His arms trembled, his spiritual power was largely spent, yet he did not let go. The tentacles of the ancestor of chaos lashed against the light shield. With a thunderous crash, the shield shook, but it did not break. Gray threads wound around the light shield, corroding its runes with a sizzling sound like fire upon ice. The rune's glow was dimming, slowly yet without pause. Luo Chen's face turned pale. Sect master, the formation can hold, but not for long. The gray threads are corroding the runes, slowly yet relentlessly. Lin Xiaojian stood at the entrance of the main hall, 8 swords planted behind him, the chaos sword in hand. He gazed at the cracks on the light shield, at the wriggling gray threads, at the runes dimming bit by bit. His sword essence was 70% depleted. He needed time to recover. How long can it hold? A day. At most a day. That's enough. Lin Xiaojian turned and walked into the cultivation chamber in the rear mountain. He closed the door, planted 8 swords before him, and laid the chaos sword across his knees. Sitting cross-legged, he closed his eyes. In his dantian, the gray greatsword rotated slowly, sword essence flowing through his meridians. His mid-stage all-heavens sword master realm was unstable, as was his late-stage chaos sword intent. He needed time, a calm mind, and the chance to fully assimilate what his master had passed on to him. He could not rush. Impatience would only destabilize him further. From outside the light shield, the voice of the ancestor of chaos drifted in. Lin Xiaojian, how long can you hide inside that formation? A day. 2 days. Your master is fighting desperately outside while you rest in there. Aren't you ashamed? Lin Xiaojian ignored it. His consciousness sank into his dantian, where the gray greatsword spun faster and faster. The chaos-colored patterns on the blade glowed, faint yet steady. Zhang Heng stood at the entrance of the main hall, watching the cracks on the light shield. The cracks were widening, slowly but inexorably. Gray threads squeezed in through the fissures, only to be repelled at the touch of the shield, but every time they were repelled, the runes dimmed a fraction. He turned and walked to the formation core. The core sat at the center of the main hall, a golden stone slab densely inscribed with runes. Gray light surged from the slab, illuminating the entire hall. Luo Chen stood beside the stone slab, both hands pressed upon it. His spiritual power was draining fast, his face growing paler. Zhang Heng said, "Steward Luo, rest. I'll guard the formation core." Luo Chen looked at him. "Your chaos sword intent is at mid-stage. Can it sustain the formation core?" "I can, until the sect master emerges." After a moment's hesitation, Luo Chen released his hands. Zhang Heng pressed his palms onto the stone slab, chaos sword intent surging forth, gray light and golden light interweaving together. The slab vibrated, its runes blazing brighter. Zhang Heng's arms trembled, and sweat beaded on his forehead, but he did not let go. Luo Chen retreated to the side and sat down against the wall. His spiritual power was 90% depleted, he could barely stand. He watched Zhang Heng's back. This 16-year-old youth standing before the formation core, his spine as straight as a ramrod. "Zhang Heng, call me if you can't hold on." "I can hold." Cracks multiplied on the light shield. Gray threads crept in through the fissures, stretching ever longer. A disciple failed to dodge in time, and gray threads snared his ankle. A nearby disciple slashed the threads apart with a single sword stroke and dragged him back. But the gray threads kept multiplying. They could not all be cut. Luo Chen rose and walked to the entrance of the main hall. First squad, seal the left flank fissures. Second squad, the right. Third squad, the front. His voice was hoarse, grating like a cracked gong. The disciples scrambled, sword formations unfolding as gray sword light wove into a net to block the gray threads. A core elder ran down from the mountain drenched in blood. He was the elder who guarded the scripture pavilion. When the gray threads invaded the pavilion, he had held them off alone for half an hour. His left arm was gone, the wound wrapped in cloth strips, blood still seeping through. He ran to the hall's entrance, and with his remaining right hand picked up a sword. "Steward Luo, the scripture pavilion is lost. The disciples are all." Luo Chen's tears fell. But there was no time for tears. He steadied the elder. "Go to the back and tend your wounds." The elder did not move. "I'm not leaving. I can still fight." He walked to the main hall's entrance, stood beside Zhang Heng, and pointed his sword at the gray mist beyond the light shield. Lin Shaojian sat in the cultivation chamber, eyes shut. His mid-stage All Heavens sword master realm was steadily consolidating. With every rotation of the gray greatsword, his sword essence thickened a measure. His chaos sword intent at the late stage was also improving slowly. The patterns on the blade grew more distinct. But he was still dissatisfied. Too slow. Faster. Even faster. He gritted his teeth and forcibly drove his sword essence. The gray greatsword spun faster, his meridians swelling painfully. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, but he did not stop. "No. Going too fast would damage my meridians." He slowed down, letting the gray greatsword return to its own rhythm. His master had said that sword intent could not be forced, forcing it would injure the foundation. The light shield grew ever more cracked. Gray threads poured in through the fissures. Not just a few, but dozens. The disciples scrambled frantically, some slashing at the threads, some sealing the cracks, some rescuing the wounded. Zhang Heng stood before the formation core, hand pressed on the slab, chaos sword intent blazing at full power. Gray light gushed from his palm into the slab, making the runes on the stone shine even brighter. But his face grew paler, his sword essence rapidly dwindling. Liamo rushed over. "Senior brother, your sword essence. It's enough." Zhang Heng did not look at him. "You guard the main gate. I'll handle this alone." Liamo gritted his teeth and ran back to the main entrance. Wang Dong was already there, his sword broken, holding only half a blade. Yet still he slashed at the gray threads. The web of his thumb was split open, blood dripping to the ground, yet he did not stop. "Senior brother, where's your sword?" "It's broken. A half-blade can still cut." Deep in the chaos, Lin Feng and Luo Qingxue were still fighting. The gray mist thickened and the tentacles multiplied. Lin Feng's sword essence was 60% spent, and Luo Qingxue's spiritual power 70% spent. Back to back they wove gray sword light and icy sword light into a net, blocking every gray thread and tentacles surging toward the sword sect. The voice of the ancestor of chaos came from within the light orb. "Lin Feng, you won't last much longer. Your disciple is resting in there while you fight desperately out here. He won't come to save you." Lin Feng did not answer. With one stroke he severed a tentacle before him, with a backhand stroke another behind him. Luo Qingxue's ice sword froze the gray mist on the left, while his sword cut down the right. "He doesn't need to save me. He will come and kill you." A jagged gash tore open the luminous barrier. Not a hairline fracture. A full fissure finger width and a chi long through which gray threads surged like a waterfall. Disciples charged forward, their sword light weaving together before the crack, slashing at the gray threads. But there were too many, impossible to sever. Zhang Heng came rushing from beside the formation core. His hand left the stone tablet, and the runes upon it dimmed slightly. He had no time to care. He charged straight into the gray threads, unleashing his chaotic sword intent at full power. Gray sword light erupted in the mist, cleaving through hundreds of gray strands. Gray blood splashed across his body, his face, his eyes. He did not blink. He kept striking. Liamo followed close behind, and Wang Dong followed behind him. The three led the charged sword light, flashing through the gray threads. Zhang Heng's mid-stage peak of chaotic sword intent began to loosen. Not a deliberate breakthrough. It came naturally in the heat of battle. The gray sword light grew brighter and brighter, the strikes faster and faster. 1 gray thread, 248. Each pass cutting doubly. His sword moved so quickly it blurred beyond sight. Within his dantian, the gray miniature sword trembled violently. The patterns upon its blade shattered and reformed. It was no longer a small sword. It had grown into a far larger one. The mid-stage peak of chaotic sword intent had broken through reaching the high stage. Sword Emperor Realm mid-stage peak also broke through advancing to late stage. Zhang Hing thrust his sword forth. A torrent of gray sword chi split through the gray threads and struck the fissure. The fissure shuddered, and surrounding gray threads were shattered by the sword chi. His eyes flared bright. His body was drenched in blood, yet his legs no longer trembled. Liemo saw it. "Senior brother, you broke through." Zhang Heng said, nothing, continuing to strike. His sword was twice as fast as before. Every swing cleaved dozens of gray threads. Gray blood pooled on the ground, covering his ankles. He walked through it step by step, leaving bloody footprints behind. Wang Dong followed, swinging his broken sword at the gray threads. His sword was snapped in half, yet every strike still managed to sever 1 or 2 threads. His tiger's mouth split open, blood flowing down the hilt, but he did not stop. Limeo's sword also quickened. The embryonic form of his chaotic sword intent had broken through to initial completion. A gray glow danced along the blade, not powerful but steady. He severed 1 gray thread, then 2, then 3. With each strand cut, the sword light brightened a degree more. The fissure widened again, from finger width to 2 fingers, and the gray threads poured out even faster. The disciples could not hold, forced back step by step. One disciple was ensnared by gray threads and dragged toward the fissure. Zhang Heng surged forward, cleaving the threads in one stroke and pulling him back. But the fissure remained unsealed, the gray threads still pouring forth. Liemo rushed to the front, pressing his sword against the gap. The blade jammed into the fissure as gray threads coiled around the edge and climbed upward. He gripped the hilt and refused to let go. The gray threads wrapped around his hand, his wrist, his arm. His arm was turning gray, yet he did not loosen his grip. "Senior brother, seal the fissure. I can hold it." Wang Dong also charged forward, driving his sword into the opposite side of the crack. The broken blade sank in gray threads coiling around the edge and around his hands. His arm also turned gray, yet he held on just the same. 2 youths, 2 swords blocking the fissure. The gray threads could not push through, struggling vainly at the mouth of the crack. Taking advantage, the disciples hastened to repair the luminous barrier. Runes reignited, and the fissure began slowly contracting. Zhang Heng's eyes reddened. He surged forward and cleaved the gray threads, entangling both Liemo and Wang Dong in one sweep. The threads fell away, leaving deep gray brands on both their arms. Limeo's hand trembled. The leather wrapping on his hilt had been worn through, exposing the wood beneath. Wang Dong's broken sword had split further, the blade webbed with cracks. "Let go. The fissure is nearly sealed." Liemo did not release his grip. "Hold a little longer." The fissure narrowed to a single finger's width. The gray threads could no longer escape. Liemo and Wang Dong withdrew their swords and fell back together. They collapsed to the ground, gray markings spreading from their wrists up to their shoulders. Physicians rushed over, feeding them detoxification pills and applying ointments. The gray marks faded somewhat, but did not fully vanish. Zhang Heng squatted beside Liemo. "Your hand, it's fine. I can still wield a sword." Liemo picked up his sword with his left hand, gripped it, released, and gripped again. His fingers trembled, but he did not let go. Wang Dong looked at his broken sword. "A shattered blade is no trouble. I'll just fetch another." Zhang Heng rose and returned to the formation core. He placed his hand upon the stone tablet and unleashed his high-stage chaotic sword intent in full. A torrent of gray light poured into the tablet, and the runes flared brighter than ever before. The luminous barrier intensified, and the rate at which the cracks spread slowed dramatically. Luo Chun stood nearby, watching him. "Your chaotic sword intent has reached the high stage." "Just now. Excellent. Excellent." Luo Chen's eyes glistened, yet he held back his tears. He turned and walked to the main hall entrance, resuming his command of the disciples repairing the barrier. Inside the cultivation chamber, Lin Xiao Jian opened his eyes. He had sensed Zhang Heng's breakthrough, and he had sensed the sacrifice of Liemo and Wang Dong. His chaotic sword intent trembled, and the great gray sword spun with sudden ferocity. His mid-stage of the world-spanning sword sovereign grew more stable, and the late stage of chaotic sword intent likewise consolidated further. Yet it was not enough. He needed time to refine his chaotic sword intent to its zenith. He closed his eyes and resumed cultivation. Beyond the luminous barrier within the gray fog, Liemo collapsed. Not dead, merely exhausted. The gray brand on his arm had spread to his neck, and his complexion had taken on an ashen hue. The physician declared that the detoxification pills could only suppress the corruption, not eradicate it. He needed time rest, and could no longer engage in combat. Liemo lay upon the ground, gazing out at the gray fog beyond the barrier. The light sphere of the Chaos Ancestor flickered faintly, its tentacles undulating. He clenched his fist. "Sect Master, you must win." In the cultivation chamber, Lin Xiaojian opened his eyes. Gray light shot forth from them, illuminating the entire room. The sword scars on the walls trembled, emitting a low hum like hundreds of blades vibrating in unison. 8 swords stood embedded in the ground before him, their radiant glow flickering in sync with the gray greatsword within his dantian. The gray greatsword halted its rotation. It remained still, suspended in silence. The chaotic patterns along its blade blazed fully alight like tree rings, ring upon ring, extending from the hilt to the very tip. Peak midstage of the sovereign of all heavens. Late stage peak of chaos sword intent. A single step remained to reach late stage sovereign, but this was enough. Enough. He rose to his feet. 3 days of seclusion had passed. In that time much had unfolded outside. Zhang Heng had broken through to the high stage, mastering chaos sword intent. Liu Mo had fallen, his arm ensnared by gray threads, and turned ashen. Wang Dong's sword had shattered. He still slashed at the gray threads with the broken half. Of the 50 young disciples, 47 still stood, while 3 lay on the ground. He knew all of this. He sensed it. He took up the chaos sword. Its hilt was warm, and the gray light along the blade blazed fiercely, dyeing his fingers gray. He hung the sword at his waist, and the 8 swords flew back behind him. He pushed open the door and stepped out. The sunlight was blinding. He narrowed his eyes. At the entrance to the main hall, Zhang Heng knelt, drenched in blood. His robes had been slashed into tatters by the gray threads, revealing wounds across his bare skin. His tiger's mouth had split open, blood dripping onto the sword hilt, drying once more. Liu Mo lay beside him, his face ashen and lips purple. The antidote pill had suppressed the gray poison, but not entirely. Gray marks still crept along his arms, spreading from wrist to shoulder. Wang Dong stood at the forefront, gripping his broken sword, its edge chipped and notched. His tiger's mouth was also torn, wrapped in cloth strips, soaked through with blood. 50 young disciples, if 47 still stood. None retreated. The protective grand formation's light barrier had split open with dozens of cracks. Gray threads slithered through the gaps, like serpents, like hair, dense and countless. Disciples were sealing the cracks, severing the gray threads, and rescuing the wounded. The threads were too many to cut away. One disciple was ensnared, and nearby comrades sliced the threads free, saving him, but a ring of gray marks remained around his leg. The cracks continued to widen, and the gray threads multiplied. Luo Chun stood beside the formation's eye, both hands pressed upon the formation disc. His voice had gone hoarse, unable to speak, so he directed with signal flags. The flags in his hands danced up and down, pointing left and right. The disciples followed his signals, the sword formation unfolding, weaving a net of gray sword light to hold back the threads. But his arms were trembling, his spiritual power was nearly 90% spent, and he was on the verge of collapse. Lin Shaojian walked to the main hall's entrance. The chaos sword hung in his hand, its gray light pulsing once. He said nothing. He looked at the cracks in the barrier, at the gray threads, at the wounds on the disciples' bodies. His eyes were cold, not anger, not sorrow, but calm. The calm before the storm. He stepped into the air and shot through the barrier. The gray mist swallowed him instantly. It was so thick that he could not see his own hand before his face. Gray threads reached out from every direction, coiling around his ankles, wrists, waist, and neck. With a single swing of his sword he severed them, but new strands grew back at once. Within the gray mist the light orb of the Chaos Ancestor loomed faintly, its surface covered in eyes, all open, all fixed upon him. The Chaos Ancestor's voice drifted out from the orb. So you've come out. 3 days in seclusion. How much have you improved? Lin Shaojian did not answer. He unleashed his chaos sword intent to the fullest. Gray light erupted from his body. It was not sword light. It was light itself, pure and radiant. A pillar of gray light shot into the heavens, piercing the mist, the clouds, and the chaos itself. The pillar was 10 zhang wide and 1,000 zhang tall, illuminating the entire mountain of the sword sect. The gray mist was forced back like receding tide, and the gray threads melted within the pillar like snow under the sun. This was the fruit of 3 days of secluded cultivation. Peak midstage sovereign of all heavens, late stage peak chaos sword intent. The gray pillar endured for a full 10 breaths. The mist receded 100 zhang away, the cracks on the barrier ceased spreading, and the runes blazed awake once more. The disciples stood stunned. Zhang Heng rose to his feet, gazing up at the pillar of light, his eyes reddening. Luo Chen's signal flag froze midair, his lips trembled, but no words came. Tears rolled down his face. Lin Shaojian hovered in midair, 8 swords suspended behind him, the chaos sword in his grip. His robes fluttered in the wind, and gray light surged from his body like a gray sun. He raised his sword. One slash. The gray sword chi swept outward, not aimed at the orb, but at the gray threads. Wherever the sword chi passed, the gray threads fell like wheat before a scythe. Tens of thousands of gray threads snapped simultaneously. Gray blood sprayed forth like a torrential downpour. The sound of shredding threads merged into one, like cloth being torn, like bones being shattered. The gray blood splattered onto the ground, corroding great pits into the earth, yet no new threads grew again. That single blow had severed every gray thread reaching toward the sword sect. The cracks on the barrier ceased widening, and the runes rekindled. The disciples stood frozen in place, staring at the gray figure in the sky. Some knelt, some wept, some clutched their swords with trembling hands. Lin Xiaojian sheathed his blade. 8 swords hovered behind him, the chaos sword resting in his hand. He looked at the Chaos Ancestor's light orb, at those sealed eyes at the shrinking core. Your turn now. The Chaos Ancestor's voice changed. No longer mocking, but furious. And within that rage a threat of fear. Your sword intent is even stronger. Impossible. In 3 days how could you improve so much? Lin Xiaojian said 3 days were enough. He charged toward the orb with the speed of a shooting star, his gray sword light carving a straight line through the gray mist. The Chaos Ancestor's tentacles lashed out. Not just a few. Over 1,000 of them, each thicker than a water barrel, moving with lightning speed, cracking the air as they struck. 1,000 tentacles struck simultaneously, sealing off every avenue of escape. There was no dodging. Lin Xiaojian did not dodge. He raised his sword and slashed once. The gray sword chi was not one stroke, but 10 million. Each strand severed a tentacle. The severed tentacles fell to the ground, gray blood spraying, still writhing. Over 1,000 tentacles snapped apart at once. He reached the orb. The chaos sword pierced its surface. One thrust ripping through over 100 eyes. Gray blood spurted from the eyes, splashing onto Lin Xiaojian. The blood was searing hot like magma, corroding his robes and his skin. He did not flinch. He withdrew the blade and thrust again. Another 100 eyes destroyed. A third thrust, a fourth, a fifth. The eyes on the orb's surface began closing in droves, gray blood gushing forth, and the orb shrank. The Chaos Ancestor screamed in agony. You, how dare you? Chun Fan charged up from behind. His chaos sword intent had returned to the high stage peak. Only a single step from the realm of the sword god. He flew to the other side of the orb and thrust his sword in. The sword chi pierced into the core, and a thin crack widened slightly. The Chaos Ancestor's cries grew even louder. The Chaos Ancestor's tentacles reached for Chun Fan, not striking, but grasping. They coiled around Chun Fan's sword, his wrist, his neck. Gray threads split off from the tentacles, burrowing into Chun Fan's skin. His chaos sword intent was draining away, devoured by the Chaos Ancestor. Sect Master, my sword intent. Lin Xiaojian rushed over and severed the tentacles with one strike. He grabbed Chun Fan and pulled him back. Fall back. It cannot devour any more of your sword intent. Chun Fan gritted his teeth and withdrew. His chaos sword intent had fallen from the high stage peak to the early high stage, lost 2/10 of its power. The light on his blade dimmed, his face turned pale, and his hands trembled. The Chaos Ancestor's voice echoed again, laced with excitement. Thank you for your sword intent. Your sword intent is purer than Lin Feng's. Devouring you, I can return to my prime. The eyes on the orb's surface all snapped open. The gray threads turned away from Lin Xiaojian and reached for Chun Fan instead. Faster, and in even greater numbers. Lin Xiaojian shielded Chun Fan, sweeping the chaos sword in a wide arc to sever the gray threads. But his sword essence was 70% depleted. His arms trembled, his blade quivered. Shen Wuiyue was already rushing toward this place. Deep in the chaos, Lin Feng sensed it. He was resisting the Chaos Ancestor's tentacles alongside Luo Qingxue, his body covered in wounds. He heard Chun Fan's cry and Lin Xiaojian's labored breaths. He gritted his teeth, slashed through the tentacle before him, and turned toward the direction of the light orb. Lin Xiaojian, strike the core. The crack in the core is its weakness. Lin Feng's voice cut through the gray mist, reaching Lin Xiaojian's ears. Lin Xiaojian heard. He saw. The crack in the core lay directly behind the largest eye at the very center of the orb. It was not wide, only a finger's breadth, but it ran deep. That was the Chaos Ancestor's one true weakness, the old wound left over from when Lin Feng had sealed it. He gripped the chaos sword tightly, and the gray light on the blade flared bright. Sword essence surged wildly through his meridians, and the gray greatsword in his dantian spun at a frantic speed. He poured every ounce of power into the chaos sword. The Chaos Ancestor's voice changed. You, what are you trying to do? Lin Xiaojian did not answer. He charged toward that largest eye. The chaos sword pierced the eyeball, and the sword chi tore through the eye into the core. The crack widened. Gray blood burst from the fissure like a river breaching its banks. The orb shuddered violently as the eyes across its surface vanished in droves. The Chaos Ancestor screamed. No, impossible. Your sword, Lin Xiaojian said, your hour of death. He drove the sword deep into the core and refused to pull it out. The crack widened, the orb collapsed, the mist scattered, the tentacles withered, and the eyes vanished. The Chaos Ancestor's voice grew ever weaker. The myriad worlds will not let. Before it could finish, the light orb exploded. Gray shards scattered in every direction, dissolving into mist, and the mist dissolved into nothingness. The Chaos Ancestor was dead. From afar, Lin Feng sensed it. His lips moved faintly. Luo Qingxue supported him, her ice sword planted in the ground. The two stood within the fading gray mist, watching the light orb collapse and the mist disperse. He won, Lin Feng said. Luo Qingxue said, you taught him well. Lin Feng said nothing. His eyes closed, and his body sagged downward. Luo Qingxue caught him. His breathing was faint, his heartbeat slow. The side effects of the blood-burning pill combined with the toll of battle had pushed his body to its absolute limit. Luo Qingxue held him and descended to the ground. The heart of the frozen river circulated, sending glacial cold surging into his body. His heartbeat quickened by a fraction. In the distance, Lin Xiaojian descended from midair. He was covered in wounds, his robes torn in several places, and the gash on his left arm still bleeding. He knelt before Lin Feng. Master, I won. Lin Feng did not open his eyes. His lips quivered slightly, whether in a smile or an attempt to speak no one could tell. Lin Xiaojian rose to his feet. Master's wife is master, alive, only sleeping. Lin Xiaojian looked at Lin Feng's face. White hair wrinkles a stooped back. His master had aged. A few years ago his hair was still black, now it was all white. He looked at Luo Qingxue. Master's wife, I will take master back to the sword sect. Luo Qingxue nodded. Lin Xiaojian picked up Lin Feng and stepped into the air, flying toward the sword sect. Shen Wuyue followed behind. Shen Fan followed as well. Zhang Heng led the young disciples in pursuit. The gray mist had dispersed. Sunlight poured down, illuminating Lin Feng's pale face and the wounds covering Lin Xiaojian's body. It shone upon the golden barrier above the sword sect's mountain gate. Throughout the myriad worlds, peace had returned. Lin Xiaojian carried Lin Feng and flew back to the mountain gate of the sword sect, landing at the entrance to the main hall. Luo Qingxue followed behind, ice sword in hand. Zhang Heng ran over, covered in blood, his eyes red. Sect Master Lin Feng, he's alive, just unconscious. Lin Xiaojian laid Lin Feng on the floor of the main hall. Lin Feng's face was as pale as paper, his breathing faint, and his heartbeat slow. The backlash of the blood-burning pill combined with the toll of battle had pushed his body to its absolute limit. Luo Qingxue crouched down, pressed her hand against Lin Feng's chest, and activated the frozen river sword heart, sending cold energy surging into his body. His heartbeat quickened by a trace. Lin Xiaojian turned and looked toward the direction of chaos. Was the chaos ancestor dead? No. The orb of light had exploded, its core had shattered, and the gray mist had scattered. But that was not the true body of the chaos ancestor. Only an avatar. The real chaos ancestor still lurked deep within chaos, and the cracks on the seal were still spreading. He sensed it. The cracks on the seal had multiplied from 7 to more than a dozen, and gray light was seeping through them thicker than before. The chaos ancestor's voice sounded in his mind. Lin Xiaojin, you think you've won. What you killed was only a sliver of my avatar. My true body is still beneath the seal. Once I get out, all of you will die. Lin Xiaojian said nothing. He tightened his grip on the chaos sword, the gray light on the blade pulsing. Shen Fan walked up from behind. Sect Master, is the chaos ancestor not dead? Not dead. What we just killed was an avatar. Where is its true body? Beneath the seal. It's about to come out. Shen Fan's expression changed. He looked up in the direction of chaos. The gray mist was surging back again, faint but unmistakably approaching. Shen Wuyue walked over and stood beside Lin Xiaojian. What do you plan to do? Go to the seal. Kill the true body. I'll go with you. No need. I'll go alone. You guard the sword sect. You can't kill it alone. Lin Xiaojian looked at her. I can. He stepped into the void and flew toward the depths of chaos. 8 swords hung behind him, and the chaos sword was in his hand. Gray sword light blazed up in the mist that had just scattered, like a shooting star. Shen Fan wanted to follow, but Shen Wuyue stopped him. Let him go. His master shielded him for so long. He has to face this himself. In the depths of chaos, the cracks on the seal had already split open by more than half. Gray light surged out through the cracks, washing the depths of chaos in pale gray. Inside the fissure sat a gray orb of light 10 times larger than the previous avatar. Its surface was covered with dense clusters of eyes, every one of them blinking. The true body of the chaos ancestor. Lin Xiaojian landed before the seal. 8 swords hung behind him, and the chaos sword was in his hand. He looked at the orb of light, at those eyes, at the gray light spilling from the fissure. His sword trembled, not from fear, but from battle intent. I've come. The chaos ancestor's voice emerged from the orb, low and deep. You came alone to deliver yourself to death. Not to deliver myself to death. To kill you. Lin Xiaojian charged. The chaos sword slashed across the surface of the orb, and sword chi pierced through more than 100 eyes. Gray blood sprayed out and splattered across his body. The orb trembled, and the crack widened by another trace. The chaos ancestor's tentacles lashed toward him, over 1,000 of them closing in from every direction. He couldn't dodge them all, and took more than a dozen blows. His ribs broke, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. But he did not retreat. The second strike fell. Sword chi pierced deeper into the orb and reached the core. The crack on the core widened a little more. The chaos ancestor's voice changed. Your sword, faster than before. Lin Xiaojian said, I've been waiting a long time for this. Far away at the sword sect's mountain gate, Lin Feng opened his eyes. His consciousness was hazy and his body would not move. But he could sense Lin Xiaojian's sword intent, gray sword light blazing in the depths of chaos. It was strong, but not yet strong enough. He gritted his teeth and tried to stand, but his legs refused to obey. Luo Qingxue pressed him down. Don't move. Lin Xiaojian is fighting the chaos ancestor's true body. He can't win alone. Even if you go, you can't win. Your sword essence is only 30% left. Going there is throwing your life away. Lin Feng looked at her. Then I'm still going. Luo Qingxue was silent for a second. I'll carry you. She lifted Lin Feng onto her back, ice sword in hand, and soared into the void. She flew toward the depths of chaos. Her spiritual power was also more than half spent, her face pale, but she flew steadily. Lin Feng lay on her back, clutching the chaos sword. The gray light on its blade was dim, but it had not gone out. Deep within chaos, Lin Xiaojian was seized by tentacles. Hundreds of them coiled around his ankles, wrists, waist, and neck. He struggled, but could not break free. Gray threads separated from the tentacles and burrowed into his skin. His sword intent was draining away. The chaos ancestor was devouring his chaos sword intent. Your sword intent is purer than Lin Feng's. Once I devour you, I can return to my peak. Lin Xiaojian gritted his teeth and exploded with chaos sword intent. Gray sword light burst from his body and shattered the tentacles binding him. He rushed out from the web of tentacles and landed at the edge of the seal, gasping for breath. His sword essence was 80% consumed and 2/10 of his chaos sword intent had been devoured. His hands were shaking and the sword trembled. The chaos ancestor's tentacles reached out again, more numerous and faster this time. A gray sword light shot from the distance, severing the tentacles, lunging toward Lin Xiaojian. Lin Feng lay on Luo Qingxue's back, holding up the chaos sword. The gray light on the blade was dim, but the sword was still there. Luo Qingxue landed and set him down. Lin Feng couldn't stand steadily, so he leaned against Luo Qingxue. Master, don't talk. Attack the core. I'll hold it back for you. Lin Feng reached out and pressed his hand against the chaos ancestor's orb. Gray sword essence surged out and transformed into chains binding the entire orb. The chaos ancestor struggled. The chains trembled but did not break. Blood seeped from the corner of Lin Feng's mouth and his arms shook. Hurry, I can't hold on much longer. Lin Xiaojian gritted his teeth and pushed his chaos sword intent to the absolute limit. The gray light on the chaos sword grew brighter and brighter. He flew to the front of the core and thrust the sword into it. The chaos ancestor's scream shook the entire space of chaos. No! The core shattered. Gray fragments flew in every direction, and the eyes on the orb's surface vanished in clusters. The orb began to collapse, and the gray mist rapidly dispersed. But the chaos ancestor was not dead. In its dying throes, it struck back. A ray of gray light shot out from the shattered core straight at Lin Xiaojian's heart. Lin Xiaojian couldn't dodge. His sword essence was completely exhausted. Lin Feng blocked in front of him. The gray light pierced through Lin Feng's chest. Blood sprayed out and splattered across Lin Xiaojian's face. Lin Feng's body swayed, but he did not fall. He reached out and seized the thread of gray light. The gray light struggled in his hand. He clenched his fist, and the light shattered. The chaos ancestor's voice weakened. You. Before it could finish, the orb exploded completely. The gray mist retreated toward the depths of chaos, and sunlight shone down again. The chaos ancestor was dead. This time, truly dead. Lin Feng let go and fell backward. Luo Qingxue caught him. He lay in her arms, eyes closed, blood still at the corner of his mouth. Master. Lin Xiaojian knelt beside him. Lin Feng opened his eyes and looked at him. We won. We won. That's good. Lin Feng's eyes closed. Luo Qingxue held him, activated the frozen river sword heart, and sent cold energy flowing into his body. His heartbeat was faint, but it was still there. Lin Xiaojian knelt on the ground, staring at his master's pale face. His eyes reddened and tears fell. The ancestor of chaos was dead. This time, truly dead. The gray sphere shattered completely, its fragments dissolving into ash-colored mist which the wind then scattered away. Sunlight streamed from the depths of chaos, falling upon the gates of the sword, set the faces of the disciples and the blood-soaked ground. Lin Xiaojian knelt on the earth, cradling Lin Feng in his arms. Lin Feng's eyes were closed, blood at the corner of his lips, his breath faint. Luo Qingxue crouched beside him, her hand pressed against his chest, as the ice river sword heart circulated, sending surges of cold energy into his body. Her face was pale, her spiritual energy nearly exhausted, yet she did not stop. Auntie is master, he lives, but he needs time to recover. Lin Xiaojian lifted Lin Feng into his arms, stepped onto empty air, and flew toward the sword sect. Shen Wuyue followed behind. Chun Fan trailed after. Zhang Heng led the young disciples, following in their wake. 83,000 souls followed Lin Xiaojian, flying toward the sword sect. No one spoke, only the sound of wind and the clinking of sword scabbards broke the silence. Deep within the ice river hall, Luo Qingxue placed Lin Feng into the ice coffin. She had condensed it from the power of her ice river sword heart. Its biting cold could preserve the flesh and prevent his injuries from worsening. Lin Feng lay within the ice coffin, eyes closed, a faint smile on his lips. A thin layer of frost had formed on his face from the coffin's cold, and his hair had turned completely white. Luo Qingxue stood beside the ice coffin, her ice sword planted in the ground. Her hand rested upon the coffin's surface, cold energy surging from her palm, thickening the walls of ice. I will wait for you to awaken, she said. Lin Xiaojian knelt before the ice coffin and bowed 3 times. Master, I will surely find a way to bring you back to life. 1 month later. The myriad realms began their reconstruction. Cities destroyed by the gray threads were rebuilt, spiritual veins devoured by the ancestor of chaos recovered, and fractured dimensional passages were mended. Each branch sect withdrew its forces, leaving behind garrison disciples. The sword sect's mountain gates were repaired, the defensive formation reactivated, its runes brighter than before. Luo Chun was promoted from steward to elder, overseeing the daily affairs of the sword sect. With his voice restored, he resumed running about with his ledger, recording headcounts, distributing resources, and assigning tasks. Zhang Heng lead the first team to Central Province. The spiritual veins there are severely damaged and require the Chaos Sword intent for restoration. Chen Fan take the second team to Upper Province. The dimensional passage there has been severed and must be reopened. Wang Dong, your sword has been repaired. Go to the back mountain to practice. Do not slack off. The disciples each fulfilled their duties and order was restored to the sword sect. Zhang Heng's advanced Chaos Sword intent had stabilized, and his late Sword Emperor realm was firmly established. He led 50 young disciples, restoring the spiritual veins in Central Province. Gray sword light struck the earth one after another, piercing deep underground. The veins were awakened and spiritual energy surged forth once more. He stood above the spiritual vein, eyes closed, sensing the flow of energy. Liamo stood beside him. The gray mark on his arm had faded, but was still visible. Senior brother, the spiritual vein has been restored. Next, Wang Dong practiced swordsmanship on the back mountain. His sword had been reforged, the new blade was slightly heavier, its edge broader. He swung his sword, gray sword light, tracing arcs through the night sky one after another. His calloused palms no longer split, calluses covered his hands. His Chaos Sword intent had reached the peak of its initial formation, just one step away from the intermediate stage. He trained throughout the entire night, and at dawn his Chaos Sword intent broke through to the intermediate stage. He knelt and bowed 3 times toward the Ice River Hall. Chen Fan's Chaos Sword intent had recovered to the peak of the advanced stage, a single step away from the Sword God realm. He stood atop the Sword sect's highest peak, eyes closed, using the Chaos Sword intent to sense the entirety of the myriad realms. The spiritual veins of Central Province were recovering, the dimensional passages of Upper Province were being reopened, golden Buddhist light reignited in the Buddha realm, flames burned anew in the demon realm, and ancient trees in the demon beast realm sprouted fresh leaves. The myriad realms were regaining their vitality. Shen Weiyue walked up and stood beside him. What are you watching? I am watching the myriad realms. They are better than before. Your master will awaken. I know. The wedding between Lin Xiaojian and Shen Weiyue was set for 3 months hence. The news spread across the myriad realms. Every branch sect sent wedding gifts. Qi Yin presented a flame sword, its blade wreathed in golden fire, capable of severing the gray threads. Dong Huang offered a demon core veined with chaos-colored patterns that could nourish sword intent. The new abbot bestowed a string of golden Buddhist prayer beads, each inscribed with sacred scriptures. The sword sect's main hall was adorned with red lanterns and silk. Red lanterns hung from the beams, red ribbons stretching from the entrance to the hall's deepest recess. Disciples bustled about, hanging lanterns, laying crimson carpets, and arranging tables and chairs. Luo Chun stood at the hall's entrance, ledger in hand, directing operations with his voice raised. Hang the lanterns higher. Smooth out the red carpet. Align the tables and chairs. Zhang Heng ran over. Elder Luo, the envoys from the Divine Realm branch have arrived. Let them in. The envoy from the Divine Realm branch entered the main hall carrying a brocade box. The box opened to reveal a pair of jade pendants, one white and one gray. The white one bore the emblem of the Ice River Hall, the gray that of the Sword sect. The Divine Realm sect master declared, "This is a gift from the Divine Realm branch. May the sect leader and vice sect leader grow old together in harmony." Luo Chun accepted the gift and recorded it in his ledger. On the day of the wedding, the Sword sect main hall was filled to capacity. Delegates from every branch sect had arrived. Qi Yin, Dong Huang, the new abbot, the ruler of the immortal realm, the new lord of the netherworld, the acting lord, representatives of the desolate realm, and envoys of the ancient realm. All were present. The Sword sect's own people outnumbered them, including Luo Chun Shun, Fan Zhang, Heng, Li Mo, Wang Dong, and dozens of core elders. Lin Xiaojian wore the sect leader's ceremonial robe, a black outer garment layered over red wedding robes. Shen Weiyue wore a white wedding dress embroidered with the hexagonal snowflakes of the Ice River Hall. The two stood at the center of the main hall facing one another. Luo Chun stood to the side, ledger in hand, shouting at the top of his lungs. First bow to heaven and earth. Lin Xiaojian and Shen Weiyue turned and bowed toward the courtyard beyond the hall. Second bow to the elders. The seats of honor stood empty. Lin Feng's ice coffin rested in the Ice River Hall, guarded by Luo Qingxue. Lin Xiaojian and Shen Weiyue turned toward the Ice River Hall and bowed deeply. Third bow to one another as husband and wife. The couple stood facing each other and bowed. The ceremony is complete. Applause, cheers, and whistles erupted simultaneously. Qi Yin shouted, "Congratulations, sect leader." Dong Huang called out, "Congratulations, vice sect leader." Chen Fan stood nearby, his eyes red. Zhang Heng clapped until his hands turned crimson. Lin Xiaojian took Shen Weiyue's hand. Her fingers were cool. The ice river sword heart kept her body temperature lower than a normal person's. His hands were not warm either. His sword energy had yet to fully recover. Neither hand carried much heat, yet together they grew warm. From this day forward you are my wife, Lin Xiaojian said. From this day forward you are my husband, Shun Wuyue replied. After the wedding concluded, Lin Xiaojian and Shun Wuyue stood together atop the mountain peak. The moonlight was bright, casting long shadows around them. A breeze swept through, lifting the hems of their robes. The myriad realms are safe, Shun Wuyue said. What else do you worry about? Master, Shun Wuyue did not speak. She reached out and took his hand. He did not pull away. In the ice river hall, Luo Qingxue sat beside the ice coffin, her ice sword planted in the ground. Within the coffin, Lin Feng lay with his eyes closed, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Xiaobai was curled in the corner of the coffin, its white fur dusted with gray ash, sleeping deeply. It waited for Lin Feng to awaken. Luo Qingxue gazed at Lin Feng's face. White hair, wrinkles, a bent posture. He had grown old. Only a few years prior his hair had been black, now it was entirely white. She reached out her hand, tracing his face through the ice. The ice was cold, yet she felt no chill. Lin Feng, your disciple has been married. Did you see? Lin Feng did not respond. His lips remained curved in a gentle smile. Rest assured, I will guard the sword sect, your disciple and your disciples. I will wait for you to awaken. Lin Xiaojian entered the ice river hall and stood before the ice coffin. He gazed upon his master's pallid face and his aunt's haggard features. He knelt and bowed 3 times. Master, I will surely find a way to bring you back to life. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched within the ice coffin, whether in a smile or an attempt to speak it was impossible to tell. Lin Xiaojian rose to his feet and turned to leave the ice river hall. Shun Wuyue waited for him at the entrance. Let us go. Where to? Back to the sword sect. There is still much to be done. The two stepped onto empty air and flew toward the sword sect. Moonlight bathed them as gray and white sword lights illuminated the night sky like 2 stars. Far away within the ice coffin of the ice river hall, Lin Feng's eyes shifted slightly. No one noticed. Xiaobai lifted its head from the corner of the coffin. Its golden eyes flashed once, then closed again. It waited. The myriad realms. The sword points toward eternity. The end.